Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, Nanjiang City, 3rd Middle School. Today is the day when students turn 18 and awaken their talents. Ye Bai, sitting in the last row, stood up after hearing his roll call and walked towards the awakening classroom through the passage cleared by the crowd. The teacher guiding him glanced back at him. Ye Bai's expression was languid, but his steps were steady and his demeanor composed. Once outside the door, the teacher reminded him to follow the instructions, as the awakening of his talent was a matter of life and death, and the process must not be delayed. After verifying his identity and awakening permit, the staff first explained the history of the Eternal Tower to Ye Bai. Since his transmigration, he had already scoured all the records, wanting only to understand the overall situation of Blue Star. A century ago, the Eternal Tower descended. The first supreme being, Nightmare, awakened all humanity, categorizing talents from SSS to F levels. What one gained from conquering the tower could be brought back to reality. In the same year, the Abyss Plane invaded, plunging humanity into a bloody war. In the middle of the war, the second-generation supreme expert, Wuhan, ended 30 years of war with his SSS-level talent. Xiaoyao has been in the world for 36 years. In the past century, humanity has only produced 3 supreme experts, Nightmare, Wuhan, and Xiaoyao. Many are waiting for a new supreme powerhouse to emerge. Ye Bai knows very well that only the appearance of an SSS-level talent can usher in a new era of supreme power. He then placed his palm on the eternal core crystal, closed his eyes, and emptied his consciousness. A soft white light enveloped his entire body, and a cold notification sounded. C-level talent, bright eyesight. Ye Bai opened his eyes, feeling perfectly fine. The staff told him to wait in the observation area for 2 hours, and he could leave the school after they confirmed he was all right. This result was not unexpected. 90% of awakened individuals were at or below level C. Level B was extremely rare, and level A was 1 in 10,000. Ye Bai sat down by the window not long after. A strong drowsiness overcame him, and he soon fell asleep by the window. In the dream, the eternal core crystal reappeared. The blurry text gradually became clear. Awaken SSS-level talent, I have insight, which can see the hidden attributes of all things and occasionally trigger special warnings. Then, a new line of text popped up. The current survival probability is 98.56%. His talent indicator reminds him that the world harbors hidden dangers, and he must conceal his true talent. Just as Ye Bai was wondering if this was all a dream, his classmate Zhao Lin suddenly shook him awake, instantly bringing him back to reality. Zhao Lin, who had also awakened a C-level talent, quickly regained his optimism and planned to find work at the Myriad Things Pavilion, asking Ye Bai to join the Allied Legion. Ye Bai casually agreed, glancing at the clock on the wall, where familiar characters suddenly appeared. The fixing nail loosened, and the clock would fall in 6 seconds. Ye Bai's heart skipped a beat. The strange vision from his dream had become a reality. A few seconds later, the clock tilted and crashed, shattering glass all over the floor. He focused his attention again, and a new clue appeared once more. The current survival probability is 99.99%, so the status quo will remain unchanged. Ye Bai suppressed his shock, pretended nothing had happened, and called Zhao Lin to leave the school. After returning to his small house, he began to repeatedly test the abilities of his eyes. The remaining lifespan of light bulbs, the risk of back pain from prolonged sitting in a low-quality computer chair, and the fact that 10 yuan lottery tickets are just a waste of money, all these become hidden labels appearing before your eyes. If you don't pay attention to them, the text will automatically disappear. Ye Bai judged it to be a support-type talent. As a transmigrator, he could accept this bizarre nature, but he couldn't confirm whether it was truly SSS level. Until 11:59 and 59 seconds p.m., the tower's mark began to glow faintly. As midnight arrived, a mysterious power swept over Ye Bai, pulling him directly into the Eternal Tower. Before Ye Bai could react, his consciousness plummeted into a pure white space. A cold system voice echoed around him. First entry into the Eternal Tower detected. Please create an Eternal ID. There was no exit, only a light screen awaiting his response. He had already prepared his answer and calmly uttered Shura. The tower could verify IDs in advance. The fact that Shura could still register meant that the previous powerful individual who used this name had most likely already perished. The next moment, the system confirmed successful creation, and the class selection process began. Warriors, mages, thieves, warlocks, archers, and other classes appeared one after another, with Ye Bai skipping over support and crafting classes. Before transmigrating, he was most skilled at manipulating lightning in the game, and mages were clearly the best fit for this skill, so he made his choice immediately. After the attribute check was completed, a light blue panel appeared in front of Ye Bai. Eternal ID, Shura, Level 1, Class, Apprentice Mage, Talent, Eye of Insight, SSS-rank. Health, 180, Mana, 190, Equipment and Skill slots, currently empty. His Strength 9, Intelligence 9, Spirit 8, Agility 7, Constitution 8, and Luck as high as 10. Ye Bai stared at the line of SSS-level talents and finally confirmed that the C-level talent awakened at school was just a disguise, and the hints in the dream were all real powers. As he looked at the luck attribute, the Eye of Insight suddenly gave a note. Extremely high luck can trigger hidden levels in the beginner dungeon. Ye Bai's heart skipped a beat. He had checked a lot of information about the Tower of Heroes and had never seen anyone mention that the beginner dungeon had another path hidden within it. Most ordinary people's initial 5-dimensional attributes are between 1 and 10, while Ye Bai's attributes are close to the top, with almost no weaknesses. Luck, however, is a special attribute. Ordinary people usually only have 0 to 2 points, and a maximum value of 10 points in luck is unheard of. Just as he was pondering, the system delivered a newbie gift pack. 3 orbs of light floated in front of him, and he could only choose one. Gold coins, equipment, skill books, and special items were all possible. Ordinary people could only gamble with luck, but Ye Bai could see through all the details. The light orb on the left is the A-grade equipment, the lightning grip staff, which comes with lightning skills and dual affixes and can be upgraded. Its market value exceeds 1 million. The light orb in the middle is 5,000 gold coins, which can be exchanged for 5 million Dragon Kingdom currency, making it equally valuable. Ye Bai quickly abandoned the idea of using gold coins. In the beginner dungeon, strength was more important than cash. As long as he achieved a higher rating, the rewards would far exceed 5,000 gold coins. When his gaze fell upon the last ball of light, his breath suddenly stopped for a moment. It was a special item, a lightning elemental. Using it would grant 100% lightning elemental affinity, a 100% increase in mana regeneration, and allow the user to randomly learn 3 lightning skills. Ye Bai didn't hesitate and immediately chose it. The ball of light transformed into lightning and entered the body, followed by a system notification. Congratulations on receiving the new player gift pack reward, Lightning Element. Successfully used Lightning Element. Ye Bai activated the special item on the spot. A tingling sensation swept through his body, and the surrounding lightning element immediately surged. A system notification popped up. Lightning affinity and mana recovery increased by 100% each. He also learned Lightning Arrow, Lightning Blessing, and Ready to Strike. Lightning Bolt costs 60 mana, has a 3-second cooldown, and deals 59 lightning damage with 9 points of intelligence, inflicting slow and paralysis. Lightning Blessing lasts 30 seconds, enhancing attack, defense, and lightning damage on basic attacks. Ready to Strike has extremely low mana cost and doubles the power of the next lightning skill. The 3 skills flowed seamlessly together. Ye Bai quickly deduced that as long as the power was stacked and prepared in advance, the lightning arrow could deal up to 236 damage per hit. The extremely high mana regeneration also made him realize that continuous stacking might push the lightning damage to a terrifying level. The gift pack also included a blank, Withered Wood staff for beginners to use for spellcasting. The system asked if he wanted to enter the beginner dungeon, and Ye Bai confirmed immediately. Space instantly distorted, and he landed in a dimly lit granite passage, with torches on both sides emitting a faint glow. According to the guide, there are 20 giant burrowing rats here. Ye Bai's Eye of Insight was triggered first, and a 2-meter-tall giant rat approached from the darkness, with only 50 health points. Ye Bai cast charged up twice, created distance, and then raised his staff. The lightning arrow roared out, striking the giant rat precisely, dealing 236 points of damage. The giant rat vanished in a flash of white light, leaving only 3 copper coins. Ye Bai was now completely certain that the ready-to-strike skill could be stacked continuously, multiplying its damage. The Eye of Insight immediately indicated that the ready-to-strike skill could be stacked up to 30 times, enough to instantly kill the dungeon boss once fully stacked. The sounds of battle awakened the other giant rats. Ye Bai put away the copper coins, his gaze becoming focused. The real show was just beginning. He cast a lightning blessing on himself and immediately charged into the swarm of rats. During the buff, his basic attacks could deal 29 points of damage. While smashing the giant rats with his staff, he kept the cooldown stacked, preparing to unleash a burst of power to instantly kill the boss. The 30-second enhancement ended quickly, and Ye Bai had already killed 12 giant rats. The remaining enemies could only be dealt with in melee combat, but the Eye of Insight marked their attack weaknesses, allowing him to continuously hit their weak points, dealing double damage and inflicting blindness. 5 minutes later, all the giant rats in the passage were cleared out. Ye Bai leveled up to level 2. His fatigue instantly vanished, his health and mana were fully restored, all his attributes were boosted, and he even gained 1 free attribute point. He immediately added the attribute point to his intelligence. Ye Bai then discovered that his frequent melee combat actually increased his strength, agility, and constitution even more, effectively turning him from a mage into a melee mage. He didn't stop, continuing to build up his power and prepare to unleash his attack as he ventured deeper into the dungeon. Soon, the fork in the road for the second stage appeared ahead. The left path had 10 ordinary bats, and 1 mutated bat more numerous and with higher rewards. The right path was stupefied by a young Cerberus, the strongest elite monster in the beginner dungeon. The young Cerberus possesses hellish bloodline, masters 3 elemental skills, and boasts extremely high resistances and healing abilities, making it a nightmare for countless newbies. Just as Ye Bai was about to make a choice, a special note suddenly appeared on the left wall. With a stroke of luck, the stone on the left is linked to a hidden level. Ye Bai stared at the words, his eyes lighting up. The hidden level, which was so rare and hard to come by, had actually been triggered by his maximum luck. The hidden level requires a luck rating of 5 or higher to trigger. Ye Bai looked at the prompt and immediately understood its meaning. 5 points of luck is already a very high threshold for a newcomer, and he had a luck rating of 10, so triggering this hidden route was not surprising. The Eye of Insight continued to add a note. Once the hidden level is unlocked, all monsters within the dungeon will awaken and simultaneously hunt down any entrant. Ye Bai's heart sank slightly. A dozen or so bats weren't a threat. The real danger was the young Cerberus. That elite monster has 20,000 HP, high dual resistances, and can reduce most magic damage. It possesses 3 elemental skills and has an astonishing healing ability, making it arguably the most difficult monster to deal with in the beginner dungeon. Ordinary awakened players have almost no chance of winning. But Ye Bai quickly calmed down. He had been continuously stacking up his power since entering the dungeon, and now he had reached 30 stacks. The amplification of this skill was not 30 times, but 2 to the power of 30, a full 1.07 billion times. Releasing a lightning bolt at this multiplier would deal unimaginable damage. Even an adult Cerberus might not be able to withstand it, let alone a baby one. Without further hesitation, Ye Bai decided to activate the hidden level and take down this boss directly. He picked up the stone on the left and, following the guidance of the Eye of Insight, carved obscure patterns on the wall. As the last stroke was made, the entire passage shook violently, the stone wall cracked, and a hidden entrance leading deeper into the passage slowly appeared. Simultaneously, disturbances arose from both passages on the left and right. Vampire bats awoke from the darkness, their crimson eyes locking onto Ye Bai. From the other side, a deafening roar erupted, iron chains snapped one after another, and a young Cerberus broke free of its restraints, charging straight at Ye Bai. Ye Bai gripped his staff tightly, his expression unwavering. His speed was far inferior to the 3-headed dogs. If it got close, he would almost certainly die. At this moment, His only chance of victory lay in stacking 30 layers of lightning arrows. The moment Cerberus burst from the shadows, Ye Bai decisively swung his staff. A raging thunderbolt transformed into a massive lightning bolt, instantly filling the entire passage. Cerberus had nowhere to hide and was swallowed whole by the sea of lightning. It didn't even have a chance to struggle before its massive body carbonized and dissipated in the lightning. Terrifying damage numbers popped up above its head, and system notifications rang out in quick succession. Ye Bai had defeated a boss far exceeding his level soaring from level 2 to level 10. As the white light continued to fall, his 5 attributes each surged by 50 points. Previously, it took killing 20 giant rats to level up, but now, a single top-tier elite monster had given him a gain far exceeding the norm. After the passage returned to silence, a dazzling golden light rose from the center of the 3-headed hellhound's remains. Ye Bai reached out and grasped the light, and a transparent skull interwoven with red, yellow, and blue slowly fell into his palm. The Eye of Insight indicates that this is an SSS grade special material. Wearing it increases strength and constitution by 100 points each, and mana regeneration by 500%. If used to craft equipment, it can at least produce an SS grade top-tier staff. Ye Bai put the skull into his backpack, and suddenly the image of the supreme expert Nightmare came to mind. Back then, Nightmare had achieved an SSS level rating in the beginner dungeon by killing Cerberus, which shocked the entire Blue Star. Now, Ye Bai has also accomplished this feat, and even unlocked a hidden level that has never been revealed before. He then cleared out the bats that had been stunned by the lightning, only to obtain a small amount of copper coins, as the monsters were too low level to provide any experience. After checking his attribute panel, Ye Bai discovered that his overall attributes were nearly 6 times higher than before he entered the tower, and his health points had reached 1,800. Even veteran players at levels 20 or 30 might not have such a panel. After collecting the 3 silver coins and 50 copper coins, Ye Bai re-entered the hidden passage. He continued forward, gathering his strength and preparing for action. The passage stretched downwards, leading him to suspect that the legendary Zeroth level might exist beneath the beginner's dungeon. As they went deeper, a strong smell of sulfur hit them, and a wave of scorching heat swept over them. A sudden gust of wind extinguished the torches, and the last embers went out instantly, plunging the deep passage into complete silence and darkness. Darkness enveloped him for a moment. Then Ye Bai's vision returned to bright. The Eye of Insight notification read, SSS level talent with built-in night vision. Ye Bai shook his head. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have needed to grope his way around with a torch for so long. Night vision activated. The passage became as clear as day, and the remaining distance was marked, 5,601 meters. Ye Bai sped off. His body, enhanced by the tower, far exceeded the limits of his peers. Even after several kilometers, his breathing remained steady, and his attribute improvements were reflected in the real world. 200 meters ahead was the finish line. Ye Bai gripped his staff and rushed through the final stretch. At the end stood a bronze gate, its surface covered in obscure patterns. The Eye of Insight warned that the patterns originated from a strange entity in the void. Staring at them for 10 seconds would result in mental corruption. As the countdown began, Ye Bai averted his gaze at the last second. The smell of sulfur was pungent, and the temperature was nearing the limits of human endurance. The prompt indicated that placing his palm on the bronze door would allow him to pass the level, but he first saw through the true test of the hidden level. This challenge required the player to escape a 7-kilometer underground passage while being chased by a young Cerberus. However, the boss, who was supposed to pursue him the entire way, was instantly killed by a barrage of lightning arrows as soon as he appeared, and Ye Bai averted the greatest danger ahead of time. Even for an average novice, with the luck to meet the requirements, it would be difficult to reach this place alive. After confirming that nothing was missing, Ye Bai affixed his hand to the bronze door. A blue light spread along his palm, and the eternal core crystal appeared. The system began to calculate the score. The next second, 2 announcements spread throughout the tower. Player Shura achieved an SSS level rating in the beginner dungeon. Player Shura achieved an SSS level rating in the hidden level. The tower fell silent, with countless people asking who Shura was. Humanity has studied the tower for a century without discovering the hidden level. A double SSS rank clear triggers an explosion on Earth, causing disturbances in the abyss. All regions activate their highest-level contingency plans. Project Dawn begins. The god of war is summoned, and the abyss enters a state of high alert. The external storms were temporarily irrelevant to Ye Bai. Rewards fell before him. Plus 50 to all attributes. Plus 1 to luck. 100,000 gold coins. A trading secret realm pass. And 1 job change opportunity. Hidden levels granted an exclusive buff and an eternal blessing. 100,000 gold coins are equivalent to 100 million Dragon Kingdom currency. Ye Bai was shocked, but he knew this was just a normal gain. The starting bonus from clearing the SSS-level dungeon was enough to create an insurmountable gap between him and ordinary players. The real rewards were yet to come. Golden lightning intertwined into a ball of light, revealing the SSS-rank hidden class, the Heavenly Wrath Mage. After the class change, all lightning skills were doubled in effectiveness, and mana costs were halved. Ye Bai completed the class change instantly, blue and white lightning coursing through his body, and his attribute panel refreshed accordingly. The job change brought an overall attribute boost. Ye Bai was somewhat helpless. He was clearly a lightning mage, yet his strength and constitution far surpassed his intelligence and spirit, forcibly transforming him into a melee mage. He then acquired the new skill, Heavenly Thunder, and prepared to examine its effects. Heavenly Thunder summons high-damage lightning strikes. A lightning specialization doubles its power. It deals true damage when an enemy's health drops below 30%, with a cooldown of only 2 seconds. For each enemy hit, base damage permanently increases by 5 points, and inflicts a 100% chance of slowing and a random negative effect. The incredibly high damage, short cooldown, and permanent growth made Ye Bai itchy to use his skills, but unfortunately, there were no monsters nearby for him to test them out. After confirming the Skywrath Mage's formidable potential, he put away the attribute panel and prepared to check the remaining rewards for clearing the dungeon. Aside from the attribute boosts and the opportunity to change jobs, Ye Bai also received a permanent pass to the trading realm and an eternal blessing. The Golden Pass may seem ordinary, but its value far exceeds that of $1 million temporary pass. Even top-tier war god families might not possess it. The trading realm is a neutral area within the Eternal Tower. Those who enter will conceal their appearance, aura, and identity, revealing only their unique identification number. The Eternal Blessing is even more astonishing. It permanently raises Ye Bai's rating for all dungeons and tower breakthroughs by 1 tier, even exceeding the SSS level cap. The 3 strongest humans back then only managed to clear the beginner dungeon at SSS level, never triggering the hidden levels, let alone receiving the eternal blessing. Ye Bai knew that his potential had surpassed that of his predecessors, and he also understood that exposing his identity would inevitably attract the Abyss Demon God's preemptive hunt. His current strength is too weak, so he can only develop discreetly and truly transform his talent into power. After the beginner dungeon ends, other areas of the tower are not yet open, so Ye Bai decides to go to the trading secret realm first to find suitable resources for his development. After activating the pass, golden light enveloped his entire body, and a unique number was generated. The next second, Ye Bai was teleported to a bustling trading market. The market stalls were densely packed, and the focus of everyone's discussion was almost entirely on the mysterious player, Shura, who had just achieved a double SSS clear. The goblin broker from the Myriad Things Pavilion approached Ye Bai, recognizing him as a newcomer, and patiently explained the transformation rules of the secret realm. He explained that by simply visualizing it in one's mind, one could freely change their appearance and conceal their true identity. The goblin, calling himself his underling, even handed over his business card, offering discounts and consultation services. Ye Bai politely declined the sales pitch and spent a long time browsing the market alone, only to discover that mainstream resources often started at 1 million gold coins. His own 100,000 gold coins, though seemingly impressive, were simply unaffordable for truly high-level resources once placed in the trading realm. Through conversations with those around him, Ye Bai learned that the double SSS clear had caused a sensation on Blue Star. The General Defense Command activated Level 2 combat readiness, summoning the god of war to wipe out the followers of the demonic cult, but did not openly search for Shura, solely to avoid alerting the Abyss and revealing his location. Having grasped the situation, Ye Bai felt relieved and contacted his goblin underling again. He used the excuse of buying equipment for a friend's junior, hoping to find some high-quality items suitable for beginners. The goblin immediately handed over a list, but it mostly contained basic B-grade and C-grade equipment. These equipment bonuses were limited and only barely adequate for the time being, so Ye Bai wasn't satisfied. He directly asked if there were any upgradable staves. The goblin hesitated for a moment, then frankly admitted that the upgrade conditions for such equipment were complex, the appraisal fees were extremely high, and many people would end up losing everything. The conditions for upgrading equipment are hidden throughout the entire process and refresh after each upgrade. To confirm the conditions, one must hire a master blacksmith of tens of millions of gold to repeatedly appraise them. The goblin also revealed that only those with the S-rank talent Sharp Eye can appraise the conditions, but with only a 50% success rate, and can only use this skill 3 times a day. Ye Bai smiled inwardly. An S-rank talent was far inferior to the Eye of Insight. The equipment's advancement conditions, growth caps, and pathways were all laid bare in his eyes. He still demanded to see the list, so the goblin had no choice but to produce several staves that supported multiple advancements. The Song of Shadows can be upgraded 3 times, is suitable for dark mages, and costs 300,000 gold coins. The Howler of Souls can be upgraded 6 times, has higher potential, but because the soul element is unpopular, it only costs 150,000 gold coins. However, both pieces of equipment exceeded Ye Bai's budget. Just then, a notification came from the headquarters. All low-tier equipment would be 20% off. The goblin remarked that this was an official benefit launched to support the new generation and help the Azuras grow. Immediately afterward, another message spread throughout the trading market. Equipment exclusively for mages below level 30 is 50% off, limited to 1 purchase per person. Because Shura has switched to a lightning mage class, the official team is offering this targeted benefit. Taking advantage of the discount, Ye Bai selected the Power of Nature equipment from among the many available. This lightning-struck wood staff appears to have ordinary stats, but it's a rare dual elemental lightning and wood upgradable equipment. Originally priced at 180,000 gold coins, it was discounted to 90,000. After some haggling, Ye Bai finally bought it for 80,000 gold coins and also received 60 return devices, 5 level 10 gold scrolls, and 12 level 15 fighting puppets. While waiting for the equipment to arrive, Ye Bai inquired about the anonymous consignment service. The Myriad Things Pavilion promised no handling fees, proving its connection to top-tier forces and the Imperial Defense Command. Ye Bai again used the excuse that a friend had something to consign and took out the keystone to unlock the hidden level from his backpack. The Eye of Insight immediately displayed a note. This is just an ordinary stone with no value whatsoever. The goblin underling looked on in surprise when Ye Bai consigned an ordinary stone for sale. Ye Bai, however, opted for an anonymous auction, setting the starting price at 1 million gold coins and limiting the auction to 1 month. To others, it was just a stone, but he knew it was the only key to unlocking a hidden level in the beginner's dungeon. Even if no one bids, Ye Bai suffers no loss. But if someone recognizes its value, this transaction becomes an unexpected windfall. The goblin henchman listed it on the auction house as requested. Not long after, the Staff of Nature's power that Ye Bai ordered was delivered, and the transaction was completed in the presence of the Secret Realm elves. This Grade A lightning wood staff possesses dual lightning and wood elemental amplification and can be upgraded 12 times. Its surface attributes are mediocre, but its true upgrade conditions are very suitable for Ye Bai. Combined with the stacking ability of Ready to Strike, its future potential far exceeds that of ordinary staffs. Due to the rules, newbies can only challenge the beginner dungeon once a day. Ye Bai put away his staff, activated the tower mark, and returned home. In just a few hours, he had completed his awakening, cleared the hidden dungeon, and obtained top-tier equipment. His strength had undergone a qualitative change. The attributes inside the tower are 100% synchronized with reality. Ye Bai's physical abilities have increased tenfold, easily breaking most records from the old world. After washing up, he checked his phone and found that the trending topics were almost entirely dominated by Shura. Of the 50 trending topics, 34 were related to Shura. The top topic discussed whether Shura could become the new supreme powerhouse, while the second topic was the Xingfangzong's surprise attack on the demonic sect's headquarters, killing 3 vice leaders, with the severely wounded leader escaping after paying a price. The demonic cult is a collective term for the followers of the Abyss demon god. In their pursuit of power, they betrayed humanity, lurking throughout Earth to gather intelligence and cause destruction. Over the past century, many human geniuses have perished at their hands. Their methods are extremely secretive. After Shura's sudden emergence, the Public Security Bureau immediately launched a crackdown. Ye Bai knew very well that the demonic sect would frantically search for Shura. With his current level 10 strength, he was simply unable to intervene in high-level battles, and once his identity was exposed, he would inevitably face endless pursuit. Fortunately, his Eye of Insight also works in reality. Hidden enemies and lurking conspiracies will all reveal themselves to him. This ability is Ye Bai's most important trump card at present. After dawn, he went to school as usual. While waiting at a traffic light, a young man in a suit came into Ye Bai's view. The man appeared refined and courteous, but Ye Bai's Eye of Insight warned him of danger. Zwatian Nan, a follower of the 4th demon god, who had just received the demon god's blessing last night. Ye Bai continued his investigation and discovered that Zwatian Nan possessed a B-grade talent, reaching level 179, making him a quasi-warrior level flame warrior. After his demonic transformation, his strength was comparable to a true war general, and Ye Bai absolutely could not afford to confront him directly now. He didn't want to reveal his identity, nor could he allow the demonic cult followers to operate unchecked. After arriving at school, Ye Bai hid in the restroom and used the anonymous communication function of his Trading Realm Pass to contact his goblin underlings, inquiring whether the Myriad Things Pavilion was buying information about the demonic cult. The goblin immediately understood his meaning and promised that the purchase price would not be lower than the official bounty. Ye Bai sent over all of Zui Tiannan's talents, level, trump cards, combat power, and the demon god's blessing items, the level of detail of which completely shocked the goblin. After the anonymous report, Ye Bai returned to the classroom as if nothing had happened. His classmates were all discussing the Eternal Tower, portraying Shura as omnipotent. Listening to these rumors, Ye Bai felt somewhat helpless. The real Shura was actually more cautious than anyone else. Zhao Lin leaned over to tell him that his classmate Jiang Yun had awakened an A-level talent, achieved an S-level rating in the beginner dungeon, and was already being fought over by several warriors to become his apprentice. On the other hand, the class monitor Lu Sueki had only awakened an F-level talent and hadn't even passed the first level. Ye Bai looked at Lu Sueki, who was sitting alone, and his Eye of Insight suddenly popped up a notification. Her talent can undergo a second awakening, provided she changes her class to Interdimensional Summoner. Second awakening is extremely rare, and the minimum quality will not be lower than B grade, enough to change her fate. After class, Ye Bai checked himself in the mirror again. His Eye of Insight revealed even more astonishing information. An SSS-level talent could awaken 9 times. However, the basic requirement for the second awakening was reaching level 300, which was still a long way off for him at his current level. The bell rang, and Ye Bai walked straight up to Lu Sueki. Lu Sueki turned pale with fright at his sudden appearance. Ye Bai inquired about her chosen class and learned that she had chosen Mage, and despite her extremely weak talent, she had no intention of giving up the fight. Ye Bai told her that the job change pool contained the rare class, the Otherworld Summoner. Using special items to complete the job change was her only chance to awaken a second time and change her fate. He then turned and left, leaving Lu Sueki sitting there. Lu Sueki's ears turned slightly red as she pondered Ye Bai's words. She knew that F-level talent was almost a dead end, but she was unwilling to admit defeat. She hesitated softly, unsure whether she should give it her all. Lu Sueki, come out here for a moment. Vice Principal Zheng spoke sternly at the classroom door. Zhao Lin immediately sidled up to Ye Bai and whispered gossip. Lu Sueki was the granddaughter of the Lu family's war king, and her grandfather had recently made great gains in the abyss, with the potential to become a war god. The Lu family had prepared a wealth of resources for her, guaranteeing that she would at least grow into a warrior. However, she awakened the lowest grade F-rank talent, instantly shattering the path that had been laid out for her, and turning all the expectations placed upon her by her family into heavy pressure. Zhao Lin smiled wryly and said that he only had a C-level talent and no possibility of a second awakening. He only hoped to get into a martial arts university and become a combat soldier in the future, or at the very least, find a stable job at the Myriad Things Pavilion. Ye Bai patted him on the shoulder without saying anything more. Outside the classroom, Vice Principal Zheng gently comforted Lu Sueki, telling her not to be too discouraged. In human history, there have been precedents of F-level talents rising to become war gods. But Lu Sueki knew very well that those people achieved their transformation through a second awakening. The difference in effectiveness between F-rank, C-rank, and A-rank talents is too great. Ordinary F-rank talents have almost no chance of standing out. Vice Principal Zheng then told her that, entrusted by the Lu family, he had prepared a high-level job change pool and planned to help her change her unsuitable mage class. Upon hearing the words job change pool, Lu Sueki's eyes lit up again. The otherworldly summoner Ye Bai had mentioned earlier had remained in her mind. Seeing her interest, Vice Principal Zheng reminded her that the pool contained many rare professions, and that missing this opportunity would make it difficult to encounter them again. Lu Sueki inquired about the existence of interdimensional summoners. Vice Principal Zheng checked and nodded, but strongly advised her to give up. This profession was unpopular and weak, far less stable than support professions like blacksmithing, and there was no need to waste such a precious opportunity for job advancement. But Lu Sueki didn't listen. Continuing as a sorceress meant her life was destined for ruin. If she followed her family's plan and became an ordinary support character, her future was predictable and bleak. This wasn't the life she wanted. Upon entering the job change pool, a large number of rare and hidden jobs appeared. Lu Sueki, however, didn't look at any of the powerful jobs. Her gaze remained fixed on the otherworldly summoner in the corner. She gritted her teeth and made her choice, deciding to gamble this chance to change her fate. A pale golden light descended, and Lu Sueki successfully transitioned to the class of interdimensional summoner. The next second, her F-rank talent triggered a second awakening, directly transforming into an S-rank talent as if divinely aided. The sudden change left her completely stunned on the spot. All the pent-up grievances, ridicule, and despair exploded at this moment. Lu Sueki squatted on the ground, tears streaming down her face. After calming down, she quickly composed herself and decided to hide her S-rank talent and quietly accumulate strength. Then, she suddenly realized something. Why would Ye Bai have made her choose the otherworld summoner? This couldn't possibly be just a coincidence. She suspected that Ye Bai already knew that this was the condition for her second awakening, and decided to find him and ask him for an explanation. After Lu Sueki left the job change space, Vice Principal Zheng, upon learning that she had chosen the otherworld summoner, looked regretful. The high-level job change pool, which had cost a fortune to open, seemed to have been wasted on an unpopular class. However, he also noticed that Lu Sueki's entire aura had completely changed. Back in the classroom, Lu Sueki ignored the stares around her and walked straight to Ye Bai in the last row. The whole class fell silent instantly, everyone curious as to why this usually quiet class monitor would approach the notoriously fierce person from Class 2. Lu Sueki was about to speak when Ye Bai's teasing remarks silenced her. Suppressing her emotions, she suggested they talk alone. Ye Bai simply stood up and jumped out of the first-floor window. Lu Sueki gritted her teeth and followed suit. After avoiding everyone's gaze, Lu Sueki finally asked the question that had been bothering her. Why had Ye Bai specifically asked her to switch to the Otherworld Summoner class? Ye Bai replied casually that he had found out online that this class was best suited for F-rank talents. After saying that, he even produced relevant QA as evidence. Lu Sueki stood there completely stunned. This absurd answer was entirely different from the truth she had expected. After Ye Bai finished speaking, he prepared to climb back into the classroom through the window. Lu Sueki subconsciously called out to him, but her mind was in turmoil. She couldn't believe that everything was just a coincidence. Her ability to awaken a second time and escape her F-rank fate was clearly due to Ye Bai's reminder. However, her S-level talent had to be kept secret, so she couldn't thank him directly. Instead, blushing, she reminded Ye Bai to put his phone away. Ye Bai chuckled and leaped back into the classroom. Zhao Lin immediately approached, and the other students cast curious glances. Faced with everyone's questioning, Ye Bai casually said that Lu Sueki was asking for help with her studies. No one believed that a top student was asking a struggling student a question, yet no one dared to press the matter. The topic quickly returned to the mysterious player, Shura. The school bell rang, and the homeroom teacher walked into the classroom carrying a gray ribbon. Ye Bai recognized it at a glance, an item that could hide an eternal ID until level 100. The students wrapped the ribbon around their right arms. A faint light flashed, and the ribbon and ID disappeared together. Everyone immediately understood that the authorities intended to hide Shura among the millions of examinees to prevent the Abyss forces from locking onto their target. Zhao Lin was secretly astonished. A single ribbon was worth millions, and covering all the examinees on Blue Star would require immeasurable resources. The homeroom teacher solemnly announced that these props were created by the Supreme Being, Nightmare. Humanity is willing to protect Shura at all costs and hopes he will usher in a new era of supreme power. This year, with increased funding for cultivation and improved college entrance exam benefits, all students have the opportunity to rise to prominence. Ye Bai noticed that the homeroom teacher was reading from a script on his phone, and while he found it somewhat amusing, he agreed with what she said. He looked at Lu Sueki, and his eye of insight refreshed the information. S-rank talent is like divine assistance. Summoned creatures are imbued with divine favor, and there's even a chance to summon powerful beings from another world. Ye Bai finally understood that the era of supreme power wasn't just about one person reaching the top. The emergence of a top expert often spurred the rise of many more geniuses. Lu Sueki, who would have been limited by her F-level talent, now had the opportunity to challenge for the title of War God. However, these are still far from Ye Bai's reach. Human combat strength is divided into warrior, general, king, and god of war. Level is only a reference. Level 30 is the threshold for warrior, and also the admission line for martial arts university. Passing this level allows one to receive subsidies and apply for rent-free housing. With a college entrance examination acceptance rate of less than 10%, only 1 million out of millions of test takers can advance past the 30th grade. The homeroom teacher reminded everyone that the next 100 days are the golden period for pushing forward. Missing this window will drastically reduce the chances of a breakthrough. He himself was stuck at the 29th grade and still regrets failing the exam. After class, the homeroom teacher kept Jiang Yun and Lu Sueki behind. The classmates envied Jiang Yun for his A-level talent and S-level evaluation, but pitted Lu Sueki. No one knew that she had awakened an S-level talent, her potential far surpassing Jiang Yun's. The homeroom teacher advised Jiang Yun to avoid arrogance and impetuosity, and Jiang Yun outwardly complied, but inwardly didn't take it seriously. Facing Lu Sueki, the homeroom teacher talked about his own low point when he awakened his E-level talent, sincerely advising her to accept that even ordinariness can lead to a way out, which made Lu Sueki very grateful. As Jiang Yun left the office, he feigned generosity and invited Lu Sueki to team up, saying he could help her level up quickly to level 30. Lu Sueki saw through the condescension and simply refused. Jiang Yun's expression darkened slightly as he secretly plotted to use the Lu family's War King resources to pave the way for his own future. Lu Sueki ignored him, shook off the driver, and jogged to catch up with Ye Bai outside the school. Seeing this, Zhao Lin wisely stepped back. Faced with Ye Bai's teasing, Lu Sueki earnestly invited him to team up and explore the Eternal Tower. This sudden turn of events completely shocked Zhao Lin. Lu Sueki offered to team up, but Ye Bai frowned slightly, immediately wanting to refuse. He was an SSS-level talent holder and the Shura sought after across the entire network. His identity was too sensitive, and he needed to keep a low profile at this stage, avoiding getting too close to someone as high profile as Lu Sueki. Ye Bai stated frankly that he preferred to work alone. Lu Sueki had anticipated this. Now everyone treated her as an F-rank good for nothing, and that teaming up with her would only be a burden. Zhao Lin quickly explained for Ye Bai, saying that he wasn't even taking anyone with him and was planning to attempt to reach the second level of the tower that night. Lu Sueki, however, produced a precious map containing the monster locations and hidden quests for floors 1 through 10 of the Eternal Tower, worth millions. Zhao Lin, envious, kept gesturing for Ye Bai to accept it. To Ye Bai, the map information was worthless, but he couldn't refuse her insistence. Ye Bai accepted the scroll and turned to leave. Lu Sueki watched his retreating figure, silently bowing in gratitude, tears streaming down her face. Her mother rushed over to comfort her daughter, and after seeing the map, she subtly noted Ye Bai's name, subsequently sending people to investigate his background. Back home, Ye Bai examined the map and discovered that the first level had an exploration rate mechanism. The higher the exploration rate, the richer the rewards upon breaking through to the next level. In the past 100 years, only 2 people had achieved 100% exploration on the first level, and even some of the strongest individuals had failed to do so. Ye Bai decided to max out the exploration progress of the first level and break the level 10 cap. However, the tower was only open for 6 hours a day, and completing the entire route took an extremely long time. He immediately entered the trading secret realm to purchase a movement skill suitable for a mage to improve his exploration efficiency. Upon arriving at the secret realm, the goblin underling brought news. Zhuotianan, the war general level follower of the demonic cult who had previously been reported, had betrayed them, implicating 3 other war general level accomplices. For this, the Myriad Things Pavilion and the Imperial Defense Command rewarded Ye Bai with 30,000 gold coins and a permanent 10% discount VIP card. Ye Bai accepted the reward and immediately purchased a movement skill. The standard Wind Walk, Wind Spirit Boots, and Flame Leap didn't meet his needs, so he finally settled on the less popular all-class skill, Wind Slash. It allowed for a high-speed dash, dealt basic attack damage, had no cost, and had an extremely short cooldown. Ordinary mages would never choose such a melee skill, but Ye Bai possessed the ready-to-strike ability, which allowed him to unleash a combo of dash, burst, and retreat. He spent 7,000 gold coins to buy the Windwalker's Slash, instructing the goblins to call him Fourth Brother from then on, before exiting the trading realm. At midnight, Ye Bai entered the Eternal Core City. This was the only transit point in the tower, divided into trading, profession, combat power testing, and team-up areas. Ye Bai planned to first max out the exploration progress of the first floor, then participate in the combat soldier test, and finally attempt to reach higher floors. After Ye Bai left, Zhao Lin and Lu Sueki also arrived at the core city. Zhao Lin told her that Ye Bai hadn't traveled with her, but had only sent her a puppet and a scroll to save her life, and had also instructed her not to use them unless absolutely necessary, to avoid lowering her growth rating. Lu Sueki immediately recalled the warning message. The prophecy god of war had calculated that a special boss would spawn in the first level of Wind and Thunder Valley, and anyone who entered would almost certainly die. Zhao Lin wanted to notify Ye Bai, but discovered that the tower blocked communication, making it impossible for the two to contact him. Ye Bai had already entered the first level and begun the 100% exploration challenge, heading straight for Wind and Thunder Valley. He unleashed his Wind Stepping Slash, his figure blurring into afterimages as he instantly slew the pursuing Minotaur. The monsters below level 10 were too weak to pose any threat to him. Deep within Wind and Thunder Valley, howling winds and thunder roared, and demons fled in droves, a powerful sense of oppression spreading outwards. The Eye of Insight saw through the true nature of the boss. It was a level 20 bull demon warrior forcibly sent in by the 6th demon god, its target being to intercept and kill the heavenly wrath mage, Shura. The bull demon warrior carries an SSS-rank anti-magic warrant, granting immunity to magic damage up to 10 million, and reducing high-level magic by 90%. It's a weapon specifically designed to counter mages. Ordinary mages simply cannot break through its defenses. Only a team of physical damage geniuses can wear it down. But Ye Bai didn't care at all. Even Cerberus couldn't withstand his billions of damage, so this damage reduction was nothing. While using Wind Slash to rapidly penetrate into the valley, he continuously stacked up his power and accumulated his ultimate attack damage. The genius team outside the valley spotted Ye Bai and, recognizing his warrior skills, mocked the lone player for being too arrogant, daring to challenge a demon god or monster single-handedly. Jiang Yun, mingling in the crowd, was also secretly resentful, his desire to become stronger growing ever stronger. Meanwhile, Lu Sueki and Zhao Lin rushed to Fenglei Valley. Lu Sueki, worried that Ye Bai might have wandered into danger because of the map she had given him, insisted on entering the valley to find him. Her summoned beast, capable of warding off evil and protecting them from monsters, guided them along a safe route. Unwilling to abandon his brother, Zhao Lin decisively followed Lu Sueki. The two continued deeper into the dark valley, while the sounds of wind and thunder ahead grew increasingly fierce. Ye Bai had already rapidly approached the location of the Bull Demon General. The joy of Wind Slash is unimaginable for mages. Ye Bai used Wind Slash to travel at high speed, leaving behind a trail of monster corpses. Those corpses were materials, but he didn't have time to divide and collect them. The Bull Demon General was still waiting for him deep in Wind and Thunder Valley. He glanced at the status bar. The Ready to Strike skill had already reached 30 stacks. The amplification of 2 to the power of 30 was terrifying enough, but Ye Bai didn't relax. He knew very well that the demon god had begun targeting Shura, and relying on a single skill would eventually be countered. At the soldier and general levels, his preparedness allows him to sweep away enemies. However, as he progresses to higher levels, enemies will undoubtedly prepare more restrictive measures. Ye Bai must constantly enrich his trump cards and cannot gamble his entire life on a single lightning-based skill. He looked at the Staff of Nature's Power. This staff could be upgraded up to 12 times, with the first upgrade requiring the inflict of 1 million lightning damage. Defeating the Bull Demon General, completing the staff upgrade, and maximizing the first level's exploration progress could all be done simultaneously. A fierce wind whipped up the grass and trees, obscuring Ye Bai's figure. He continued to advance deeper into the Wind and Thunder Valley, his power building up and preparing to strike. Meanwhile, 10 miles away, Zhao Lin and Lu Sueki were frantically searching for him across the valley. The summoned beast on Lu Sueki's shoulder acted as a talisman, avoiding all living creatures for the two of them. Along the way, they encountered no battles, but did find many monster corpses. Zhao Lin breathed a sigh of relief, assuming that a powerful warrior prodigy was clearing the way ahead. Lu Sueki crouched beside the corpses and discovered that all the wounds were from the wind-treading slash. Even more terrifying was that each monster was killed instantly with a single blow. Anyone below level 10 who could achieve this level of skill must have at least S-rank talent. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she became. The strength that mysterious warrior had displayed far surpassed Jiang Yan's. Even she, with her awakened S-rank talent, might not be able to defeat him. Lu Sueki, carrying Zhao Lin, braved the fierce winds and continued their pursuit deeper into the valley. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of Wind and Thunder Valley. The earth shook violently, cracks tore open the ground, and countless pieces of earth and wood fell into the abyss. The advancing group from Wind and Thunder Valley immediately halted, all members looking warily ahead. Tianyan, one of the group's members, activated his detection ability, but his left eye suddenly burst open, oozing black blood. He clutched his eye and screamed in agony. The priest rushed to his aid, barely managing to stabilize his life. The group surrounded Tianyan, demanding to know what had happened deep within Wind and Thunder Valley. Tianyan exclaimed in horror that the boss had been awakened. The team instantly erupted in commotion, everyone assuming other boss groups had rushed to the bottom of the valley. Jiang Yin stepped forward to encourage everyone, reminding them that the real reward depended on the last person to kill it. The group regained their confidence and decided to speed up their advance. However, Tianyan's health continued to drop. He had only glanced at the boss from afar and had already suffered a terrible backlash. Before he could finish speaking, his body turned into white light and disappeared. Inside the eternal core city, the deathly pale-faced Heavenly I reappeared. He finally uttered the words he hadn't finished. It wasn't a team that awakened the boss. That man had ventured alone into Wind and Thunder Valley. He was going to take on the Bull Demon General single-handedly. However, communication within the tower was blocked, and the Heavenly I couldn't contact the Wind and Thunder Valley group at all. He could only stand there, staring at the intelligence message that hadn't been sent out in time, his heart filled with horror. Deep within Wind and Thunder Valley, Ye Bai, holding a staff of natural power, looked up at the Bull Demon General bound by chains. It was not a native monster of the first level, but a general-level demon forcibly sent into the tower by the sixth demon god. The interdimensional teleportation severely injured the Bull Demon General, causing a significant drop in its level and strength, but the anti-magic disc it carried remained intact. This SS-grade special item was the Abyss's greatest asset in its fight against Azura. Ye Bai's arrival startled the sleeping Bull Demon General. It struggled incessantly, its chains crashing to the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. Ye Bai, however, did not rush to attack. Instead, he stood at a safe distance, quietly waiting for the seal to loosen on its own. These chains, formed from the rules of the tower, now only absorb attacks, actually speeding up the Bull Demon General's escape. While observing his opponent, Ye Bai muttered about parts of its body as if they were ingredients for a hot pot, thoroughly enraging the demon. The Bull Demon General roared and broke free of its chains, its aura surging dramatically. It claimed to be the deputy commander of the Vanguard Battalion of the Bloodstained Legion under the sixth demon god, and that it once possessed strength exceeding level 200, even having personally slain a human general. It looked down at Ye Bai, convinced that a level 10 player on the first floor posed no threat. Ye Bai, however, spoke calmly. He had originally intended to leave it with a complete corpse, but now he only planned to take its head. The Bull Demon General was taken aback at first, then burst into wild laughter. It said that the arrival of the human army might make it somewhat wary, but a mere nobody was not qualified at all. However, when it mentioned Shura, a hint of fear flashed in its eyes. It was sent to Wind and Thunder Valley, its true mission not to kill Shura, but to gather intelligence on Shura and transmit it back to the Abyss. The Bull Demon General knew very well that trying to single-handedly stop a genius who might become a supreme being was wishful thinking. Ye Bai raised his staff, pointing it at the Bull Demon General. He had been talking to the general, merely stalling for time. Now, the sealing chains were almost ineffective, and the accumulated power had reached 30 layers. The true killing move was finally ready. Lightning Arrow. In the sky, a colossal lightning arrow, as large as a mountain, materialized. The Bull Demon General was completely stunned. It couldn't understand why such a sky-covering attack was called a lightning arrow. The next second, the giant arrow crashed down, and the raging lightning engulfed the Bull Demon Warrior. The anti-magic disc had no time to take effect. The terrifying damage instantly destroyed its body, and even its soul was annihilated inch by the lightning. The Bull Demon Warrior was filled with despair. It couldn't understand why the anti-magic ultimatum had failed, nor could it understand why it had died at the hands of a level 10 player. Until its last breath, it finally considered the only possibility. You or Shio, it couldn't finish the last word. Ye Bai controlled the range of the lightning, destroying only most of the Bull Demon General's body, leaving only its head and a few fragments. The giant arrow crashed into the valley floor, blasting a deep crater into the ground. A series of explosions rang out, and scalding lava gushed from the ground, the smell of sulfur quickly filling the entire valley. Seeing the destructive power before him, Ye Bai immediately retrieved the massive head of the Bull Demon General and recovered the anti-magic disc from the wreckage. With the power of nature successfully advancing and the Bull Demon General defeated, the first level of exploration objectives was essentially completed. Seeing the magma surging upwards and the battle commotion too great, Ye Bai didn't linger any longer and directly unleashed the wind-stepping slash, soaring into the sky. Just as a bird was about to escape Wind and Thunder Valley, Ye Bai instantly landed on its back, using the momentum to fly away. From awakening the Bull Demon General to killing it, The entire process took less than a minute, and the battlefield was quickly engulfed by lava. 10 minutes later, Zhao Lin and Lu Sueki finally reached the edge of the battlefield. The high temperature and the smell of sulfur left them both looking disheveled. Zhao Lin covered his mouth and nose, wondering if Lu Sueki had led them into the crater. Lu Sueki tore open the positioning scroll, her face instantly turning deathly pale. The coordinates showed they were standing at the deepest part of Wind and Thunder Valley, the very spot where the War General-level demon had descended. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lin froze completely in place. This is where the boss descended. Lu Sueki's face was deathly pale as she stared at the lava and charred cracks covering the ground, utterly despairing. She hadn't expected that she and Zhao Lin would actually venture to the deepest part of Wind and Thunder Valley. Zhao Lin panicked and looked around, trying to jot down as many clues as possible. He even picked up a twig and wrote on the ground as a souvenir. When Lu Sueki asked him curiously, he confidently replied that he wanted to leave. Zhao Lin was here. As soon as the branch pierced the soil, Zhao Lin encountered a hard object. He dug through the soft mud and unearthed a clump of black charcoal. Lu Sueki examined it closely and discovered that it looked as if it had been struck by lightning, its outer layer completely carbonized. Zhao Lin tore open the charred outer shell, revealing a piece of golden brown roasted beef inside, its aroma instantly filling the air. He immediately deduced that high-level monsters were made from materials, and even a single piece of meat could potentially provide attribute boosts. Anyway, being inside the tower, even if he accidentally ingested poison, he would only be returned to the core city. Zhao Lin gritted his teeth, cut off a piece of beef, closed his eyes, and swallowed it. The next second, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his strength attribute had actually increased by 2 points. Lu Sueki instantly realized that this was definitely the flesh of a warrior-level monster, the remains left behind by the Wind and Thunder Valley boss. The two immediately began searching, and with the help of their summoned beasts, they found several more pieces of beef encased in charred layers. Zhao Lin divided the beef into 3 portions, intending to give them to Lu Sueki and Ye Bai. Lu Sueki waved her hand dismissively, telling him to leave her portion for Ye Bai as well. Zhao Lin was polite, but quickly put all the beef back into his backpack. After collecting the spoils, Zhao Lin finally remembered the most crucial question. The boss's flesh was still here, but where had that general-level monster gone? Lu Sueki looked at the broken chains and terrifying lightning marks scattered on the ground and quickly came to a conclusion. She guessed that the Bull Demon General's attempt to cross realms had failed, and he had been annihilated by the eternal rules of lightning. The traces of destruction before her eyes could only have been left by a War King-level expert, and could not possibly have been the work of a novice. Although Zhao Lin didn't fully understand, he nodded repeatedly. After confirming the boss's death, Lu Sueki finally felt relieved. She instructed Zhao Lin to keep the beef a secret, as the value of monster meat that could boost attributes was immeasurable. The two left Wind and Thunder Valley along the same route, encountering no monsters along the way. 15 minutes later, the geniuses from Wind and Thunder Valley finally arrived at the battlefield. Looking at the lava, cracks, and scattered chains of rules, everyone was stunned. They quickly reached the same conclusion as Lu Sueki. The boss had been obliterated by the eternal rules. Unwilling to leave empty-handed, the group immediately searched the wreckage, not wanting to miss even a piece of meat. However, Zhao Lin and Lu Sueki had already cleared the battlefield, and they ultimately found nothing, only to continue their search with disappointed expressions. As Jiang Yin looked down, he suddenly noticed a line of crooked writing on the ground. His face instantly turned grim after he read it. The writing read, "Zhao Lin was here." Jiang Yin couldn't accept that he had fought his way to the bottom of the valley with all his might, while Zhao Lin, whom he had ignored, had arrived here much earlier and even had the leisure to leave a note. In comparison, he himself was the one who was utterly pathetic. When his companions asked Jiang Yun what he had discovered, he immediately wiped away the writing with his foot and, feigning composure, returned to the group. But a name kept echoing in his mind. Zhao Lin, Zhao Lin. What secret are you hiding, you rascal? With a whoosh, Ye Bai descended from the sky, landing lightly on the thick leaves of the dense forest. After confirming that the surroundings were safe, he began to tally his spoils. After defeating the Bull Demon General, no monsters on the first level could threaten him. Even without using skills, he could easily take them down with basic attacks. He first took out the anti-magic disc. This SS grade special item was 74.8% complete and required level 20 and the Bull Demon bloodline to possess it. The holder could be immune to magic damage up to 10 million and also greatly reduce damage from higher levels. It could also be crushed to block magic attacks below the War God rank for one time. The effect is extremely powerful, but Ye Bai is only level 10 and doesn't have the Bull Demon bloodline, so he can't use it properly. Using it as a one-time life-saving item is too extravagant, and selling it at the Myriad Things Pavilion would easily expose the truth of the Bull Demon General's death, so he can only keep it in his backpack for the time being. Ye Bai knew very well that a dead genius was worthless. Before he could fully mature, he had to conceal his trump cards and steadily improve his strength. The enormous head of the Bull Demon General almost filled his backpack, its unclosed eyes seemingly still accusing Ye Bai of cruelty. Defeating the Bull Demon King at a higher level will not grant experience, as the tower's level is limited by the number of floors you can clear. However, the system converts the kill rewards into attribute bonuses, increasing all attributes by 100 points, adding an extra point to luck, and directly boosting the exploration progress of the first floor to 65%. Ye Bai quickly understood the reason. The Bull Demon General did not belong to the first level. It was an illegal entity forcibly sent in by the demon god. It violated the rules of the Eternal Tower, and Ye Bai's killing of it was equivalent to clearing a loophole for the tower. After dealing with the anti-magic ultimatum, Ye Bai looked at the Staff of Natural Power. The billions of lightning damage that the Bull Demon General had endured had already met the requirements for advancement. The staff had been upgraded from a grade to a plus grade, and its weight had increased to nearly 20 pounds. An ordinary mage would probably have difficulty even lifting it. The Advanced Natural Force provides 40 points of intelligence and 30 points of spirit. The Divine Punishment modifier increases lightning damage while reducing the side effects of lightning damage received. The Twin modifier is also strengthened, granting a chance to trigger the other elemental skill when casting lightning or with skills. The newly added Thunderstorm attribute pleased Ye Bai even more. Each time a lightning-type skill is used, there's a 1 in 10,000 chance of dealing double damage. The probability isn't high now, but the staff still has 11 upgrade opportunities left, so there's room for further improvement in both the trigger probability and damage multiplier. The new advancement requirement is to kill 1,000 enemies of a higher level than yourself using lightning damage. This would be extremely difficult for others, but for Ye Bai, who possesses the abilities of Ready to Strike and Heavenly Wrath Mage, it's merely a matter of time. He was increasingly satisfied. The 80,000 gold coins were well spent. Ye Bai then opened the attribute panel. The level 10 Skywrath Mage had 4,600 health points, 3,100 mana points, and all his stats strength, intelligence, spirit, agility, and constitution exceeded 200. His luck had also increased to 12. Now he could pass the Tier 1 combat soldier test with his eyes closed. Ye Bai put away the panel, looked at the dense forest ahead, and his fighting spirit rekindled in his eyes. He was still one step away from reaching 100% exploration progress on the first level, and he had to do it as soon as possible. Let's max out the exploration progress of the first level first. Ye Bai gripped the Staff of Nature's Power, and his figure once again rushed into the depths of the dense forest. Charge! 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 Wind slash! A flash of cold light, and Ye Bai instantly killed a ghost ape. The exploration progress of the first level had reached 80%, and the 65% basic progress brought by the Bull Demon General had made his exploration speed far exceed expectations. Once the exploration progress reaches 100%, summoning the Eternal Core Crystal will grant a completion rating for the first level. Ye Bai looked up at the sky. Each level of the Eternal Tower was an independent micro-world, yet no one knew exactly how many levels it had. For centuries, even the strongest human had failed to conquer the Eternal Tower. But Ye Bai knew that the path had to be taken one step at a time. He activated Wind slash once more, his figure flashing through the dense forest as he continued his ascent towards the unknown area of the first level. On the other side, Zhao Lin and Lu Sueki had just emerged from Wind and Thunder Valley. Lu Sueki called out to Zhao Lin and earnestly explained the role of the first level of exploration. The higher the exploration level, the richer the rewards after breaking through to the next level. Zhao Lin had never heard of this concept before. Lu Sueki told him that it was already difficult for a C-level talent to complete 30% of the exploration, as the task list required traversing multiple areas and killing hundreds of monsters. Zhao Lin felt a chill run down his spine just looking at the mission details and couldn't help but ask how difficult it was to achieve 100% exploration. Lu Sueki shook her head. Even her grandfather, a War King-level expert, hadn't told her the specific rules, only saying that it was something only a very few people could accomplish. She had heard her grandfather mention that once someone achieved 100% completion of the exploration, many long-dormant beings would awaken, and the entire era would change as a result. Zhao Lin was stunned and could only silently memorize this information. After the two separated, the seemingly delicate canary on Lu Sueki's shoulder swelled in the wind and transformed into a giant golden rock. Golden light swept across, and monsters fell one after another along the way, while her level began to rise rapidly. The mysterious warrior in Wind and Thunder Valley made Lu Sueki acutely aware of her own weakness. She gripped her staff tightly, determined to become stronger as quickly as possible, to catch up with the geniuses of her age, to catch up with the Azura, and to be worthy of repaying Ye Bai. On the other side, Ye Bai finished clearing the last area, planted the power of nature in the ground, and scooped up water to wash the dust off his face. 2 hours and 40 minutes later, the exploration progress of the first level finally reached 100%. He drew his staff and summoned the Eternal Core Crystal. Golden liquid welled up from the bottom of the rhombus-shaped crystal, quickly filling it completely. A system notification sounded. Congratulations on completing the first trial of the Eternal Tower. Exploration progress is being calculated. Exploration complete. SSS level completion rating. Immediately afterward, the Eternal Blessing activated, automatically raising the rating by 1 tier. After a brief silence, Ye Bai heard the notification again. Final rating, SSS level. At the same time, all players in the Eternal Tower and the strongest in the Eternal Core City heard the server-wide announcement. Player Shura has achieved an SSS level rating clear of the first floor of the Eternal Tower. The public chat channel fell silent for a moment, then erupted in excitement. Everyone realized that Shura's rating wasn't SSS, but rather had an extra S. The first SSS level clearer in human history had been born. 100% exploration completion, SSS-rank clear. The moment the news spread, the entire Eternal Tower fell into a deathly silence. Even the older generation of powerhouses who had followed the strongest had never seen an SSS level rating. That extra S completely exceeded everyone's comprehension. Before anyone could react, another server-wide announcement rang out. Shura had cleared the first floor with an SSS rank victory, bestowing a permanent buff, Guardian Angel, upon all humans within the tower, along with 3 limited-time buffs lasting 3 hours. Overall enhancement increases all attributes of all human race members by 15%. Focus on defense reduces damage taken by all members by 20%. Farewell to weakness removes the weakened period after returning to the Eternal Core City upon death. The most impressive feature is the Guardian Angel. After dying inside the tower, players can revive once with full health and mana, clearing all negative status effects and retaining half of their positive effects. The Guardian Angel will only disappear after the revival is complete. The public channel exploded instantly. Soldiers and generals who had been stuck at the checkpoint for years all saw an opportunity to break through. War kings and war gods were even more frenzied. What they valued most was the qualification to be resurrected on the spot. For high-level powerhouses, a full health resurrection is their trump card for advancing to even higher levels. The rewards brought by Shura were like a boulder thrown into a lake, stirring up a storm that swept across the entire planet, and countless powerhouses who had been dormant for many years began to prepare to emerge from seclusion. In the capital, A middle-aged man dressed in black with gold trim received the news and immediately rushed to an artificial hill. There lay buried a legendary war god who had fought alongside the strongest beings across countless planes, and the outside world had always believed that he had long since perished in battle. The middle-aged man burned incense and bowed, causing the artificial hill to tremble violently. A black coffin exuding endless malevolent energy rose from the ground, and an old, hoarse voice came from within, inquiring whether the news of Shura's SSS level clearance was true. Upon confirmation, the black coffin trembled violently, its walls seeping blood and sweat. The god of war, who had slumbered for many years, burst into laughter, declaring that the rise of humanity was promising and that the Asuras were the hope for a new era. But after calming down, he admitted that his guardian angel was useless to him. The barrier he was stuck on was one that even the strongest beings who had personally protected him couldn't overcome. Each awakening brought him one step closer to death. If he truly dies, the fragile balance between humanity and the abyss will be shattered. The middle-aged man in black respectfully withdrew, and the black coffin sank back into the ground. A drop of blood-stained tear fell into the soil, and terrifying life force instantly swept across the entire imperial capital. Flowers, grasses, and trees grew wildly, and all kinds of flowers bloomed simultaneously throughout the 4 seasons. That night, the capital city was ablaze with color, celebrating the Asura. Similar anomalies were also playing out across the country. After years of silence, war kings and war gods have reappeared. They know that the rise of Asura will usher in a new era of supreme power. Newcomers will take advantage of this momentum to grow, and those old monsters who have been unable to break through for many years will also have a chance to challenge themselves again. The general headquarters was equally surprised that Shura's single victory would cause such a huge uproar, and they had no choice but to hold a meeting overnight. Ye Bai, at the center of the storm, had already been sent back to the Eternal Core City and was strolling leisurely down the street. The once bustling trading area was now almost deserted. Shops and stalls closed one after another, everyone rushing to use the buffs to advance. A shop assistant told Ye Bai that nothing was more important than breaking through the tower. Tonight was the best time to level up. Ye Bai simply smiled after hearing this. These buffs would be of limited help to him, but he understood that he had essentially single-handedly provided everyone inside the tower with a life-saving trump card. Walking along the empty streets, Ye Bai headed towards the combat power testing area. Having cleared the first level, he had completed his initial plan. Next, he wanted to see what tier of combat soldier he was equivalent to. Eternal Core City, combat power testing area. Ye Bai walked into the hall and found the usually crowded place unusually empty. The server-wide buff brought by Shura was still in effect, and everyone was busy breaking through the tower. No one wanted to waste time on testing. Many service windows were flashing red lights indicating service was suspended, and even staff members had taken leave to enter the tower. Ye Bai followed the prompts to a self-service machine, entering his level, profession, and tower floor number. This information couldn't identify his true identity. It was clearly an official measure to protect Shura. Ye Bai chose to take the test for the first time, and the machine gave him serial number 319, instructing him to queue at window number 3. However, only 2 or 3 windows were open in the hall, and dozens of people were lined up in a long queue. At this rate, he might have to wait for several hours before it was his turn. Ye Bai was wondering why these people weren't leveling up when he suddenly spotted Jiang Yun in the crowd. His eye of insight popped up a note. Poor guy drowned in lava. Ye Bai almost burst out laughing. Jiang Yun's death was so pathetic. Jiang Yun also spotted Ye Bai, assuming he too had met with misfortune in Fenglei Valley. Ye Bai readily admitted to having been to Fenglei Valley, and Jiang Yun sighed, saying that if he had died a little later, he could have enjoyed the immunity buff from Shura. Ye Bai then realized that these people had all died before the buff appeared, and were trapped in a weakened state, unable to continue climbing the tower. They could only come to the combat power test area to pass the time. They didn't expect to pass the test, they just wanted to see the difficulty of the combat soldier assessment. During casual conversation, the group remarked that whoever could pass the combat soldier test at this stage would be qualified to compete with Shura. Even geniuses with a level or S-level talent usually needed to reach level 20 before they had a chance to pass the first-tier combat soldier test. Ye Bai waited a few minutes, and seeing that the queue didn't budge, he walked to the front desk. He took out his Wanwu Pavilion 10% discount VIP card, and the robot immediately let him through. Everyone around was stunned. Skipping the queue required at least the treatment of a general-level warrior. Jiang Yun's face immediately darkened. He didn't believe Ye Bai was qualified to receive the VIP card for the Myriad Things Pavilion, convinced that Lu Sueki had given it to him. He feigned disdain, saying that even if Ye Bai went in first, it would be useless. Even a mage would find it extremely difficult to survive for more than 10 seconds. Tianyan stared at Ye Bai's back, vaguely feeling that he looked familiar. He had once witnessed a warrior awakening a boss alone in Wind and Thunder Valley, and that person's figure was somewhat similar to Ye Bai's. However, after checking that Ye Bai's registered profession was a mage, Tianyan could only conclude that he was mistaken. Entering the sealed testing chamber, Ye Bai stretched his body. Several beams of red light swept across, and a mechanical voice sounded. First-tier combat soldier test. First stage. Neural reaction test. Are you ready? Ye Bai calmly replied that he was ready. The countdown slowly reached 0. Then a gunshot suddenly rang out, and a high-speed bullet tore through the air, shooting straight towards Ye Bai. Neural response test. Begin. The countdown reached 0, and a gunshot suddenly rang out. A 6mm bullet tore through the air, aimed directly at Ye Bai's forehead. He slightly turned his body, the bullet whizzing past his ear and embedding itself heavily in the wall, sending sparks flying. This is the Eternal Core City. Failure in the test will not cause real-world damage, but the soldier assessment will be conducted entirely according to real combat standards. Bullets, fireballs, lightning, and throwing knives will constantly bombard you. As long as you survive to the end, you pass the first level. For ordinary players to clear the game, they either need to maximize their agility and movement abilities or strengthen their shields, health, and defense to withstand all attacks. The warrior test selects those capable of entering the abyss battlefield. It doesn't require everyone to follow the same path. These challenges posed no problem for Ye Bai. His eye of insight constantly predicted attack trajectories and provided the most suitable evasion routes. He only needed to follow the prompts to move freely through the dense firepower, as if strolling in his own backyard. Bullets grazed his side multiple times, less than a centimeter away. To avoid appearing too exaggerated, Ye Bai deliberately took several minor injuries, pretending to struggle to dodge. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, the attacks became increasingly frequent. Ye Bai frowned. His agility was already 224 points, which should be enough to pass the first-tier test. But the firepower in front of him was extremely absurd. Even with 300 or 400 agility, he might not be able to withstand it easily. With the countdown entering its final 10 seconds, a fireball grazed Ye Bai's left shoulder, instantly taking away over 300 points of health. He gritted his teeth and continued moving, convinced that there was definitely something wrong with the test's difficulty. Only when the countdown ended did all the attacks finally cease. The Eye of Insight looked at the motion capture device and gave its final answer. Congratulations on passing the Tier 3 Soldier Neural Reaction Test. Only then did Ye Bai realize that the test, which should have been Tier 1, had been mistakenly set to Tier 3 by the system, and he had somehow managed to pass it. Subsequent tests of stamina, damage, and defense went smoothly. Ye Bai deliberately restrained his strength, still achieving an SS-level score in neural reaction and an A-level score in stamina. Ultimately, the system, considering all the data, gave him an A+ rating as a Tier 1 warrior. After passing the test, Ye Bai faced 3 paths: joining the General Defense Legion, becoming a mercenary, or choosing to be a lone wolf. The Legion offered the best benefits, but required obedience to orders, which wasn't suitable for Ye Bai, who had too many secrets. Mercenaries have relatively free time, but they need to register with their real names. Ye Bai's file only shows a C-level talent, yet he passed the combat soldier test after only 2 days in the tower, which is too conspicuous. After thinking for a moment, he focused his attention on the last option. Lone wolves can anonymously receive soldier badges and monthly stipends, concealing their identities to the greatest extent possible. However, this path offers no organization, no teammates, and no support. All dangers must be borne alone. Without hesitation, Ye Bai chose Lone Wolf. The screen went dark, and a roaring wolf head metal slowly descended, its sharp fangs gleaming coldly. He reached out and grasped the metal, a slight smile playing on his lips. Not bad, I like it. From today onwards, the rise of lone wolf warrior Ye Bai has officially begun. After anonymously registering as a lone wolf, a benefits document popped up on the large screen. Ye Bai could receive a monthly stipend of 30,000 dragon coins, equivalent to 30 gold coins. Other benefits were unavailable due to his anonymous status. For an ordinary family, this was already a considerable income. Ye Bai still had 43,000 gold coins left, equivalent to over 40 million dragon coins, making the monthly allowance seem less important. After reviewing the terms and conditions, he confirmed that Lone Wolf's combat strength would be reviewed every 5 years, and that he could also receive anonymous missions in the test area. Once activated, the Lone Wolf medal transforms into a wolf head mask, concealing his true appearance. The Eye of Insight indicates that it can block the gazes of those below level 200. Below the level of a war general, it's difficult for anyone to discern Ye Bai's identity through the mask. As Ye Bai stepped out of the testing room, he bumped into Jiang Yun and the others. Jiang Yun's face was grim, and his Eye of Insight immediately pointed out the reason. He had been drowned in lava in Wind and Thunder Valley, and his neural reaction test hadn't even lasted 3 seconds. The crowd surrounded the staff, demanding an explanation and complaining that the Tier 1 soldier test was ridiculously difficult. Ye Bai, however, understood that they hadn't encountered a Tier 1 test at all, but rather it had been mistakenly set to Tier 3 soldier difficulty, which ordinary newcomers naturally couldn't handle. A thief boasted that he lasted a minute, but the Eye of Insight showed he only survived for 6 seconds. Ye Bai was speechless but didn't expose him. Jiang Yun and the others had hoped to witness the warrior assessment today, but they were thoroughly humiliated by the 3rd-tier test. Not long after, a bald manager arrived, sweating profusely, to explain. Due to a large number of employees taking leave to rush the test, a new employee made a mistake, accidentally setting the 1st-level test to the 3rd level. Jiang Yun and the others' expressions softened slightly after hearing the explanation. What they really wanted wasn't compensation, but the deletion of the test recordings. If the footage of their humiliating defeat got out, these geniuses would become a laughingstock in the industry. The manager immediately understood and offered to explain that the cameras weren't on that day. He deleted the video in front of everyone, and only then did Jiang Yun and his group leave satisfied. Ye Bai didn't participate in this farce, nor did he intend to comment on their arrogance. Geniuses have their confidence, and managers have their difficulties. No one noticed Ye Bai as he quietly left the testing area and headed to the Lone Wolf mission posting area to find a suitable mission. The hall fell silent again, and the bald manager breathed a sigh of relief, thankful he had escaped a major incident. He casually glanced at the test data on the tablet. The record showed that a total of 126 people participated in the test today, 125 of whom failed, and only 1 person passed successfully. The neurological reaction test was rated as SS. The manager initially dismissed it, but then froze on the spot. The person who passed had passed the Tier 3 combat soldier neural reaction test and even received an SS level rating. He quickly tried to pull up the recording to confirm the person's identity, but then he suddenly remembered that he had deleted the recording himself. The bald manager stared at the blank record, utterly stunned. The monster hidden among the test subjects had completely vanished without a trace. Ye Bai left the combat power testing area, walked to a secluded corner, and took out the Lone Wolf medal. A cyan mask instantly covered his face, and a 1 appeared in the lower left corner, indicating that he was now a Tier 1 combat soldier. His clothes also transformed into a loose-fitting black combat suit. After donning the Lone Wolf mask, even acquaintances had difficulty recognizing Ye Bai. As he walked towards the mission location, many people around him cast respectful glances his way. Lone wolves were always formidable among warriors, boasting the highest casualty rate and the fastest growth rate. No one dared to provoke them lightly. The quest location is called Wolf's Den, and it resembles a quiet European-style bar. Under the dim lighting, lone wolves sit in small groups, and 4 large screens above the bar display the currently available quests in turn. As soon as Ye Bai stepped into the wolf's den, someone in a corner shouted, "The newcomer has arrived." The handsome young man raised his bottle and invited everyone to drink. The robot bartender served everyone a bottle of beer, and Ye Bai also picked up his bottle and downed it in one gulp. After a few lively greetings, the wolf den fell silent again. Those who choose the path of the lone wolf tend to be more loyal to their own kind. Without the protection of a legion or a stable team, a lone wolf can only rely on their own strength. Ye Bai looked up at the large screen. The top task was to capture the leader of the 4th demonic cult. Providing clues would yield a reward of up to 10 million gold coins. Capturing him alive would grant him SSS-level equipment and War God merit. Confirming his body would also earn him generous rewards. However, these missions involve at least a War King-level expert, which is far too far for Ye Bai at his current level. If he were to encounter such an existence on the battlefield, a single glance from them could be fatal. He can only continue searching for missions suitable for a first-tier warrior. Meanwhile, the bald manager paced back and forth outside the director's office. He knew very well that if he concealed the testing accident, he would definitely face severe punishment once it was exposed. After struggling for a long time, he finally gritted his teeth and knocked on the office door. Facing Director Zhang Wang, who had just returned from the front lines, the manager dared not hide anything. He recounted in detail everything. The new recruits adjusting the test difficulty incorrectly, Jiang Yun and others causing trouble, and his deletion of the video recording to quell the situation. The director, instead of getting angry, asked him to sit down and talk. The manager only dared to sit on the edge of the sofa, looking extremely nervous. The director took a sip of tea and spoke calmly. His willingness to confess at least showed he was somewhat intelligent. The manager hurriedly admitted his mistake and offered to contact the technical department immediately to recover the video recording. However, the director shook his head, indicating that recovery was unnecessary. The manager was completely stunned. Was the mysterious genius who had passed the 3rd-tier test and received an SS-level rating just going to give up the investigation like this? The director put down his teacup and told him that the video recording had been deleted well. The test recordings must be completely erased. Only the footage of the tester entering the lobby should be retained and reported as a backup. All other related records must be deleted, leaving no trace. The bald manager looked completely bewildered, utterly baffled by his director's intentions. Looking at the calm-faced War King before him, he couldn't help but ask, "Director, stop beating around the bush. Why are you doing this?" The director stood up, lit a cigarette, and said firmly, "The test video must be completely deleted." The bald manager took the cigarette offered to him and was about to light it when he was reminded that smoking was prohibited in the office, so he awkwardly tucked the cigarette behind his ear. The director asked him if the human race was lacking a 3rd-tier warrior. The manager immediately shook his head. The director sighed. Even if this mysterious genius became a general or a king in the future, he might not be able to single-handedly turn the tide of the war between the human race and the abyss. He was once a war king, fighting on the front lines for many years before retreating to the rear after being severely wounded. Having witnessed battles at a higher level, he understood that what truly mattered was not immediately unearthing a genius, but rather providing them with a stable space to grow. The director told the manager that the mysterious genius was still very weak and had a long way to go. Paying attention to him too early and rashly providing resources might not be a good thing. On the contrary, it could push him into the spotlight and give the forces of the abyss an opportunity to assassinate him. The manager was still somewhat puzzled. The director then asked him to recall whether Jiang Yun and the others had gathered a crowd to cause trouble and force him to delete the video. After the video was deleted, the genius chose the lone wolf identity again, and all clues were naturally cut off. The director said calmly, "Is this really a coincidence? That genius who passed the 3rd-tier test is very likely hiding among that group of extraordinary young people. He deliberately used the chaos to erase traces, simply unwilling to reveal his true strength and identity." The manager gasped, finally understanding his supervisor's judgment. The other party might come from a war king or even a war god family, and resources were not lacking. Concealing his strength meant he knew that showing himself too early would only invite more danger. The director ultimately decided to only back up the lobby surveillance footage and submit the report, deleting all cloud records. He didn't specify who would handle the follow-up. Humanity wouldn't truly allow a lone wolf to grow unchecked. Some guardians would simply remain forever hidden in the shadows. The director gazed out the window, a name flashing through his mind. Shadows, a secret organization created by the strongest, dedicated to protecting the lone wolf, silently awaiting the emergence of a new wolf king. Sure, could it be that person? No one could be certain. Meanwhile, Ye Bai sneezed in the wolf's den. He sifted through the missions, keeping only those for Tier 1 combatants, Nanjiang City, and targets that could be executed that day. Dozens of missions were quickly reduced to only 3 combat missions involving followers of the demonic cult. The first task required cooperating with the city defense department to suppress the followers of the demonic cult, and the timing of the operation was uncertain, so Ye Bai immediately ruled it out. He had to go to school during the day, and cooperating with the city defense department would not be conducive to concealing his identity. The risks far outweighed the benefits. The second task is to track down Lian Zheng, a missing follower of the 4th demonic cult. A reward of 20,000 dragon coins is offered for providing clues, 50,000 for confirming a body, and 100,000 for capturing him alive. However, the Eye of Insight hints that Lian Zheng is the son of the 4th demonic cult's leader. Ye Bai was about to give up when new information surfaced. Lian Zheng had undergone the baptism of the demon god, but now he was suffering from the backlash of demonic power, paralyzed on one side, and only had the strength of a second-tier warrior. He also had no guards by his side. More importantly, Lian Zheng possessed clues leading to the investigation of the 4th demonic cult's leader. That leader's wanted poster was incredibly valuable. Simply providing useful information could earn him 100,000 gold coins. Ye Bai's gaze immediately turned serious. The enemy was in the open, while he remained hidden. If things went wrong, Ye Bai could retreat at any time. This was a low-risk, high-reward opportunity. He walked straight to the bar and gave the masked receptionist his mission number. Lone Wolf Medal scan complete. Mission accepted successfully. Complete the mission within 7 days to receive the reward. Failure to do so will leave a record. The receptionist bowed slightly and said gently, "We wish you a speedy completion of your mission and a triumphant return." After receiving his mission, Ye Bai lingered in the wolf's den for a while longer, only returning to reality when the eternal tower closed. The sky outside was just beginning to lighten. He tallied his day's achievements. All his original goals had been accomplished, and he had even passed the 1st-tier warrior test. The Lone Wolf Medal lay quietly in his palm. The biggest gain from this trip was still the magic-suppressing warrant. However, bloodline restrictions rendered it useless. Ye Bai contacted his goblin underling, who explained that most of the spoils of war from abyssal monsters were protected by bloodline restrictions to prevent humans from using them directly after seizing them. The Pavilion of All Things can hire high-level experts to break the restrictions, but a single SS-grade special item costs 1.2 million gold coins to break them. This price left Ye Bai speechless. Even if he emptied all his existing assets, it would be far from enough. The goblins offered another solution. Temporarily acquiring demonic bloodline using a special potion would grant the brief use of the anti-magic disc. However, the potion required real name purchase, and the bloodline contamination needed to be cleansed after use. Otherwise, complete demonic transformation was possible. Ye Bai decisively abandoned this option. The anti-magic warrant was extremely valuable, and Ye Bai was unwilling to hand it over to the Ministry of Public Security, nor did he want to treat it as a disposable item. He decided to keep an eye on Lian Zheng, the son of the 4th demonic sect leader. If the other party truly possessed clues about the sect leader, it might bring him a staggering profit. Ye Bai wrote down Lian Zheng's name. His Eye of Insight showed that the man was still in Nanjiang City, without any guards. Ye Bai planned to approach the hideout after school to observe, and if he could make a move, he would take him down directly. If he encountered danger, he would gather intelligence and report him anonymously. To improve safety, he ordered healing potions, combat potions, defense scrolls, and level 10 armor from the goblins. All the life-saving supplies cost only 300 gold coins, and Ye Bai quickly completed the transaction, giving him more confidence for the afternoon's operation. In reality, death is irreversible, so Ye Bai dared not be careless in the slightest. If the restrictions on the anti-magic disc could be lifted, it would greatly enhance his ability to survive. During class, he kept thinking about how to break this SS level item with the lowest possible cost. As get out of class was about to end, Ye Bai suddenly realized that the Eye of Insight could see through the hidden attributes of equipment. He could appraise equipment for others, earning gold coins, or directly exchange them for the opportunity to break restrictions. With this in mind, he immediately ran into the restroom to contact the Lone Wolf hotline. After learning of his needs, customer service posted the ad in the barter section of the Wolf's Den forum. The ad was simple: equipment appraisal service available for a fee, including hidden attributes, price negotiable. The post immediately garnered over 1,000 views. Many people, seeing that the poster was only a Tier 1 warrior, immediately assumed it was a scam. Identifying hidden attributes was something only a master forging expert could do, and no one believed that a lone wolf who had just passed the warrior test could actually possess such an ability. Inside a dormitory at Imperial Capital University, a girl about to embark on an internship in the Abyss was worrying about her equipment. She initially wanted to close the post, but after hesitating, she left a message inviting her to a chat. She knew the chances were slim, but she still wanted to take a gamble. At Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School, Ye Bai, who was in class, felt the lone wolf metal vibrate. He excused himself to go to the restroom and quickly left the classroom, checking the first message. The message said the Cinder wanted to appraise equipment and asked him to trade in person in the trading secret realm. After receiving his mission, Ye Bai lingered in the wolf's den for a while longer, only returning to reality when the Eternal Tower closed. The sky outside was just beginning to lighten. He tallied his day's achievements. All his original goals had been accomplished, and he had even passed the first tier warrior test. The lone wolf medal lay quietly in his palm. The biggest gain from this trip was still the magic suppressing warrant. However, bloodline restrictions rendered it useless. Ye Bai contacted his goblin underling, who explained that most of the spoils of war from abyssal monsters were bound by bloodline restrictions to prevent humans from using them directly after seizing them. The Pavilion of All Things can hire high-level experts to break the restrictions, but a single SS-grade special item costs 1.2 million gold coins to break them. This price left Ye Bai speechless. Even if he emptied all his existing assets, it would be far from enough. The goblins offered another solution. Temporarily acquiring demonic bloodline using a special potion would grant the brief use of the anti-magic disc. However, the potion required real name purchase, and the bloodline contamination needed to be cleansed after use. Otherwise, complete demonic transformation was possible. Ye Bai decisively abandoned this option. The anti-magic warrant was extremely valuable, and Ye Bai was unwilling to hand it over to the Ministry of Public Security, nor did he want to treat it as a disposable item. He decided to keep an eye on Lian Zhang, the son of the fourth demonic sect leader. If the other party truly possessed clues about the sect leader, it might bring him a staggering profit. Ye Bai wrote down Lian Zhang's name. His Eye of Insight showed that the man was still in Nanjiang City, without any guards. Ye Bai planned to approach the hideout after school to observe, and if he could make a move, he would take him down directly. If he encountered danger, he would gather intelligence and report him anonymously. To improve safety, he ordered healing potions, combat potions, defense scrolls, and level 10 armor from the goblins. All the survival supplies cost only 300 gold coins, and Ye Bai quickly completed the transaction, giving him more confidence for the afternoon's operation. In reality, death is irreversible, so Ye Bai dared not be careless in the slightest. If the restrictions on the anti-magic disc could be lifted, it would greatly enhance his ability to survive. During class, he kept thinking about how to break this SS level item with the lowest possible cost. As get out of class was about to end, Ye Bai suddenly realized that the Eye of Insight could see through the hidden attributes of equipment. He could appraise equipment for others, earning gold coins, or directly exchange them for the opportunity to break restrictions. With this in mind, he immediately ran into the restroom to contact the Lone Wolf hotline. After learning of his needs, customer service posted the ad in the barter section of the Wolf's Den forum. The ad was simple: equipment appraisal service available for a fee, including hidden attributes, price negotiable. The post immediately garnered over 1,000 views. Many people, seeing that the poster was only a Tier 1 warrior, immediately assumed it was a scam. Identifying hidden attributes was something only a master forging expert could do, and no one believed that a lone wolf who had just passed the warrior test could actually possess such an ability. Inside a dormitory at Imperial Capital University, a girl about to embark on an internship in the Abyss was worrying about her equipment. She initially wanted to close the post, but after hesitating, she left a message inviting her to a chat. She knew the chances were slim, but she still wanted to take a gamble. At Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School, Ye Bai, who was in class, felt the lone wolf metal vibrate. He excused himself to go to the restroom and quickly left the classroom, checking the first message. The message said the Cinder wanted to appraise equipment and asked him to trade in person in the trading secret realm. The Eternal Tower, a secret trading realm. Two beautiful figures logged in simultaneously. Li Xiaoping curiously looked around, like a newcomer to a major city for the first time. She was already a third-year student at the Imperial University, but this was her first time stepping into this neutral market, and she could only get in by having her friend Zhao Meng steal a pass from home. Zhao Meng, born into the Zhao family of the capital, was plump and mature and disliked being called Old Zhao. She tapped Li Xiaoping on the forehead, reminding her that this was a risky move to bring people in, and not to push her luck. Li Xiaoping quickly smiled apologetically and called her sister Zhao. Imperial Capital University stipulates that third-year students must complete a 3-day internship in the Abyss Dimension before the end of the semester, and must kill at least one Tier 5 war soldier monster. Li Xiaoping wanted to get a better staff before setting off, but she was stuck with 2 pieces of equipment with hidden attributes, and she only had enough money to buy one. She saw a post on the Wolf's Den forum offering paid appraisals of hidden keywords and, with nothing to lose, made an appointment. Zhao Meng, however, wasn't optimistic about the deal. If a Tier 1 soldier could truly appraise equipment, they most likely possessed the S-rank talent, sharp eye. Such a person would never secretly take on private jobs. Zhao Meng was convinced the other party was most likely a scammer, but she also admitted that the threshold for the trading secret realm was not low, and there might be a very small chance of encountering an extraordinary person. The two arrived at the agreed location to wait. Zhao Meng had already decided that if she was really scammed, she would laugh at Li Xiaoping for at least half a month after returning to school. Less than half a minute later, a ball of lightning floated in front of them, and a voice came from within the ball of light, asking who was big. Li Xiaoping's face instantly darkened, but Zhao Meng couldn't hold back any longer and laughed so hard she could barely stand up straight. This unchangeable online name instantly made Li Xiaoping speechless. Hidden behind the lightning element, Ye Bai wasted no time and directly asked them whether they wanted to discuss the price first or have the appraisal done first. Li Xiaoping was speechless for a moment and could only look at Zhao Meng. Zhao Meng put away her smile and suggested testing the ability first. If the result was accurate, she was willing to pay 10,000 gold coins as a testing fee. Ye Bai nodded in agreement. Zhao Meng took out 3 identification balls, explaining that their hidden entries were all numbers, and that identifying 2 of them would pass. Before she could finish speaking, Ye Bai had already given the answers: 4, 5, and 6. Li Xiaoping froze on the spot, while Zhao Meng's mouth gaped slightly. The hidden entries on the 3 appraisal orbs were indeed 4, 5, and 6. Zhao Meng took a deep breath and immediately handed over an anonymous card worth 10,000 gold coins. Ye Bai took the card, his expression completely unchanged. After confirming that Ye Bai could indeed see through the hidden terms, Zhao Meng no longer treated him as an ordinary Tier 1 soldier. She asked to speak privately with Li Xiaoping for a few minutes. Ye Bai glanced at the time, told them he only had 14 minutes left, and then stood quietly in place waiting. Zhao Meng pulled her friend aside and whispered that Li Xiaoping had truly struck gold this time. Someone who can identify hidden keywords is far more valuable than a magic staff. They couldn't just do a one-off deal. They had to figure out what Ye Bai needed first and try to build a long-term relationship. Li Xiaoping was still somewhat aggrieved. She had only wanted to choose a magic staff. Zhao Meng, exasperated, reminded her not to use the golden hoe as a farming tool. After a brief discussion, Zhao Meng decided to take the lead in the negotiation, pulling Li Xiaoping back to Ye Bai. Master, let's discuss the appraisal price. Chapter 34 The War King is actually myself? Master, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Meng. You can just call me Xiao Zhao. Zhao Meng showed no concern about revealing her true identity. Born into the Zhao family, she was naturally interested in business. Merchants seek both fame and fortune. Only with fame can one make money. Making yourself memorable is very important. Zhao Meng. Ye Bai wrote down the name. In fact, with his eye of insight, Ye Bai could easily see the true identities of Zhao Meng and Li Xiaoping. Master, my friend wants to choose one of the two staffs, but can't decide. He would like to hear your opinion to make a decision. Zhao Meng gave a brief introduction. If you want to fully appraise both pieces of equipment, the appraisal fee, we may not be able to afford it. The appraisal fee for appraising two pieces of equipment is more than double that for appraising one piece of equipment. According to Zhao Meng's understanding, the S-level talent Sharp Eyes can only identify 3 pieces of equipment per day, and the success rate is not 100%. That's negotiable. This was the first time Ye Bai had ever charged an appraisal fee. He wants to raise money to overcome the restrictions of the anti-magic disc, and he must raise enough cash in a short period of time. Moreover, Ye Bai was doing business with no capital. He didn't have to spend a single penny to help someone take a look. If we complete the identification for Li Xiaoping first, it will be a great success, and we won't have to worry about finding customers anymore. From this perspective, Ye Bai was unwilling to ask for too much and end up ruining the business. After listening to Ye Bai's words, Zhao Meng thought for a moment and then cautiously suggested, "Then 150,000 gold coins, is that all right? This is the highest price Li Xiaoping can offer. Any more, and Zhao Meng will need to borrow from Li Xiaoping. Li Xiaoping is gentle on the outside but strong on the inside, and she definitely wouldn't want to owe me money." On the other hand, Zhao Meng felt that the price was indeed not high, and even a bit too low. To my surprise, the other party agreed immediately. No problem. 150,000 gold coins, plus the 10,000 gold coins Zhao Meng gave him earlier, and the 43,000 gold coins Ye Bai had on hand. Ye Bai now has a total of 200,000 gold coins, bringing him one step closer to 1 million gold coins. With the remaining 800,000 gold coins, Ye Bai might be able to collect enough by completing a few more orders. Did you bring the equipment? Upon hearing Ye Bai's question, Li Xiaoping quickly took out the 2 magic staffs and presented them to Ye Bai. With level 200 equipment, you're already a war general? Ye Bai's tone was slightly surprised, as if he had just learned about this. In fact, Li Xiaoping's information was completely transparent to him. Li Xiaoping, level 209, Demon Flame Grand Mage, 2nd tier warrior strength. Zhao Meng, level 199, Colorful Priest, tier 9 warrior. Zhao Meng nodded and said with a hint of pride, "That's right, Xiaoping is the strongest mage in our class." "Old Zhao, you're talking nonsense again." Li Xiaoping quickly waved her hand in denial, saying, "No, master. Many of my classmates are much more capable than me. This little girl doesn't seem to be very good at interacting with people." Ye Bai smiled and turned his attention back to the equipment. I pretended to watch for 2 minutes. During this time, Li Xiaoping held her breath nervously, waiting for the expert's final conclusion. This was crucial information that she had obtained by spending her 3 years' worth of savings, a full 150,000 gold coins. This one has already advanced twice, and it can advance 3 more times. The hidden advancement attribute is that it requires 49 drops of Phoenix Blood Essence to be applied. As for the attributes after advancement, well, I'll write them down for you. As he spoke, Ye Bai produced paper and pen in his hand and quickly wrote down several lines of information. Li Xiaoping took the paper, her eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but breathe heavily. If the upgraded attributes are accurate, this staff is perfect for her. They're a perfect match. I want this one. Li Xiaoping didn't even ask Ye Bai to write down the information about the second staff. If it were me, I would choose the same thing. Ye Bai nodded, agreeing with Li Xiaoping's choice. The other staff can only be upgraded once, and its attributes after upgrading are not as good as the previous one. Thank you so much. As Li Xiaoping spoke, she reached for her wallet and handed 150,000 gold coins to Ye Bai, etc. Almost simultaneously, Ye Bai and Zhao Ming stopped her from doing so. Oh, we reached a deal under the witness of the mystic spirits. This is the rule of the mystic trading realm. Zhao Ming began to explain. Since the other party chose to conduct the transaction in the secret trading realm, they must have chosen this option because of this. That's right. As he spoke, Ye Bai summoned the mystic realm spirit, looking quite adept at it. Of course, he was just pretending. Even with the mystic realm elf, Ye Bai had only experienced it twice. He and Li Xiaoping, a complete novice, were not much different. I see. After the contract was signed, 150,000 gold coins were put into Ye Bai's hands, which also meant that the mystic realm spirit recognized Ye Bai's appraisal result. Great. Now we have a chance to hunt down a war general. Li Xiaoping held the staff with great affection, her eyes shining brightly. The reason she values this trip to the Abyss Plains so much is to hunt down monsters of the war general level. Otherwise, with Li Xiaoping's combat strength as a second-tier warrior, she wouldn't need to worry about the internship at all. The usually aloof appraisal master suddenly spoke up. Besides the authentication, could you do me a small favor? Please speak. Zhao Ming was very proactive. It was no small matter for a master appraiser to ask for her help. This mysterious appraisal master has already proven his worth through his abilities. Please deliver this item to the cemetery in the far north snowfield, to the third row, fourth column of the tombstone of the anonymous person after entering the park. As he spoke, Ye Bai took out a bull's head, the size of a 3-story building, from his backpack. It was roasted over an electric flame and was still emitting a fragrant aroma. Is it okay? Zhao Ming just found it strange. Sending something over would only take a few tens of minutes to go to and from the far north snowfield with a teleportation array or an airplane. Why doesn't the master personally handle such a trivial matter? Anyway, it's always better to agree than not. Li Xiaoping blinked, looked up at the bull's head, her gaze somewhat solemn. This is a monster of the war general level, definitely. I can't be wrong. Little girl, you have good taste. Ye Bai praised him, feigning maturity. He is a general in the vanguard of the Bloodstained Legion under the 6th demon god. The Bloodstained Legion? The two women exclaimed in surprise at the same time, clearly familiar with the name. The Bloodstained Legion's war demon general, whose strength far surpassed others of the same level, is dead just like that. While Zhao Ming was surprised, her gaze toward Ye Bai changed slightly. She had a new guess about Ye Bai's identity. This is a senior veteran. He registered as a Tier 1 combat soldier to hide his strength and avoid the limelight. Such beings do indeed exist among the human race. They only registered as Tier 1 warriors to facilitate entry into the Abyss Plane. As for their true strength, they might be a general, a king, or even a god of war. In Zhao Ming's heart, Ye Bai was already a seasoned powerhouse who kept his abilities hidden, but he had to take on some side jobs to make ends meet because he was short of money. Everything makes sense now. Unlike Zhao Ming, Li Xiaoping didn't have many ulterior motives. All her attention was focused on the bull's head in front of her. Reaching out to touch the charred cowhide, Li Xiaoping said blankly. This injury was fatal. They even managed to control the damage and deliberately preserve the bull's head. Even Ye Bai had to admit that Li Xiaoping was indeed a genius girl. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get into Beijing University, let alone become a warrior in his junior year. His vision alone far surpasses that of his peers. Hearing Li Xiaoping's analysis, Zhao Ming became even more agitated. She asked cautiously, Xiaoping, in your opinion, how strong is the person who made the move? As for strength, it's hard to say. This attack must have dealt at least tens of millions of damage, right? Even if he's not a war king, he's not far off. Hiss. Zhao Ming gasped, and her gaze toward Ye Bai changed once again, filled with shock and an indescribable awe. This is actually a hidden powerhouse at the Battle King level. A War King level expert, an appraisal master, either of these identities is incredibly prestigious. Zhao Ming was nearly driven to madness. A single thought was echoing wildly within her. We absolutely must get along with him. We absolutely must. Chapter 35 Anti-Magic Dispatch, Lifting the Restriction. We must cultivate a good relationship with this master. At any cost. Zhao Meng was inwardly screaming, but outwardly she appeared as gentle as a spring breeze, speaking softly. "We'll definitely deliver it to you. But there's one question I'm not sure if I should ask. Please feel free to speak." Since the other party was willing to help him with this, Ye Bai didn't mind chatting a bit more. Anyway, Ye Bai knew what he should and shouldn't say. "You only charge such a small amount for appraising our equipment, and you're even charging us in gold coins." Zhao Ming carefully chose her words. "Is there something wrong that you urgently need money?" For high-level powerhouses, gold coins are definitely not the most important currency. For example, college students can use their credits to exchange for items within the school. Li Xiaoping's weapon was obtained by exchanging credits. If equipment of the same grade were placed in the Wanwu Pavilion, Li Xiaoping simply could not afford the price. Credits are so valuable that you can't buy them with gold coins. Legions have merits, universities have points, the Pavilion of all things has VIP points, and even the Wolf's Den has its own exchange system. Gold coins are almost the worst option. But why does this hidden powerhouse and appraisal master insist on accepting gold coins? Ye Bai smiled slightly and said slowly, "It's not a big deal. I have a special item that I need to remove the bloodline restriction from. I was thinking of using gold coins to trade for it, which would be easier and less likely to expose my identity." The explanation given by the other party was reasonable, and Zhao Ming nodded. "I see." Zhao Ming was being too talkative. She really wanted to just say, "I'll pay for the removal of the suppression." Even if it cost 1,000,000 gold coins, she could get reimbursed once she returned to the Zhao family and explained the situation. But strong people all have their own dignity. What Zhao Meng did was tantamount to insulting the other party. Therefore, it should not be done. If Ye Bai knew what Zhao Meng was thinking, he would probably yell, "Insult me a few more times, it's fine. That's 1,000,000 gold coins. Dignity, what is that? Can it be exchanged for money? Can it be eaten?" Zhao Meng could tell that the other party probably didn't have enough money to lift the restrictions. Even with the 160,000 yuan they had just received, it was still far from enough. Since he's so eager to have the restrictions lifted, we need to find a way to help him. Zhao Ming knew very well that she had to demonstrate sufficient value. Otherwise, she would miss out on this mysterious and powerful figure forever. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We must seize it. That's right. Zhao Ming's eyes lit up, and she said with a hint of excitement, "I know a master blacksmith. His talent is a bit special. The buffs he adds to equipment are all time limited, including the removal of bloodline suppression. If we ask him to take action, the price will be much cheaper, but it can only relieve the bloodline suppression for a period of time. What do you think?" Zhao Ming's suggestion was like sending charcoal in snowy weather for Ye Bai. He was worried about not having enough money, and it would be best if he could use the anti-magic disc for this afternoon's operation. Otherwise, the risks would be much greater. "Okay, we can meet and talk. This special item is SS grade. SS-rank special item." Zhao Ming gasped for breath again. The opponent's attacks were all extraordinary, far exceeding Zhao Ming's expectations. Having gained Ye Bai's approval, Zhao Ming hurriedly contacted the forging master and negotiated the price and terms. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and her heart was surging with overwhelming emotions. She seized this opportunity. Zhao Ming was very efficient. After contacting the forging master, she quickly returned and reported back. "Master, the other party is asking for 200,000 gold coins, plus 1 equipment appraisal. The bloodline suppression effect from the special item can be lifted for 7 days. After 7 days, he can lift the bloodline suppression again for free. 200,000 gold coins is equivalent to emptying Ye Bai's entire fortune. In exchange, they received 14 days of access to the anti-magic disc. It seems like this deal was a bit of a loss. But for Ye Bai, it's like buying insurance for his life for 200,000 yuan. With the anti-magic ultimatum, Ye Bai's chances of surviving in battle increased dramatically, and most magic posed no threat to him. Moreover, most of this money came from Ye Bai's equipment appraisal skills. In other words, Ye Bai didn't have to put in much effort to easily get the 14-day bloodline restriction lifted. This deal is worth doing. No problem, as soon as possible, preferably within 8 minutes. Ye Bai glanced at the time. There were still 8 minutes before class started. Clear. Zhao Ming hurriedly contacted the other party and drafted a transaction contract. trying to get everything done as quickly as possible, making sure it was completed within 8 minutes. The forging master happened to have some free time and rushed to the trading secret realm. He helped Ye Bai remove the bloodline restriction on the magic suppressing document, and Ye Bai helped him appraise equipment. At the same time, both parties signed an agreement to keep all matters related to this transaction confidential and not disclose any relevant information to outsiders. 7 minutes later, the agreement was reached, and the matter was settled. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. With that, Ye Bai logged off and left. Looking at the detailed equipment information, the master blacksmith sighed. This person's appraisal skills far surpass mine. You know, I'm considered a master blacksmith, and even I couldn't appraise it successfully. Xiaoming, where did you find this master? It's a secret, Uncle Qian, please don't ask. Zhao Ming flashed a bright smile, took Li Xiaoping's arm, and walked outside. Xiaoping, you're my lucky star. My future wealth and prosperity depend on you. Let's go to the far north snowfield first, and help our senior deliver the bull's head there. I finally made it. Ye Bai rushed back to the classroom, arriving just as the bell rang, and escaped unharmed. Big White, did you eat something bad? Zhao Lin whispered. You spent 26 minutes and 17 seconds in the bathroom. You're still keeping time for me here. Ye Bai was speechless. What kind of person was this? By the way, I didn't have a chance to ask before. Did you go to Wind and Thunder Valley yesterday? Yes, I went. And then? Nothing, I was just asking. Here, take this, it's good stuff. Zhao Lin secretly slipped over an item wrapped in oil paper, speaking mysteriously. What is this? Ye Bai opened the parchment paper, and a fragrant aroma immediately wafted out, revealing uniformly sized strips of roasted beef in front of him. Roasted beef to perfection, top-tier quality. Guess who this unlucky guy is? There was no need to guess. Ye Bai already knew the answer. Bull, Demon Warrior. Big White, this stuff increases your strength attribute the first time you eat it, and it also increases your constitution and restores your health when you eat it regularly. It's a great stuff. Zhao Lin briefly recounted his experience from the previous night, marveling at the power of the mysterious warrior, only lamenting that he had died at the hands of the boss. Ye Bai, I became a warrior, and I was killed by the boss. I didn't kill the boss, the eternal rules did. This is all so messed up. In any case, the fact that no one discovered Ye Bai's killing of the boss is definitely a good thing for Ye Bai. As for the beef in his arms, Ye Bai hesitated to take a bite. After putting the beef away, Ye Bai continued to plan his actions for the afternoon. With the anti-magic disc in hand, plus the large number of potions and scrolls he had previously purchased, Ye Bai's life-saving measures were now at their maximum. I'll just go take a look. If there's any real danger, I can still run. Ring ring. When the school bell rang, Ye Bai was the first to leave the classroom. If someone isn't enthusiastic about leaving school, there's something wrong with their thinking. He slipped into the grove, changed his clothes, put on the mask that appeared as a lone wolf medal, and used a random teleportation scroll to leave. The operation was seamless and smooth. Ye Bai appeared in a suburban alley, his gaze fixed on an abandoned factory beside the road. This place is remote and sparsely populated, making it a perfect hiding spot. Lian Zhong, the son of the leader of the fourth demonic sect, is a heavily injured second-tier warrior hiding here. Very good. No guards, no special arrangements. Ye Bai looked around to make sure there was no danger nearby. Get closer before deciding on the next move. Chapter 36: Filial Piety and the Descent of Demons. This factory has been abandoned for many years. The iron gate is covered with rust, and weeds grow all over the corners and roadsides, and wild rabbits can even be seen there. Ye Bai hid 800 meters away from the factory, carefully observing the surrounding environment. There is no electronic monitoring system. No defensive formations, no traps. It seems that many people are looking for Lian Zhong, so he dares not make any rash moves. Ye Bai thought to himself, if the city defense department is setting up formations around the area, it's tantamount to telling them that something is amiss, and they should come and investigate. The fourth demonic cult's headquarters was destroyed, the cult leader was seriously injured, and the high-ranking members suffered heavy casualties. Both its strength and morale plummeted to rock bottom. In this situation, the partially paralyzed Lian Zhong was like a frightened bird or a rat hiding in the sewer. not daring to reveal the slightest clue. In fact, Lian Zheng's choice was also correct. These abandoned factories in the suburbs are rarely visited by people and are not a focus of the search. If it weren't for Ye Bai, Lian Zheng might have actually escaped this calamity. Approach slowly, and run immediately if anything seems amiss. Ye Bai took out 2 items, the anti-magic disc and the skull of Cerberus. After the bloodline restriction was lifted, the former could withstand a massive amount of magical damage, which was Ye Bai's greatest source of confidence for this trip. The latter can provide Ye Bai with 100 points of strength and constitution, causing his health bar to surge dramatically. Ye Bai carried these 2 special items with him at all times to activate their effects. Prior to this, Ye Bai had already stacked 30 layers of Ready to Strike to ensure that his output capability was maximized. Then, Ye Bai took out nearly 10 scrolls and tore them open one by one. Lightness Technique. Breath Concealment Technique. Focus Enhancement. Light continuously shone from Ye Bai's body as layers of buffs stacked up, gradually raising his condition to its peak. This mage is incredibly powerful, yet excessively cautious. Disguise. After using the last scroll, Ye Bai glanced at the time. 18 hours, 28 minutes, and 46 seconds. These buffs can last for 30 minutes at most, and 15 minutes at the least. No matter what happens after entering the factory, you must retreat after 15 minutes. Ye Bai knew very well that fortune is found in danger, and one must be alive to enjoy it. Within 15 minutes, regardless of the size of the gain, Ye Bai must retreat to ensure his safety to the greatest extent possible. Walk. The countdown on the watch began to tick. Ye Bai, with his body bent, swept past like the wind, leaving only afterimages in his wake. Wind Slash. Ye Bai had previously deployed several dummy puppets remotely, which were very well concealed and specifically designed for high-speed movement. When Ye Bai retreats, these dummy puppets will be his best help in the retreat. In less than 10 seconds, Ye Bai easily sneaked into the abandoned factory, only 500 meters away from Lian Zheng in a straight line. This guy is on the 3rd floor. Through the cement wall, Ye Bai could clearly see the scene inside. What is he doing? Previously, they were quite far apart, so Ye Bai couldn't see any more information. In an abandoned office on the 3rd floor, the decoration was surprisingly luxurious. The entire office was surrounded by special materials, like a bank safe deposit box. In the middle of the office, there was a bed. A pale-faced man leaned to one side, using his elbows to prop himself up slightly on the mattress. Lian Zheng. Ye Bai's goal for this trip. At this moment, there was a display screen in front of Lian Zheng, showing a gloomy and old face that bore some resemblance to Lian Zheng, the leader of the 4th demonic cult. The moment Ye Bai saw the other person, his pupils contracted and his breath hitched. This was a god of war level expert. Sure enough, Lian Zheng has clues to track down the cult leader. Ye Bai couldn't hear what the two were saying. Their voices were blocked by a special material. Generating subtitles. The Eye of Insight once again brought Ye Bai a pleasant surprise. I really can't hear it, but he can see it. Lian Zheng. Dad, save me. Ye Bai. This is quite a unique translation style. Clearly, what Lian Zheng said was longer and more euphemistic, but after being simplified by the Eye of Insight, the meaning was very clear. Lian Zheng wanted to live. The subtitles continue to update. Cult leader. Stay calm. Don't panic. I'll run first. Lian Zheng. If you don't save me, I'll report you. Cult leader. You little brat. If you dare report me, I'll kill you. A father is kind and his son is filial. A father is kind and his son is filial. Ye Bai couldn't help but sigh. No wonder this family sided with the demon god. Morality is like used toilet paper to them, utterly worthless. When they were on the run, they made a complete fool of themselves, like drowning people who wanted to climb on each other's shoulders to escape. 1.5 minutes have passed. While watching the melodramatic family drama of filial piety and parental love, Ye Bai kept track of the time. The verbal sparring between Lian Zheng and the cult leader did not last long. In the end, the cult leader made a compromise. Cult leader, I'll activate the Abyss Plane teleportation array for you, sending your soul to the Abyss Plane. Once I arrive, I'll help you rebuild your physical body. How about that? Lian Zheng fell silent and did not reply immediately. Abandoning his physical body will greatly affect his future strength. However, he is currently partially paralyzed, and it would require a huge amount of resources to recover. Reshaping his physical body seems to be a viable path. Cult leader. Hurry, the pursuers are almost here. If we're any later, I won't be able to help you, and we'll all die. Ultimately, Lien Zheng made a decision, nodded, and agreed to the plan. However, he also had his own concerns. Lien Zheng. The teleportation array in the Abyss Plane takes a long time and makes a huge commotion. What if it attracts the attention of the city's defense forces? Although Lien Zheng is paralyzed and only has the strength of a second-tier warrior, he is meticulous and doesn't act recklessly. If the city defense department notices the commotion here and interrupts the teleportation array, Lien Zheng will be handing over his head to the enemy. Cult leader, it's alright. Your safe house can withstand billions of damage, and it can also conceal the teleportation array, giving the enemy little time to react. With the leader's words, Lien Zheng felt much more at ease. Lien Zheng. Dad, what are we waiting for? Let's get started. Just a minute ago, Lien Zheng was clamoring to report the other party, but now he can turn around and call them father affectionately. That's at least S-level shamelessness. The cult leader didn't bother with these details. He cast a spell from a distance, and the magic arrays he had set up beforehand were activated one by one, flashing with evil light, attempting to connect to the Abyss Plane. Ye Bai, who had been secretly observing, suddenly changed his expression. Should we evacuate? Ye Bai never expected that he would run into Lien Zheng running away. What a coincidence. Even if you report Lien Zheng now, it's too late. Once the teleportation array is activated, Lien Zheng will have no chance to enter the Abyss Plane. Just as Ye Bai hesitated, a note appeared on the array beside Lien Zheng. Abyss Sacrifice Array. After communicating with the Abyss Dimension, a vast amount of treasures and the souls of blood relatives were sacrificed in exchange for the arrival of a powerful demon. Hiss. Ye Bai's body stiffened slightly, a chill ran down his spine, and his expression grew increasingly grave. This is not a teleportation array. It's a sacrificial formation. The cult leader had no intention of saving his son. He wanted to sacrifice Lien Zheng. A true example of a loving father and filial son, and a harmonious family. Ye Bai made a quick decision. His figure darted out, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed up to the third floor. The sacrifice must be stopped. I don't care whether Lien Zheng lives or dies. The sacrifice must be stopped. Before rushing up to the third floor, Ye Bai glanced back and saw that Nanjiang City was slowly being enveloped by the night. This is the suburbs, sparsely populated, yet quite a few people still live here, only a few dozen kilometers from the bustling city center. If a terrifying monster were to descend, the consequences would be unimaginable. The only one who can stop all of this from happening is Ye Bai. Chapter 37. The End of a Sinful Life. Hurry! Ye Bai rushed up to the third floor, like an arrow, and arrived at the office where Lien Zheng was. There is 1 minute left before the sacrifice formation is activated. The entire office was transformed into a fortress, impregnable as a rock. Lien Zheng's father, the leader of the fourth demonic sect, was clearly prepared in advance. His plan was not hard to guess: to open a passage to the Abyss Plane through sacrifice, send in terrifying monsters, and curry favor with the demon god he served. Meanwhile, the chaos created by the arrival of the monsters allowed the cult leader to take advantage of the confusion and escape. A win-win situation. The only price to pay is his half-paralyzed, useless son. This was a trap that had been set up long ago, and it was only officially activated today, when the leader of the demonic cult was in trouble. Even tigers don't eat their cubs, so this demonic sect leader is not only inhuman, he's even worse than an animal. While Ye Bai looked down on the leader of the demonic sect, he glanced at the office in front of him, where a light blue defensive barrier stood in his way. Can withstand 120 billion damage. Ye Bai has accumulated 30 layers of power, resulting in a multiplier of nearly 1.1 billion. Ye Bai's current intelligence attribute is 285 points. Lightning Arrow can deal 50 plus 1 multiplied by intelligence lightning damage, plus the 15% damage bonus from the force of nature. That means a single lightning bolt deals 386 points of lightning damage. If you include the 1.1 billion times multiplier that's about to be unleashed, the damage can reach a staggering 400 billion. Ye Bai can easily break through this defensive barrier. Stay calm. Even after breaking through this barrier, there are other opponents behind us, including myself, who possess the combat strength of a second-tier warrior. Ye Bai knew very well that he was racing against time and his life hung by a thread. When he chose to stand up, there was no turning back. Since the only option is to charge forward, Ye Bai must survive. Using Lightning Bolt is a one-shot deal. All the stacks I've built up will be wiped out. If another battle breaks out, I'll be in danger. Instead of choosing Lightning Arrow, Ye Bai opted for another skill, Lightning Blessing. Lightning Blessing LV1. Casts a Lightning Blessing on yourself or a friendly unit, adding 20 points of lightning damage to normal attacks and 25 points of lightning damage to magic attacks. A 15% bonus to the power of nature and a 1.1 billion stacking of the ready-to-go effect mean that basic attacks will deal an additional 25.3 billion damage. Magic attacks deal an additional 31.6 billion damage. Duration, 30 seconds. Resolve all battles within 30 seconds. Ye Bai pursed his lips, raised his staff, and began to conceal himself. Blessing of Lightning. With boundless lightning power emanating from him, Ye Bai felt that every move he made possessed terrifying power beyond that of ordinary beings, and it seemed that he could easily destroy the world with every gesture. Without wasting a second, Ye Bai's staff slammed into the barrier. 25.3 billion. 80 billion? No, 25.3 billion. The barrier began to shake violently, and tiny cracks appeared on it. As the barrier shook, Lian Zheng, who was inside the office, clearly noticed the unusual activity outside. Damn it! Are the city defense troops here? How could it be so fast? He glared angrily at his father and roared, "Old man, didn't you say you could cover up the noise? What's the rush?" On the screen, the leader of the demonic sect, his face ashen, reprimanded. "You have no composure at all. I built this safe house myself. It can withstand more than 100 billion damage. Even if the War King comes, it can hold him off for more than a minute. By then, the formation will be complete." The cult leader's words were like a reassuring pill, putting Lian Zheng at ease. But the violent shaking did not stop. In fact, it intensified. Thump, thump. As if a god were beating a drum, countless spiderweb-like cracks spread across the barrier, like shattered porcelain that would break at the slightest touch. Can this really hold them off for even a minute? Lian Zheng was screaming in terror, waving his hands wildly, completely panicked. Boom. In the final blow, the barrier shattered into dust. The barrier, which could withstand billions of damage, was as fragile as paper and was destroyed in less than 5 seconds. He burst in. Lian Zheng roared, like a trapped beast in a desperate situation, with no hope of survival in sight. A figure burst out from the smoke of battle. Only one person. Lian Zheng raised his hands high and shouted with all his might. "I surrender. Don't kill me. I'll tell you anything." He forced me to do it. I never intended to betray humanity. That damned old man forced me to do it. It didn't even take 15 minutes. They shot right after meeting. Ye Bai gave him a disdainful look, his contempt needing no further explanation. A message popped up above Lian Zheng's head. Fun fact. The leader of the fourth demonic cult was once a meritorious war king of the human race, until his son seduced him into corruption. The phrase filial piety and parental love perfectly describes this family. Son betrays father, father betrays son, they turn against each other and become enemies, a truly tragic situation. Ye Bai wasted no time and raised his staff. Lightning bolt. With the blessing of lightning, the lightning arrow flashed past with destructive power and struck Lian Zheng. Boom. The lightning bolt struck a blue ripple, canceling each other out. "Quickly, save me." Lian Zheng's expression showed struggle. He knew his attempt to stall for time had failed. Everything he said before, whether it was surrendering or cursing his father, was just to buy time so that he could be teleported away. But the other party wasn't buying it at all. They came out with deadly moves, each one potentially fatal. If it weren't for the special item Lian Zheng carried with him, which blocked a fatal attack, he would be dead by now. Almost there, just 45 more seconds. On the television screen, the figure of the cult leader flashed by, followed by a terrifying explosion. Clearly, a battle had broken out there as well, and his own situation was far from good. Why isn't the passage open yet? The enemy is already chanting for their next attack. Lien Zheng simply didn't have the courage to confront Ye Bai head-on. Shattering a barrier worth hundreds of billions, a single lightning arrow destroys a special life-saving item. In Lien Zheng's heart, Ye Bai's strength was at least at the level of a battle king. This kind of powerful individual is simply beyond Lien Zheng's ability to handle, let alone confront head-on. In fact, Ye Bai was only level 10, a first-tier warrior. Even if Lien Zheng were brave enough to rush up and fight Ye Bai, it wouldn't change anything. With the blessing of 1.1 billion times the lightning power, Ye Bai's output ability is comparable to that of the top-tier war king. Even though it's only 30 seconds, that's enough. Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt. 2 consecutive lightning arrows shattered Lien Zheng's 2 life-saving items, and for the first time, true despair appeared in Lien Zheng's eyes. Lien Zheng roared in despair. I curse you, whether your soul is in heaven or hell, I curse you, and I'm willing to pay with my own soul. Ye Bai didn't give him a chance to finish speaking. Lightning bolt. The 4th lightning arrow, carrying devastating power, struck Lien Zheng hard, ending his sinful life. Boom. Lien Zheng was cleaved into nothingness, leaving only a blurry, charred humanoid figure on the ground. As a sacrifice for the sacrificial array, Lien Zheng's death caused a chain reaction that directly terminated the array, forcing the sacrifice to be interrupted. Crisis resolved. Ye Bai breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side of the big screen, a sigh seemed to have been heard, as if the commotion had been noticed. Regardless, they were father and son after all, and it's inevitable to feel some sadness when one's own child dies. Soon, a vicious, hoarse voice came from the screen. No matter who you are, you killed my son, I swear to kill you. Even if I fall into the deepest hell, I will take you down with me. Remember this. This is the oath of the god of war, which he swore with his life. He spoke in a hoarse voice, enunciating each word clearly. I swear to kill you. Chapter 38 Azure Flame War King. Demon, look me in the eye, and then die. I swear to kill you. The 4 words were spoken with absolute certainty and without a doubt. The intense killing intent was almost palpable even through the screen. It could make children cry at night and cause all flowers to wither and die. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The TV screen suddenly flickered and went black. Ye Bai, holding the screen's power cord, said dismissively, I thought the god of war was so powerful, why don't you come and fight me through the internet? Having unplugged the demonic cult leader's internet cable, Ye Bai didn't have time to waste words with him. Eye of Insight warns Ye Bai that there is an unknown danger if he makes eye contact with the other party for more than 10 seconds. In fact, the god of war really can kill people from a distance. Even the sacrificial array here was activated remotely. The commotion here is quite significant. The city defense department has probably already noticed. Pack up and get out of here quickly. Ye Bai looked around. The office, which served as a safe haven for the leader of the demonic sect, originally contained many valuable items for unforeseen circumstances. Unfortunately, the previous battle was too intense, and the aftershocks destroyed most of the items, leaving only a few covered in dust lying in the ruins. Ye Bai's figure swept past, and he rummaged through the ruins for a few valuable items. Without even taking a good look at them, he put them in his pocket first. The wind's getting strong. Let's get out of here. Before leaving, Ye Bai didn't forget the most important thing. He took out the lone wolf medal and pressed it onto the ashes of Lien Zheng's death, imprinting the shape of a lone wolf badge. A wolf travels 1,000 miles, leaving its mark wherever it goes. Withdraw. Ye Bai leaped from the broken window on the 3rd floor and landed lightly on the concrete ground, like a dragonfly skimming the water. Wind slash. Ye Bai appeared behind the dummy puppet at lightning speed and casually put the puppet back into his backpack. It wasn't that Ye Bai was trying to save money. He was simply trying to erase as many traces of his actions as possible to avoid being discovered by others. With a flickering figure, Ye Bai became increasingly skilled at the wind slash, his touch becoming increasingly sharp. Swish, swish, swish. Ye Bai has retrieved all the dummy puppets, and most of the traces have been cleaned up. Ye Bai's figure disappeared on the horizon of the city night. 5 minutes after the battle began, and 4 minutes after Ye Bai left. The sound of sirens pierced the silent night as dozens of vehicles sped into the abandoned factory and surrounded an office building. Hundreds of elite soldiers jumped off the vehicles, took up advantageous positions, and aimed their guns and weapons at the office building. A man holding a megaphone shouted with great confidence, "Listen up, you people inside, you've already." "Shut up." A roar exploded in the sky, and an old man with blue flames on his head flew through the air and stood above the crowd. "Everyone step back. There's the aura of the abyss here. It's not something you mere soldiers can handle. It's the Azure Flame War King. He's back from the abyss plane." Many people recognized the old man as Lu Qingyan, the renowned war king of Nanjiang City and the pillar of the Lu family. Upon hearing Lu Qingyan's words, the city defense personnel immediately retreated and organized the evacuation of the surrounding residents. Lu Qingyan looked as if facing a formidable enemy, his gaze extremely solemn, and he roared in a low voice. "All soldiers below the rank of combatant, retreat 50 li. All generals and below, retreat 30 li. Nanjiang City has entered a level 1 emergency state. The aura of an abyss-dimensional teleportation array has been detected." Messages were sent out from his hands and quickly spread. Inside the radar vehicle, a communications operator wearing a headset is working frantically. By order of the Azure Flame War King, Nanjiang City is entering a level 1 state of emergency. All cities within a 3,000-mile radius of Nanjiang City are under level 2 emergency status. All War Kings, report to the nearest teleportation array. Those who miss the opportunity in battle will be exiled to the abyss plane for 3 years, according to the law. Anyone who disobeys the battle order will be executed according to the law. The messenger's voice trembled slightly as he spoke his last words. A level 1 emergency means that abyssal monsters may have invaded Earth, posing a huge threat to the planet and endangering humanity's lives and property. In this situation, any act of disobeying the orders of the Planetary Defense Council will be considered rebellion. When the strongest person established this ironclad rule, there was a war god who was not convinced and deliberately delayed for a moment because of his high merit and power. As a result, he was publicly dismissed from all his posts by the Supreme Powerhouse and exiled to the death row inmate camp in the Abyss Plane. Only under ironclad rules can there be peace. The peaceful life that people enjoy on Earth today is the result of countless sacrifices and hard work. The orders were carried out swiftly, as if ingrained in people's bones, and no one dared to disobey. Less than a minute later, the piercing sound of sirens rang out over Nanjiang City. Several powerful auras, no less formidable than those of the Azure Flame Battle King, soared into the sky, occupying strategic points and standing ready for battle. At the same time, the two War Kings moved at high speed, approaching the Azure Flame War King. "Old Lu, what's going on? Why are you making such a commotion?" One of them had a cold expression, his brows furrowed, and his eyes were extremely serious. "Speak quickly. I need to report to my superiors." At the time of the incident, Lu Qingyan was the closest to the location and was the first to arrive to take charge of the situation. Lu Qingyan's expression was also not relaxed. He slowly said, "There is the aura of an abyss sacrifice array here. Look." As he spoke, Lu Qingyan swung a fire whip, which struck something in the air and emitted a wisp of black smoke that smelled extremely foul. It really is true. The two immediately felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The Abyss Sacrifice Array opens a passage between the two realms, summoning abyssal monsters. Judging from this setup, the sacrificial array is of a high rank, summoning at least a War King level monster. It might even be stronger. Thinking of this, all three felt a chill run down their spines. A War God level monster. It's been almost 50 years since I last visited Earth. If a War God level monster were to descend, the three War Kings before them wouldn't even be enough to fill its teeth. No matter what, we are the closest, so we must take the lead. Lu Qingyan said slowly. According to the emergency response manual, I have the highest rank and the authority to command on site. You two will follow my instructions. Before the two could refuse, Lu Qingyan continued. In a moment, I will enter the office building to check the situation of the Abyss Sacrifice Array and gather intelligence. If we encounter monsters, I will engage them in battle and gather more information. Without my orders, none of you are allowed to join the battle. If I am killed in action, Li Er will take over as on-site commander and organize the evacuation. Understand? Old Lu. No way. The middle-aged man, referred to as Li Er, had an angry expression on his face and was clearly dissatisfied with the arrangement. He's a war king too. Why should Lu Qingyan be sent to charge alone? Even the weakest monster in the office building is at the war king level. Fighting one-on-one is a matter of life and death. Lu Qingyan's arrangements clearly placed him in an extremely dangerous situation. Any comments can wait until we've dealt with this emergency. Ignoring the other party's objections, Lu Qingyan took a deep breath, and the blue flames above his head solidified slightly, swaying in the wind. If the opportunity is right, this battle might be my chance to become a war god. Azure Flame War God. I like that name. Having said that, he strode forward, his aura reaching its peak, so oppressive that it was hard for people to breathe, and with unparalleled power, he stormed into the office building. Where the abyssal demons descend, demons of the War King level, or even the War God level, are hiding in the shadows. Plant it, look me in the eye. Lu Qingyan's roar echoed from the office building, filled with boundless fighting spirit. Come out, and then die. What's going on? Why all this commotion? Hearing the sirens blaring everywhere, Ye Bai quickened his pace, not bothering to look behind him at the scene. After he killed Lian Zhong, the Abyss Sacrifice formation was broken, and the danger was over. Why are they arranging even level 1 emergencies? I hope I haven't forgotten anything. Ye Bai went through the list and made sure he hadn't missed anything. With the eye of insight at its command, nothing can escape Ye Bai's notice. He walked quickly, muttering to himself. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just a high school student passing by, buying soy sauce and heading home. Yes, that's it. Chapter 39. Old Lu, say something. Abandoned factory in the suburbs. After the residual aura of the Abyss Sacrifice Array was discovered, Nanjiang City entered a state of emergency. The 3 war kings rushed to the abandoned factory, with the most powerful, the Azure Flame War King, taking the lead and storming into the office building. He stormed into the office building, which still reeked of the abyss, with overwhelming force and fearlessness, unafraid of any powerful enemy. The Azure Flame War King entered the office building 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Time passed slowly, but no fighting broke out in the office building. The War King, who was waiting outside, was getting impatient, but he remembered the instructions given by the Azure Flame War King before he left, so he dared not make a rash move. Old Lu, Li Er shouted across the distance. What's going on inside? Soon, Lu Qingyan, his face ashen, walked out of the office building, his gaze exceptionally cold. Come in with me. Everyone else, stay put. The 2 war kings had countless questions in their hearts, but they could only follow behind Lu Qingyan for the time being. Old Lu, say something. Li Er urged. What happened? See for yourselves. Lu Qingyan led the 2 to an office, where a scene of utter chaos unfolded before the 2 war kings. The war king's vision was far beyond that of ordinary people. With just a few glances, he immediately reconstructed the battle scene to a great extent. Lightning elemental damage, output capability at the level of a war king. Judging from the signs of battle here, the barrier must have been breached first, and then the people were killed. Old Lu, is there any news about the deceased's identity? Li Er looked up and asked. In this kind of abyss sacrifice array, the souls of blood relatives are the most important sacrifices. It must have been done by high-ranking members of the demonic sect. Their identities have been confirmed. When Lu Qingyan got to this point, his expression became extremely solemn. He should be the son of the leader of the 4th demonic sect. His real name is Lian Zhong, and his father is. Lu Qingyan didn't say anything more. Even the god of war who betrayed humanity and joined the demon god could not address the god of war by his name. Lian Zheng. Then his father, isn't he the leader of the fourth demonic sect? Li Er's face was filled with shock. That being was destined to become a supreme war god, having made countless contributions. After a great battle, he went into seclusion and remained aloof from worldly affairs. Unexpectedly, they had already betrayed the human race. Things at a higher level are currently irrelevant to us, and we have no ability to concern ourselves with them. Lu Qingyan steered the conversation back on track, pointing to the ashes on the ground and saying, "Even Lian Zheng was killed by lightning magic. The person who struck him must have been at least a Battle King level expert." "That's right. I've checked the barrier array here. Judging from the materials, it should be able to withstand damage in the hundreds of billions." At that moment, all three fell silent. Li Er turned to look at Lu Qingyan and asked with a hint of bitterness, "Old Lu, how long does it take you to deal 100 billion level of damage?" "At peak performance, it takes 5 seconds. Normally, it takes 10 to 20 seconds. If a war king were to attack at his peak, the city defense department's monitoring array would have received the signal long ago," Li Er slowly said. "In other words, even while concealing their strength, the opponent still possesses the offensive capabilities of a peak battle king. Although I'm reluctant to admit it, it's true." Lu Qingyan had already made his judgment. When he first discovered the signs of battle here, he was also shocked for a long time. When did Nanjiang City develop such a powerful force? The output capability of a peak battle king, the ability to preemptively locate Lian Zheng's hiding place, and the disruption of the Abyss Sacrifice Array. Li Er let out a long breath and relaxed completely. No matter what, he saved Nanjiang City. If the Abyss Sacrifice Array is successfully activated, a War King level monster will be teleported in. Lu Qingyan, Li Er, and others were destined for a major battle. With the War King unleashing his full power, he simply couldn't control the scale of the attack, and Nanjiang City was destined to be largely destroyed. This matter is probably not as simple as we imagine. Lu Qingyan searched through the ashes for a moment, then pointed to a small mark and said, "Look, this is the mark of a lone wolf. It was Lone Wolf's men who did it. What are they trying to do? Quiet down, let me think." The appearance of the Lone Wolf mark on the scene made the nerves of the group, which had just relaxed, tense up again. The whole thing seems to have become even more complicated. "Is there any possibility?" Lu Qingyan slowly said. "The people in Lone Wolf have tracked down Lian Zheng and want to use him as bait to lure out the leader of the fourth demonic sect. During this process, I witnessed the activation of the Abyss Sacrifice Array. I was forced to take action, kill Lian Zheng, and interrupt the Abyss Sacrifice Array. In order to conceal my identity, I quickly left the scene after the attack." Lu Qingyan's analysis was reasonable and well-founded, and the two war kings nodded repeatedly. If this mysterious expert dares to fish for a war god-level powerhouse, his strength might be even greater than we thought. In any case, let's gather the information here and report it to our superiors. As he spoke, Li Er took out a tablet, about to make a move. The shadows of the three war kings suddenly twisted. "Careful." A cloud of black mist slowly rose from the shadows. "We're on the same side. Don't lay a hand on us." Lu Qingyan stopped Li Er and the other man from their actions, a hint of doubt in his expression. "I wonder which Lord of the Shadow you are." "Shadow." The visitor turned out to be a big shot from Shadow, a legendary figure who was always elusive and only protected Lone Wolf. From the depths of the black fog came an extremely hoarse voice. "I am Shadow 9, Little Willow. 30 years have passed since we last met. You've almost become a war god." The black mist seemed to recognize Lu Qingyan, and there was a hint of admiration in its words. Lu Qingyan explained to his two companions in a low voice, "I was a lone wolf for a period of time. At that time, Shadow 9, the god of war, was my disciple and protected me." Shadow 9, the god of war. Li Er's face was filled with shock. The black mist before him was actually the god of war. Lu Qingyan's attitude was extremely respectful, without the slightest arrogance, and he asked, "Lord Shadow 9, what exactly happened here?" "It's nothing, just a young man who stood up for what was right." "Young people?" These three words stunned the three war kings into a daze. They had previously guessed that it might be the work of a hidden master at the Battle King level. and that a young man had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. At such a young age, he possesses the output capabilities of a war king. There is only one person in the entire world who can do such a thing. A name simultaneously surfaced in the hearts of the war kings Shura. Li'er was horrified by his own conjecture. This matter was actually related to Shura, the strongest seed of humanity, the hope for the fourth strongest. As previously ordered, all information about Shura should be classified as SSS-level confidentiality. Why did Ingzio speak so casually? Li'er asked cautiously. Lord Shadow 9, is it really all right to tell us about something like this? Of course not. The black mist churned, emitting a hoarse laugh. So I'm here to clean up the mess? Young people are too clumsy and careless in their work, and I, an old man, have to clean up their messes. As soon as he finished speaking, the black mist suddenly spread out, enveloping the entire office building and sweeping up the three war kings. A moment later, the black mist dissipated. The three war kings walked out of the office building with normal expressions. The leader, the Azure Flame War King, spoke loudly. This Level 1 emergency drill is now concluded. Afterwards, higher-level departments will evaluate the performance of each unit. Disband. After saying this, the three war kings transformed into streaks of light and disappeared into the horizon. In their minds, the exercise was a great success. As for things outside of the exercise, they remain buried deep in their memories. Perhaps one day, after they become war gods, they will have the chance to reopen this long-sealed memory. Before that, all memories of today were just a rehearsal. Under the cover of night, a cloud of black mist drifted slowly into the distance. The sirens have stopped. Ye Bai stopped and looked at the large screen on the side of the street, which was displaying the latest news. It was just a drill. It was a false alarm. Ye Bai took another step, preparing to go home and take stock of what he had gained from killing Lianzheng. Before even entering the residential area, Ye Bai was stopped by someone. Excuse me, are you Ye Bai? A sophisticated woman, dressed modestly yet with impeccable taste, asked softly with a smile in her eyes. Yes, and who are you? I am Sweki's mother, Lu Sweki, your classmate. The woman introduced herself, saying, would it be convenient for us to chat for a bit? It's not very convenient. After saying that, Ye Bai walked past the woman and continued walking into the residential area. Woman. She was just being polite, but this guy actually said it was inconvenient. We can't talk anymore today. How could my own daughter fall for someone who doesn't follow the usual path? Chapter 40 Ye Bai. My heart is only set on studying. Ye Bai. The woman gritted her teeth and followed after him with small, quick steps. It won't take up much of your time. It'll just be a matter of a few words. Ye Bai stopped and frowned as he looked at the other person. Why did Lu Sweki's mother contact me? Was she looking for a son-in-law to live with her family? Auntie, I think you may have misunderstood. We are senior high school students, and I think we should focus on studying. I don't have any plans to date at the moment. Ye Bai said in a very serious tone. This time, the woman was speechless. Before he could say anything, Ye Bai launched a series of attacks, turning the tables and altering the balance of power. I didn't say you should date Sweki. In the blink of an eye, Ye Bai had walked another 3 or 5 meters. The woman took a deep breath and caught up again, saying quickly, Ye Bai, I have something to tell you. Sweki has an F-level talent and chose the profession of otherworldly summoner. She may not even be able to become a combat soldier in the future. Sweki can make her own decisions about her affairs. Since she has feelings for you, I naturally won't say anything more. I just hope you can be a little better than Sweki, so that at least your future will be a little easier. The woman carefully considered her words, finding herself in a difficult position. Sweki has an F-level talent, while Ye Bai in front of her has a C-level talent. They are like a broom and a dustpan, both at the bottom of the talent hierarchy. I think you've misunderstood something, Auntie. Ye Bai patiently repeated himself one last time. Lu Sweki and I have a purely platonic classmate relationship. She would ask me for help with some problems she couldn't solve, and that's all. A smile appeared on the woman's face, clearly indicating that she did not believe Ye Bai's statement. A purely platonic classmate relationship? Would Lu Sweki give such a precious map to an ordinary classmate? All right, these lies might fool others, but don't try to fool your auntie. The woman continued. I just want to tell you that no matter who Sweki chooses, Annie will support her. But the Liu family isn't entirely under my control. If you want to be with Sweki, there will definitely be other elders who will object. Ye Bai wanted to roll his eyes. What kind of script is this? The crooked-mouthed Dragon King, the war god's son-in-law. Sorry to bother you, goodbye. Fearing Ye Bai would run away again, the woman quickly finished speaking. In the next 2 days, Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School will hold an internal selection process. Those with outstanding grades will have the opportunity to qualify for summer camps at top universities, or even be admitted early. Ye Bai, if you want to be with Xueqi. Ye Bai interrupted. Auntie, I'll say it again, I don't want to. I just want to study right now. The woman changed her tune, saying, All right, if you want to study hard, you must seize this opportunity. If you can make it into the top 20 in the school selection, my Liu family. The woman didn't say what came next, but those who understood would understand. With the Liu family's influence in Nanjiang City, as long as Ye Bai gets into the top 20, they can push him into the summer camp of a top university. Furthermore, early admission is not impossible. The premise is that Ye Bai himself must live up to the expectations. The woman came here to tell Ye Bai this matter. After saying that, she nodded to Ye Bai and turned to leave. Sigh. I have a feeling she's really misunderstood. Ye Bai was speechless and could only walk quickly home. After Liu Xueqi's talent awakened for the second time, she chose to hide her S-level talent. Liu Xueqi's mother is also an interesting person. It's clear she cares about Liu Xueqi a lot. After she left the residential area, a completely black luxury car stopped by the roadside, and the doors opened automatically. Hey, honey, didn't you go to respond to a level 1 emergency? The woman got into the car and found her husband was also in the car. It was an exercise, it's over, but I find something a little strange. Sitting in the back row was a middle-aged man with slightly graying temples, a stern face, and sharp, angular features, as if cleaved by a knife or axe. Let's not talk about that. Have you seen Ye Bai? I saw him. He's even more handsome than in the photos. No wonder Xueqi likes him. It's not even close to being settled yet, but I see you've already thought of names for the kids. Don't talk nonsense. The woman gave a coquettish rebuke, her eyes sparkling with allure. Liu Xueqi is a stunning beauty, clearly inheriting much of her mother's good looks. My poor daughter. Didn't Dad come back from the Abyss Plane? Go and beg him. See if Xueqi has any other options. As soon as the woman voiced her request, the middle-aged man's brows furrowed slightly. Dad values this granddaughter above all others. Even without me asking, he's anxious for her. It is said that the news of Xueqi's F-level talent spread, and Dad gave up the opportunity to become a war god and rushed back from the Abyss Plane overnight. If it weren't for the level 1 emergency drill, I would have been home long ago. By now, he's probably already met with Xueqi. As he spoke, the middle-aged man looked out the car window, his sorrow deepening. With her F-rank talent and the job change to an otherworldly summoner, Liu Xueqi has essentially blocked all her paths. To reverse Liu Xueqi's fate, unless a war god or even the strongest person intervenes, the only hope is for her talent to awaken a second time. How difficult it is to awaken one's talent a second time. All the words I wanted to say were reduced to a sigh. Xueqi's path is ultimately her own to walk. Xueqi, tell Grandpa again. What exactly happened? An elderly man in a Zhongshan suit stood by the window, his face filled with disbelief. He was none other than the Azure Flame War King, who had just returned from the abandoned factory. Upon learning that his granddaughter had awakened an F-rank talent, he immediately ended his exploration of the Abyss Plane without a moment's rest. As a result, I just got home and saw my granddaughter. The other party actually told me privately that my talent had awakened a second time and had even become an S-level talent, shocking the Azure Flame War King for 10,000 years. Liu Xueqi had no choice but to patiently recount everything that had happened in the past few days. So, your second awakening was entirely thanks to Ye Bai? The Azure Flame War King stroked his beard and calmly analyzed the situation. I'm not sure either. Nothing is uncertain. It's definitely Ye Bai. The Azure Flame War King had such sharp insight that he recognized this point. You did a good job, keeping your secret and saving Ye Bai a lot of trouble. It's good for both of you. After saying that, The Azure Flame War King paced back and forth in the room a few times, gradually forming an idea in his mind. Sweki, listen to your grandfather. You need to pass the combat soldier test as soon as possible and choose the lone wolf faction. Then what? Lu Sweki blinked her bright, lively eyes, waiting for the next part to continue. Once you become a lone wolf, there will be cough cough. You will be much safer. Even if Grandpa isn't around, someone will protect you. The Azure Flame War King didn't say more about the shadow. This is not something Lu Sweki needs to know at this stage. As for your classmate, I will arrange for someone to make contact with him. We must not forget this kindness. Having said that, the Azure Flame War King walked outside. Get some rest and prepare for tonight's Eternal Tower. Aim for a high exploration level on the first floor before attempting to move upwards. Stepping out of the villa, Lu Qingyan strolled through the garden. A hunched-over butler silently approached him from behind and respectfully said, "Master, the young master and the others have gone to see Ye Bai. What do you think? He's an interesting person." The butler hesitated for a moment, then added, "Should I send someone to find out more?" When the Azure Flame War King was away, the affairs of the Lu family were handled by this old steward. He had followed Lu Qingyan for many years, and they were like brothers. He had long regarded him as family. Need not. Lu Qingyan flatly refused. The butler looked slightly surprised. "Aren't you going to arrange for someone? What does the master plan to do?" "I'll go myself," Lu Qingyan casually said. "This kid has done Sweki a great favor. I've also been having some issues lately, so I can't return to the Abyss Plane, nor am I suited to explore the Eternal Tower. Since I have some free time, I'll take a look at what the new generation of young people are like." Standing in front of a willow tree, Lu Qingyan stood straight and tall, like a sword drawn from its sheath. Ye Bai, don't disappoint me." Achoo! Ye Bai rubbed his nose. "Why are so many people missing me lately?" Back home, he finally relaxed. This trip was thrilling but safe. Sitting on the sofa, Ye Bai breathed a sigh of relief. Ye Bai took out several items from his backpack and placed them on the table. He looked at each item one by one and began to take stock of what he had gained from the trip. Chapter 41: The Walking 100,000 Gold Coins. The spoils displayed in front of Ye Bai were all treasures from the 4th Demonic Sect leader's collection. It was not damaged in the previous battle with Lian Zhong, which shows its extraordinary quality. On the far left is an irregularly shaped sphere the size of a fist, with gold spots on its black surface, and it looks exceptionally heavy. This small piece alone weighs a full 1,000 pounds. Ye Bai's strength attribute exceeded 300, which was enough to barely move it. It lay on the floor, and the tiles on the floor could not bear its weight and were crushed into dust. "Tiles, are you being polite?" Shinjin Meteorite Iron 512 kilograms, a specialty of the Abyss Dimension. After special refining, it is extremely sharp and has excellent armor-piercing properties, often used to craft War King-level melee weapons. "Nice one." Ye Bai felt a surge of excitement. This was the main material for a War King-level weapon. Based on his previous encounter with the Bull Demon General, Ye Bai was certain that the enemy would relentlessly target Shura. The boss on the first floor alone carries an SS-level special item called the Anti-Magic Disc, which is used to counter the mage's damage output. The road ahead for Ye Bai will only become more and more difficult. They were targeting mages, so I secretly practiced melee combat and amazed everyone in the battle. Ye Bai knew very well that if he wanted to go further, he had to develop in all aspects. But human energy is limited. It's obviously unrealistic to expect to improve your melee skills rapidly. A handy weapon is the most convenient way to greatly enhance Ye Bai's close-quarters combat and survival abilities. The Qinjin meteorite was placed on the floor. This stone was of great value, and Ye Bai would need to invest a lot of resources to truly make use of it. Ye Bai's gaze shifted to the second item, a slightly tattered scroll. Forbidden Spell Axis allows imprinting and releasing forbidden spells, maintaining 80% of the spell's power. Each use consumes 5 durability points. Durability, 55/100. Forbidden spell storage, 0. Number of items that can be stored, 2. Hiss. It can actually store forbidden spells, a skill that only War Kings can barely unleash. It is said that even the residual power of a forbidden spell can cause mountains and rivers to change color. Ye Bai couldn't help but gasp. I'm really lucky. This thing was found next to Lin Qing. Clearly, even Lin Zheng knew the value of the forbidden spell axis and carried it with him at all times. Unfortunately, the forbidden spells stored inside had already been used up during the previous escape. Otherwise, when Ye Bai comes knocking, what awaits him is a powerful forbidden spell. That means it can store the full force of a Battle King level expert's attack twice. If used properly, it can be not only a trump card for survival, but also a powerful weapon for conquest. Durability depletion? You can fix it by spending money. Incapable of imitating a forbidden spell? Pay a king-level expert to imitate it. When it comes to matters concerning one's own life, spending money is no big deal. This thing is far more valuable than the Qinjin meteorite. It might just be the biggest find of my trip. Ye Bai held the forbidden spell box in his hands and played with it, liking it more and more as he looked at it. I'll contact the master blacksmith to repair it later, and while I'm at it, I'll find someone to imprint the forbidden spell. Thinking of this, Ye Bai suddenly felt embarrassed by his lack of money. I almost forgot. I only have 2,700 gold coins left. 2,700 gold coins, which is equivalent to 2.7 million dragon coins. In just 2 days, Ye Bai actually complained that he only 2.7 million. It's nothing but expansion. However, it's not Ye Bai's fault. If you threw 2,700 gold coins in front of the War King, he probably wouldn't even glance at them. The most troublesome thing is figuring out how to get the War King to help me imprint the forbidden spell. Ye Bai felt a headache coming on. Short of money, still short of money. Ye Bai's gaze swept over the 2 items behind him. A broken staff. Before it was damaged, it was a god-tier piece of equipment. After it was damaged, the cost of repairing it far exceeded the value of the staff itself. It was the favorite of the 4th demonic cult leader and had followed him in battles for many years. In a battle where he was on the verge of death, it was severely damaged, and the spirit within it perished and ceased to exist. This thing is more like a souvenir of the 4th demonic cult leader. As for its value, it can only be described as average. After glancing at it twice, Ye Bai ignored the staff. The origin of this staff is too special. If Ye Bai were to take it to the trading secret realm to sell, it would definitely cause a stir and attract unnecessary trouble. In addition, the staff itself is not very valuable and cannot be sold for much money. Ye Bai could only leave it in the warehouse to gather dust for now, and wait for a chance to reuse it in the future. The last item was a black square box. The method to open the box is extremely complicated. Even a war god level expert could not open it by brute force. If the box is damaged, the files stored inside will also be automatically destroyed. It can be said that the black box is an excellent document security device. Even if it fell into the hands of Qinyin Zhanwang and others, they would not be able to view the documents inside. Pity. It encountered Ye Bai. The owner of the SSS level Talent Eye of Insight can see the documents inside without even opening the box. This is a list. Ye Bai's pupils contracted slightly, and a flash of inspiration struck him as he immediately realized the significance of this list. Yes, you guessed it, this is a list of mid to high-level cadres of the 4th demonic cult. It really is a list from the demonic sect. Ye Bai took out paper and pen and copied down the names on the document one by one. Ye Bai once reported a warrior and received 30,000 gold coins. The weakest people on this list are all 5th-tier warriors, and the bounty is as high as 100,000 gold coins. These are walking 100,000 gold coins. If we report everyone on this list, we should have 10 million gold coins by now. Ye Bai looked at the list of dozens of people and sighed. This morning, he was still worrying about 1 million gold coins. Now he only needs to write a few dozen reports and submit them to easily earn 10 million gold coins. This money is easy to earn and makes me feel good. Ye Bai felt no guilt whatsoever about reporting the followers of the demonic cult. Every one of these guys has blood on their hands and is filthy from head to toe. Put the list aside. This list is truly priceless. Looking back, the gains from this trip were by no means small, and even far exceeded expectations. Ye Bai looked around and saw that the Qinjin meteorite and the forbidden spell axis were things he could keep for his own use. He temporarily kept the broken staff as a collectible. The list of followers of the demonic cult is a check for 10 million gold coins. Pack up. We haven't had dinner yet. After putting everything back into his storage space, Ye Bai casually picked up the Lone Wolf medal. During the previous battle, Ye Bai switched the Lone Wolf medal to silent mode. At this moment, switching back to normal mode, the Lone Wolf medal suddenly started shaking. You have 19,827 unread messages. Buzzing sound. You have 20,193 unread messages. What's going on? Ye Bai was surprised to find that his voicemail was almost overwhelmed. He clicked on the first voice message. Greetings, Master. I, Old Wong, have a piece of equipment that needs appraisal. Name your price in gold coins. This is... Ye Bai glanced at all the voice messages and found they were all similar, all from people asking him to appraise their equipment. What on earth is going on? Chapter 42, The Crazy Forum. More than 20,000 unread messages lay in Ye Bai's voicemail inbox. Moreover, this number is still rising wildly, showing no signs of stopping. Ye Bai had no choice but to put the Lone Wolf medal aside for the time being, turn on his computer, and log in to the Wolf's Den forum. As soon as Ye Bai entered the forum, he saw a title highlighted in red and bold, with flames on it. Paid equipment appraisal service, including hidden attributes, price negotiable. Strange, wasn't the post made this morning? Ye Bai remembered clearly that he wanted to use the money from appraising equipment to remove the bloodline restriction of the anti-magic disc. After the post was published, the response was lukewarm, with only Li Xiaoping coming to the door. Let's see what's going on. Ye Bai dragged the mouse, quickly browsing the posts. In the first half, most people thought it was a bait post, except for one user with the username Big, who left a comment wanting to have their equipment appraised. The matter should have ended there, and Ye Bai's post gradually faded into the background. In the afternoon, a user named Didadada posted again, saying that the equipment had been identified and thanking the original poster, wishing to give it a 50-star rating. This immediately sparked a new wave of interest. Some people wavered, while others questioned whether Didadada was a shill, and whether the two were putting on a show to fish for attention. Big. The transaction we made in the trading secret realm. This is a copy of the trading contract. When the deal was laid out, most people shut up. This thing can't be faked. Even so, they remained skeptical of the ability to identify Tier 1 warriors. Until another user, Seize the Day, posted. Seize the Day. The poster's appraisal ability is at least master level, personally tested. This short sentence instantly ignited the entire Wolf's Den forum, sparking countless discussions. I didn't see that wrong, did I? Seize the Day posted. He's a master blacksmith. Even though the things he forges have a limited shelf life, he's still a true master blacksmith. The poster is actually a master appraiser. This isn't fishing, it's bottling up a fish pond. You're a kind person, may you have a peaceful life. Please help me, Old Wong. Appraise a piece of equipment. Get out of here, I was here first. Hey OP, I have a War King level weapon. From then on, there was no stopping it. After watching the whole farce unfold, Ye Bai felt somewhat helpless. You may plant flowers with care, but they may not bloom. You may plant willows without intention, and they may thrive. The purpose of posting this was to address my own financial difficulties. Now, Ye Bai has a list of informants, each one a whopping 100,000 gold coins, which will soon become Ye Bai's possession. Money is not a problem for now. However, charging for appraisals is also a way to generate revenue in the long run. Ye Bai thought to himself, reporting someone is a one-off thing. A person can't be reported twice. As Ye Bai's strength increases, his consumption of various resources will also increase. If converted into gold coins, it would be an astronomical figure. A horse won't get fat without night grass, and a person won't get fat without a late-night snack. For Ye Bai, having a side hustle with a stable income is a surefire way to make money. After thinking it over, Ye Bai dialed the Wolf's Den hotline again. Hello, how can I help you? I want to cancel the request I made this morning, or rather change it. Okay, what content would you like to change? I can help people appraise equipment, and the rewards are as follows. A War King level expert imprints a forbidden spell on a special item. forges a melee weapon with a potential limit of War King level, and repairs the durability of special items. Choose one of these three. Ye Bai stated his needs, noting that these items could not be valued in gold coins, and suggested bartering them on the forum instead. And please add this. I can appraise 5 pieces of equipment/items per day, and I have 2 chances left today. Okay, we're registering you here. Please wait a moment. Ye Bai had already prepared a draft of this explanation in his mind. He knew very well that if he could help people appraise equipment an unlimited number of times, it would definitely attract higher-level attention and cause unnecessary trouble. So, Ye Bai came up with a way to disguise himself. Eye of Insight, the sharp eye that I always look down on, is an S-rank talent. Originally, sharp eyes could only be used 3 times a day. However, when Ye Bai checked the relevant notes, he noticed that the sharp eye skill could be trained and strengthened, and could be used up to 9 times after strengthening. Ye Bai claims that he can appraise equipment 5 times a day, which is within the normal range. In the eyes of this group of lone wolves, there is a 99.99% probability that Ye Bai possesses the S-rank talent Sharp Eyes, a dignified SSS level talent, yet he needs to fake an S level 1? The world is going to hell, and people's hearts are no longer what they used to be. Clearly, the Eye of Insight was very dissatisfied with Ye Bai's actions and lodged a protest. The protest was invalid. We have finished making the changes for you. If there are any related comments, we will forward them to your voicemail. Thanks. After hanging up the phone, Ye Bai cleared all the more than 20,000 messages. His newly added threshold is enough to filter out the vast majority of people. The 3 requirements are all increasingly demanding, with even the simplest requiring the intervention of a Battle King level expert. Even so, Ye Bai quickly received nearly 10 messages, which he read through one by one. I can get a War King level priest to imprint a Forbidden Priest spell. I can repair items and increase their durability by 10-30 points. I hope to exchange this for 2 equipment appraisals. This is a melee weapon with the potential to be a War King level weapon. The materials are included, and the price is negotiable. Ye Bai sorted through the options, prioritizing them according to their urgency. Equipment crafting can wait until last. I only have 1 main material on hand, and I don't have any ideas on what kind of equipment I want to craft yet. Durability, the Forbidden Spell Axis still has 55 durability left, enough for 11 uses. We can wait and see. What Ye Bai needs most right now is to imprint the Forbidden Spell. From the messages, Ye Bai selected 2 people and invited them to meet. One of them responded quickly. No problem, I'll be waiting for you in the Trading Secret Realm. Ye Bai didn't think much of it, and directly activated the tower marked to enter the Trading Secret Realm. A ball of blue flame waited at the agreed-upon location. The moment Ye Bai saw Qing Yan, a note appeared above his head. Lu Qing Yan, Lu Sueki's grandfather, a Battle King level expert, the Burning Heaven Berserker. Oh this. Ye Bai never expected that he would meet Lu Sueki's grandfather here. Whatever, he doesn't know my true identity anyway. I'll just imprint a forbidden spell from the warrior class. At worst, I'll just stop doing business with this old man. Ye Bai steeled himself and stepped forward. This was my first time facing a War King level powerhouse head-on. Legendary War Kings possess the ability to change the world, and the best among them can even shatter through some lower-level planes. Upon seeing Ye Bai step forward, the Azure Flame Battle King guessed his identity and spoke with utmost respect. Greetings, Master. Hiss. Ye Bai smiled knowingly. Young man, I have high hopes for you. If you can talk, then talk more. Chapter 43 The Flame of Fire burns across the 4 seas. Greetings, Master. Even a Battle King, or even a Peak Battle King, would respectfully address Ye Bai as Master. Ye Bai wasn't a vain person. He smiled faintly and nodded in acknowledgement. Greetings, Senior War King. This address of Senior resonated deeply with the Azure Flame Battle King, who found the ball of lightning element before him increasingly pleasing to the eye. Excellent. This young man is very good. Since the opponent is registered as a Tier 1 combatant, their strength is probably not too great, and they are not very old either. The Azure Flame Battle King knew very well that the opponent's potential and value were far beyond those of ordinary Battle Kings, which was why he was willing to call him Master. When interacting with peers, treat each other with equal courtesy. The Azure Flame War King conjured 2 fiery palms, clasped his hands in a fist salute, and said, I am Lu Qingyan, and I greet you, master. I have long admired the name of Qingyan of Nanjiang. It is a pleasure to meet you today. I am delighted that you are on the verge of making further progress. Ye Bai's casual remark made Lu Qingyan's body tremble, and he immediately looked at him with new respect. This guy can tell the depth of my cultivation level even through the trading secret realm. Even if he's not a Battle King level expert, he's probably not far off. While Lu Qingyan was shocked, he also had some doubts. Such an extraordinary person shouldn't be unknown, that's right. The sudden emergence of the Azura and the emergence of the strongest seed have caused changes in all directions, and many important figures hidden in the shadows have stepped into the limelight. The person in front of me is probably in the same situation. Lu Qingyan couldn't help but think more highly of this mysterious expert. He laughed heartily and began to speak. Let's skip the formalities. How shall I address you? I am the 4th in line. If you don't mind, you can call me 4th brother. Lu Qingyan was no ordinary person. To become a war king, he couldn't have done it solely through brute force. He immediately said, 4th brother, this matter is a bit tricky for me. I hope you can swear an oath to keep it a secret. No problem. Ye Bai agreed, but he was a little puzzled as to why things were so mysterious. With the spirits of the secret realm as witnesses, Ye Bai swore an oath of secrecy, promising not to reveal Lu Qingyan's secret to anyone. 4th brother, this is what happened. Lu Qingyan briefly recounted what had happened to his granddaughter. However, he concealed the existence of Ye Bai and only said that his granddaughter's talent had been awakened a second time by accident and was now an S-level talent. Ye Bai spoke casually, as if hearing this for the first time. You're really lucky. With a hint of pride and smugness, Lu Qingyan feigned humility and said, it was also thanks to the help of a benefactor. Nonsense, of course I know I have a benefactor to help me. Ye Bai couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly, because that benefactor was himself. So, is the matter that Senior Qingyan sought me out related to your granddaughter? When communicating with Lu Qingyan, Ye Bai had to put on airs and act like a hermit. He calls Lu Qingyan Senior, while Lu Qingyan calls him 4th brother. The generational hierarchy is quite confusing. Each side has its own perspective. That's true, 4th brother. My granddaughter can summon otherworldly beings to assist in battle by sacrificing special items. I wonder if you could help identify them. Lu Qingyan said sincerely. He had everything he needed, including equipment, weapons, and props, which he had already prepared for Lu Sueki. To put it another way, there's no need to ask 4th brother, the appraisal master, to take action on low-level equipment. Ye Bai said modestly, we can give it a try, but I can't guarantee whether it will be successful. You're being too modest, bro. You're guaranteed 100% success. Okay. Lu Qingyan said good 3 times in a row, his mouth almost stretched to his ears with a grin. My granddaughter will reach level 10 tonight and participate in the job change. After the job change was completed, I brought her to the trading realm to bother 4th brother. As for the reward, it will definitely satisfy 4th brother. After discussing Lu Sueki's matter, Lu Qingyan took out a War King level weapon and asked Ye Bai to help him identify the conditions for its advancement. Advancing requirements. Burn the 6th demon god's finger bone to ash. Apply it to the hilt of the knife. Apply it once every 12 hours, and you can advance after 6 times. After the appraisal, Ye Bai couldn't help but mentally complain. Who would have thought that the advancement requirements would be so stringent? Why did Ye Bai's post generate such a huge response and stir up such a strong public sentiment on the Wolfsten forum? Everyone has more or less advanced equipment, but the conditions for its advancement cannot be identified. Master appraisers are even rarer than master forgers. Not all master forging masters are also masters of appraisal. Seize the day he himself is a forging master, yet he has to entrust Ye Bai with the appraisal. From this, it is not hard to see the rarity and prestige of appraisal masters. After putting away his weapons, Lu Qingyan felt refreshed and invigorated, as good things had been happening to him lately. 4th brother, let's talk about the payment. He has always been known for his generosity and willingness to spend lavishly. I saw fourth brother say on the forum that it takes several attempts to imprint a forbidden spell. Twice. Leave this to me, Lu Qingyan explained. Even a war king has to pay a considerable price to use forbidden spells. Otherwise, how could they be called forbidden spells? After using forbidden spells, the war king's own combat power will also be affected. A weaker war king may even enter a period of weakness. Of course, with enough resources, various healing potions and scrolls can help you recover quickly. Therefore, making rubbings of forbidden spells is actually a very expensive job. Lu Qingyan stated frankly, I don't need to participate in frontline battles or venture into the Eternal Tower recently, so it's the perfect time for me to make this imprint. Since he was so generous, Ye Bai didn't hold back. Then I'll trouble Senior Qingyan to help me make copies of the two forbidden spells, Burning the Four Seas and Eternal Flame. Good on. Lu Qingyan couldn't help but sigh. These two forbidden spells were his signature skills, and their effects were outstanding. Although it is not the strongest forbidden spell that Lu Qingyan has mastered, it is the most convenient to use. Burning the Four Seas is a large area AoE attack that can deal massive fire damage to the surrounding area, burning everything in its path. It also has a special damage bonus against aquatic creatures. Those below the level of War King have absolutely no chance of survival. Even a War King would suffer a silent loss if caught off guard and directly confronted with burning silence across the four seas. Unextinguished Flame, a life-saving skill. After use, up to 18 heart lamps are lit all over the caster's body. As long as the flames do not go out, the caster will not die. Of course, after taking massive damage, you'll still die. Before absolute power, everything else is insignificant. However, the Unextinguished Flame spell is exceptionally effective as a life-saving forbidden spell. Upon receiving the forbidden spell scroll, Lu Qingyan immediately began to imprint the forbidden spell. Burning the Four Seas took 2 attempts to successfully print, while the Unquenchable Flame took 4. Lu Qingyan returned the forbidden spell scroll to Ye Bai, wiped the sweat from his brow, and introduced it to him. Burning the Four Seas should be able to cause billions of fire magic damage, which can be considered a casual strike from the War King. The flame will never be extinguished. I succeeded in making the imprint on my first try, but I wasn't entirely satisfied with the result. I made it 3 more times. It should be able to light up 16 heart lamps. Unless the War King intervenes, I won't be in danger of dying. Thank you, Senior Qingyan. Ye Bai noticed and appreciated the other party's overtures. Lu Qingyan did this not only to pay for Ye Bai's appraisal, but more importantly, to pave the way for his granddaughter. Senior, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Take care, fourth brother. Lu Qingyan watched Ye Bai leave and nodded slightly. This fourth brother is most likely grooming a junior, a successor. These 2 forbidden spells are quite useless in terms of fourth brother's true strength. They are more suitable to be given to the juniors for protection. With his sharp eye, Lu Qingyan immediately realized that the War King absolutely did not need such a thing. As for who the junior that fourth brother was training was, Lu Qingyan was rather curious. No matter what, he can't possibly be stronger than my granddaughter Sweki. Second Awakening, S-level talent. My old comrades are probably green with envy. After leaving the trading secret realm, Ye Bai returned to Blue Star. Using the Lone Wolf medal, Ye Bai declined other people's requests for authentication. Right now, he has neither a shortage of money nor a shortage of forbidden spells, and he has almost used up his 5 appraisal attempts for today. Lu Qingyan spent a considerable amount of time imprinting the forbidden spell, and it was now close to midnight. Ye Bai also needs to prepare for the upcoming journey to the Eternal Tower. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The second hand, the hour hand, and the minute hand, having traversed thousands of miles, reunite once more. 12 o'clock. Ye Bai activated the tower mark. Welcome to the Eternal Core City. Chapter 44 9th Order War God. Starry Sky Lone Wolf. Welcome to the Eternal Core City. The familiar notification tone sounded again. Ye Bai did not immediately enter the Eternal Tower to explore, but instead went to the Wolf's Den. Hello. I'm here to submit a task. It was still that sweet-voiced young lady who warmly greeted Ye Bai. Okay, scanning for Lone Wolf's ID, please wait. Mission, track down Lian Zheng. Please select the completion method. Provide clues, capture alive, or kill. Killed. Lone wolf mark left at the scene. Verifying. Ye Bai was not worried about the verification failing. According to the Lone Wolf faction, as long as you leave the Lone Wolf mark after completing the mission, you will definitely be recognized. The Wolf's Den has special methods for verification. Verification complete. Reward for this mission will be issued to you. Mission rating. S level. Completion rate. 100%. Lone Wolf points earned. 2000. Lone Wolf rank upgraded to gold. In addition to the division based on combat strength, Lone Wolf also has a rank system. Bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond stars. As for whether higher grades exist, Ye Bai is not yet clear. After completing this mission, Ye Bai was directly promoted from bronze to gold, skipping a major rank. Ye Bai's Lone Wolf medal was also edged with dark gold, exuding understated luxury. This is your reward for the mission, 100,000 gold coins. Please keep it safe. The young woman noticed that Ye Bai was being promoted for the first time and couldn't help but say a few more words. The ranks within the Lone Wolf are highly prestigious. As a gold Lone Wolf, even if you are only a Tier 1 warrior, you will enjoy the same treatment as a warrior general in the official system. Your allowance has also been increased from 30,000 dragon coins per month to 90,000 dragon coins per month. You can enjoy a 2% discount at the Wolf's Den internal store. You currently have 2,000 points available. If you improve your combat power rank in the future, Lone Wolf's rank will automatically drop by 1 rank. In other words, Ye Bai was a gold when he was a warrior, but if he advances to a warrior general, his rank will automatically drop to silver. Listening to the other party's introduction, Ye Bai nodded slowly. This was the first time he had heard of these things. Regular tasks will not reward Lone Wolf points at all. Clearly, Lian Zheng's special identity played a role. The Wolf Den's higher-ups likely already knew that Lian Zheng was the son of the leader of the 4th demonic cult. All things considered, Ye Bai made a huge profit from this mission. 100,000 gold coins, which is equivalent to 100 million dragon coins. For Ye Bai now, it's not a small matter, but rather a moderate one. The most valuable item is the 2,000 points, which have purchasing power comparable to 200,000 gold coins. And with his promotion to Golden Lone Wolf, Ye Bai will enjoy many benefits in the future. By the way, you have entered the Warrior Gold ranking, ranked 9,812th globally. You can enter an alias on the Lone Wolf medal, or you can enter your own Eternal ID as a keepsake. Is it ranked 9,812 globally? Ye Bai nodded, indicating that he understood. He then asked, I have information about a traitor to the demonic cult that I need to report. It involves Lian Zheng's father. Could you help me report this to my superiors? Ye Bai hadn't forgotten that he still had a list of high-ranking members of the 4th demonic sect in his arms. Ye Bai must submit this list as soon as possible, and those walking 100,000 gold coins must be brought to justice as soon as possible. Ye Bai wasn't greedy for money. These people remaining within the human race would always be a hidden danger, so he needed to report them as soon as possible. If we let them continue to hide, who knows what the consequences will be? Get treatment for illnesses early, and let bad people die early so they can be reincarnated and have a chance to be a good person in their next life. Even if you can't be reborn as a human, being reborn as a pig, dog, or bedbug is still considered doing good deeds. That makes sense. The receptionist, clearly unaware of the seriousness of the situation, smiled and replied, The information you report can be registered here without troubling your superiors, and the corresponding reward will be issued in full. Unless it involves high-ranking members of the demonic cult, even a war king can report it here. Clearly, she was unaware of the true identity of Lian Zheng's father. The opponent is the leader of the 4th demonic sect and a former human war god. Otherwise, she would definitely do as Ye Bai said. Ye Bai persisted in his point of view and said again, Please help me report this message. Someone should be able to handle it. Okay, please wait a moment. The receptionist submitted this information into the system, which was then handed over to a higher-level supervisor. Click, click. Time passed slowly, and the clock on the wall began to tick. The message was submitted a minute ago. The receptionist spoke again. Sir, The information you provided may not be enough to attract the attention of higher-ups. Could you please reveal more? A loud bang rang out, and her words came to an abrupt halt. Boom. The door to the wolf's den was kicked open, and a gust of wind rushed in, destroying all the nearby tables and chairs, leaving a mess everywhere. Many guests were also thrown into the air, rolling several times on the ground before angrily looking up. Who's so blind? He was about to speak when the words caught in his throat, and he couldn't utter a single one. The culprit, a burly, tall man who kicked open the wolf den's door, strode into the den. The other person had a huge lone wolf medal slung over their shoulder, gleaming with starlight. Someone exclaimed, "God of War rank, Lone Wolf of the Stars." The 9 stars linked above represent the 9-star lone wolf, rank number 1 on the star ranking, Xuanmeng. Someone recognized the person's identity, which immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Xuanmeng, as his name suggests, is simply fierce. He strode to the bar, ignoring all eyes, looked at Ye Bai, and spoke in a booming voice. "Kid, was it you who reported this information?" The receptionist standing nearby was trembling slightly, unable to utter a complete sentence, only able to nod. "It's him." She never expected that the information Ye Bai asked her to report would actually attract Xuanmeng. The receptionist's superior was only Zhan Wang. Xuanmeng was her superior's superior. How did I offend this amazing person? It's not that the receptionist lost her composure. It's just that Xuanmeng has far too many labels attached to him. God of War rank star ranking number 1, 9th rank God of War, SS level talent, adopted son of the supreme powerhouse. Each of these labels, taken out of context, seems as heavy as a mountain. Xuanmeng, however, managed to gather all these terrifying labels. "Kid, providing false information is a serious crime. You'd better think carefully before you speak." Xuanmeng frowned slightly. He didn't think this Tier 1 soldier could provide any useful information. However, since the other side killed Lian Zhong, they might actually have some intelligence. That's why Xuanmeng condescended to make this trip. Should I tell you now? Facing Xuanmeng head-on, Ye Bai was not intimidated like others. Instead, he remained remarkably composed. Xuanmeng was taken aback at first, not expecting this kid to take the initiative. Then, he laughed heartily. "Good lad. You almost fooled me. This really isn't the place to talk. Come on, come inside with me." With that, Xuanmeng led Ye Bai inside. "That sounds rather gay to me." Ye Bai internally complained, but his body betrayed him, and he followed Xuanmeng forward. The two arrived deep inside the wolf's den, in a secluded office. "Sit down. What we are discussing here is something that no one but the strongest can know." Xuanmeng threw himself onto the sofa, taking up the entire sofa, and looked at Ye Bai. "Now can we talk about Lian Zheng's father? Or would you prefer to call him the leader of the 4th demonic cult?" Chapter 45. Eat as much as you like. The 4th demonic cult leader. Even when the 4th demonic cult's headquarters was breached, a war god level expert was still able to escape from being surrounded by multiple war god level experts. His threat to humanity is even greater than that of the demon god. The demon god is too far away, the cult leader is too close. The sooner we catch him, the sooner we can eliminate this hidden danger. Before we talk about him, here's a list for you to look at. As he spoke, Ye Bai handed over a list containing dozens of names. Xuanmeng casually took the list, glanced at it, and then his body trembled. 2 beams of light flashed in his eyes, and he stood up abruptly, his face extremely serious. "What is this list for?" His tone was questioning, but judging from his expression, he probably already guessed the answer and just wanted to confirm it. Ye Bai nodded, agreeing to Xuanmeng's idea. "That's right. This list is a list of the middle and high-ranking members of the 4th demonic cult." Bang! Xuanmeng's face contorted violently, veins bulging in his arms, his hands clenched into fists, the list in his hands instantly turning to dust. His molars ground together, and a wild, beast-like roar escaped from deep within his throat. "You scoundrel, you deserve to die." Ye Bai reminded him from the side. "Ahem, you tore the list to pieces. This is the only copy I have. Why didn't you say so sooner?" Xuanmeng rolled his eyes, raised both hands, and all the paper dust spun in his palms. In less than 3 seconds, the list was restored to its original state. Look, are there any flaws? With Xueming's level of skill, even a casual glance would be enough to imprint the list in his mind. After confirming that the list was correct, Ye Bai returned it to Xueming. After his initial anger subsided, Xueming calmed down. Where did you get this list? He pondered for a moment. This matter is of great importance, so we must be cautious. You see, many people on your list hold high positions and important roles. Accusing them of being followers of a demonic cult is no small matter. They'd better have evidence. Ye Bai presented the explanation he had prepared beforehand. After Lianjing died, I found a small box among his belongings containing a list. I glanced at the list, and the small box automatically changed its position and locked itself. As he spoke, Ye Bai took out the small black box and placed it in front of Xueming. Did you open this box later? No. How do I open this thing? Xueming held the square box in one hand and scratched his head with the other. He wanted to smash the box to pieces, but he was afraid of destroying the list inside. Ye Bai suddenly said, I think you should be able to open it easily, right? Xueming was taken aback, his expression changing slightly. He couldn't very well admit that he couldn't open it. That would be too embarrassing. Certainly, Xueming said, forcing himself to speak. Ye Bai seized the opportunity to say, once you open it, you'll know whether the list is real or fake. In fact, Xueming already believed the list in front of him to a great extent. A third of the people on the list are already dead. After the fourth demonic cult's headquarters was breached, their identities were either killed or captured and were no longer a secret. However, the remaining two-thirds are still very well hidden. These people are a huge hidden danger. If they are allowed to continue to lurk, the defeated fourth evil cult will soon rise from the ashes. Only by uprooting them completely can we truly cure the disease. In other words, the list they sent is of immeasurable value. We will verify the authenticity of the list in multiple ways. We will not wrong good people, nor will we let bad people go unpunished. Xueming calmed down and pondered for a moment. As for your reward for reporting, it will be distributed after the list is fully verified. Is that all right? Before Ye Bai could agree, Xueming added, this money will be a lot. If you want to advance a portion, up to 100 million gold coins, just ask. Hiss. As expected of a 9th-tier war god, he just casually offered 100 million gold coins. Unfortunately, Ye Bai wasn't in a hurry for the money right now, and what was his wasn't going to run away. There's no need for advance payment. I didn't report this entirely for the money. There's still justice in the world. It would have been better if Ye Bai hadn't emphasized it. As soon as he emphasized it, Xueming's gaze towards him became somewhat strange. This kid, could he have reported me just for the bounty? Regardless of the circumstances, Ye Bai's delivery of this list is a great contribution to the human race. Xueming didn't pay attention to the details, put the list away, and asked about the topic he cared about most. You said before that you had news about Lianjing's father. Is that true or false? The list is important, but the leader of the fourth demonic cult is even more impressive. Capturing the leader of the demonic cult is better than capturing 10 or 100 war kings. It's true. I know what he's going to do next. Under Xueming's expectant gaze, Ye Bai remained calm and spoke each word clearly. He will come to Nanjiang City. Nanjiang City? What was he doing in Nanjiang City? Oh right, his son died there. Xueming's expression suddenly froze, and he abruptly looked up at Ye Bai, a bold idea emerging in his mind. Could it be? Ye Bai nodded, confirming Xueming's conjecture once again. That's right, he came to kill me. The hatred for killing one's son is irreconcilable. The leader of the fourth demonic sect swore an oath with his life to kill Ye Bai. He had to come to Nanjiang City, and even return to the scene to investigate Ye Bai's whereabouts. Without a doubt, Ye Bai was in an extremely dangerous situation. Being targeted by a war god was no small matter. Xueming remained silent, walked to Ye Bai's side, patted him on the shoulder, and said in a deep voice, Eat as much of what you like. Ye Bai, the way you're talking makes it sound like I'm about to die. Show me your 9th-tier war god strength, bro. So what if he's the leader of the demonic cult? Take him down. Just kidding. Xueming forced a stiff smile and gave the instructions. I'll keep my identity hidden and send people to keep an eye on the scene and ambush the leader of the demonic cult. Maybe we can take him down directly. In any case, once you're targeted by a war god, there's not much you can do. Just leave it to fate. With that, Xueming escorted Ye Bai outside. Go to the Eternal Tower and improve your strength as soon as possible. The other party may not personally intervene and attack you. Even so, if he casually sends out a few cats or dogs, they'll still be at the Battle King level, enough to give you a run for your money. Xueming had to admit that even if it were him, when he was at the level of a warrior, he would have a slim chance of survival in this situation. It's already quite remarkable that Ye Bai could remain calm. Xueming casually remarked, Lone Wolf's compensation is quite generous. Ye Bai, you've finally spoken your mind, bro. Is it really appropriate for you to say that? Ye Bai deeply understood what it meant to be. Some people are still alive, but they are already dead. Xueming escorted Ye Bai to the entrance of the wolf's den and said in a deep voice, Take care. This person is unlucky. Let's stay away from them. Ye Bai didn't want to stay with Xueming for even a second longer and hurried off to the Eternal Tower. After Ye Bai left, Xueming actually smiled. You brat, you dare to try and trick me with this box? If I don't scare you, I'm not a fierce man. Previously, Ye Bai flattered Xueming with the square box, leaving Xueming with no way to save face. Xueming retaliated by threatening Ye Bai, thus evening things out. That's true, but if you're targeted by an old monster at the level of a war god, you really can't survive on your own. As he spoke, Xueming took his lone wolf medal off his shoulder and began operating it. Request permission from Shadow, preferably to send a Shadow-level old monster to protect him. If he could secure temporary protection from a top 40 Kage-level monster, his life would be completely safe. Of course, Xueming didn't hold out much hope either. The Shadow-level powerhouses are the most elite among the Shadows, and they are allocated according to the potential of the lone wolf. Back then, Xueming was accompanied by Shadow 23. This means that he ranks 23rd in potential among his peers. Applying for protection within the top 40 of the movie category, even temporary protection, is extremely difficult. However, it's always a good idea to increase security for this kid, at least secretly send a war god to protect him. Xueming received a response less than 3 seconds after submitting his application. Upon seeing the feedback, Xueming froze, as if he were a statue, frozen in place. His lone wolf medal bore 8 bold black characters. Insufficient permissions, application rejected. He's a 9th-tier war god, ranked number 1 on the star ranking, yet he doesn't even have the authority to apply. That kid, just who is he? Chapter 46, 100% Exploration. The second level of the Eternal Tower. After leaving the wolf's den, Ye Bai went directly to the Eternal Tower. He summoned the Eternal Core Crystal, placed his palm on it, and a white light engulfed Ye Bai. Transferring, current floor, 2. Wishing you a speedy completion of the Eternal Tower. When Ye Bai opened his eyes again, he found himself on a desolate land. Everywhere he looked, there was devastation and chaos. The sky was covered by a thick layer of dark, heavy clouds, creating an oppressive atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. The second level of the Eternal Tower, the Job Change Realm. Looking at the scene before him, Ye Bai recalled the corresponding information in his mind. The first floor of the Eternal Tower is mainly a leveling area for levels 1 to 10. Level 10 is the level at which a player first changes jobs. Therefore, the second floor of the Eternal Tower, as a personal instance, is only responsible for one thing: job change. Players can obtain job change items by defeating monsters, choose the most suitable item, and complete the job change. But Ye Bai is facing an awkward situation. He has already changed jobs. The SSS level template Heavenly Wrath Mage Lightning is the most suitable choice for Ye Bai. The job change Secret Realm was completely useless to him. Before entering the second level of the Eternal Tower, Ye Bai had these thoughts. When Ye Bai was actually in the situation, new information appeared before his eyes. An additional reward will be given after the exploration progress reaches 100%. The Wrath of the Sky Mage will gain a new specialization. Such a good thing. Ye Bai obtained the Heavenly Wrath Mage class template, which belongs to the lightning element and has maximum output capabilities. It is an SSS level job template in itself, with all attributes and upgrades being top-notch. If Ye Bai could take it a step further, it would certainly be a profitable deal. There's no strategy for this floor, just go all out. Ye Bai looked at the monsters around him, eager to try. Since his debut, Ye Bai's method for dealing with bosses has always been, even when killing Lian Zhengshi, it's the same routine. In fact, among the damage skills Ye Bai possesses, Heavenly Thunder deals more damage than Lightning Arrow and Lightning Arrow, and Heavenly Thunder can also inflict true damage when the target's health is below 30%. But Ye Bai would never use Heavenly Thunder lightly when he is out in the world. The reason is simple. Heavenly Thunder is the exclusive skill of the Heavenly Wrath Mage. It is so distinctive that once it is used, the traces it leaves behind are easily reminiscent of Ashura. After all, the whole world knows that Shura has changed his class to become the Wrathful Mage. Lightning Bolt, on the other hand, is a common skill that any mage can learn, making it impossible to trace back to Ye Bai. Perfect. Let's take advantage of the battle to practice with Heavenly Thunder. Heavenly Thunder is a class-specific skill. After using it a sufficient number of times, its proficiency will increase, and it may have the opportunity to be upgraded. Having made up his mind, Ye Bai looked around, his plan very clear. Objective 1. Achieve 100% exploration progress and add one new element. Objective 2. Use Heavenly Thunder as much as possible to advance. Ye Bai clicked on the skill description for Heavenly Thunder. Heavenly Thunder LV1 summons a bolt of Heavenly Thunder to fall from the sky, hitting the enemy and dealing 200 plus 2 multiply by intelligence lightning damage. When the enemy's health is below 30%, it will deal true damage instead. Each time Thunder Strike hits an enemy, it will permanently increase the skill's base lightning damage by 5 points. Enemies struck by lightning will have a 100% chance of being slowed and will randomly receive one negative buff. Mana cost, 200 points. Cooldown time, 2 seconds. Ye Bai's intelligence attribute is 285 points, which means he has 200 plus 285 multiplied by 2, is equal to 770 points of damage. The Skywrath Mage can increase lightning skill damage by 100% and Nature's Force by 15%, which is 770 multiplied by 2.15, is equal to 1,655 points of damage. Without stacking any buffs, Ye Bai can deal 1,655 points of lightning damage to a target with 0 magic resistance. If the target's health is below 30%, it will be converted into 1,655 points of true damage. The most terrifying aspect is that the use of Heavenly Thunder is scalable. Each use increases base damage by 5 points. Putting away the skill descriptions, Ye Bai looked at a two-headed ogre not far away. Two-headed ogre, HP, 2500/2500, excellent target. Oh, he's noticed you and has decided to have you as an extra meal. The two-headed ogre looked at Ye Bai, took clumsy steps, and charged forward. Heavenly Thunder, 1364. A bright red number appeared above the cannibal's head, and its body suddenly slowed down, its movements like a slow-motion scene in a movie. Slowing buff. Thunderbolt has a total cooldown of 2 seconds, but Skywrath Mage can reduce the cooldown by 50%, leaving it at only 1 second. Heavenly Thunder. A second later, another bolt of blue lightning struck. 1665. When an ogre's health drops below 30%, it ignores magic resistance and deals true damage. Boom. The cannibal collapsed to the ground with a thud, its body emitting a burnt smell. Experience plus 200. Exploration progress plus 0.1%. In less than 2 seconds, the ogres were defeated, and the base damage of the Heavenly Thunder was increased by 10 points. It works great. Ye Bai was satisfied and looked at the monster in the distance. In his eyes, these monsters were walking experience, the most suitable tools for growing with heavenly lightning. Don't run. Take this Thunderbolt. Rumble. Thunder rumbled across the entire wasteland, and monsters fell one after another, much to Ye Bai's delight. Wind Slash. Heavenly Thunder. A monkey steals peaches. Happiness can sometimes be that simple. Is this the second level of the Eternal Tower? Lu Sueki looked around curiously, while the canary on her shoulder looked on with disdain. Yesterday, she fought for 6 hours on the first floor, and with the help of her powerful pet and the limited time buff provided by Shura, she quickly reached level 10. Today, I even cleared the game with an 83% exploration rate. Before she entered the Eternal Tower, her grandfather, Lu Qingyan, specifically instructed her that she must complete the job change today. A great opportunity awaits her. If she misses it, she will regret it for the rest of her life. Lu Sueki dared not delay and rushed to the second floor without stopping, preparing to change her job. Kill as many monsters as possible to obtain high-level job change items and increase exploration progress. The canary on Lu Sueki's shoulder once again grew into a golden-winged rock amidst the storm, and golden flames swept across the land, with monsters constantly perishing in the sea of fire. Fortunately, the second level is a single-player instance, which allows me to unleash my full power. Lu Sueki thought to herself that she still needed to keep her second awakening of her S-level talent a secret. Even Lu Qingyan supported Lu Sueki's approach. These are extraordinary times, and the best way is to develop stealthily and make a fortune quietly. Based on my previous experience, if I can reach 80% exploration on the second level and ultimately obtain an S-rank job template, that would be considered an exceptional performance. At higher levels, it will be very difficult to break through, and the probability of failure is high. Lu Sueki is very self-aware. Aim for 80%, let's strive for it. An 80% exploration rate is already an excellent achievement for an S-level talent. Having made up her mind, Lu Sueki followed the golden-winged rock and embarked on a journey of conquest. Exploration progress is 90% complete. Looking at the desolate wasteland littered with corpses, Ye Bai withdrew his natural power, his body untouched by the dust of the journey, feeling exceptionally relaxed and carefree. He was the only living person left in the entire wasteland. Like the Grim Reaper descending upon the earth, no one survived his arrival. According to the guide, after defeating all the monsters and reaching 90% exploration progress, the final boss will appear. Dealing as much damage as possible to the boss will increase the exploration progress. Successfully defeating the boss will bring the exploration progress to 100%. Ye Bai's eyes shone brightly as he looked up at the sky. After the last monster breathed its last, the thick clouds began to move, emitting deafening roars, and a huge shadow loomed over Ye Bai's head, as if an indescribable terrifying being was about to descend. Ye Bai was fully focused and ready for battle. The big one is coming. Chapter 47. I'm waiting for the CD. What are you waiting for? Thick, inky clouds slowly descended, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Ye Bai stood on a small hill, tilting his head slightly, silently gathering his power. The cooldown for Ready to Strike is 10 seconds, and Skywrath Mage reduces cooldown by 50%, meaning it stacks once every 5 seconds. It takes 150 seconds, or 2 minutes and 30 seconds, to stack 30 times. The boss behind the clouds didn't keep Ye Bai waiting long, and soon revealed its true form. The humanoid creature, 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over its body, exudes a sense of power and brings a strong visual impact, with its wings flapping in the air. Its gray wings were long and sharp, and each flap of them created a whirlwind, making a terrifying sound. A birdman appeared in front of Ye Bai. This birdman cosplaying Lei Jinzi, also known as the two-winged fallen angel. Yes, you guessed it, he was corrupted by the power of a demon god. Oh, he still has lines to say? Let's listen to his cliched opening remarks. Mortals, worship me, kneel before me, and you will gain immense power. Sure enough, it was an extremely cliché opening. Ye Bai continued folding the Ready to Strike card, casually brushing off the other party. So what is the price? Price? True power requires no price. Only a heart that yearns to constantly grow stronger. The birdman crossed his two thick arms, looked down at Ye Bai, and said arrogantly, "The fifth demon, I serve the fifth god, was once the ruler of the Eternal Tower. At least be professional. How could you slip up like that?" Ye Bai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Birdman had revealed all his trump cards. He was just a lackey of the fifth demon god. His rhetoric might fool a 3-year-old, but it won't work on a positive, modern young man like Ye Bai. I'm not buying it. Ye Bai was actually quite curious about another question. The second level of the Eternal Tower is a single-player instance, and each player will encounter different monsters and bosses. How did the other party find me so accurately? But the Birdman's attitude towards Ye Bai clearly showed that he didn't know Ye Bai was Shura. In other words, they conspired to corrupt the entire dungeon floor. Anyone who enters the second floor during this time will encounter the corrupted boss. This is the only reasonable explanation. We need to find a way to purify the second layer. Ye Bai's gaze toward the Birdman gradually turned murderous. This kind of filth is best chopped into ashes as soon as possible. We offer a complete funeral service from the moment you enter the grave to the moment you are buried. Ye Bai glanced at the ready-to-go level. It was 20 levels, 10 more levels to go, and 50 seconds remaining. Birdman saw that Ye Bai was unmoved and understood that verbal promises alone could not sway the other party. Those who can reach the second level at this time are all geniuses of the human race. Their intelligence and emotional intelligence are always on point. Mortals, kneel before me, and you will obtain what you seek. As he spoke, the Birdman stretched out his right arm, and a ball of light appeared in his palm. This is an SS-rank hidden class advancement item. Even if you defeat me, you can only get this level of reward at most. This thing might be quite tempting to others. But how should Ye Bai view the SS level job template? I won't even look at it. I have an SSS level class template, Skywrath Mage. Am I proud? Am I arrogant? I couldn't be more proud. Ye Bai continued perfunctorily. Impressive, impressive. He even raised his hand and offered a few scattered claps to the other person. Snort. The Birdman snorted coldly, clearly seeing that Ye Bai was unmoved. He grinned crookedly and said disdainfully, "You humans have a saying. If you don't listen to a toast, you'll have to drink a forfeit." Ye Bai suddenly interjected, "I am under 18 and cannot drink alcohol." Birdman, is this about alcohol? This is called a metaphor, a metaphor, a metaphor. Do you understand a metaphor? The bird's feathers stood on end in anger, as if it wished it could give the other person a Chinese language tutoring lesson on the spot. I'm telling you, if you're unwilling to follow my lord, you'll suffer the consequences. I will tear you apart, crush you, and even chew every bone in your body. The Birdman's face darkened with malice as he spoke in a sinister tone. Do you know what the most wonderful thing is? In this process, you not only live, but you are also exceptionally clear-headed, able to clearly feel every bit of pain, the cry of every cell. It's so wonderful. I'm so scared. The stacks were almost full, and Ye Bai was too lazy to even pretend anymore. He's ready to lay his cards on the table. Both sides have reached the point of revealing their true intentions, and a major battle is inevitable. The Birdman's eyes could blaze with fire. He swore this was the most infuriating guy he had ever met. This person shouldn't be a mage at all. They should be a warrior. It comes with a built-in taunt skill, and the taunting effect is maximized, making people want to skin you alive and devour you. It seems that just talking won't do any good. I'll have to make you suffer a bit. The Birdman snorted coldly, flapped its wings, and swooped down, heading straight for Ye Bai, etc. Ye Bai suddenly interrupted the Birdman. Actually, there's something I lied to you about just now. The Birdman stopped his charge. In his view, the difference in strength between the two was so great that it was like an ant versus a dragon, and the opponent had no chance of turning the tide. Listening to the dying words of someone struggling before they die can be quite a pleasure. Clearly, he didn't understand the principle that villains die from talking too much, and he was full of arrogance and prejudice towards Ye Bai. What have you lied to me about? Actually, I'm already 18 years old. The goal of delaying has been achieved. Now we're poised to stack up to 30 layers. A new note appeared before Ye Bai's eyes. He only has 120,000 HP and 80% resistance to lightning magic. I mean, you could easily kill him instantly. You're waiting to unleash your power, but what is he waiting for? Ye Bai smiled slightly and added the second half of the sentence for the eye of insight. He's waiting to die. The Birdman's ears twitched, his eyes glared angrily, and he roared, arrogant. Watch how I end you, you worm. Wordy. Ye Bai pointed his staff forward and growled in a low voice. Heavenly thunder. Boom. An incredibly thick bolt of red lightning ripped through the clouds, seemingly piercing the sky, and struck down with lightning speed, smashing into the fallen angel's head and shattering everything in its path. They didn't even give the other party any time to react. The fallen angel's eyes remained filled with shock as it slowly turned to ashes in the wind, becoming fertilizer for the barren land beneath its feet. In the moment before his death, he realized something. Thunderstrike, a skill exclusive to the Skywrath mage. You are an Azura. Unfortunately, this secret sank into the embrace of death along with him. When fate reveals only the tip of the iceberg of the truth to him, what awaits him is only eternal and real death. The moment Ye Bai killed the Birdman, the dark clouds in the sky were swept away, and the ground beneath the feet of everyone on the second floor of the Eternal Tower trembled violently. What's going on? Standing on the back of the golden-winged rock, Lu Sueki, still shaken, looked down at the ground with lingering fear. Just now, a terrifying crack appeared in the ground, swallowing up many monsters. Even Lu Sueki almost fell. I've never heard of such a thing happening before. What happened? Just as Lu Sueki was filled with doubt, a clear voice rang in her ears, a server-wide announcement from the Eternal Tower. Congratulations to player Shura for clearing the second floor of the Eternal Tower with an SSS rank. The second level of the Eternal Tower has been contaminated. Purification is underway. Purification complete. Player Shura's completion rewards will be distributed shortly. Lu Sueki's big eyes were filled with shock. Azura, it's Azura again. He actually cleared the game at SSS rank again. Strange, why did I say again? Chapter 48. The Eternal Tower cannot be completed without an SSS rank clear. Shura cleared the game with an SSS rating once again. This is the third time in 3 days that Shura has issued a notice throughout the Eternal Tower. The human powerhouses were even a little numb. Compared to their previous excitement, the public channel was filled with various Versailles-like comments. It feels like just yesterday that I got an SSS rating. Oh, it really was yesterday. Never mind then. The Eternal Tower cannot exist without SSS level ratings, just as the human race cannot exist without Azura. This time, it's a service to boost your Eternal Tower rating. Full refund if you don't get an SSS level clear. Eternal Tower SSS rank designated Junior Agent Shura. Xiaodai? Tongxiandai. Of course, there's a reason why they're so calm. Because the second level of the Eternal Tower was corrupted by the demon god, it took some time to purify it, which is why Shura's completion reward has not yet been issued. Everyone gathered together, eagerly awaiting the server-wide reward, and casually praising Shura. Yesterday's SSS level rating rewarded many powerful limited-time buffs, including the incredibly powerful Guardian Angel buff. Everyone's appetite was whetted, and their hearts were filled with anticipation. What kind of surprise will Shura bring us today? At the same time, Ye Bai also faces a choice. He stood on the wasteland, the notification sound of the Eternal Tower ringing in his ears, settling the completion score and rewards. Eternal Blessing activated. Level completion rating automatically increased by 1. Reward received. Skywrath Mage Master of Elemental Orbs. Please select the corresponding elemental type, no more than 2. Several options appeared before Ye Bai's eyes. Wood, water, fire, wind. According to the previous hint from the Eye of Insight, after completing the level with 100% exploration and an SSS level rating, Ye Bai can increase the mastery of one element for the Skywrath Mage. However, those were automatically allocated by the Eternal Tower, randomly distributed, without taking Ye Bai's opinion into account. Clearing the level at SSS level brought Ye Bai 2 benefits. 1. He can freely choose the element system he wants for better matching. 2. Ye Bai can add 2 new elemental systems instead of the original one. There has undoubtedly been a huge improvement in quality. The choices are a bit limited, mostly basic elemental ones. Ye Bai took out a mirror and pointed it at his handsome face. You want to admire your handsome face again? Okay, I admit you are very handsome. Alright, element affinity testing in progress. Since he was going to choose a new elemental system, Ye Bai naturally wanted to know which elements he was more compatible with. Only with a higher affinity to elements can one better leverage the advantages of their profession, maximizing strengths and minimizing weaknesses. This is the right path. The top 5 elements with the highest affinity are as follows. Lightning type, 200%. Soul type, 110%. Fire type, 95%. Wind system, 90%. Water system, 70%. According to the hints given by the Eye of Insight, Ye Bai's best choice should be soul and fire. Unfortunately, the Eternal Tower did not offer the soul option, so we had to reluctantly give it up. Ye Bai thought to himself, the affinity with the soul type is as high as 110%, probably due to the transmigration. Excluding the soul type, Ye Bai has three options: wind, fire, and water. Water-based healing, shielding, and sustain are the best choices, but unfortunately, the affinity is only 70%, which is far inferior to fire-based. Ye Bai analyzed. The three elements of wind, thunder, and fire are compatible and complement each other. Wind and thunder, thunder and fire, fire and wind, wind, fire, and thunder no matter how they are arranged or combined. All three are compatible. If Ye Bai chooses the water element, water mines and fire mines are fine, but water and fire are incompatible, making them somewhat tricky to combine. After making up his mind, Ye Bai made his choice. Confirm receipt of Skywrath Mage's mastery of Elemental Orbs Wind and Skywrath Mage's mastery of Elemental Orbs Fire. Confirm. The two elemental orbs fell into Ye Bai's hands, and he used them immediately. Profession template evolution successful. Wrathful Mage Wind, Fire, and Lightning elements. All three elemental spell effects increased by 100%, and all three elemental spell cooldowns reduced by 50%. Learn the class skills Wind Fury and Ignite. Wind Fury, LV1, enhances the next skill or attack, allowing it to be released twice in a row. The buff lasts for 6 seconds. Wind Fury cannot be used while the Wind Fury buff is active. Mana cost, 300 points. Cooldown time, 6 seconds. Unlike Ready to Strike, which doubles the effect, Wind Fury is released continuously. The same lightning bolt deals double damage when used with preparation, but when Wind Fury is stacked, both instances of damage are reduced by magic resistance, resulting in lower overall damage. Moreover, it's like a bug patch has been applied. The Wind Fury can't be stacked, thus eliminating Ye Bai's idea of exploiting the bug. This note is utterly disrespectful. Do you think I, Ye Bai, am someone who exploits bugs? Ye Bai sensed the targeted attack from the Eternal Tower. Of course, in certain situations, Wind Fury is also superior to waiting for the attack. For example, when you unleash Heavenly Thunder with the blessing of Wind Fury, the first Heavenly Thunder will reduce the enemy's health to below 30%, and the second one can directly deal true damage. In this special situation, a single instance of Wind Rage is greater than a single instance of being poised to strike. But the biggest advantage of Wind Fury should be that it saves me the time to build up my power. Ready to Strike only applies to lightning-type skills. Ye Bai could easily follow a combo sequence like Wind Fury Ready to Strike multiply by 2 Wind Fury, saving half the stacking time. Wind Fury. Some skills are born to be secondary, right? Ignite LV1. Unleashes flames to burn the designated target, dealing 200 plus 1.5 multiply by intelligence fire damage over 5 seconds, while also inflicting a grievous wound effect, reducing the target's healing received by 40%, and granting the target true sight. For every 10 enemies killed, the grievous wound effect increases by 1%. For every 100 enemies killed, the duration of Ignite increases by 1 second, and the damage increases proportionally. Mana cost, 200 points. Cooldown time, 20 seconds. So far, Ye Bai has mastered 3 professional skills: Thunderclap, Wind Fury, and Ignite, all of which have exceptionally powerful effects. Thunderstrike provides burst damage, Wind Fury shortens the stacking time, and provides considerable burst and melee capabilities, while Ignite compensates for the lack of sustained damage and also inflicts grievous wounds. Each of the 3 skills has its own merits, and they are all incredibly powerful. After all, this is a class skill of the Skywrath Mage SSS level template. If even SSS level class skills are weak, how can ordinary players even play? At the same time, a server-wide announcement sounded again. Congratulations to player Shura for advancing to Heavenly Wrath, Mage Fire, and Lightning. Ye Bai noticed that the server-wide announcement only mentioned the fire and lightning elements, but not the wind element. Is there no announcement because it's an extra option for SSS level rating rewards? Ye Bai's eyes lit up, and he immediately realized that this matter had benefited him greatly. Now, the entire human race, and even the whole world and the Abyss Plane, have received the news immediately. Shura is now cultivating both fire and lightning. Ye Bai secretly practiced a technique called wind as a trump card. This is no longer a question of whether it's amazing or not. This is his very lifeline. Moreover, the concealment of the wind class also adds to the disguise of Ye Bai's true identity. Ye Bai could easily declare to the public that he is a mage specializing in the wind element. In this way, no one would suspect that he is Shura, since the profession doesn't match. The room for maneuver left for Ye Bai was too great, allowing him to move forward or backward without being restricted. The Eternal Tower has rendered a great service. Amidst much anticipation, the Eternal Tower has announced the server-wide rewards for this SSS level advancement. Player Shura cleared the second floor with an SSS rating and was rewarded with the full human race buff in the Eternal Tower, Perfection. Limited time buff overall enhancement. Human race's all attributes in the Eternal Tower increase by 20% for 6 hours only. Limited time buff lightning speed. Humans in the Eternal Tower gain plus 30% movement speed and plus 15% attack speed for 6 hours only. Limited time buff farewell to weakness. Humans who die in the Eternal Tower will not enter a period of weakness upon returning to the Eternal Core City. This buff is valid for 6 hours only. Striving for excellence. The next time you enter the job change realm, you will automatically gain 20% exploration progress, and there will be a higher chance of obtaining hidden and special jobs at the end. The above buff duration only calculates time spent inside the Eternal Tower. When the server-wide rewards were announced, the public chat channel, faction channel, and clan channel all fell into complete silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the announcement, their eyes fixed on it, forgetting to breathe, until the first person started cheering. Shura is awesome. Like firing the first salute of a festival, it ignited everyone's emotions, and the entire human world was plunged into a frenzied ocean of celebration. Such a powerful buff is a reward that is difficult to measure in monetary terms for the human race. Everyone benefits immensely from it, and their strength is increased to varying degrees. Their faces beamed with happiness, and they firmly believed that everyone had a bright future. Across various channels, countless words ultimately boil down to one sentence. Shura awesome. Chapter 49. The gains from the job change secret realm. After completing the job change, the white light once again devoured Ye Bai. He returned to the Eternal Core City. The place was bustling with noise and excitement, and everyone in the streets and alleys was talking about one topic: Azura. This time limited buff is different from the last one. The timer only starts when you are inside the Eternal Tower. Therefore, instead of rushing into the Eternal Tower like last time, everyone was able to leisurely purchase supplies, familiarize themselves with skills, and prepare for reaching higher levels. Ye Bai wandered aimlessly down the street with the crowd, immersing himself in the lively atmosphere. When he gets excited, he'll even join the crowd in shouting, "Shura, awesome." Thankfully, they weren't asking for a refund. Ye Bai wasted no time. He focused all his attention on organizing the gains from this trip. The attribute panel was brought up, and dense text appeared before Ye Bai's eyes. Eternal ID, Shura. Talent, Eye of Insight SSS-rank. Level, 26. Class, Skywrath Mage Wind, Fire, Lightning. HP, 7100/7100. MP, 8600/8600. Strength, 386 plus 100. Intelligence, 565 plus 40. Spirit, 515 plus 30. Agility, 364. Constitution, 231 plus 100. Luck, 12. Equipment, Force of Nature plus 1. Skills, Lightning Bolt, Lightning Blessing, Preparation, Thunderstrike, Wind Slash, Wind Fury, Ignite. Status, Lightning Affinity, Lightning Mastery, Fire Mastery, Wind Mastery. Free attribute points, 160 points. On the second floor, Ye Bai's experience from killing monsters and bosses directly leveled him up to level 26, and his basic 5-dimensional attributes also increased significantly. Each level also provides 10 free attribute points. Ye Bai didn't forget that he was a mage, so he evenly distributed his free attribute points to the intelligence and spirit attributes. As an SSS level class template, Ye Bai's 5-dimensional attributes improve much faster than others. His current level 26 attribute panel is stronger than many geniuses at level 50 or 60. This also means that Ye Bai can achieve better results in the combat soldier test and improve his combat soldier rank. The improvement of the soldier's rank is of great benefit to Ye Bai. It not only increases your monthly allowance, but also unlocks more privileges and allows you to take on higher level tasks. Most importantly, it can help Ye Bai recognize his own strength. The Eye of Insight can indeed provide Ye Bai with a written evaluation. In terms of sheer destructive power, Ye Bai, when fully charged and ready to unleash his attack, possesses output capabilities comparable to a war king, which is Ye Bai's greatest asset. Even in a direct, sustained battle, ignoring the fact that he was fully charged and ready to unleash his power, Ye Bai's strength was no less than that of a 6th or 7th tier warrior. Knowledge gained from books is ultimately superficial. Only through practical experience, summarizing, reflecting, and then verifying through practical experience again can it be truly effective. Only then can Ye Bai's potential be fully unleashed, allowing him to display even greater strength in battle. Besides leveling up and advancing the Skywrath Mage class template, the biggest gain from this trip should be the improvement of Thunderstrike. Thunderclap, as a damage skill that can be upgraded, increases its base damage by 5 points each time it is cast. During this dungeon run, Ye Bai used Heavenly Thunder as much as possible, a total of 120 times. The current Heavenly Thunder has increased its base damage from 200 to 800 points, and adds double the intelligence damage. Ye Bai's intelligence attribute is 695 points. That is, 800 plus 695 multiplied by 2 is equal to 2,190 points. With a 100% bonus from Skywrath Mage and a 15% bonus from Force of Nature, even without using the charge skill, it can deal close to 4,700 damage. Ye Bai's Lightning Strike instantly killed ordinary 3rd tier warriors, and even 4th and 5th tier warriors would lose half their lives. Looking at the damage numbers calculated by the Eye of Insight, Ye Bai nodded in satisfaction. If Wind Fury plus Heavenly Thunder can deal nearly 10,000 damage in an instant, it's enough to kill a tier 6 warrior. After putting away his attribute panel, Ye Bai randomly selected a skill bookshop and went inside. If all the skill books and equipment are in the trading dungeon and I have to buy them from the goblin minions, it will be easy to expose my identity over time. Ye Bai's current needs are great, requiring him to cultivate all 3 elements simultaneously: wind, lightning, and fire. He plans to anonymously purchase some transitional skill books in the Eternal Core City to learn the truly good stuff. That's what Ye Bai needs. Skill books and equipment related to the wind element can be purchased from the Goblin Minion. The Goblin Minions are backed by the All Things Pavilion, which, despite its official backing, is not absolutely safe. All things related to the wind element are the least likely to expose Ye Bai's Shura identity, so it's safe to obtain them through this channel. As for the fire element, Ye Bai only met a master of fire today, the Azure Flame Battle King. Establishing a friendly cooperative relationship with the other party would be entirely beneficial to Ye Bai. The Azure Flame War King was not only a brilliant warrior, but also incredibly loyal to the human race. He always led from the front in battle and never retreated. The most important materials are those related to the lightning element, which are most likely to expose the Shura's identity. Ye Bai decided that from now on, he would only purchase and trade goods from Wolf's Den to ensure his absolute safety. Although this arrangement may seem cumbersome, it is necessary. Outside, they were shouting Shura is awesome at an ear-splitting rate. Why? Because in just 2 days, Shura cleared the SSS level twice, which greatly improved the strength and potential of the human race. The more important Azuras are to the human race, the more threatening they are in the eyes of the demon gods. The tallest tree in the forest will surely be felled by the wind. In order to survive, Ye Bai not only needs to improve his strength as soon as possible, but also needs to keep a low profile, hide his identity as much as possible, and buy himself time to develop. He no longer lacks resources. What's lacking is the time to convert resources into strength. After sorting out his thoughts, Ye Bai's ideas became increasingly clear. First, buy a batch of wind-type skill books to learn, and then use the newly learned wind-type skills to participate in the combat soldier test. Please get me a copy of the low-tier wind shield skill book, as well as Wind Blade, Lightness Spell, and Wind Bind. Ye Bai bought several skill books of average quality, spending a total of 80 gold coins. Young man, you're a wind mage, right? I have some excellent wind staffs here. Would you like to take a look? The owner of the skills bookstore was very enthusiastic. He had just made his biggest sale of the day and was grinning from ear to ear. 80 gold coins. This guy wearing the lone wolf mask spent them without batting an eye. You should know that although these low-level skill books are useful, ordinary people have to save up for a while before they can grit their teeth and buy one. After all, the price is there. A skill book can cost thousands or even tens of thousands of dragon coins. How many chicken legs could that buy? Wealthy people, on the other hand, are more willing to learn skills that yield better results and look down on these cheap, low-quality goods. Who would buy these low-level skill books like Ye Bai would buy vegetables at the market? I don't need the staff. Do you have any other weapons here? Ye Bai asked, like boxing gloves or something? Boxing gloves? The boss frowned. What does this guy need boxing gloves for? Does the mage also want to learn melee combat? Is everyone this competitive these days? Despite his doubts, the shop owner still borrowed 2 boxing gloves from the weapon shop next door. At last, Ye Bai purchased a pair of bladed gauntlets usable by all classes for 15 gold coins. These gauntlets had a very slight armor-piercing effect. This can be considered a temporary compensation for Ye Bai's melee combat output ability. Ye Bai put on his boxing gloves and left amidst the boss's astonished gaze. I've learned all the wind-type skill books, and now I can deal damage even using wind-type skills alone. Ye Bai had participated in the combat soldier test, and as far as he remembered, the testing room was monitored. Jiang Yun and his group caused a scene once, forcing the bald manager to delete the video. Ye Bai wanted to continue participating in the combat soldier test without revealing his identity. You should use as few lightning and fire skills as possible, and use wind skills more often. After making thorough preparations, Ye Bai entered the combat soldier testing hall once again. After receiving his number and scanning his lone wolf badge, Ye Bai was placed in the express lane. Old you, there's a tier 1 warrior who wants to undergo warrior testing again, lone wolf. A security guard who was watching the monitor looked up and shouted. For some reason, the lobby manager instructed them that any tier 1 soldiers who wanted to be tested in the near future must notify him. What? The bald manager shuddered, jumped up, rushed to the monitor, and stared intently at Ye Bai's back. Does it look like him? I can't tell. There's no ID, and no other identifying marks. Is he that genius from yesterday? The bald manager hesitated, unable to make up his mind. The security guard standing nearby, with his sharp eyes, noticed the unusual nature of Ye Bai's mask and exclaimed in surprise. Wow, this is a golden lone wolf. Not bad. A first-tier warrior golden lone wolf. This is the first time I've ever seen one. The security guard's words attracted the attention of many people who gathered around, eager to learn more. As he said, it is extremely rare for a tier 1 soldier to become a golden lone wolf. Make way, all of you make way. Unlike the others, the bald manager turned pale, recognized the other person's identity, and hurriedly pushed through the crowd, struggling to get out of the throng. It must be that genius from yesterday. In just one day, he became a golden lone wolf. We must report this to the director immediately. Eager to redeem himself, the bald manager rushed to the director's office at breakneck speed, wishing he had 4 legs. He didn't even bother to knock before rushing into the office. Leader. The bald manager was pale and gasping for breath, unable to speak. What's wrong, and you're in such a panic? The director was meeting with a guest when he was interrupted by the bald manager, and he reprimanded him angrily. Xiao Yu, how many times have I told you to stay calm and composed in the face of adversity? Don't panic and lose your composure over trivial matters. After giving the guests a reprimand, the director smiled apologetically as an apology. Only then did the director look at the bald manager, picked up his teacup, and casually asked, "Speak, what is it?" Yesterday that genius came back." The bald manager wiped the sweat from his brow and carefully chose his words. "He's become the golden lone wolf, and he's here again to participate in the combat power test." Puff. The director spat out his tea and blurted out, "Holy crap, is this for real?" Bald manager, what happened to staying calm and composed in the face of adversity? Show some restraint. Hee. Of course, the bald manager only dared to think these things in his heart. Even if you don't die, you'll be sent to the abyss to mine stones if you say those words. The bald manager nodded. Absolutely true. What are you still standing there for? The director suddenly stood up and walked out. The combat power test monitoring of the Golden Lone Wolf is highly confidential and cannot be viewed on mobile devices. Even those with less than the War King level cannot view it. Let's go to the monitoring room. The director's eyes gleamed with excitement. He took this mysterious genius very seriously. Just how far can you go? Tier 2 combatant? Tier 3 combatant? Director, I'm really looking forward to it. Chapter 50, is this something I can see? Everyone, put aside what you're doing. Upon arriving at the monitoring room, the director, his expression unchanged, said in a deep voice, "To support everyone in making breakthroughs in the Eternal Tower, we're giving everyone a half-day paid leave today." Oh, some people haven't even realized how good things have been happening to them one after another. Those who are quick-witted and experienced exchange knowing smiles and probably guess the reason. I'm afraid another genius has appeared out of nowhere. The testing and monitoring must be kept strictly confidential. That's right. He used the same excuse to fool us last time. He wouldn't even change his excuse, and his tone and pauses were exactly the same. They exchanged glances, then lowered their heads, took small steps, and happily walked out of the monitoring room. Who can refuse paid leave? After the area was cleared out, only 3 people remained in the monitoring room. The director, the bald manager, and the director's guest, a formidable veteran warrior. Qingyan, I haven't introduced you yet. This is Xiaoyu. He followed me in the Legion back then, and after I retired, he has been working under me ever since. The veteran warrior was none other than Lu Qingyan. Since he had nothing better to do, he decided to come to the Eternal Core City to have tea and catch up with old friends. Of course, the most important thing is that Lu Sueki will most likely be here today to participate in the combat soldier test. Lu Qingyan watched from the side, while also concealing the secret of his granddaughter's second awakening of her talent. As a seasoned veteran, he especially understands the principle of making a fortune quietly. He never expected that he would happen to run into Ye Bai during the combat power test. Just how extraordinary is this genius you're talking about? Lu Qingyan spoke with complete confidence, without the slightest hint of boasting. I've seen the world, and Xuanmeng was in the same year as me. I even punched him during the entrance exam back then. The director snorted coldly. All right, I've heard this same old nonsense from you so many times. I'm practically sick of it. The thing Lu Qingyan is most proud of in his life is not advancing to the Battle King level, but beating up Xuanmeng. Xuanmeng, that's a 9th-tier war god, the war god among war gods. Even the strongest person stepped forward to take him as their adopted son, which shows how terrifying his potential and strength are. All right, enough joking. Xuanmeng only took 3 days to pass the Tier 3 combat soldier test back then. Lu Qingyan's gaze pierced through the monitor screen and landed on Ye Bai. This kid's only been here for 3 days at most. Is he confident about the 2nd-tier warrior test? Upon hearing Lu Qingyan's words, the bald manager and the director's expressions immediately became somewhat strange. The director suppressed a laugh and said, Xiaoyu, open the eyes of our Azure Flame Battle King and tell him what this genius did yesterday. The bald manager said honestly. He passed the neural reaction test of the Tier 3 combat soldier test yesterday. What? Lu Qingyan suddenly stood up, his face filled with disbelief, and blurted out, Old Wu, you're not kidding me. Why would I lie to you? I submitted the report a long time ago. Director Wu said calmly, Xuanmeng is indeed fierce, but he is even fiercer than Xuanmeng. I just bet you that this person's advancement speed is definitely faster than Xuanming's. Enough talk, he's about to start the test. Looking at the commotion on the screen, Lu Qingyan casually asked, which tier of combat soldier did he choose for the test? As a golden warwolf, Ye Bai can choose to take a cross-rank test. Once he passes the test, he will directly advance several ranks. Let me see. Director Wu skillfully pressed a few buttons, and a number appeared on the screen. When the numbers appeared, the entire monitoring room fell into a deathly silence. Apart from the sound of the instruments running, there was not a sound at all. Call. Call. Disbelief was written all over everyone's face, and a cold wind seemed to blow through their hearts, chilling them to the bone. 5. This genius actually chose to take the Tier 5 combat soldier test. While they were in a daze, the test has begun. The Tier 5 combat soldier test seems to be of average difficulty. Ye Bai effortlessly dodged the attacks, a feat he could accomplish even without the aid of the Eye of Insight. After selecting the wind element, Ye Bai's mobility is immediately maximized. Wind-based skills are inherently about agility and speed, and with the 100% effect bonus, they become even more powerful. Even ordinary low-level skills can have the effect of high-level skills in Ye Bai's hands. Wind Slash. Ye Bai even had the leisure to try out new techniques. He targeted a kitchen knife, using the Wind Slash technique to attempt rapid movement. His figure blurred past, leaving afterimages, and Ye Bai appeared beside the kitchen knife. It's done. Ye Bai's eyes lit up. Wind Slash could be used like this. In future battles, he can throw projectiles, or even use flight skills to move at high speed by taking advantage of his opponent. The neurological reaction test that plagues countless people has become a playground for testing the effects of skills in Ye Bai's hands. Even more terrifying is that, even though Ye Bai approached it with an experimental mindset, he could still stroll leisurely, watching the clouds drift by, as if he were detached from the situation. The Tier 5 combat soldier test posed no difficulty for him whatsoever. The three people watching Ye Bai's test showed even greater shock on their faces. The bald manager asked, his voice trembling slightly. Former leader, is this something we should be seeing? Even if he were an idiot, he would now have some idea of the identity of the lone wolf on the screen. 3 days, just 3 days. He grew to the level of a 5th-tier warrior, even more powerful than Xuanming back then. You should know that Xuanming has an SS-level talent, which is already among the top. Therefore, the true identity of this lone wolf is obvious, almost as if the answer has been thrown right in their faces. Ashura. It was actually Ashura. Da-da-da. Footsteps sounded behind the three of them, startling them so much that they quickly turned around. Mastering Jiu. Lu Qingyan hurriedly bowed and said, we haven't seen each other for over 30 years. Your figure looks so familiar, it feels like we just met yesterday. The newcomer was none other than Shadow 9. Shadow, a Kage-level powerhouse, ranked 9th in strength, hence the name Shadow 9. Seeing Lu Qingyan there, Ingjiu couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. Lord Shadow 9, why do you sigh? Lu Qingyan asked in confusion. Before he could even report it, they had discovered what appeared to be Ashura. This is almost the most important discovery. Ingjiu reached out her withered hand and patted Lu Qingyan's head, looking at him with loving eyes, like a kind and approachable elder, and began to speak. I feel sorry for you. Lu Qingyan was even more puzzled and sighed for him. Had he done something wrong? Shadow 9 continued. Xiaolu, do you know that if a forbidden spell that seals memories is used on the same target multiple times, it will significantly affect the target's intelligence level? This is the first time I've ever heard of this, but what does it have to do with me? Before Lu Qingyan could finish speaking, everything suddenly went black as a black mist silently enveloped him. Even a peak battle king like him had no strength to resist. What a wonderful child. Ingjiu sighed. If it's sealed a few more times, it might really turn into an idiot. You always get involved with this person. I don't know if your luck is good or bad. Anyway, I'll just have to put up with your misery. After saying that, the black mist churned and returned to Ingjiu's sleeve. Lu Qingyan, Director Wu, and the bald manager were all lying on the ground, unconscious. Only Ingjiu stood still, staring intently at the surveillance video. When he was alone, A rare fanaticism appeared on his gaunt old face, and his eyes seemed to burst with fire. His withered body contained terrifying energy, and his life was burning. Come on, let me see what you've got. Just how powerful will the future strongest of our human race be? After saying that, a cloud of black mist suddenly shot out from under Ingzio's feet and entered the control panel. As Ye Bai was inside the testing room, the entire room suddenly flashed red light, and all the tests stopped. Ye Bai looked around warily. A series of notes popped up in front of his eyes. A certain unethical old man has started the 9th-tier warrior test Shura Custom Edition. Next up will be the projection left behind by the strongest being, possessing 1/10 of the strength of that strongest being back then. You'd better pray that you draw the projection of the Supreme Nightmare. Upon seeing this note, Ye Bai was slightly surprised and asked, "Why a nightmare? Is it because the strongest being, Nightmare, is the weakest?" Of the 3 supreme experts, Ye Bai had heard the most about Nightmare, who seemed to be in charge of the rear base on Blue Star. The Eye of Insight quickly provided the answer. In the fight against nightmares, death is the least painful way, even with a sweet taste. Before the battle even began, the Eye of Insight had already sentenced Ye Bai to death. This wave has reached 15 shots. I initiated it. The note in front of Ye Bai suddenly distorted, the characters becoming extremely blurry, like an ink painting thrown into a pool of water. This was the first time Ye Bai had encountered such a situation. Despite his usual playful antics, the Eye of Insight has never lost the prestige of an SSS-level talent. Finally, the ink blot pieced together a few barely legible characters. He has come. Chapter 51, The Supreme Powerhouse, Traceless. The words faded before Ye Bai's eyes, creating an oppressive atmosphere that was almost suffocating. The entire space of the testing room began to distort. Ye Bai noticed that the surrounding walls had disappeared, and without his knowledge, he had been transferred to a new space. The space was filled with mist, obscuring the view. Directly ahead, a white figure appeared and slowly walked towards Ye Bai. The two were not far apart, but were separated by a hazy mist, making it impossible to see each other's faces clearly. A refined and gentle voice rang out. "You're early." Through the thin mist, the other person spoke slowly. "Level 60, the second job advancement, that's when it's time for you to come. You're still too inexperienced." This projection of mine was left by a level 199 being. Even if it only has 1/10 of their strength, the difference is still too great. Ye Bai nodded thoughtfully and asked in return, "Then I'll leave?" Puff. The other person chuckled softly, as if they were having a casual chat. "Since we're already here, let's chat a little longer. Anyway, this projection of mine will dissipate soon. Your next challenge will be against one of the other two." Since the projection of the Supreme Being had spoken, Ye Bai continued in that direction. "I haven't asked yet." Without a trace, the figure announced his name. Ye Bai raised an eyebrow. "A supreme expert, Traceless?" Legend has it that Wuhan was a swordsman who could slay countless enemies with his sword. There are many records about leaving no trace in textbooks. When he was level 200, he went to the front line alone with his sword and killed 13 demon kings, as well as countless generals and soldiers. One man and one sword held the line of defense for 1,000 miles and scared away 1,000,000 demons. Thousands of troops and horses avoid the white-clad figure, and countless gods and demons fear the Traceless one. From then on, Wuhan became famous throughout the world, unstoppable all the way, killing gods and demons alike, and finally achieving the position of the strongest. In short, this is a master swordsman. Thinking of this, Ye Bai's eyes lit up. With such a close combat expert right in front of you, how could you not take advantage of him? Given Ye Bai's ruthless and greedy nature. Since the projection of that supreme expert has already come, we can't let Ye Bai leave empty-handed. "Master Wuhan, my deskmate, is your fan." As soon as Ye Bai spoke, the figure opposite him in the thin mist was clearly taken aback. "Your deskmate is a fan of mine. What does that have to do with you? What's the point of you trying to get close to me like this? You little rascal, you don't play by the rules. Why don't you give me some skill books? I'll learn them and then teach my deskmate." "Wuhan, then why don't I just give it to your deskmate instead of you making a profit as a second-hand dealer? Also, Why would a mage like you need to learn melee skills? Wuhan seemed to have guessed Ye Bai's thoughts. Is this guy planning to cultivate both magic and martial arts? Just to outmaneuver the enemy in battle? Humans cannot, and should not, be so shameless. Regardless, Ye Bai figured he hadn't actually fought with Wuhan, so he might as well seize the opportunity and take advantage of it. In any case, the strongest beings are thick-skinned and have large families and businesses, so they don't care about such a small amount. An interesting kid. Wuhan raised his arm, and a round disc flew out from Ye Bai's arms, a magic-suppressing disc. This item bears the mark of a demon god, and even a master blacksmith of the war god level would be deceived by it. You can carry this item on Earth or in the Eternal Tower without any problems. If you were to reach the Abyss Plane, this wouldn't be a life-saving item, but a death warrant. As he spoke, Wuhan pressed his palm downwards. Countless black lines were drawn from the anti-magic communication disc, as if peeling away layers of silk. The black lines gathered into a ball and began to change shape constantly, as if they were nurturing some terrifying monster. I stripped away the demon god's mark and condensed it into a monster, probably at the level of a quasi-war king. Wuhan pointed to the black mass in front of Ye Bai and said, "You arrived too early and your level is too low. Fighting me will only do you harm. You should fight this monster instead. If you can solve this within 5 minutes, I will give you a skill book. It's a deal." Ye Bai was in high spirits after successfully getting the wool, and he swung his staff, ready to strike. Wait a moment. The monster has not yet taken shape. Taking advantage of this lull, Wuhan spoke up. This monster is at the near-war king level, with over 1 billion HP and over 10,000 magic resistance. Its damage reduction against lightning should be as high as 65%. Wuhan introduced the monster that was about to be born, indirectly reducing the difficulty for Ye Bai. Ever since the Azura was promoted to Heavenly Wrath Mage Lightning, all the demons in the Abyss Plains have been frantically stacking lightning resistance. They knew very well that on the road to the rise of the Azuras, there would always be a few unlucky ones who would be beheaded and become stepping stones for the Azuras to gain fame. If you stack up your magic resistance, then others will suffer. Roll it up as much as you want. Ye Bai possesses the Eye of Insight, and he can clearly see the information Wuhan mentioned. On the other hand, the Quasi-Battle King is really no match for Ye Bai's current output capabilities. Is having over 1 billion HP a big deal? Ye Bai can now deal nearly 5,000 damage with a single bolt of lightning. With 30 layers of preparation and an 1.1 billion bonus, his output exceeds 1 trillion. Even with a 65% damage reduction, it's still a damage output in the hundreds of billions. 1 billion health points wouldn't even be enough to fill a tooth gap. That's about it. Wuhan suddenly stopped. The black mass had transformed into a 6-armed monster, struggling to rush towards Ye Bai. There's no need to hold back. Go all out. This place can keep out any prying eyes. Remember, resolve this within 5 minutes. Timer start. Bang. The 6-armed monster tried to rush towards Ye Bai, its 4 eyes emitting a terrifying red light. Heavenly thunder. Ye Bai pointed his staff forward, and once again, incredibly thick red lightning descended from the sky, sweeping away everything with destructive power. He had already stacked 30 layers and was ready to unleash a devastating attack as soon as he met the target. Boom. After being drenched and baptized by lightning, the monster didn't even survive for 0.1 seconds before turning into ashes. I got up, killed him in one move. What's there to say? Retracting his staff, Ye Bai looked at Wuhan behind the thin mist and said casually, "Where were we? Let's continue." No trace. Damn it, this kid's got it. Even the supreme expert Wuhan could not have imagined that. A level 26 Azura can actually kill a quasi-war king in one move. 5 minutes. No need at all. One move is enough. Of course, Wuhan's vision is far beyond that of ordinary people. He could tell at a glance that the reason why Shura was able to unleash such high damage was because he had stacked some kind of buff. In other words, in terms of damage output, Shura has extremely high burst damage, but its sustained is relatively average. I just don't know how long it will take for Shura's buffs to stack up. The thin mist parted slightly, making Wuhan's figure clearer. Ye Bai's expression hardened, and he waited for what was to come. The voice without a trace rang out again. This time, however, his voice carried an unusual seriousness, and he said solemnly, "Shura, I retract my previous assessment of you, and I apologize for my underestimation. You are now qualified to fight me." Chapter 52 Terrifying. Supreme Strength. You are now qualified to fight me. The fact that these words came from the mouth of the supreme being Wuhan was itself an honor. If it were any other young lad or hothead, they would probably be bursting with excitement and eager to make a move right now. Ye Bai remained calm and countered with a question. "Can we not fight? A gentleman uses words, not fists. We're all on the same side. Fighting will only damage our harmony. Most importantly, you're level 199 and have already changed jobs 3 times. What kind of skill is it to bully a level 26 mage like me? Avoid fighting Ye Bai if possible." Oh, Wuhan found this kid rather interesting and asked, "Why don't you fight?" "The strongest have always been my idol." Wuhan interrupted, "Your deskmate's idol. He's also my idol." Ye Bai spoke with conviction and sincerity, making his lies sound like the truth. "How could I possibly lay a hand on my idol?" "No problem." Wuhan pointed to the embers on the ground and said, "I helped you remove the demon god's mark and completely remove the bloodline restriction of the magic suppressing warrant. As previously agreed, I will give you a melee skill book. If we fight, regardless of victory or defeat, I will give you another skill book." Ye Bai looked troubled. "It's not a problem with the skill book, it's just that." Wuhan smiled and said, "I can send someone to forge a melee weapon for you, but you'll need to provide the materials yourself." Ye Bai said solemnly, "I have long wanted to experience the swordsmanship of the supreme expert Wuhan. Please enlighten me. He definitely didn't do this for the skill books and equipment. I simply want to learn from the strongest. I dare not offer guidance. My projection is more than 100 levels higher than yours, so it wouldn't be fair for us to fight directly." Wuhan pondered for a moment. "You attack first, and I'll give you a 1-move head start. After that, it'll be a matter of life and death." At this moment, Ye Bai no longer had the same expression as before. His face was extremely serious. If he were to actually fight the projection without a trace, given the 160+ level difference, Ye Bai would definitely be instantly killed. In this way, there would be no point in the two of them fighting. By letting Ye Bai make 1 move, Wuhan wanted to test Ye Bai's ultimate output ability and also give Ye Bai an opportunity. If Ye Bai can instantly kill the projection without a trace in 1 move, then Ye Bai wins. If the seamless projection survives, the outcome is self-evident. Good. Ye Bai nodded and agreed. "We can start any time." This was exactly what Ye Bai was waiting for. Wind Fury. Heavenly Thunder. Without any hesitation, Ye Bai quickly stacked up 30 layers of power and prepared to unleash his attack. He started with Wind Fury, followed by Heavenly Thunder. The terrifying red lightning struck again, crashing down hard on Wuhan's head. Throughout the space, the mist swirled, and time seemed to slow down, as if everything were in slow motion, like a movie. In fact, everything happened extremely fast. Bang! Less than a meter above Wuhan's head, a red lightning bolt suddenly exploded, its destructive power creating a spectacular display of fireworks that lit up countless sparks in the air. Wuhan stood still, not moving an inch, not even glancing at the lightning. Hiss! Ye Bai gasped, unable to help but sigh. The strongest leave no trace. How terrifying. This child is doomed. Ye Bai stopped talking there. After 1 move, Wuhan was completely unharmed, and the difference in skill was immediately apparent. Ye Bai suddenly stepped back, widening the distance between the two, giving Dai Man some time to buy time before he could unleash his attack. Wuhan stood still, his gaze towards Ye Bai subtly shifting. "After almost 10 years, I'm being asked to use my innate abilities again. That attack just now must have exceeded 1 trillion damage, touching the realm of the god of war." Wuhan never expected that Shura's output ability was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Level 26, an explosion surpassing the peak of the War King. Even Wuhan back then couldn't have done something like this. Just as Wuhan was about to make his next move, his figure suddenly became semi-transparent and gradually disappeared. The energy is depleted. With only a few seconds left, if he were willing to make a move, Ye Bai would most likely not be able to dodge. However, as a supreme being, even if he is just a projection, he still has his own dignity. In Wuhan's heart, since Ye Bai was able to force him to use the effect of his talent, then Ye Bai had won this battle. Before the projection completely dissipated, Wuhan said, "Shura, what I promised you will be delivered to you. So far, you've done well. This world is far more dangerous than you imagine. Conceal your identity as much as possible and increase your strength." The sound of Wuhan echoed in the space. The thin mist slowly dissipated, and Ye Bai returned to the combat power testing room. It was like a dream. I woke up long ago but still don't dare to move. Ye Bai looked around warily, fearing that something unexpected might happen. At the same time, in the combat power testing monitoring room, Ingzio stared intently at the monitor in front of him, which was covered in static. In fact, the surveillance was blocked after the projection of the Supreme Being appeared. Ingzio couldn't see anything. He was simply waiting for the final result. Is the 9th tier battle soldier test too difficult for Shura? This kid has only been in the Eternal Tower for 3 days. It's hard to say. SSS level talent is something that can't be measured by common sense. As the strongest shadow level powerhouse among the shadows, Shadow 9's ranking of 9th speaks volumes. Even if Xue Meng were a 9th tier war god, Ingzio could assassinate him in less than 3 moves. Even among war gods, there are differences. The star ranking changes every year, and batches of lone wolves rise to prominence. The rankings within the shadow are the culmination of generations of experience. For a century, no one has been able to shake the position of Shadow 9. The strongest beings are those who surpass the god of war and are comparable to gods, far beyond what Shadow 9 can compare to. 100 years ago, Ingzio was a classmate of the strongest nightmare. This secret is known to very few, even among the higher-ups of the Shadow organization. Having experienced the era of supreme power, he knows better than anyone just how terrifying the strongest can be. Sizzle sizzle. The surveillance footage was distorted for a moment, then returned to normal. Ingzio stared wide-eyed at the screen, not missing a single detail. When he saw Ye Bai jumping around, his eyelids started twitching wildly. This is impossible. The guardian angel on Shura hasn't disappeared, which means Shura isn't dead. Hiss. The moment this thought crossed Ingzio's mind, he was startled. In the 9th tier warrior test, even with only 1/10 of the strength of the projection of a supreme being at level 199, Shura was able to fight and survive. This in itself is a miracle. This child possesses the potential to become extremely powerful. Only at this moment was Shadow 9 completely subdued by Shura. He witnessed the rise of the supreme powerhouse nightmare. It is no exaggeration to say that what Shura has accomplished now is something that even Nightmare back then might not have been able to do better than Shura. Give Shura enough time, and he will surely achieve the position of the strongest. The black mist surrounding Ingzio churned and surged outwards almost uncontrollably, demonstrating the extent of his intense and indescribable emotions. Our human race is finally about to give birth to its 4th supreme powerhouse. Dawn is breaking. Just as Ingzio was filled with fervor and his blood was boiling, he caught a glimpse of the scrolling text at the bottom out of the corner of his eye. 9th tier combat soldier test passed. Like a bolt from the blue, Ingzio stood there dumbfounded, her expression blank, her whole being like a withered tree, devoid of any vitality. Shura actually passed the 9th tier warrior test. He didn't survive the projection of the supreme being, but he killed him? At this moment, Ingzio felt that his world had been completely turned upside down. Chapter 53 9th tier combat soldier, Golden Lone Wolf. Shadow 9 was shocked by Shura's achievements. Although he didn't know what had happened, his intuition told him that Shura seemed to be very powerful. Shocked, Ingzio even forgot the passage of time, staring blankly at the monitor showing Shura obtaining the 9th tier warrior medal and leaving the combat power testing room. Even Lu Qingyan on the ground twitched his eyelids and let out a soft hum, showing signs of waking up. What on earth happened? Ingzio snapped out of her daze and slapped Lu Qingyan on the forehead, causing Lu Qingyan to faint again. Calm down, calm down. I'm an old man. What haven't I seen? The problem is, Shadow 9 has never seen anything like this before. He threw the three people lying on the ground onto chairs, and black mist swirled, enveloping them. Shadow 9 slightly modified the memories of the three. In Lu Qingyan and the others' memories, that genius challenged the second-tier warrior test and suffered a crushing defeat. Even in a crushing defeat, there is still honor. Therefore, he left a good impression on the three of them, and Lu Qingyan particularly admired this mage who was skilled in wind magic. Ingzhou nodded. This is enough. After doing all this, the black mist dissipated, and Ingzhou disappeared from the spot, and everything returned to normal. It's like a paused movie being played. Lu Qingyan, Director Wu, and the bald manager opened their eyes at the same time, without noticing anything unusual. Director Wu said with a hint of regret, "It's a pity he failed. He was just a little short of passing the neurological response test." The bald manager nodded in agreement, acknowledging the director's statement. Only Lu Qingyan held his forehead, silent, his brows furrowed. Director Wu noticed his unusual behavior and turned to ask, "Old Lu, say something." Lu Qingyan asked in confusion, "Why does my forehead hurt so much, like I've been hit?" "Ahem, now that things have come to this, I can't hide it from you anymore, Lao Lu. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm coming clean. I'm actually the god of war." Director Wu said in a very serious tone, "I not only slapped you on the forehead, but I even used a forbidden spell to alter your memories." To this utter nonsense, Lu Qingyan responded with only one word. "Roll. I'd rather believe that Shura lives next door than believe your nonsense." After the little farce, the three of them started talking about the genius mage from before. Not long after, Lu Qingyan suddenly stood up, staring at the monitor screen, unable to contain his excitement. "They're here." On the monitor screen, a beautiful woman has just entered the combat power testing room to challenge a Tier 1 soldier. "Who's here?" "My granddaughter, Old Wu. Watch closely what's about to happen," Lu Qingyan instructed. "I'm not trying to brag, but you absolutely must keep my granddaughter's second awakening of her S-rank talent a secret." Director Wu, "This old bastard is getting more and more shameless." Inside the monitoring room, the three of them focused their attention once again on the surveillance footage. At the same time, after finishing the combat strength test, Ye Bai returned to the Wolf Den with his fresh 9th tier combat soldier medal. "The last time I came to Wolf's Den was the last time. Compared to a few hours ago, there are clearly more people in the Wolf's Den." Ye Bai glanced at the time. Nearly 5 hours had passed. 4:59 a.m. The time to venture into the Eternal Tower each day is only from midnight to 6 o'clock. Therefore, everyone will first go to the Eternal Tower to level up and try to clear the dungeon. Once their stats are almost depleted, they will return to the Eternal Core City to replenish their supplies, and then do other things. Ye Bai also made the same arrangement. As soon as he entered the Wolf's Den, darkness fell before him, and a small mountain loomed in front of Ye Bai. Xuanmeng, expressionless, looked at Ye Bai, his heart filled with complex emotions, and for a moment he was speechless. He had previously applied for shadow protection for the other party, but the application was ruthlessly rejected. At that moment, Xuanmeng was shocked. After the initial shock, Xuanmeng immediately realized what kind of being he was facing. If Xuanmeng still can't guess the other person's identity, he might as well find a block of tofu and smash his head against it. There is only one answer, Shura. Seeing Xuanmeng's posture, Ye Bai understood what had happened. Given Xuanmeng's status, he most likely knows that the lone wolf in front of him is Shura. Of course, Xuanmeng only knew the Azura inside the Eternal Tower. He knew nothing about the fact that Shura's true identity was Ye Bai. As long as this is guaranteed, Ye Bai will be safe. "What are you looking at?" Ye Bai's sudden remark nearly made Xuanmeng spit out a mouthful of blood. "Please cough cough. Come on, come inside with me." Just like last time, Ye Bai followed Xuanmeng into the depths of the Wolf Den. "Sit down, let's have a good talk." Xuanmeng brought over a chair and sat down opposite Ye Bai. "Has the authenticity of the list been confirmed?" 100% certain. Xuanmeng was both amused and exasperated. Did Shura really need to give him a fake list? Besides, Xuanmeng isn't the only one keeping an eye on anything related to Shura. Shura is accompanied by at least one shadow-level war god, and may even be under the watchful eyes of someone of a higher level. The strongest, a nightmare. Is my bounty settled? As soon as Ye Bai mentioned this, Xuanming's face stiffened, and he stammered. The final value can only be determined after the actual arrest operation is completed, so it may take a while. I understand. Ye Bai was just asking casually. He doesn't lack money right now. What he lacks is something that money can't buy. Based on my previous experience dealing with the supreme expert Wuhan, he is a reasonable person. If the upper beam is straight, even if the lower beam is crooked, you can easily straighten the lower beam by gently bending the upper beam. Ye Bai had enough trust in Xuanming and Wolf's Den. Their awkward conversation came to an abrupt end, and the air was thick with embarrassment. Xuanming really didn't know what he should say to Shura. Xuanming knew that the other party was Shura. The other party knew that Xuanming knew he was Shura. Xuanming knew that the other party knew. It's a kind of wireless nesting doll. Have you eaten? After holding it in for a long time, Xuanming blurted out a sentence. I haven't eaten. Why are you asking? Are you planning to treat me? Xuanming. Just a few hours earlier, he had told the other person to eat as much of whatever they liked. Looking back, the joker was himself. Xuanming had reason to believe that even if he died, Shura would not. I'll treat. Just give my name at the Wolf's Den reception desk. That's enough of the small talk. Composing himself, Xuanming said seriously. We take the list you submitted very seriously. The arrest operation has already been launched in secret, and I will soon have a mission to carry out as well. Before he finished speaking, Xuanming's lone wolf medal vibrated slightly, indicating that he had something to do. After glancing at the information on the medal, Xuanming stood up and walked outside. As he reached the door, Xuanming stopped and turned to look at Ye Bai. Besides, be safe. Xuanming spoke those 4 words with utmost seriousness. Even with an SSS-level talent, there is no guarantee of safety. There is still a risk of death. Once a person dies, everything is gone. Ye Bai vehemently denied it. Who said I have SSS-level talent? Don't talk nonsense, or I'll sue you for defamation. You're defaming me. Yes, you're not. Xuanming smiled, shook his head, and left the office. Judging from Shura's shamelessness, this kid is definitely not going to die young. After Xuanming left, Ye Bai didn't linger and walked outside. Sitting in a corner of the Wolf's Den, Ye Bai browsed the mission panel and checked his current status. Ye Bai is now a 9th-tier warrior, the Golden Lone Wolf. This is equivalent to the treatment level of a 2nd-tier warrior. They can receive a monthly allowance of 200,000 yuan and have the right not to respond to emergencies below level 6. They can move freely in emergencies below level 4. Medical expenses will be covered if you are injured while performing official duties. If you become disabled, you can be transferred to the Planetary Defense Council, where you will be rated as a Tier 2 warlord and receive lifetime benefits. Wait a minute. It's clear that the General Headquarters is going all out in terms of benefits and won't mistreat any soldier. In addition, Ye Bai can purchase items from the Wolf's Den at a 9.5% discount. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and a beautiful figure wearing a lone wolf mask walked into the Wolf Den. Another newcomer. Even without the eye of insight, Ye Bai recognized the other party's identity at a glance. Lu Sueki, she actually passed the 1st-tier warrior test? Interesting. Ye Bai raised his wine glass, his voice automatically changing under the cover of the lone wolf mask, making it impossible for others to discern his identity. This round's on me. Ye Bai spoke with great confidence. The Wolf's Den instantly turned into a sea of joy. It was the first time Lu Sueki had ever seen such a welcoming ceremony, and she was a little reserved for a moment. However, it won't be long before she perfectly integrates into this place and even falls in love with it. A robot delivered the bill to Ye Bai. Sir, please have 1 round of drinks. The total after discount is 2.89 million dragon coins. 2.89 million dragon coins, which is almost 3,000 gold coins. Ye Bai spent it without a second thought. Is he really that stingy? Ye Bai waved his hand confidently and said, Put it on Xuanming's tab. This wine tastes good. Let's have another round. And it's on his tab. Chapter 54. Tonight's expenses will be paid by young Master Zhao. This round of expenses will be on young Master Zhao. A deep voice echoed from the Wolf's Den, once again eliciting cheers from the crowd. Young Master Zhao? Ye Bai was somewhat surprised. His surname wasn't Zhao. Could it be that Xuanming's surname is actually Zhao? Ye Bai recalled that the first time he came to Wolf's Den, someone offered him drinks, and he also shouted, "Young Master Zhao, please pay the bill." At this moment, a young lady with a graceful figure walked out from behind the counter, exuding a charming allure with every gesture, and strolled to Ye Bai's side. "Young man, is this your first time treating someone to a bar?" The young woman wore a silver-white lone wolf mask, obscuring her face, but her voice was exceptionally beautiful. When people invite each other to drinks at the Wolf's Den, no matter who is paying, they will all say the same thing. Young Master Zhao will pay the bill. After all, Lone Wolf's initial intention was to provide everyone with concealed identities. He wouldn't ask anyone for any information related to their identities. "Oh, I see." Ye Bai nodded. That made perfect sense. Perhaps there was never a young Master Zhao, or perhaps everyone is young Master Zhao. The young lady spoke again. "Everyone here calls me Butterfly Dream. I haven't had a chance to ask what my name is yet." Ye Bai didn't stand on ceremony. "Just call me Fourth Brother." The young woman turned to look at the receptionist and said softly, "Fourth Brother, put tonight's expenses on my tab." Then, she looked at Ye Bai and chuckled softly. "Hope you have a great time at the Wolf's Denver." The other party clearly thought Ye Bai was extraordinary and wanted to befriend him, so they naturally talked more. After all, Ye Bai's current identity is 9th-tier warrior Golden Lone Wolf. Take one step forward, and you can become a warrior. Lone Wolf's warriors are always 30–40% stronger than ordinary warriors, and the more monstrous ones can even fight beyond their level. Moreover, since Fourth Brother was able to become a Golden Lone Wolf during his time as a warrior, his potential is definitely not limited to Warrior General. With a very high probability of becoming a War King, it's not surprising that Dai Meng is willing to invest in such a promising stock in advance. Now that the Azura has been born, we are all living in a good era. This toast is for you. I wish you a speedy rise to become a general. With that, Dai Meng picked up her cocktail and drank it all in one gulp. After saying that, he finished his drink. Dai Meng nodded slightly to Ye Bai, then turned and left. "Sister Meng, have you met a handsome guy you like?" Behind the bar, the bartender casually joked, a mischievous smile on her face. "It's nothing. I just feel that the 9th-tier warrior is a bit unfamiliar, and since I know Shui Meng, he might be a genius released by some war god family." Butterfly Dream casually said, "It's a pity he couldn't be in the same generation as Shura. In this era of supreme power, he can only watch others eat meat while he drinks soup." "Oh, is that so?" Dai Meng's words drew puzzled glances from the people behind the bar, who were clearly unfamiliar with the topic. "That's right. The previous 3 eras of supreme power have all proven a truth. Those who are in the same generation as the supreme powerhouse benefit the most. He's already a Tier 9 combatant, at least 20 years old, and a sophomore at a top combatant university, 2 years behind Shura." Having said that, Dai Meng didn't take this trivial matter to heart. Even if Fourth Brother becomes the War King, it's just a trivial matter to Dai Meng. Her own family has more than one war god, and is connected with the strongest, so her vision is naturally high enough. It's almost 6 o'clock. Ye Bai stretched and chose to exit the Eternal Tower. There were no suitable missions for Ye Bai in the Wolf's Den. Moreover, Ye Bai is currently facing a threat from the leader of the 4th demonic sect, so he can't afford to worry about other tasks. The leader of the demonic sect vowed to kill Ye Bai. This was no small matter. If he is not careful, Ye Bai may meet a tragic end. After exiting the Eternal Tower, Ye Bai opened the curtains, letting the faint sunlight into the room, casting long shadows at his feet. He looked down at his shadow. "Senior, what did you have for breakfast?" Quiet, speechless. Even if you skip breakfast, it's fine to come out and chat. The shadow remained motionless. Ye Bai had no choice but to resort to his trump card. That supreme expert told me that every lone wolf has a shadow protecting them. Lord Shadow 9, stop hiding. Upon hearing the words Supreme Powerhouse, the shadow beneath Ye Bai's feet began to distort, and a cloud of black mist rose into the air, eventually revealing a hunched old man whose face was hidden in the shadows. Hee. As soon as the other party spoke, Ye Bai felt a chill run down his spine. Goodness, why does he look like a villain when he smiles? Brother, you can't laugh about this. Ye Bai knew about Ing Jiu's existence the very first day he came to his side. When Ye Bai chose the Lone Wolf faction, the Eye of Insight gave him a hint, informing him of the existence of the shadow. Lone wolves are always accompanied by a shadow, protecting them as they grow on Earth and providing them with a safe space. To Ye Bai's surprise, the expert sent to him was a war god-level powerhouse. This senior was probably the one who didn't follow martial ethics in the combat power testing room before. Ingjio stopped laughing and said seriously, "A supreme expert would never talk to you like that. Kid, you're still too green." The Shadows are an organization created by the Supreme Powerhouse Nightmare. The three Supreme Experts do not interfere with each other. No one will tell Ye Bai these things. Indeed, I was bluffing you. I'm sorry. Ye Bai was very frank. He simply wanted to talk to this Shadow 9 war god about his personal safety. As you know, there is a war god who wants to kill me. That's right. Could you go and kill the leader of the fourth demonic cult first? Ye Bai has always adhered to the principle of striking first to gain the upper hand. If you're going to challenge someone to a fight, it's best to run them over with a dump truck the day beforehand. That way, you're guaranteed to win every time. Ingjio's answer was also straightforward. No. If you want to kill Lian Khan, you have to find him first. The demon god has covered his whereabouts. The leader of the fourth demonic cult is called Lian Khan? What kind of weird name is this? Did you just randomly search for it on 4,399? Ye Bai couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy's name was chosen so casually. The assassination plot failed, so Ye Bai had to settle for second best. Could you call a few more people to protect me? The more war gods the better. Ideally, one command could summon 100,000 war gods, arriving in a grand procession aboard a green train. Ingjio still shook her head. No. Because of the appearance of a certain Azura, the demons of the Abyss Plane have gone mad. The human race is currently under severe strain across all fronts and simply cannot spare any manpower. Most importantly, the more war gods we can spare, the more war gods the enemy will have to target you. Ingjio's words made a lot of sense, and Ye Bai couldn't refute them. A higher level of competition is like a tug of war, with both sides locked in a stalemate, waiting for an unexpected factor to break the deadlock. Despite repeated setbacks, Ye Bai remained undeterred. How about I pack up and move into the home of a supreme expert? The strongest are always in the most dangerous places. Even the god of war is at risk of falling. Going there would be suicide. I understand. Maintaining the status quo is in my best interest. Ingjio nodded, revealing an expression that suggested he was a promising student. Now that you've shown yourself, let me say a few more words to you so you can have a better understanding. There are strict rules regarding who I will intervene against. I will not intervene against enemies below the peak Battle King level. You will have to deal with them on your own. Thank you, but I need some peace and quiet. I feel increasingly insecure. As a Battle King level opponent, it's one thing for Ye Bai to launch a sneak attack, but a direct confrontation is out of the question. One last question, about that little game, cough cough. The connect the dots game. If it comes up, are you confident you can win? This is also the issue that Ye Bai cares about most. Being targeted by a war god is no joke. I can kill him with a single blow. Leaving behind an incredibly domineering statement, Ingjio's figure once again transformed into black mist and disappeared into the shadows on the ground. In fact, he didn't stay by Ye Bai's side 24 hours a day. He spent most of his time patrolling around Ye Bai, checking everyone's combat strength, and taking precautions. If the god of war gets close, even if Shadow 9 can kill him instantly, the aftershocks of the battle will still make Ye Bai pay a heavy price. Your words are truly insightful. Ye Bai rubbed his temples. He realized that he still had to rely on himself to deal with enemies below the peak of the Battle King level. Buzzing sound. Ye Bai's trading secret realm pass rang, indicating that a message had arrived. Lu Qingyan. Oh, right. I promised him I'd help his granddaughter get a DNA test. Thinking of this, Ye Bai took out his pass, activated the tower mark, and entered the trading secret realm. Sweki, you're here. Lu Qingyan had been waiting for a long time, and upon seeing the lightning element, he immediately stepped forward to greet it. Fourth brother, I'm sorry to bother you. This is my granddaughter, Lu Sweki. As he spoke, Lu Qingyan looked at his granddaughter and said, Call him fourth master. Lu Sweki nodded, her voice clear and crisp. Greetings, fourth master. Ye Bai. This generational hierarchy is too messed up. Chapter 55, Taking Stock of the Gains, Extreme Tug of War. The two met in the secret trading area, and Lu Qingyan took the initiative to introduce them. Fourth brother, my granddaughter just changed her class to the SSS-rank Divine Beast Tamer. Each summoned beast will receive an extra divine blessing reward, with a higher probability of triggering bloodline reversion. Hearing Lu Qingyan's introduction, Ye Bai was slightly surprised and looked at Lu Sueki. SS-rank job template? It has to be said that Lu Sueki's ability to get to this point on her own was indeed somewhat beyond Ye Bai's expectations. Even if Lu Sueki's talent awakens to S level and she has the unconditional support of a War King Elder, it would still be difficult for her to obtain an SS level job template in the job change secret realm. That requires reaching 95% exploration progress and fighting the boss to the very end, which is extremely difficult. Even with SS level talent, there's no absolute certainty, yet Lu Sueki managed to do it with her S level talent. Based on this incident alone, Lu Sueki's future achievements will likely not stop at the title of War King. This little girl is stronger than I imagined. Ye Bai never expected that his unintentional act would lead to such a remarkable outcome. His simple words could actually add another war god to the human race's future. Although it is only a theoretical possibility, how far Lu Sueki can go is still uncertain. But that's terrifying enough. Is this the allure of the era of supreme power? Ye Bai shook his head with a bitter smile. The source of all the storms was none other than himself. Gathering his thoughts, Ye Bai looked at Lu Sueki and asked, I understand the situation. What do you want me to authenticate? Lu Sueki was a little nervous. The fourth master in front of her was putting a lot of pressure on her. According to her grandfather's description, the fourth master was not only incredibly strong, but also a rare master in appraisal. Fourth master, I'd like you to help me identify what items this little bird needs to advance its level. As she spoke, a canary landed on Lu Sueki's shoulder, perched in her palm, and remained remarkably docile. Ye Bai glanced at it and said softly, having the bloodline of the golden-winged roc, and actually enjoying 2 divine awakenings. Not bad, not bad. Fourth master casually revealed Canary's true nature with a single sentence, leaving Lu Sueki utterly shocked. Is this the level of an appraisal master? Terrifying. Since it has already enjoyed divine favor twice, it is wise for you to focus on nurturing it. You have 3 options. Through the eye of insight, Ye Bai had a clear view of the bird's evolution path. He completely ignored the lower-level advancement methods and focused on explaining the ones with the strongest potential and combat power. You can feed it 10,000 poisons powder. Feed it 500 doses, and it will die from the poison, set itself on fire, and bury its remains on a pile of diamonds. With the help of a necromancer, you can summon the 10,000 poisons bone rock. Hiss! The canary in Lu Sueki's palm trembled all over, looking at the fourth master with eyes full of fear. Are you the devil? Is this advanced method really a good one? Canary's heart was in her throat, fearing that if Lu Sueki agreed, she would be doomed. Of course, this method is a bit insidious, and the 10,000 poison bone rock summoned in the end is extremely difficult to control and is prone to backlash. After Ye Bai finished his introduction, Lu Qingyan immediately made the decision. Fourth brother, there's no need for that method. Sueki really likes this little bird. The canary relaxed, but still dared not approach the fourth master. In its heart, the fourth master was synonymous with the devil. Next, Ye Bai introduced 2 more hidden advanced methods. A device that enhances the canary's eyesight, enabling it to conduct wide-ranging reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. Another type, after advancement, allows the canary and the summoner to communicate telepathically, resulting in more seamless combat coordination. As for which advancement method to choose, the choice was left to Lu Sueki herself. Thank you, fourth brother. Sueki, why don't you thank fourth master too? Thank you, fourth master. It's all right, it's all charged. We just take people's money and do their bidding. Ye Bai was quite frank. It was only natural for him to take money and do things for others. Lu Qingyan waved his hand, signaling his granddaughter to log off and go back to think carefully about which advancement to choose. He, on the other hand, stayed by his fourth brother's side and strolled around the trading secret realm, as the two still had things to discuss. Fourth brother, these 3 hidden advancement paths, according to the appraisal market price. Each hidden advancement path is worth 250,000 gold coins. How about we round up all 3 to 1 million gold coins? Lu Qingyan, as expected of a veteran battle king, was generous, immediately throwing in 1 million gold coins, worth 1 billion dragon coins. At the level of a war king, it's not difficult to casually take out 1 million gold coins, but it's very rare to find someone willing to pave the way for their junior in this way. Gold coins are not essential for us, Senior Qingyan. I would prefer to barter. Ye Bai said slowly. Fire-related equipment, skill books, items, and materials can be purchased for 800,000 gold coins. Ye Bai now cultivates the 3 elements of wind, fire, and lightning simultaneously, making him more than 3 times more needed than other mages of the same level. He had already planned out the supply channels for each cultivation system, and they are currently being built up gradually. That's easy to discuss, but, fourth brother, are you trying to mentor a junior? Lu Qingyan asked tentatively. Previously, fourth brother had asked him to make rubbings of forbidden spells twice, burning the 4 seas, and eternal flame, also for the purpose of protecting future generations. That's right. Ye Bai nodded. He was indeed mentoring a junior, and that junior was himself. Therefore, these things must be of high quality but low grade, and are hard to find on the market. Only Senior Qingyan can find some treasures here. Of course. Lu Qingyan doesn't mind his fourth brother making requests of him. What he fears is that his fourth brother has no requests at all. Lu Qingyan would only be disappointed if fourth brother really chose to take the 1 million gold coins. Fourth brother's appraisal skills far surpass those of everyone Lu Qingyan knows. Whether for Lu Sueki's future development or for Lu Qingyan's own sake, getting in touch with fourth brother and cultivating a good relationship would be entirely beneficial. I had prepared a lot of fire-related supplies, thinking that Sueki could embark on the same path as me. Now that Sueki has found her own path, these things are just sitting idle anyway, so I might as well trade them with fourth brother. As he spoke, Lu Qingyan took out a list of supplies and handed it to Ye Bai. The items on this list are not only clearly marked with their grade, but also include the latest transaction prices from the Wanwu Pavilion, ensuring fair and impartial transactions. Final. Ye Bai selected a pair of S-grade fire element boots and a high-level fire element core, with a total value of 820,000. Lu Qingyan rounded down the price, and the 2 parties reached a deal. Equipment, Flame Leap LV.25. Rank S. Attribute, Agility plus 65. Entry, Flame Leap. When moving at high speed, the effect of fire spells is increased by 15%. Dancing with fire. Instantly teleports to the side of flames, limited to a range of 1,000 meters, with a cooldown of 600 seconds. Advanced terms. Parkour to your heart's content. Escape 3,000 miles while being chased by eternal monsters far exceeding your level. Number of times you can advance, 2. Number of times advanced, 1. What kind of advanced terms are these? They might as well just throw me into the subway and have me do parkour. What Ye Bai values most about the flame rhythm is that it can advance twice more, enough for Ye Bai to use for a period of time. The effects of the 2 affixes, Flame Leap and Dancing with Fire, are also very powerful. The former can increase Ye Bai's sustained output ability, while the latter gives Ye Bai more diverse movement methods. As for the high-tier fire element core, it is one of the materials used to forge War King-level weapons. The supreme expert Wuhan agreed to help Ye Bai contact a forging master, but Ye Bai would have to provide the forging materials himself. After putting both items into his pocket, Ye Bai parted ways with Lu Qingyan. He lingered in the trading secret realm for a while longer before returning to Blue Star. We've had quite a haul tonight. Ye Bai quickly calculated what he had gained from this trip. 100% exploration progress. SSS level clear of the 2nd floor, turning the Skywrath mage from a single element mage into a 3-element mage. I also passed the 9th tier warrior test and advanced to the Golden Lone Wolf rank. Oh, and I even got 2 bottles of wine from Xuanming. The fiery energy surges, a high-tier fire elemental core. Ye Bai's entire haul tonight, measured in gold coins, amounts to millions. There's also the reward for the whistleblower list, and the 2 skill books that Wuhan promised me. These two items are Ye Bai's most valuable gains tonight, but they haven't been delivered to him yet. Even when facing the pursuit of a warrior-level expert, Ye Bai now has the power to fight back without having to use his prepared strength. But the one who's eyeing my link-up game isn't a warrior, it's a war god. Ye Bai shook his head with a wry smile. Being targeted by the god of war was not a pleasant experience, so he could only improve his strength as soon as possible. Too weak, no power. Keep the current pace, give me a little more time. After tidying everything up, Ye Bai pushed open the door, ready to go to school. Good morning, young man. The door opposite was open, and workers were moving furniture. A kind-looking old man stood on the stairwell and greeted Ye Bai. I just moved here. My surname is Liu. I used to be a teacher. You can call me Teacher Liu. We'll be neighbors from now on. Please take care of me. Ye Bai, nonsense. I not only know your surname is Liu, but I also know your name is Lu Qingyan. Just 15 minutes ago, you were calling me fourth brother. Unfortunately, Ye Bai couldn't say these words aloud. The old fox moved to the opposite side of the street, most likely because of Lu Sueki. Lu Sueki's talent awakened a second time, but her vision was limited, and she couldn't see the essence of things. Lu Qingyan, however, could see through it at a glance that Ye Bai had definitely helped Lu Sueki. Therefore, Lu Qingyan didn't mind hiding his identity and moved to the opposite side of Ye Bai's house to observe this young man properly. Ye Bai smiled and greeted the other person. Hello, Teacher Liu. Young man, you're in good spirits. You must have had a good time at the Eternal Tower last night. So. Thanks to Shura, Teacher Liu, your forehead is flushed. You must be having good luck lately. Oh no, it's just my granddaughter Tian cough. Let's not talk about that. I bumped my head last night, and it still hurts. You're going to school, right? I'm just taking a walk and going to see the place where I used to work. Teacher Liu, please slow down. The stairs are steep. Let me help you? Thank you, young man. There aren't many enthusiastic young people like you these days. An old man and a young boy, two foxes, each with their own agendas, pull against each other as they slowly make their way to school. Chapter 56. Come on, follow me into the grove. Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School, Principal's Office. Azure Flame War King, what brings you here? The principal stood in front of the sofa, somewhat flustered, his hands flailing wildly in the air, unsure of where to put them, just like his mood. Lu Qingyan sat calmly on the sofa. Gone was his previous amiable and kind demeanor. His entire aura had suddenly changed, becoming domineering and imposing without even trying. What can I come? I am, after all, the honorary principal for life of Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School. Lu Qingyan's few words terrified the principal so much that his legs almost went weak. Yes, Principal Qingyan, about Sueki. The principal was in such a panic because of one person, Lu Sueki. As the War King's most beloved granddaughter, she unexpectedly awakened an F-rank talent, leaving her future bleak. Even the Azure Flame War King, far away in the Abyss Plane, dropped everything and rushed back to his family. The principal was very worried that Lu Qingyan would take his anger out on the school. The wrath of a peak battle king was no small matter. He was filled with anxiety and torment, but then he heard Lu Qingyan's voice in his ear. You did a good job with Sueki's matter. It's because we didn't do it, huh? The principal was stunned. He couldn't have heard wrong. Awakening an F-rank talent equals doing a great job. If these words hadn't come from Lu Qingyan, the principal would definitely have suggested that he get his brain checked at the hospital. Ignoring the stunned principal, Lu Qingyan continued speaking. I heard before I came that the summer camp selection process would be held earlier? Yes. The principal nodded quickly and explained. Because the era of supreme strength has begun, the higher authorities have notified that this year's candidate's strength will improve at a much faster rate than in previous years. By starting summer camps early, we can identify promising young talents, provide them with more resources for development, and also facilitate competition among them. The summer camp for college entrance examinations is jointly organized by top universities and gathers talented students from all over the country for intensive training and assessment. Those who perform well can receive extra points in the college entrance examination, or even be admitted in the early admission batch. The participants in the summer camp are selected from within each high school and then nominated to higher levels. In previous years, the summer camp was held a month before the college entrance examination. By then, most of the geniuses had already begun to show their talent, and some even possessed the strength of warriors. This year's situation is different from any previous year, and even quite different from the previous era of supreme power. The previous 3 supreme experts, even those who broke through the Eternal Tower at the SSS level, received rewards that were mostly concentrated on the individuals themselves and did not affect the entire human race. They relied more on their individual abilities after their rise to power to fight for the human race, compete for resources, and extend their influence. Shura, however, did not follow the same path. Or rather, Shura performed even better. SSS rating, a rating never seen before in the history of the Eternal Tower before the Azura achievement. The more crucial point is that Shura, by his own power, has given the entire human race a lot of powerful buffs. In this way, everyone's strength and potential have been raised to a new level. Even Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School could clearly feel that, according to the data on the principal's hands, more than a dozen students had reached level 10, and Zhang Yun had even completed the job change and obtained an A-level professional template. It's only been 3 days. After hearing the principal's report, Lu Qingyan asked again, "Does the summer camp selection competition start today?" The principal's tension eased, and he spoke more fluently. In short, he answered whatever the Azure Flame Battle King asked truthfully. "Yes, we will collect the class lists in the morning and officially begin in the afternoon. We will start with basic tests, and the final ranking will be based on the results of the combat tests." "Okay, I'm prepared to observe this selection process from the sidelines. Is that all right? It is an honor for our school's teachers and students to have the Azure Flame Battle King observe." A look of delight appeared on the principal's face. The Azure Flame Battle King was acting strangely today, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was so strange about him. Could it be? A thought flashed through the principal's mind. Perhaps it has something to do with Zhang Yun? Zhang Yun has an A-level talent and an A-level professional template, and he's also a fire type, which matches Lu Qingyan's major. If Lu Qingyan came for Zhang Yun's sake, then wanting to assess him and perhaps even take him as a disciple would seem quite plausible. Having figured this out, the principal's face lit up with even more joy, and he hurriedly said, "Senior Qingyan, this year's top scorer in Nanjiang City will most likely be from our Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School." "That's what I think too." Lu Qingyan was very confident. He knew his granddaughter's abilities perfectly well. S-level talent, SS-level class template, combined with the tireless training of the ultimate warrior. With this level of skill, if he can't become the top scorer in Nanjiang City, then who can? A name suddenly popped into Lu Qingyan's mind. Ye Bai. Could it be that kid Ye Bai? "Big White, are you signing up for the summer camp selection?" Zhao Lin brought back 2 application forms and gave one to Ye Bai. "I've heard that the schools have gone all out for this summer camp selection. Anyone who makes it into the top 50% will receive a reward worth 100,000 dragon coins." Zhao Lin urged Ye Bai to go with him, so that the 2 C-level talents could at least keep each other company. "If we're going to lose face, we'll lose face together." "Sure, that's perfect for best friends." "Sure." Ye Bai took the application form, and the 2 of them filled it out together. As Zhao Lin wrote, he asked in a low voice, "Ye Bai, did you eat the roast beef I gave you?" When Zhao Lin mentioned beef, Ye Bai couldn't help but think of the brave bull that was charred into a crisp by a lightning arrow. "May there be no lightning in heaven." Ye Bai nodded. "I ate it. It was quite chewy. Is there any more?" "I would have eaten it long ago. That stuff increases strength attributes and is quite valuable." Zhao Lin swallowed hard and said mysteriously, "You know what? Half of your share was given to you by Lu Sweki." "Oh." Under Ye Bai's questioning gaze, Zhao Lin briefly recounted what had happened. "Let me tell you, that warrior was so cool. Swish, 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 he wiped out all the monsters on the road in an instant." Zhao Lin described it vividly, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Ye Bai knew that the soldier Zhao Lin was talking about was himself. Ye Bai asked casually, "Did you see that soldier make a move?" Zhao Lin shook his head. "No, but that doesn't stop him from being my idol." Indeed, Ye Bai thought to himself, if Zhao Lin had seen him make a move, he would have recognized him long ago. Isn't your idol the supreme expert, Wuhan? The strongest are too far away. I've decided to idolize this mysterious warrior. Once I've saved up enough money, I'll buy the skill book for wind slash. When talking about the wind treading slash, Zhao Lin even picked up a book and imitated the action of drawing a sword, charging forward with boundless joy. Indeed, souls that crave happiness are always drawn to one another. Wind slash is not a low-level skill. It is highly sought after by warriors, and its price has been driven up significantly. Ye Bai bought it from the goblin underling for 7,000 gold coins after the discount, which is equivalent to 7 million dragon coins. Given Zhao Lin's talent and skill level, it's hard to imagine how many years it would take him to save enough money. Ye Bai finished filling out the form and tossed it to Zhao Lin, saying, "Hand it over for me. I'm going to the restroom." "Hey Bai, why have you been going to the bathroom so often lately?" "My dad has a friend who goes to a urology clinic a lot, and he asked me to ask him about it for you." "Get lost." Ye Bai skillfully entered the bathroom, locked the door, took out the trading realm pass, and contacted the goblin underling. "Wind slash skill book, one more please." "Fourth brother, this stuff has gone up in price recently. Let's stick with the previous 7,000 gold coins. Don't forget your little brother if you ever do business with it." The goblin brother replied quickly. After receiving the 7,000 gold coins mailed by Ye Bai, he immediately mailed the skill book over. For Ye Bai, a skill book for the wind slash skill was nothing more than a drop in the ocean. Giving it to Zhao Lin was just a small favor. Zhao Lin risked his life to find the beef in Fenglei Valley, yet he generously shared 2/3 of it with Ye Bai. You should know that the beef really does increase strength attributes, and Zhao Lin could have kept it all for himself. Even if he shared it with Lu Sueki, there was no need to share it with Ye Bai. He is still a warrior, the class that needs strength the most. Even so, Zhao Lin still broke up with him without any reluctance. In his mind, good things should be shared with brothers, that's only right. This attitude alone is enough to explain everything. If others knew about this, they would laugh at Zhao Lin's naive approach. But sometimes 17 or 18-year-old boys still retain this naivety, talking about brotherhood. With the skill book in hand, Ye Bai faces a new problem. This thing is worth millions. How can we get it to Zhao Lin? Ye Bai was just a poor student. If he suddenly produced a valuable skill book, he would have to come up with a reasonable explanation to avoid arousing suspicion from outsiders. Who should be blamed? Ye Bai walked out of the bathroom, troubled by this problem, when he bumped into Lu Sueki. "Got it." Ye Bai called out to Lu Sueki, "Xiao Lu." "Huh? Ye Bai, are you calling me?" The nickname Little Willow made Lu Sueki feel a little uncomfortable for a while. "Ahem, I meant Lu." Ye Bai called out to Lu Sueki and pointed to the grove of trees next to the teaching building. "I have something to tell you." Without waiting for Lu Sueki's agreement, he took the lead and walked towards the grove. Lu Sueki acted impulsively, not knowing what she was thinking, and actually followed them. Half a minute later, a bombshell news spread through the classes at Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School. School beauty Lu Sueki just went into the woods with her classmate Ye Bai. Chapter 57 Choose the weakest opponent. Ye Bai, step forward. Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School, a small grove of trees. "Relax, I won't rob you of your money or your virtue." Opposite Ye Bai, Lu Sueki's face was tense, and she was at a loss for what to do. For some reason, meeting Ye Bai was like a mouse meeting a cat. She was naturally at odds with him. "I need your help with something." Lu Sueki stammered nervously. You say it. "You gave me a skill book for wind slash. Do you understand?" "Huh? The wind riding slash. The myriad things pavilion should have it. I'll go buy a copy right now." As she spoke, Lu Sueki took out her trading secret realm pass, ready to go shopping. "You didn't understand what I meant." Ye Bai patiently explained. "I unexpectedly obtained this skill book in the Eternal Tower. I heard it's quite valuable, and I was planning to sell it to improve my life. Zhao Lin told me he really likes the wind slash skill, so I was thinking of just giving it to him." "Oh, then why did you say it was a gift from me?" Lu Sueki couldn't quite grasp the situation. If Ye Bai wants to give Zhao Lin a skill book, why use himself as a cover? "I only have a C-level talent. If I suddenly pull out a valuable skill book, it's easy for me to get into trouble, and I hate trouble the most. Besides, even if I send it directly, that kid Zhao Lin might not want it." Ye Bai gave a reasonable explanation and made the decision. "It's settled then. With that, Ye Bai walked out of the grove, leaving behind a final remark. I heard from Zhao Lin about your trip to Fenglei Valley. Thanks. The beef is quite delicious. When Ye Bai walked out of the grove, he was surprised to find that the corridors of the entire teaching building were full of people. A sea of black heads, perched on the fence, necks outstretched, their gossip-loving spirits burning brightly. All eyes turned toward the grove of trees, naturally landing on Ye Bai. Don't they have classes? Don't they have any sense of discipline? Ye Bai roared confidently, single-handedly attacking everyone on the floor below. Given that his previous violent act of beating up a thief off campus had already spread throughout the entire school, the name of the ruthless person in Class 2 of Senior 3 is enough to instill fear in many people. After he yelled at them like that, the crowd scattered and rushed back to the classroom as the school bell rang. If none of you study properly, how will you fight alongside me in the abyss plane in the future? Honestly. With that, Ye Bai climbed through the window and returned to his seat. Before he had even sat down for 3 seconds, Zhao Lin came over. Big White, tell me the truth, what were you two up to? Ye Bai and Lu Sueki entered the grove in about 3 minutes. If something can happen in these 3 minutes, then Ye Bai really should go see a urologist. It's nothing. She thanked me for helping her with her problem and gave me a gift as well. As he spoke, Ye Bai tossed the wind/skill book in front of Zhao Lin. I originally said I didn't want it, but they insisted on giving it to me, saying it was for tutoring fees. I took a look and saw that this was the skill you wanted to learn, so I brought it back for you. Oh. Happiness came too suddenly, and Zhao Lin didn't know what to say for a moment. He threw the skill book of wind/back onto the table as if it were a hot potato. Then, he quickly picked up the skill book, and the 3 words wind/ on it made him particularly excited. After lingering for a few seconds, Zhao Lin shoved the skill book back into Ye Bai's hands and shook his head, saying, Big White, I can't take this. It's too valuable. Ye Bai had anticipated Zhao Lin's reaction and nonchalantly picked up the skill book. If you don't want it, fine, I'll give it back to Lu Sueki. You. Zhao Lin grew anxious and grabbed Ye Bai. Can't you use it yourself? Zhao Lin, I'm a mage. Have you ever seen a mage who knows how to use wind/? Ye Bai's words left Zhao Lin speechless. Ye Bai pressed his advantage. Even an Azuro wouldn't do something like a mage learning wind/. Zhao Lin hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, What you said does make sense, but even if you don't use it, it's worth a lot of money if you sell it, right? How could I sell a gift that someone gave me? I, Ye Bai, am an upright person and would never do such a thing. Ye Bai threw the difficult choice to Zhao Lin. If you want to learn it, then keep it. If you don't, I'll give it back. Zhao Lin hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, I'll learn. Holding the wind/skill book in his hands, Zhao Lin was overjoyed and couldn't put it down. Soon, he remembered something, found paper and pen on the messy table, and quickly wrote down a few lines. In May 2146, Zhao Lin owed Ye Bai 10 million dragon coins. This serves as proof that he will not repay if he cannot, and will repay only when he can. After writing it down, Zhao Lin signed his name and prepared to add his fingerprint with red ink. Childish. Ye Bai snatched the IOU and stuffed it into his pocket. All right, remember to pay me back when you earn 10 million. Seriously, this thing really is worth 10 million, Zhao Lin. Give the skill book back, I'm regretting it. No, I'm using it now. You won't be able to back out now. Afternoon. After passing the basic tests, the fight ranking stage quickly followed. I'd like to announce the rules for the combat test. The PE teacher stood at the very front, his voice loud and clear so everyone could hear him. In order to give everyone more opportunities and to showcase their abilities as much as possible. In combat sports, each person has 3 chances to fail, rather than being eliminated after just 1 failure. Your opponents are randomly assigned. After 2 failures, you can choose your own opponent. If you fail again, you will be eliminated. Did you hear me clearly? After receiving an affirmative response, the PE teacher began calling out names. Students whose names were called stepped forward, put on their protective gear, and entered the specially designed fighting room. Under the witness of referees and therapists, they began their fights. Students may only use weapons provided by the school and are not allowed to use props, scrolls, puppets, or other external forces. There are no other restrictions. Whoever's protective gear is breached first loses. The loser leaves the fighting room and waits for the next roll call. After receiving treatment, the victor will begin a new round of battle. The rules of the round-robin format dictate that the person who stands at the end must be the one with the strongest overall abilities. You might win 1 or 2 games if you're lucky, but you can't win the whole game. Similarly, bad luck might lead to losing 1 or 2 games. I can choose my own opponent for the third match, and if I still lose, I won't complain. And under this rotation system, when everyone is driven to the brink, they will definitely choose to fight the opponent they consider the weakest. Only in this way can we ensure that we can continue to move forward. It's real, and it's cruel. There are many students at Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School, and almost half of the gymnasium is full. Ye Bai and Zhao Lin's names are listed very late in the alphabetical order. They waited for more than 10 minutes, but did not hear the PE teacher call their names. Zhao Lin gradually became impatient. Some students had already finished 2 rounds, but Ye Bai hadn't even taken the stage yet. However, Ye Bai wasn't in a hurry. He only needed 1 spot to go to summer camp. He didn't necessarily have to be number 1. A boy with naturally curly hair, looking pale, walked out of the fighting room. He frantically grabbed his hair, muttering to himself, "It's over, it's over. I've already lost 2 matches. I may be level talent. I can't afford to lose 3 in a row and be eliminated." He encountered 2 classmates with B-level talent, and the 2 sides fought fiercely. The outcome was decided by a hair's breadth, and Lady Luck was clearly not on his side, as he suffered 2 consecutive defeats. This is his last chance. He absolutely must seize it. The naturally curly-haired boy thought to himself, "We must choose a weak enough opponent. Choose the target for your next challenge." The physical education teacher handed over a list, with simple notes at the end indicating the recipient's profession and talent level. F-level talent, Lu Sweki, never mind. She's the granddaughter of the War King. He excluded the weakest one, Lu Sweki. Students with other D, E, or F-level talents would never sign up for this kind of test. Their talent is too weak. Participating in the test is simply humiliating. If you're looking for C-level talent, it's best to look for a mage. I'm a warrior, and my talent even has a magic dispelling effect, making me best at targeting mages. The boy with naturally curly hair scanned the list of more than a dozen names, and actually found a target. "I choose this one." The boy with naturally curly hair spoke resolutely, pointing to a name with his finger, his eyes seemingly already seeing the dawn of victory. The PE teacher glanced at it and shouted loudly, "Ye Bai, Class 2, Grade 12, step forward. Check your protective gear, prepare for combat." Chapter 58. From now on, I will not lose a single game. Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School, Gymnasium. When the teacher called Ye Bai's name, he stepped out from the back of the line to assist with the protective gear check and make final preparations for the fight. In the monitoring room on the 2nd floor, the principal, along with a group of teachers, accompanied Qingyan Zhanwang to observe the afternoon's combat test. "Principal Qingyan, our student Zhang Yun has long admired you." "Quiet." Lu Qingyan impatiently interrupted the other person, saying that he had never heard of Zhang Yun. Even if he had only heard of it, it was just an A-level talent. Lu Qingyan had seen at least 8,000, if not 10,000, A-level talents. Is that strange? Lu Qingyan put aside other matters and took precious time to come here specifically to watch a group of kids fight. The majority of the reason was for Lu Sweki, and the remaining small part was for the young man in front of him, Ye Bai. Pointing at Ye Bai on the screen, Lu Qingyan said, "This kid has 3/10 of my good looks from back in the day. I find him quite pleasing to the eye. His name is Ye Bai. He's in the same class as Lu Sweki, but his talent is just average, only AC level." The principal casually pulled out Ye Bai's file and handed it to Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan didn't even look at it and got up to walk downstairs. "I'm getting restless, so I'll go down and watch this kid fight." Good-looking people always attract each other. Lu Qingyan turned around and instructed the principal. "I don't like to observe with others, and referees and therapists shouldn't be present either. But this fighting, can I decide the outcome of the fight?" Lu Qingyan tilted his head slightly and snorted disdainfully. "Or do you suspect that I would cheat for this kid?" No. The principal smiled apologetically. We'll do as the Azure Flame Battle King says. The other party is a Peak Battle King. Although he acts a bit domineeringly, he has a reputation for integrity and fairness over the years. Even when his own disciples commit crimes, Lu Qinyan has never shown favoritism. By the way, if Sweki participates in the fighting, send someone to let me know. I'll go and watch too. After saying that, Lu Qinyan didn't turn around and entered the fighting room prepared for Ye Bai ahead of time. Calm down, calm down. My opponent only has C-level talent and is a mage. I have a very good chance of winning. The boy with naturally curly hair took several deep breaths to adjust his mindset. Protective gear inspection complete. Status check complete. Identity verified. Proceed to the examination room as soon as possible. The doors on both sides of the fighting room opened simultaneously, and the boy with naturally curly hair and Ye Bai entered from either side. Hey, where's the teacher? In the empty fighting room, without referees or therapists, the boy with naturally curly hair looked around, searching for his opponent. Bang! The door closed automatically. An aged voice came from the speakers on the ceiling. You can begin now. I will be the referee and healer for this fight, so don't hold back. Although the process was slightly different from before, the naturally curly-haired boy still forced himself to focus his attention on his opponent and recognize him. You're that fierce guy from Class 2, Grade 12. Rumors, all rumors. Ye Bai waved his hand. I'm a very kind person. I'd feel bad for a long time even if I stepped on an ant. The boy with naturally curly hair's expression changed slightly. Was he being amiable? It's good to have nuclear energy. A kind person breaking 3 of a thief's legs? What kind of kindness is that? The boy with naturally curly hair inwardly cried out in alarm. I was so focused on their profession and talent when I was picking them. No wonder the name Ye Bai sounded so familiar. Ah, it's him. Being cowardly before the battle even begins is not a good thing. Boys with naturally curly hair should adjust their mindset as soon as possible. Don't panic, he was just in better physical condition before. After entering the Eternal Tower, I was already level 9, and my strength attribute was as high as 45. His talent was worse than mine, his level was lower than mine, and his class was countered by mine. Regardless, it's a warrior versus a mage match, so the advantage is on my side. Ye Bai had no idea what he was thinking, but he felt that the two of them were just standing there like idiots, which was a waste of time. Can we begin? Can. The naturally curly-haired boy nodded emphatically, ready for anything. He's a mage, so he'll definitely try to keep his distance from me. Once the battle starts, I have to rush towards him as fast as I can. Once I get close, I'm guaranteed to win. He quickly formulated a battle strategy in his mind. It moved. The two made a move at the same time. Just as the boy with naturally curly hair took a step forward, Ye Bai also rushed forward. Wait, what is he doing? The boy with naturally curly hair narrowed his pupils, somewhat unable to comprehend what was happening before his eyes. A mage charges at a warrior? Before he could react, Ye Bai's figure suddenly appeared in front of him in a flash. Wow, so fast. I'm sorry. Ye Bai grabbed the other's arm with one hand, swept his right leg down, and executed a backhand over the shoulder throw. Before the boy with naturally curly hair could react to what was happening, he felt a sudden dizziness. The world turned upside down before his eyes, and he lost his balance, finally falling heavily to the ground. Bang! With a muffled thud, he landed face first. Buzzing sound. That fall was quite severe. The naturally curly-haired boy saw stars and his head felt like a mess, most likely suffering a concussion. Drip drip. A piercing alarm blared, and the boy with naturally curly hair struggled to get up, his vision blurred. He looked down at the protective gear in front of him. The screen was flashing red, and his face turned pale instantly. I lost. I lost to a mage in melee combat. How is this possible? What happened? Everything happened too fast. Ye Bai sprinted, struck, threw an over-the-shoulder throw, and finished off the opponent's protective gear. This series of actions was fluid and seamless, taking less than 5 seconds in total. They didn't give the other party any time to react at all. A burst of fire descended from the sky, healing the boy with naturally curly hair's injuries. He regained his senses, but his face was still pale, and he could not accept his defeat. With such a huge advantage, why did you end up losing? The aged voice rang out once more. Ye Bai wins. A door opened, and the boy with naturally curly hair walked out dejectedly, while Ye Bai waited for his next opponent. While waiting, Ye Bai looked up and glanced at the loudspeaker. Lu Qingyan, what's he doing here? Old man, do you think I can't understand you just because you're pretending to be speaking through a sneer? After a moment's thought, Ye Bai decided that with Lu Qingyan present, he would primarily use wind-based spells in his attacks. I need to carefully cultivate my persona as a wind mage. Ye Bai warned himself that in the next fight, he should not engage in close combat immediately. His base stats are too high, he can shatter protective gear with a single punch. These classmates who haven't even reached level 10 are no match for Ye Bai. Ye Bai quickly resolved the battle. Meanwhile, in other fighting rooms, intense battles were taking place. The fighting room next to Ye Bai's. Wind slash. Zhao Lin appeared swiftly behind the enemy, slashing out with his long sword and catching them off guard. Taking advantage of the initiative from the wind stepping slash, Zhao Lin launched a series of attacks and quickly gained the upper hand. In the end, he used a wind slash followed by a heavy slash to successfully break through his opponent's protective gear and achieve final victory. Zhao Lin wins. Yay! Zhao Lin's joyful cheers rang out in the fighting room. Another fighting room. A girl looked worried and kept muttering to herself. It's all over, it's all over. How could my luck be so bad? I was matched with Jiang Yun. I'm doomed to lose this match. Opposite her was Jiang Yun from Class 2 of Senior 3, an A-level talent, the legendary strongest in this year's class, with a chance to become the top scorer in Nanjiang City. There is no chance of winning against Jiang Yun. She was so flustered that she didn't even hear the referee announce, "The fight begins." I surrender. Oh. She never expected that Jiang Yun would admit defeat. The referee looked at Jiang Yun with a serious expression and reminded him, "Jiang Yun, you've already admitted defeat once. If you admit defeat again, you'll only have one more chance." "I know," Jiang Yun insisted. "I concede." The principal and the others watching from behind the glass window were full of doubt. What on earth is Jiang Yun thinking? With his strength, there's no need for him to admit defeat. Just when everyone was extremely confused, Jiang Yun spoke again. "According to the rules, after losing 2 matches, I have the right to choose my next opponent." The referee nodded. That's true. Upon hearing his words, many teachers' expressions changed, and they guessed what Jiang Yun was planning to do. A commotion broke out in the crowd, and someone whispered, "What an arrogant kid. Too cocky." Arrogant? He has the right to be arrogant. What kind of young person isn't arrogant? Indeed, looking at this graduating class of Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School, it's hard to find anyone who can threaten Jiang Yun. Inside the fighting room, Jiang Yun, having conceded defeat, seemed more like a victor, tilting his head slightly. "I don't need 3 chances to fail. 1 is enough for me. From now on, I will not lose a single game, until I win them all." Even though the referee had seen many geniuses, someone as proud and arrogant as Jiang Yun was extremely rare. "Choose your next opponent." Jiang Yun gave the name she had prepared beforehand. Ye Bai. Starting with Ye Bai, Jiang Yun wants to show Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School what a true genius is. Chapter 59 The Victor. Ye Bai? Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School, Gymnasium. Jiang Yun, protective gear inspection complete. Before entering the fighting room, a teacher who had high hopes for Jiang Yun stepped forward and gave him a warning. "Jiang Yun, the War King will be observing your next battle. This is your chance, so perform well." Jiang Yun's eyes lit up. The War King was actually watching. "Did you come for yourself?" Although he didn't know which War King it was, if he could leave a deep impression on the other party, Jiang Yun's future path would be smoother. Why did he show goodwill to Lu Sueki before? Wasn't it because her grandfather was the War King? Now, another opportunity has presented itself to Jiang Yun, and he will never waste it. Jiang Yun, prepare to enter the fighting room. The door opened and then closed automatically. The walls blocked everyone's view, and no one knew what was happening inside. However, in the hearts of most people, the outcome of this fight had already been decided. Jiang Yun would win. Jiang Yun, a level talent, level 10, job advancement template, a level class, mage class. Ye Bai, with his C-level talent, is probably not even at level 10, let alone a job change. Moreover, Jiang Yun was fighting with his back against the wall. Having already conceded defeat twice, he had nowhere left to retreat and was determined to win. Inside the fighting room, Ye Bai stretched, looking tired, and yawned. Why is it taking so long? A few minutes later, Ye Bai's opponent finally entered the fighting room. Jiang Yun. Ye Bai frowned slightly. Would it be a bad thing if he won against Jiang Yun here? Anyway, I still have 3 chances, so there's no need to worry about the outcome of one game. Ye Bai was pondering the best way to release the water when Jiang Yun, sitting opposite him, suddenly spoke up. Ye Bai, do you know Zhao Lin's secret? What? Zhao Lin, that chatterbox, has secrets. Ye Bai was full of doubt. Even if Zhao Lin really had it, it couldn't escape Ye Bai's discerning eye. Besides, why is Jiang Yun bringing this up? It seems you don't know. Jiang Yun said disdainfully. I once saw Zhao Lin's name on the ground deep in Fenglei Valley. Want to leave your name as a memento? Ye Bai rubbed his forehead slightly. This seemed like something Zhao Lin would do. That guy will probably write something like, Zhao Lin was here. Ye Bai tried to pull it. Perhaps it's just a coincidence of names. There are so many people in this world named Zhao Lin. I inquired about it afterwards, and Zhao Lin did indeed go to Fenglei Valley that day. Jiang Yun continued. Furthermore, someone just mentioned that Zhao Lin seems to have learned a powerful skill. You guys are supposed to be best friends. How come you didn't know about this? Ye Bai, this is hard to explain. Forget it. Let Zhao Lin take the blame. Even if Zhao Lin has a secret, what does that have to do with our fight? Ye Bai tried to steer the conversation back on track. Start the fight quickly, then hold back. Everyone's happy, and it's over after the fight. Isn't that great? Why do people here like to work overtime? Was I a king of currying off in my past life? I'll keep currying off in this one. It really has nothing to do with each other. Jiang Yun raised his staff and pointed it at Ye Bai. After I beat you, I'll challenge Zhao Lin. I want to see for myself what secrets that kid is hiding. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yun's body stiffened. In an instant, the temperature in the fighting room seemed to drop significantly, filling it with a chilling atmosphere. Ye Bai's eyes also changed abruptly, no longer showing the previous laziness and languor, but rather an unusually dangerous look. It's like the look in a hunter's eyes when he's eyeing his prey. I said, don't cause trouble for others unnecessarily, you jerk. As he spoke, Ye Bai actually charged towards Jiang Yun. Wow, so fast. The opponent's speed startled Jiang Yun, but it still gave him time to react. He raised his staff and instinctively went into defense. Fire Shield. During the sprint, Ye Bai also released spells, and his casting speed was not slow. Wind Blade. 3 wind blades whistled past, but their accuracy was poor. 2 of them were even knocked away, while the last wind blade struck Jiang Yun's fire shield, breaking through it. This is the effect of Ye by deliberately suppressing the power. Otherwise, a single wind blade would be enough to break through all of Jiang Yun's defenses, even his protective gear, and kill him instantly. Wind Bind. Several invisible ropes bound Jiang Yun's hands and feet, making him feel as if he were stuck in a quagmire, and his movements became sluggish. Jiang Yun immediately abandoned the skill he was chanting and instead used a movement skill to create as much distance as possible from Ye Bai. Jiang Yun had a bad feeling that if Ye Bai got close, he would be in great danger. But this premonition is a bit unreasonable. We are all mages and none of us are good at melee combat. So why is Ye Bai better than me? Did he get extra lessons? Instinct drove Jiang Yun to flee. From the very beginning of the battle, he had been on the defensive and had been unable to mount any effective attacks. Flame Leaps. His figure vanished from the spot, transforming into a ball of flame that reappeared 3 meters away. As long as I keep my distance, I'll be safe. Jiang Yun was preparing to regroup and show Ye Bai the power of an A-level talent. Suddenly, everything went black, and a fist the size of a clay pot slammed down. Ye Bai actually anticipated his movement, accelerated, and landed in advance, waiting for Jiang Yun to walk right into his trap. Using all my strength, I'll cast the spell as fast as I can, Jiang Yun roared. Fireball. Releasing skills at such close range is clearly a method that injures the enemy 1,000 while damaging oneself 2,200. Jiang Yun can no longer care about that. If this were a real battle, even if he succeeded in killing Ye Bai, he would still die. A dangerous fireball condensed at the tip of his staff and exploded uncontrollably. A loud bang echoed in Jiang Yun's ears. Bang! Smoke filled his nostrils, causing him to catch his breath. Jiang Yun was sent flying backward, his vision went black, and he completely lost consciousness. Jiang Yun couldn't remember what happened next. When he woke up again, the protective gear on his body was flashing red, which made his expression change abruptly. I actually lost. They lost to a C-level talent? How is that possible? Jiang Yun looked around blankly and found Ye Bai standing not far away, still emitting blue smoke and with residual ash on his shoulders. Ye Bai's protective gear indicated a 15% integrity level. Damn it, so close. Jiang Yun gritted her teeth, not understanding why she had lost to Ye Bai. What he didn't know was that what he thought was a tiny bit was actually a huge amount. If there hadn't been spectators to avoid unnecessary trouble, Ye Bai would have killed Jiang Yun in one move long ago. What's there to say? Ye Bai not only had to orchestrate the battle, but also had to pretend that he had won very narrowly and almost lost. Thinking of this, Ye Bai looked up and glanced at the monitor. You old fox, you're just watching, aren't you? This kind of acting doesn't seem likely to fool this old fox. In any case, Ye Bai did what he could and achieved his goal. In the monitoring room, Lu Qingyan's eyes gleamed with excitement. This little fox must have hidden something. I guarantee that if it really comes down to it, Jiang Yun won't be able to withstand 5 of his moves, no 3. Since you want to hide something, this old man might as well help you out. It would also be a way of helping Sweki. Thinking of this, Lu Qingyan moved the mouse and clicked a few times. Delete the recording of this battle? Yes. Deleted. From a storage perspective, it's been completely deleted. However, the Azure Flame War King has always been known for his boldness, meticulousness, and thoroughness in handling affairs. He reached out, and a ball of flame engulfed the hardware storing the video recordings, quickly turning all the hard drives to ashes. Now, it's truly deleted, in a physical sense. Under Lu Qingyan's control, a door in the fighting room opened automatically. Inside the gymnasium, many students who had lost 3 consecutive matches and been eliminated stood by, watching the final result. With the teacher's attention, more and more people are looking at the fighting room where Ye Bai is. The moment the door opened, someone immediately noticed. The door is open. Jiang Yun has won. Wait, isn't this the door Jiang Yun went through? What's going on? Did he give up again? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Jiang Yun walked out of the fighting room like a walking corpse and was quickly surrounded by the teachers. Jiang Yun, what exactly happened? Why are you out here? Where's Ye Bai? Why do you smell burnt? Your protective gear this. Soon, a teacher noticed that Jiang Yun's protective gear had been pierced. He actually lost. Surrounded by the teachers, Jiang Yun gave a bleak smile and spoke bitterly. I lost. Silence spread out like ripples. Jiang Yun and the entire stadium fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was shocked by the news they had just heard and remained in a state of disbelief for a long time. Jiang Yun actually lost to Ye Bai? An aged voice emanated from the fighting room, clearly reaching everyone's ears. The victor is Ye Bai. Chapter 60. When life is good, you must enjoy some skewers, grilled meat, beer, and garlic. Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School, Gymnasium. When the result was announced to the public, a commotion immediately broke out among the students, who began to discuss it extensively. The combat tests were even forced to be suspended for a period of time. As for Jiang Yun, she was taken to the principal's office on the 2nd floor. Only after he calmed down a bit did I ask him in detail what had happened. After Jiang Yun finished recounting what had happened, the teachers fell silent. In other words, Ye Bai, as a wind mage, actually prefers close-quarters combat. You lost the initiative due to being caught off guard, which ultimately led to your defeat. The principal reviewed the battle process, looked at the teachers, and asked for their opinions. Ahem, wind mages do indeed have this fighting style, and there are even war god-level powerhouses who are famous for it. A teacher wearing wire-rimmed glasses introduced. Because wind mages are highly mobile, and with the help of wind blades and wind binds, they do have an advantage in close combat. Even if they suffer a loss, they can quickly create distance and continue to look for opportunities. However, this fighting style is not orthodox. It is more powerful in the early stages, but it quickly becomes ineffective in the mid to late stages, forcing it to change its fighting style. Jiang Yun, you still lost because of your lack of combat experience. You underestimated others, and in the end, you were the one who suffered. Listening to the teacher's admonition, Jiang Yun's face paled even more, and she lowered her head. However, I do have a question. A vice principal spoke up. Ye Bai is also a mage, so why is he so powerful in close combat? He was in excellent physical condition before he entered the Eternal Tower. Yes, but that doesn't explain why he was able to break through the protective gear with brute force. I asked the classmates who had previously fought Ye Bai, and Ye Bai also won after close combat. The teachers all nodded in agreement. Indeed, how high could a mage's strength attribute be? To break through a defense, you need at least 40 or 50 points of strength. I might know the answer to that question. Another vice principal stepped forward. His surname was Zhang, and he was in charge of teaching. He took Lu Sueki to change jobs, and his relationship with the Lu family has always been good. Ye Bai's friend Zhao Lin once harvested a batch of beef deep in Fenglei Valley. Eating it can increase strength attributes. He gave at least half to Ye Bai. Lu Sueki can testify to this. Vice Principal Zhang slowly introduced. Zhao Lin is also a C-level talent, a warrior class. After his strength attribute was enhanced, his performance in this combat test was also very good, even stronger than many students with B-level talent. That makes sense. Hearing the vice principal's explanation, Jiang Yun nodded slightly. Zhao Lin had been to the depths of Fenglei Valley, so he knew about this. In retrospect, Zhao Lin reaped considerable benefits from that trip, including beef, skill books, and more. All right, Jiang Yun, don't overthink it. It's just a small matter. Go back and get some rest. The principal instructed 2 teachers to take Jiang Yun home, and, while they were at it, to check on his mental state. After Jiang Yun left, the teachers who had gathered together instantly changed their expressions. Another vice principal, surnamed Zhang, was the first to launch an attack. I don't think the increased strength attribute would allow Ye Bai to defeat Jiang Yun so easily. I second that. There must be some details we've overlooked. Their analysis just now was only meant for Jiang Yun, to comfort her and make her feel better. That kind of talk might work on a child like Jiang Yun, but they are worldly people and are not easily convinced. Vice Principal Zhang argued vehemently. In terms of talent, level, and even profession, Ye Bai is inferior to Jiang Yun. There must be something fishy about him winning this match. Vice Principal Zhang snorted coldly and retorted sharply. How about we call them both back and have them fight again until Jiang Yun wins? Hey Zhang, what do you mean? Are you implying that I'm biased towards Jiang Yun? I don't mean anything by it. I'm just telling some people that once something is done, don't overthink it. The two actually started arguing in public, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Enough, quiet. The principal slammed his hand on the table, and the entire office fell silent instantly. Even the 2 vice principals shut up at the same time. This whole thing is a mess. The principal rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. He is retiring this year, and the new principal will be chosen from among Vice Principal Zhang and Vice Principal Zhang. The selection criteria are based on this year's college entrance examination scores. Whoever produces the best students will become the principal. Jiang Yun's class, Senior 3-2, is under the jurisdiction of Vice Principal Zhang, but Jiang Yun is closer to Vice Principal Zhang and has recently been working on transferring classes. In short, if Jiang Yun becomes the top scholar in Nanjiang, the position of principal will not belong to Zhang. Conversely, if Jiang Yun fails the college entrance examination, Vice Principal Zhang will become Principal Zhang. Even within the same high school, such internal strife is commonplace. To prevent the two from arguing indefinitely, the principal made the decision. In the end, it's Jiang Yun's own fault for not being competitive enough. If he had won, nothing would have happened. Or perhaps if he hadn't been so arrogant from the start, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. To be arrogant, one must have the capital to be arrogant. Otherwise, you could easily become a clown. Principal, I'm not being unreasonable. I just have one question. Vice Principal Zhang argued his case based on reason. Jiang Yun said that he released the fireball spell before falling into a coma. At such close range, a fireball spell would be enough to destroy both of their protective gear simultaneously, resulting in a draw, not a victory for Ye Bai. His statement was endorsed by many teachers. Everyone knows the power of Fireball. There's no way any armored gear will survive. Even Vice Principal Zhang, who was always sarcastic and cryptic, chose to remain silent and did not utter a rebuttal. According to Vice Principal Zhang, there is only one explanation. Qingyan Battle King, who was watching from the sidelines, stepped in and blocked the damage from the flame burst technique for Ye Bai. In other words, the Azure Flame Battle King helped Ye Bai cheat. Principal, actually, solving this problem is quite simple. We just need to retrieve the video footage. Before Vice Principal Zhang could finish speaking, the principal interrupted him. That's the most troublesome part. The principal sighed, took out his phone, opened a message, and handed it to everyone to read. 10 minutes ago, the Azure Flame War King said he wanted to donate a batch of supplies to our school, including a brand new set of monitoring equipment. As for the old set, he accidentally burned it while lighting a cigarette, and he will compensate the school with twice the original price. Silence fell upon everyone once again. This is way too obvious. Even Vice Principal Zhang couldn't help but swear. Damn it. Everyone turned to look at him, wondering why he was reacting so strongly. Vice Principal Zhang, his face ashen, said in a low voice, "That old guy never smokes." Everyone. How could the Azure Flame War King come up with such a clumsy excuse? He's either mentally unstable or has a problem with his mindset. It is clearly the latter. After all, it's common knowledge that the War King's mind is never flawed. Anyway, let's leave it at that. Zhang Yun is indeed talented, but how can a strong person not experience hardships on the road to growth? If he can figure things out on his own, feel ashamed, and then be courageous, it would actually be a good thing. If you can't figure it out, then let it go. You are responsible for your own life. The principal spoke slowly, saying, "As for your concerns about the fairness of the fight, before my term ends, I will formally send a letter through official channels to Qingyan Zhanwang, requesting an answer sworn in his real name. If it's a tie, then change the test results, post them publicly throughout the school, and publish them in the newspapers to give Jiang Yun a fair judgment. If Jiang Yun's skills are indeed inferior, then there's nothing more to say." After speaking, the principal looked around, his gaze sweeping across everyone's faces. Any objections to this approach? Everyone shook their heads. This was already the best solution. It might even offend the Azure Flame War King. That is why the principal chose to do this before the end of his term, in order to minimize the impact. If there are no objections, let's publish the summer camp recommendation list based on today's test results. Meeting adjourned. Outside the stadium, on the notice board, Zhao Lin pulled Ye Bai along, insisting on seeing the summer camp roster. "You can read the electronic version when you get home. Why bother with all this trouble?" Ye Bai was too lazy to squeeze through the crowd, so he let Zhao Lin go forward by himself and squeeze into the crowd to look at the list. A few minutes later, Zhao Lin rushed back excitedly, his face flushed, shouting, "We won! Big White! We won! All right, calm down, don't get too excited." Ye Bai looked at Zhao Lin, wanting to ask him if he had a relative surnamed Fan. On the way back, Zhao Lin kept talking excitedly. "Big White, we're the only two with C-level talents. The rest are B-level talents." "Oh right, Lu Sueki got in too. I heard from a classmate that she has a canary summon that can withstand a level 10 warrior." Canary? In Ye Bai's mind, he recalled the trembling little canary. Given that guy's attributes, if he were to enter full combat mode, he could roast half the students in the gymnasium to medium rare in one bite. Sprinkle with toasted sesame seeds, chili powder, and cumin powder. The taste is amazing. It's making my mouth water. Let's have barbecue for dinner to celebrate. No problem, it's on me. And don't forget there's a 100,000 dragon coin bonus. When life is good, you should enjoy some barbecue skewers, grilled meat, beer, and garlic. Night falls. After finishing their barbecue, Ye Bai and Zhao Lin parted ways and headed home. Downstairs in the apartment building, Ye Bai bumped into an elderly man with a hunched-back Teacher Lu. "Hey young man, what a coincidence, we meet again." "Teacher Lu, it's so late, why aren't you resting? Are you secretly giving extra lessons to your students? The stairs are steep, please take it easy." "I'm getting old, can't sleep, so I came down for a walk." Ye Bai didn't believe a single punctuation mark of Lu Qingyan's nonsense. That old fox was obviously waiting for me to come back downstairs. Young man, I heard things were quite lively at our number 3 middle school today. Yes, I'll tell you secretly. It seems that it has alarmed a great figure at the War King level. My classmate heard it from his friend's aunt, who works as a cleaner in the principal's office. It's 100% true. It's a War King level existence. Wow, that's incredible. Only those with exceptional talent and unwavering character have the chance to become a War King. Young man, you should strive to be like him. As for me, I'd rather lie down and live a peaceful life. In the future, I'll follow your example and become a teacher to educate and nurture people. That won't do. We're counting on you young people. When masters clash, the details are exquisite, the tension is extreme, and not a single flaw is exposed. The old fox and the little fox went back to their respective homes. Before Ye Bai could even sit down, the lone wolf badge in his pocket vibrated slightly. Shueming sent a message. Ye Bai opened the message, and his expression suddenly changed. What? They found the whereabouts of the Connect 4 game. Connect the dots. The fourth leader of the demonic cult is active near Nanjiang City. Chapter 61. The strongest person asked me to pass on a message to you. In Nanjiang City, Ye Bai sat in the living room, his expression solemn. Picking up the lone wolf medal, he read aloud softly. The leader of the fourth demonic cult has appeared 400 kilometers northwest of Nanjiang City, attempting to infiltrate the city. This is a message from Shueming, who is in charge of this interception operation. After the two sides encountered each other, a small-scale battle broke out. The leader of the demonic sect then escaped and disappeared without a trace once again. The opponent is protected by the demon god. By keeping a distance, they can avoid most detections. Even the god of war can only detect the opponent's identity after getting close. This guy actually came to Nanjiang City. Is he here to kill me? Ye Bai frowned, feeling that something was amiss. Just before I killed Lian Zheng, Lian can originally planned to sacrifice Lian Zheng in exchange for the descent of the abyss monsters. In other words, Lian Liankin had no feelings for this unfilial son and was a pawn he could easily sacrifice to save his own life. If Lian Liankin is determined to kill me, he himself won't escape the god of war's encirclement and will surely die. This is inconsistent with his style. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Ye Bai. Run for your life, run for your life. What if the fourth demonic cult leader's goal wasn't to hunt down Ye Bai, but rather to escape? He did indeed say something like, I swear on my life that I will kill Ye Bai. However, the premise of this vow is that the game must survive. In other words, the other party played a word game. As long as he lives, he will kill Ye Bai sooner or later. Whether it will be sooner or later is another matter. If he dies, he will have paid the price for his oath with his life. Whether Ye Bai lives or dies is of no concern to him. As expected of a war god level expert, even after his own child was killed, he could quickly feign extreme anger, utter harsh words, and release a smokescreen to confuse Ye Bai and thus influence the judgment of others. As expected, none of the big shots who can rise to this level are simple. They're all old hands. After a moment of reflection, Ye Bai gathered his scattered thoughts and continued his analysis. Recalling the father-son game of Link and Link Correct that I had previously watched, the scene of the father being kind and the son being filial is still vivid in my mind, which shows his character. Thinking about this, Ye Bai pieced together the general outline in his mind. Connect the dots. The fourth demonic cult leader, a war god-level powerhouse. Now severely injured and being hunted and surrounded by various factions of the human race on Earth, survival is his greatest motivation to move forward. Staying on Earth means certain death in this game. To survive, he only had one path to take to escape to the abyss. In other words, there are two possibilities. First, the game Link is using a diversionary tactic, pretending to head to Nanjiang City while actually having a different objective. Second, his method of escaping to the abyss dimension lies within Nanjiang City. Even if his whereabouts are exposed, he must come to Nanjiang City. Based on the information Ye Bai had, it was no easy feat to analyze the situation to this extent. After figuring it out, Ye Bai looked down at his shadow and gave it a warm but not overly enthusiastic smile. Lord Shadow 9, have you had a midnight snack? I ate it. I ate it at the barbecue stall just now. Put it on your tab. A hoarse voice rang out, and a cloud of black mist surged from the ground as Shadow 9 appeared. Kid, what kind of shady business are you planning to pull this time? Look at what you're saying. I, Ye Bai, am an upright and honest man who would never cheat anyone. Ye Bai briefly explained his analysis. Ingzio nodded slightly and pondered for a moment. Great minds think alike, I agree. Ye Bai, your shamelessness is 3/10 as good as mine. Shadow 9 continued. It's most likely the second scenario. The Abyss Sacrifice Array was activated in Nanjiang City. Although it was ultimately unsuccessful, the spatial barrier will have weak areas due to the influence of the Abyss Sacrifice Array, making it easier to break through, and even allowing one to cross it directly with their physical body. That's probably what they're after. All the clues connected, and the truth came to light. You can finally get a good night's sleep. The other side is a war god level figure after all. If they have a chance to survive, they won't be stupid enough to risk their lives against you. Now it seems that the assassination attempt was just a smokescreen. The real goal was to escape. Ingzio pondered for a moment, then spoke again. I will send a message to Xuan Meng, instructing him to ambush Lian Liancon near the Abyss Sacrifice Array. If he does come, I guarantee with Xuan Meng's life that Lian Liancon will die a horrible death. Ye Bai? You can guarantee it, but what's the point of risking Xuan Meng's life? What did Xuan Meng do to offend you? Please, have some decency. Ye Bai was speechless for a while before blurting out. That's for the best. An enemy at the level of a war god is simply beyond Ye Bai's current ability to contend with. Having gotten rid of the thorn in his side, Ye Bai felt much less stressed and relaxed, even wanting to sing a song. Kid, you're going into the Tower of Eternity tonight, right? Ingzio suddenly spoke up and brought up another matter. Yes. The Supreme Being, Nightmare, asked me to pass on a message to you. Wait, this opening isn't very good. It sounds too much like cough cough, please continue. Ye Bai suppressed a laugh and gestured for Lord Ingzio to continue. The Nightmare of the Supreme Being said that if you reach the 100th square and destroy the wall in front of you the moment you enter, there will be unexpected benefits. The reason Shadow 9 appeared was primarily to deliver a message to the strongest being. Bomb the wall. Ye Bai frowned, puzzled. What did this mean? I have delivered the message. You can handle the rest yourself. After saying that, the black mist sank down, and Shadow 9 once again disappeared into the shadows. Tonight, since the decision has been made to ambush Lian Liancon, the God of War level powerhouses will definitely have to mobilize all their mobile forces. This battle is dangerous and cannot tolerate the slightest carelessness. Once Ye Bai enters the Eternal Tower, his safety will be no longer a concern, and Ingzio will also be free to participate in the encirclement and kill. Xuan Meng is in the open. Ingzio is in the shadows. Let's find a way to bombard Lian Lianxian with a single shot. With no worries about being assassinated by the God of War, Ye Bai began preparing for tonight's journey to the Eternal Tower. He took out the map of the Eternal Tower, the very one Lu Sueki had given him, and began to study it carefully. The Eternal Tower, 3rd level. The notes appeared before Ye Bai's eyes. Floors 3, 4, 5, and 6 are connected. With a bit of luck, you can clear them all in one go. Human race's best historical achievement, 99% exploration progress, jumping directly from the 3rd to the 6th level. Are you ready to achieve 100% exploration completion, my Shirasama? Oh woo. Ye Bai's eyelids twitched, sensing something was wrong. Insightful, I am a little mischievous today, or rather a little excited. Even the husky is howling, which is not normal. Once Ye Bai understood the mechanisms of these layers, he could also understand why the Eye of Insight was excited. The 3rd to 6th levels form a long tunnel that requires continuous digging forward. Move forward in squares. Each square forward increases exploration progress by 1%, up to a total of 100 squares. During the excavation process, different directions can be chosen, and each choice will have different effects. Some squares will grant buffs/debuffs. Some squares will yield special rewards or penalties. Some squares, once discovered, may even reduce the exploration progress. It has all sorts of strange and wonderful things. Some squares even contain deadly traps, Stepping into one will result in instant death. Each step forward presents 3 choices. The further you go, the more difficult and dangerous the squares become. Further along, a powerful boss will guard the tunnel. You must defeat it to continue. After reading this information, Ye Bai put down the map and chuckled to himself. This level is tailor-made for the eye of insight. For others, unknown choices are extremely perplexing and can cause a severe headache. One wrong step, and it could mean death. Dying in this tunnel will not only put you into a weakened state, but will also reduce your exploration progress by 10% and send you back 10 squares. Once the exploration progress reaches 50%, you can choose to receive the reward and proceed to the next level. Many people will immediately settle the account after reaching 50% and continue playing, which is too agonizing and does more harm than good. If you die, you'll have to move 10 squares again. Who knows when that will take? However, for Ye Bai, there was no trouble of having no choice at all. Every choice he made was seen through, and he could easily discern the cards in the deck. To this, Ye Bai only has one thing to say. Ye Bai didn't use any cheat codes. Putting away the map, Ye Bai was already looking forward to tonight's journey through the Eternal Tower. Time passed by, second by second. 12 o'clock sharp. Ye Bai entered the Eternal Tower. Ingjio left Ye Bai's side and lurked near the abandoned factory, waiting for Lian Liankin to fall into the trap. The leader of the 4th demonic cult is also about to begin his escape plan from the abyss, hoping to seize a glimmer of hope for his survival. They all have bright futures. Welcome to the Eternal Core City. Ye Bai wasted no time and went straight to the point. Tonight's Eternal Tower requires no further preparation. 100% exploration completion? You can do it with just a glance. Ye Bai summoned the Eternal Core Crystal, placed his palm on it, and was engulfed by a white light, while a familiar notification sound rang in his ears. Wishing you a speedy completion of the Eternal Tower. The 3rd level of the Eternal Tower is now open. Chapter 62 Wabi Babu. Wabi Babu. Rumble. A flash of white light appeared, and Ye Bai appeared in a tunnel. As soon as he landed, the ground began to shake. In the dimly lit tunnel, rocks kept falling, kicking up clouds of dust. The rough, masculine voice roared. Run! The mine has collapsed. Another landslide and rockfall occurred, completely blocking Ye Bai's retreat. The sound of a woman sobbing came from behind Ye Bai. Save my husband. Cough cough, he went deep into the mine to earn money to buy me medicine wah. The choked sobs echoed in the tunnel, particularly eerie, sending chills down one's spine. Accept the quest Medusa's request. Mission objective. Bring Medusa's husband or his belongings back to location unclear. Task reward. After submitting the task, the level rating will be automatically calculated. Receive. Only after accepting the mission can Ye Bai move forward in the tunnel and begin his challenge. Thank you, kind person. The crying behind the pile of stones stopped, and a gust of cold wind blew past Ye Bai's head, leaving him alone in the entire tunnel. This level design even has a backstory, which is interesting. There's a reason why Eternal Tower was initially viewed as an online game when it first appeared. Levels 3 through 6 are like traditional RPG games, where a quest is given within a familiar background story to increase player enjoyment and motivation. Ye Bai looked ahead and did not act rashly. With 6 hours and the help of the Eye of Insight, passing the level is a sure thing. However, how to achieve a 100% success rate is the question Ye Bai needs to consider. How to achieve 100% exploration progress. First reach 99% exploration progress, then gain the remaining 1%. That's well said. It's as good as saying nothing at all. That's a good tip, but don't give that kind of tip next time. Ye Bai surveyed his surroundings, trying to gather more information. This is an abandoned mine, rumored to be haunted by man-eating monsters. Miners who tried to fight them off all turned to dust. You are currently in the first position. By moving straight ahead, you can harvest 100 L of pure drinking water. To your left front, a giant lizard is guarding the campfire. It's friendly and won't attack you. To communicate with it, you'd need either to know the intricate and complex language of lizards, or to happen to possess the SSS level talent, Eye of Insight. To the right front, damn it, it's so dark, there's nothing there. 3 choices were presented to Ye Bai, and the last option was eliminated. Pure water is of little use to me, but based on my experience with RPG games, such items usually have an effect later on. Otherwise, there would be no reason to leave 100 L of purified water on Ye Bai's path. If you only need water, you can try water magic. Ye Bai himself was not a water mage, but he carried relevant spell scrolls with him. Water ball technique. Ye Bai tore open a scroll, and a water ball floated in his palm before finally falling. The water began to evaporate and disappear immediately upon contact with Ye Bai's skin. Rules of the pit. Water cannot be created using magic for washing or drinking. There are even special rules. In this way, the value of 100 L of purified water increases dramatically. But the lizard can communicate, so there must be some special clue on it. Compared to water, lizards are much rarer. If it were anyone else choosing, they would definitely choose purified water without hesitation. Oh, Ye Bai forgot that they had no choice but to guess. The troubles of happiness. Choose the lizard. Ye Bai had a bold idea in his mind that he wanted to try. Just because you can only move forward within the squares and cannot move left or right doesn't mean the lizard can't move left or right. If the lizard can help him fetch water, Ye Bai will not only gain a clue, but also get the water. Only children make choices. I want them all. Ye Bai walked towards the tunnel to the left and proceeded to the next square. Second section. In the empty pit, the campfire crackled and popped, and a huge lizard was resting near the fire. Upon seeing Ye Bai's arrival, it merely raised its eyes briefly before turning its head away, no longer paying attention. As expected, it won't attack me. It's a neutral NPC or creature. We need to communicate with it in lizard language to see if there are any clues we can gather. When Ye Bai saw the characters in the lizard language, his face immediately fell. Sorry, I forgot you don't speak lizard language either. Swept to pinyin pronunciation mode. Following the prompts from the subtitles, Ye Bai began to speak. Weibibaboo. What the heck? Is this lizard language? I've long suspected that Dave from Plants vs. Zombies is actually a lizard man. Wabababoo. The lizard suddenly stood up from the ground, looking at Ye Bai with eager eyes. It was the first time in countless years that it had encountered a being that could communicate with it. ABA. Ye Bai communicated with the giant lizard using lizard language, and then used the Eye of Insight to translate what the giant lizard said. Ye Bai quickly understood what the lizard was trying to convey. Run? Tell me to run. There's a petrifying monster out there. She's beyond my ability to defeat. Really? I don't believe it. Ye Bai looked at his 30th floor, ready to unleash its power, and felt there was nothing to be afraid of. In the description of the giant lizard, the term petrifying monster appears repeatedly. Even its left hind leg had turned to stone, making it move extremely slowly. She? This is the first time Ye Bai has heard of this. Is she a female monster? If you're going to talk about this, then I'm not sleepy anymore. Ye Bai looked at the giant lizard's hind legs and asked, is there any way to treat this injury? Ye Bai obtained a lot of information from the giant lizard and tried to help it. Giant lizard. Once the monster dies, all petrification will be removed. There's no other way. It wasn't very intelligent. It kept repeating the same few phrases, telling Ye Bai to run away quickly. Okay, I'll expose her later. That'll be revenge for you. Then, Ye Bai expressed his desire for the other party to help him fetch water. There's water in the pit next to us. Even without Ye Bai's reminder, the giant lizard burrowed into the ground to fetch water. You made the right bet. Ye Bai obtained clues from the giant lizard and retrieved pure water from it, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. When the giant lizard returned, the water in the tank was only half full, about 50 liters. I'm so thirsty. The giant lizard explained. Drinking water can alleviate the pain of petrification and slow down its spread. Water is the source of life. Shall I leave you some more? Since the water was retrieved by the other party, it wouldn't be right for Ye Bai to take it all. The giant lizard shook its head. I've already drunk enough water for the next 100 years. Good heavens! Ye Bai exclaimed. Good heavens! All right, little lizard, I'm off now. See you later. With 50 L of water, Ye Bai bid farewell to the giant lizard and set off again for the second square. If you go straight ahead, you will encounter a pointless battle. Left front. With the help of the Eye of Insight, Combined with Ye Bai's many years of experience in RPG games, he was able to achieve his goal. Ye Bai can find the optimal solution for almost every square. The level of exploration is also increasing rapidly. 1%, 5%, 10%. Ye Bai passed through 9 squares in a row and was preparing to move on to the 11th square when something unexpected appeared in front of him. A message board? Message board. A message board is placed every 10 squares to provide valuable information for those who come after. Leave a message here so that all travelers passing by can see it. Each message board only allows one message submission. The third floor of the Eternal Tower is a dungeon that is essentially a solo dungeon, but the message board allows players to chat across servers, which is one of the unique features of these floors and is very popular among players. Ye Bai opened the message board and discovered that there was even a function for the messages. Comments with many likes will be displayed at the top for more people to see. The first thing that caught Ye Bai's eye was actually a message from the strongest expert. Number 1 nightmare. First, leave your mark. Likes. 12,454,961,679. Yes, this is a nightmare. Unreliable places are always extremely unreliable. Ye Bai looked down from above. Number 2 no trace. Is 100% exploration difficult? Likes. 10,486,145,710. Ye Bai nodded, thinking to himself. It is indeed very difficult, because you haven't reached that level either. Before Ye Bai, the highest exploration rate for the human race was only 99%. You can only leave a message here once, and you cannot edit or delete it. What a massive social disaster for the strongest individual. They made all those promises, but ultimately failed to deliver. Ye Bai browsed through 2 pages of comments and summarized some patterns. In the beginning, players tend to occupy the first comment and post irrelevant content. After all, the first 10 blocks are not difficult, and there is nothing particularly noteworthy. Later players even used this place as a confession wall and a place to vent their frustrations. XXX I love you. I hope no one will notice if I secretly eat a piece of shit. 1 like for a day of self-help. Supporting every dream, sending you soaring. It's quite interesting, it feels a bit like a game. Ye Bai pondered, preparing to write something on the message board. Since we're already here, it would be embarrassing not to write anything. Once this is written in, it will display a permanent ID. Write something sophisticated, even if it's just being deliberately mysterious. Otherwise, I'll be the one who gets burned in the future. Having learned from the experience of Traceless, Ye Bai felt that he needed to be careful when leaving comments. Otherwise, my comment will be posted here, and I'll be publicly shamed and condemned to eternal damnation. After thinking for a moment, Ye Bai opened the message board, his expression serious, and wrote a line. Shura, water is the source of life. Done, that's a wrap. Ye Bai closed the message board and continued his journey through the Eternal Tower. On the message board, the appearance of Shura's name immediately caused a storm. The Azura is on the 3rd floor of the Eternal Tower. He left a message that read, Water is the source of life. This is Shura calling on everyone to protect the environment and cherish water. Upstairs, the War King cast a great watering spell, and there's plenty of water to be had. Wake up. Regardless, these 6 short words instantly dominated the top headlines on major platforms, maintaining their popularity. Chapter 63 Oh no. The coffin lid can't hold it down anymore. After writing that message on the message board, Ye Bai ignored the potential consequences and continued forward. However, Ye Bai would consciously collect purified water along the way. Besides the giant lizard, Ye Bai also encountered a dying miner. Most of the other person's body was crushed under the boulder, their legs were crushed, and only a small part of their body remained outside. The Eye of Insight warned Ye Bai that the environment here was protected by eternal rules and could not be destroyed. The miners asked Ye Bai for help, requesting some purified water. Ye Bai gave the miner a bottle cap full of water, which the miner treasured and drank in one gulp. Are you looking for Medusa's husband? The miner sighed. It's not his fault, really. He didn't need to do all this for everyone. It was too dangerous. Huh. Ye Bai narrowed his eyes slightly. This story was different from the version he had heard. According to Medusa, her husband went deep into the mines to earn money to buy her medicine. However, When Ye Bai entered the tunnel, his eye of insight clearly indicated that this is a long, abandoned tunnel. Mining in abandoned mines is a very strange thing in itself. Moreover, judging from the miners' words, they didn't seem to be mining. They seemed to be running for their lives. There must be a hidden story behind this. The problem might lie with Medusa, a woman weeping behind a pile of stones. Finally, the miner told Ye Bai some valuable information. Our companions are ahead, but I'm stuck here, so I let them go first. They told me that we would leave marks as we moved forward, triangles for safety, circles for the unknown, and crosses for extreme danger. They haven't been gone long. If you can find them, it might be helpful. After bidding farewell to the miners, Ye Bai continued forward and soon arrived at the 19th square. Warning, giant python sighted ahead. Watch out for thunder. After walking for so long, we've finally met the boss again. Ye Bai glanced at the time. 12:21. He has been in the Eternal Tower for 21 minutes, and his current exploration progress is 18%. Compared to others, Ye Bai's progress is nothing short of miraculous. If it weren't for the need to gather more clues and reconstruct the truth of the story as much as possible, Ye Bai's progress speed could have doubled. Giant python, petrification. It feels like it involves some kind of mythology. Medusa? Without much thought, Ye Bai had already filled the square with his own power and was ready to go, so he directly rushed into the next square. Heavenly thunder. The enormous python didn't even have time to make its appearance before it was struck by a bolt of red lightning. The lightning entered from the top of its head, passed through 7 inches, and exited from its tailbone, leaving no cell untouched. The entire body turns to ash, then it is disposed of in an environmentally friendly manner. Slay the Mine Python LV.18. Experience points +20. Ye Bai rolled his eyes. That's so stingy. The Eternal Tower's empirical judgment features a flexible and intelligent compensation mechanism. Killing monsters of the same level grants 100% experience points. If you kill someone of a higher level, you will gain extra experience points. Similarly, Ye Bai is currently level 26. If he kills a level 18 boss, he will only get 20 experience points, which is better than nothing. It is precisely because of the experience mechanism that Wanjia cannot level up by defeating weaker opponents. As you progress, the monsters become increasingly powerful, making leveling up more difficult. No wonder everyone rushed into the Eternal Tower like crazy when the server-wide buff was applied before. By using powerful buffs to grind monsters, you can quickly level up and cross the threshold. Ye Bai kicked at the dust on the ground, but found nothing, and sighed. What kind of poor boss is he? He's not even left with a trace. A notification popped up on the ashes. The most valuable part of the python was its skin, but as you can see, it's all turned to ash now. Remind me earlier next time something like this happens. We need to be thrifty and not wasteful. Snake skin isn't money. With that, Ye Bai took a step and walked towards the next square. The 20th square. The familiar message board reappeared, and Ye Bai couldn't wait to open it, wanting to see what his seniors were showing off at this time. Nightmare. Killing the boss in 3 seconds. Please break the record. He not only left a message, but also attached a customs clearance verification information. Nightmare killed the mine python in 3.86 seconds. This person is so shameless. Ye Bai couldn't help but complain. You've gone from 3 seconds to almost 4 seconds. Continuing to scroll down, the familiar name appeared once again. Wuhan. How come someone can't even kill the boss in 1.48 seconds? No way, no way. Goodness, he's got the makings of a seasoned yin-yang master right off the bat. Ye Bai greatly admired Wuhan's courage. According to historical records, Nightmare should be the first supreme being of the human race. That's why Nightmare was the one who pioneered many dungeons and levels, and he was also the first to leave records. Wuhan, as a later rising supreme powerhouse, frequently breaks records. If that were all, it would be fine, but Wuhan would even make a sarcastic remark, implying a nightmare. It's important to know that before Wuhan rose to power, Nightmare had already become the strongest. In other words, even when Wuhan was still very weak, he could joke around with Nightmare. In other words, even the strongest beings have a broad mind. Ye Bai thought to himself, will my brothers be angry if I post my grades? Ye Bai looked at the two students' scores and hesitated for a moment. Nightmare, 3.86 seconds. No Trace, 1.48 seconds. Shura, 0.01 seconds. Isn't this a bit too much of a slap in the face? The 0.01 second figure is one that probably no one will ever be able to surpass. After much hesitation, Ye Bai finally decided to put it on. There was absolutely no intention to show off. It was just to appear sociable. Message board. Shura, not in good form this time, but I'll try harder next time. Attached. Clearance certificate killed the mine python in 0.01 seconds. After leaving a message, Ye Bai marched forward again. I'm out of here. Showing off and then running away, that's so exciting. His message once again caused a sensation around the world. On all forums, QA platforms, news headlines, and media outlets, it is. Report. Shura has broken through 20 squares. How could it be so fast? It's only been a short time since the 10-square message was posted. Quickly see what Shura said. How long did it take him to kill the boss? There has always been a speedrun leaderboard for defeating the giant python boss in the mine. For ordinary players, killing the mine python is already very difficult. Many people die repeatedly here and never succeed. However, for the chosen ones and all sorts of prodigies, killing the boss is a piece of cake. They care more about time. The faster it is, the stronger it is, and the higher its potential. Generally speaking, a level talent, killing the boss within 3 minutes, is considered excellent among talents of the same level. S-level talents have a 1-minute time limit, while SS-level talents have a 30-second time limit. Back then, Xuemeng killed a giant python in a mine in just 21.6 seconds, which attracted worldwide attention. As for SSS-level talents, this is a realm that ordinary people cannot comprehend. Even the worst performing nightmare only needs 3.86 seconds to kill the boss. However, there is a generally accepted view. The record without a trace, 1.48 seconds, should be the limit for SSS-level talent. Among the 3 supreme experts, Wuhan is not the strongest in combat power, but he is definitely the one with the strongest killing power. His rise to power was so rapid that it far surpassed the other 2 supreme experts. He swept through everything with ease, breaking records as easily as eating and drinking. 1.48 seconds. It's hard to imagine anyone breaking Wuhan's record. If anyone could actually do that, it would be a miracle. A miracle is called a miracle precisely because there is still a sliver of hope for a voice to be heard. When Shura's kill record was transmitted back from the front, the entire human world felt like a spoonful of cold water had been suddenly poured into a pot of hot oil. The world was in an uproar. 0.01 seconds. A true miracle has been born. Today, right now, a new keyword has suddenly appeared at the top of various lists and headlines. Grandpa Wuhan, the record you've been waiting for has been broken. The number 0.01 seconds is enough to drive everyone crazy. The glory of Shura even stepped on Wuhan's shoulders, just as Wuhan had stepped on Nightmare's shoulders back then. This moment is just like that moment. The capital city. Countless fireworks exploded in the sky, creating festive patterns. At this moment, the people who remained on Earth looked up at the sky, their faces filled with hope and excitement. One of the War Kings, in his excitement, even prepared to unleash a forbidden spell to set off a huge firework display for everyone to add to the festivities. Fortunately, the city defense department intervened in time, apprehended the perpetrator, and stopped this heinous act. The capital city. A man in black has broken into the rockery scenic spot that is rumored to be the burial site of the god of war. The man walked in a hurry, took out 3 incense sticks, lit them, bowed repeatedly, and then inserted them into the ground. The artificial hill slowly splits apart. The black coffin, imbued with endless malevolent energy, rose from the ground once more. The old man's weathered voice carried a hint of anger. What brings you to disturb me again? I don't have much time left to stay conscious. Are you trying to make me die even faster by waking me up so frequently? Just 2 days ago, Shura cleared the first level at SSS level, giving all players on the server a resurrection armor. The man in black had already woken the old man once. The old man's condition was extremely poor, He even needed to enter a state of suspended animation in the black coffin to barely maintain a brief period of lucidity. Ancestor, I dare not. But the matter was sudden and I had to inform you. The man in black spoke quickly. Yesterday, Shura cleared the second level with an SSS level victory, granting numerous powerful buffs to the entire human race. Today he, etc. The old man inside the black coffin interrupted urgently. You mean again? Shura cleared the dungeon at SSS level twice in a row. The man in black said heavily, Yes. How long has it been since I last woke up? Less than 48 hours. The black coffin fell silent, a deathly stillness. The man in black dared not breathe, beads of sweat constantly rolling down his forehead, his calves tense, his entire being extremely nervous. I don't know how much time has passed. A burst of wild laughter suddenly erupted from inside the black coffin. The laughter was so loud and intense that blood instantly seeped from the 7 orifices of the man in black. His left leg buckled, and he knelt on the ground. The man in black possesses the fighting power of a war god. Under that terrifying laughter, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. He was only able to keep his life because the old man in the black coffin deliberately stopped. Accompanied by laughter, the black coffin began to shake violently. Bang! A soft sound struck the black-clad man's heart with a heavy blow, causing him to collapse. He stared ahead in disbelief, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. The coffin lid bounced. Even the coffin lid, sealed by the combined might of the strongest beings, could not suppress the old man's excitement. Oh no! The coffin lid is about to burst open. Chapter 64 I came, I saw, I conquered. The capital city. Artificial rockery scenic spot. The black coffin shook more than ever before. The coffin lid even jumped. At the top of the black coffin, there was an inconspicuous sword mark, which seemed to come alive when the coffin lid moved. In an instant, the sword energy enveloped the entire black coffin, suppressing the evil aura along with it. The coffin lid was nailed shut, leaving not a single crack. The maniacal laughter abruptly ceased, and the world returned to silence, leaving only the sound of the man in black panting heavily. A few more moments passed. The old man in the black coffin spoke again, his voice tinged with immense weakness. It almost went berserk. Those 5 short words put immense mental pressure on the man in black, and he still feels lingering fear when he recalls what just happened. If the old man inside the black coffin goes berserk, it will bring incalculable losses to the human race and may even affect the battle lines in the abyss plane. This black coffin is both a divine artifact that prolongs the old man's life and an indestructible seal. You didn't finish what you were saying. Continue. Although the old man was weak after being suppressed by the sword energy, his mind became clearer. Oh right. The man in black hurriedly said. Shura went to challenge the 3rd level today. The old man inside the black coffin blurted out. What? He cleared the game at SSS level again. Not yet. Call. The old man actually breathed a sigh of relief. The demon was too monstrous, which put immense mental pressure on him. This pressure stems from consideration of the overall situation. As a former supreme war god, he was one of the top combat forces of the human race, second only to the strongest. The elder's perspective on issues is far superior to that of others. The confrontation between the human race and the abyss plane is an extremely fragile balance. In terms of overall strength, the human race is far inferior to that of the abyss plane and is extremely weak. However, the many demons and gods in the abyss plane are not united. They fight endlessly, crush each other, and suffer severe internal strife. It's like 2 people fighting. Humans have 100 points of strength and are very united, capable of achieving 100 points, or even 110 points of results. The demons have 1,000 points of strength, but their limbs each have their own thoughts, and they even punch themselves a couple of times from time to time, ultimately achieving a 100-point effect. This is precisely why the 2 sides have reached the current stalemate, pulling each other back and forth, with neither able to gain the upper hand. The emergence of Shura is undoubtedly a change in the situation. In the long run, with the addition of the Azura, the human race's strength will definitely increase steadily, bringing no disadvantages. However, if we only analyze the current situation, The appearance of Shura will make the demons of the abyss plain vigilant, and even unite to deal with the threat of Shura. This has happened more than once in history. Whenever a human's strongest seed is born, the demon race's unity index rises sharply. Once the strongest seed achieves the position of the strongest, everything settles down, and the two sides will fall into a new stalemate. Ahem, if Shura is too monstrous, those demon gods might put aside their past hatred and conflicts of interest and unite like never before, which would be definitely not a good thing for our human race. The old man spoke haltingly. In fact, there were already signs of this happening. Xuanming and Ing Jiu had mentioned to Ye Bai more than once that the human race was currently facing a tense situation on all fronts, with even the war god-level experts unable to spare the time to rush around putting out fires. The old man's worries are gradually becoming a reality. Go on. Having received the old man's permission, the man in black spoke again. Shura has entered the 3rd level today, advancing to the 20th square in 21 minutes. The 3rd level? That's a memory from a long time ago now that I think about it. That woman named Medusa deceived us. People always like to reminisce when they get old. You can continue. Shura killed the giant python in the mine in 0.01 seconds. This is the biggest news the man in black brought with him. Yesterday, after clearing the Shura SSS level, he did not wake the other party as the old man had instructed. As the old man said, frequent awakenings would only hasten his death. The man in black felt that the fact that he could pass through the level in 0.01 seconds was of great importance, and that he had to notify others immediately. Unexpectedly, the old man remained unusually calm upon hearing the news. This can only mean that Shura has extreme burst damage, which may come from buffs, skills, or even talents. Our human race already possesses an invincible sword. Even if we were to add another, it wouldn't be enough to break this stalemate. The old man's analysis was incisive, and he continued. In any case, let's start Project Dawn ahead of schedule. Launching Project Dawn. The man in black stiffened slightly. Shouldn't this plan have waited until Shura possessed at least the strength of a battle king before it was launched? Could it be that, in the old man's heart, Azura was already comparable to the War King? How is this possible? The Azura has only been in existence for 4 days. Without daring to think further, the man in black felt a chill run down his spine and quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, sir. As we all know, the darkest hour is just before dawn. Therefore, Project Dawn was also a plan for the darkest period. Don't wake me up again anytime soon. I want to live for a few more centuries. I only have so little lifespan left, and you're making a fuss every day? The black coffin slowly sank. This meeting is now over. The man in black bowed again, moved backward without moving, and left. Half a minute later, he returned, disregarding all etiquette, and shouted at the black coffin that had not yet sunk to the bottom. Ancestor, Shura. Shura has just passed through the 80th square and left a message. The black coffin trembled slightly, and then suddenly sank downwards, causing the entire artificial mountain to shake, which in turn caused the capital city to sway, like a paper boat in a basin, drifting in the wind and rain. The old man's voice came from the black coffin once again. Evildoer. After that, he fell into endless darkness and slumber. What should I write on the 80-square message board? Ye Bai stood in front of the message board, pondering how to show off in a proper way. Azura. I came, I saw, I conquered. As always, it was a thrilling game of showing off and then running away. Ye Bai quickly advanced to the 81st square. These miners aren't in good shape. If we provoke them, it will lead to a pointless fight. Inside the mine, a group of miners covered in dust were resting. Everyone was covered in injuries. Their bandages were black and grime. Some were missing limbs, and some were using canes or crutches. There isn't a single one who can fight. As Ye Bai entered the mine, he immediately attracted the attention of the miners, many of whom cast wary glances at him. Among the miners, an older, middle-aged man stepped forward. He was clearly the leader of the group. Mining is a profession with an extremely high injury and death rate. Even if you don't die underground, you are very likely to die from various occupational diseases and die young. This is why long-serving miners are extremely rare. Their extensive experience is sufficient to handle any unexpected situations that may arise underground, and they enjoy high prestige within the team, making them easy candidates for leadership roles. Stranger, you are not welcome here. Either move on or leave. The miners' leader's meaning was also the thought of all the miners present. Relax, we are friends with common goals. Ye Bai took out a work hat. This is a gift from your companion after I saved him. How do we know you didn't kill him? And take the mining helmet. A young man shouted instinctively. He had a youthful face and was the youngest miner here. The miners' leader turned around and roared at the young man who had just spoken. Shut up, you little brat who hasn't even grown all his feathers yet. If you dare to interrupt again, I'll smash your rotten mouth in. I swear I will. You damned bastard. Beneath the mine shafts, in the tunnels, there are absolutely no weaklings who have made it this far. Offending the other party for no reason is not a situation the miners' leader wants to see. It would be best if this unnecessary conflict could be resolved. Sorry, as you can see, our people are a little nervous. We don't want anything bad to happen, right? As he spoke, the men behind the mining leader gripped their weapons tightly. Ignoring their wariness, Ye Bai continued speaking. The miner I rescued also told me about the markings you would leave behind. I followed the markings all the way here. After Ye Bai explained the meaning of the markings, the miners relaxed, as if an invisible alarm had been lifted. You have demonstrated your friendship with the miners. I apologize for my previous offense and hope you can understand. After all, this is underground, and anything can happen. The miners' leader and Ye Bai exchanged a few more words. Ye Bai learned that their group had a total of over 1,000 people before they set off. Having reached this point, most of them had perished, and the remaining survivors were wounded and unable to continue. Upon hearing this, Ye Bai generously stated, I will leave the same markers on the way forward, so you can catch up if you are rested. Your kindness is like Mother Earth caring for her children. I cannot express my gratitude in words. The miners' leader hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to speak. Perhaps it's a bit much to ask, but do you have any water? Yes, let me see. I have 20 liters of water left. How much do you need? Upon hearing the word water, the faces of all the miners lit up with an unusual radiance, as if they had seen a glimmer of hope for survival. We have 32 people here. If you could give us 32 drops of water. The miners' leader looked somewhat embarrassed and pulled out a bag of ore, which was the most valuable thing he could offer. In exchange, this is the essence of what we mined before. We threw away most of the ore and kept only the most valuable part. Make a deal. Ye Bai readily agreed to exchange 32 drops of water for a bag of valuable ore. Upon receiving the ore, Ye Bai felt a slight weight. It was surprisingly heavy. The higher the density, the better the quality of the ore. After saying goodbye to the miners, Ye Bai continued on his journey. After he left, under the supervision of the miners' leader, each miner received a drop of water. As soon as the water arrived, everyone drank it without hesitation. Something amazing happened. A miner tore open his bandages, tears welling in his eyes. I can see again. The person lying on the stretcher exclaimed in surprise. I can feel my body. Holy crap, it hurts, it hurts. Someone punch me and knock me out. My arm, my arm. A young man with a missing arm watched as his arm was restored, and he danced and celebrated with joy. Such examples abound. Everyone's injuries were healing rapidly, as if a miracle had occurred. All of this stemmed from the 32 drops of water left behind by Ye Bai. The miners' leader, his eyes brimming with tears, choked out. The rumors are true. The rumors are true. Water is the source of life. Chapter 65 next, the moment to witness a miracle. The Eternal Tower, 3rd level. The 90th square. The boss collapsed at Ye Bai's feet. After being baptized by the heavenly lightning, it was so moved that it turned itself into ashes. It's time for some fun comments again. Ye Bai walked up to the message board. Very few people can reach 90% exploration level. Many S-rank and SS-rank talents will be blocked at the boss level and can only settle the level score with regret. Fewer people visit, so there will be even fewer messages on the message board. After all, not everyone will leave a comment. For example, the 3rd strongest person is Xiaoyao. Ye Bai had always heard that there were 3 supreme experts among the human race: Nightmare, Traceless, and Free Spirit. The 3 of them had different roles. Nightmare is stationed on Blue Star, Traceless is fighting in the Abyss Plane, and free spirit is guarding the eternal tower and attempting to clear it. The human race openly and generously included all of this information in their textbooks. Even the abyss plane is fully aware of this. Because of the existence of the strongest beings, as an ultimate weapon, it is inherently a deterrent. Only by drawing our swords can we scare away those treacherous villains. Of the three supreme experts, the one with the least information and the most mystery is the last one, Xiaoyao. Ye Bai navigated through 90 squares and checked 8 message boards, but found no information left by Xiaoyao. There's no message from Xiaoyao here either. Ye Bai opened the message board. Nightmare. 100% exploration progress. It's that simple, unpretentious, and boring. Wuhan. Upstairs, you haven't achieved a 100% completion rate. Remember my name? I was the first to achieve a 100% completion. Xueming. I'm really awesome. Suddenly, Xueming appeared under the comment of the strongest person, which made Ye Bai feel a little uncomfortable. It's like a group of top students and exam kings, and suddenly a lazy bum appears. While everyone else is doing practice problems, the lazy bum is taking selfies and posting them on social media. The scene looks strangely out of place. At this point, leaving comments to show off is no longer very meaningful. But Ye Bai didn't want to miss any opportunity to pretend cough. Ye Bai meant that he always wanted to leave something for future generations. Shura. Now, the moment to witness a miracle has arrived. A magician is still a magician. It's perfectly reasonable to borrow it. Ye Bai closed the message board and glanced at the time. 101. At this speed, after I clear the level, I can go straight to the 7th floor. Layers 3, 4, 5, and 6 are connected layers. If you achieve 100% exploration on layer 3, you can skip the next 3 layers and go directly to layer 7. Guided by the eye of insight, Ye Bai avoided deadly traps, negative buffs, and other obstacles, making his way through without any hindrance. In fact, the final 10 squares weren't as challenging as Ye Bai had imagined. There was no exponential increase. Instead, it was unusually slow. There are only 100 squares ahead. Exploration level, 98%. Seeing the notification pop up, Ye Bai frowned slightly, realizing that things were not so simple. There are 100 squares in total. Each time you move forward 1 square, you increase the exploration progress by 1%. In other words, when you reach 100 squares, the exploration progress isn't 100%, but 99%. Like lightning piercing the darkness and illuminating the world, Ye Bai glimpsed the truth of the matter. The Eye of Insight gave a hint when we entered this level. To achieve 100% exploration, you first need to reach 99%, then add plus 1%, that's what it means. Eye of Insight. So that's what I was thinking. I understand. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. Ye Bai? Ye Bai looked ahead. The dark cave entrance exuded an eerie atmosphere. The final step. 100 squares, 99% exploration completed. After Ye Bai made his choice, he entered a spacious and empty mine. Strange, shouldn't there be traces of Medusa's husband here? Why is there nothing? Ye Bai looked around and found that the entire mine was empty, and no strange notes popped up. Something unusual must be going on. Adding to what Ye Bai had seen and heard along the way, the general outline of the story emerged in Ye Bai's mind. A monster capable of petrifying people suddenly descends, incredibly powerful, and slaughters indiscriminately. The miners, having encountered the monster, were forced to flee into an abandoned mine in an attempt to escape through another exit. The monster may be related to Medusa. Medusa's husband, in an effort to atone for the damage his wife had caused, risked his life to scout ahead and leave markers for those who followed. The miners, guided by Medusa's markings, slowly made their way through the dangerous mines, even at a great cost. All the chaos and all the clues point to the same person, Medusa. Medusa is also easily associated with the mythical serpent monster. Having found nothing, Ye Bai turned his gaze to the wall. The supreme expert Nightmare once sent someone to tell Ye Bai that bombarding the wall would bring unexpected benefits. On the wall, Ye Bai saw the familiar message board. On the message board, there are familiar nightmares. Nightmare, I understand now. Medusa's husband is long dead, and the woman behind the pile of stones is a lonely soul. This is a tragic story of a loving couple. There are no traces or belongings of Medusa's husband here, but his love still lingers in the air. Great love is silent. I'll reluctantly draw a heart for him. Next to the message, there was an ugly heart drawn. Ye Bai's face darkened. What kind of comprehension ability did Nightmare have? The problem is clearly with Medusa. That guy is very likely a monster that can turn people to stone. Whether it was the giant lizard or the miners, all the creatures Ye Bai encountered in the tunnels, and the source of all the chaos, were Medusa. Wait, after Nightmare let me in, the first thing it did was blast the wall. This guy, he doesn't want me to erase his dark history, does he? If Ye Bai had followed the Nightmare's instructions, he would have blasted the wall down without a second thought. The message board will most likely be destroyed, and the Nightmare's dark history will be wiped clean. Snap! Ye Bai took out his phone and took hundreds of photos in a row. Then, he took out a DSLR camera and pressed the shutter button hundreds of times. Ye Bai stored photos on film, USB flash drives, hard drives. He stored photos on all kinds of devices that could store photos. It's perfectly reasonable for me to bring a DSLR camera when I come to explore the Eternal Tower, right? After finishing all this, Ye Bai smiled and put away the pile of things, then continued looking down. Using one's dark past to extort the strongest? Not really suitable. But it's always right for Ye Bai to keep something in reserve. Wuhan, are you stupid? That woman is a big problem. I'm going back and chop her up first. A hot-tempered guy is online, ready to chop people up. Ye Bai never expected that the supreme expert Wuhan had such a side. Ye Bai's gaze moved downwards again, and there was more. Besides Nightmare and Traceless, someone else actually left a message here. Carefree, a boring story. The message from the third strongest player. Ye Bai took out his phone again. Snap, snap. Is this considered the calligraphy of a supreme expert? After taking the photos, Ye Bai faced a problem. How to achieve 100% exploration completion. The three strongest individuals mentioned above had all visited this mine and lingered in this square. Without exception, all three of them ended their adventures with a 99% completion rate, failing to advance any further. The same problem confronted Ye Bai. If this is a puzzle, and the first three people failed for various reasons, can Ye Bai solve it? He can see the answers directly. Oh, that's all right then. How to get the final 1% of exploration progress. 1. Break down the wall in front of you to create an escape route for the miners. Rescue some of them to achieve 100% exploration completion. Seeing the prompt from the Eye of Insight, Ye Bai frowned again. If that's the case, it means that the Supreme Expert Nightmare sent a message to Ye Bai through someone. It's a disguised way of telling Ye Bai how to pass the level. Old Ginger is spicier. The strongest one truly lives up to his name. Even without the Eye of Insight, Ye Bai could still clear the game 100% with the help of the Nightmare's hints. 2. Go against the flow and settle the score with the snake woman who deceived you. After defeating her, all petrified entities will be restored, the mine will no longer be dangerous, and you can complete the game with 100% exploration. 2 choices lay before Ye Bai. It's within easy reach. All Ye Bai needs to do is break down this wall, and he can immediately achieve 100% exploration and clear the level with an SSS rating. The other one goes against the flow. Walking the same path again in the future would be even more troublesome. If you choose to go against the flow, every mine shaft must be cleared. The monsters inside will enter a berserk state and become even stronger. Insightful Eye reports the time, 1:08 p.m. Remaining time for this Eternal Tower challenge, 4 hours, 51 minutes, and 46 seconds. Ye Bai faced 2 choices. It is a choice to let go of past grievances, shed all burdens, and help the miners escape this nightmare. They may find temporary safety and peace, but in the dead of night, they will still be awakened by nightmares, their bodies shivering, tears silently streaming down their faces. Or go against the current, wield a sharp sword, cut through the shackles, and personally end this nightmare for everyone? For Ye Bai, there was only one option in this multiple-choice question. Going against the flow. I'm going to see today whether this female monster is pretty or not. How would I know? All I know is what she looks like. After Ye Bai made his choice, the Eye of Insight cooperated fully. Insightful navigation activated. 5 meters ahead. Turn around, oops. Make a U-turn. There are 100 squares. each with 3 mines, and each mine is crammed with ferocious monsters. 300 mine shafts mean 300 battles. Ye Bai only had less than 5 hours left, and each battle had to be resolved within 1 minute on average. Even Ye Bai could feel the immense pressure. He had to race against time. Like a whirlwind, Ye Bai rushed into the first mine, wielding his staff and unleashing his full power, wreaking havoc. Wind Fury, Blessing of Lightning, Heavenly Thunder, Ignite. Blue Star. Time, 1:20 p.m. It's been 19 minutes since we've heard any stories from the Shura message board. Last time, Shura left a message in the 90 squares. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. The whole world is watching him, waiting for a miracle to happen. This wait lasted for 20 minutes. What's going on? Can anyone see the 100 square message board? What are you thinking? Only those who have been here before can view the message board in the Eternal Core City. Throughout human history, quite a few people have reached the 90th square, if not 100, then at least 80. The message Shura left in the 90 squares was leaked from the mouth of a war god. Only 3 people actually reached the 100th square: Nightmare, No Trace, and Free Spirit. Now we may need to add one more person. Azura. No one was surprised that Shura could reach 100 squares. What everyone is hoping for is whether a miracle will actually happen. Can Shura achieve 100% exploration completion? 20 minutes have passed, and no one knows the answer. All we can do is wait. Tonight, the world is sleepless, focused on Azura, waiting for an announcement from the Eternal Tower, waiting for a miracle. Chapter 66, A Miracle Has Truly Happened. The Eternal Tower, 3rd level. Insightful Eye continues to guide you. Slay the wind ahead, just have fun. The Azura, wielding 2 watermelon knives, slaughtered his way through the 3rd level, killing without blinking an eye. You ask me if my eyes are dry. Dry? Call. Ye Bai let out a long breath and sat down on a rock, sweat dripping from his forehead, clearly indicating that he had exerted himself considerably. After these monsters went berserk, their levels and attributes increased significantly. Going it alone is manageable, but a single mine can hold anywhere from a dozen to dozens of miners. In order to end the battle as quickly as possible, Ye Bai must kill and harvest enemies with extremely high efficiency. Otherwise, he will not be able to complete the task within the time limit. In such intense combat, some people become flustered and at a loss, and the more panicked they become, the slower they become. Not everyone can withstand high-pressure environments. Some people, on the other hand, thrive in this state, entering a state of extreme focus. The greater the external pressure, the more concentrated they become, resulting in phenomenal performance. This is known as the pressure cooker personality. Ye Bai was clearly the latter, a natural big heart, born for big occasions. In the midst of frenzied fighting and endless battles, Ye Bai's combat skills are improving at an incredibly terrifying rate. Make the most of every MP point, perfectly link the wind, fire and lightning skills, and use the wind slash and normal attacks at just the right time to supplement damage while moving at high speed. Every detail has been polished to perfection. Combat skills have been refined, evolved, and can even be called art. At first, it took Ye Bai 1.5 to 2 minutes to deal with a monster in a mine. As proficiency increases, killing efficiency approaches perfection, and time is continuously reduced. Now, Ye Bai can easily take down a mine in less than 40 seconds. Killed Rambofu, MP restored by 15%, experience gained by 2596. Reached level 28, attributes increased, free attributes allocated according to preset. Leveled up to 31, attributes increased. Reached level 42. As the battle raged on, Ye Bai's level continued to rise, and all his attributes increased accordingly, but the difficulty of the battles did not decrease at all. The monsters in the mine will grow stronger as the intruder levels up. That suits me perfectly. It's fun to crush newbies, but if you don't have experience, it's a waste of time. Ye Bai has not forgotten that everything he has done is for the purpose of becoming stronger. Tearing open a healing scroll, I raised my health to a safe level, and my mana returned to 80%. Unresolved potholes, 135. Remaining time, 1 hour 49 minutes. Keep fighting. The power of nature felt somewhat heavy in his hands. Ye Bai opened his eyes and hurried to the next mine. This intense battle has lasted for 3 hours, and there are still more than 100 craters that have not been cleared. In this situation, anyone would feel tired. It's only a matter of time. It is truly remarkable that Ye Bai has managed to persevere until now. Blue Star. Time, 4:11. Tonight, people experienced what it means to be caught between extremes of heat and cold. In the first half of the night, major media platforms enjoyed a frenzy. Shura broke record after record with a speed beyond comprehension. But starting from 1 o'clock, no more news came from Shura. Good news. Shura hasn't been cleared yet. Bad news. I haven't cleared Shura yet. As long as there is no news of a successful completion of the mission, it is considered acceptable news for the human race. After all, there is still a glimmer of hope. However, more and more people are beginning to waver. If even the 3 supreme experts couldn't do it, can Shura really do it? When the supreme expert Wuhan rose to power back then, we waited all night, but in the end sigh. I hope everyone will lend their energy to Shura. I hope those below the rank of warrior will lend their energy to the 3rd level of the Eternal Tower. Thank you. People are still waiting, but as time goes on, more and more people will waver, fall silent, and the light in their eyes will slowly dim. Waiting to witness a miracle. This was something Shura promised, and so far, Shura has never disappointed. When it comes to being disappointing, Shura has always been disappointing. The Eternal Tower, 3rd level. Grid 1. Time, 5:50. Back to square one, I'm just standing there, dumbfounded. Ye Bai rolled his eyes. Change the song, make it more powerful. I'm standing right in front of you. How much do I resemble my former self? What kind of domineering attitude is that? In any case, after nearly 5 hours, Ye Bai rushed back from square 100 in reverse, as if cutting melons and vegetables. To be honest, my eyes are really dry. There's only one boss left. Ye Bai looked at the pile of stones in front of him. With 10 minutes left, Ye Bai still had time to change his clothes. First, stack up 1 billion buffs. 30 floors ready to go, all set. Background music ready. The Small Knife Society overture begins. Accompanied by the prelude to the Small Knife Society music, Ye Bai gently pointed forward, and the pile of stones began to crumble. This sounds like the birth of Sun Wukong, and I've become the villain? As the pile of stones collapsed, a woman's voice came from inside. Kind person, did you bring my husband back? I'm sorry, I brought back bad news about a death. The woman began to sob again. You mean he's dead? If you guessed wrong, you can guess again. Amidst the smog, a serpentine monster with 9 heads and bared fangs and claws gradually revealed itself. Ye Bai did not rush to make a move. According to the Eye of Insight, the opponent is currently invincible. Just like a boss in an RPG game who's still going through the cutscene. As the smog dissipated, Medusa's ugly face appeared before Ye Bai. If I need an example to describe this ugliness, I won't. The 9 snake heads gleamed with a dangerous, cold light, staring intently at Ye Bai from all angles. Get ready to take action. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Heavenly thunder. Petrifying gaze. The 2 cunning old foxes seemed to have timed it perfectly, unleashing their most powerful skills at the same time to launch a sneak attack, determined to kill the target in one blow. Medusa's 9 snake heads shot forward simultaneously, and for this attack, she even paid the price of 3 snake heads withering away forever. Result. Why? Why didn't you turn into stone? Seeing Ye Bai unharmed, Medusa lost her mind, frantically twisting her body and lashing against the stone wall, knocking down countless stones. Ye Bai smiled without saying a word. He didn't have the bad habit of answering questions for his enemies. Stunned now? I have a magic blocking proclamation. Ye Bai has always been quite careful about saving his life. Even if the magic-suppressing ultimatum fails, Ye Bai can still prolong his life with the undying flame, and he is also draped in the guardian angel. 3 lives? How can you fight me? You think you can compete with me? Under the petrified gaze, Ye Bai did indeed feel his speed slow down. However, this did not affect the outcome of Ye Bai's spell. The terrifying red lightning slowly condensed, its immense power enough to send chills down one's spine at a glance. Medusa clearly foresaw a tragic end. Her most powerful attacks were ineffective against her enemy, and the skill the enemy was about to unleash was enough to kill her instantly. 0.1 seconds later, her eyes reddened, and she began to cry. Please have mercy and spare me. I was also. Fall. Boom. The lightning struck, engulfing Medusa and silencing her next words. Go to hell and confess your sins. Looking at the Medusa serpent monster turned to ash, Ye Bai felt no pity whatsoever. I can't accept this aesthetic, goodbye. A quick glance at the clinic can easily lead you to a men's health clinic, where you can become a VIP customer, enjoying services such as skipping the queue, a 12% discount on medication, and 24-hour consultation. Just as Ye Bai killed Medusa, the entire mind tunnel began to shake violently, and countless petrified creatures came back to life. Ye Bai also heard a familiar notification sound in his ear. Settling customs clearance score. Blue star. Time, 5:57. Just as people were getting drowsy and preparing to take a short nap before starting a new day of work. Only a very few people are still persisting in waiting for a miraculous miracle, just like waiting for the writer to add more chapters. They believe that if it was Shura, he would definitely not disappoint. Now, the moment of witnessing a miracle has arrived. You said it yourself, Shura. If an Azura creates a miracle, he won't need to guide for a year. If Shura creates a miracle, I will fight in the Abyss Plane for another 3 years. Only 3 minutes left. Even those who have the greatest faith in Shura will find it hard to remain steadfast at this moment. Perhaps there really are no more miracles. Not every call will be answered. Just like not every time you urge for an extra chapter, you'll get one. But this time, it's a little different. Blue star, 5:57 and 48 seconds AM Beijing time. A message, like a depth charge, was dropped into the entire drowsy world, sweeping everything away at lightning speed and stirring up a storm. Congratulations to player Shura for clearing the 3rd floor of the Eternal Tower with an SSS rating. Congratulations to player Shura for clearing the 4th floor of the Eternal Tower with an SSS rating. 3, 4, 5, 6. For levels, for SSS level clears, Shura dominated the screen at the last moment. It simultaneously bombarded all social media platforms, becoming the only topic of discussion on Earth. In the Wolf's Den, countless people raised their glasses in celebration, and fine wines were piled up in front of everyone. All expenses tonight will be paid by Shura, and young Master Zhao will also foot the bill. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses and cheered loudly. Homage to Azura. Salute to the era of supreme power. Homage to the future of humanity. The capital city, an artificial mountain scenic spot. The black coffin rose and fell, like it was dancing in a disco. While everyone else is dancing on their graves, the old man in the black coffin is doing something else entirely. His spirit coffin is drifting. Finally, the old man left out a sentence. Wait until the Azura tears the sky apart before waking me up. How many years does that old man have left to keep him going like this? Having said that, the black coffin sank completely into the deepest part, sealing itself away. As the eastern rays illuminated the land, the sun was surprised to find that this group of people had arrived at work earlier than him and were having a wild party. Sun, don't you guys have to go to work? All media platforms are displaying the same headline. A moment to witness a miracle. Because a miracle really happened. Chapter 67 SSS Level Completion Reward. 4. The Eternal Tower, 3rd level. As the server-wide announcements flooded the screen, a pile of rewards appeared in front of Ye Bai. Scored SSS level to clear the 3rd level and receive the reward Mysterious Mine. Sold out of the 4th level with an SSS rating and receive the reward Mysterious Mine. Sold out of the 5th level with an SSS rating and receive the reward Super Furnace. 6th floor cleared with an SSS rating. Reward. South River Miners Guild multiply by 1. These are all Ye Bai's personal rewards. 2 Mysterious Mines, 1 Super Furnace, and 1 South River Miners Guild. As the rewards were distributed, the mine tunnels around Ye Bai began to slow down, and the battlefield where he had just fought began to transform into a space that belonged only to Ye Bai. This place will become a kind of secret trading haven. However, it is only open to Ye Bai and NPCs that Ye Bai allows to enter and exit. Ye Bai can enter the mine 24 hours a day, even when the Eternal Tower is not open. Mysterious mine. You can send miners or go down into the mine yourself to mine raw ore. Sometimes you will find mysterious treasure chests and various special items. Excavated raw ore. 65% probability of being grade B quality. 30% probability of being grade A quality. 4.5% probability of S grade quality. 0.4999% is SS grade. 0.0001% is SSS grade quality. Current reserves, 30 million tons. 2 mysterious mines, one with reserves of 30 million tons and the other with reserves of 45 million tons. Based on grade conversion, these two mines contain 75 tons of SSS grade raw ore. However, most of these raw ores are located in the deepest part of the mine, making them the most difficult and time-consuming to extract. Moreover, the mined ore needs to be refined to remove impurities before it can be used for forging and other purposes. Regardless, both mines represent a huge fortune, waiting for Ye Bai to explore them. Now, Ye Bai can proudly declare to the world, his family owns a mine. They're truly rich. Kind person, we meet again. From deep within the mine, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as a group of ragged, dusty-faced men approached Ye Bai. Their numbers had increased considerably, numbering 200 or 300 at a glance, a dense, dark mass. Clearly, many miners who had been petrified by Medusa have now been restored and regained their mobility. It was the same middle-aged man. The miners' leader bowed to Ye Bai in respect. Thank you for slaying that terrifying monster and for everything you have done for us. The South River miners are willing to serve you for eternity. The South River Miners Corps is willing to serve you for eternity, sir. Nearly 300 miners simultaneously removed their mining helmets, pressed them against their chests, bowed slightly, and shouted in unison. You're welcome. I only made a small contribution. Ye Bai has 2 mines with a capacity of tens of millions of tons, and that's exactly when he needs manpower. If you let him go mining alone, he'll be mining for ages. The appearance of this group of miners solved Ye Bai's immediate problem. Although the Eternal Tower awarded command of the mining corps to Ye Bai, however, Ye Bai did not intend to become an exploitative landlord. Instead, he generously stated that, everyone, as long as you follow me from now on, you will still be paid and all your treatment will be the same as before. 3 meals a day are provided, and after work, there's plenty of alcohol and meat. After Ye Bai finished speaking, he noticed that most of the miners looked puzzled and confused. Looking at the miners' leader beside him, Ye Bai asked, Did I say something wrong? Grown-ups. The miners' leader hesitated for a moment, but then told the truth. We usually only eat 2 meals a day. Ye Bai, from now on, there will be 3 meals a day. A simple sentence brought tears to the eyes of many in the miners' group. With the help of the Eye of Insight, Ye Bai could see that many NPCs' favorability towards him had skyrocketed. Of course, Ye Bai's original intention in doing this was not to win people's hearts. Tell me, what are you all lacking? These miners had been on the run, barely escaping Medusa's clutches. Some didn't even have decent tools. Ye Bai asked the miners' leader to make a list. If it's a daily necessity, he goes directly to the trading secret realm to purchase it. As for specialized mining equipment and devices, design drawings are required, and they need to be customized according to the site conditions of the mine. These can also be postponed for the time being. The miners' leader delivered a list to Ye Bai in 15 minutes. Sir, in addition to food and fresh water, we also need a large amount of medicine. After saying all this, the mining leader himself felt a little embarrassed. They haven't created any value for their boss yet, but they've incurred considerable expenses. The miners' leader added, I will organize people to quickly explore the area around the mine, formulate a mining plan, and strive to start production as soon as possible. There's no rush to explore for minerals, we don't need to do it. With insightful observation, there's no need for the hassle of mineral exploration. After receiving the list, Ye Bai directly contacted the goblin underling using the trading secret realm pass. Prepare food, water, and drinks for 1,500 people for the party. Ye Bai guessed that the outside world was probably celebrating right now, so his request wasn't abrupt. The goblin henchman was also very helpful, offering 150 gold coins. As soon as the money was transferred, Ye Bai received the food and water that had been mailed to him. Ye Bai handed the food over to the miners' leader. You organize people to distribute it. Make sure there's enough, but don't let everyone drink the alcohol yet. Clear. The miners' leader and his men got busy. The food for 1,500 people, if eaten sparingly, would be enough to feed 300 of them for a week. Certainly, based on Ye Bai's standard of 3 meals a day, it would only take a day and a half. After waiting a moment, Ye Bai sent another message to his goblin underling. There's been a minor issue here. 400 low-level healing scrolls, purchased anonymously. 200 gold. You have a new email. The healing scrolls were distributed, and the miners' leader once again expressed his gratitude to Ye Bai. Boss, we're just miners. We're good at mining, but we're not experts in smelting and forging. The mining leader pointed to the super powerful furnace next to the mine pit and said, if you want to smelt the raw ore you've mined, you might need to hire another group of professionals. Okay, I understand. Once the people you hire arrive, I can send a few over to learn from them. It won't be long before they are handed over to our own people. You guys should rest first. There's no rush for mining. There's plenty of time ahead. You've worked hard these past few days. Eat well and get some rest. After settling the miners in, Ye Bai finally had time to check on his own condition. Miners, furnace. For Ye Bai, these rewards are like a steady stream of wealth. With these mines, and by hiring a group of NPCs for smelting and forging, Ye Bai could completely craft equipment and items himself, and even sell them to others. Money isn't everything. You absolutely cannot do without money. In addition, Ye Bai's own strength has also improved tremendously. After battling through 300 mines, and finally facing the boss Medusa, Ye Bai leveled up from level 26 to level 54 in one go. Bring up the attribute panel. Eternal ID, Shura. Talent, Eye of Insight SSS-rank. Level, 54. Class, Skywrath Mage Wind, Fire, Lightning. HP, 16400/16400. MP, 21500/21500. Strength, 672 plus 100. Intelligence, 1469 plus 80. Spirit, 1357 plus 70. Agility, 634 plus 45. Constitution, 543 plus 100. Luck, 12. Equipment, Force of Nature plus 2. Skills, Lightning Bolt, Blessing of Lightning, Preparation, Thunderstrike, Wind Slash, Wind Fury, Ignite, etc. Status, Lightning Affinity, Lightning Mastery, Fire Mastery, Wind Mastery. All 5 basic attributes have exceeded 500, with the most important attributes for mages, intelligence, and spirit, approaching 1500. Now, Ye Bai finally looks somewhat like a mage. Having a single attribute exceeding 1000 is one of the hard standards for determining the rank of a warrior. Of course, this is just one single metric for a Tier 1 warrior. The evaluation of generals is based more on their strength, combat power, and battle record. Having just become a 9th tier warrior, Ye Bai has no immediate plans to attempt to become a warrior general. In addition to the growth of attributes, Ye Bai also made 2 significant gains. This battle lasted nearly 5 hours and used over 10,000 heavenly lightning bolts. Now, the base damage of heavenly thunder is a whopping 58,655. Even without stacking up the power to unleash it, a single heavenly lightning strike can easily kill a low-level warrior. Even a high-ranking general would lose half his life. Ye Bai had anticipated Tian Lei's high growth potential. Unfortunately, he didn't have many opportunities to unleash the heavenly lightning. 5 hours of continuous fighting is a rare and precious occurrence. In addition to the increased damage from heavenly lightning, the power of nature has also advanced. This was one of Ye Bai's biggest gains from this trip. The power of nature can be upgraded a total of 12 times, which is why Ye Bai spent a lot of money to buy it before. Equipment, Force of Nature LV.25. Rank S. Attributes, Intelligence plus 80, Spirit plus 70. Entry, Divine Punishment. The staff wielder receives plus 20% lightning damage, plus 1% lightning damage taken, and plus 25% shield/healing from wood-type skills. Twins, when releasing a lightning-type skill, there is a 5% chance to release a wood-type skill at the same time, and vice versa. Thunderstorm, when releasing a lightning-type skill, there is a 0.1% chance to deal double damage. Fearless of Power deals an additional 10% lightning damage to enemies of a higher level than the holder. Advanced terms. A battle of lightning and electricity. Defeat a lightning-type boss between level 25 and 60. After defeating the boss, the power of nature will advance to the boss's level, and you will randomly gain one of the boss's skills. Upgrade attempts, 10. Number of times advanced, 2. It's actually been upgraded to S-grade equipment. Although it's rated S, it's still a genuine S-class equipment. The potential for advancement in the power of nature exceeded Ye Bai's expectations. Previous entries have all received varying degrees of enhancement. At the same time, a new entry has been added, Fearless of Power, which allows you to deal more damage when facing enemies of a higher level than yourself. This entry is great. It's incredibly effective in battle. Due to Ye Bai's special status, he often has to face enemies of a higher level. With the bonus from Fearless of Power, the already overflowing burst damage is further enhanced. After putting away the attribute panel and equipment descriptions, Ye Bai had almost finished summarizing his personal gains from this trip. Just then, the announcement from the Eternal Tower sounded again. Settlement complete. SSS level rating reward officially issued. Player Shura cleared the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th floors with an SSS rank, and was rewarded with the entire Eternal Tower human race buff mineral raider. Limited time buff overall enhancement. Human race's all attributes in the Eternal Tower increase by 30%, for 24 hours only. Limited time buff focus on defense. Humans in the Eternal Tower take 20% less damage, for 24 hours only. Limited time buff sweeping away weakness. Humans who die in the Eternal Tower will not enter a period of weakness after returning to the Eternal Core City. This buff is valid for 24 hours. Limited time buff experience boost. Humans in the Eternal Tower gain plus 15% experience, for 12 hours only. Mineral Raiders. The next time you open a treasure chest, capsule, jar, or other item, its quality will increase by 1. The 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th floors of the Eternal Tower are being reset and will reopen in 18 hours. Or Capture Squad and Experience Boost are the newly added buffs. The other 3 are more like the standard configuration for an SSS level rating. Ye Bai passed 4 levels in a row, and their validity period was directly extended to 24 hours. Ye Bai doubted that if he maintained his current level clearing efficiency, things would continue in this way. The so-called limited time buff is also a kind of permanent buff. Sigh, sometimes there's nothing you can do when someone is too outstanding. The power of the mining hero's skill is something anyone who has played the game can understand. The inherently random reward, which forcibly increases the rank by 1, brings an enormous boost. It's like you win 2 yuan in the lottery, and after upgrading your rank by 1, you win 5 yuan directly, more than doubling your winnings. For example, you originally posted a "thank you for your patronage" message, and after your rank increased by 1, you won 2 yuan, multiplying your winnings countless times. Terrifying. As for experience boosting, it's a boon for ordinary players, reducing the difficulty for them to level up. Unfortunately, it can only be maintained for 12 hours, which is equivalent to 2 days of exploring the Eternal Tower. It's okay, we'll figure out how to get another cup within 2 days. Ye Bai was very confident. So what if it's just an SSS level rating? Is it difficult? I got 6 SSS ratings in 3 days. Is Ye Bai arrogant? I'm so proud. After putting away the announcement from the Eternal Tower and seeing that everything was settled at the mine, Ye Bai randomly logged out of the game. A flash of white light. Ye Bai returned to his home, where a shadow awaited him. Ing Jio's voice rang out, though it sounded somewhat listless, yet her words still carried an barely suppressed excitement. I have a surprise for you. At 3 a.m. tonight, Xuanming ambushed the leader of the 4th demonic cult near the abandoned factory. I personally beheaded the thief, confirming his death. Kid, you can go to school now without worry. After speaking, Ingjio fell silent, seemingly healing her wounds. The smile that had just appeared on Ye Bai's face instantly froze. A line of prompts appeared clearly in front of him, deliberately highlighted in bold black font. The connect the dots game is still alive. Surprise_mother_funker. So this was the surprise all along. Chapter 68, A War God. A promise worth 1,000 pieces of gold. You never know whether a surprise or a shock will come first. The connect the dots game didn't die. These 5 words were definitely not good news for Ye Bai. When he told Kajikyu about this, Kajikyu's reaction was also extremely interesting. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ingjio himself was a powerful soul cultivator, and he was certain that he could completely purify the demonic sect leader's soul, leaving not a trace. Ye Bai carefully chose his words and spoke slowly. Is it possible that he separated a part of his soul beforehand, and when his main body perished, he used a prepared formation to sacrifice 3 of his subordinates, all of whom were at the Battle King level, to complete the fragmentation of his soul and prolong his life? Shadow 9. Your guess is a bit too detailed. Ingjio was practically asking, were you there as a bystander? Ingjio remained silent for a long time, and finally had to admit it. That is indeed possible, and if the demon god is willing to help him, the probability of success is extremely high. When it comes to matters of the soul, Ingjio is an expert, a god-level expert. He hadn't thought of that before. The main reason is that the other party's soul fluctuations are perfectly normal, without any signs of damage. At the same time, the method Ye Bai mentioned also has theoretical possibility. However, it has a major drawback. The completed Lion Liancan game, in a sense, is no longer the Lion Liancan game it used to be. Like a ship, all the parts have been replaced, and it's completely unrecognizable. Even so, after his soul is restored, he is still an extremely dangerous enemy. The living room was filled with a murderous aura, almost to the point of being tangible. Ingjio's next words almost made Ye Bai, who was drinking water, choke. I'll go and take Xuanmeng's head right now. Ye Bai? No. What does failing to kill Lion Liancan have to do with Xuanmeng? Ye Bai was puzzled. What kind of logic was this? Xuanmeng was inexplicably dragged into this mess. Shadow 9 spoke with conviction. I am a war god, and my word is my bond. Since I have staked Xuanmeng's life on this, I must keep my word. Oh. Ye Bai's reaction was very indifferent. Remember to take your trash with you when you go out. Go early and come back early. Shadow 9. Aren't you going to try to persuade this old man? That's not appropriate. Ye Bai had no intention of trying to persuade him. That old geezer is wicked. If you can beat Xuanmeng to death today, I'll change my surname and not be a Bai? Who knew that Ingjio's shamelessness exceeded Ye Bai's expectations. Ingjio continued, following Ye Bai's words. Since you say this is inappropriate, I will give you face. Otherwise, that brat Xuanmeng won't see the sun rise tomorrow. Ye Bai. In the way of shamelessness, Ingjio is supreme, and Ye Bai willingly admits defeat. You deserve an SSS level talent. We will continue to track down Lion Liancan, so you don't need to worry too much. The method of severing the soul and then repairing it will cause a person's strength to drop significantly, at most reaching the level of a war king. You also have a top-tier Battle King's bodyguard living next door, although he's not very bright. Ye Bai. It seems I've overheard some incredible secret. Ye Bai thought to himself. Is Lu Qingyan mentally challenged? Could he have suffered from some hidden illness? Ingjio's tone became serious. Now that Lion Liancan has been reborn, it's not impossible for them to sever ties with the past and live out their lives in anonymity. No matter what, even if he has any plans, he won't be able to find them in you, little kid. You can rest assured. Ye Bai rolled his eyes. Please stop planting flags and setting up flags for me. The more you say that, the higher the probability that someone will come looking for you. After finishing his conversation with Ingjio, Ye Bai packed up and went to school. Along the way, Ye Bai also bumped into Zhao Lin, who was beaming with excitement. Big White. I successfully changed my class last night, and I'm now a Gale warrior. Great, this is fun. Zhao Lin was unusually excited. He was already a chatterbox, and his mouth seemed to be rented, as he kept talking non-stop. I was a little worried that the 3rd level would be too difficult, and I wouldn't be able to get through it. I heard that because of the Shura event, levels 3 through 6 will be reset. Similar to purification, that means the difficulty will decrease, and the base rewards will increase. It was from Zhao Lin's words that Ye Bai finally understood the significance of the reset. Similar things happened during the previous 3 eras of supreme power. In certain extremely difficult special levels, once the strongest player achieves 100% exploration and clears the level with an SSS level score, a dramatic change will occur. The difficulty has been reduced, the basic rewards have been increased, and the entry barrier has been lowered. Of course, this comes at a cost. The reward cap will be slightly reduced. However, compared to the overall gains made by the human race, this is nothing. With a war god level prophetic expert taking action, it's estimated that after this level reset, the success rate of the new generation will be higher, and the number of Tier 1 warriors will skyrocket. Zhao Lin's words were filled with boundless excitement. Big White, do you know what this means? There's a very high chance we'll become combat soldiers. That makes sense. Thank you, Shura. Ye Bai's reaction was not as exaggerated as Zhao Lin's. In fact, it was rather indifferent. Warrior? He's already a 9th tier warrior. The next step is to break through to become a warrior general. Zhao Lin's reaction was even more outrageous. If Shura appeared in front of me right now, I'd kowtow to him twice. Ye Bai, really? You mean the people of China don't lie to the people of China? Stop kowtowing to Shura, kowtow to Dad first. Get lost. Nanjiang City, Suburban Factory. Last night, a battle of epic proportions unfolded and ended quietly. Thanks to special formations and methods, the great battle did not affect reality, and the losses were kept to a minimum. Xuemeng reappeared on the battlefield, his brows furrowed. Is this guy a cockroach? It's still alive. At the scene, many people were fiddling with instruments and setting up magic arrays, trying to find the other party's true identity from the slightest clues. Only, Xuemeng glanced back, shook his head, and said, "Disaster. This guy has vanished without a trace. Although his strength has declined, he's actually in more danger." Nanjiang City, 80 kilometers away from the abandoned factory. In a mid-range apartment in the city center. We should set up more safe houses. A young man with black hair sat on a sofa, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand, looking out at the world through the floor-to-ceiling window. His eyes were cold, out of place in the otherwise celebratory world, and he wore a sneer. 3 war kings, having used up the demon god's blessings twice, finally achieved this rebirth. That idiot Xuemeng will probably think I'm really dead. As for that old guy Shadow, even if you can fool him for a while, he'll eventually realize what's going on. The best course of action is to head to the Abyss Plane as soon as possible. The black-haired youth warned himself that he was only safe for the time being, and that he would be tracked down sooner or later. Suddenly, a faint, ethereal voice rang in the black-haired man's ear. "Don't forget our deal." The black-haired youth's face darkened, and he said unhappily, "I will do as I promised you. I will seek revenge on that lone wolf who killed my son." After saying this, a hint of confusion flashed in the depths of the black-haired youth's eyes. Why did the 4th demon god specifically target a lone wolf at the War King level? Is this a sign of moral decay or a demonic distortion? In any case, for the sake of this rebirth, he made a deal with the 4th demon god. He must kill the other party before he can escape to the Abyss Plane. In return, once he reaches the Abyss Plane, the 4th demon god will help him return to the realm of the god of war. Alright, these old stories should all fade away with the death of the 4th demonic cult leader. As he spoke, the black-haired youth stood up and walked to the French windows. Sunlight fell on his face, leaving streaks of shadow. I am now a young teacher at Nanjiang No. 2 Middle School. I am young and promising with a bright future. I have long prepared this backup identity for myself. Let me see your recent work schedule. Transferred to the summer camp in Nanjiang City as a teaching assistant. Great. With these young punks around, no one can threaten me, and I still have a chance to escape to the Abyss Plane. The dark-haired youth downed his glass of red wine in one gulp, his mouth twisted into an exaggerated grin. Lady Luck is finally on my side. Chapter 69 Summer Camp Training List. The Activity Hall of Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School. School-wide meetings, New Year's Eve parties, and other events are usually held here. The entrance ceremony and graduation ceremony are also held here. The activity hall, which can accommodate tens of thousands of people, was only occupied by 20 students at this time. They sat in small groups of 2 or 3 in different places, whispering to each other as they waited for the meeting to begin. Ye Bai and Zhao Lin were among them, sitting in the last row of the stands. "Ye Bai, have you heard? This time, the 20-person list is not sorted by scores like in the past. Instead, they are sorted alphabetically by the first letter of the surname." "Oh." Ye Bai feigned curiosity. "What's the difference?" "Well, there are some bad rumors circulating outside." Zhao Lin hesitated for a moment, but still chose to speak. "It is said that Vice Principal Zheng helped you cheat and win against Jiang Yun. The result of that fight is still controversial, and the ranking will not be announced to the public for the time being." After saying that, Zhao Lin immediately patted Ye Bai on the shoulder. "Don't I know you too well? If you're so ambitious, you could win by cheating on your own, without anyone's help. I believe you 100%. Hiss. Ye Bai had a feeling that Zhao Lin's words weren't kind. If you cheat by yourself, isn't that still cheating? But, for Ye Bai, this little farce was just a ripple. Currently, since everyone has not yet entered the summer camp training, it is not convenient for Ye Bai to reveal too much of his strength. Zhao Lin was the one who took the blame for everything. Look at Zhao Lin's thin arms and legs. He obviously can't bear too much of a burden. Once he enters the summer camp, Ye Bai can directly attribute his reason for becoming stronger to the special training at the summer camp. Special training made me stronger. Is this reasonable? That makes sense. Everyone has arrived, including the school leaders. Teachers immediately began to organize discipline. "Students, please sit in the front. There are so many seats in front, why leave them empty? Let's get moving. Students in the last row, come sit in the first row." Ye Bai, Zhao Lin. The 20 students were rearranged by the teacher into the first 2 rows, waiting for the leader to speak. Vice Principal Zhang rushed over, panting, from beside the podium. "Principal, Jiang Yun isn't coming. No matter how we try to persuade him, he won't come. Time's up. Don't let him ruin the entire summer camp's training." This was Jiang Yun's own choice. He's an adult and should be responsible for himself. After saying that, the principal walked onto the stage and began his speech. A dull and tedious speech, even one that carries the intention of encouraging and inspiring students, can still make people drowsy. That's all I wanted to say. Students in the first row, wake up. The principal's joke made many students laugh, and the atmosphere was no longer as tense as before. Vice Principal Zheng, who also serves as the dean of students, came out, took the microphone, and said, "As the principal said before, everyone will not need to attend classes at school for the time being. Go home and pack your belongings. We'll meet here at 1:30 p.m. to head to summer camp." The summer camp is under semi-closed management, and the special training adopts a one-on-one model with an elimination system. Vice Principal Zheng emphasized the words elimination system, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the 3 individuals. Ye Bai, Zhao Lin, Lu Sueki. These 3, with 2 C-level talents and 1 F-level talent, are arguably the worst trio on the summer camp roster. They have already reserved all the spots for the first batch of eliminations. Or rather, before Zhao Lin and the others even stepped into the summer camp, they already had 1 foot on the verge of elimination. It wasn't just Vice Principal Zheng who thought this way. Other students also looked at the 3 of them when they heard about the elimination system. Having someone else step in for you, that feels really good. Vice Principal Zheng continued. "Listen up, everyone. Just because you're in summer camp doesn't mean you can relax and have nothing to worry about. Students who finish last in each week's tests will have a fight with the new batch of students, and the loser will be eliminated. Summer camps will constantly welcome new participants and weed out veterans." I was on edge. The resources invested in this summer camp exceed your expectations. If you perform well, you might even have the chance to be classmates with Shura in the future if you get into a top university. When Vice Principal Zheng mentioned the word Shura, everyone's breath caught in their throats. Those young faces were filled with hopeful light. A classmate of Shura, the future supreme powerhouse. They will be able to enjoy the biggest batch of benefits from the era of ultimate strength and have the opportunity to make even greater progress. Just thinking about this possibility makes one's heart race with excitement. Ye Bai touched his nose a little embarrassedly, thinking to himself, am I that popular? But there is a very awkward problem. You're already Shura's classmates. After drawing up a picture of a bright future for everyone, Vice Principal Zheng didn't forget to offer some encouragement. This special training also includes teachers and students from Nanjiang No. 2 Middle School. Last year's top scorer in the college entrance examination came from No. 2 High School. Let's work even harder this year and redeem ourselves. Meeting adjourned. Amidst scattered applause, the send-off ceremony for the 2021-2023 summer camp of Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School came to a successful conclusion. On the way home to pack his things, Zhao Lin said mysteriously, Big White, I just found out that there are actually 21 spots on this roster. There's an extra spot. Ye Bai immediately realized, you mean Jiang Yin? In the combat test, Jiang Yin first conceded 2 defeats, and then challenged Ye Bai, but was defeated again. Having lost all 3 matches, Jiang Yin was naturally ineligible to participate in the summer camp. Yes, according to the summer camp rules, those with a level talent can enter without taking the test. Zhao Lin sighed. But Jiang Yin voluntarily gave up the spot, refusing to go no matter what. They'll probably have to wait until the second batch of opportunities and only come to summer camp after winning the combat test, which means they'll miss a week. Oh, interesting. Jiang Yin voluntarily gave up the opportunity to go to the summer camp, which was something Ye Bai hadn't expected. This kid has a tenacious spirit that refuses to admit defeat. Is it shameful to lose to yourself? If you tell Jiang Yin the truth that he lost to Shura, this kid might even be proud of it. That kid seems to have transferred to another class. He didn't come to class this morning. I just went to check, and all the tables have been moved. Oh, Jiang Yin's topic was just a minor incident. Ye Bai went home and quickly packed his clothes. Just as I was about to leave, I bumped into Teacher Lu from next door opening the door. Oh, what a coincidence. Lu Qingyan smiled. After observing the little fox for the past few days, he had come to quite like it. Are you going on a long trip? Lu Qingyan looked at Ye Bai's backpack, which was clearly filled with a lot of things. Yes, it's a school training camp. I guess we won't see each other for a while. It's a real shame. Ye Bai's last words came from the bottom of his heart. Having a top-tier battle king living next door to me, I can sleep soundly. Although he was a peak battle king whose brain wasn't working very well. But in a fight, the less intelligent the person, the fiercer they are. Ye Bai believed that it should be the same when one reaches the War King stage. We didn't have such good conditions back then. It's okay, we'll meet again someday. Go for it, young man, I have high hopes for you. Lu Qingyan gave Ye Bai a few more words of encouragement, watched Ye Bai go downstairs, and then turned back into the house. Summer camp training? Interesting. As he spoke, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. It's me, Lu Qingyan. The person on the other end of the phone seemed very nervous. Even the person in charge of Nanjiang City wouldn't dare to offend a top-tier battle king so easily. I was nominally involved in this summer camp training in Nanjiang City, but they secretly arranged an inconspicuous identity for me. Who said I was going to stay by Lu Sueki's side? Place him next to Ye Bai. Ye Bai, Class 2, Grade 12, Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School. Remember this name. Putting down his phone, Lu Qingyan rubbed his temples, his brows furrowed. My head has been hurting for no reason lately. Strange. Is it a sign that I'm about to break through to the God of War level? I've never heard of that. Should I find a war god to take a look at me? The registration fee is too expensive. I might as well go to the battlefield and come back saying I was injured in the line of duty. That way, I can save some money. Forget it. Let's talk about it after the summer camp training is over. Lu Qingyan shook his head, and the pain subsided. He felt that it wasn't a big problem. Chapter 70. The car doors are welded shut. No one is allowed to get out. The activity hall of Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School. Outside the museum, in the parking lot, there were 4 or 5 buses, painted in camouflage, with heavy bodies, probably made of specially thickened steel plates, and with magic circle patterns on them. Big White. Quick, take a picture of me in the bus. This was the first time Zhao Lin had ever seen such a large bus. It was imposing and domineering, revealing the true nature of a hoodlum. Of course, to outsiders, Ye Bai and Zhao Lin were both scoundrels. The two of them going to summer camp will most likely be a week-long trip, like hairy crabs going to Qingyang Lake for a bath in autumn. Student, these vehicles are classified as city defense secrets and cannot be photographed. Before Zhao Lin could even strike a pose, a man in a black cloak kindly reminded him. Oh, sorry. Zhao Lin couldn't help but glance at the bus a few more times. It gave him a great sense of security. Big White, do you think it's necessary to make such a big fuss? Ye Bai thought for a moment and replied. They're probably worried that those guys from the demonic cult might take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. It can't be that bad. We're only C-level talents. Zhao Lin smiled wryly. If they send their generals to kill us, it seems like we'd actually come out ahead. This time, the escort force for the summer camp is absolutely sufficient. Their strength on paper is terrifying. Not only were there strong students from Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School, but also a lot of people from the City Defense Department were mobilized. Even the War King sent 2 people to protect these juniors. After arriving at the summer camp, these 2 War Kings will stay behind to guard against enemy attacks. As for how many forces are secretly protecting them, no one knows. If any members of the demonic cult dare to make a move, their only fate will be death. In other words, the followers of the evil cult dared to attack the convoy only because they were determined to die. Following the teacher's instructions, the 2 boarded one of the buses. The 20 people were spread out across 5 buses to avoid being caught in one group. After the 2 got into the car, the doors immediately closed and locked, and the sound of welding torches could even be heard. The doors are welded shut. No one can get off. Is this really necessary? Zhao Lin gradually realized that things were not so simple. Car doors are relatively weak points in the car body, and welding them shut is one way to increase their defensive capabilities. Many zombie movies feature similar plots. The question is the environment Ye Bai and his companions are in really that dangerous? Ye Bai, Zhao Lin, Lu Sueki, everyone's here. A middle-aged man holding a list glanced at the 3 people and spoke. We received intelligence that the 3rd and 6th demonic sects are preparing to ambush the convoy, and the other side may have a War King-level expert in charge. Fasten your seatbelts. We're about to depart. After saying that, the middle-aged man stopped looking at the 3 of them and walked forward. Zhao Lin muttered under his breath. It's such a waste that a bus only seats a few people. If it's just for the 3 of them, you could easily get a smaller car instead. This is not an ordinary bus, but rather what we would call the City Defense Vehicle latest model, an experimental version that has not yet been put into mass production. A pleasant yet unfamiliar female voice rang out, answering Zhao Lin's question. Zhao Lin then noticed that a strange woman was sitting next to Lu Sueki. She was wearing a mechanical suit, had delicate features, a faint smile on her face, and 2 particularly endearing dimples. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zuolingxia. You can just call me Spirit Machine. I'm a sophomore at Imperial Capital University, majoring in mechanical engineering. Zuolingxia looked at the 2 of them and gave them a friendly nod. Ye Bai, Zhao Lin, hello senior. After they got to know each other, Zuolingxia continued. This tank was designed by my teacher, and I was responsible for the tank debugging work for this transport mission. When the topic turned to tanks, she naturally became more talkative. The chariot's outer shell material can withstand the attack of a 9th-tier warrior. After overclocking and activating the protective array, it can withstand the full force of a War King's attack. If the vehicle detects catastrophic damage, random teleportation arrays placed under the seats will automatically activate, transporting passengers to a safe area if possible. Hearing this, Ye Bai asked, the fact that such high-spec tanks were deployed indicates that the enemy being ambushed was not weak. Then why not just use a teleportation array to take us there? Compared to cars, teleportation arrays are clearly a safer and more reliable option. Zuolingxia answered patiently. Teleportation arrays leave spatial traces, making it easy for people to trace the location of the summer camp. This summer camp was not organized by Nanjiang City alone, but brought together the genius seeds from 31 high schools in 12 cities in the southeast region, with no fewer than 10 people having S-level talent. Therefore, the location of the summer camp had to be kept highly confidential, and the armored vehicles were only one link in the transportation process. Thanks. Ye Bai looked out the window again and found that the iron plate had been lowered, blocking his view. X-ray vision function is now enabled. Youth mode launched. Don't be smug. Ye Bai really wanted to ask if there was a mode for young adults, as he felt that one would be more suitable for him. The scenery outside came into Ye Bai's view once again. In addition to its strong defensive capabilities, the tank also has considerable offensive firepower. With the help of a specific operator, it can easily deal with the encirclement and siege of the demonic cult squad. Best historical record: 1 tank, 2 operators, and 12 generals, and over 1,000 soldiers killed. As Ye Bai and the others listened to the beautiful senior's introduction, the bus they were on slowly started moving. When the armored vehicle is in land-based flight mode, it can reach a maximum speed of 380 kilometers per hour. After activating flight mode, it can perform short-range spatial warp jumps. Hearing about these powerful functions, Zhao Lin couldn't help but ask, "Senior Sister Spirit Machine, if the war chariot is so powerful, why don't we use it in the Abyss dimension?" "Xiao Zhao, you probably haven't been to the front lines, have you? We have many mechanics there helping to reinforce the defenses, and there are many more powerful weapons and equipment than this." Zhuo Lingxie showed no impatience and continued speaking. "However, cost is a big problem. The machines created by mechanics not only consume their own MP, but also require special ores to operate. The more powerful the machinery, the more precious the ore it consumes. The finest ores can currently only be mined in the Abyss Plane, and legend has it that there are mysterious mines in the Eternal Tower. Without high-quality ore, machinery can only exert limited power. High-quality ore is too rare, so it must be used sparingly and only in critical areas." When the topic turned to the mysterious mine, Zhuo Lingxie's eyes visibly lit up. "My biggest wish is to find the mysterious mine. Then, my senior brothers." Hearing this, Ye Bai couldn't help but glance at Zhuo Lingxie. "A mysterious mine? Yes, I have too. Did you see me showing off?" Judging from what Zhuo Lingxie said, the mysterious mine is more valuable than I thought. Ye Bai pretended to be very interested in the topic and then asked, "What kind of ore is considered high quality?" In the Eternal Tower's grading system, ores of grade B or higher are considered high quality. Zhuo Lingxie's attitude was very good. He answered every question carefully and did not treat the 3 people differently because of their lower talent. After all, the news of the CCF combination on this vehicle had already spread even before they arrived at the special training summer camp. The 3 of them unexpectedly became celebrities. "Thank you, Senior." Ye Bai suppressed the urge to ask further questions, keeping these matters in mind, and would ask Xuan Ming about them when he had the chance. Grade B ore is considered high-quality ore. If Ye Bai remembered correctly, even the worst ores in the mysterious mine were grade B. In other words, the 75 million tons of ore in Ye Bai's possession is worth far more than Ye Bai expected. As the group chatted, the bus accelerated and drove onto a road that wasn't shown on the map. Buzz! The vehicle suddenly swayed. Zhuo Lingxie took out a tablet and tapped it incessantly with his 10 fingers, displaying various data of the vehicle. "Senior, what happened?" "It's nothing. It was hit by a rocket just now. The outer shell was slightly damaged. I sent a team of nanobots to repair it. Enemy location locked. X-type drone dispatched. Bomb target. Done." Zhuo Lingxie put away the tablet and, with a few words, wiped out a squad of demonic cult followers. She turned to look at the dumbfounded Zhao Lin. "Where were we?" "Zhao Lin. Nanjiang No. 2 Middle School, Summer Camp Team." Like Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School, the summer camp students from Nanjiang No. 2 Middle School were also escorted at the highest level. Be on high alert to prevent any unexpected incidents. If these talented individuals, selected from high schools, were wiped out by the followers of the evil cult, it would be a huge joke. "Teacher Xiao, hurry up and get in the car. We're about to leave." Not far from the convoy of buses, a young teacher with black hair walked over unhurriedly, appearing unusually composed. They're here. Teacher Xiao boarded the bus, and the door was welded shut from the outside. Someone was responsible for explaining the situation to him. 3rd and 6th demonic cult ambushes. Looking at the intelligence report in his hand, Teacher Xiao gritted his teeth and said bitterly, "These followers of the evil cult deserve to die. These guys' souls should be separated and purified, and their bodies should be crushed into dust, leaving not a trace. It would be best to have his son, who also sided with the demonic cult, struck dead by lightning in front of him. Still not satisfied after saying that, Teacher Xiao added another sentence. Those who side with the demon god are all bad. When these words were spoken, Teacher Xiao felt particularly moved, as if she had experienced the same thing herself. Anyone can hear the immense hatred that Teacher Xiao harbors for the followers of the evil cult in these words. Old Xiao, your words are a bit extreme. There are students here too. The colleague lowered his voice and changed the subject. But I think you're right. Those followers of the demonic cult deserve to die. My colleague knows it. Just a few days ago, devastating news arrived. When Teacher Zhao's parents returned from the Abyss Plane, they were ambushed and killed by members of the demonic cult. This deep-seated hatred is enough to drive anyone mad. Teacher Xiao Xiaola harbored a deep-seated hatred for the followers of the demonic cult, which was understandable. He took Xiao Xiaola's previous astonishing remarks as mere venting. Teacher Xiao nodded in agreement. Once this summer camp training is over, I plan to quit my job and apply to go to the Abyss Dimension to fight enemies. Old Xiao, didn't you read the special training materials? A colleague asked in surprise. Starting from the second week, there's already a battle planned in the Abyss Plane. If you want to lead a team there, I can sign you up. Oh, I see. I'd like to sign up. Teacher Zhao's words were tinged with barely suppressed excitement. I can't wait to storm the Abyss Plane. In a corner where no one is paying attention, Teacher Xiao Xiaola's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smug smile. Lady Luck truly did not disappoint him. Chapter 71. Picking a lucky one to take the blame. Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School, Summer Camp Vehicle Team. City Defense Chariots. Everyone, grab something to eat. We'll be there in about an hour. Zhuo Lingxie took out 4 portions of wartime rations and distributed them to the 3 people. After tearing open the seal, a pleasant fragrance instantly filled the entire carriage, which was incredibly enticing. It smells so good. Zhao Lin's eyes lit up. He chose a chef as his secondary profession. Even if he couldn't become a soldier, he thought he could still have a skill to rely on in the future. These foods are carefully cultivated in the laboratory, using various seeds from the Eternal Tower, combined with some special professions related to plants. Zhuo Lingxie raised the bag in her hand. What you have is just ordinary food, not much different from regular food. If it were the special rations for combat soldiers, they could go 3 days without eating, and it would also improve the healing ability of wounds. Wow, is that really true? While the group was chatting, Ye Bai turned his head to look out the window, his gaze blocked by the iron plate. Throughout the previous journey, Ye Bai maintained this posture and rarely interrupted. In youth mode, Ye Bai has a clear understanding of the outside world. He remained expressionless, silently thinking to himself. We encountered numerous attacks along the way, but escaped unscathed. The tanks alone were enough to handle them. Strange, wasn't it said that the War King was going to ambush us? Where would he be? Ye Bai had been searching for the War King, who had ambushed them. Since the City Defense Department and others received intelligence, it was certainly not unfounded. Moreover, once these geniuses enter the special training summer camp, the level of defense there is much stronger than that of tanks. It's said that the god of war is also in charge. The longer it drags on, the lower the probability of a successful sneak attack. If they want to ambush these geniuses, this is the only chance left for the followers of the demonic cult. You're really good at keeping your composure. Just as Ye Bai was about to look away, a note popped up in front of him. 217 kilometers southeast of the direction of travel, 2 war kings await their deaths. Please select a removal method. Thunderclap, Shadow 9, Lu Qingyan. It's here. To Ye Bai's surprise, the ambush was not by 1 war king, but by 2. You really think highly of us. Ye Bai was calculating in his mind what would happen if the 2 war kings attacked simultaneously and launched a full-scale assault on the convoy. They only need to focus their attention on 1 or 2 tanks to inflict heavy losses on the convoy. After a successful strike, the War King could easily withdraw and disappear back into the crowd. We must strike first. Ye Bai is preparing to call for reinforcements. Do it yourself? Fighting the War King is impossible. I'll never do it myself in this lifetime. The only way I can barely make ends meet is by calling in reinforcements. Regardless of the risk of revealing one's identity if one does it oneself. Most ordinary war kings have ways to protect themselves, so killing them once is not enough. Even if Ye Bai fully stacks up his power and is ready to unleash it, with the blessing of lightning, he only has a few dozen seconds of maximum output capability. Old Lu came along too. Ye Bai thought for a moment and gave up the idea of shaking Lu Qingyan. Firstly, it would be difficult to contact the other party. Secondly, Lu Qingyan isn't very bright, and it would be embarrassing if he rushed in to fight two opponents and got killed instead. After much deliberation, Ye Bai could only shake one person. Ingio. Ye Bai took out his phone and typed a line of text on the screen. The War King has ambushed us. Ingio's voice rang in Ye Bai's ear. I cannot intervene. According to the rules within the Shadow Clan, Shadow 9 cannot make a move against any enemy at the Battle King level unless they pose a fatal threat to Ye Bai. Ye Bai deleted the words and retyped them. Ye Bai, what if it's a matching game? Shadow 9. The rules of the shadows are the rules. Why is this old man so rigid? Show me your SSS level shamelessness. Ye Bai thought for a moment, then typed out another line. I have 100 squares of message board information. Shadow 9. There's that person's dark history on there. Ye Bai was going all out. If even this couldn't persuade Ingio, then he would have to find another way to get more people. Even though Ye Bai didn't mention the name, Ingio knew who it was. The strongest being, Nightmare. Among the three supreme powerhouses, Wuhan is too aloof, Xiaoyao is too mysterious. As for nightmares are so embarrassing. Ingio has a deep understanding of this. This person in the Connect the Dots game is too wicked. He might be hiding and become the War King when he strikes. To ensure everything goes smoothly, I must personally investigate. Ingio said righteously. Lend me the axis of forbidden spells for a moment. Ye Bai nodded slightly. The forbidden spell axis in his arms was taken away, and the shadow under his feet twisted slightly. Ye Bai had given this decision carefully, sending Ingio to deal with the ambush by the War King. First, Ye Bai repeatedly scouted the surrounding environment and confirmed that there were no War Kings or higher-level beings lying in ambush. Secondly, Ye Bai had stacked 30 layers of power and was ready to unleash his attack. His combat state was at its maximum, and ordinary Battle Kings would not have a chance to defeat Ye Bai in a short time. At last, Ye Bai's gaze fell downwards, landing on Lu Sueki's shadow. In Ye Bai's field of vision, a little girl with dark circles under her eyes was yawning incessantly, hidden in Lu Sueki's shadow. Shadow 99. After becoming a lone wolf, Lu Sueki was also assigned a shadow by her side. Ye Bai never expected that a war god would be sent to secretly protect Lu Sueki. One of the minimum standards for the shadow level is the combat power of a god of war. Kage 99, arguably the weakest of the Kage level, is still a war god. In this way, even if Ingio temporarily leaves, Ye Bai will still have the god of war's guards nearby. When it comes to saving his life, Ye Bai has always been very adept at it. On the highway, convoys sped by. The two demonic cult war kings were like tortoises hibernating underground, their auras completely concealed. Only in this way could they evade all kinds of searches and deceive everyone. They launched a sudden attack as the convoy approached. The road trembled slightly, and a war king's eyelids twitched. He opened his thin eyelids, his eyes filled with murderous intent. It's time to make a move. The murderous aura underground was so dense it was almost tangible, and the temperature dropped considerably in the darkness. He was very satisfied with his partner's reaction and had a feeling that this ambush would be very successful. Thinking of this, the war king from the third demonic cult turned to look at his partner. Huh, where's my partner? Are you looking for this? A hunched old man was holding a bloody human head in his hand, with black mist constantly swirling around his body. I checked, and he's not playing Connect 4, is he? The old man's voice was extremely hoarse and unpleasant to hear. Even the demonic cult's war king, upon waking up and seeing this tragic scene, was momentarily stunned. What do you mean by connect the dots? I don't understand what you're saying. Who are you? Don't come any closer. With that, he turned and tried to run away. This godforsaken place. I can't stay here for even a second longer. Be good. Listen to me. The black mist surged up, completely engulfing the war king, silencing his screams, and cutting off everything else. A few seconds later, the black mist dissipated. This isn't a match 3 game either. Ingjio looked at the 2 corpses in front of him. We need to find someone to take the blame. As he spoke, he took out the forbidden spell scroll and released the forbidden spell imprinted on it, burning the 4 seas. Terrifying flames engulfed the corpse, unleashing immense power that spread outwards. I wonder which lucky person will be this time. Hee. I sealed your memories once and gave you the merit of 2 war kings. This deal is very worthwhile. Shadow 9 waited where she was. The war king should be coming to investigate soon. In the summer camp convoy, the moment burning the 4 seas appeared, all the chariots received an alarm. A war king level being has made a move. They are enemies, not friends. Zhuo Lingxia's expression suddenly changed, and he rapidly tapped the tablet with his 10 fingers, inputting more than 10 commands in succession. Hold on tight, we're about to accelerate. The steel plates on the outside of the tank were directly removed, eliminating all unnecessary weight, and the engine started at full power, or even overclocked. Boom. The tank surged forward, its speed more than doubling, even incorporating spatial warps. Among the people inside the car, Zhao Lin's face was slightly pale, and the powerful propulsion pressed him firmly against the back of the seat. Lu Sueki was a little better off, but the arrival of a king-level enemy still made her somewhat apprehensive. Only Ye Bai seemed normal, even having the leisure to look out the window. Shadow 9 has succeeded. Hey, what's old Lu doing here? In Ye Bai's vision, a streak of fire rushed toward Ingjio at lightning speed. It was none other than Lu Qingyan. According to the plan, all convoys are moving at full speed. The moment the alarm went off, an old man's roar came through the earpieces of all the drivers. Li Er, follow me to meet the enemy. The old man's presence reassured all the guards. Unexpectedly, it turned out that he was the one secretly protecting me on this trip. Peak Battle King Lu Qingyan. The number 1 battle king in Nanjiang City is a top-tier figure even in the southeast region. With him around, there will never be any accidents. Lu Qingyan was closer to the target and rushed forward first. This is the burning of the 4 seas. Lu Qingyan, his body wreathed in shimmering blue flames, cautiously surveyed the scene. This person's attack power is only slightly inferior to mine. He is a war king who is proficient in fire magic. Lu Qingyan's fighting spirit intensified as he searched for traces of the enemy. He found no enemy, only 2 charred corpses and a cloud of black mist. Lord Shadow 9, it's been 30 years since we last met, yet your figure feels so familiar, as if I've been seeing you in my dreams. Lu Qingyan was both surprised and delighted. With Ingjio's help, the convoy would be absolutely safe. The question is, why is Lord Shadow 9 here? Is he guarding some genius? Lu Qingyan had too many questions. Lord Shadow 9, what exactly happened here? A sigh came from the black mist, without any further words. Xiao Lu, let's just go through the formalities. What's the process? Black mist surged up, and Lu Qingyan's vision went black as he lost consciousness. 30 seconds later, Li Er arrived at the battlefield. Old Lu, say something. As soon as he arrived at the battlefield, he saw that the place was in ruins, indicating that the burning the 4 seas had made their move. Old Lu took care of the enemy so quickly. Pain. Lu Qingyan gasped, opened his eyes, and saw Li Er and the scene. Familiar memories flooded my mind. I burned those 2 thieves to death. They didn't expect me to get so close. Lu Qingyan briefly described the battle. Old Lu, you're amazing. You actually killed 2 in a row. When Li Er said the word 2, Lu Qingyan asked in surprise. How did you know my granddaughter's talent had awakened a second time? Li Er, that's enough. That old bastard. I've heard him talk about his granddaughter's second awakening of her talent hundreds of times. Now, the Azure Flame Battle King's opening line to everyone is, have you heard the story of my granddaughter's second awakening of her talent? There were no issues with the battle scene, and the traces were indeed those of Lu Qingyan. Li Er glanced around one last time and casually asked, Old Lu, you're not hurt, are you? Injured. Lu Qingyan scoffed. I'm full of blood. How could I possibly be injured? His expression suddenly froze, as if he had thought of something, and he quickly looked up and rubbed his forehead. Ouch, you know what? My head hurts a little. The enemy might be a spirit-type being. They're too cunning. Lier, you must testify for me. This is considered a work-related injury. Lier. Chapter 72 I protected our land with my blood and flesh. Even as corpses, my soul will not find peace. Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School, Summer Camp Vehicle Team. After an enemy resembling a war king appeared, the chariot's forward speed was increased to its maximum. At first, things went well. Under Zhuo Ling's control, the chariot moved forward smoothly. But after driving at high speed for a few minutes, black smoke suddenly started coming out of the front of the car. Senior, it's smoking. Zhao Lin gripped the overhead handrail and looked ahead with a hint of fear. Don't panic. Zhuo Lingxie remained calm and spoke with unusual composure. It's nothing serious. Don't panic. The black smoke grew thicker and thicker, filling every inch of space, and a pungent smell filled the air. Gentle breeze cover. Ye Bai raised his hand, and an invisible wind shield rose up to block the black smoke for the group. Zhuo Lingxie glanced at Ye Bai with surprise, then casually praised him. Without chanting or using a staff, your wind affinity must be very high. After saying that, Zhuo Lingxie turned his attention back to repairs, sending out teams of nanobots to check the engine's condition. Good news, only half of the engine is damaged. Zhao Lin. What kind of good news is this? As I mentioned before, this is an experimental version, so some unexpected issues are normal. Before Zhuo Lingxie could finish speaking, a series of explosions came from ahead. What's going on now? Well, the engine is totaled, but it's not a big problem. As he spoke, a toolbox appeared in Zhuo Lingxie's hand, and he began to assemble a strange device. A moment later, she distributed the 3 assembled spheres to Ye Bai and the others, giving them instructions. The engine is destroyed. According to the pre-arranged procedure, the random teleportation array under your seats will be activated. This sphere can withstand tens of millions of damage. Take it for self-defense. Time is short, this is all we can do. Before Zhuo Lingxie could finish speaking, the teleportation array beneath the 3 seats activated. A flash of white light, and the figure vanished. Zhuo Lingxie, who remained in place, had a very calm expression. She stepped out of the area covered by the Qingfeng shield, passed through the thick black smoke, and arrived at the front half of the carriage. How did the 3 of them perform? The middle-aged man who had been holding the list earlier stood at the front of the bus and asked a question. The bus engine was intact, and the entire vehicle was still moving at high speed. As for the black smoke that Ye Bai and the others saw, it was made of specially made smoke bombs. Even the bumps and explosions were simulated. The final teleportation was also part of the plan. Clearly, Ye Bai and his group had entered into an exercise without their knowledge. In order to observe these students' most authentic reactions in dangerous situations and increase our understanding of them, Zhuo Lingxie pondered for a moment. Zhao Lin is rather impetuous and impatient. Perhaps due to his relatively poor talent, he doesn't have much desire to improve his skills, but he is ambitious and has his own ideas. Lu Sueki remained calm throughout the journey, and even when she encountered danger, she was able to quickly adjust her state. At this point, Zhuo Lingxie paused for a moment. When the alarm for the War King's attack went off, she specifically looked at Ye Bai. Judging from her posture, if something unexpected happened, she might actually stand in front of Ye Bai. By the way, that canary on her shoulder gives me a slightly dangerous feeling. It might be a young War King level pet. Was it a gift from the Azure Flame War King? The middle-aged man shook his head. The summoned beast belongs to Lu Sueki herself. Her talent has awakened a second time, reaching S rank. What? There's no record of this in the files. Zhuo Lingxie was slightly surprised, not expecting Lu Sueki to be so well hidden. Her real file is encrypted at the S level, and you do not have the necessary permissions to view it. Then why did you tell me? Zhuo Lingxie couldn't understand why such a secret shouldn't be kept hidden. Thanks to her grandfather, all the War Kings in the world now know that Lu Sueki's talent has awakened a second time. The middle-aged man gave a disdainful snort. What's so great about it? My grandson Wang Zheng was S rank on his first awakening. Did I brag about it like Lu Qingyan did? Left spirit machine. You old guys, that's enough. It's like you're saying everyone doesn't have S-level talent. The middle-aged man accompanying the car, who seemed unassuming, was actually a war king. Alright, there's still one most important person you haven't commented on. The middle-aged man looked at Zhuo Lingxia, very interested in the answer to this question. Ye Bai, what do you think? Let me remind you of something. Lu Qingyan thinks highly of Ye Bai. Based on my understanding of this old man, he probably believes that Ye Bai's future achievements might surpass Lu Sueki's. Is a C-level talent higher than an S-level talent? Could it be that Ye Bai has also awakened a second time? Not everyone's talent can be awakened a second time. No matter how hard Ye Bai tried to figure out Zhao Lin's secrets, he couldn't help him awaken a second time. Zhuo Lingxia thought for a moment and then shook his head. I don't understand Ye Bai. He doesn't seem to be interested in anything, and he doesn't panic at all when danger comes. There wasn't enough time. I couldn't see anything. He's an unsolvable mystery. If that were all, Lu Qingyan wouldn't value him so much. The middle-aged man brought up 3 projectors, on which were the 3 talented members of the CCF team. It's all right. This exercise has only just begun. We have plenty of time to observe. Isn't this going too far? Zhuo Lingxia looked at the projection with a hint of sympathy. All 3 were teleported to a desolate wilderness, dozens of kilometers apart, surrounded by barren mountains and treacherous waters, and possibly with unknown risks. In the past, even if there were drills during summer camps, they would not have gone to this extent. If we can't even overcome this little difficulty, there's no need to waste resources on special training. The middle-aged man's face was as cold as frost as he looked at the 3 of them. The first half of this transport operation was a fishing operation, designed to lure more members of the evil cult out and clean up the inside. The second half is a test for these students. The special training began the moment they boarded the bus. At this point, the middle-aged man's voice softened slightly. Spirit Machine, you also went to summer camp for special training and participated in similar exercises back then. Your minimum achievement in the future will be War King. No matter how far you grow, I hope you never forget the first lesson that exercise taught you. Zhuo Lingxia straightened his back, his expression extremely serious, and said, word by word, Spirit weapons, I will never forget them. The first lesson everyone has to go through. It was also an unforgettable first lesson. Brush. A flash of white light appeared on a dirt slope. Ye Bai's figure appeared out of thin air, standing on the earthen slope. You have been teleported to a battlefield ruin. This is the safest place on the entire planet. There are no threats whatsoever. Is the battlefield site safe? Ye Bai casually activated the device given to him by Zhuo Lingxia, opening up the protective shield. If I'm not mistaken, they were conducting an exercise. The black smoke should have blocked their vision, but it couldn't block their discerning eyes. Ye Bai was merely acting in cooperation with Zhuo Lingxia and the others. Furthermore, after killing the 2 war kings, Shadow 9 quickly returned to Ye Bai's side. Ye Bai, sense of security max. If this is a drill, then wasn't the preceding transportation process just a trap? Ye Bai realized that this was just a coordinated attack by multiple parties. The human race is currently facing a critical situation on the front lines, and these cult followers are causing trouble in the rear. If we can lure some people out and eliminate them, that would be ideal, as it would greatly alleviate the pressure faced by the human race. But what should we do now? Ye Bai looked around but didn't sense any danger. The area around the earthen slope is surrounded by forests and covered with greenery, creating an exceptionally clean environment without any signs of pollution. Since it's an exercise, there should be a mission involved. The higher you stand, the farther you can see. Lightness technique. Ye Bai pretended to give himself a buff, and then tried to climb a tree. With his agility, he could easily leap up. Standing atop the tree, with no trees obstructing the view, Ye Bai's field of vision immediately opened up. In the distance, a slender, pointed building soared into the clouds, catching Ye Bai's attention. That is, Ye Bai seemed to have realized something, his face showing shock. The Eternal Tower. The summer camp training location is actually near the Eternal Tower. Just as Ye Bai discovered the truth, the sphere in his arms automatically floated up, emitting a mechanical sound. Attention all students participating in the summer camp training. Attention all students participating in the summer camp training. Someone is broadcasting. Please arrive at the designated location before 2100 hours tonight. Failure to arrive by the deadline will be considered a forfeit. Those who abstain will not be allowed to rejoin the summer camp training list for 3 weeks. Attention! Test machinery may be attacked during the exercise. After being defeated, you must remain in place for 15 minutes. The broadcast was repeated several times before finally fading into silence. A new image appeared on the sphere in front of Ye Bai. 6 o'clock direction. Distance, 180.65 kilometers. Time, 5:24 p.m. Countdown, 3 hours, 35 minutes, and 46 seconds. Let's go. After putting the ball back into his pocket, Ye Bai looked around again to make sure Zhao Lin and Lu Sueki were in the right direction before jumping down from the tree. Proceed in the direction of 6 o'clock. Ye Bai glanced around from time to time, surveying his surroundings. He seemed to understand the true nature of this exercise. The soldier buried here was as young as you. The girl he loved never got to see him return. This war king was nothing special. He just dragged 3 monsters down with him and self-destructed before he died. He was illiterate, couldn't even write his own name, yet he wanted to protect his home, and he succeeded. The further Ye Bai went, the more serious his expression became, and the slower his pace. This is near the Eternal Tower. It also marks the beginning of the invasion from the Abyss Plain, the front line of the Blue Star battlefield. The hellish battlefield of the 30-year catastrophe, the place where countless predecessors fought and battled. According to incomplete statistics, the number of human casualties on this land under Ye Bai's feet alone is in the hundreds of millions. It took humanity, at great cost and 30 years, to finally defeat the demons under the leadership of the strongest beings and drive them back to the Abyss Plain. 60 years have passed. Time has changed and the world has transformed. This battlefield has been preserved, undeveloped, and without any activity. Instead, it was preserved exactly as it was and kept out of the public eye. This is the former battlefield, and also the graveyard of countless heroic souls. During the 30-year catastrophe, humanity had an unwritten ironclad rule. Wherever they die in battle, they will be buried there. Every inch of soil beneath our feet is our home. It is a home, a place to bury the fallen heroes. I would protect our land with my blood and flesh, and even if I were reduced to bones, my soul would not find peace. The road was lined with graves. Ye Bai stood by the roadside, bowed slightly, and said softly, "Junior Ye Bai, I apologize for disturbing you seniors." Chapter 73 Shadow, 4567. More than 100 kilometers away from the Eternal Tower, Ye Bai moved slowly along the forest path, his steps light and almost silent. As he reached a fork in the road, the shadow beneath his feet began to distort. Shadow 9 surprisingly made a rare appearance. "Kid, there's something I need to remind you of." Ingzio's tone was very serious, lacking its previous languidness. "The area you're about to enter is very different." Hearing Ingzio's reminder, Ye Bai looked ahead. Ahead, the Eternal Forest. The most devastating battlefield on Earth, where countless heroic souls rest in peace. The supreme powerhouse, Nightmare, paid a tremendous price to alter the rules of heaven and earth in this place. The spirits of fallen human heroes cling to their relics, and when a destined person arrives, these spirits will be awakened. Defeat the relic, gain the approval of the obsession, and you can take it with you. Ingzio repeated the same information to Ye Bai. "Senior, if I understand correctly, each person can only take one item, right?" "That's how it should normally be," Ingzio patiently explained. "These relics are ordinary in themselves, but due to the modification by the nightmare of the Supreme Being, they have become equipment of considerable quality. Each person can only take one piece of equipment from here. At the same time, many obsessions stem from hatred towards demons, and they tend to target people with high talent and high potential." Listening to Ingzio's introduction, Ye Bai nodded slowly. If this is the case, people with high-level talents will face several powerful choices. People with very little talent may end up achieving nothing. Generally speaking, this kind of exercise is held as a graduation exercise after the summer camp training ends. Ingzio remarked with emotion. "Judging from this, it seems that Project Dawn has been launched." Project Dawn. Yes, Project Dawn is also known as Project Darkest. The details will be explained to you at summer camp. Jiao steered the conversation back on track. The main point I want to make to you is that, because of your situation, cough cough, you know it yourself. Jiao knew Ye Bai's true identity perfectly well, but the two of them had never revealed the final secret. Many pieces of equipment will actively choose you, or rather, no piece of equipment will refuse you. As for which one to choose, that's up to you. Ye Bai asked, where are the two supreme experts from before? Wu Hin took a sword, and Xiaoyao took a set of bells and drums. Shadow 9 transformed into black mist once more, sinking into Ye Bai's shadow, leaving behind a single sentence. I'll help you cover up the movement of your equipment, so don't worry. Thank you, Senior. Remember to send me the photos after this is all over. Ye Bai? This old guy still remembers the dark history of the nightmare of the Supreme Being. After figuring out his situation, Ye Bai carefully tidied his clothes, took a deep breath, and took a step forward. As Ye Bai crossed a certain line, the eternal forest, which had been silent for nearly 30 years, seemed to come alive in an instant. Countless birds took flight, circling above the eternal forest. A white cloud slowly descended, covering the forest as if to shield something. A shadow remains in each of the four directions, east, south, west, and north. When the unusual activity in the eternal forest became apparent, the shadows were the first to notice it and began to stir. Purple smoke rose, and a young man dressed in black and purple appeared, looking in a certain direction, the place where Ye Bai was. He's here. The young man raised his hand, revealing a number printed on his right glove. 7. Shadow 7. The blue shadows cast by the sky on the water's surface rippled, and a clear, watery sound emanated from them. Isn't this a bit too early? Shadow 6. The bamboo grove swayed, revealing green shadows, and the voice sounded as innocent as a child's. It's definitely him. Only the entry of the strongest seed into the eternal forest could cause such an anomaly. Shadow 5. The shade of the trees shifted slowly with the sunlight, a touch of green shadow mixed in, and the sound carried a hint of sadness. History always repeats itself. Shadow 4. The shadow-level powerhouses, number 4, 5, 6, and 7, all appeared simultaneously. They have only one mission: to guard the eternal forest. This was once the front line of battle, and if the Abyss plane wants to launch a counterattack, this is also the first choice for breakthrough. With only 4 people stationed there, forming the only line of defense, they intercepted and killed the monsters that strayed into the blue star, demonstrating the terrifying strength of the 4. When they appear simultaneously, it signifies either that humanity is facing its most critical moment, or it reflects the current situation. The most powerful seed has entered the eternal forest. Shadow 6 spoke first. Is the one protecting Shura the 8th brother or the 9th brother? All eyes turned to Shadow 4. They had never actively sought out this information. 9th brother, 8th brother has something to do and has gone to the Abyss plane. Shadow 7 glanced in a certain direction and said coldly, "Want to take a look? You'll die." Shadow 5 let out a loud, booming laugh. "Shao Qi, you're still too green. The reason why 9th brother is 9th brother is because he only wants to be 9th brother, not big brother. Do you understand my explanation?" A flash of cold light appeared in the forest as Shadow 7 pulled out half of a short blade. "I haven't seen 5th brother in a long time. I'm wondering if I can improve his ranking." Shadow 7 snorted coldly. "After all, it took me less than 10 years to become Shadow 7, and I'm not entirely satisfied with that speed myself." Shadow 5, as if he had heard a joke, let out that strange laugh again. "Shao Qi, if you were truly capable, you wouldn't have become a shadow now." These words seemed to touch a nerve with Shadow 7, and he pulled the short blade out a little more. Brush. The bamboo grove swayed continuously, casting sparse, green shadows. "Enough." The highest ranking, strongest, and most senior Shadow 4 roared. "The supreme seed has arrived. You don't actually think we're the only ones who noticed, do you?" The 4 of them looked up at the sky at the same time, where a white cloud drifted lazily. Apart from this white cloud, the sky was clear and cloudless. The 4 of them simultaneously reached the same answer: the supreme powerhouse, Xiaoyao. Of the 3 supreme experts, Xiaoyao is responsible for guarding the Eternal Tower. The Eternal Forest is located beneath the Eternal Tower, which Xiaoyao can see with just a glance down. The arrival of Shura naturally did not escape the eyes of the other party. This white cloud represents the will of freedom. Everyone disperse. After saying that, a wisp of green smoke dissipated, and Shadow 4 was the first to leave. Ing Chi snorted coldly, put the short blade back in, and turned into purple smoke as he left. Shadow 6 arrived gracefully and left quietly, its blue shadow disappearing into the ripples of the water. Only Shadow 5 remained in place. After the other three left, the bamboo forest suddenly shook, and bamboo leaves fell like rain, leaving only bare bamboo in place. Whispers drifted from the green shadows among the bamboo grove. Little Seven has gotten stronger again. As expected of the prodigy who was hailed as the closest to the strongest 10 years ago. I can't wait to see Xiao Qi and Shura meet. Will they fight? The bamboo forest fell silent once again, without a sound. The eternal forest. As soon as Ye Bai entered the forest, he immediately heard a familiar voice calling him. Big White, over here, I'm over here. Zhao Lin stood next to a tree and waved to Ye Bai. Where did you get this fruit? What are you doing standing there? Ye Bai approached and found Zhao Lin eating a green oil fruit. I was defeated by the testing machine, and I have to stay here for 15 minutes. Zhao Lin took a fruit out of his pocket and tossed it to Ye Bai, then pointed to the tree next to him. These fruits are from the tree. Eating them will give you energy. They're good stuff. I'll pick a few more for you later. It's not unusual to find such rare fruits on the outskirts of the eternal forest. Ye Bai looked at the tree and casually said, Oh, the remains of an abyss demon war king are buried beneath this tree, which is why its fruit can enhance one's spirit. What? Zhao Lin stopped chewing, spat out the food residue, and asked in confusion. Big White, how did you know? It says so here. Where is it? I can't see it. Zhao Lin scanned the tree, but found no explanation. Ye Bai winked at Shadow 9, but Shadow 9 didn't react. Final. Lines of writing appeared on one side of the tree, recording its story. It really is true. After reading the words on the tree, Zhao Lin angrily threw the fruit on the ground, smashing it to pieces. He also snatched Ye Bai's fruit back and smashed it along with the fruit. Pa, even a dog wouldn't eat that kind of stuff. Zhao Lin took a bottle of water to rinse his mouth, looking extremely angry. The demonic war king from the abyss invaded Blue Star, first killing 2 human war kings, then being besieged and killed, causing huge casualties to the human race. Ultimately, it became fertilizer for the trees. Zhao Lin was unable to express his contempt for such a being in words. Even after doing all this, Zhao Lin was still not satisfied. Ahem, Big White, can you keep watch for me? As he spoke, Zhao Lin began to unbuckle his belt. Ye Bai? Turning his back, Ye Bai heard the sound of flowing water behind him. In an instant, Ye Bai felt as if he had returned to the bathroom in his high school. I'm all better now. After Zhao Lin finished releasing the water precisely, he even remembered to invite Ye Bai. Why don't you give it a try? It'll really put you through the ringer. No, there's no need for that. Ye Bai replied in a serious tone. I'll leave mine to the demon god. Shadow 9. You can chat all you want, but could you please move your body and shift your shadow a bit? Water it's flowing over. They repaid kindness with enmity. That's the case. Chapter 74 The Shadow Protecting the Supreme Power. The Eternal Forest, Outskirts. Zhao Lin remained where he was, the countdown on the sphere in his hand flashing incessantly. Countdown. 2 hours, 58 minutes, and 36 seconds. Distance, 174.61 kilometers. Big White, why don't you go first? Zhao Lin needs to wait in place for more than 10 minutes before he can continue. 3 hours, nearly 180 kilometers, is exhausting enough to complete in itself. If we encounter testing equipment that delays our time, this special training will be ruined. We can't let this hard-won opportunity end before it even begins. Zhao Lin pointed ahead and said seriously, You go first. I have Wind Slash, and I'm a warrior, so I'm definitely much faster than you. I'll come find you after my punishment is over. Ye Bai hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. Good. As he spoke, he took a step forward, and his shadow moved with him, thus narrowly escaping disaster. Zhao Lin reminded everyone. Be careful with the testing machine. No. Ye Bai's figure disappeared into the jungle. What Zhao Lin didn't know was that the rules of the Eternal Forest are very special. Here, if you can gain the approval of your obsession and successfully retrieve the relics, the relic will take you directly through the entire Eternal Forest. In other words, the 180-kilometer cross-country distance was not the final assessment for the students. The real test is the awakened obsession, the relics that need to be overcome. From this perspective, the emergence of testing machines is actually another form of screening. Ye Bai recalled the rules and the purpose of the entire exercise, which clearly emerged in his mind. To complete the exercise, we must traverse the Eternal Forest. Within the Eternal Forest, if any obsession is awakened, a testing machine will appear, leaving the student in place to await the next trial. However, the deeper one goes into the Eternal Forest, the stronger the obsession becomes. The higher the grade of the relic, the more difficult it is to gain recognition. The relationship between obsession and the seed of genius is one of mutual selection. The obsession is to select the most promising genius seeds, while the genius seeds themselves desire even more powerful relics. In other words, the more talented a person is, the farther they can travel in the Eternal Forest. Zhao Lin only has a C-level talent, so it's already extremely lucky that he was able to awaken his obsession at the very outermost level. A warrior who once possessed C-level talent spent 3 days and 3 nights in the Eternal Forest, yet failed to awaken any of his obsessions. Thinking of this, Ye Bai looked back. Zhao Lin is fighting with a long sword. That's right. If it can gain recognition, it will be a handy weapon. Ye Bai withdrew his gaze and continued forward. Behind him, a dozen pieces of equipment floated in mid-air, quietly following Ye Bai. With each additional piece of equipment, Ye Bai would bow slightly to the other party, both as a thank you and an apology. Thank you for your recognition. Sorry, I need to go deeper into the area. These pieces of equipment simply followed Ye Bai, keeping a fixed distance, neither too close nor too far. Their existence is shrouded in shadow, making it impossible for others to see them clearly. On the outskirts of the Eternal Forest, not far from Ye Bai, Lu Sueki looked ahead with a serious expression. A canary was perched on her shoulder, preening its feathers. Xiao Jin, my grandfather said that the Eternal Forest is an extremely special place. Once inside, if you dare to misbehave, the old man said, we don't have anything else at home, but 500 doses of Wandu San, a traditional Chinese medicine, should be enough. The canary froze instantly, its whole body trembling, every feather etched with fear. Okay, I won't scare you anymore. Be quiet. Nothing will happen. This is the safest place for all of humanity. I never expected the exercise would bring us here. I wonder how Ye Bai and the others are doing. After saying that, Lu Sueki began to take things out of her storage space and neatly arrange them on the ground. Fruit platter, food, 2 bottles of liquor, a pack of old brand cigarettes, etc. After arranging everything, Lu Sueki took a few steps back, her expression solemn, bowed again, and stood up. Lu Sueki, a descendant of the Lu family of Nanjiang, greets all seniors. The forest beneath her feet buried 46 members of the Lu family of Nanjiang, 2 war kings, 7 war generals, and 37 war soldiers. 46 names are engraved on the inscription in the Lu family ancestral hall. The Eternal Forest holds special significance for the Lu family. Lu Sueki's primary task on this trip was not to retrieve the relics, but to pay respects to her ancestors. Grandpa Qingyao, my grandfather asked me to pass on a message to you. He said he's almost a war god, and the signs of his breakthrough are becoming increasingly obvious. He told you to smoke less down there, because it's bad for your health. As Lu Sueki muttered to herself, several objects buried deep in the Eternal Forest were awakened, emitting different kinds of light. Lu Sueki, who was on the outermost edge, sensed something and looked ahead. Is this to let me pass? Lu Sueki did not set off immediately. Instead, after paying respects to the 46 ancestors of the Lu family, she bowed repeatedly before leaving with heavy steps, heading deep into the Eternal Forest to search for the relics that called to her. The canary on her shoulder was still trembling. It wasn't because of Lu Sueki's previous threats. Rather, it sensed that an extremely terrifying being was nearby in this forest. a terrifying being that makes even its very soul tremble. Deep within the eternal forest. Ninth Master, can you still hold on? Behind Ye Bai, there was a dark mass that blotted out the sky. Tens of thousands of pieces of equipment floated in the air, following Ye Bai and refusing to leave. Many of these items are relics of the War King, and some are even relics of the War God. One of the arrows, half destroyed and covered in rust, still emitted an extremely sharp edge. Even the War King would feel a stinging pain in his eyes and shed tears if he stared at it for too long. A War King's advancement was interrupted. In his dying moments, he unleashed a devastating arrow that slain 2 demon war gods. Even with Ingzio's efforts to conceal the relic of a quasi-war god, it was still quite difficult. These relics are imbued with the obsessions of the heroic spirits in their lifetime, and have been modified by Nightmare using its rules, greatly increasing their power. The Eternal Forest is their home ground once again. In other words, Shadow 9 concealing the equipment of a war god is equivalent to concealing the whereabouts of a war god. There are as many as 9 such pieces of equipment accompanying Ye Bai. Kid, you've made a bit too much noise. Ingzio's voice sounded strained. The first 2 guys didn't have your abilities. Oh. Ye Bai keenly noticed a piece of information when the first 2 supreme experts entered the Eternal Forest. Ingzio was also by their side. What were they making at the time? Is this the time for gossip? Ingzio wished she could jump out and help Ye Bai clear his head. Get your facts straight, you idiot. 9 pieces of War God tier equipment, and you've only gone less than 1/10 of the way. When you reach the deepest part, I'm afraid the obsession of the entire forest will come to life. Ingzio was startled by her own conjecture. If such a commotion were to occur, Shadow 9 alone would definitely not be able to conceal it for long. This forest alone has buried hundreds of war gods. At that point, Ye Bai's identity would be at risk of being exposed. Shadow 9 can't possibly seal away the memories of everyone in the entire forest. Moreover, the Eternal Forest is such a special place. Even when the demons of the Abyss Plane are asleep, they will keep one eye open and watch this place. As for calling for reinforcements, Shadows 4, 5, 6, and 7. Indeed, there are 4 war gods stationed in the Eternal Forest. But, before Shura obtained the strength of a war god, apart from the strongest individuals and the 4 shadows, no one else can know Ye Bai's true identity. The same path was taken for the top 2 strongest individuals to grow. Without the strength of a war god, even the slightest possibility of having one's identity exposed would bring about one's death. When Wuhan first appeared on the front line, a demon god from the Abyss realm descended in his true form, ruthless and insane, wanting to kill Wuhan outright. Shadow 7 had previously suggested that she wanted to take a look at Shura. Movie 5 immediately retorted, "If you dare to go, you will die." He was killed by an old monster who had been hiding in the shadows for 100 years. None of the 4 war gods present refuted Shadow 5's statement. They knew in their hearts that Ninth Brother not only had the ability to do such a thing, but he really knew how to do it. Ingzio accompanied the rise of the supreme powerhouse Nightmare and later protected Wuhan and Xiaoyao. The blood of powerful individuals stained on his hands was more than that of the 4 people combined. He was by no means some kind old man next door, but a ruthless executioner, the enemy's nightmare. Shadow 9 spoke again. "Kid, if you want to go any deeper, you'd better go full speed ahead. Even if all the obsessions of the God of War are awakened, I will do my best to cover it up for you, and I can still cover it up for 3 minutes. 3 minutes is enough time for you to pick one out." After listening to Ingzio's words, Ye Bai remained silent for a moment. "That's all we can do. If this drags on, Shadow 9's energy will only increase, and in the end, she might not even last a minute. Why not take advantage of Shadow 9's current strength and go all out to finish the battle quickly?" Ye Bai took a deep breath, put on the lone wolf mask, clasped his hands in a salute, and said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry." The next second, he left an afterimage in his place and rushed into the depths of the Eternal Forest. Brush. Startled birds scattered in all directions, and countless obsessions were awakened at the same time, unanimously joining the ranks of those following Ye Bai, converging into an iron torrent. White clouds drift lazily across the blue sky. He is still watching. Chapter 75. Humans are not afraid of death, so why try to frighten them with death? The Eternal Forest. A gust of wind swept by, leaving no trace on the grass. As a mage with 3 elemental attributes, wind, fire, and lightning, Ye Bai's wind spells are twice as effective. With wind fury stacked on lightness of the body and combined with wind slash, everything around them was left behind. Ye Bai pushed his speed to the limit. Even so, the steel torrent behind him grew ever stronger. As Ye Bai continued to delve deeper, war god-level equipment appeared one after another, following behind him. From the initial 9 items, the number has surged to the current 36. Ye Bai glanced back briefly and saw 36 glowing pieces of equipment charging at the forefront. Each piece is exceptionally unique, with a dazzling array of styles that make one's eyes dazzled. They will also collide with each other, just like the guests on the pleasure boat vying for the top spot. Yes, Ye Bai had this strange feeling. All of these equipment owners wanted Ye Bai to take them away, leading to fierce competition and a tense atmosphere. Clang. The sound of metal clashing against stone suddenly rang out, echoing endlessly throughout the Eternal Forest. The equipment behind Ye Bai slowed down for a moment, as if the network was lagging. Brush. A cold light pierced the sky, and a bronze sword rushed to the forefront of all the equipment, less than half a meter away from Ye Bai. The Heavenly King's sword. Jiao exclaimed in shock. How is this possible? His voice was full of doubt, and he was particularly puzzled by what was happening before his eyes. Ye Bai answered Jiao as he ran. I also think it's not quite right. After all, I'm a mage. Have you ever seen a mage go into battle carrying a sword? A mage who uses a sword. Can he still be called a mage? Jiao snorted coldly and asked through gritted teeth. Boy, which supreme expert did you encounter during the combat soldier test? What does this have to do with swords? Ye Bai was puzzled, but still gave his answer. No trace. That's right. Jiao sighed and quickly explained. When Wuhan entered the Eternal Forest, all the sword-related equipment in the forest was awakened and appeared beside him. This Heavenly King sword originally belonged to a supreme war god. After his death in battle, it remained in the Eternal Forest, never to awaken again. But on that day it awoke. The Heavenly King's sword has awakened, so why is it still here? Ye Bai seemed to have guessed something and asked in return. Wuhan didn't choose the Heavenly King's sword? Yes. Wuhan just grabbed the nearest sword at random. Jiao recalled. Faced with the overwhelming number of flying swords, Wuhan casually picked one up and said, I have one sword, enough to kill the enemy. Subsequently, Wuhan went to the front line with his sword and slew gods and demons with a single strike. After hearing Wuhan's story, Ye Bai couldn't help but sigh. When it comes to class and prestige, Second Brother has it all figured out perfectly. Jiao rolled her eyes and explained. The Heavenly King's sword was not chosen, probably out of resentment. Since you have fought against the traceless projection, it is reasonable for it to show itself in the world. The god of war who reaches the heavens is the most supreme being among the gods of war, and the weapons they use in battle are by no means ordinary. Without exaggeration, the Heavenly King's sword is one of the most powerful pieces of equipment in the Eternal Forest. Before Jiao could finish speaking, another loud bang rang out. Boom! A dark shadow flew out, closely following behind the Heavenly King's sword. It was a pitch-black stone slab, exuding boundless malevolent energy, and was no match for the Heavenly King's sword. Ye Bai turned around and looked again. This supreme war god is actually not dead. Should keep it down. All the demon gods know this secret. Good heavens! Ye Bai exclaimed. There are actually powerful humans who fake their deaths? Is this some kind of emperor script, faking death to kill the enemy? Since the senior was not dead, Ye Bai decided not to consider the black stone tablet. If the senior jumps out of the coffin and finds that the equipment that originally belonged to him has gone to someone else, it will be a massive NTR scene. No, that's not appropriate. Kid, hurry up. Jiao heard the third loud bang, and more relics left behind by the god of war Tontian appeared in the world. With the equipment of an ordinary war god, Shadow 9 already struggled to conceal his movements, let alone the heavenly war god. Receive. Ye Bai withdrew his gaze and continued to forge ahead. He always felt that something was calling to him from the deepest part of the eternal forest. Crossing meadows, leaping over streams, and skimming through thickets, Ye Bai hurried toward the deepest part of the area, following the call. The eternal forest, in the east, is shrouded in a misty purple aura. In the purple aura, Shadow 7 stood on a boulder, looking into the deepest part of the eternal forest. Shura Shura. He kept repeating the name, his eyes occasionally flashing with memories. 10 years ago, Shadow 7 awakened his SS-level talent, rising like a meteor and disappearing just as quickly. No one knew that the genius boy who was once hailed as closest to the strongest had now become a member of Shadow. Still at the movie level, ranking 7th. Even if it were Xuemeng, he couldn't have achieved this level of success in 10 years. Who hasn't been a child prodigy? With a cold snort, Ying Qi's eyes were filled with resentment. Back then, when I entered the eternal forest, 6 relics left behind by the god of war of the heavens awakened. Boom. Another loud noise came from the forest. It's the 7th tone now. The 7th item must be Shura. Shadow 7 looked down at his short blade, a relic he had taken from the eternal forest. Its previous owner was also a supreme war god who killed more than 10 demon war gods with this short blade, achieving remarkable feats. Unfortunately, he was severely injured while venturing into the eternal tower, and with no hope of recovery, he was nearing his end. Refusing the powerful expert's suggestion to extend his life, the owner of the short blade, dragging his heavily wounded body, ventured alone into the abyss plane. When Wuhan arrived, only this short blade remained at the scene. A medium-sized abyss plane was completely slaughtered, with not a single living creature left. The severely wounded god of war is still missing, and his fate is unknown. Final. The short blade was brought back to the eternal forest and passed down to Shadow 7. It doesn't matter. Shadow 7 traced the short blade with his fingertips and whispered, "Me and my sword are the strongest. I've lost once, I won't lose a second time. Shura, I'll be waiting for the day you become the god of war." The deepest part of the eternal forest. Ye Bai finally stopped. A giant monument, 1,000 meters tall, appeared before him, shrouded in black cloth, obscuring its true form. Ye Bai was certain that it was this monument that was calling to him. The overwhelming amount of equipment behind him also stopped at the same time. The 9 most powerful relics were placed at the very front. These pieces of equipment all come from the god of war, and are the highest grade and most valuable equipment in this eternal forest. Everything is complete. 3 minutes, as quickly as possible, Ingzhou urged. Ye Bai, however, seemed not to hear him and muttered to himself, "I want to see this monument." He didn't look at the million divine soldiers behind him, nor did he care about the 9 relics left behind by the god of war. His gaze was fixed on the stone tablet, shrouded in black cloth. Without using the eye of insight, Ye Bai wondered why the other party would call out to him when he saw the monument. Well, Ingzhou sighed, and his figure emerged from the black mist. He walked forward slowly, his body hunched over. "Watch it if you want." As he spoke, Ingzhou stretched out his withered hand, pinched the black cloth between 2 fingers, and pulled it slightly, causing the black cloth to fall down. The true face of the stone tablet was revealed to Ye Bai. On the enormous stone tablet, countless words and names were engraved in bright red paint. Zhuo Jintang sought death so that 10,000 families might live. There is only one thing I will do before I die. Kill the enemy. Qingyan, this battle is dangerous. You are taking care of everything at home, so you can rest assured. Don't worry. Lu Qingyao, please. I'm tired, I want to rest. Take care. As my gaze swept across the lines of text, it was as if I were seeing faces. Ye Bai stammered, This is a memorial to the deceased, or rather a last message. Ingzhou sighed and said, Whenever the human race is in a great war, there are always those who are determined to die and charge ahead of the enemy. To block the enemy's advance and break through their lines, to sacrifice oneself for righteousness. Gazing at the monument to those who died for their cause, Ye Bai seemed to hear the sounds of battle, see the clash of swords and the thunder of horses, and witness wave after wave of people, one after another, ready to die for their cause. The piece beneath his feet was won back inch by his ancestors with their blood and sweat, and it continues to be guarded with blood today. A demon god once boasted that if he killed humans until they were terrified, they would naturally submit. This monument is humanity's response. Humans are not afraid of death, so why threaten them with death? Chapter 76, A Single Sword Strike Slays Demons and Monsters. I swear I will not return until the abyss is breached. A monument to those who died for their principles. Ye Bai had always been curious about what was attracting him to move forward. When he saw the monument, it was as if he knew the answer, yet he always felt that he had missed something. Ye Bai's gaze swept back and forth across the stone tablet, trying to find something. This is... Ye Bai looked up at the upper left of the stone tablet, where a poem was engraved, surrounded by messages. To be precise, it's 3/4 of the poem. I will protect our land with my own flesh and blood. Even as a corpse, the soul cannot find peace. Slay demons and monsters with a single sword. There was still a little space left at the end, indicating that a sentence was missing. This poem is very strange. The first 2 lines are written in regular script, with strong strokes and a hidden sharpness. The third line takes a sudden turn in style, switching to cursive script, which is unrestrained, flamboyant, and sharp. If I'm not mistaken, these 3 lines of poetry were left by 3 supreme experts. Ye Bai frowned, feeling that something was off. Clearly, the third sentence must have been left by Wuhan. Ku Wuhan was clearly the second strongest, while Xiaoyao was the third. It was indeed left by the strongest beings, but not 3, but 2. Ingjiu looked at the stone tablet, filled with emotion. The nightmare left behind the first 2 sentences, and the traceless left behind the third sentence. The fourth line should have been written by Xiaoyao. As she spoke, Ingjiu glanced at it out of the corner of her eye. The white cloud above the blue sky remained unmoved. Hiss. Ye Bai rubbed his hands together, eager to try, and said, "You know I have obsessive-compulsive disorder, right? Shadow 9, I just found out. Look at this perfectly good poem. It's so sad that it's missing a single line. You want to complete the poem?" Ingjiu was startled by Ye Bai's idea and reminded him. When Nightmare left the first 2 sentences, he had just killed a demon god. After leaving behind his poem without a trace, he rushed to the front lines to defeat the enemy. When the 2 supreme warriors left their poems on the monument of their will to die, they were both putting themselves in extremely dangerous situations, risking their lives to survive. There is no greater way to prove one's innocence than by dying for it. Then we should write it even more. Ye Bai said seriously. Maybe after I finish writing it, the matching game will come to me on its own. Ingjiu didn't know what to say for a moment. The probability of such an event occurring is less than 1 in a billion. In the end, Ingjiu could only wave his hand in resignation. There's still a minute and a half left. If you can really finish the last sentence in such a short time, I'll write it for you. The memorial tablet is made of a very special material. Even the War King's strike could only leave some white marks on it. The weakest among those who carved the inscriptions were all war gods. Ye Bai is not strong enough to leave a message on it right now, so Ingjiu has to do it for him. I've already thought of the last sentence. Ye Bai focused his energy in his dantian and slowly opened his mouth. I will not return until I break through the abyss. Ingjiu was stunned for a moment, then blurted out, "You cheated." In such a short time, given Ye Bai's level of education, he managed to add the last sentence. Ingjiu doesn't believe it. Everyone knows each other's level of literary literacy. It's the difference between the illiterate and the well-educated. Ye Bai's behavior suggests either he's been getting extra lessons or he's cheating. Ye Bai nodded. I suppose so. I took a shortcut. You're tired. Hurry up and finish writing so we can leave. It must be said that the last sentence resonated deeply with Ingjiu. Black mist rose up, and a thin, withered finger pressed against the monument to the deceased, beginning to write. Ingjiu wrote each stroke of the running script with utmost care. We will not return until we break through the abyss. Standing on the ground, Ye Bai looked up at the completed poem and nodded in satisfaction. I will protect our land with my own flesh and blood. Even as corpses, their souls cannot find peace. With a single sword strike, all demons and monsters were vanquished. We will not return until we break through the abyss. Great. very energetic. After writing the last exclamation mark, Ingzio did not stop. Ninth Master, we're running out of time. We need to retreat. Ye Bai shouted at the top of his lungs. The tables have turned, and now it's Ye Bai's turn to urge Ingzio to run away. What's the rush? It still needs to be signed, doesn't it? Ingzio slowly wrote down a few names at the end of the poem. Nightmare, Traceless, Azura, Shadow 9, Stay. Hiss. It seems like something strange has infiltrated it. Shameless, aren't you, Ninth Master? Ye Bai felt that he still had a lot to learn about shamelessness. Just after Ingzio finished writing the last word, the black cloth he had torn to the ground suddenly rose into the air, shrinking continuously until it became a tattered black cloak that automatically landed on Ye Bai's shoulder, fluttering in the wind. After the black cloak chose Ye Bai, the brilliance of the 9 relics left behind by the god of war dimmed. Not only them, but all the equipment imbued with obsession began to slowly retreat at this moment, not daring to contend with the black cloak. Not bad. The uglier the equipment, the more powerful it is. Ye Bai glanced at the cloak. Apart from being a little tattered, it was in pretty good condition. Donning the cloak, Ye Bai finally looked somewhat like a mage. He secretly reminded himself that he should act like a mage in the future and not swing his staff at people so easily. The nightmare of the strongest battle-damaged version. Ye Bai's eyelids twitched as he saw the newly popped-up note. No wonder those relics left behind by the god of war retreated upon seeing the cloak. Even the strongest beings, the god of war, deserve absolute respect. Withdraw. Ingzio also joined Ye Bai at this moment, disappearing into Ye Bai's shadow. The cloak lifted Ye Bai's body, carrying him away from the death monument and across the eternal forest. The person is gone, but the white clouds remain. White clouds floated above the monument of will to die, and only slowly descended after Ye Bai and Ingzio left. A Taoist priest dressed in simple clothes stood in front of the death will steel, looking up at it just like Ye Bai had done before. Behind him, shadows appeared one after another. Green, cyan, blue, purple. 4, 5, 6, 7. Shadow 7 rested his hand on the short blade and said in a low voice, Shura, just left. Xiaoqi, shut up. Shadow 4 stood in front of Shadow 7, bowing slightly to the Taoist's back. My subordinates don't know the rules and have offended me. The Taoist priest didn't turn around, but calmly replied, It's all right. The strongest belong to different groups and have no jurisdiction over each other. You don't need to treat me like this. Since you are the strongest, we should naturally show you respect. Whatever. The Taoist priest simply looked at the 4 lines of poetry and stood quietly in place. After a long silence, the Taoist priest spoke again. I'll pass on a message to my teacher. I've agreed to do what he wanted to do. Thank you, sir. As the white clouds descended, the Taoist's figure vanished within them. The white clouds then flew back towards the eternal tower and disappeared from sight. Call. Ingzi gasped for breath, his palms outstretched, covered in sweat. He gave Ingqi a meaningful look, and then said, Everyone disperse. I will inform 9th brother myself. A fierce battle is coming soon, and perhaps the next time we meet, someone's name will be inscribed on this monument. Shadow 4 patted Shadow 7 on the shoulder, said nothing more, and left first. Shadow 5 was a bloated fat man with 2 iron balls wrapped around his left hand. He strolled over to Shadow 7's side. Xiaoqi, if you want to live longer, there are some people you shouldn't mess with. For example, 9th brother, and the one who lives in the eternal tower. As he spoke, Shadow 5 let out another barbell-like laugh. His laughter was strange, his ears were pressed back against his head, his nose was slightly turned upwards, and the laughter came from his stomach. 5th brother, I'm still waiting for the day you become the eldest brother. Ingqi's lips twitched, unwilling to back down. That day will come. 5th brother, I'm really looking forward to it. They disliked each other, snorted coldly at each other, and then left. When the white clouds returned to the eternal tower, the Taoist figure appeared at a very high place, sitting cross-legged on the white clouds, overlooking the entire eternal forest. I will not return until I have broken through the abyss. Shura, this is interesting. This era of supreme power is different. I don't have much time left. The Taoist priest muttered to himself. Looking down at the eternal forest, The Taoist raised his hand and gently flicked the small bell. Thump! The sound of the bell instantly resounded throughout the land. Enduring. Outside the eternal forest, Ye Bai had just landed when a resounding bell rang out behind him. Thump! What's going on? Ye Bai was startled and asked warily, an invasion from the abyss plane? The bell tolled suddenly, without any warning. No, it was he who made the move. Ye Bai looked up, gazing at the eternal tower before him. The strongest, carefree? What is he going to do? The sound of bells echoed throughout the eternal forest, and all the relics trembled slightly. Soon, Ye Bai knew what the supreme expert Xiaoyao was going to do. Millions of pieces of equipment floated in the sky above the eternal forest. These are all equipment that were awakened by the supreme seed and followed Ye Bai. They floated in the air, and after a few seconds, they turned into streams of light and scattered in all directions. Most of them were buried back into the soil, waiting for the next destined person to arrive. The remaining small group rushed towards the many students who were participating in the trials. Just as Zhao Lin had subdued a long sword, another sword fell in front of him and was shoved into his palm. Zhao Lin was taken aback, looking down at the two long swords in his hands. But I'm using a single-edged sword. Does having two knives bring double the pleasure? Overwhelmed with joy, Zhao Lin was at a loss for what to do. Lu Sueki had already chosen a ring. But when the bell rang, a golden feather pen landed in front of her, its meaning quite clear. Could it be that I can take two relics with me? Lu Sueki stood there stunned, never having heard of such a thing happening in the eternal forest. A name flashed through Lu Sueki's mind. Shura. It must be related to Shura. All the students who participated in the trial, like the two of them, were given the opportunity to choose a second relic. Ye Bai was no exception. Having already left the eternal forest, he watched as a golden light streaked across the sky and fell into his arms. This is... Ye Bai looked down and saw a bronze sword lying quietly in his arms. It looked very familiar. Heavenly King's Sword. Chapter 77 Battle Damaged SSS-rank Equipment. Outside the eternal forest, Ye Bai wore a black cloak over his shoulders and carried the Heavenly King's Sword in his arms. Happiness came so suddenly that Ye Bai didn't know how to express his feelings. The Heavenly King's Sword can be restored to a higher grade after fulfilling its obsession. Once the Sword of the God of War, the Heavenly King's Sword's rank and power are beyond doubt. Only, if it were the complete version of the Heavenly King's Sword, Ye Bai's current strength would be insufficient to control it. Nightmare naturally took this into account when designing the Eternal Forest. All equipment comes with a seal at the factory, and its level is automatically matched and increases with the user's level. The information about the Heavenly King's Sword was laid bare before Ye Bai's eyes. Equipment: Heavenly King Sword LV.54. Rank SS. Attributes: Strength plus 540. Constitution plus 300. Physical attack, 1260. Entry. Armor penetration, deals physical damage to the enemy on the first hit, ignoring physical defense. The same target will only suffer armor penetration damage once within 12 hours. Permanent. Durability is always 100%, and it will not be damaged. Heavenly Might. When wielding this sword, it reduces all attributes of enemies within a 300-meter radius by 5%. It also increases the user's own attributes by 1% 15%, with the increase increasing the more enemies affected, reaching a maximum of 15% when affecting 150 enemies. Obsession: to kill a War King level monster with this sword. Obsessions that can be fulfilled, 9. Obsessions fulfilled, 0. As expected of the equipment of the former God of War, it is still so powerful even after being sealed. Ye Bai couldn't help but sigh. He was a worldly man, and his mastery of natural power was not bad. However, compared to the Heavenly King's Sword, the gap is really quite large. In terms of basic attributes, the Heavenly King's Sword increases strength by 540 and constitution by 300, bringing Ye Bai's strength and constitution attributes to over 1,000 each. At the same time, the Heavenly King's Sword also possesses extremely powerful attributes. The permanent structure saved Ye Bai the trouble of repairing weapons. Armor penetration as the first physical attack, it ignores physical defense and can deal tons of burst damage. The fact that Ye Bai, a mage, pulled a sword out of his pocket was already quite absurd. As a result, the sword struck, ignoring physical defense and dealing astronomical damage, killing the opponent instantly. Ye Bai learned one thing from his brief career as a mage. A mage's abilities have limits. One must become someone who transcends the limitations of a mage. I'm quitting being a mage, Shadow 9. Cough cough. As for the Heavenly Might, this skill is very suitable for team battles. When facing an attack, it can increase all of your attributes while reducing all of the enemy's attributes. According to the Eternal Tower relativity, when others' attributes decrease, it is equivalent to Ye Bai's attributes increasing. This means Ye Bai won twice, a win-win situation. Ye Bai put the Heavenly King's sword back into his backpack. As it was once the divine weapon of the god of war, it must be highly recognizable. Once it appears in the world, it will immediately attract attention from all sides. Considering Ye Bai's current situation, there is absolutely no need to use the Heavenly King's sword in a normal battle. The Heavenly King's sword is Ye Bai's trump card move. When facing a boss, it is most effective when used to unexpectedly stab the opponent with a sword. After putting away the Heavenly King's sword, Ye Bai looked down at his shoulder. Nightmare's cloak battle damaged version. The cloak was left on the monument because it was so badly damaged. Even Nightmare didn't expect that someone would actually take it away from the Eternal Forest, right, shrewd one? Upon seeing this note, Ye Bai's expression changed slightly. He had a bad feeling. Equipment: Nightmare Wind LV.1. Rank SSS. Durability 0.001%. Attribute: Agility +1. Physical/magical defense 1. Entry: I'm broken. Please fix me. I really miss being perfectly fine. Ye Bai? Ninth Master, do you want to recycle that cloak? The kind that's limited to the strongest warriors. I'll trade it for the equipment of the Heavenly War God. I'll take a loss. I don't accept garbage here. A few snickers could even be heard from the shadows. They laughed loudly and unrestrainedly. Clearly, Ingjio also knew about the cloak on Ye Bai's shoulder. How do I fix this thing? Ye Bai muttered to himself. Both the Eye of Insight and Shadow 9 gave the same answer. Using SSS-grade materials for the cloak to absorb can restore its durability. SSS-grade materials, any one of them, is incredibly expensive. Ye Bai actually had a skull of Cerberus in his hand. Ninth Master, is the area safe? It's not safe. Whatever you're planning to do, save it for inside the Eternal Tower. Ingjio roughly guessed Ye Bai's thoughts and asked. When you cleared the beginner dungeon with an SSS rank, you should have obtained a piece of Cerberus's skeleton, right? Yes, skull. As Ingjio was one of his own, Ye Bai was still very honest with him and tried to lie to him as little as possible. Skull, I understand. Ingjio fell silent and stopped speaking. Today in the Eternal Forest, the situation is special, and Shadow 9 is one of the more numerous. He was usually silent, staying by Ye Bai's side. Ye Bai was not surprised to return to silence at this point. He continued to follow the instructions on the sphere and headed towards the target location to complete the exercise. The Eternal Forest and the 4 shadows that guard it. Shadow 7 was greeted by an uninvited guest. Shadow 4. Ninth brother has a mission for you. Shadow 4 remained indifferent. They met 3 times in one day, more than they had in the past year. Ing Chi raised an eyebrow slightly and asked in return. What mission? Ninth brother wants you to go to the abyss of hell and find a Cerberus king. Bring back all the bones intact except for the skull. The adult Cerberus king is a war god level existence. With all 3 present, they're like 3 war gods. And if they're united, they're even more formidable than 3 war gods. Ingchi's voice trembled slightly. If this task were given to any other war god, they would probably curse him out. Isn't this just blatantly sending people to their deaths? If you're scared, I can do it for you. Afraid? Shadow 7's voice was so shrill it cracked, and she was incredibly excited. I've been cooped up here for 3 years. I'm going crazy. If I had known that becoming Shadow 7 meant guarding the Eternal Forest, I would have preferred to stay at Shadow 10 and continue taking care of the children. At this point, Ingchi even became somewhat hysterical, clearly harboring immense resentment. At least, there are still people for me to kill. Ingqi took a few deep breaths to calm her excited emotions and regain her composure. What about my guard duty? You may not leave without authorization except in special circumstances. Even with Shadow 9's verbal order, Shadow 7 still needs to ensure that someone is chosen to succeed him. Third brother will be back from the battlefield soon. He will heal his wounds here and help you guard the eternal forest. Shadow forewarned. You only have 3 days. Understood. When do we depart? Now. Before Shadow 4 could finish speaking, purple smoke charged out, carrying an overwhelming killing intent, like a gluttonous beast that hadn't eaten for 100 years, filled with a thirst for slaughter. Abyss plain, I, Shadow 7, have returned. Shadow 4 watched Shadow 7's retreating figure and sighed helplessly. This kid is almost 30 years old, and he's still so immature. Go back and persuade his parents to have another child. This account is useless. At the foot of the Eternal Tower lies a town of considerable size. Following the instructions of the sphere, Ye Bai found the meeting point, a large square. In the very center of the square stands a 100-meter-high stone monument that looks somewhat familiar. Big White, over here. Before Ye Bai even got close to the square, he heard Zhao Lin call out to him. Lu Sueki and Zuolingxia were also there. Only Ye Bai was missing. Before Ye Bai could even get close, Zhao Lin hurriedly reminded him. Don't mention your gains in the Eternal Forest. Keep it a secret. Ye Bai, I wasn't planning on mentioning it. Even if I told you, a Heavenly King's sword and a battle-damaged cloak. Who would believe me? I hope no one will tell anyone on their own initiative. As soon as Ye Bai finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to Zhao Lin. Okay, a low point in IQ has appeared. Don't be fooled by the fact that Zhao Lin lowered the average IQ of the CCF group. He actually raised the average age of the CCF group. Very good, that's very Zhao Lin. Lu Sueki added. Now everyone knows that Zhao Lin obtained 2 knives in the Eternal Forest. You're really something. Ye Bai smiled and shook his head. But it's all right. The summer camp training is an elimination system, so in order to ensure that you are not eliminated, you must go all out in all kinds of tests. In other words, our trump card was never meant to be hidden anyway. Whether others know it or not makes no difference. Upon hearing Ye Bai's words, Lu Sueki blinked and smiled without saying a word. Her trump card? It seems she can keep some hidden. What Lu Sueki didn't know was that she does indeed have some trump cards up her sleeve. Ye Bai, however, has a lot of hidden cards up his sleeve. After being comforted by Ye Bai, Zhao Lin's already depressed mood worsened when he thought about being eliminated soon. Ye Bai has really figured out how to make people depressed. After chatting for a while, the countdown on the sphere ended. Time is up. Zuolingxia looked towards the other end of the square, his posture straight and his expression extremely serious. What time is it? Shoo. Lu Sueki made a shushing gesture and whispered. A legion is returning from the abyss. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge portal suddenly opened at the end of the square. A shadowy figure emerged from the portal first. Safety. The shadow uttered these words and flew eastward toward the eternal forest at an extremely fast speed, without pausing for a moment. Thump, thump, thump. The earth began to shake. From the portal, rows of soldiers emerged, marching in orderly formation as they stormed into the plaza. Bang, bang. Every step they took felt like stepping on someone's heart, making their heart clench suddenly. Everyone had a calm face, a majestic aura, and a strong bloody smell and murderous intent. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, and their commands were obeyed without question. Many boys stared wide-eyed, and Zhao Lin was even more stunned, utterly shocked by this scene he had never seen before. Ye Bai looked ahead as rows of soldiers marched past him. A glint also flashed in his eyes. How magnificent is this battle-hardened army! Chapter 78 The War Never Ends. At the Assembly Plaza, rows of soldiers marched by, their menacing presence sending chills down one's spine. They moved in unison, yet their speed was incredibly fast. In just a few minutes, they had all emerged from the portal. Following behind the soldiers were the generals. Wearing the uniform of a general, each general has a number on his shoulder indicating his rank, and the medals on his chest record his unit and past achievements. At the same time, as soon as they stepped out of the teleportation portal, they immediately found their subordinates, gathered them up, and reorganized them. The originally huge army formation was instantly and precisely divided into dozens of small square formations. Compared to soldiers, there were far fewer generals. Within 30 seconds, all the generals were driven out of the portal and the troops were reorganized. The entire operation was smooth and seamless, without the slightest pause. After the generals, comes the kings. Boom. A giant over 2 meters tall emerged from the portal, carrying 3 heads on his shoulders. 2 of the 3 heads belonged to abyssal monsters, their faces covered in blood, their eyes wide open in death, carried on the giant's shoulder. As soon as he appeared, all the soldiers in the square immediately burst into cheers. The little giant strode forward, and with each step, the square trembled slightly. Taking 3 steps at a time, the little giant arrived in front of the central stone tablet and slammed his 2 heads hard into the ground. The little giant growled, his voice like rolling thunder. Slay 2 deputy commanders of the Mad Demon Legion under the 4th demon god, and take 2 demon heads to appease our ancestors. Upon hearing this, Ye Bai and the others who were watching were all shocked, their pupils shrinking. The deputy legion commander must be at least a war king level expert. He was actually killed just like that? The little giant's words instantly ignited the soldiers' enthusiasm, and they erupted in thunderous cheers once again. Wind, wind, wind. After throwing down the head, the little giant stepped aside. Behind him, a valiant and aloof female war queen stepped out of the teleportation array, carrying a lantern in her hand. Inside the lantern, 3 faint flames shone, as if a gust of wind could blow them out. The female war queen tossed the lantern beside the demon, her voice cold. Slay 3 deputy legion commanders of the Fury Legion under the 4th demon god, and sacrifice 3 strands of demonic souls to our ancestors. She not only slew 3 war kings, but even extracted their souls, trapped them within a lantern, and slowly roasted them over a low flame. They roared once more as they stood in formation. Wind, wind, wind. After the 2 war kings stepped out, a towering figure appeared before the teleportation portal. His armor was shattered and hung haphazardly on his body, like pieces of metal thrown onto a broken fishing net. The helmet obscured his face, making it difficult to see clearly, and he held a broken knife in his hand. As this imposing figure stepped out of the portal instantly closed, severing the passage to the abyss plane. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the imposing figure slowly approached the stone tablet. Wherever he went, the students exclaimed in unison, "Hiss! This!" The imposing figure had extremely severe injuries on his back, which were bloody and mangled, and even demonic energy was emanating from them. It's hard to imagine what kind of terrifying battles he went through. Standing in front of the stone tablet, the man bent over slightly, every movement seemingly exhausting all his strength and aggravating his wounds. He lowered a small section of his arm. I fought the commander of the Fury Legion under the 4th demon god, and severed one of his hands to offer as a sacrifice to my ancestors. Legion commander. Although they were somewhat prepared, everyone's breath caught in their throats when they heard those 3 words. That's a war god level existence. To survive a fight is bad enough, but to actually sever an arm? Human powerhouses are terrifyingly strong. After lowering his arm, the man turned around and looked at the formation in front of him. The eyes of those in the formation also turned to him, filled with fervor and adoration. The man spoke slowly, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, yet clear enough for everyone to hear. His voice was mellow and carried a touch of refinement. In this battle, the Wind and Cloud Legion first defeated the Mad Demon Legion, then crushed the Fury Legion, killing 12,000 enemies and wounding countless others. We have won a great victory in this battle. As soon as the man finished speaking, all the members of the Wind and Cloud Legion roared in unison. A resounding victory! A resounding victory! Wind! 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 The man raised his hand, and all the sounds were immediately silenced, and the square fell silent. Deputy Commander Zwa, take stock of the spoils of this battle and register the merits. Right, Deputy Corps Commander, take stock of the losses in this battle and arrange for the care of the wounded. The 2 war kings simultaneously responded, yes. The deceased, Their names will be inscribed on the tombstone. Disband. After saying that, the man took off and flew into the depths of the eternal forest. In this battle, the Wind and Cloud Legion achieved remarkable results, but also suffered heavy casualties. 3,000 comrades will forever slumber in the abyss, and 3,000 more names will be added to the monument of their will. After the man left, many soldiers of the Wind and Cloud Legion, led by their generals, poured into the nearby town. In the empty square, only the students who participated in the summer camp training remained, still immersed in the shock they had just experienced, unable to extricate themselves from it for a long time. Cough, cough, can you hear me? A man holding a microphone appeared in front of the stone monument. Students, come closer. Hundreds of people gathered in front of the stone tablet, looking at each other curiously, wondering what they were going to do. My surname is Lin, and I am the head instructor for this summer camp. You can call me Instructor Lin. First of all, I want to congratulate you on passing the first hurdle of the summer camp training. Number of participants in this summer camp, 672. Number of participants who passed the test, 466. The pass rate was close to 70%, exceeding our expectations. Upon hearing this number, Zhao Lin's face paled slightly, and he looked at Ye Bai and Lu Sueki beside him. 30% of people were eliminated. Zhao Lin never expected that their CCF group, which should have been at the bottom among all the genius seeds, would still pass with a 100% success rate. Luck, it must be luck. Zhao Lin didn't think much of it, and continued to concentrate on listening to Instructor Lin's speech. What you saw earlier was the return of my human race's Windstorm Legion from the Abyss Plane with a great victory. With a smile on his face, Lin Jiao slowly spoke. As you have probably noticed, after the portal opened, the soldiers went out first, followed by the generals, then the kings, and finally the god of war brought up the rear. The students nodded in agreement. That's how it is when retreating. But when charging, the god of war is first, followed by the king of war, the general of war, and the soldier of war. Lin's words left many students wide-eyed. Our human race has fought for 100 years, and the strong prevail. Instructor Lin spoke each word clearly and forcefully. In times of great battle, the strongest will always enter the death will camp, and the god of war will always charge ahead. Those who show cowardice in the face of battle will be dismissed from their posts on the spot, and never to be reused. Students, the forest you just walked through is the final resting place of countless heroic souls of our human race. Instructor Lin briefly explained the origins of the eternal forest. Many female students' eyes reddened, while the male students clenched their fists, their knuckles turned white, and their molars clenched so tightly they made a grinding sound. They wished they could rush to the Abyss Plane right now and fight the monsters for 300 rounds. The equipment in your hands is the legacy of countless heroic souls. The obsession you bear is the obsession of millions of heroic souls. In the future, the homeland you protect will be their homeland, and also our homeland. Remember, 90 years ago, ever since the Abyss Plane invaded Blue Star, humanity has entered a state of war. To this day, humanity has not lifted its state of war. Not at all. Instructor Lin's gaze swept across each person's face, lingering for a few seconds. His eyes seemed to shimmer with stars as he spoke, almost like a low growl. You live in a time of war, and have only enjoyed moments of peace protected by your ancestors. Do not mistake false peace for lasting tranquility, nor mistake a baby's cradle for your true home. This world is exceptionally cruel and cold. The monsters lurking in the darkness will never give up any opportunity to invade Earth. Instructor Lin's words struck a chord deep within everyone's hearts, leaving them with an immense sense of awe. As the ancients said, one should be mindful of potential dangers even in times of peace. Since 90 years ago, humanity has never lived in peace. Every single moment has been a struggle on the brink of life and death. The war between humanity and the Abyss Plane has never ended. The bloody battle will not end until one side is completely subdued or annihilated. Chapter 79. The Ticket to Becoming Classmates with Shura. Gathering Square. Instructor Lin announced that today's exercise had come to an end. Each student will have a corresponding senior student for one-on-one tutoring. Each group of 4 will also be assigned a teaching assistant, and senior students will explain the specific content to you. As soon as instructor Lin finished speaking, Zhao Lin began to look around, searching for a target. Zwilingxia looked at Lu Sueki and smiled. I will be responsible for your tutoring during this period of intensive training. Thank you for your help, senior. No trouble at all. After the summer camp, you can consider applying to Imperial University. Professor Hu, a summoner, is a very kind person and a top-ranked summoner in the Dragon Kingdom, especially skilled in raising avian summons. Zwilingxia earnestly explained that he had begun to recruit talent for his alma mater. Ever since learning about Lu Sueki's S-level talent, Zwilingxia was certain that this young girl's future achievements would not be inferior to his own. S-level talent, the dedicated training of a war king, plus Lu Sueki's own personality. As long as he survives, the war king cannot escape. I'll consider it. As she said this, Lu Sueki glanced at Ye Bai. Clearly, Ye Bai prefers to go to whichever university she applies to. Zwilingxia also noticed this, so he stopped trying to persuade them and instead called to the three of them. Let's go. I'll take you to the dormitory area first. Your senior classmates are waiting for you over there. Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School is located in Zone C, while Nanjiang No. 2 Middle School, which is in the same city as you, is located in Zone A. People cannot move freely between different areas. The summer camp is under strict management. If you violate the rules, you'll be disqualified at best and sent to the enforcement team at worst. Zwilingxia first gave the group a warning, then said, however, you can rest assured. I attend classes and live a normal life as usual, and with senior students helping to keep an eye on me, I won't break any rules. By the way, you have regular exchange meetings with No. 2 Middle School once a week, and the bottom 10% will be eliminated. Led by Zwilingxia, the three arrived at the so-called Area C. Ye Bai also met the senior assigned to him, Feng Dong, a man with a thin face and bright, piercing eyes. Upon seeing Ye Bai for the first time, he was extremely excited and came up to shake hands with Ye Bai warmly. Junior brother Ye, I've missed you so much. Ye Bai looked blank. Senior Feng, do we know each other? I don't know him. Feng Dong shook his head vigorously, his face full of sincerity, and said, but I know that meeting you, my junior, is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me. Ye Bai, Ninth Master, wake up. There's a prophet here. Give him a stab. Feng Dong's actions left Ye Bai completely bewildered, utterly clueless. Feng Dong, don't go too far. Left spirit weapon couldn't stand it any longer and coldly rebuked. Is this how you treat a junior student? I'm sorry, I'm just too happy. Feng Dong raised his hands and apologized repeatedly. Junior Ye, I meant no offense. Zwilingxia briefly explained to Ye Bai why Feng Dong was so happy. Ye Bai tried to understand and sort out the logic behind it. You mean, Feng Dong's credits are linked to my final ranking at the summer camp? Right. The worse I perform, the lower his grades will be. Right. Then what's he happy about? Ye Bai was even more confused. Feng Dong graduated from Shanghai University, one of the top 2 universities in China. Logically speaking, it should be the king of kings among kings. Why is he so happy despite having low grades? They were not ashamed, but rather proud. Could it be that the king of role has undergone its ultimate evolution and become the king of scoundrels? Feng Dong cleared his throat. Junior, you don't know this, but I'm only a freshman and I want to study for a few more years. I've already failed 4 courses this semester. If I fail this summer camp internship course too, I'll have to repeat the year. Zhao Lin and Ye Bai. Wait, what you mean by repeating a year? It can't be because of. Ye Bai's expression changed slightly as he realized the reason behind it. Left spirit weapon, standing to the side, ruthlessly exposed. He just wanted to be in the same class as Shura and catch up with the biggest wave of benefits of the era of supreme power. The Azura has appeared in the world. This is information known to everyone, although the true identity of Shura is unknown. But, based on the growth trajectory of the 3 strongest individuals in the past, Shura will most likely also enter university, and a top university at that. Only there can you find the best resources to help Shura grow quickly. To be in the same class as the strongest is a great honor, and of course, there will be unexpected benefits as well. Feng Dong said with emotion. Junior students, you have no idea. From the very first day that Shura appeared in the world, Both Shanghai University and Beijing University have been in chaos. Two top universities. Freshmen and sophomores started taking leave and suspending their studies like crazy, and some even wanted to drop out and retake the exams. Their purpose was very clear. I will use every means to reach the same level as the Azura. Those who were usually shrewd and arrogant suddenly transformed into scoundrels. Even the act of being a slacker has started to get heated. Homework should be done perfunctorily, and you should be late for class whenever possible, or skip class if you can avoid it. They wish they could line up to give gifts to the teacher so that their grades would be even worse, and they could repeat a year to be classmates with Shura. One elderly professor was so angered by this that he was hospitalized. Boosting GPA? I'd never boost my GPA in my entire life. The only way out is to rack your brains to lower your credits and do everything you can to repeat a year. Feng Dong was one of them. Before coming to summer camp, Feng Dong had already failed 4 courses. If he failed one more, he would have to repeat the year. So, when Feng Dong drew Ye Bai, who had a C-level talent, he was incredibly excited, as if he had won the ticket to be classmates with Shura. Looking around the entire summer camp, who has a talent worse than a C-level student? Oh, there really is an F class. That's fine then. Feng Dong, let me warn you, don't be too happy yet. Zhuo Lingxia was clearly dissatisfied with Feng Dong's attitude and said coldly, Ye Bai, you can only earn credits if you can persevere until the end of the summer camp training. If Ye Bai is eliminated early, you'll be assigned to a new junior. Want to fail a course? Heh. Feng Dong nodded. That's true. He looked at Ye Bai with intensely fervent eyes. So, junior, in order for senior to become Shura's classmate, you must work hard, work even harder, and persevere until the end of summer camp. Ye Bai? Then I'll do my best. It's okay, senior. I will do everything I can to support you for my own future. Feng Dong patted his chest and guaranteed it. If Ye Bai leaves, where will he find a junior with C-level talent? If he's unlucky and gets assigned a junior with S-level talent, Feng Dong's plan will be completely ruined. Just as the group was talking, a burly man approached, with a typical Western face. The burly man looked at Zhao Lin and said in a deep voice, Feet, a sophomore at Shanghai University, majoring in heavy armor warriors. Hello, Senior Fate, my name is Zhao Lin. Looking at Zhao Lin, who was as thin as a monkey, Fate frowned in displeasure. You're too skinny. I feel like I could knock you away with a single stomp. How could there be such a thin and weak soldier? As she spoke, Fate took out a meat chop that was half a person tall from her storage space and handed it to Zhao Lin. Your task for today is to eat it. Those who cannot finish their food are not allowed to enter the Eternal Tower. Hiss. Zhao Lin gasped, beginning to question his life choices. How many jaw muscles would it take to finish such a huge piece of meat? Do you have to eat this much for every meal from now on? Food? Who told you this was food? This is a midnight snack. Zhao Lin. Upon meeting, Fate immediately taught Zhao Lin a lesson. How is a good soldier made? Start by learning how to eat. Fate arrived the latest, but was the first to get into the swing of things and had already started training Zhao Lin. Zhuo Lingxia pulled Lu Sueki away, and Feng Dong also took Ye Bai aside. Junior, your tasks this week are going to be tough. Be prepared. Feng Dong has already explained the rules of the summer camp. There will be designated tasks each week. The better you complete the task, the higher your score will be. This score will determine the final ranking of the combat tests. Those with high ratings have the right to choose their opponents, while those with low ratings cannot refuse. The final elimination list is determined by a combination of combat performance and this week's mission score. In other words, in order not to be eliminated, you must complete this week's tasks better. Feng Dong analyzed carefully. This will boost your overall score and give you the upper hand in the final combat test. That's true. Ye Bai couldn't help but ask curiously, what is the mission? Ye Bai was very curious about the incredibly difficult task that Feng Dong had mentioned. Feng Dong said with utmost seriousness, pass through the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors of the Eternal Tower. Also, harvest a piece of raw ore, requiring a minimum grade of D and a minimum weight of 10 kilograms. Ye Bai? The 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th floors. He completed the entire game in one go last night. As for the raw ore, that is indeed a problem. In the mysterious mine, Even the lowest grade is B. Where can Ye Bai find D grade raw? After a long silence, Ye Bai blurted out, I really didn't expect this week's mission to be this difficult. Don't be afraid, Junior. Feng Dong patted Ye Bai on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. I'll take care of everything. You just focus on clearing the game. If you encounter any problems, just come to me. Thank you, Senior. It's all right, we're like brothers. If I become classmates with Shura, I'll never forget your contribution. Come on, I'll treat you to a late-night snack. Chapter 80. Tonight's expenses will be paid by Xuanming. Summer Camp, Zone C. After having a late-night snack, I returned to my dorm. Feng Dong handed Ye Bai a complete walkthrough for floors 3, 4, 5, and 6, and gave him instructions. Junior, this guide is a bit outdated. Because of Shura, these 4 levels have been reset, and the difficulty should be reduced significantly. I'll bring you a new strategy guide tomorrow. You can try the 3rd floor today. Okay. Ye Bai accepted the strategy guide and said very sincerely, Senior Feng, it feels a bit awkward for us to call each other Senior and Junior like this. You can call me Brother Bai. Feng Dong. This kid is interesting. Feng Dong was also very straightforward and didn't care about these details at all. Okay, Brother Bai. If I become classmates with Shura in the future, it will all depend on you, Brother Bai. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. After Feng Dong left, Ye Bai was the only one left in the dormitory. The summer camp was very well equipped, with single dormitories, a 24-hour canteen, a well-trained doctor, and instructors drawn from various military units. Ye Bai had been busy all day, with no rest since the afternoon. However, this trip was quite fruitful. Besides inscribing a poem on the monument to his will to die, Ye Bai also acquired the Heavenly King's sword. Well, that's all I've gained. That's all. Thinking of this, Ye Bai caught a glimpse of the tattered cloak out of the corner of his eye and couldn't help but facepalm. This isn't just bringing back a piece of equipment. It's bringing back a gold-devouring beast. Ye Bai only had one skull among the SSS grade materials. He had none of the others. We have no choice but to try and acquire it from Wolf's Denver. It's definitely not something you can get through ordinary means. Ye Bai hadn't forgotten that Xuanming still owed him a large sum of reward money. Reporting the list of high-ranking members of the 4th demonic cult and reporting the link game together would yield an astronomical reward. Ye Bai risked his life to obtain this intelligence. This is what he deserves, not a single penny less. Ye Bai counted on his fingers. Wuhan still owes me 2 skill books and 1 equipment forging opportunity. Ye Bai now has a new idea regarding the forging of equipment. Now that he has the Heavenly King's sword and the power of nature, what Ye Bai lacks most right now is armor. However, armor requires more materials than weapons. Especially considering Ye Bai's life-loving nature, he wished he could create a set of SSS-level armor. After taking inventory, Ye Bai also checked the supplies at hand. The 2 mysterious mines are the ones that most need development. Thinking of this, Ye Bai looked down at his shadow. 9th Master, is it safe to enter the Eternal Tower now? You're going to the trading secret realm. Wait, you've got your own private space now. Ingjiu immediately realized what was happening, her voice trembling slightly as she pressed for an answer. Could it be the legendary mysterious mine? Old ginger is spicier. Ingjiu guessed the truth in an instant. Ye Bai nodded and asked in return, is this thing rare? It's not a matter of whether it's rare or not. It's really that kind of. Ingjiu sighed and continued. No one had ever discovered the mysterious mine before you. Just let us know what you need. We'll provide the most professional mining equipment and expert exploration services. This isn't appropriate. Ye Bai hesitated for a moment. There were already miners from the South River in his private space, so there shouldn't be too much of a problem with production capacity. The most advanced or mining equipment is considered a strategic material in all channels of Blue Star and is strictly controlled by the state administration for market regulation. Not a single part will be leaked. The human race needs these mining equipment to mine or in the abyss plane for military supplies. If these devices fall into the hands of demons, they can use them to mine and then use to kill humans. Ye Bai alone, without revealing his identity as Shura, would not have been able to purchase these devices. Completely free, Ye Bai originally intended to loudly reprimand Ingjiu. However, Shadow 9 gave far too much. Ninth Master, we agreed there wouldn't be any trickery involved, right? I would never cheat you, no matter who I cheat. Shadow 9 slowly said, the following content is a formal negotiation between me and you on behalf of both Shadow and Wolf's Denver. You are free to choose to cooperate or refuse. We are willing to provide mining equipment free of charge, pay miners' wages, hire specific NPCs to mine, and even be responsible for subsequent smelting work. In exchange, you will have the right of first refusal to purchase the ore produced by your side, guaranteeing that the purchase price will not be lower than the recent market average. You can keep the high grade or for your own use, as long as you guarantee a minimum output of 3,000 tons of raw ore per day. The contract was signed in the secret realm of transactions, witnessed by the realm spirits. We accept a 7-day short-term contract, which can be automatically renewed for another 7 days upon expiration if there are no objections. Ye Bai didn't consider it for long and nodded. I can accept this condition. No matter how you look at it, Ye Bai doesn't lose out on Ing Jio's suggestion. Even if Ye Bai changes his mind halfway through the cooperation can be terminated after 7 days. As for Ing Jio, his perspective on problems is completely different from Ye Bai's. Before the mysterious mine appeared, humans had to mine in the abyss plane to obtain high-quality ores. When mining ore, at least 2 legions need to be stationed to guard it, and at the same time, you will face tremendous defensive pressure. It's not just a matter of wasting manpower and resources, but also the bloodshed of countless people. In contrast, when purchasing from Ye Bai, the human race only needs to spend money. Over the years, the National Defense Headquarters has lacked everything except money. If all else fails, just give Ye Bai the money on the spot. There's as much as you want. Even the gold coins of the Eternal Tower have been forged by humans. Printing money is a trivial matter. As long as it doesn't kill us, we'll print as much as we can. Ye Bai exchanged the raw ore for money, and then converted it into the resources he needed. Mutually beneficial, each getting what they need. These are the parameters of the most advanced mining equipment of the human race. You can take it and study it first. A document appeared on Ye Bai's desk. Okay, I'll take you to see the mysterious mine. Bringing something nice to read while using the toilet is an essential quality of a mature man. By the way, how large is the mysterious mine you discovered? Ing Jio then realized that she had forgotten to ask the most important question. Not much, only 75 million tons. After saying that, Ye Bai's figure disappeared, leaving only his shadow standing alone in the same spot. He maintained his excellent habit of showing off and then running away. Ing Jio murmured, 75 million tons. If they are all C-grade ores, it's equivalent to the total output of 10 medium-grade abyss planes. Hiss. I forgot to ask this kid for the photos. Mysterious mine. Ye Bai appeared in his private space, and the miner leader immediately came to greet him. Boss, we're ready to get to work anytime. No rush. Take a look at this equipment first and estimate its production capacity. Ye Bai handed the corresponding parameters to the miner leader, and several miners immediately gathered around to analyze them together. A few minutes later, the miners leader came up with the results of the discussion. Boss, if everything written here is true, we estimate that initial daily output will be around 10,000 tons. Once output stabilizes, it can be maintained between 30,000 and 50,000 tons. With a daily output of 50,000 tons, it would take 1,500 days to empty 2 mysterious mine pits, but more than 4 years. Great, the equipment will be delivered soon. Sharpening your axe won't delay your work. We can start production when it arrives. Ye Bai asked the miners to put their work aside and instead inquire about their living conditions. Do we have enough food and water? We have enough water, but not enough food. An awkward expression first appeared on the miner's leader's face. There's only enough for 1 meal left. If we squeeze it out, it can last for a few days. Ye Bai frowned and asked, I remember I purchased enough food for 1,500 people. Boss, it's mainly because it eats too much. It escaped from the mine, and we didn't intend to chase it away. The miner's leader led Ye Bai to the back, revealing the answer to the mystery. A giant lizard was lying lazily beside the mine, basking in the moonlight. It was very excited to see Ye Bai. Way bibaboo. Wabababoo. Ye Bai was in a good mood after seeing the lizard brother again. Back when he was in the mine, the lizard guy helped him bring back 50 liters of water, which was very meaningful. Okay, you can live here from now on. Although the lizard brother has a big appetite, he is friendly to people and can communicate with Ye Bai. The lizard is quite strong. After being freed from petrification, he is comparable to a warrior. If anything goes wrong during mining, the giant lizard can be the first to rescue people. As an earth elemental creature, the underground is its paradise. Otherwise, it wouldn't have lived in an abandoned mine and eventually encountered Medusa. With the help of the Eye of Insight, Ye Bai was able to communicate normally with the giant lizard. Hey bro, keep an eye on things, this place belongs to us. Giant lizard, ABA. Having resolved the problem of the giant lizard, Ye Bai gave some instructions before leaving. I will resolve the food issue as soon as possible. We'll eat 3 meals a day on time, and if things go well, we can add a late-night snack. 12 o'clock. The Eternal Tower is now open. Welcome to the Eternal Core City. Upon entering the Eternal Core City, Ye Bai headed straight for the wolf's den. Sure enough, Shui Ming was in the wolf's den, along with the young lady named Dai Ming from before. You're here. Shui Ming was also waiting for Ye Bai. Looking at the familiar mask, he recognized the other party's true identity at a glance. Come on, follow me. Etc. Ye Bai interrupted Shui Ming's spellcasting. I heard that all expenses at the wolf's den were waived last night. That's right. To celebrate Shura's success in clearing 4 levels, all expenses are free. Shui Ming was surprised. Why are you asking this? As the Shura himself, I didn't even get to enjoy the Shura free meal benefit. This made Ye Bai very resentful. Just like Ye Bai achieving 2nd place in the imitation of Shura contest. What kind of mess is this? Adhering to the principle of never suffering a loss in anything. Ye Bai asked matter-of-factly, did you order the 5,000 single-person meals I asked you to order last night? Shui Ming, did you allow me to order it? No? Think again. Shui Ming took a few deep breaths, then turned to look at Dai Ming. Prepare 5,000 single meals for him. The money. Butterfly Dream is very realistic. It can provide 5,000 single-person meals, but who will pay for them? It can't be like this. Use yesterday's free meal to buy today's food. Shui Ming lowered his voice so that Ye Bai wouldn't hear. Put it on my father's tab. Chapter 81 Exploiting the Powerful. Eternal Core City. The Wolf's Den, deep within. Ye Bai spoke before even sitting down. Let's finish this quickly. After we're done, I still need to challenge the Tower of Eternity. Today's task. SSS level rating 0 of 1. Take it one step at a time. Shui Ming closed the door. We have completely confirmed the list you provided, and we have also calculated its corresponding value. As he spoke, Shui Ming handed over a list. Each person's name is followed by a corresponding reward amount. You reported a total of 64 people, of whom 25 have been arrested or executed for various reasons, and 6 are actually our undercover agents. There are also 9 others who have been under our surveillance for a long time. In other words, the number of valid reports you made is 24. The final bounty is 19 million gold coins. Upon seeing the number 19 million gold coins, Ye Bai's eyelids twitched. At the same time, this achievement also helped you upgrade Lone Wolf's rank from gold to star. As he spoke, Shui Ming stretched out his hand, and a beam of white light fell from his palm onto the Lone Wolf medal. Plated with a layer of silver light, the wolf's head has also changed slightly. It has lost its previous ferocity and instead become more restrained, with a glint of wisdom in its eyes. Congratulations on becoming the number 1 on the War Soldier Star ranking. Ye Bai asked curiously, how many people are on the Battle Soldier Star ranking? 1. Ye Bai? He was in 1st place, and he was also in last place. Indeed, very few people can make it onto the star ranking during the Battle Soldier stage. Many people didn't even have the chance to accumulate merits before becoming generals. Ye Bai's case is an exception among exceptions. What about the bounty on the leader of the 4th demonic cult? Ye Bai quickly moved on to the next question. 19 million gold coins is indeed an astronomical figure. But for what Ye Bai needs now, 19 million is just a drop in the bucket. Repairing Nightmare Wind requires SSS-grade materials. Crafting top-tier armor also requires high-quality materials, preferably S-grade or higher. These two things alone will cost an unknown amount of money. Xuemeng said in a deep voice. As you know, the leader of the demonic sect is not dead yet. You were supposed to receive the full reward, but now you'll have to get a discount. Ye Bai? I was careless. If only I had known it would be like this. Ye Bai will definitely claim the reward first, and then report the game again. Maximize the value of whistleblowing. This wave is called one person eating multiple meals. One cannot step into the same river twice, but Ye Bai can report Lian Liankin twice. All right, I'll write this down. Ye Bai spoke as if he himself had lost money. If I had known, I wouldn't have stopped Ninth Master and would have let him keep his promise. Xuemeng, who was sitting opposite Ye Bai, suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck, as if something ominous was about to happen. Shadow 9, I was wondering why you didn't stop me. Let's not talk about these happy things. Let's get straight to the point. How much? Ye Bai was quite composed. He saw things very clearly. His relationship with Xuemeng was merely a matter of discussing money when they went inside. I'll give you 12 points of War God merit, but I think you might need this more. As he spoke, Xuemeng pulled a 3-meter-long bone club out of his pocket. This is a pale, bony club lay before Ye Bai, with bits of meat still clinging to it, steaming hot, and the marrow still warm 100% fresh. Clearly, the bone club was handed to Xuemeng the moment it was removed. The right leg bone of Cerberus, the 3-headed hellhound. Yes, you should need SSS-grade materials, right? Yes, it is necessary. Ye Bai stared at the steaming bones, speechless for a moment. Is this cooked to order? Cerberus, once fully grown, is undoubtedly a god-like being. Although the 3 heads often quarrel and disagree, each has their own ideas, and sometimes even kill each other. But he was still the god of war. How did they end up in such a miserable state, like the Xinjiang fish in the grilled fish restaurant, killed without warning? No buying, no killing. I want it. Ye Bai placed the order without hesitation. Screw killing, I'm just buying and selling. Look this way. Xuemeng actually took out an anatomical diagram and carefully explained it to Ye Bai. Aside from cartilage, Cerberus has a total of 72 usable bones after it reaches adulthood. Order the complete skeleton excluding the skull now and enjoy a 12% discount. A deposit of 12 War God merit points can be used to offset 20 War God merit points. You're paying a deposit here for double 12. Ye Bai immediately took out all his belongings. How much can 19 million gold coins and 12 War God merits be exchanged for? Normally, 1 War God merit is equal to 1 million gold coins, so that's 31 War God merits. Xuemeng did the calculations. I can buy the bones of the limbs, but I still need 60 War God merits to buy the whole set. 60 War God merits, which is equivalent to 60 million gold coins. Ye Bai suddenly thought of finding a few more followers of the demonic cult to report. I'm a little short on cash lately, Shah. I'm feeling quite righteous lately, and I'm sworn enemies of evil. Ye Bai, still suppressing his heartache, said, I'll take this skeleton. Pay the deposit first, and I'll figure out how to settle the balance. Xuemeng reminded him, You can't put this on my head. What are you saying? Do you think I, Shura, am that kind of person? Xuemeng's eyes silently told Ye Bai, You are. The right leg bone was handed to Ye Bai. Xuemeng said that the rest of the bones would be delivered over the next 3 days. Okay, is everything all right now? If not, I'm leaving. Let's have tea another day. Ye Bai was about to get up to get the 5,000 single-person meals. Wait, someone asked me to deliver something to you. Xuemeng stopped Ye Bai and took out several skill books from his pocket. My second uncle said he'd give you 2 skill books. Oh, Ye Bai's eyes lit up. Xuemeng's second uncle is Ye Bai's second brother. The skill book for the flawless skill has finally arrived. There's still a choice. As expected of the most elegant and powerful person, he is reliable in everything he does. These are all melee skills. It's weird for a mage to learn them. Xuemeng didn't say much, but pushed the skill book in front of Ye Bai and said, There are 5 books here. Take them back and study them at your leisure. After you use 2 books, the remaining 3 will automatically disappear. Looking at the 5 skill books in front of him, Ye Bai's first reaction was, Is there any way to prevent the other 3 books from disappearing? I don't know when it started. Exploiting bugs became an instinct etched deep into Ye Bai's soul. It's not easy to fleece the strongest person even once. Ye Bai should cherish this opportunity. If Ye Bai can successfully exploit the bug, then it's his own skill. Woohin, being such a magnanimous person, naturally wouldn't say much. It is possible. Using a sword of the Heavenly War God rank can temporarily seal 3 skill books, which can be learned later when the strength is sufficient. Do you have a sword of the Heavenly War God rank, SS grade? Do you have one? I don't. I only have a hammer. At this point, Xuanmeng became extremely agitated and even roared. Can you understand how I feel? I wield a sword. After becoming a war god, he could only wield a hammer. A hammer. He panicked. Ye Bai, I don't quite understand. I have the Heavenly King's sword. But the words, once on the tip of my tongue, flowed silently, like spring rain nourishing the earth. I understand how you feel. Indeed, this kind of equipment is rare and hard to come by. Not everyone has the opportunity to own it. Ye Bai spoke very sincerely, and every word he said was true. At least you said something sensible. Xuanmeng sighed. Close the door when you go out. Oh, and be careful. Be careful of what? Recently, the Eternal Tower has been infected by demons far too frequently. If you go to the 7th floor tonight, you'll most likely run into some trouble. At this point, Xuanmeng frowned deeply. I wonder what that strange old Taoist is up to. The eccentric old Taoist priest most likely refers to Xiaoyao. Hearing this, Ye Bai also felt a little strange. In total, Ye Bai encountered the demon god's subordinates on the 1st and 2nd floors. The Eternal Tower is clearly guarded by a supreme being, so it shouldn't be so poorly protected. Keeping this in mind, Ye Bai turned and left. After he walked away, Xuanmeng burst out laughing. No, I'm overthinking it. Anyone who runs into this shameless brat is doomed. That kid, he causes trouble wherever he goes. After leaving the office, Ye Bai applied for a personal space at the Wolf's Den reception desk. Starry Sky Lone Wolf, SS level classified information. You can use it to test your combat strength, practice your skills, and forge equipment. Room number SS-002. Access has been granted. Scan the Lone Wolf badge to enter. Thanks. Ye Bai carried 5,000 individual meals into his storage space before heading to SS-002. I heard a murmur of conversation behind me. A 9th-tier warrior, Star Wolf, am I seeing things? He's the junior that Xuanmeng has his eye on. He might have made some great contribution. There have been many precedents for this. Indeed, Star Wolf, a warrior-level rank has more reputation than strength. Only when he becomes a warrior general will his true potential be revealed. Wow, he took so much food. Can he finish it all? It can only be said that some people's focus is always different from others. Upon entering room SS-002, Ye Bai took out the skull and right leg bone of Cerberus. Let's try to repair Nightmare Wind first, then check out the skill book Wuhan gave us. Xuanmeng's final reminder forced Ye Bai to perk up. If the 7th floor is corrupted by demons, achieving 100% exploration will likely be quite difficult. If he could achieve an SSS level clear, Ye Bai would naturally not miss the opportunity. Therefore, Ye Bai needs to be fully prepared before setting off. Let's begin. Ye Bai looked at the eager Nightmare Wind and threw the skull of Cerberus into it. In an instant, the Nightmare Winds engulfed the skull, even letting out a burp. Hiccup. Chicken flavor, crunchy. Chapter 82 Master Brother of the Broken Water Flow. Wolf's Den, room SS-002. After swallowing the skull, Nightmare Wind let out a burp. Seeing this, Ye Bai threw in the large bone stick he had just bought. This time, the Nightmare Winds devoured everything even faster. After a chilling grinding sound, not even a trace of bone remained. After consuming 2 SSS-grade materials in succession, Nightmare Wind's durability was significantly restored. The corresponding information appeared in front of Ye Bai. Equipment: Nightmare Wind LV.21. Rank SSS. Durability 0.201%. Attributes: Agility plus 201, Strength plus 200, Constitution plus 200. Physical/magical defense 201. Entry: I'm broken. Please fix me. I really miss being perfectly fine. Mastery of 3 elements. Choose any 3 elemental schools. All spell effects plus 2%. Shadow of Cerberus. Summons a Cerberus Shadow LV.20 to fight for you. After it is defeated, it needs to rest for 24 hours before it can fight again. After consuming 2 bones, Nightmare Wind's durability only increased by 0.2%. A Cerberus can only provide 72 bones, which is 7.2% of durability. To completely repair the Nightmare Wind, we need to approach 14 Cerberus Kings. Ye Bai's face darkened. He had greatly underestimated the Nightmare Wind's ability to devour gold. However, judging from the attributes of mastery of 3 elements and shadow of Cerberus, it seems that adding certain materials will trigger a chain reaction, increasing the corresponding attributes. Ye Bai was planning to wait until he had used up all the bones of the Cerberus King before looking for other suitable SSS-grade materials. To maximize the combat power of Nightmare Wind, it is essential to ensure a variety of materials used in the repair process. Ye Bai is proficient in all 3 elements, and his attributes are set to wind, fire, and thunder. Although it's only a 2% bonus, it's enough. Once all of Cerberus's bones arrive, this ratio should be able to increase further. The thought of still owing a huge debt of 60 million gold coins gave Ye Bai a headache. Let's not think about this for now. Ye Bai fastened his cloak, and a thought struck him. The shadow of Cerberus. A vicious dog, half a person's height, leaped out of the shadows, baring its teeth and looking menacing. This is a cute little treat, chicken-flavored, crunchy, and delicious. It's making my mouth water. Monster, Cerberus juvenile stage. LV.20. HP, 45,000. MP, 30,000. Physical defense, 380. Magic defense, 400. Skills, Howling Dog, Watchdog. In terms of combat power alone, this shadow could sweep away a 6th-tier warrior. It's alright, better than nothing. The strength of a 6th-tier warrior is indeed insufficient for Ye Bai at his current level. But these are just 2 bones, used to cultivate the shadow of Cerberus. They may be weak in strength, but they have great potential. Once all the bones are gathered, he might not be at the God of War level, but he'll at least be comparable to a war king. This gives Ye Bai another way to protect himself. Come back. The 3-headed hellhound transformed into a shadow and disappeared into the nightmare shadow behind Ye Bai. It can exist indefinitely as long as it is not killed. Even after being defeated, it can be summoned again in just 24 hours. Putting the matter of Nightmare Shadow aside, Ye Bai began to study the 5 skill books given to him by Wuan. The level requirements are way too high. Ye Bai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Only now did he understand why Wuan had given away 5 books at once. 4 of these books require a minimum learning level of 200. There is only one book that Ye Bai can truly learn from now. Stay calm. The higher the level requirement, the stronger the skill. Since he had made up his mind to use the Heavenly King's sword to exploit the bug, none of these 5 skill books could escape Ye Bai's clutches. With the meat already in his mouth, would Ye Bai really let it fly away? Even if it really flies away, Ye Bai will take it back with interest. After calming himself down, Ye Bai focused on studying the skill book in front of him. Seamless water flow. The skill book even has background information. At level 50, I mastered a sword technique that can slay a war king. Second brother is really good at pretending. This is good. I'll copy it down. I might need it later. Ye Bai has already made up his mind. Decades later, he will also leave behind a skill book for the world. Shura Lightning Arrow. I mastered an arrow at level 1, capable of slaying gods and destroying demons. Ye Bai placed the skill book in his palm, and a white light flashed. Successfully learned the skill Stop Water Flow. Severing Flow draws the sword at extremely high speed and slashes at the opponent, dealing 2000 plus 1.5 multiply by physical attack physical damage. Targets hit by the interrupted water flow cannot recover health for 5 seconds. Consumption, none. Cooldown time, 5 seconds. The skill description is very concise. The water cut-off skill has 2 effects, damage and reduced healing. Wrong. It shouldn't be called reducing treatment. It should be called eliminating treatment altogether. Second brother's cheat codes are just as good as mine. Ye Bai sighed. As expected, the strongest are all cheaters. However, there was one thing Ye Bai didn't quite understand. Aside from the fact that it requires no treatment, the water flow itself does not cause much harm. My second brother said this sword could slay the war king. Was he just bragging? Based on Ye Bai's understanding of Wuhan, this possibility is very small. Perhaps the combination of the water-severing flow and second brother's own talent would be enough to unleash terrifying power and kill the War King. After putting away the remaining skill books, Ye Bai tried releasing the water breaker a few more times and found it quite good. Second brother probably hasn't taught this move to anyone else. Very good. From this day forward, I am the senior brother of broken water flow. Ye Bai felt as if he had a sword in his hand, looking down on all the heroes under heaven. I, Shura, am not targeting anyone in particular. I am saying that all the demons present are ______. Put away the Heavenly King's sword. If Xuemeng sees it, he'll easily get high blood pressure. To take care of the physical and mental health of middle-aged and elderly people, Ye Bai decided to keep a low profile. I walked out of room SS-002 and went to the front desk. Dai Ming was deeply impressed by him and took the initiative to ask, "Is there anything else?" To prevent Ye Bai from striking first, Dai Ming quickly added, "Xuemeng instructed that you should no longer keep accounts with him. Am I that kind of person?" Ye Bai was furious. How could they all look down on him? I just wanted to ask, what kind of special offers do you have if I clear the Shura level with an SSS rating? Oh, this. Dai Ming was taken aback. This guy was still resentful about getting a free meal? Achieving an SSS level rating on the same day entitles you to a 20% discount on all purchases. 2 times, 50% off. 3 times, 10% off. For visits, and it's free. Dai Ming quickly formulated the rules, and even wrote these conditions on a small blackboard and hung it in a conspicuous place at the front desk. Thank you, I understand. Ye Bai did some mental calculations. Today, I only managed to clear the level SSS twice in 6 hours. Buying food at a 50% discount is not worth it. Why spend money when you can get it for free? He had just extorted 5,000 portions of food from Xuemeng, enough to feed the miners for several days. I'll order more goods once I'm confident I can clear the game at least 3 times with an SSS rating. After bidding farewell to Butterfly Dream, Ye Bai walked out of the combat power testing hall and onto the street. Summoning the eternal core crystal, Ye Bai placed his palm on it and felt a slight coolness. Please select the floor you wish to go to. The 7th floor. A white light engulfed Ye Bai. The familiar notification sound rang in my ears again. Wishing you a speedy completion of the Eternal Tower. Chapter 83 The Demon God's Conspiracy. The Eternal Tower, 7th floor. The Cliff of Extreme Cold. Call. The biting wind is like a knife, slashing at people all over, and it will not hesitate to sneak into any gap, giving them a chilling experience. Shortly before Ye Bai entered the 7th floor, several figures shrouded in black robes stood facing each other atop the frigid cliff. We shouldn't have met like this. It's too dangerous. One of them spoke, and the voice was clearly processed, sounding like dozens of people speaking at the same time, including men, women, young and old, like a large chorus. The weakest person present was a War King, so logically they wouldn't come to such a low-level floor. Moreover, the Eternal Tower is guarded by Xiaoyao. Trying to pull something under someone's nose is tantamount to suicide. The strongest person in the arena slowly spoke. That person has been in seclusion since yesterday. These words reassured everyone present. As everyone knows, once the supreme expert Xiaoyao begins his seclusion, he will never show himself or make a move. It can take anywhere from 7 days to several years. Once, a supreme war god faced a life or death crisis, but Xiaoyao, who was in seclusion, still did not offer any help. Same. This information concerns the supreme expert Xiaoyao, and should be kept highly confidential, known only to a very few people. Clearly, the one who spoke earlier held a high position among the human race. Upon hearing this news, a voice rang out, trembling uncontrollably, filled with extreme fear. The man asked cautiously, "Is he about to attack the final level again?" The Supreme Master, Xiaoyao, has lived in the Eternal Tower ever since he became famous. His so-called seclusion was for only one purpose, to pass through the Tower of Eternity. Yes. After receiving an affirmative reply, the man hurriedly said, "The 12th demon god's forces are withdrawing from this operation. Too dangerous, my lord. The 8th demon god has no interest. Farewell." Several figures vanished from their spot without leaving any trace, as if they had never been there. They are all rats that cannot be brought to the light, from the middle and upper ranks of various evil cults. Since the appearance of the Asuras, their living space has become smaller and smaller. The fourth demonic cult was wiped out, and the leader's fate and whereabouts are unknown. They knew perfectly well that on the path to the rise of the Asura, there was no room for compromise or buffer between the human and demon races. The struggle between the two sides will only intensify, the intensity of the war will increase, and even a war god-level powerhouse may fall. The first to be impacted were the lackeys of the demonic cult. That's the general trend. Many members of the demonic cult fled directly to the abyss plane and never returned to Earth. Most of the cult followers who remained on Earth had their own missions and purposes, or they were simply hoping to escape detection. For figures remained on the frigid cliff. Besides the organizers who gathered everyone, there were also 2 war gods and 1 war king. There are always those who are not afraid of death. Since that person is in seclusion, we can chat a bit more. Hurry up, I only have 3 minutes. You must be the leader of the first demonic sect. Are you still short of people? You have experience as a sect leader, are optimistic, hardworking, and most importantly, have always had good luck. The 3 spoke one after the other. The person in the center of the room spoke again. Who I am is none of your business. All you need to know is that I possess Shura's weakness and can stop him at the 7th level. The 3 of them immediately became interested. Tell me your plan, and if possible, my lord will be willing to invest some resources. The host spoke again. As you all know, Shura once killed a giant python in a mine in 0.01 seconds, which shows that he has extremely strong burst damage. That's right, continue. I need each of you demon gods to contribute a little of your primordial power to create a monster to replace the boss of the 7th floor. If the plan succeeds, Shura will have absolutely no chance of clearing the game. Words are no proof. So the host produced the corresponding information in his palm and distributed it to the 3 people. All 3 were formidable and experienced individuals. A glance at the documents was enough to assess their abilities. A 2-phase boss. That's interesting. Ignores physical damage in the first phase, only takes magical damage. After being killed, the 2nd phase begins, ignoring magic damage and only taking physical damage. The group nodded in agreement, satisfied with the information in the document. Yes, even if Shura had considered practicing close combat, there's absolutely no way he could solo the boss in such a short time. Moreover, the 2nd stage also comes with a high amount of life recovery ability, so I am confident that I can stop Shura. That's right. Even when I was level 200, I couldn't say I could easily defeat this boss. Does your first demonic sect really not want a leader? As for the other 2, I have extensive experience in bankruptcy restructuring and am skilled at leading the demonic cult to a comeback. What was originally a perfectly normal conversation filled with intrigue and scheming. The atmosphere became awkward because a certain war king kept interrupting. The 3 war gods ignored this clown and continued discussing their plan against Shura. I have another question. A blurry figure, a war god, spoke up. The boss is indeed powerful, but what if we send out a strong expert to eliminate him directly? A few days ago, a Minotaur warrior broke into the 1st level. Because it was severely injured and its strength had greatly decreased, the humans didn't take it seriously at all, treating it as an experience point for the Asura. In fact, Shura easily defeated his opponent and even reaped considerable benefits. But this time, the situation is completely different. The monsters they created using the essence of the demon god are only level 60 on paper, but their actual combat power is close to that of a war king. In this situation, the human race will definitely send out its strongest warriors to ruthlessly suppress and kill, clearing the obstacles for the Asuras to advance. If that's the case, then their entire scheme would have been in vain, a complete waste of their demonic essence. This is the essence of the whole plan. The host spoke slowly. Using the eternal rules of the 7th layer, we created a level 60 boss. It comes with the attribute, all is illusion. Any being above level 60 cannot harm it. It is precisely because of this entry that I need to gather the essence of many demon gods. Otherwise, my own power would suffice. These words shocked even the usually lively war king. The eternal rules, can they actually be utilized to this extent? Could this person be one of their subordinates? These were thoughts the war gods dared only have in their hearts, but dared not actually ask them aloud. If we were to ask who in this world understands the eternal rules best, that must be the strongest human being, Xiaoyao, a leader of a demonic sect, able to pinpoint the exact date of Xiaoyao's seclusion, and so familiar with the eternal rules. It's hard not to let one's imagination run wild. Hee hee. Here it is, the standard villainous laugh. The four people present reached an agreement amidst laughter. The first demon god originated from 3 strands of the source. Third demon god, we can contribute 2 strands of our essence, but the method for creating monsters must be shared with me. The sixth demon god, a wisp of its origin, a pair of war god level demonic eyes, conditions as above. The fourth demon god. When the war king mentioned the fourth demon god, the other 3 looked at him simultaneously, their expressions changing slightly. Lian Khan, he's really not dead. I heard it was the oldest and most powerful monster in the shadows that made the move. How did it survive? Xiao Xiaola ignored the stares of others and continued talking to herself. Let me see how much inventory I have left. The fourth demon god, 12 strands of its essence. I've suppressed them all. His eyes gleamed with excitement. I've always been lucky. I'm betting I can stop Shura this time. A total of 18 strands of demonic essence, and a pair of war god-level demonic eyes. It far exceeded the host's expectations and was a real surprise. In this way, the final boss's strength will increase significantly, and it might even gain a third form. In this way, we'll be absolutely certain we can stop Shura. Shura, you won't be clearing this level tonight. A gust of wind swept by, and the 4 figures vanished from their spot. And in the cave below the frigid cliff, a terrifying monster is growing stronger in the shadows, increasing at an astonishing rate. Extremely cold villages. A flash of white light, and Ye Bai appeared on the snow. A sea of people came and went before him, a dense crowd of heads, as if he had stumbled into a marketplace. Why is it so lively today? The 7th floor of the Eternal Tower is not a solo instance, and is not very difficult. Those who can pass through levels 3, 4, 5, and 6 will generally not get stuck at this level. Even if you get stuck, you can spend some money to hire someone to help you, sacrifice exploration points, and complete the game with a low score to continue moving forward. The thresholds to the Eternal Tower mostly exist in single-player instances. That was the Real Gate to Hell, blocking the progress of countless people. At the moment, among the newly awakened students, apart from Shura, almost no one was able to pass the first 6 levels. The 7th floor is a time of transition, when people are scarce and few should be living there. Just as Ye Bai was confused, a shout came from beside him. The latest prophecy, the latest prophecy. The boss created by the demon god is hidden beneath the frozen cliff. Demon god boss? Ye Bai seemed to understand something. These guys haven't given up yet. Damn it. Why can't they just stay home and wait to die? Why do they have to come out and offer themselves up for death? Ye Bai was so angry that his mouth twisted into a grin, and he even seemed a little impatient. Let me see what good stuff you're planning to send this time. Chapter 84. The boss arrives, a terrifying heartbeat. The Eternal Tower, 7th floor. Extremely cold village. Ye Bai looked at the bustling crowd, each person with a different nickname floating above their head. Crimson Blade, Predator, level 60 limited. Shepherd of Light, Sage of Words, level 60 under restriction. Everyone has one thing in common, level 60. Strange, why is the level cap set at 60? Ye Bai walked forward, keeping his eyes and ears open, trying to gather as much information as possible. He figured it out in no time. The demons have created a boss. Under the protection of eternal rules, beings above level 60 cannot harm it. Ye Bai almost burst out laughing. Is this because they're afraid someone will steal the boss from me? That's so thoughtful. If the boss's strength is too outrageous, the top human warriors will kill it directly, giving it no chance to stop them. Now, with this rule protecting them, things have become quite tricky. If the boss is sealed away, then Shura will not be able to clear the game at SSS level, and he won't even be able to clear it at SSS level. It's possible to kill the boss, but with Shura's strength, it would be very difficult for one person to do so. At least from an outsider's perspective, it's practically impossible for Shura to kill the boss on his own. So, this was the last solution they came up with. Looking at the large group of level 60 players around him, Ye Bai guessed the human race's strategy. Levels below 200 can use a level limiter to temporarily restrict their level to 60, thus meeting the requirements for killing the boss. The people in front of me are all students from top universities. They were summoned to defeat the boss. In the crowd, Ye Bai spotted several familiar figures. Zhuo Lingxia, Feng Dong, and Feet were walking together towards the edge of the village. Keep your distance from acquaintances. Ye Bai had other ways to gather information. In the youth mode, the chat between Zhuo Lingxia and the other two automatically generated subtitles and displayed them in front of Ye Bai. Zhuo Lingxia. It's a pity Xiaoping went to the Abyss Plane. If she were here, she could probably be the main damage dealer. Feng Dong, what are you afraid of? I'll carry you guys. Fate, weren't you thinking about failing your course? You're here to earn extra credits. Feng Dong, look at your lack of awareness. When it's time to go to the battlefield, do you expect me to be forced to do it at knife point? Feng Dong, you big oaf, you probably don't know how high the casualty rate is among the strongest generation. Back then, only one person from the entire class of the strongest nightmare survived. Ye Bai, turn it off. Turn it off right now? How can you eavesdrop on other people's conversations? You seem to be enjoying this? Ye Bai frowned slightly, clearly concerned about what Feng Dong had said at the end. What is the casualty rate of the strongest nightmare's classmates? This was the first time Ye Bai had heard of this. He wrote the words on his palm and stared at them with his eyes. Elementary school, middle school, high school, university? Four options were presented to Ye Bai. Elementary school, 100%. Junior high school, 100%. The answer to all four options is 100%. Ye Bai fell silent, and soon realized that something was wrong. Ing Jiao is a legendary childhood friend of the Supreme Expert Nightmare, and the two have a close relationship, always inseparable. If the casualty rate of Nightmare's classmates is 100%, then what about Shadow 9? Ye Bai hurriedly wrote another line. Where is Ninth Master? He was half dead. The topic was rather heavy, so Ye Bai shook his head and didn't delve into it further. Everyone has their own secrets. Shura rendered meritorious service to the human race, and Ing Jiao protected Shura. This is something that both sides tacitly agree on, and even take for granted. Neither of them owes the other anything. As for what secrets Ninth Master carries, that's beyond Ye Bai's current knowledge. Soon, Ye Bai learned two more data points from the Eye of Insight. The strongest among them, Wuhan, had a 64% mortality rate among his classmates during his university years. Xiao Yao 43%. Two alarming figures. This made Ye Bai think of himself. What about Shura? Based on past experience, getting close to the strongest seed means you've already lost half your life. Shadow 9 once said, the strongest always appear in the most dangerous places. Those who choose to follow the strongest also put their lives in danger. Clearly, the casualty rate is no secret at top universities. Feng Dong can mention it casually. Basically, everyone knows it. Ye Baixin's heart sank even further. Even so, Feng Dong and his classmates continued to try to lower their credits and fail courses so they could become classmates with the future elites. Regardless of the risks involved, even if they are fully aware of those risks. Don't get close to the strongest, or you'll suffer misfortune. Ye Bai grabbed a handful of snow, washed his face, and refreshed himself. I feel immense pressure. Let's go kill a boss to vent our frustration. A figure darted past in the wind and snow, attracting no one's attention. After all, there are just too many lone wolves like him. After the prophecy god of war obtained information about the boss, the defense command quickly formulated a strategy. Top universities should notify all students below the 200 level. Claim your free level 60 level limiter. Voluntarily go to the 7th floor of the Eternal Tower to participate in the boss extermination, and you will be awarded corresponding credits based on your performance. The vast majority of people, upon receiving the notification, immediately abandoned their original plans to complete the challenge, obtained the level limiter, and headed straight to the frigid village. If they could do something to help the Shurer achieve an SSS level rating, they would absolutely refuse. That's why Ye Bai saw the scene earlier. The extremely cold village, which should have been deserted, suddenly became bustling with activity. Ye Bai's behavior seemed unusual to them. He was just one of many. The cliff of extreme cold. Wind spirit leaps. Feng Dong extended his staff, ending the long chant. Before him, thousands of wind elemental spirits scattered in all directions, searching for the boss's whereabouts on the frigid cliff. The frozen cliffs cover a vast area, and exploring every single cave would waste too much time. Time waits for no one. The longer it drags on, the stronger the boss becomes, and the more troublesome it will be to deal with. Feng Dong's expertise in wind magic makes it the best method of detection in windy and snowy conditions. Here you go, the latest mana potion. Zhuo Lingxia handed over a bottle of potion, which Feng Dong tilted his head back and drank in one gulp. His face immediately contorted, and he let out a strange cry. It's bitter, so bitter. Is it bitter? The monkeys didn't complain about the bitterness when we experimented with them before. Fate pressed her ear against the stone wall, closed her eyes tightly, and sweat beaded on her forehead. I heard a terrifying heartbeat. His face was pale, and he could hardly bear to hear his heartbeat. At that moment, Feng Dong made a new discovery. Found it. Feng Dong raised his staff. Flying technique. Fly. With the help of the flight spell, the three headed straight for the cave where the boss was located. Inside the cave, hundreds of people were attacking a hideous, enormous monster, and the two sides were fighting fiercely. The monsters are far stronger than the players. Each attack can severely injure many people, sweeping away entire areas. Fortunately, the human players were well coordinated, and even though it was a temporary team, they had excellent basic skills. Warriors hold the line, priests follow up, warlocks buff, and all ranged classes unleash their maximum damage output. Even without a leader to direct them, they were able to withstand the disadvantages and fight the boss to a standstill. Moreover, with a steady stream of humans arriving to join the battle, the balance of power will soon tip completely in the humans' favor. Ye Bai's figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. Using the Eye of Insight, Ye Bai could easily locate the boss's hiding place. He glanced at the boss who was engaged in battle. A fake is a good thing. The minions spawned from the final boss will quickly revive even after being defeated. The final boss in the hidden cave must be killed for it to be truly destroyed. These guys from the demonic sect are pretty smart, but unfortunately they've used their intelligence for crooked and evil ways. Ye Bai looked towards a corner of the cave, where there was a hidden passage. The real boss is inside. As for the fake one outside, it's there to mislead people and draw attention away from them. Perfect timing. I was worried that making a move while hiding in the crowd would be too conspicuous. Ye Bai moved slowly, occasionally using skills like Wind Blade to scratch the boss. As he approached the corner, he triggered a hidden passage, and his figure vanished instantly. A beam of fire lit up the dark cave. Why are you trying to light it? Can't you see? Night vision mode activated. The fire went out. Ye Bai walked through the dark and long cave, getting closer and closer to the boss, and heard the strong, powerful beating of his heart. Thump. Thump. Chapter 85. You're the mole, aren't you? Ye Bai moved slowly forward inside the cave. The enormous heartbeat echoed, creating a tremendous sense of oppression, as if one were at the bottom of the ocean, suffocating one. Thump. Ye Bai checked his own condition as he moved forward. Ready to go, stacked up. The forbidden magic disc, the axis of forbidden spells. Ye Bai slung the Heavenly King's sword across his waist, concealing it with his cloak, and transferred the power of nature to his left hand. Whether you use your left or right hand to cast a spell makes no difference. When it comes to drawing a sword, Ye Bai still prefers to use his right hand. Men will always have preferences, and it's difficult for them to be fair to everyone. With everything ready, Ye Bai glanced at the distance indicator in the lower right corner. 1142 meters from the final boss. Very close. To be on the safe side, Ye Bai directly used the forbidden spell stored within the forbidden spell axis. The flame will never be extinguished. The 16 heart lamps entered Ye Bai's body, which could withstand fatal damage. As long as the heart lamp is not completely extinguished, Ye Bai will not die. After making all the preparations, Ye Bai prepared to speed up. After such a long delay, the boss should have noticed his arrival. However, the other party was still growing and couldn't spare the time to deal with Ye Bai. Fireball. A fireball shot out from the top of the natural force at great speed, and the flames under Ye Bai's feet flickered with a red light. Dance with the fire. Ye Bai leaped into the flames without pausing for a moment. Wind slash. He covered the last short distance in a flash, smashed through an earthen wall, and rushed into the boss's cave. Roar. As soon as he entered, the boss let out a furious roar that made Ye Bai's eardrums ache. And the boss's true appearance was revealed to Ye Bai for the first time. A massive ice dragon skeleton, frozen from head to toe, with huge blocks of ice embedded in the stone wall. The entire frozen cliff is built on top of ice. The ice dragon was supposed to be the boss of this level, but he was already dead. Outside the ice block, a vast and chaotic aura was frantically absorbing power, attempting to become stronger. Soul of the ice dragon, LV-60, immune to physical damage. Current health, can be killed. Ye Bai raised an eyebrow. Such a good thing. The enemy is unlikely to make a stupid mistake. In other words, after the ice dragon soul in front of us is killed, there should be a second form. Die early to stack buffs early. Ye Bai lightly tapped his staff forward, and familiar heavenly lightning struck. Boom. Under the crimson lightning, the ice dragon's soul was struck as if undergoing a tribulation, charred and pulverized, its soul scattered and its spirit destroyed. Ye Bai was completely focused, paying attention to every change around him, not wanting to miss any detail. This was the first time Ye Bai had ever seen a boss with 2 or even more forms. There is no room for carelessness. Really, just as Ye Bai completely destroyed the ice dragon soul, the ice dragon corpse inside the ice block suddenly widened its eyes. Holy crap, it's turned into a zombie. Ye Bai seriously doubted whether he had been given the wrong script as the protagonist of a tomb raiding story. This is a dragon. Can it really turn into a rice dumpling? Inside the transparent ice block, the ice dragon's eyes were wide open, its vertical pupils fixed on Ye Bai, motionless. A man and a dead dragon stand facing each other across a block of ice. The scene of the boss cave was projected and transmitted to several people. This group of people were members of the demonic cult who had previously plotted to create a boss, and they were closely monitoring the changes in the battle situation. The moment Ye Bai appeared, all 4 of them gasped, realizing something was amiss. The Azura has arrived, a voice said with a hint of approval. Unexpectedly, it was Shura who was the first to find the boss. Don't underestimate the strongest seed of my clan. My people, do we even deserve to be called human beings after all the things we've done? The group was not on good terms. Of course, there was one person whose stance remained very clear. Are you really not hiring? If the leader isn't suitable, we could consider the deputy leader. This person is like a piece of chewing gum. Instead of paying attention to the battle, he's frantically promoting himself. If any of your cult leaders dies, remember to contact me. Shut up. The person in charge was clearly furious. If you keep uttering those words, I'll shut this projector down. In his memory, Lian Khan was a steady, experienced, cunning, and treacherous person, definitely not the frivolous and unreliable person he saw before him. It seems that Lian Khan paid a heavy price for escaping the pursuit. After being reprimanded by the person in charge, the man indeed fell silent. Look, Shura has made his move. On the projection, Shura unleashed a heavenly lightning bolt that instantly annihilated the ice dragon's soul, obliterating it completely. The 3 war gods and 1 war king fell into a deathly silence. Hiss. This child is terrifyingly powerful. He must not be allowed to live. You've got guts. I'm willing to sponsor you with 100 war god merits. Go and kill Shura, and I'll burn paper money for you every year. Regardless of whether we know Shura's true identity, the old monster known as Shadow is beside Shura. If the demon god doesn't intervene, who can kill him? Good heavens, the conversation just died like that. Xiao Shaola is the weakest in terms of strength, but has the best mentality. If I knew Shura's true identity, the first thing I would do is stay far away from him. Why provoke such a being? Do you have a death wish? Or have you forgotten the saying, those who approach the strongest will suffer calamity? The atmosphere became somewhat tense. The person in charge stepped forward and began to speak. Don't panic, everyone. Let's see what happens next. We had already considered the immense burst damage of the Azura, so how could we not have a countermeasure? Watch the ice wall closely. Their gazes all fell on the ice wall. What's so special about it? This ice wall was created by me using the eternal rules and is linked to the soul of the ice dragon. The host said with a hint of smugness. There's something I haven't told you before, to prevent any internal traitors. This ice wall only has 100 health points and is immune to magic damage. As for physical defense, it's 20% of the damage taken by the ice dragon's soul. In other words, the higher the damage Shura deals to the ice dragon's soul, the higher the ice wall's defensive power. The damage inflicted by Shura ironically became an obstacle to his own progress. The host was extremely pleased with himself. If he were a dog, his tail would be wagging in the air by now. Kill the second stage boss? No way. Surrounded by incredibly strong ice walls, it could even trap Shura on the 7th floor for extended periods. Unless the supreme expert Xiaoyao intervenes, no one can break this ice wall. Based on the damage Shura dealt earlier, the ice wall's physical defense must be over 100 million, possibly even over 1 billion. Brilliant. Several people burst out laughing, applauding the ingenious design. It's well hidden. It even fooled us. So there's even less chance that Shura would know. Even if I were in charge of dealing with this ice wall, it would be quite a challenge. Well done. Just as everyone was having a good time, Xiao Xiaola couldn't stand their joy and poured cold water on their happiness. I just remembered something. The legendary Heavenly King's Sword, which possesses a strike that ignores all defenses. These words aroused the crowd's indignation. Impossible, absolutely impossible. It is absolutely true that the Heavenly King's Sword was taken away by the supreme expert Wuhan. The host laughed and said, even if the Heavenly King's Sword is truly in the eternal forest, Xuanming couldn't take it away when he entered it back then. What makes Shura think he can? A mage? Taking away the Heavenly King's Sword? What a joke. Before he could finish speaking, on the projection, Shura took out a bronze sword from his pocket and casually slashed at the ice wall. An ice wall with extremely high physical defense. Click. It's broken. Just like any ordinary ice wall, it shattered into pieces, along with everyone's worldview. Everyone. Heavenly King's Sword. How could Shura possess the Heavenly King's Sword? What makes a mage worthy of the Heavenly King's Sword's approval? For a fleeting moment, everyone felt as if the world was spinning. Either I've gone mad, or the world has gone mad. The other two war gods turned their attention to the person in charge, roaring almost simultaneously. You said before that you specifically designed the ice wall without telling anyone to prevent any mole. You're the mole, aren't you? Chapter 86. One move to sever the flow of water. Even ghosts tremble before the tower. Ice Dragon Cave, projection. As soon as Shura took out the Heavenly King's Sword, someone immediately left the projection and left a comment. Don't bother looking, it's all in vain. My mental state collapsed. That's it. As a mage, Shura possesses not only extremely high burst damage, but also the Heavenly King's Sword, a weapon of supreme war god. In terms of output, it's hard to find any weaknesses. Stacking physical and magical resistance is not as practical as eating something good. Those who remained weren't much better off. One person muttered absent-mindedly. We should have realized it sooner. The existence of the Supreme Seed is simply beyond our comprehension. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that. The person in charge remained unconvinced and unusually stubborn. Even if Shura has the Heavenly King's Sword, it doesn't mean he can solo the Icebone Dragon. Wake up. Xiao Xiaola was probably the happiest person there, and she said sarcastically, he even has the Heavenly King's Sword, so he must have learned some physical skills. Shura is meticulous in his work. How could he possibly leave his divine weapon unused and only use basic attacks? Perhaps even the being from the Abyss Plane would be willing to teach him. That being from the Abyss Plane, the supreme powerhouse, Wuhan. Members of the demonic cult have a habit of never easily mentioning the name of the strongest person, not even their eternal ID. The three supreme experts were like three mountains weighing heavily on their hearts, casting a shadow over them and representing the deepest fears in their souls. The mere thought of their existence made them feel suffocated. On the contrary, people like Ye Bai and Zhao Lin would casually mention it during casual conversations, and some would even regard one of them as an idol. What a piece of trash, the Icebone Dragon. Xiao Shala scoffed. If you ask me, you've just created an experience point baby. Underscore, 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 underscore. Give us our money back. Do you think you've done anything right? Shut up. This time they're really in a hurry. The three fell silent, each with their own thoughts. Their gaze remained fixed on the projection, awaiting Shura's next move. Inside the ice dragon cave, Ye Bai easily shattered the ice block and faced the boss's second form. Icebone Dragon. Current form. Only takes physical damage, ignores magical damage. HP, 50 million. They're playing a game of reversing the extremes here. Ye Bai flicked his cloak, and a vicious dog rushed out. The shadow of Cerberus. Go, let's test the enemy's strength. When encountering a powerful boss, it is essential to have a clear strategy. Sending subordinates to probe the enemy first is the best approach. Cerberus is level 20 and Icebone Dragon is level 60, no problem. Before charging forward, Cerberus glanced back at Ye Bai with a meaningful look. It's as if to say, when it comes to being a dog, I feel you're more skilled at it. Cerberus A went up. Icebone Dragon, 156. The Icebone Dragon returned. Cerberus, I'm gone. The afterimages flew back into Ye Bai's cloak, and he could only be summoned again after resting for 24 hours. Ye Bai has lost one of his loyal henchmen. Enraged, the Icebone Dragon let out a terrifying roar and slammed its icy claws down at Ye Bai. Its rear half is embedded in the rock face, becoming one with the entire cliff and unable to move. Only the upper body can move and fight. Wind Fury. The water flow has stopped. As the Heavenly King's sword slashed out, two bright red numbers appeared atop the Icebone Dragon's head. 4,670. 4,670. Treatment is prohibited. The Icebone Dragon's health dropped slightly, and it couldn't recover. Wind Slash. Ye Bai wasted no time, dodging the Icebone Dragon's attack, and at the same time, rushed to the side of the opponent and slashed out with his sword again. 1,195. In just 1 second, Ye Bai inflicted tens of thousands of damage. The Icebone Dragon kept swinging its bone claws, trying to grab Ye Bai, but failed repeatedly. After being resurrected as a bone dragon, it possessed various powerful abilities, but in return, it lacked offensive capabilities. Immunity to magic damage also means that dragon magic is completely incompatible with it. Even exhaling was impossible. It could only clumsily chase after Ye Bai's figure. Originally, the Icebone Dragon should have faced melee powerhouses. To kill the Icebone Dragon, the opponent must continuously engage in melee combat. If the damage output drops, the Icebone Dragon can instantly regain full health thanks to its extremely high health regeneration. As a result, it encountered the master of the broken water flow. With a single move, the water flow is cut off. Even ghosts tremble before the tower. More than 60 years later, the bosses of the Eternal Tower finally recalled the fear of being dominated by the water flow back then. The battle between the two sides was extremely fierce. Ye Bai outwits and outmaneuvers the Icebone Dragon, while the Icebone Dragon outwits and outmaneuvers the air itself. Ye Bai used the Water Breaker to directly interrupt the Icebone Dragon's life recovery. Meanwhile, he used his movement skills, such as Wind Slash and Dance with Fire, to constantly dodge the Icebone Dragon's attacks. Even if he misses a few basic attacks, Ye Bai's high health and the buff from the Undying Flame will ensure his survival. With the help of healing potions and scrolls, his health quickly recovered to full. Wind Fury. The water flow has stopped. Wind Slash. Ye Bai transforms into a wind elemental warrior and begins to enjoy himself. With Wind Fury stacked on Water Breaker, interspersed with Wind Slash and basic attacks, Ye Bai's output per minute is around hundreds of thousands, and he can deal tens of millions of damage per hour. The Icebone Dragon only has 50 million HP, and it cannot recover from each loss of HP. One side is nearly unscathed, while the other side's health is gradually eroded and consumed. The scales of victory slowly tipped in favor of Ye Bai. It's only a matter of time before we achieve final victory. Outside the cave, the brilliant students from various universities were still mingling with the boss. This boss is damn tough. It respawns every time I kill it. Brothers, give it your all. I'll treat you to dinner at the Wolf's Den tonight. Which bastard cast that hypnotic spell? The priests are all hypnotized. Zwelingxia wasn't idle either. She set up a giant cannon and kept bombarding the boss. Under the combined attack of the crowd, the boss fell once again. Based on past experience, it won't be long before it's fully recovered. This battle has been going on for more than 4 hours, and everyone has gained experience. Feng Dong and Fight disengaged from the battle and returned to the rear to rest. Something's not right. Feng Dong wiped away his sweat and rubbed his sore shoulders. I've never seen a boss like this before. It's impossible to kill. Indeed, there may be some lethal conditions. We've already sent people to look for them. There were no fools present, and they noticed the boss's unusual behavior. The group searched the frigid cliff again to see if they had missed any details. Fate, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. The sound is wrong. What's wrong with the sound? The sound of a heartbeat. Previously, on the cliff face of the frigid cliff, Fate had heard a terrifying heartbeat. He's a heavy armor warrior, the kind who gets fooled by Mother Earth. Fate and Stone had a very good relationship, like brothers. That's why he doesn't talk much, and the more focused he is on the battle, the less he talks. You mean, we've got the wrong boss? Zwelingxia frowned, his eyes filled with worry. Feng Dong nodded. That's certainly possible. Big guy, listen to the sound again. Fate pressed her ear against the stone wall again, but immediately pulled away. Cold. The stone walls were unusually cold. There might be some terrifying ice-type monster lurking beneath the ground. Fate's face was stern, her heart heavy. If what I'm sensing is the boss, then the opponent's strength is simply terrifying. Cold. Looks like we really came to the wrong place. Zwelingxia jumped off the heavy cannon. I'll go and inform them. Fate, you take Feng Dong and continue the search until you find the source of the heartbeat. Good. The three split up and acted separately. Fate followed the trail, pacing back and forth, with Feng Dong staying close by. The two stood in front of an inconspicuous stone wall. Fate reached out her hand, but before she could touch the wall, a suction force swallowed them both up. Not long after, Zwelingxia arrived with his men. Feng Dong. Fate. The two figures were no longer in the cave. Message transmission failed. We can't reach either of them. Try to find. Zweling was very certain. Leave a small group to hold off the boss. The rest of you find Feng Dong and Fate. They might have stumbled into the real boss's cave. Chapter 87. The scheme laid by the Supreme Powerhouse. The truth comes to light. Ice Dragon Cave. After more than 4 hours of fierce fighting, the boss's health finally reached 0. Wind Fury. The water flow has stopped. The two slashes landed almost simultaneously, depleting the ice dragon's last bit of health. Boom. The Icebone Dragon's death throws shattered the surrounding stone walls, causing the entire cave to shake violently. Ye Bai leaped forward, skimming the surface like a dragonfly, avoiding all the rocks and creating distance between himself and the Icebone Dragon. He thought to himself, since it can have 2 forms, who knows if it can have a 3rd form? I know. Have. The Icebone Dragon in front of Ye Bai began to change drastically. The 2 huge eye sockets on its skull, which were originally glowing with 2 dim and unclear soul flames, were now shining. At this moment, it turned into green flames, drifting out from the skull, exuding an evil aura and conveying strange emotions. Anger, destruction. Ye Bai raised an eyebrow, looking at the scene before him, as if he had thought of something. The 4th demon god, the wrathful demon god of annihilation. The totem of the 4th demonic cult is a green torch. These guys are really ruthless in trying to stop me. Ye Bai still has 10 heart lamps burning on him, and he also has the guardian angel buff, so his life is temporarily safe. As for the boss's 3rd form, once Ye Bai has witnessed it firsthand, then we'll consider whether to fight or retreat. Ice Dragon Cave, projection. The remaining 3 members of the demonic cult. Upon seeing the appearance of the boss's 3rd form, one of them finally looked a little calmer and sighed. Luckily, we invested more of the essence of the demon god back then. Otherwise this time, the defeat would have been too crushing. The boss has a 3rd form, which is an unexpected surprise. The person in charge, however, remained unusually silent, not uttering a single word. Xiao Xiaola maintained an optimistic attitude, and even had time to joke. Bro, still on guard. It's not a big deal, don't worry about it. You don't have much time left anyway. The host's voice trembled slightly. I didn't set up a third form for the boss. What? Say it again. The person in charge mechanically repeated. I said, I didn't set up a third form for the boss. All three felt a chill run down their spines, and simultaneously considered a certain possibility. The boss has been sabotaged. The study of eternal rules. If that person claims to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. They were able to secretly manipulate the boss in front of the god of war, without anyone noticing, until the very last moment when it was discovered. Only one person can achieve this, the supreme powerhouse, Xiaoyao. Didn't you say he was in seclusion? The old man even cracked his voice, revealing a hint of his true voice. Xiao Xiao chuckled. Oh, it's you. Do you know me? I don't know you, but I know you're already dead. R.I.P. Xiao Xiaola was the only person in the room who could barely maintain her composure. This is a fishing game, and it's designed to catch fish as stupid as you. What a joke you are, Lian Khan. What makes you any better? You're neither human nor ghost now. Just a piece of trash. I was foolish enough to take the bait, but didn't you take it too? The old man's attitude was very clear. If this is a prearranged trap, then we're inviting you in. No one present can escape. You're so stupid, you still won't admit it. You insist on having a top student explain the problems to you. Xiao Xiaola snorted coldly and said disdainfully. When you created the boss, you used the essence of the demon god, right? So what if I did? You still paid out, and you paid out the most. Fool, times have changed. That thing isn't a talisman, it's a death warrant. Xiao Xiaola's words snapped the old man out of his daze. If the source of the demon god falls into the hands of the strongest being, they can use that source to pinpoint these traitors. I did give the most, but I didn't have any left. How did he find me? On the contrary, you lot who are hiding things and still have some stockpiled goods. Aren't you just courting death? Xiao Xiaola even opened a bottle of champagne. I told you long ago, luck is on my side. Sometimes, losing all your chips is a kind of luck. Even so, the old man remained unconvinced and stubbornly insisted once again. In such a short time, as long as no supreme expert makes a move, I can still escape to the abyss plane. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. These inhuman creatures are constantly thinking about how to escape if their identities are exposed. The old man's true form is currently at the front line, and he has made numerous arrangements. The strongest will never make a move lightly. This involves some kind of agreement between the strongest beings and the abyss plane. If you react quickly enough, you have plenty of time to escape. Really? Xiao Xiaola added a bottle of Sprite to her champagne and drank it all in one gulp. Have you ever been struck by a shadow's blade? Swish. With one slash, not only will you be killed, but Xuanmeng next to you will almost be killed as well. This power, it annihilates even the soul, as if erasing it from the world. Xiao Xiaola recalled the experience, her face turning slightly pale, still feeling lingering fear. If you don't believe me, you can contact the war god who left first, the leader of the 3rd demonic sect, right? He should be dead already. His body isn't cold yet. Oh, I forgot. The monster in the shadows doesn't leave corpses behind when it strikes. When creating the boss, a total of 4 people contributed. The 1st, 3rd, 6th, and 4th leaders. The leader of the 3rd demonic cult was the first to lose his composure and pass away. Looking back now, we've progressed quite quickly. They've probably already reached the bridge of helplessness and are about to line up to drink Meng Po's soup. The leader of the 6th demonic sect tried to contact the other party via message, but his expression darkened again. It vanished without a trace, leaving no trace. It's really over this time. To be honest, the scheme devised by the strongest being this time was not very clever. The main problem is that some people are probably living in a dream world and have led us all astray. After speaking, Xiao Xiaola glanced at the person in charge, who was the leader of the 1st demonic sect. I bet you think you're the person who's been a favorite by my side all these years, and you've kept it well hidden, right? These words left the leader of the 1st demonic sect momentarily stunned and speechless. You're absolutely right. Xiao Xiaola snorted coldly. Fool, that guy was already famous as a soul sorcerer before he rose to power. Later, he even became the disciple of the monster in the shadows, whose mastery of the soul arts. The master and disciple had harmed countless people back then, and for a time, the evil cult was completely eradicated. You youngsters, don't you know to do your research before you start out? Xiao Xiaola casually mentioned a few past events. In just a few words, the outline of the entire game is clearly drawn. After the true identity of the leader of the first demonic sect was exposed, he was controlled by the supreme expert Xiao Yao and was unaware that he was a guest in a dream. What he thought was just what he thought. Under the control of the supreme being Xiao Yao, he gathered members of the demonic sect, gained their trust through intelligence, collected the essence of the demon god, and created monsters to hinder the Azura. Everything seemed to be going smoothly and normally. The real purpose was to lure the snake out of its hole. Once we get our hands on the origin of the demon god and trace it back to its source, we can find these traitors. In the end, it was Shadow 9 who took action, defeating them one by one, leaving none alive. Lian Khan, don't be so smug. Even if we die, you won't fare any better. The leader of the sixth demonic sect said through gritted teeth. If there is danger outside, is the Eternal Tower safe? Since that person isn't in seclusion, our every move is under his watchful eye. Do you really think we can survive alone? Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly heard the sound of drums. It was a voice he had never heard before, as if it had struck his soul and shattered it instantly. This is... The sixth demonic sect leader's eyes were unfocused, and his entire body was shrouded in a deathly stillness. Starting from his legs, he gradually turned into ashes and dissipated. The leader of the first demonic sect also looked like this. Morning bell and evening drum. Xiao Xiaola pulled out a box of fireworks from somewhere, casually scooped up some ashes from the air, stuffed them into the fireworks, and lit them. Finally, I'll let you die knowing the truth. Back then, that person took away the morning bell and evening drum from the eternal forest. You're lucky to hear the evening drum in this life, kid. Don't be so lucky in your next life. Bang! Fireworks exploded overhead, carrying with them the ashes of the two demonic cult members, which flew freely into the sky. Only Xiao Xiaola, watching this grand performance, bowed slightly and paid her respects. Thank you for sparing my life, Supreme One. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. I will never come to this eternal tower again. After saying that, Xiao Xiaola's figure disappeared from the spot. Back to Earth. Summer Camp Training Camp, Area A, Teacher's Dormitory. Xiao Xiaola poured herself a cappuccino, walked to the window, and a lingering smile still lingered on her lips. The strongest have a pact with the abyss. At the war god level, neither side can act arbitrarily. The actions of the previous group had already offended that person, so it wouldn't be unjust for them to be killed by Mugu. As for those below the Battle King rank, neither side's top combatants can make a move. This agreement was originally intended to protect the talents of all races so that they could grow up smoothly. The human race, in particular, has been waiting for a new supreme seed to emerge. Now, this agreement has become Xiao Xiaola's lifeline. This is also why he acted recklessly and without restraint before. No matter how wild you are, you won't die, aren't you annoyed? Gazing at the eternal forest shrouded in darkness, Xiao Xiaola slowly savored her cappuccino. I told you, Lady Luck is very kind to me. After saying that, Xiao Xiaola could no longer suppress her fear and began to tremble all over. The coffee cup in her hand fell to the ground, leaving a mess. Xiao Yao's gaze once fell on his shoulder. That was the closest he came to death, and he didn't know why the other party didn't choose to kill him. Even just a glance was enough to engulf Xiao Xiaola in boundless fear, making her so terrified that her liver and gallbladder nearly burst. It took him more than 10 minutes to barely recover. Then, I changed my pants. Chapter 88 100% complete. 7th floor of the Eternal Tower. Ice Dragon Cave. When Ye Bai kills the Icebone Dragon, the boss enters the third phase, and another change occurs. Within the green soul flame, an eye revealed its true form, and black light rushed straight towards Ye Bai. In the blink of an eye, Ye Bai had nowhere to escape. You will die. You will definitely die if you are hit. Neither the unquenchable flame, nor the guardian angel could save Ye Bai. In an instant, Ye Bai's intuition told him that he was doomed. GG. You bastard, you're hurting my eyes. Thump. The melodious sound of bells echoed in the narrow cave. The sound of that bell is somewhat familiar. After the bell rang, a layer of dark yellow light appeared in front of Ye Bai, which collided head-on with the black light. Bang! The light shield began to shake violently, and countless cracks appeared, making it teeter on the verge of collapse. This is the bell I heard in the eternal forest yesterday. It was this bell that brought the heavenly king's sword into Ye Bai's arms. As we all know, sound is a sound wave produced by the vibration of an object. Storing vibrations within an object and releasing them at the right time can produce unexpected results. For example, saving a life. This is scientific. The eye within the green flames, having failed in its first attack, did not pursue further. Instead, he stared at Ye Bai through the light shield, his gaze fixed on Ye Bai. The eyes did not speak, but a voice rang in Ye Bai's ear. I see you. Bang. The drums sounded. The green flames shrank continuously, and the eyes disappeared into them. Ye Bai slowly exhaled a long breath, his forehead covered with fine beads of sweat, as if he were dehydrated. Even just a glance at a demon god, even under the protection of the supreme expert Xiaoyao, Ye Bai felt immense pressure. Do you need to change your pants? It hasn't gotten to that point yet. Ye Bai chuckled to himself. What kind of person would be so scared that they need to change their pants? That would be so embarrassing. However, the oppressive feeling of the demon god is much stronger than I imagined. This is still the Eternal Tower. The opponent can probably only affect 1/10,000th of its area. After being weakened by both the Eternal Tower and the Free and Unfettered, it almost killed Ye Bai with just one glance. Although one can be resurrected after dying within the Eternal Tower. But this is already outrageous enough. The demon god's eye disappeared, the crisis was averted, and the whole thing took no more than 30 seconds. Without the demon god's eye, the boss's third form is extremely weak, and it can be easily killed even by the shadow of Cerberus. With a single bolt of lightning, Ye Bai sent it back to its happy old home. After defeating the third form of the boss, Ye Bai glanced at the exploration progress. Exploration level, 100%. Isn't this considered cheating? Before coming here, Ye Bai had read the walkthrough for the 7th floor. Defeating a boss only grants 40% of the exploration progress. You still need to complete tedious tasks, explore the map, and so on. Now, Ye Bai has single-handedly defeated a boss that shouldn't exist, and his exploration progress has increased to 100% in one go. It's obvious that someone sabotaged it behind the scenes. Regarding this kind of bug-exploiting behavior, Ye Bai, an upright and honest person, only has 4 words to say. Well done. If I absolutely must add 4 words. See you next time. Settle the accounts. The battle lasted nearly 5 hours, including a confrontation with a demon god. Ye Bai has endured too much, both mentally and physically. At this moment, he already had some guesses in his mind, and he was probably involved in some kind of scheme. It's definitely related to Xiaoyao, and even Ninth Master is involved. Yesterday, before Ye Bai even entered the Eternal Tower, Xiaoyao stored the sound of the morning bell in the Heavenly King's sword, saving Ye Bai at the crucial moment. Ye Bai didn't believe it wasn't planned. Looking back now, even the process of killing the boss seemed a bit too easy. Ye Bai put these thoughts aside for the time being. If he had any questions, he could just ask Ninth Master directly. If all else fails, Ye Bai can still discern the outline using his Eye of Insight. Let's finish today's tasks first. I feel restless if I don't get an SSS-rank clear in a day. Ye Bai summoned the Eternal Core and placed his palm on it, settling the completion reward. The next second, all the humans venturing into the Eternal Tower simultaneously heard the familiar announcement. Congratulations to player Shura for achieving an SSS level rating on the 7th floor. 7-hit combo. Azura, it's Azura again. I got 7 SSS level ratings in 4 days. We offer SSS level rating boosting service. Full refund, if unsuccessful. Everyone erupted in boundless cheers. Seeing SSS level ratings all the time is still quite satisfying. Amidst the sea of joy, the Eternal Tower announced the SSS level rating rewards in turn. Player Shura cleared the 7th floor with an SSS rating and was rewarded with the entire Eternal Tower Human Race buff, Will of 7. Limited time buff overall enhancement. Human Race's all attributes in the Eternal Tower increase by 43.96% for 7 hours only. Limited time buff Rising Star. Humans in the Eternal Tower can use equipment 7 levels higher than their level for 7 hours only. Limited time buff Triumphant Army. All rewards gained by the human race after defeating enemies in the Eternal Tower are increased by 7% for a limited time of 7 hours. Will of 7, 7th spell/attack. Effect increased by 77.77%. Count resets after taking effect, limited to 7 hours. For buffs, each one more powerful than the last. The overall attribute has been improved, increasing by a staggering 43.96%, far exceeding the previous level. The use of higher-level equipment in tomorrow's army gives the human race a significant advantage, making many problems much easier to solve. Sometimes, good equipment can completely make up for a lack of skill. Top-tier rich kids can use money to make themselves the world's #1 in games, and even achieve a 100% win rate. As for the Triumphant Army, all gains are increased by 7%. The 7% figure seems low and insignificant. However, the weight of the word all surpasses everything. Experience, gold coins, equipment, materials, all increased by 7%. Imagine how wonderful it would be to have a 7% increase on your payslip. Certainly, of all the buffs, the strongest is undoubtedly the Will of 7. The 7th spell/attack directly increases the effect by 77.77%, which is equivalent to getting a free spell/attack. With these 4 buffs, the job change dungeon and solo dungeons will no longer be a hassle. Ye Bai put away the descriptions of the 4 buffs. Not bad, keep up the good work. After offering a few words of modesty, Ye Bai glanced at his own gains before the personal rewards from the Eternal Tower were distributed. After defeating the 3rd stage boss, Ye Bai's level directly increased to 60, the level required for the 2nd job advancement. Eternal ID, Shura. Talent, Eye of Insight SSS-rank. Level, 60. Class, Skywrath Mage Wind, Fire, Lightning. HP, 21800/21800. MP, 28600/28600. Strength, 715 plus 800. Intelligence, 1567 plus 360. Spirit, 1531 plus 290. Agility, 666 plus 246. Constitution, 601 plus 500. Luck, 12. Equipment, Force of Nature plus 3, Nightmare Shadow, Flame Leap, Heavenly King's Sword. Skills, Ready to Strike, Thunder Strike, Wind Slash, Wind Fury, Ignite, Water Severing Flow, etc. Status, Lightning Affinity, Lightning Mastery, Fire Mastery, Wind Mastery. Thanks to the Heavenly King's Sword and Nightmare Shadow, Ye Bai has a significant boost to his strength and constitution attributes. Of the 5 basic attributes, Ye Bai has 4 that exceed 1,000, and his intelligence attribute is approaching 2,000. This is extremely rare, even among generals. Because of defeating the boss, Ye Bai unlocked the 3rd advancement of the Power of Nature. Equipment, Force of Nature LV.60. Rank S. Legal Strength, 980. Attributes, Intelligence plus 360, Spirit plus 290. Entry, Divine Punishment. The staff wielder receives plus 25% lightning damage, plus 0.5% lightning damage taken, and plus 30% shield/healing from wood-type skills. Twins. When releasing a lightning-type skill, there is a 10% chance to release a wood-type skill at the same time, and vice versa. Thunderstorm. When releasing a lightning-type skill, there is a 1% chance to deal double damage. Fearless of Power deals an additional 15% lightning damage to enemies of a higher level than the holder. Alternating Reality and Illusion. The staff wielder gains a buff, 20% reduction in physical damage and 20% reduction in magical damage. This buff toggles every 30 seconds. Advanced terms. Job change. The staff wielder completes the second job change. Upgrade attempts, 9. Number of times advanced, 3. In addition to the other entries being enhanced to varying degrees, Ye Bai also plundered a new entry, alternating reality and illusion, from the Ice Dragon. Although the type of damage immunity switches every 30 seconds, they cannot coexist. But for Ye Bai, that was enough. A great keyword for survival. Ye Bai, having just escaped the eye of the demon god, has gained a new level of understanding about survival. Alternating reality and illusion currently, only 20% of the damage can be reduced, but as the power of nature continues to advance, the reduction percentage will increase accordingly. For Ye Bai, it couldn't be more suitable. After putting away the attribute panel and the power of nature, Ye Bai still hadn't received the personal reward from the Eternal Tower. There will be a delay even when exploiting a bug. In any case, Ye Bai's gains from this trip have been substantial enough, and the rewards from the Eternal Tower will be equally impressive. A white light flashed, and he returned to the Eternal Core City first. Wolf's Den. This round of expenses will be on young Master Zhao. Clearly, someone had made a good deal today and treated everyone to a round of drinks. Ye Bai casually picked up 2 bottles of wine and walked towards the office deep inside the Wolf's Den. Fourth brother, wait. Butterfly Dream caught up and reminded her. The free offer only applies to 1 bottle. I took it for Xueming. Is that not allowed? Okay, that works. With his back to Dai Ming, Ye Bai walked along while tilting his head back and drinking. I finished both bottles of wine just as I reached the door. Ye Bai turned around, and, coincidentally, Dai Ming was still following behind him. Please collect the bottles, thank you. Ye Bai placed the 2 empty bottles in front of Dai Ming, then pushed open the door and entered. Butterfly Dream. Looking at the 2 empty bottles, she couldn't help but question the meaning of life. The words of my fourth brother, spoken with such self-righteousness, still echoed in my ears. I took it for Xueming. Chapter 89 tonight. Let's drink all the wine in the Wolf's Den. Wolf's Den, Xueming's office. Ye Bai pushed open the door and entered. Xueming looked out from his desk and asked in confusion, "Is someone treating us to dinner again?" Ye Bai closed the door tightly and said seriously, "Let's talk business, stop thinking about drinking." Hiccup. Sitting opposite Xueming, Ye Baifeng said calmly, "I greeted the 4th demon god before coming here, so we got to know each other." Xueming. To be able to leave alive from the 4th demon god, Shura, is quite something. Xueming sighed. Impressive. The 4th demon god is known as the demon god of annihilation and wrath. Few people know that his true form is actually a demonic eye. Even a war god would perish if targeted by a single glance. Magic eye. Upon hearing those 2 words, Ye Bai's eyelids twitched. Does it concern me? Ye Bai's awakened SSS level talent, Eye of Insight, is also an eye. If we extend the timeline and re-examine all the clues, Azura has appeared in the world. That night, the powerful human race made a strong move, destroying the headquarters of the 4th demonic cult and severely injuring many. Based on the information Ye Bai currently possesses, the overall strength of the human race may still be inferior to that of the Abyss. But killing a god of war, especially a god of war on Earth, is incredibly easy. Xueming was just a matter of 9th Master's knife. How could that be considered a big deal? In other words, leaving a way out for the Connect 4 game is to lure out the 4th demon god. Following this line of thought, the projection of the 4th demon god this time is also part of the plan. Regardless of what the strongest individuals are plotting, ultimately, the spearhead will surely point to the same target, the 4th demon god. The true form of the 4th demon god is a demon eye. Is this to eliminate a threat to me? Ye Bai had too few clues, and even the Eye of Insight couldn't reveal much information about matters involving demon gods and supreme beings. In any case, everything that happened tonight was just an appetizer. A new storm has emerged. Ye Bai had a premonition that in the near future, he might even directly face the threat of the 4th demon god. I need to get stronger as soon as possible. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Xueming changed the subject. Did you know that after the Eternal Tower's 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th floors were reset, the previous background story was gone? Nowadays, players even receive help from miners before setting off, greatly reducing the difficulty, and there are also markers along the way. Good. Ye Bai nodded, calculating the time. Zhao Lin and Lu Sueki should both be on the third floor today. The reduced difficulty is definitely a good thing for Zhao Lin. By the way, about what you said before that water is the source of life. One player unexpectedly discovered that the pure water they had taken from the third floor had turned into the source of life. It has amazing healing effects. Word has gone viral. Oh, what did you say? Ye Bai suddenly came to his senses. The pure water had turned into the source of life. So that's what that sentence meant. Xuanming repeated what he had said before, then shook his head. Unfortunately, it has to be water brought out before yesterday. There won't be such good water in the mine today. After the news spread, nearly 5L of source of life appeared on the market. It's estimated that the entire human race won't have more than 10L. No one would specifically hoard this stuff. He counted on his fingers. 1 milliliter is 20 drops. 1 liter of water is 20,000 drops. 200,000 drops of the source of life. The items are good, but there's too little of them. Compared to the entire human race, the number 200,000 is simply too insignificant. Such healing artifacts are naturally better in greater quantities. After nearly a century of bloody battles, countless human beings have been injured or disabled or forced to retire from the front lines. There are even specialized departments that provide re-employment services for these people. Some injuries are difficult to treat even for a warrior-level priest. Although they were able to save lives and live a worry-free life, everything seemed normal. However, their combat strength was greatly reduced, and they had no chance to return to the battlefield. The source of life perfectly solves this problem. It can repair hidden ailments, cleanse the abyss of pollution, and regenerate flesh from bones. It's an essential medicine for home, travel, and adventure. Oh, you mean the source of life? Ye Bai casually said. I only have less than 15 liters here. There really aren't many. What did you say? Xuanming stood up in a flash, very quickly. 15L. Yes, 15L. Xuanming's eyes instantly turned red, like a starving wolf encountering a piece of fat meat, and he became extremely excited. Kid, name your price. How much are you willing to sell it for? We'll take the whole wolf Denver. The source of life. 1 drop can completely heal injuries in people below level 200. 5 drops can cure a warrior's stubborn ailment. 100 drops can give the human race 1 more war king. Besides curing the elderly with intractable diseases, the source of life is also a powerful weapon in battle. Imagine this. The human war king and the demon war king fought fiercely, and the battle was so brutal that both sides were exhausted. The human war king pulled out a bottle of the source of life, fully revived himself, and directly counterattacked. This thing is far more valuable than ordinary medical supplies. Ye Bai considered it for a moment and realized that the source of life was indeed powerful. He couldn't possibly drink that much by himself. Sell 60 million gold coins first. Pay off your debts first. The latest price for the source of life is 200,000 gold coins per drop. Xuanming took out the transaction records from the trading secret realm and placed them in front of Ye Bai. 1 drop costs 200,000 gold coins, which is 200 million dragon coins. This price is already quite high. Even if someone below level 200 is injured, it wouldn't cost this much to treat them, even if they asked a war king to heal them. To heal a war king, you need at least 100 drops of life essence, 20 million gold coins, or 20 billion dragon coins. If the injury is more serious, it is normal to spend 300 or 500 drops. Even a top-tier warrior might not have that much cash on hand. To heal injuries with the source of life, an ordinary war king would probably have to empty his entire fortune. Even so, they were willing to do it. Because before the source of life appeared, they didn't even have this slim chance. Xuanming immediately made the decision. We'll calculate based on a price of 250,000 gold coins. We'll buy whatever price you're willing to sell it for. At 250,000 gold coins per drop, Ye Bai only needs to sell 240 drops to pay off Cerberus's debt. 240 drops, 12 milliliters, deal. The life-giving source in a small test tube was handed to Xuanming. After accepting it, he immediately turned on the screen, and an introductory image appeared on the screen. These are abyssal monsters capable of producing SSS-grade materials, including the Sky Cloud Tiger, a war god level. Ming introduced several monsters in a row, his mouth becoming dry from talking so much. Take a look at what you need, and I'll arrange for someone to kill them right away. The Azura race lacks SSS-grade materials, while the human race lacks the source of life. Both sides get what they need. No one was harmed in this transaction. Abyss monster, please, have some humanity. I want them all. Ye Bai ordered materials from 15 different kinds of abyssal monsters in one go. If this isn't enough to fix Nightmare Shadow, we'll add more later. 15 abyssal monsters, each worth 100 million gold coins, which is equivalent to 400 drops of life essence, totaling 6,000 drops. 6,000 drops, 300 milliliters, less than half a liter. Ye Bai readily paid the full amount, and Ming immediately patted his chest to guarantee it. After today, I will personally take charge and help you gather all these materials. Ye Bai smiled. The source of life is effective against the king. As for the god of war, if an ordinary god of war is seriously injured, the human race will spare no effort to heal him. If he cannot be healed, even the source of life will be of no use. Each of these warriors possesses god-like combat power, making them all incredibly precious. Once you reach the level of a war god or a heavenly war god, the effect of the source of life becomes very weak. Ye Bai traded 6,240 drops of life source, which can restore the combat power of up to 62 war kings for the human race. This number is quite considerable. Moreover, Ye Bai still has more than 10 liters of the source of life. I have an idea. Ye Bai slowly expressed his thoughts. For the predecessors who were injured on the battlefield of the Abyss and in the encirclement and suppression of the demonic cult followers. The price can be lower. I'll cover that cost. Ming was slightly taken aback, not expecting that Shura would take the initiative to suggest such an approach. Ye Bai continued. To put it bluntly, their recovery of strength and their rush to the front lines is also a form of protection for me. Before I possess the strength of a war god, I do need this kind of protection. It can be considered an investment. If one of these predecessors were a war god, I could sleep more soundly, wouldn't I? Ming remained silent for a moment. In reality, both of them knew very well that what Shura said was just an excuse. With Ying Jiao by Shura's side, whether there's one more war king or one less, it makes no difference to Shura. Ming spoke again. That's possible, but what discount are you planning to offer? Ming tentatively gave a number. 50% off? You must understand that Shura possesses a vast amount of the source of life. Even at half price, the financial loss Shura suffers is astronomical. A 50% discount is already a huge concession. Ye Bai shook his head. Ming's breathing quickened. Threefold. If the price is reduced to 30%, the former war kings who want to regain their strength will not have to pay a high price, and they can still keep some good equipment for themselves. Ye Bai shook his head again. Ming took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. 1/10 off. This was already the limit of what Ming could imagine. With a 10% discount, a war king can be cured for as little as 2 billion, making it extremely cost-effective. Ye Bai revealed his true plan. How about this? 1-fold for injuries sustained on duty. Those who have their names inscribed on the memorial tablet will receive an additional 50% discount on top of the 10% discount. Those who survived having their names inscribed on the monument to the dead can visit for free. He had been deep within the eternal forest and seen the monument of death. Ye Bai knew very well what his ancestors had sacrificed for this peace and tranquility. We cannot let heroes bleed and weep. Many people who join suicide squads do not seek any reward. But that doesn't mean we can give nothing in return. Upon hearing Ye Bai's final proposal, Ming fell silent once again. After a moment, he pressed a button on his desk, and a microphone slowly rose up. Ming's voice was slightly hoarse, or even choked with emotion. He tried to control his tone and speak as calmly as possible. Move out the Wolf's Den's wine cellar. Tonight, it's my treat. Chapter 92 Brother's Punishment. Can it be punished? Eternal Core City. Combat Power Test Hall. The Wolf's Den was not far away, and it was especially lively tonight, with cheers constantly ringing out. Director Wu, a cigarette dangling from his lips, stood at the office door and called out. Xiaoyu, come here for a second. The busy, bald manager immediately put down his work. Director, what is it? Could it be that genius has come again? Come in and let's talk. Upon entering the director's office, the bald manager was startled. Director, have you been robbed? The office was empty. The treasures that used to be everywhere had been swept away. Before retiring from the front lines, Director Wu was a powerful warrior at the Battle King level, but his hidden injuries were difficult to heal, and his strength had declined significantly. This office originally contained materials on 3 demon war kings, which were not only valuable, but also held special commemorative significance. Director Wu would boast to everyone he met about how he single-handedly saved that brat Lu Qingyan from 3 opponents back then. Wu Ziki deserves at least 2/3 of the credit for Lu Qingyan's current status as the top battle champion. That's an understatement. Those materials you're talking about, I've already listed them for sale in the trading secret realm. Director Wu lit another cigarette and said calmly, Today, a healing artifact called Source of Life appeared in the trading realm. It should be able to cure my hidden ailment, but the price is a bit expensive. The bald manager couldn't help but swallow. Even a former war king felt it was a bit expensive. How expensive would that be? Director, is this thing reliable? The bald manager asked cautiously. Do you want to download a human anti-fraud app first? If you dare bring up that incident again, I'll send you to the abyss to dig for stones. Director Wu exhaled a smoke ring and said irritably. He was once tricked by several people while trying to heal his injuries, and he almost lost all his savings for his funeral. Fortunately, the State Administration for Market Regulation has always had zero tolerance for such scams. With the force of thunder, a powerful punch is delivered. Not only did they crack the case involving a criminal gang, they also took the opportunity to destroy a branch of a cult. Wu Ziki's losses have all been recovered. Director Wu's face was serious as he said solemnly, This time it's really different. An old friend of mine has recovered his combat power with the Source of Life, and even managed to break through a level of the Eternal Tower. Upon hearing this, the bald manager realized that it might be true. That's good news. The bald manager then asked, Director, why did you call me here? Oh look, I'm so happy I've forgotten about the important matter. Director Wu took out a piece of paper with various formulas written on it. I've calculated it, and I've almost raised enough money. I'll sell all the materials, use the bounty from the death squad, my initial injury compensation, and then collect a severance package after I resign. Resign? The bald-headed director yelled. Boss, why are you resigning? Someone of Wu Ziki's status would receive a large sum of compensation even if he resigned. However, he had been working at the National Flood Control and Drought Relief Headquarters for decades, and now he suddenly wanted to resign. The bald manager couldn't accept it emotionally. Quiet down, I'm still calculating. Director Wu scribbled on the paper and casually remarked. The Source of Life is good, but it's too expensive. My old friends don't even have rice in their own pots. Where am I supposed to scrape together money? But you don't need to resign. The bald manager had a wrinkled face, like an old bitter gourd, the fat kind. Boss, if you resign, even if you regain your war king's strength, your merits in the Legion will have to be recalculated. I can't worry about that now. Let me tell you, this stuff is in high demand, and it'll be gone if you wait. Director Wu's attitude was very firm, and his actions were highly effective. I've already submitted my resignation. As soon as I get the money, I'll go to the trading secret realm to make the payment. Don't you have a trading realm pass? Can I borrow it? The bald manager was taken aback again. Okay, boss, where's yours? Sold. Wu Ziki spoke casually. In order to buy the Source of Life, he sold everything he could. Do you want this pack of cigarettes? There are still 15 left. I'll sell them to you for $6.80. As he spoke, Director Wu tossed half a pack of cigarettes to the bald manager. From now on, he quit smoking. Even after going to such lengths, the money they raised was only enough to buy 100 drops of life essence. Director Wu himself was unsure whether he could be completely cured. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the office door. Please come in. A young man wearing a lone wolf mask walked in. He looked unremarkable. His voice was warm and magnetic as he asked, Excuse me, is this the office of Wu Ziki, the former left deputy commander of the Skyfire Legion? Yes, it is. Is there something you need? A message has arrived from the Wolf's Denver. Please present your merit card. The young man first presented a token of a war god, then took out a device, clearly intending to verify Wu Ziqi's identity. Beep, senior citizen card. Can we get down to business now? Wu Ziqi frowned. Was he going to gather the wounded and retired soldiers and return them to the front lines of the abyss? If that's the case, the situation on the front lines is not optimistic. It's like this. Because you once left your name on the memorial stone, if you are willing to return to the front lines, you can receive a free dose of the source of life to cure your hidden ailment. Free. Director Wu stood up abruptly, his eyes fixed on the young man. Boss, calm down. Be careful, it might be a trap. The bald manager blocked Director Wu's path and asked cautiously, You don't expect a deposit or anything like that, do you? This is a notification document that Wolf's Den just signed. The General Administration of Civil Defense will also officially issue the document soon. The young man handed over a piece of paper with a notice written on it, which was exactly the same as what he had said earlier. At the end of the document was a name signed in a flamboyant style, Xuemeng. It also bears the Lone Wolf Medal's mark, serial number, and stamp. Everything is available, and everything you could want is here. Is this real? Director Wu's hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly, as if in disbelief. Happiness came too suddenly. The young man handed over another document. You only need to sign here to receive 156 drops of the source of life, which is enough to cure your hidden ailment. After a period of recuperation, you will be able to restore your Battle King level combat power. Without a second thought, Director Wu quickly signed his name. He would sign a life or death contract without hesitation, as long as he was given a chance to return to the battlefield. A small tube of the source of life. Like a dream, it miraculously appeared before the two of them. Director Wu took the test tube, drank it all in one gulp, and felt the surging life energy being released in his body, healing all his injuries. The elderly man, over 50 years old, was so overjoyed that he couldn't express his happiness in words. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. The young man bowed slightly and was about to turn and leave. Etc. Director Wu hurriedly stopped him. May I ask, where did these sources of life come from? Such a large sum of money. Even if the State Flood Control and Drought Relief Headquarters is rich and powerful, it is impossible for them to distribute it for free. Most of the donations came from people who made them voluntarily. You can check the documents. Everything is written there. After saying this, the young man took his leave again, wishing you a pleasant life, good health, and happiness. Director Wu quickly opened the document and saw a familiar name on the first line. Azura. It was Ashura. These sources of life all come from the donations of the Azuras. Boss, this. The bald manager lit a cigarette, unsure of what to say for a moment. It's the young people's world now. Director Wu sighed deeply, his feelings a complex mix of emotions. He glanced at the bald manager, then quickly stubbed out his cigarette. I've quit smoking, and I don't smoke secondhand smoke anymore. You should quit smoking too. It's not a good thing anyway. Why keep smoking? As he spoke, Director Wu casually took back the half-pack of cigarettes, which still contained 14 sticks, and put it back in his pocket. Things will fall into place naturally. Hurry up and go to the trading secret realm to buy the items back. I can't just sell them off like this, because I proved myself by taking on 3 opponents single-handedly back then. Step out of the combat capability testing hall. Ye Bai finished his work as a courier and felt good. Back in the Wolf's Den, Ye Bai casually opened a bottle of 1982 beer to rinse his mouth, then sat in a corner, silently watching everyone's revelry. According to the results of the previous discussion with Xuemeng, Ye Bai first took out 10L of the source of life, 200,000 drops. Not all wounded soldiers are willing to go back into battle. The human race is currently facing a critical situation, so we can only prioritize those who are willing to return. If there are any remaining, we can expand the search area. In everything we do, we must prioritize tasks. Xuemeng walked silently from the corner, attracting little attention. Little fourth brother, cough cough. For a moment, Xuemeng didn't know how to address the other person. The old Taoist priest asked me to pass on a message to you, saying that you can't claim your reward today, so wait until tomorrow. No. Exploiting bugs always comes at a price. Moreover, Xiaoyao is helping Ye Bai clean up the mess, so there shouldn't be any major problems. The guy next to you told you not to go back before 6 o'clock. He's busy killing people. As he said this, Xuanming's face turned pale, as if some unpleasant memory had been stirred up. Good. Ye Bai glanced at Xuanming in surprise. Could this guy have really been slashed by Ninth Master? And my dad asked me to tell you. Wait, why have you become a messenger? Ye Bai was speechless. Can't you guys at least have some basic respect for a 9th-tier war god and the #1 on the star ranking? What? I don't respect that either? Never mind then. Excuse me, but who is your father? Xuanming didn't hide anything. The one from the Abyss Plane. The strongest leave no trace. No wonder the skill books were passed back by Xuanming. And Xuanming previously mentioned that he used a sword, so it seems that this is a lineage. Okay, what did your dad say? He said he just captured a top-tier demon blacksmith, but the other party is still unwilling to forge equipment for you, and he is still trying to persuade him. Ye Bai? Was the advice you gave given voluntary? Ye Bai suddenly felt. My second brother is a man of punishment, capable of handling such matters. Chapter 91. A true man is born between heaven and earth. Wolf's Den. Previously, Xuanming said that his father was Wuhan. Ye Bai suddenly remembered something. Didn't you call him second uncle before? Xuanming glanced at Ye Bai sideways and made a disdainful sound. Who says I can only have one godfather? Ye Bai, you're better at being a son. Xuanming lowered his voice. Outsiders only know that Nightmare took me in as his godson. Later, my second uncle, well, that is, my second father, contacted me privately. He said that my swordsmanship was twice as good as his back then, and begged to take me as his adopted son. Who am I, Xuanming? How could I agree to this? No way. Xuanming sighed, saying with a sense of helplessness. But since my uncle agreed on my behalf and accepted a fine sword from them, the matter was settled. This is the story of Xuanming, the one who presented the precious sword without leaving a trace. Xuanming downed a bottle of beer and reminded Ye Bai. So in public, I call Wuhan second uncle, but in private I call him second father. Don't tell anyone else. I'm only telling you this, besides the strongest person and that other person. Ye Bai nodded slowly. I understand. Xuanming, this adopted son, is the bloodline bridge between Nightmare and Wuhan. For the sake of the strongest human race, Xuanming endured humiliation and accepted 2 fathers. It has pioneered a new sharing economy, the sharing of adopted children. If you're a Pokemon completionist, Xuanming could definitely try his best to get Xiaoyao to recognize him as his godson. This will allow you to achieve the Godfather Collector achievement and launch an attack on Thanos. Thinking about it carefully, with 3 supreme experts as his godfathers, even if Xuanming strolled around in front of the demon gods, no one would dare to lay a hand on him. Big Mingzi, let me teach you a phrase that will sound especially powerful on the battlefield. Ye Bai focused his energy in his dantian and said in a deep voice, A true man is born between heaven and earth. How can he remain subservient to others for long? Xuanming's eyes lit up. That's great. It perfectly matches my cultural background. So powerful. Okay, I'll remember that. I'll shout it after I kill the demon god of war another day. Excellent, truly excellent. Xuanming was very satisfied and didn't even care that Ye Bai called him Big Mingzi. Ye Bai, however, was thinking about something else. If Xuanming really became the adopted son of the 3 supreme experts, once I become the strongest, wouldn't that mean? Ye Bai looked at Xuanming again with a strange expression. Fengxian, my son, let's skip it. Let's leave the blessing of adopting Xuanming as our godson to the 3 strongest individuals. Ye Bai is not fortunate enough to enjoy it. The 2 chatted idly for a while, and time passed until 6 o'clock. Ye Bai delivered the food to the miners in the mysterious mine on his way back to Blue Star. A shadowy figure had been waiting for him all along. Ninth Master, are you done with your work? There was no response, and Ye Bai didn't pay any attention. It's normal for Ingju not to reply. Ninth Master rarely speaks, but when he does, it's always something important. As Ye Bai opened the dormitory door, he saw senior student Fate passing by. Fate had a cow on his shoulder, the cow chewing on fresh grass, clearly unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Knock, knock, knock. Fate knocked on Zhao Lin's dormitory door and carried the cow inside. Good morning, senior. Zhao Lin didn't realize the seriousness of the situation for a moment. Good morning. Eat something to tide you over before warming up. Fit has a timeless understanding of food. The fresher the ingredients, the better. This is a variety specially cultivated by Imperial University. The more you eat, the more your attributes will increase. After sharpening the knife, Fate gestured with it a couple of times and asked, "Would you like to eat the chuck or the rib first?" Zhao Lin stood there dumbfounded, muttering in a daze, "Damn. This is a bull." Zhao Lin. A scream came from next door. Brave Nyo Nyo, unafraid of difficulties. Ye Bai? Let's have vegetarian food for breakfast. After breakfast, Feng Dong also came to find Ye Bai. Brother Bai, let me explain today's schedule to you. Since Feng Dong is so concerned about failing his course, in a sense, he is more responsible than the other senior students. The junior students under other people's supervision have at least B-level talent. A level talent is everywhere, and there are quite a few S-level talents as well. Brother Bai, staying at summer camp is going to be a tough task. Feng Dong took out a course schedule and introduced it. We have a basic course in the morning to explain the latest level strategies. We've invited Professor Lan from Shanghai University. When Professor Lan was mentioned, Feng Dong's expression became noticeably more serious, and he said a few more words. Professor Lan is over 100 years old, has awakened an F-level talent, is level 60, a first-tier combat soldier, and is stuck on the 9th floor of the Eternal Tower. Even ordinary people with C-level talent can be rated as Tier 1 warriors at levels 40 or 50. Professor Lan, with his F-level talent, has already achieved quite an achievement to reach level 60. Feng Dong was not his usual playful self. Instead, he became quite serious. Old Lan once participated in the bloodbath, but his strength is slightly lacking. He can only do some security patrol work in his spare time. Later, Professor Lan returned to scientific research, specializing in the strategy for conquering the first 9 floors of the Eternal Tower, and achieved outstanding results. The Eternal Tower strategy guides in your textbooks were all written by Old Man Lan. It was only through Feng Dong's introduction that Ye Bai learned about it. In a sense, Professor Lan was a genius who was almost buried in obscurity. Limited by his own talent, Professor Lan's own strength could not improve, but he helped the entire human race improve in another way. Before Professor Lan released the first version of the guide, human players, even those with S-level talents, found it difficult to achieve high exploration progress in the first few levels. According to incomplete statistics, after Professor Lan released the first version of the strategy guide, the average exploration progress per person increased by 5% 20%. His Eternal Tower only has the first 9 floors, and he dedicated his entire life of 100 years to these 9 floors. For 100 years, nearly 40,000 days and nights, he studied the first 9 levels, searching for better strategies to clear them, communicating and summarizing with strong players from different professions, and sharing his findings with others free of charge. It is precisely because of Professor Lan's outstanding contributions that he is a lifetime honorary professor in the vast majority of universities. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Ye Bai had once compared them using his Eye of Insight. The strategy guide published by Professor Lan is not much different from the best route given by the Eye of Insight, and is even more suitable for students with weaker abilities. Professor Lan possesses both talent and hard work, which is why he has achieved what he has today. He is a legendary figure. Legend? Brother Bai, legend is not enough to describe Elder Lan. Feng Dong clearly admired Professor Lan greatly, addressing him as Old Lan. Come on, you'll understand once you've taken Professor Lan's class. Summer Camp, Area C, Teacher's Office. Professor Lan is organizing today's course materials, a habit he has cultivated over many years. Take every lesson seriously and be responsible for every student. There's not much he can do, so he'll just do his best in everything. Professor Lan's assistant is a recent graduate student who specializes in developing strategies for the Eternal Tower and learns from Professor Lan. Old Lan, floors 3 through 6 have all been reset. Shall we change the topic today? Professor Lan nodded steadily. Indeed, outdated strategies are better left untold. Today, I'll share some basic information about the Eternal Tower with you all. Eternal Core City, Trading Secret Realm, Exclusive Space. Under Professor Lan's direction, The assistant selected this part of the courseware for Professor Lon to review one last time. You wrote a good courseware for trading secrets. Professor Lon read through the pages, then suddenly stopped on a particular page. Huh. He let out a soft sound of surprise and picked up a magnifying glass from the side, as if he wanted to take a closer look. Old Lon, is something wrong? The assistant leaned forward and saw the contents of this page. This stone is the subject of some interesting news from the Wanwich auction house recently. Someone listed an ordinary stone for 1 million gold coins for consignment, which I found interesting, so I included it in the course materials. The assistant, somewhat nervous, tentatively asked, Mr. Lon, if you're not satisfied, shall I delete this page? Strangeness. Professor Lon held the magnifying glass steadily. His eyes narrowed to slits, and he kept muttering strange things. Elder Lon, what's strange? Professor Lon examined it for a few more minutes before finally putting the magnifying glass aside, his expression grave. I'm pretty sure this stone came from the beginner dungeon. In the passage after you've passed the first level, on the left side of the ground, is the 6th stone from the left. Professor Lon has studied the beginner dungeon for countless years and is extremely familiar with every single stone inside. So what? The assistant was even more confused. Even if it was a stone from the beginner dungeon, it was still a stone. Look closely at the front of the stone. There are signs of wear. It seems some kind of pattern was drawn on the stone wall. Professor Lon took out a tablet, logged into the auction house of Wanwu Pavilion, and checked the price of the stone, which was worth millions. Consignment period. Professor Lon glanced at it. His expression suddenly changed, but he quickly returned to normal. He said casually, It's probably a prank. Trying to sell something like this for 1 million gold coins is just wishful thinking. Professor Lon feigned composure and said seriously, Remove it from the course materials. Don't waste everyone's time. Okay, Mr. Lon. The assistant wanted to say something more, but Professor Lon sent him away. You go to the classroom to take attendance first, and I'll come over after I've checked the courseware. After the assistant left, Professor Lon could no longer control the trembling in his body. He fell backward and slumped into the chair, his heart pounding. The stones from the beginner dungeon are inexplicably worn down. After clearing the beginner dungeon at SSS rank, you will be rewarded with a trading realm pass. The consignment period will begin shortly after Shura is cleared. When all the clues were laid out before Professor Lon, he could only think of one answer. The stone is consigned by Shura and is also an important item for unlocking the hidden levels in the beginner dungeon. After realizing this, Professor Lon nearly suffered a cardiac arrest. This matter involves the Shura, the strongest seed of the human race, and Professor Lon cannot afford to be careless. He took a few deep breaths, picked up his phone from the table, and dialed a number. Get Xueming. Xueming's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, Elder Lon. I'm about to head to the Abyss Plane. Let's get straight to the point. Okay, I'll tell you, you listen. Professor Lon was extremely serious. Remove item Doyum 146 from the Wanwich auction house. It has been removed from the shelves. Delete all shopping records of the consignment owner. No shopping records found. Replace the sales representative of Wanwich who is in contact with this person and set this person's confidentiality level to SSS. Making changes I don't have permission to proceed. Damn it, Elder Lon. Who exactly is this person you found? At this point, Xueming realized that something was wrong. You don't need to worry about it. Professor Lon reviewed the details in his mind to make sure he hadn't missed anything. He slowly uttered his last request. Have Lord Shadow 9 come here and seal away my memories from this morning. It has to be quick. Xueming. Hiss. If Xueming still doesn't understand after all this, then he doesn't deserve to have 2 supreme experts as his father. Something terrible has happened. Professor Lon, we've found Shura's alt account in the trading secret realm. Chapter 92, The Ultimate Seed Capturer. Summer Camp, Zone C. Multimedia Classroom. Ye Bai originally intended to go to the back seat, but Feng Dong forcibly pulled him to the front. Feng Dongxing said with great enthusiasm. Professor Lon usually arrives at the classroom 5 minutes early and is never late. Time passed second by second. Feng Dong and Ye Bai waited in vain for Professor Lan's arrival. The person who should have come hasn't arrived yet. Those who shouldn't have left have left. I'm going out to run some errands. It's right next door. Jiu's voice rang out, and Ye Bai nodded slightly. At the same time, Ye Bai leaned closer to Lu Sueki. Just taking advantage of the god of war's protection, don't misunderstand. Ye Bai cannot live without the god of war by his side, just as the human race cannot live without the Azura. In Lu Sueki's shadow, a little girl with dark circles under her eyes coldly stared at Ye Bai. For some reason, a ridiculous idea popped into Shadow 99's mind. That kid surnamed Yi. Yawning, could he be able to see his grandma? How is that possible? What level is this kid? I'm already a war god. The little girl shook her head, no longer looking at Ye Bai's handsome face. Looking at it for too long can easily lead to aesthetic fatigue. Professor Lan's office. 2 cups of tea were placed on the table. Professor Lan, who should have been in the classroom, sat upright, as if waiting for a guest. A shadow fell. 9th brother. Professor Lan stood up shakily and called out respectfully. We haven't seen each other for over 30 years. It's best not to see them, Jiu said coldly. Every time I see you, it's to seal away my memories. Sigh, these kids are always a worry. Professor Lan sat back down, his cloudy eyes filled with memories of the past. Let me think. The strongest is without a trace. On the 3rd day after he appeared in the world, I found him because of a sword aura. The supreme expert, Xiaoyao, I bumped into directly in the trading secret realm. To be frank, and I may laugh at you, your relationship with Xiaoyao as master and disciple is largely thanks to me. Professor Lan sighed. More than 30 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and another supreme seed has been born. What a coincidence, I ran into them again. Hearing Professor Lan's words, Jiu's tone was quite helpless. You will find traces of every supreme seed. Then I will seal your memories. Only when they possess at least the strength of a war god can they unlock your memories. Why are you doing this to yourself? He is the person who has studied the first 9 floors of the Eternal Tower most thoroughly. Professor Lan's ability to find 3 top seeds was partly due to luck, but also to his own strength. Professor Lan didn't take Jiu's words seriously. We have studied this before, and the memory seal you are using, if lifted in the short term, will not have a significant impact on your IQ. As long as it's not used frequently, there shouldn't be any major problems. Have you forgotten? We even co-authored a paper about the side effects of memory sealing. It was the best paper of the year. Ye Bai would never have imagined that 9th Master was also an academic talent, specializing in the realm of the soul. When the conversation turned to academic topics, Jiu became quite talkative. Speaking of the side effects of memory sealing, I've recently been using memory sealing frequently on a war king, and the data feedback I've collected is quite good. The other party has also been quite cooperative. Professor Lan nodded from time to time as he listened to Jiu's words. You can send me the data. Maybe we can publish another paper. Test subjects at the War King level are hard to find. Did you capture them from the Abyss Plane? Upon hearing this question, Jiu paused for a moment. You could say they came to us on their own. After chatting for a few minutes. All right, let's get down to business. Professor Lan picked up his teacup, took a sip, and calmly said, My old bones can still handle some of the work. As per usual practice, you may ask Shuro one question. Before taking action, Shadow 9 gave a reminder. I will pass on your message, but I cannot guarantee whether Shuro will respond. I had already thought it through before you came. Professor Lan handed over a note. What I want to ask is the trigger condition for the hidden levels in the beginner dungeon. Oh right, there's one more thing. I really like that stone. Can you ask Shuro if he'll sell it? I'm willing to trade my entire fortune for it. Good. As he took the note, a cloud of black mist enveloped Professor Lan. When the black mist dissipated, the warmth of Professor Lan's smile lingered on his lips. He snapped out of his daze, chuckled to himself. I'm getting old, I can't deny it. I can fall asleep sitting up, and I still have a class to attend. As he spoke, he leaned on his cane, took his course materials, and walked towards the multimedia classroom. When Shadow 9 returned, Professor Blue also returned. Kid, listen to me. Ye Bai heard Jiu's voice. Jiu briefly recounted what had happened, including Professor Lan's discovery of Wuhan and Xiaoyao. Old Lan is the ultimate seed capturer. Just like Xuan Meng, the supreme godfather captor. For various reasons, Boss Lan was able to come into contact with the strongest seed. Upon closer examination, What appears to be a coincidence is actually an inevitability. Old Man Lon specializes in the first 9 levels of the Eternal Tower, and the Supreme Seed cannot skip the first 9 levels, so it's only a matter of time before it's discovered. In some respects, Ye Bai is already considered the best performer among all the strongest seeds. As for the question that Elder Lon wanted to ask, hidden levels? That's easy. Ye Bai needs to ensure 2 things. I can't talk about the rewards for the level unless it involves exposing my identity. Revealing the rewards for hidden levels would be detrimental to Ye Bai. No problem. The conversation between the two was blocked by Shadow 9, and no one around noticed it. Even Shadow 99 could not sense anything unusual. As for that stone, I almost forgot about it if you hadn't mentioned it. The resources Ye Bai now possesses far exceed what can be measured in millions of gold coins. Even if Elder Lon didn't ask for it for free, Ye Bai would still be willing to give it to him. You don't really understand Xiaolan's personality. He won't accept your gift. If you don't accept it, he'd rather not have it. At this point, Ingjiu paused for a moment, then gave a wry smile. In fact, all his possessions are much less than you think. Oh, this was unexpected by Ye Bai. 60 silver coins. Ingjiu revealed the answer, a number that surprised Ye Bai. This was the first payment he received for publishing a strategy guide, which he has treasured to this day and is all his possessions. Xiaolan donated all her other income to support the university's development. After hearing Ingjiu's words, Ye Bai fell silent. Some people can pick up a knife and rush to the battlefield, risking their lives and shedding blood. Some people, though physically weak, still have the heart to kill the enemy and serve their country. Holding the pen like a knife, writing tirelessly is also a silent battlefield. Masterland's pen is more powerful than 1,000 troops. I've made the deal. After discussing the two matters, Ingjiu lifted the external blockade, and Ye Bai finally had time to glance at Elder Lon. Whether it's a college student like Feng Dong or a veteran powerhouse like Ingjiu, his admiration for Professor Lon was palpable. At first glance, he appears as a kind, elderly neighbor, with meticulously combed white hair and a gentle, approachable demeanor. When lecturing, his voice was full of confidence, his pronunciation was clear, his sentences were slow and deliberate, and every sentence was logically sound and interconnected. No wonder you were able to find my alternate account from the slightest clues. Ye Bai couldn't help but sigh. I underestimated the heroes of the world. I've already been playing it safe enough. In fact, I should have been even more cautious. Ye Bai reminded himself in his heart. The sea of life is boundless. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind. Just as Ye Bai was about to refocus his attention and start listening to the lesson attentively, a note suddenly popped up above Professor Lan's head. Condition for second awakening of talent. Live to 200 years old. Hiss. Professor Lan's talent can actually awaken a second time. Secondary awakening is extremely rare. Apart from SSS level talents, Ye Bai has only encountered it twice. One time it was Lu Sueki, and the other time it was Professor Lon in front of me. Ye Bai was startled at first, then shook his head with a wry smile. Even if it's possible to awaken a second time, the conditions are as good as not stating them at all. Regardless of whether Professor Lon can live to be 200 years old. He's only a little over 100 years old. By the time he's 70 or 80, it'll be too late. Time can't be sped up. Chapter 93. There once lived a scholar named Lon, whose name and fate were as great as the heavens. Section C, Multimedia Classroom. Professor Lon stood on the podium, breaking down basic knowledge like an enlightenment ceremony, and explaining it to many students. Many students have this question. Since there is an eternal level, why is there still a combat power test? It seems redundant. Professor Lan's words resonated with most of the students, who nodded in agreement. This combat power system was designed by the Supreme Expert Nightmare. I participated in some of the work and can share my perspectives with you from different angles. The original intention of the combat power system was to reduce casualties on the battlefield and maximize the combat power available to the human race. This sentence has piqued the interest of many people. How could a combat capability system be related to battlefield casualties? Professor Lon continued. Calculating combat power is a very complex process that requires comprehensive consideration of various factors: level, talent, personality, experience, etc. Eternal level is absolutely not equivalent to true combat strength. Ye Bai deeply agreed with Professor Lan's words. Don't underestimate him just because he's only level 60. If you throw a war king in front of him, it's a piece of cake to take him down. Professor Lan sighed. In the early stages of the bloody battle, the fighting on the front lines often fell into a vicious cycle. In areas where the fighting was arduous, even though higher-level experts had been dispatched, the results were far from ideal, as if adding fuel to the fire and needlessly costing many lives. Our biggest headache at the time was that the command couldn't send the right people to the right battlefield. To avoid this situation, we designed today's combat power system. Professor Lan is organized and explains things in a simple and easy-to-understand way. He can explain a complex matter clearly in just a few words. Even information that Ye Bai already knew could yield new insights when viewed from a different perspective after Professor Lan's explanation. Old Lan, a country with an elder is like a treasure. We've noticed that level 200 is the dividing line between infantry and generals. During Professor Lan's general knowledge presentation, several lines of data appeared on the PPT, showing the approximate correspondence between levels and ranks. Level 200 Warrior rank. Level 600 War King rank. Level 900 War God rank. Level 990 Heavenly War God. Level 1000 Supreme Warrior. The strongest being is actually level 1000, the upper limit of the Eternal Tower. This was also the first time Ye Bai had a clear understanding of the correspondence between level and combat power. Certainly, some geniuses and prodigies may be able to unleash extraordinary combat power and fight against opponents of higher levels even before they have reached the required level. Thinking of this, Ye Bai looked at Lu Sueki's shadow. Shadow 99, LV.901. As one of the weakest among the Kage level experts, it was expected that she would just barely reach the threshold of becoming a war god. Ye Bai looked down at his own shadow. Shadow 9 LV? Hiss. Ye Bai's feelings were complicated at that moment. I don't know whether to say the old guy was hiding his talent well, or that his SSS level talent wasn't up to par. The stronger Ingjio is, the safer Ye Bai will be. Professor Lan's classes consist of only 2 sessions, totaling 3 hours. When the bell rang to signal the end of Get Out of Class, Professor Lan had just finished the last bit of his explanation, while all the students were still immersed in the ocean of knowledge, unable to extricate themselves. Get Out of Class dismissed. Goodbye, Elder Lan. Leaning on his cane, Professor Lan slowly walked out of the classroom under the watchful eyes of all his classmates. Cough, cough. Ye Bai coughed lightly twice. Ingjio remained unmoved. How dare you order around someone as powerful as Ninth Master? Photo. You should have given it to me a long time ago. A dark shadow rose up, and Ingjio stretched out a thin, bony hand, the meaning of which was clear. Ye Bai took out the photos that had already been developed and asked in return. Nightmare, Traceless, Freedom choose one. Nightmare. For Ingjio, there was no need to hesitate at all. Upon receiving the photos, Ingjio didn't look at them immediately, but instead asked, "What do you want?" This is a rather pointless matter, but I think it's better to say it out loud. Ye Bai told Ingjio about Professor Lan's second awakening of his talent. I think the elderly should rest more. Given the current situation, there is still a chance for him to live to 200 years old. Why make it so complicated? Ingjio's words made Ye Bai feel that there was hope for this matter. Just send it directly to Wuhan. That guy has a way to handle it. After hesitating for a moment, Ingjio added, "It's related to Wuhan's talent, and only that guy can help Xiaolin. As for the success rate, I'm not sure. It depends on what Wuhan says." In any case, the fact that Professor Lan has the opportunity to awaken a second time is fantastic news. At least, it gave him a glimmer of hope. I'm going out for a bit. Ingjio left for less than 5 seconds before returning to Ye Bai's side. I've already told Xiaolan about it. As for how he chooses to proceed, that's his own decision. Office. The old man sat in the chair, his face full of astonishment, unable to come to his senses for a moment. An old friend just came over and brought me some explosive news. A second awakening of talent. Living to 200 years old is enough? This news was like a windfall, leaving Professor Lan dizzy and disoriented. He looked down at his shadow and muttered to himself, Really? Am I dreaming? A burly man emerged from the shadows, with the number 11 tattooed on his right arm. Film 11. From the very beginning of the Shadow organization, the responsibilities of some positions have been fixed. Shadow 9, protecting the supreme seat. Shadows 4, 5, 6, and 7, guardians of the eternal forest. Throughout the series of Shadow 11, there has only been one mission, to protect Professor Blue. Very few people know that Professor Lon was involved in the creation of Lone Wolf and Shadow, including their early operations, which were all planned by him. Mr. Lon, we've known each other for 20 years. Shadow 11 said in a deep voice. My appearance today has already broken the rules, and I will accept whatever punishment Ninth Master may impose on me afterward. But I still have to tell you, don't go to the Abyss Dimension. Upon hearing this, Professor Lan's brows furrowed. Is that person's condition worse? Ing nodded, tacitly agreeing with this statement. According to the message brought back by the Mina Bird, that person is under a lot of pressure right now. Since the appearance of the Azura, the demons of the Abyss have gone mad, launching no fewer than 100 large-scale attacks, and the casualties on the front lines have more than doubled. This was to be expected. Shura is too strong, and he's grown too fast. Professor Lon rubbed his temples and sighed. My skills are too poor to see clearly. I'll ask you a few questions. Ninth brother won't make things difficult for you. Otherwise I'll kill myself in front of him. Shadow 11. Professor Lon, who is known for his rigorous scholarship, suddenly made a joke that was out of character, which was quite unexpected. Perhaps, the news of the Second Awakening has injected new vitality into the aging body. Withered trees come back to life, and broken rivers begin to flow again. Professor Lon asked, will my going to the Abyss Plane affect the overall situation of the human race? Won't. Will Wuhan's intervention in my Second Awakening affect him personally? Have no idea. What do you think the chances of success are? Less than 10%. Professor Lon chuckled. So tall. He relaxed, seemingly having made up his mind. Shadow 11 couldn't help but speak again. But if you just endure for a few more decades, things will fall into place naturally, and you will be able to awaken a second time. Given how much the human race values Professor Lon, extending his life to 200 years old, or even another 200 years, would not be a problem. One option is the risk-free, step-by-step secondary awakening that can be obtained without any problems. The other option, however, carries enormous risks. If they fail, Professor Lon could die. This is what Shadow 11 fears most. Child, please allow me to call you that. Many of you are just children in my eyes. Professor Lon looked out the window. From this angle, he could just see the Tower of Eternity. From the day this tower was built, I applied to be a volunteer and participate in the scientific research and exploration of the Eternal Tower. The method for awakening talent was discovered by Nightmare after I reminded him, and it was eventually popularized. The bloody battle that followed, well, let's not even mention it. I have fought, I have failed, I have succeeded, and I have lived longer and experienced more than most of my peers. My long life has taught me one thing. Never pin your hopes on tomorrow what you can hold in your hands today. Professor Lon stood up, walked to the window, and moved closer to the Eternal Tower. Sunlight fell on him, and his aged face was filled with determination. He spoke each word with a firm and resolute tone. I can't wait 100 years. I, Lon Tianchi, can't wait even a second longer. Mr. Lon always carried a notebook with him, and he would write down a few words whenever something came to mind. The notebook cover has a line of wild cursive script. There once lived a scholar named Lon, whose fame reached the heavens, yet whose life was as fragile as paper. These are the words Lon Tianchi left behind when he was mentally broken and gave up on himself after awakening his F-level talent. Old Lon kept it, as an encouragement, a spur, and also a sign of his discontent. On this day, leaning against the small window, Old Lon took out his pen and slightly modified this passage. This time, he used regular script, each stroke perfectly upright and powerful. On the white paper, the ink was not yet dry, yet the ambition of the Kunping leaped vividly from the page. All that could be seen was the blue sky writing. There once lived a scholar named Lon, whose fame and fate were as great as the heavens. Chapter 94, Revitalizing the Glory of the Wind Law, is our inescapable duty. Summer Camp Area C. Professor Lan's office. Once Professor Lan made up his mind, he unknowingly isolated himself from the world. Even Shadow 11 didn't notice anything unusual. Professor Lan turned around. A blurry figure appeared in front of the desk. Professor Lan bowed slightly and said respectfully, "You've arrived. The strongest being, Nightmare. I received the message and came to check it out." Nightmare looked down at the documents, ignoring Professor Lan, and continued speaking. "You want to go to the Abyss Dimension? Right. I allow it, but we can't leave today." Nightmare explained. "A big thing is going to happen in the next few days, and it might even blow the roof off the place. When the time is right, someone will take you to the Abyss Plane." Professor Lan nodded. "Okay. Before you set off, go to the Eternal Tower and meet Xiaoyao." "Good." After speaking, the figure in front of the desk gradually disappeared, and Professor Lan began to return to reality. "Wait, don't you need to seal my memories?" Professor Lan's voice was somewhat hurried. He could find Shura's alternate account in the trading secret realm from a single stone. Ingzhou suddenly came to tell him the conditions for the second awakening of his talent. What does this tell us? Shura was among his students. In an instant, the target area was narrowed down countless times. Why bother with that? Do you really think Shadow 9 doesn't know that every time you seal something, you secretly find a way to break it? Nightmare's words made Professor Lan blush, and he forced a defense, saying, "I was just curious. It was purely academic curiosity, and also for the sake of my intelligence. Or rather, do you really think you can break Shadow 9's seal on your own?" Nightmare sneered. "Even a peak battle king can't do this, and you, a level 60 blue sky chi, are dreaming? Give me a break." Without Shadow 9's intervention, even with Professor Lan's profound research into the soul system, he would not have been able to break his seal. All the most powerful seeds he encountered were within the Eternal Tower. In other words, Professor Lan only captured the disguise of the strongest seed. Even if it retained its memories, it wouldn't be a big problem. Just like Xueming. Xueming often met with Shura at the Wolf's Den, but Ingzhou never managed to kill him with a single strike. Upon hearing level 60, Professor Lan became enraged. "You can't hit someone in the face. Come out here, let's fight one-on-one." The nightmare has long since vanished. In the empty office, only Professor Lan's words echoed. "Come out here, let's fight one-on-one." Shadow 11. "Old Lan, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Even if I gave you a head, 2 arms, and 3 legs, you still couldn't beat a level 60 character in a one-on-one fight against a level 980 character." The morning's classes have come to an end. Ye Bai was just about to call Zhao Lin to have dinner together when he saw Fate carrying a pig and a barbecue grill in her hand as she passed by. "I'm out of here." Ye Bai had lunch with Feng Dong, Lu Sueki, and Zhuolingxia. During dinner, Feng Dong described the thrilling boss battle from the previous night to the group. "Fate and I sneaked into the Ice Dragon Cave. Good heavens. The entire cave was frozen solid, and we could only break through the ice little by little to move forward. The students who followed us caught up much faster." At this point, Feng Dong became extremely angry and slapped his thigh. "We were about to break through the ice when we received news that Shura had soloed the boss and cleared the game. Wow, just a little bit more. Maybe I'll get to see Shura himself." Feng Dong turned to look at Ye Bai. "Brother Bai, why do you look so pale?" Ye Bai said calmly, "Remember to pat your own legs next time." Sorry, I was just too excited." After sharing his experience from last night, Feng Dong said with a hint of regret, "I accidentally exceeded the credit limit again last night. Brother Bai, I'm counting on you now. As long as Ye Bai stays in the summer camp and his final ranking is in the bottom 30%, Feng Dong will be able to fail his course without any problems and then become classmates with Xiao Luo. Ideals are lofty, but reality is harsh. Some dreams end before they even begin." The morning session consists of theoretical courses. The afternoon session consisted of combat training. Brother Bai, the combat course is divided into 2 parts. Feng Dong introduced that. The first part consists of lessons taught by instructors. These instructors have all been to the Abyss battlefield. They are far more experienced and skilled than us. The second part will be tutored one-on-one by me and Brother Bai. The training will be tailored to your individual circumstances. Assigning instructors? Ye Bai was quite curious about what kind of instructor would be assigned to him. It would be best to get a melee character. That way I can make up for my weaknesses. Area C, Training Hall. When Ye Bai and the others saw their instructor, their expressions were quite varied. Zhao Lin was fine, but Lu Sueki was completely exasperated. Why did her grandfather become an instructor? Despite his careful disguise, Lu Qingyan was still recognized by Ye Bai at a glance. I have to say, after just one day without seeing that old fox, I feel much more energetic. With a top-tier battle king by his side, Ye Bai's sense of security reached a new level. Lu Qingyan explained a lot of combat common sense to the three of them, as well as how to deal with various emergencies. Since it was only the first day of the course, he mostly taught very basic things, only touching on the essentials, and emphasized martial ethics. The group listened attentively and benefited greatly from the information. After the course ended, Lu Qingyan left with a rather smug expression. I spent a lot of money to have someone disguise me, and the results are really good. It seems neither Sueki nor the little fox recognized my identity. After that, it was one-on-one tutoring. Brother Bai, I've been thinking about how to help you stay in summer camp these past few days. Feng Dong said sincerely. Now there are two paths to choose from. First, a traditional wind-type mage can lean towards a support role, focusing on functionality. In this way, your strength in the early stages of fighting alone will be much weaker, but you will gain more and more advantage as time goes on. To be honest, I myself have followed this path. Feng Dong is also a wind-type mage, and one of the most talented ones at that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fight his way through the King of Scrolls. Ye Bai is not considering this path for the time being. What about the second option? The second path is more controversial and has caused many people to make mistakes. It is also known as the wind battle method. Feng Dong explained. We can maximize the mobility of the wind element, create space for output, while constantly pulling and unleash high damage, or use melee combos. The most famous expert in the wind battle technique is a war god with SS level talent. His innate talent allows him to unleash extremely high damage, and combined with the mobility of wind magic, he can roam the battlefield with impunity, striking fear into the hearts of his enemies. After explaining the advantages of the wind battle technique, Feng Dong didn't forget to remind him. But this school of thought also has significant drawbacks. Although it is powerful in the early stages, its output begins to weaken once it reaches the warrior rank. The wind mage's burst and sustained damage output is insufficient. No matter how fast they run, it's useless, it's just scratching the surface. I also studied the wind combat technique before, and even tried it for a while, but the upper limit was too low, so I returned to the path of traditional wind combat technique. Feng Dong explained the advantages and disadvantages of the two paths in great detail. From his perspective, Ye Bai choosing the wind battle technique is definitely the best option. This will ensure sufficient combat strength in the early stages, allowing Ye Bai to remain at the summer camp. Even so, Feng Dong still left the choice to Ye Bai. Feng Dong sighed. In the end, it's because the wind mage class as a whole isn't strong enough, especially among mages. Fire mages used to be the most popular, but now lightning mages have taken their place. Shuro was initially known as the wrathful mage lightning type, which immediately made him a popular choice for the entire branch of mages. I'll try the wind battle strategy. Ye Bai patted Feng Dong on the shoulder, encouraging him. To restore the glory of Feng Fa is our inescapable duty. Well said. Feng Dong scratched his head and said with a wry smile. The problem is wind mage has never been glorious. Otherwise, such a bizarre fighting style as the wind combat method wouldn't exist. Ye Bai smiled subtly. It's all right, leave it to me. To restore the glory of the wind law, the Azura has an inescapable duty. Chapter 95 The Calm Before the Storm. Summer Camp Area C. After practicing for several hours in the afternoon, Ye Bai and the others had a quick dinner and continued training. Regarding the wind battle method, Feng Dong had tried this path before, and his thinking was very clear when guiding Ye Bai. Move quickly, consume minimal energy, and maintain the right rhythm. The combination of different types of displacements should be flexible, and rigidity should be avoided. You absolutely cannot let the enemy figure out your movement pattern, or you'll suffer a huge loss. Damage is mainly supplemented by short cast wind spells, which can also be combined with spell scrolls, machinery, etc. While having a late-night snack, Feng Dong enthusiastically introduced the food to Ye Bai. When we're having the fight, I'll borrow 2 submachine guns from Senior Sister's Wa for you. You can run and shoot all you want. You'll definitely be the coolest guy on the field. That makes sense. As a unique branch of the Wind Mage class, the Wind Battle Mage has been the subject of much research, with many people exploring how to improve its upper and lower limits. Below the rank of general, wielding scrolls and mechanical equipment, the Wind Warrior can often unleash astonishing combat power. However, these external things become less and less helpful once they reach the level of a warrior. Feng Dong sighed and gave an example. Take the mechanics equipment for example. If you want it to be powerful, its size will also increase dramatically. We mages are all small and weak. We can't exactly carry cannons into battle. At this point, Feng Dong lowered his voice and whispered, I tried it once, and the recoil sent me flying. He broke 7 ribs and lay in bed for half the night after recovering. Ye Bai nodded, keeping all this information in mind. In pursuit of ultimate speed, the Wind Warrior technique sacrifices many external factors. The entire combat style is stuck at 1 hurdle damage. The further you progress, the lower the damage of the Wind Battle technique becomes. A series of actions as fierce as a tiger, but the damage was only 0.5. We've said everything we needed to say, and we've almost finished our late-night snack. Feng Dong patted Ye Bai on the shoulder. All right, Brother Bai. Get ready, we'll continue our conquest of the Eternal Tower tonight. Don't forget the D-grade raw, or... After parting ways with Feng Dong, Ye Bai returned to his single dormitory room. I could hear Barbie Q's voice coming from next door. It must be Zhao Lin having a late-night snack. I feel sorry for Zhao Lin for a second. Ye Bai didn't forget to take care of the important business. Ninth Master, do you remember that my family owns a mine? The black mist reappeared in front of Ye Bai, and Ing Jiu appeared. The mining equipment is already in Xuemeng's hands. Remember to go to the Wolf's Den to get it. There's also a group of dwarven artisans, eternal NPCs. They've already been hired for you, and the contracts are in Xuemeng's hands. Ye Bai trusted Ninth Master's abilities. If there's nothing else, don't keep calling me out. Ye Bai quickly called out to Ing Jiu. Something big has happened, Ninth Master. Ahem, it's just that I'm not familiar with the grades of minerals. Could you lend me a few pieces of raw or grade D and C, so I can familiarize myself with it? Ye Bai needs low grade or to pass this week's assessment. Otherwise, taking out B grade or would be too conspicuous. Ing Jiu sneered. What do you take me for? Xuemeng. Xiao Yao also left a message on the message board. Do you want grade C or grade D or C grade? D grade is too bad. Is this 30 kilograms piece enough? If not, I'll steal it. 1 photo in exchange for 30 kilograms of grade C raw ore. After the transaction was completed, Ye Bai timed it perfectly, activated the Eternal Mark, and entered the Eternal Tower. Only a shadow remains in place. 2 photos surfaced, and only now did Shadow 9 have the leisure to read the messages from the 2 supreme beings. So this is what you wrote back then. The whispers gradually faded away. Welcome to the Eternal Core City. Ye Bai received his completion reward as soon as he logged in. 7th floor cleared with an SSS rating. Reward, Wrath of the Frost. A pair of epaulets appeared in front of Ye Bai, with a blue background and black trim. The epaulets are printed with hexagonal snowflakes, which are crystal clear. Just by looking at it, I could feel the temperature drop considerably. Equipment, Frostbite LV.60. Rank S. Attributes, Agility 50, Strength plus 200, Constitution plus 200. Physical/magical defense, 750. Entry, Unlimited growth. The equipment level grows with the holder's level, up to a maximum of level 600. Extreme Cold Shield. Grants a shield value of 10,000 plus 1.6 multiplied by spirit. After the shield is broken, it enters a 300-second cooldown. Extreme Cold Domain. Except for the wearer, all surrounding units suffer a 5% reduction in agility and a 15% reduction in movement speed and attack speed. Advanced terms. Extreme Rage. Kill an extremely enraged boss level not lower than the wearer while in a state of extreme rage. Upgrade attempts, 5. Number of times advanced, 0. Looking at the attributes of Extreme Frost Wrath, Ye Bai raised an eyebrow. It was just so-so. Now that Ye Bai has seen all kinds of good equipment, his standards have naturally risen. The stats for Frostbite's Fury are all quite ordinary. The shield it provides is barely noticeable, and the effect of the Frostbite field is also mediocre. It's just a pretty ordinary S-grade equipment, besides being able to advance 5 times. The biggest highlight of Extreme Frost Fury is probably infinite growth, which can grow along with Ye Bai's level. As you progress through the game, the maximum number of entries you can access will also increase. After advancing 5 times, it has a chance to become an SS-grade equipment. Ye Bai carefully put away the Extreme Cold Fury, as he had no intention of wearing it for the time being. Of all the basic attributes, agility was Ye Bai's worst. Wearing Frostbite's Fury will also reduce your agility by 50 points. This made things even worse for families that were already struggling financially. Putting the equipment aside, Ye Bai headed straight for the Wolf's Den. The equipment and the people are all here. 2. A complete set of large-scale mining equipment and 50 dwarf craftsmen. Ye Bai settled them all in the mysterious mine, and the specific affairs were arranged by the mine leader. With the help of the Eye of Insight, Ye Bai easily drew the best mining route and the general layout of the mine. The miner's leader and others were astonished by his extraordinary abilities. After settling these matters, Ye Bai returned to the Wolf's Den. 4th brother, the materials I promised you will need to be delayed for a few days. Xueming explained, somewhat embarrassed. I was about to leave for the Abyss Plain when I was urgently recalled. Furthermore, all counter-offensive plans and all leave have been cancelled at the front. After briefly explaining the situation in the Abyss Plain, Xueming said solemnly, although we don't know what will happen, it's clear that something big is about to happen. As he listened to Xueming's words, a name popped into Ye Bai's mind. The 4th demon god. The strongest beings have joined forces to set a trap, intending to severely injure the 4th demon god. Or perhaps, an even bolder idea emerged. Severe damage? This doesn't fit Ye Bai's impression of human powerhouses. So far, the top experts Ye Bai has encountered, besides being shameless, share another common trait. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Kill and scatter the ashes. If all that effort is wasted, and all that's done is severely damage the 4th demon god, allowing him to return alive, for the strongest, that would be a losing proposition. No matter what, I still have a few days left. Ye Bai nodded, indicating that he understood the situation. Right now, it's just the calm before the storm. Ye Bai took out the map and glanced at it. 8th floor, a dungeon for leveling up by defeating monsters. 9th floor, second job advancement dungeon. Ye Bai is currently level 60, just above the threshold for the second job advancement. If he cannot change jobs, his level cannot be increased. Today's goal, clear the 8th and 9th floors with an SSS-rank. Ye Bai planned to pass both levels in one go. Sometimes, Ye Bai doesn't know how strong Shura is until he pushes himself. Summon the Eternal Core Crystal, place your palm on it, and let the white light engulf you. Wishing you a speedy completion of the Eternal Tower. Chapter 96 The Wrathful Mage's Second Job Change. The Eternal Tower, 8th floor. As a very traditional monster slaying and leveling up dungeon, it posed no difficulty for Ye Bai. As soon as Ye Bai entered the 8th floor, he noticed something was wrong. It's completely empty here. There are no players except for NPCs. Perfect, it makes it easier for me to do things freely. If there are too many people, it will be inconvenient for Ye Bai to use the Heavenly Thunder, as it would be too conspicuous. Following the guide from the Eye of Insight, Ye Bai rushed to the nearest leveling spot and began killing monsters to accumulate exploration points. Wind Fury. Heavenly Thunder. Thunderclaps rained down, and the monsters fell to the ground one after another. On the distant hillside, an elderly man dressed in blue, leaning on a cane, watched someone grinding monsters in the distance and couldn't help but sigh. Young people these days are much more capable than we were back then. Boring. Beside Elder Lon stood a middle-aged Taoist priest, his gaze not on Ye Bai, but slightly lowered. A colorful butterfly landed on his fingertip, then burst like a bubble and vanished. You child, you find everything boring. If you ask me, that's the most boring thing you ever say? Old Lon seemed to have thought of something, and said with a smile, I'd love to see the day when even the supreme being, Xiaoyao, finds it interesting. The most boring thing in the world is life. Xiaoyao asked again, Elder Lon, are you sure you want to go to the abyss plane? Didn't you say you wanted to see me? What is it? This journey is fraught with peril. Then let's turn misfortune into good fortune. I made a fool of myself. If others saw this scene, they would probably be speechless with surprise. Even the mighty Xiaoyao, facing Lon Tianqi, seemed like a junior. Elder Lon, you are the person with the highest attainments in the realm of the soul. Stop. What nonsense are you spouting? Aren't you human? Old Lon seemed a little angry, slammed his cane on the ground, and said angrily, Isn't your teacher, Ingjiu, human? He lived like a human being more than anyone else. In his last sentence, Old Lon was clearly furious. Xiaoyao remained unmoved, muttering to himself, Perhaps I am a butterfly, or perhaps it is all just a dream. Is it a carefree dream of a butterfly, or a butterfly dream of carefree existence? He has been pondering this question for over 30 years, but has yet to find the answer. At Xiaoyao's fingertips, the shattered butterfly appeared once again. The butterfly recovered, but Xiaoyao's figure began to shatter. Old Lon sighed. You're still struggling with this issue. You're a good child in every way, except you worry too little and overthink too much. Before I leave, I have a question I would like to ask Mr. Lon. Old Master Lan's expression was solemn. Speak. The butterfly, fluttering its wings, slowly opened its mouth. Are there any people in the world who are born with knowledge? Born with knowledge? Old Lon looked completely bewildered. What was there to talk about? He was about to speak when Xiaoyao interrupted him. There's no need to rush to answer. You can answer before entering the abyss plane. After saying that, the butterfly slowly flew away, from the 8th floor to the 99th floor. Old Lon was left behind, continuing to watch the legendary Azura grind monsters, lost in thought. He is gone. Ye Bai glanced at the notification in the lower right corner and breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after he entered the 8th floor, his eye of insight became blurred with fright. The last time it was blurred was because of the Supreme being traceless. Every time it encounters an extremely powerful being, its eye of insight goes into a state of blindness, making it cowardly to the point of exhaustion. Can't you have some backbone? Show some of the spirit you have with your SSS level talent. Ye Bai was furious at his son's lack of ambition. How could he have such a cowardly talent? Can't the eye of insight learn from itself and become a real, tough guy? Today's 8th floor is essentially a private event for Ye Bai. Only Xiaoyao can achieve this. This can be considered compensation for Ye Bai yesterday. After all, they plotted to seize the essence of the demon god. To some extent, Ye Bai was used as bait, the kind that smells delicious. With his abilities unleashed, Ye Bai's monster-killing speed was incredibly fast. What would take an ordinary person several days to clear the 8th floor, Ye Bai accomplished in less than 40 minutes. Unfortunately, the monsters here were all below level 60, and apart from some copper coins and equipment, Ye Bai gained nothing else. After reaching 100% exploration progress, Ye Bai directly summoned the Eternal Core Crystal to complete the level. Settling customs clearance score. Sold out of the 8th floor with an SSS rating and received the reward Gluttonous Claw. An S-grade piece of equipment appeared in Ye Bai's hand. Ye Bai glanced at it, but didn't have time to study it, so he threw it into his backpack first. After settling his personal rewards, Ye Bai heard a server-wide announcement. Player Shura cleared the 8th floor with an SSS rating, rewarding all human races in the Eternal Tower with the otherworldly gourmet buff. Limited time buff meat and eggs to fill hunger. Humans in the Eternal Tower gain a 30% increase in the effectiveness of food consumption for a limited time of 6 hours. Limited time buff sweeping away weakness. Humans who die in the Eternal Tower will not enter a period of weakness upon returning to the Eternal Core City. This buff is valid for 6 hours. Limited time buff experience boost. Humans in the Eternal Tower gain plus 18% experience for a limited time of 3 hours. Otherworldly gourmet. After consuming food, Apply one powerful buff for 5 minutes. Cooldown time is 5 minutes. Duration is limited to 6 hours. Of the 4 buffs, Sweep Away Weakness and Experience Boost have been applied. For the entire human race, the existence of Sweeping Away Weakness makes the cost of trial and error much lower. As for Experience Boost, it allows for more efficient use of time-limited buffs, resulting in faster strength improvement. An otherworldly gourmet that's interesting. Ye Bai thought of the pair of feet and Zhao Lin, whose 2 buffs were especially beneficial to them. According to Fate's training plan, even inside the Eternal Tower, Zhao Lin had to keep eating. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Ye Bai focused his mind. Next level. Wishing you a speedy completion of the Eternal Tower. The Eternal Tower, 9th floor. Second job change, Secret Realm. A white light flashed. Ye Bai appeared on a giant rock, which was suspended in the void. 3 elemental gates appeared in front of Ye Bai. Wind, fire, thunder. You can choose one of them, and the game will be cleared after you complete the job change. Alternatively, you can complete all the steps first, and then choose to settle and clear the game. Ye Bai had already heard about the information regarding the 9th level of the job change Secret Realm. The process of changing jobs is very simple. Fight against the corresponding elemental monsters and collect the elemental cores dropped by them. By fusing the core elements, you can create new skills that are unique to you. Based on the strength rating of the skills created, complete the job change and clear the stage. Generally, a mage only needs to fight against one elemental type. Ye Bai cultivates all 3 elements simultaneously. If he wants to progress in all 3 areas at the same time, he must create 3 skills, which takes 3 times as long as others. But the effort was worth it. 3 powerful skills, just thinking about them makes my hands itch. Ye Bai's eyes gleamed with excitement. These created, unique skills have one special characteristic. They can be used to craft skill books. Skill books can be sold to the public with a profit margin of 99.99%. For this reason, the second stage dungeon is also known as the wealth-making dungeon. If you create a popular skill or a god-tier ability, you can guarantee a lifetime of comfort. According to rumors, the person who created the wind/skill earned countless small goals and reaped immense joy with just this one skill. There's no need to rush with fire and lightning elements. Ye Bai pondered, glancing towards the gate of wind element. Let's create a wind-type skill first. We promised to restore the glory of wind magic, and we can't go back on our word. A true Azura, a man of his word, would never stoop to associating with Shadow 9. Lower your expectations, an SSS-level skill is fine. Don't be too hard on yourself. With that, Ye Bai stepped into the gate of wind elements. A gust of wind lifted his body, his feet leaving the ground, and Ye Bai was pushed into a secret realm. Amidst howling winds and countless hurricanes, the monster's figure gradually became clearer. Ye Bai heard the sound of wind. Attention! Only wind-type skills are allowed within this secret realm. The secret realm will continuously spawn wind elemental monsters. The more wind elemental monsters you defeat, the stronger the wind elemental monsters that spawn, and the higher the probability of obtaining high-level elemental cores. Melting the core of the wind element to create unique skills. If you are not satisfied with the exclusive skill, you can choose to reforge it, which will consume half of the wind element core. Heavenly Wrath Mage Wind Element 2nd Class Advancement officially begins. Chapter 97 SSS Level Skill, Wind Without Distance. The 9th floor of the Eternal Tower. Wind-type job change Secret Realm. Furious. Wind slash. 2 streaks of light flashed past, easily defeating a giant wind elemental wolf. A low-tier wind elemental core fell and was caught by the shadow of Cerberus, brought back to Ye Bai's backpack. The dog finally looked like a dog. Ye Bai finally did something decent. With the power of nature in his left hand and the Heavenly King's sword in his right, Ye Bai wielded both weapons, wreaking havoc among the wind elemental monsters. For a moment, it was impossible to tell who the real monster was. As a wind elemental job advancement dungeon, skills unrelated to wind are prohibited here. All of the following are prohibited: poise to strike, thunder, ignition, etc. Fortunately, Ye Bai has quite a few trump cards up his sleeve, enough to handle any situation. At level 60, Ye Bai's attribute panel is absolutely top tier, far surpassing others of the same level. Even using basic attacks, Ye Bai could easily handle these monsters. In just over half an hour, we've produced more than 1,000 lower-tier cores and over 100 mid-tier cores. Ye Bai looked towards the center of the secret realm, where something resembling a trophy floated in the air. It was the skill forging device. By placing elemental cores inside, skills can be forged. The capacity of the smelter is limited. Once a certain number of elemental cores are placed, skills will be automatically generated. It can be reset infinitely. Each reset costs half the cost, and it will also increase the maximum number of elements that the smelter can hold. In other words, resetting is actually a kind of refinement. Creating an SSS-level skill requires numerous resets. SSS-rank skills require at least 18 resets to refresh. Reset your skills. The further you progress, the stronger the skills become, and the higher the difficulty increases. Ye Bai approached the trophy, grabbed a handful of elemental cores, and threw them in. After absorbing the elemental core, the trophy glowed with a pale blue light. Generate skill Wind Howl. Rank D. Learn? No, reset. Generated skill Chaotic Wind Binding. Rank C. Learn? Reset. Reset. After resetting 4 or 5 times in a row, Ye Bai had used up all the elemental cores he had accumulated. The latest skill generated has reached level A. For ordinary players, there is still a considerable gap between this and the SSS level skill that Ye Bai desires. The good news is that as the fighting continues, the monsters are getting stronger. It used to take 2 sword strikes to kill someone, but now it takes 3. The dropped elemental cores have a significantly higher grade. Generate skill Chaotic Wind Burial. Rank A. Learn? Generate skill Hurricane Passage. S. Rank. Learn? After repeated resets, the trophy glowed with a rich bluish light, almost overflowing. Generate skill Dimensional Hurricane. SSS rank. Learn? After resetting 18 times, Ye Bai finally refreshed and obtained an SSS level skill. It took more than 3 hours to get an SSS level skill. It was really difficult. The difficulty of clearing the 9th floor was greater than Ye Bai had anticipated. The Eternal Tower has only 6 hours of activity time each day, making it extremely precious. If Ye Bai is unable to create a suitable skill in the Wind-type Job Change Secret Realm within 6 hours, the next time you enter the Wind-type Job Change Dungeon, all your progress will be reset to 0, and you'll have to start all over again. Many powerful human warriors are stuck at a certain level, unable to make any progress in their entire lives, simply because they don't have enough time. Human potential is always limited. Before the appearance of Shura, even if you adjust your own condition to the extreme and do every step of the strategy perfectly, you still can't get over the insurmountable hurdle. Now, Ye Bai is facing the same problem. There's not enough time. It took 42 minutes to reach the 8th floor, and 3 hours and 7 minutes to reset 18 times to refresh the SSS level skill. Ye Bai was delayed for a few minutes before entering the Eternal Tower. Countdown: 2 hours, 3 minutes, and 8 seconds. A pale red countdown appeared in the lower right corner of Ye Bai's field of vision. Based on the current situation, Ye Bai quickly adjusted his expected goals. First, clear the Wind-type Job Change Dungeon. We'll deal with the Lightning and Fire Elemental class change dungeons tomorrow. As long as you clear the Wind-type Job Change Dungeon, your progress will be saved instead of being reset. If he can't find a suitable SSS level skill today, Ye Bai will have to waste today's opportunity and try again tomorrow. But time is of the essence. If you're slow on one step, you'll be slow on every step. Ye Bai didn't know when the storm brewing in the darkness would appear, so he had to improve his strength as much as possible before then. Having grasped the current situation, Ye Bai focused his attention on his newly created SSS level skill, an interdimensional hurricane. Ye Bai glanced at the skill description and immediately chose to reset. Dimensional Hurricane as a wind-type skill, it can summon a terrifying hurricane after chanting, tearing everything apart and causing extremely high damage. For any wind mage, this is a divine skill that is extremely rare and hard to come by. But for Ye Bai, it wasn't of much value. In terms of burst damage, Ye Bai has Ready to Strike and Heavenly Thunder. Then add a lightning-based area of effect attack, so you'll have both single target and area of effect damage. Because of the growth potential of Heavenly Thunder. Normally, even when facing a group of enemies, Ye Bai prefers to use Heavenly Lightning to target them one by one. The most useless aspect of Otherworldly Hurricane for Ye Bai is its slightly long chanting time. It lacks explosive power, and its weaknesses are too fatal, so it can only be reset. After resetting Otherworldly Hurricane, Ye Bai immediately plunged into a new battle. After 45 minutes of non-stop fighting, Ye Bai even collected a whole basketful of high-level wind element cores. Back at the smelter, Ye Bai didn't waste a second and began his smelting skill. SSS grade is the highest rank of skill. Every time Ye Bai forged skills after that, he created SSS grade skills. Generate skill Wind of Revival. Learn. Reset. Generate skill Shadowy Shadows. Do you want to learn it? Reset. None of the SSS level skills met Ye Bai's needs. There are many support and healing skills, which Ye Bai directly ignored. Damage dealing skills are mostly long cast skills, making them rather useless. Ye Bai reset the skill more than 10 times, but still couldn't find one that met his requirements. No wonder the Wind Battle Mage path is so difficult. It is already quite remarkable that Ye Bai was able to reset the Wind type skill to SSS level. On top of the SSS level, it can be reset more than 10 times. Throughout history, among Wind element mages, perhaps only he has been able to do this. If you choose high burst damage with long chanting, then it's the traditional Wind Mage, which has no shortage of forbidden spell level damage skills. However, one cannot move while chanting, thus sacrificing the most important aspect of wind-based combat, mobility. Ye Bai analyzed. At the same time, these SSS level skills have a fatal flaw. They consume too much mana. Ye Bai's attribute panel is already top tier among his peers. Even so, let's take Otherworldly Hurricane as an example. Without considering mana regeneration, Ye Bai can only cast the spell twice before emptying his mana bar. If Ye Bai is like this, then other wind techniques are even more unimaginable. If a skill loses its universality and can only be mastered by a very small number of people, it will not be of much significance to the entire school of thought. Why is the Wind Slash so popular in the market? It's precisely because Wind Slash is extremely versatile. Assassins and warriors can all learn this skill, and even some mages who don't follow the proper path come to learn it. The SSS level skill that Ye Bai wants is one that can serve as the core skill of the wind combat technique style, making up for the lack of damage. In other words, if Ye Bai really created such a skill, he has opened up a new world for the entire wind battle technique school. It's not impossible that it will become the mainstream of wind magic in the future. Continue resetting. Ye Bai glanced at the countdown. There was still a little over an hour left. He refused to believe that he couldn't reset the right skills today. Brush. As the sword flashed, the Wind Elemental Emperor fell to the ground, and an Elemental Emperor core lay quietly on the ground. The 9th one. Ye Bai has reached his limit in the Wind Element Dungeon. One Elemental Emperor core can reset a skill once, and Ye Bai has 9 more chances to reset. Countdown, 5 minutes. Ye Bai rushed to the smelting trophy and threw in an Elemental Emperor core. Generate skill Gentle Breeze. Do you want to learn it? Reset. Reset. After resetting 6 times in a row, Ye Bai still didn't get the skill he wanted. 3 chances left. With only 1 minute and 30 seconds left, Ye Bai had no chance to continue hunting the Wind Element Emperor. Generate skill Wind Without Distance. Learn it? Wind Without Distance deals a Nemo DMG of 2000 plus 1.5 multiplied by intelligence plus 5 multiplied by movement distance in the past 10 seconds meters to enemies. While dealing damage, the caster transforms into a gentle breeze, able to dash any distance, up to 20% meters of the damage dealt. Mana cost, 400 points. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Upon seeing the Wind Without Distance, Ye Bai's spirits lifted, and his previous fatigue vanished. 5 hours of continuous fighting and constant resets, it was all worth it at this moment. This is it. This is the core skill of the wind combat technique that he is pursuing. Relearn. Skill learned successfully. Wind Without Distance. Skywrath Mage Wind type, class changed, dungeon cleared. Chapter 98 Ye Bai, we're going to get rich. The ninth floor of the Eternal Tower. Successfully learned the wind without distance technique. Ye Bai spent 5 hours repeatedly resetting the SSS level skill before finally obtaining it. He considers it the core skill of the Wind Mage class, and it can even completely overturn the understanding of the Wind Mage class. The description of wind without distance is quite long, and the mechanics are somewhat complex, requiring several readings to fully understand. Wind without distance deals a Nemo DMG of 2000 plus 1.5 multiplied by intelligence plus 5 multiplied by movement distance in the past 10 seconds meters to enemies. While dealing damage, the caster transforms into a gentle breeze, able to dash any distance, up to 20% meters of the damage dealt. Mana cost, 400 points. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Note, the movement distance is generated by the caster themselves and does not include movement distances created by teleportation arrays, etc. The entire skill can actually be viewed in two parts, damage and movement. Let's look at the damage first. Wind without distance has a base damage of 2000, 1.5x intelligence damage, and 5x damage based on movement distance. It's not displacement, but the length of movement. Displacement refers to the change in the position of an object. If a person jumps back and forth repeatedly until finally stopping in the same spot, then their displacement is 0. However, the distance traveled will be accumulated. The calculation of wind without distance is the distance traveled within 10 seconds. If you move 10,000 meters, the damage from wind without distance will exceed 50,000, and you can instantly dash more than 10,000 meters. Simply put, wind without distance can convert the high mobility of wind magic into damage. Before wind without distance, such a mechanism had never existed, and no one could have imagined that such a mechanism existed. If that's all there is to it, then wind without distance doesn't deserve to be called an SSS level skill. The most powerful aspect of this skill is that it allows for a dash after dealing damage. The distance traveled by the dash, if timed correctly, will be factored into the damage of the next wind without distance. Once this virtuous cycle is established, it will continuously accumulate damage. Explain the concept of the wind without distance in simple terms. The faster you run, the harder it hurts when you hit someone. The harder you hit someone, the faster they run. The skills perfectly complement the wind battle style, making up for the lack of damage while further enhancing mobility. Ye Bai thought to himself, in the same battle, as long as the wind mage can hold out long enough, the damage of wind without distance will continue to increase. The dash distance created by the previous wind without distance will be converted into damage by the next wind without distance, creating a perpetual motion machine. Of course, this growth is not permanent. Once you stop moving and leave combat, the damage from the next wind without distance will start stacking again from the base value. Take a deep breath, take a deep breath. Ye Bai tried to calm himself down. Unlike the skills Ye Bai had acquired before, wind without distance was created by Ye Bai himself, and it can be copied into skill books and promoted for learning. Once the wind without distance technique is widely adopted, the wind combat technique, and even the entire wind combat technique, will undergo a fundamental change. As for whether there will be other chain reactions, Ye Bai couldn't say for sure for the time being. The only thing that's certain is that the human race will become stronger because of this skill. A white light flashed, and the 6-hour time limit of the Eternal Tower was reached, forcing Ye Bai to exit. When Ye Bai returned to his dormitory, his face still showed signs of ecstasy, and he was extremely excited. Ninth Master, something important has happened. Ingjiu said irritably. You treat even a fart like a big deal. Even if those useless war kings just walked past you, you'd want me to scatter them all. This time is different. This is a big deal. Ingjiu made a move, isolating the surrounding space. When Ye Bai finished introducing wind without distance, and the entire skill was displayed in front of Ingjiu, it brought Ingjiu endless shock. This. For a moment, Ingjiu couldn't even utter a complete sentence. She even swore. That's an assassin skill. Hiss. Reminded by Ninth Master, Ye Bai suddenly realized that his perspective was too narrow. He was always thinking about wind magic and wind combat magic, but he forgot about something else. Compared to mages, this skill is more suitable for assassins or even warriors. No, it should be said that all professions except priests need windlass. Ranged classes like archers can fire a shot and then reposition themselves. Even if used purely as a movement skill, they won't be at a disadvantage. Warriors can use it in combination with skills like charge and wind slash to produce amazing results. Ye Bai quickly realized another problem. However, wind without distance has class restrictions. It can only be learned by mages, or more specifically, only by wind-type mages. Even if the product is good, there's no use in staring at it and getting anxious if you can't use it. If there are occupational restrictions, why not just remove them? Jio scoffed at Ye Bai's statement. If a game doesn't even have bugs and lag, what's the point of playing it? Ye Bai? I never expected that someone as handsome as Shadow 9 would also encounter a bug. Kid, the wind slash you learned before was once a skill exclusive to the warrior class. Because it was so effective, we found a way to remove the occupational restrictions. Jio reveals a past event. Ye Bai couldn't help but ask, how did you do that? Jio chuckled. Trade secret. Let's manufacture a few skill books first to test the waters. Do you have any high-tier elemental cores? No. Ye Bai was very frank. There are only 2 elemental emperor cores. Shadow 9. Damn it, he tricked me again. These 2 elemental emperor cores were left over from Ye by resetting his skills. 1 elemental king core can create 10 SSS level skill books. You can make it first. The materials will be compensated to you by Shadow later. When it comes to important matters, Ye Bai is never stingy. In the blink of an eye, he prepared 20 skill books for Wind Without Distance and handed them over to Jio. As mentioned before, every skill book has the same restriction, for wind-type mages only. Ninth Master, what do we do now? The black mist engulfed the 20 skill books, and Shadow 9's voice could be heard. I will send someone to remove the restrictions. Once the removal is successful, then, even without Jio saying anything, Ye Bai already knew what would happen next and filled in the blanks automatically. I'll be rich then. Printing skill books, I don't know how much money that would make. There was silence in the black mist for a while. Then a voice came from behind. Look at your pathetic self. Ninth Master is right. Ye Bai deeply reflected on his actions. I should say, I'm going to make a fortune. At this rate, the title of richest man on earth will no longer belong to me, Ye. The Abyss Dimension, the front lines. A burly man carrying a huge warhammer burst out of the teleportation tunnel. As soon as Xuanmeng appeared, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Second Father. Second Father. The sound was so loud that it resounded throughout the heavens and the earth. He was afraid that someone might not know the little-known fact that the strongest being Wuhan was his second father. The many demons that had been eager to attack, Xuanmeng retreated and dared not approach. My adopted son is too powerful to mess with. Farewell. A figure with a sword slung across his shoulder appeared instantly in front of Xuanmeng. He possessed a refined and approachable demeanor and a gentle voice. What is it? Lord Shadow 9 asked me to deliver something to you. Xuanmeng took out 20 skill books, all of which were Wind Without Distance, freshly made. He said he would trouble you to remove the occupational restrictions from these skill books. After glancing at Wind Without Distance, Wuhan sighed. A genius like Shura. Oh. Xuanmeng was momentarily stunned. These skill books were made by Shura. Isn't Shura a fire and lightning mage? When did she secretly learn some wine magic again? Wuhan continued. Compared to me back then, he's only slightly inferior. Having said that, he slightly raised his hand, made a sword finger gesture with 2 fingers, and casually waved it downwards. A sword aura pierced through the Wind Without Distance skill book. The line about class restrictions on the skill book has been completely erased. This works. Godfather, I want to learn this move, please teach me. Xuanmeng hadn't even had a chance to curry favor with someone powerful. Wuhan raised his hand, took the 2 skill books from the top, and casually said, I couldn't control the power of my attack in time, and ended up damaging 2 skill books. Fine, I'll keep it as a souvenir. Xuanmeng. Godfather, what are you saying? Those 2 skill books are clearly good. Take the remaining 16 skill books and go back to report. 20 minus 2 equals 18. Godfather, you have a big problem today. Meng's not-so-bright mind suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and he understood. Thank you, second father. After saying that, he first stuffed the 2 skill books into his pocket. Then, carrying the remaining 16 skill books, he happily returned to Earth. Chapter 099. Don't I, Shadow 7, have any pride? Summer Camp Training, Zone C. Ye Bai was squatting in the bathroom instead of attending class. The sound of Meng and Jiu talking could be heard from next door. Lord Shadow 9, there are 16 skill books here. 4 of them were damaged when the skill restrictions were removed. Please take a look. Meng, come closer. What? A series of punches and kicks were heard. As the sounds of being beaten gradually subsided, Jiu said coldly, I'll give you one more chance to organize your thoughts. Uncle Jiu, no, Ninth Master. There really were only 18 books. 2 of them were damaged. Meng, swear to God, the people of China don't lie. Brush. The blade is drawn. Ye Bai was startled. Was he about to be invited to a banquet? Zhao Lin and I are sitting at the same table. Meng truly deserves to be called the #1 fierce wolf. He is unyielding and would rather die than submit. Ninth Master, even if you beat me to death today, I will never betray my second father. At last, Meng walked out of the bathroom with a bruised and swollen face. An old man walked past him and gave him a strange look. Meng was furious. If I can't afford to mess with Shadow 9, then I certainly can't afford to mess with a mere war king like you. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen the god of war get beaten up? Wu Ziki suddenly realized and casually said, No wonder you look so familiar. You're Meng, the one who got punched by Lu Qingyan back then. Your injury hasn't healed yet. Meng. New and old grudges surged into his heart, and for a moment, Meng felt extremely angry. The words Shura taught him resonated deeply with him at that moment. A true man is born between heaven and earth. How can he remain subservient to others for long? A 9th-tier war god should act like a 9th-tier war god. Bring me my hammer. Lu Qingyan, right? That outspoken brat is nearby. With that, Meng transformed into a gentle breeze and disappeared into the corridor. Wu Ziki was left standing there, looking completely bewildered. Strange, it was clearly me who said those words. So why is he causing trouble for old Lu? Old Lu is really something. He doesn't know how to hold back. Meng was beaten decades ago, and his injuries still haven't healed. No wonder old Lu has been bragging for so long without stopping. In a corner, in the office of one of Instructor Lu, a gentle breeze broke through the window and entered. Immediately afterwards, the sounds of punches and kicks rang out, mixed with the wails of a certain peak battle king. This is outrageous and utterly heinous. A 9th-tier war god could actually do such a thing. Ye Bai, who had just come out of the bathroom and was passing by, couldn't help but feel a little frightened when he heard the noise. Why are there so many hot-tempered guys at this summer camp? Can't you learn from me? If you don't have to lift a finger, then don't. Isn't it better to have 9th Master do it for you? Hey, this person's voice sounds like that old fox. Maybe I misheard. Let's hurry back to class. Back in the multimedia classroom, Ye Bai's mind was not on the lesson at all. Shadow 9's voice rang out. Of the 20 skill books, 12 are still usable after removing the class restrictions. Good heavens, blatantly taking kickbacks? Ye Bai was furious. 9th Master, why don't you just say 10 books? You're kidding me. Ye Bai heard it clearly just now. All 20 skill books were intact. These 20 skill books even developed feelings for each other, and 10 more skill books were born from them. After raising them to adulthood, they are now planning to have a second child. Jiu should return 30 copies to him. Jiu said slowly. I'm getting old and my eyesight isn't good. It was only when you reminded me that I realized there really are 10 books. Why didn't you just say it was all broken? How did you know everything was ruined? No wonder you're the strongest seed. Your foresight is uncanny. Ye Bai rolled his eyes and decided to end this farce and have a serious talk. 9th Master, we need a plan for our collaboration on printing skill books. All right, you've got a lot of clever ideas, and we're all honest people. Let's hear what you have to say. As expected of 9th Master, he redefines the term honest man. Skill books can only be copied by me. The materials require high-grade elemental cores. If it's to be sold to outsiders, Then my second brother's help is needed to remove the occupational restriction. Raw materials, production, and reprocessing. Profits should be shared across all three stages, and the distribution should be reasonable and sustainable. If anything goes wrong in any step, wind without distance will be unable to be mass-produced. Without mass production, there is no way to improve the overall strength of the human race, which contradicts Ye Bai's original intention in creating wind without distance. Ye Bai has a very good grasp of the balance between rights and obligations. Of the 20 skill books, Wu Hin took 2 and told Xuan Ming that he could take 2 more, for a total of 4. Ying Jiu spoke again, analyzing the situation. The meaning of no trace is very clear. Remove occupational restrictions, and he will take 20% of the profits. 1/10 will remain within the legions on the front lines of the abyss for consumption, and the other 10th will be given to the legions resting and recuperating in the rear to enhance their strength. No problem. Ye Bai agreed readily. If the created wind without distance is sold directly to a wind mage without removing the class restrictions, Wu Hin will not receive a share of the profits. It's reasonable to let the other party make the move and then take 20% of the skill book during the processing stage. With no objections from either side, Shadow 9 spoke again. As for raw materials, that's the most troublesome part. To condense a high-level wind element core, the Wind War King must do nothing else but focus on condensing the wind element core, and can only condense 1 core per day. The cores of the wind element emperor are even rarer. The god of war can only condense 1 per week. The main reason is that this technology was previously niche, rarely used, and not much researched. The materials used to create SSS-level skill books are also extremely precious. It takes 2 to 3 high-level wind element cores to create 1 SSS-level skill book. 1 elemental king core is only worth 10 books. The number of wind-type powerhouses directly affects the production capacity of wind without distance. Ying Jiu sighed. Wind element is relatively weak and unpopular in any profession, and there are not many strong wind element practitioners to begin with. I suspect Wu Hin will also think of this, and will probably recall all the wind-type powerhouses from the front lines, used to produce elemental cores and expand skill book production capacity. Once the specific data is compiled, we can discuss the profit sharing, shall we? Ye Bai nodded. Haste makes waste. On the left is a mysterious 75 million ton mine, and on the right is the skill book, Wind Without Distance. The title of the richest man on earth will be his. Yes, possession sooner or later. Okay, what about the 20 skill books? 4 copies are allocated to Wu Hin, 6 copies of Shadow are reserved, and 10 copies are yours to use as you see fit. Shadow 9 added. The 2 elemental emperor cores used to create the skill books will be compensated to you by Shadow to cover the cost of the 6 skill books. Ye Bai could completely accept this condition. Once you get your hands on the 2 elemental emperor cores, you can easily turn them into 20 skill books. In total, Ye Bai got 30 skill books, which is quite a good result. Not long after, Ying Jiu handed Ye Bai 10 skill books without class restrictions and 2 elemental emperor cores. The shadow fell silent, its activities unknown. The abyss of hell. The 3-headed hellhound lay sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, limp and boneless. Yingqi stood to the side, lighting a fire and roasting dog legs, occasionally taking a sip of wine, thoroughly enjoying himself. I haven't felt this comfortable in years. The shadow of the campfire swayed slightly. A woman dressed in a red robe with a graceful figure suddenly appeared in front of Yingqi. Shadow 7 abandoned his sycophantic ways, transforming into a fawning lackey himself, his expression unusually respectful. Big sister. The newcomer was none other than Shadow 1. When Ying spoke, her voice was melodious and gentle, like that of a delicate woman. Ninth Master said you did a good job on this mission. He wants you to hunt down more monsters before you go back. The internal hierarchy among the shadows is strange. Each has its own way of addressing the others, and they mostly refer to each other as brothers and sisters. The only exception is Shadow 9. People call him whatever they want. Ninth Master, Ninth Brother, Ninth Uncle. Everyone has their own way of saying it, and that won't be easily changed. Generally speaking, the longer someone stays in the shadows, the more respectful they are when addressing Shadow 9. The entertainment industry is very chaotic. Ingchi became even more respectful. Thank you for the compliment, ninth brother. For him, being able to fight for a longer period of time would be the best reward. The eternal forest? Going back would be like going to prison. Everyone there is stronger than him, and they all speak rudely. He doesn't want to stay there for even a second longer. Ninth master asked me to bring you something. As he spoke, Shadow 1 tossed a skill book to Shadow 7. What is this? The wind without distance. After a quick glance at the skill book's description, Ingchi's breathing became rapid, and she became unusually excited, her voice even trembling slightly. Whose handiwork is this? It's practically tailor-made for me. With such divine skill, what is there to fear from Azura? For a moment, Shadow 7 was full of fighting spirit, and his chances of winning against the strongest seed increased even more. Ingi poured a bucket of cold water over him. This skill was created by Shura. In a way, you're right, it really is the work of a supreme expert. This was the work of the future strongest being of my human race. Shadow 7. Ingchi's expression instantly became incredibly varied, turning red and white in patches, and he couldn't utter a single complete word. He finally felt something for the first time. Why? Why did it have to be Shura who created it? Shadow 7 really wanted to ask. Big sister, couldn't you have waited until I finished learning before telling me? Do I, Shadow 7, have no pride? Bang! Shadow 7 threw the skill book on the ground, turned her head away, her face cold and indifferent. I'd rather not learn what Shura created. Whatever. After saying this, Ing left, leaving behind a parting remark. By the way, your mom is pregnant again, with twins. She told you to focus on your work in the shadow, and that everything is fine at home, so don't worry. Stop writing home complaining and spreading negativity. You'd be better off finding a partner. You're almost 30 and can't even bring a single person home for Chinese New Year. A gentle breeze blew, and the campfire flickered. Only Shadow 7, a single dog, was left standing there, suffering multiple mental blows, and was stunned into silence. For some reason, his eyes kept drifting to the skill book on the ground, his gaze burning with intensity. Ingchi looked around for a long time, confirming that her eldest sister had already left. He moved stiffly, slowly squatted down, picked up the skill book, hurriedly blew off the dust, and repeatedly checked whether it was broken or bumped. He looked extremely distressed. The firelight cast shadows on his face as he held the skill book in his hands. Shadow 7's expression was numb as he muttered to himself. I'll just look, I'm not learning. Chapter 100 Lu Qingyan. Laughing to death. I can't understand it at all. Summer Camp Area C. After Ye Bai and Ing Jiu discussed it, they put the matter of wind without distance aside for the time being. At the latest tonight, before Ye Bai enters the Eternal Tower, a brief report will be delivered to the two of them, containing production data for the Wind Element Core, an assessment of the skill book market, and insights into the skills application scenarios, among other things. Only with an investigation report can all parties truly sit down and settle this score. Ye Bai sold the 10 unlimited wind without distance books in his possession to the Wind and Storm Legion for the price of 2 Elemental Emperor cores through Ing Jiu's introduction. The commander of the Wind and Cloud Legion is himself a Wind-type warrior, and he has many Wind-type experts under his command, making it a perfect match for his profession. They had just returned from a fierce battle in the Abyss Plain and, while resting, were responsible for protecting the students at the summer camp. It's important to know that the summer camp outside the Eternal Forest brings together geniuses from all over the world, along with senior students from top universities, who provide these geniuses with one-on-one tutoring. If these geniuses, who have not yet grown up, were wiped out by the demons, then the joke would be far too great. With one in and one out, my 2 Elemental King cores have become 4, resulting in a 100% net profit. Ye Bai was very satisfied with this deal. It feels great to have no middlemen taking a cut. After the morning classes ended, Zhao Lin offered to treat everyone to lunch to celebrate his level pass of the 3rd level yesterday. Of course, the meal expenses are reimbursed by the summer camp. Big White, the otherworldly gourmet buff, is so awesome. Zhao Lin, in high spirits, described his experience from the previous day to Ye Bai. With a bountiful amount of food, Zhao Lin, aided by the buff of being a gourmet from another world, achieved an A-level rating on the 3rd level and unexpectedly obtained AB level or. Zhao Lin is now on the 5th level and still has a chance to get a pretty good score. Congratulations. Ye Bai said sincerely and then asked, "Today is the 3rd day of training camp. What are your plans?" During the summer camp training, a group of people will be eliminated every 7 days. Zhao Lin is making pretty good progress, even faster than many of his classmates who are at the B level. He has a good chance of staying after the first round of elimination. I haven't really decided yet. Zhao Lin sighed, somewhat helplessly. I originally thought we were just here to broaden our horizons, and we could pack up and take everything home together, just like a vacation. Now it seems like there's another chance to stay. Oh well, let's just take it one step at a time. Zhao Lin only has a C-level talent and no chance for a second awakening. The reason he's been able to get to where he is now is entirely due to the various buffs provided by Shura, plus his own hard work, as he stumbled and struggled his way up in the Eternal Tower. Fate was also very responsible. He didn't look down on Zhao Lin because of his C-level talent and was very strict with him in all aspects. You can tell from the fresh ingredients Zhao Lin eats every day that Fate is very attentive. Big White, how about I give you the B grade or, didn't you say it was going to be used for some kind of rating? Zhao Lin suddenly countered with a question. Are you planning to stay? For some reason, Zhao Lin didn't even consider the possibility that Ye Bai might not be able to stay. In his mind, if Ye Bai wanted to stay, there would definitely be a way to make him stay. Yes, I plan to stay. Senior Feng Dong calls me Brother Bai all the time. I can't let him down, can I? Ye Bai pointed to the stone in Zhao Lin's arms. No need for that. If I take your stone, it will be considered cheating. If we get caught, we're both finished. Zhao Lin nodded, seemingly understanding but not quite, then looked puzzled. Why did you suddenly think of asking this? It's nothing. I'm just a little worried. With your current appetite, your family will go bankrupt in less than a week after you go home. This. Ye Bai's words made so much sense that he couldn't object. The reason we suddenly brought this up wasn't for that reason, of course. Ye Bai only remembered that terrifying number, casualty rate 100%. Those who approach extreme power will inevitably suffer calamity. This is still the casualty rate of the strongest Nightmare's classmates. Almost everyone agrees on one thing. Among all the strongest beings, Nightmare is undoubtedly the strongest. The strongest among the strongest. Even such a powerful being couldn't protect the people around it. Even Shadow 9 is in a half-dead state. If Zhao Lin continues to stay at the summer camp, Ye Bai didn't know if he would suddenly receive bad news one day. Just as Lin Jiao said during the first day of the exercise, the war is never over. After lunch, Ye Bai washed his face with water and felt much more refreshed. Ye Bai set aside the matter of getting close to the strongest will bring misfortune and did not consider it for the time being. It seems that Zhao Lin is very happy now. Brother Bai, the instructor for this afternoon's class has changed. Feng Dong introduced that. The old instructor from before is not feeling well today and has taken leave to see a doctor. Is Lu Qingyan feeling unwell? Ye Bai found it strange. He had used his eye of insight to examine Lu Qingyan and found that she didn't have any serious illness. How could anyone have the heart to harm an elderly person? Old Lu can't get into trouble. If an enemy weaker than the God of War attacks, Ninth Master will absolutely not help Ye Bai unless he offers more money. At this moment, the value of a top-tier battle king is truly demonstrated. Ye Bai was calculating in his heart. When we meet again, help the old fox figure out where the problem lies. Professor Lan's office. 2 cups of tea were brought over, the assistant explained. Gentlemen, Elder Lan has been called to an emergency meeting. Please wait a moment. It's all right, we can just sit here and wait. That's no problem. If you get bored, you can look at the materials on the coffee table. They are all papers that Professor Lan is currently writing. Elder Lan has always been happy to share his insights, and he has benefited greatly from the views of some War King level powerhouses. Okay, this rule has been in place for a long time. Wu Ziki and Lu Qingyan sat on the sofa, casually flipping through Professor Lan's papers and chatting idly. Back when we were in school, we were also Professor Lan's students. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Qingyan sighed. If only you were still the War King. How did you know I had regained my War King strength? Wu Ziki said with slight surprise. I thought I had hidden it very well. Only then did Lu Qingyan notice. Wu Ziki's clothes today have the character Wang King printed right in the middle. Not only that, this guy shaved the sides of his head, cutting out two Wang King characters. His ever-present thermos was engraved with War King Commemorative Edition, and his shoes were even War King Limited Edition. Wu Ziki practically had the words, I am the King of War, written all over his face. He didn't hide anything at all. He was showing off from beginning to end. Only someone as oblivious as Lu Qingyan would be so slow to realize this. I was saying that the way your assistant looked at you was weird before. Lu Qingyan scoffed at his old friend's behavior, standing on his moral high ground and pointing fingers at him. Ding brags about every little thing. Can't he be a little more mature like me? Speaking of maturity, do you still remember my granddaughter Lu Sweki, whose talent has undergone a second awakening? The two chatted idly for a while, and Wu Ziki asked curiously, Old Lu, what do you need Old Lan for? Lu Qingyan said without any attempt to hide his true feelings. I've had a headache lately, but the hospital couldn't find anything wrong. The god of war who examined me said it might be a problem with my soul. Master Lan has a high level of expertise in the spiritual realm, and the god of war recommended that I consult Master Lan for a preliminary diagnosis. Once a general direction is determined, then we'll look for a powerful soul-type healer to treat the illness. Huh, you're talking about matters of the soul? Wu Ziki let out a sound of surprise. What a coincidence, Elder Lan is actually writing a paper on the soul system recently. Incredible. Elder Lan even has data from human experiments conducted on War King level experts. And it was the War Kings who actively cooperated. He's a truly remarkable person. Bring it here quickly, let me see it. Lu Qingyan took the paper and read it line by line, nodding frequently, shaking his head occasionally, his brows furrowing and relaxing, and occasionally revealing an expression of sudden realization. They became so engrossed in it that they forgot the passage of time. So what's the trick to it? Wu Ziki was completely taken aback by Lu Qingyan's appearance. Has Lu Qingyan become a top student after not seeing him for a while? Lu Qingyan put down the paper with unusual composure and smiled slightly. I can't understand it at all. Chapter 101 Drunk and Wind Riding Without a Trace, Slaying the Demon God. Summer Camp, Training Hall in Area C. Before training began, Instructor Lin appeared and announced to all the students. Tomorrow, which will be the 4th day of your summer camp training, there will be a preliminary test. Those who perform exceptionally well will have their scores tallied, receive rewards, and be exempt from the elimination battle on the 6th day. According to the previous arrangement, on the 6th day, a new batch of genius seeds will be sent. Unlike the first batch of participants, the new batch of promising talents must defeat the bottom 10% of the summer camp participants in order to qualify for the summer camp training. Even the bottom 10% of people have a chance to save themselves. If you can win 3 consecutive games, you can stay in the summer camp and continue to participate in special training. The unexpected early test disrupted everyone's training plans. Feng Dong frowned and said in a low voice, Brother Bai, something's not right. It seems like something's happened. Don't rush into training. Let me go find out. As he spoke, Feng Dong went to find a teacher he knew. After chatting for a few minutes, his face became clouded with worry. After making several more phone calls in a corner, Feng Dong finally jogged back, his face extremely grave. Something terrible has happened, Brother Bai. Don't panic, speak slowly. Feng Dong shouted. Feet, Xiaolin, come here for a second. The 4 of them gathered together. Feng Dong looked at Xiaolin and asked, If I remember correctly, you're also a wind-type warrior, right? Xiaolin nodded. Yes, what's wrong? Feng Dong sighed and said helplessly, A new demon god, Wind Spirit, has been born in the Abyss Plane. He is powerful and extremely effective against wind-type professions. Even the strongest warrior of the Wind Battle Technique School was seriously injured after fighting Wind Qi. He was just sent back to Earth, and the god of war treated him. His fate is unknown. What? Ye Bai and Zhao Lin exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Zhao Lin was genuinely surprised. Ye Bai, however, was surprised in a different way. Second brother, you really can lie so easily. This happened too suddenly. Based on the information Ye Bai had, there was only one possibility. The emergence of wind without distance has completely changed the ecological environment of wind-type professions, and may even change the situation of the entire battlefield. In order to create more wind without distance skill books, Wuhan must transfer wind-type experts back to the rear and provide a reasonable explanation. It's true that a new demon god, Wind Spirit, was born in the Abyss Plane, and it's also possible that Wind Spirit is effective against wind-type classes. Wuhan used this as an excuse to directly transfer all the wind-type powerhouses away, making people feel that the wind-type profession had no future. Everything they did was just a smokescreen, a deception. All this was to conceal the existence of the wind without distance. Are you trying to hide your trump card and launch a surprise attack at a crucial moment? Ye Bai asked himself, if he were in that situation, he would most likely have made the same choice. The message I received is that wind-type mages are not allowed to go to the front lines for the time being. Feng Dong helplessly shrugged. As for when the ban will be lifted, I don't know either. Perhaps once the strongest being slays the newly born demon god Feng Qi, we will be able to return. Newly born demon gods, not yet having formed factions, are easier to kill. Zhao Lin blinked and asked curiously, a supreme being can slay a demon god? He had always believed that demon gods and supreme beings were beings of the same level. Who would have thought that the strongest being could be so brave? Even demons can be slain. Feng Dong patiently explained. There are also differences in strength among demon gods. The weakest demon god may not even be as strong as the god of war, who reaches the heavens. Even the strongest demon god, in a one-on-one fight, might not be a match for the most powerful being. They are mainly numerous. Although there may be internal disputes and discords, they become exceptionally united when faced with a life or death threat. They rarely give the strongest individuals the chance to defeat them one by one. It was only after Feng Dong's introduction that Ye Bai and Zhao Lin learned about it. When the Abyss Plane first appeared, there were a total of 18 demon gods. After 30 years of bloody war and protracted battles, the number of demons declined dramatically. In short, it plummeted. Currently, only 13 demon gods remain in the world. New demon gods are born from time to time in the Abyss Plane, just as the human race has the birth of the god of war and the strongest being. Because the area of the Abyss Plane is much larger than that of Earth, the number of monsters is in the hundreds of billions. The frequency with which they give birth to demon gods is actually higher than that of Earth. However, demons are like leeks, while the strongest are like sickles, snapping at you every now and then. One crop after another. At this point, Feng Dong paused for a moment, then hesitated before saying, legend has it that there is a supreme demon god in the deepest part of the abyss who has not yet been born. Once he is born, even with the protection of the strongest beings, humanity will face annihilation. I only heard about the supreme demon god through hearsay. It seems that the other side of the abyss is also unwilling to let the supreme demon god appear in the world so easily. In short, this is not a level we can consider right now. Listening to Feng Dong's introduction, Ye Bai slowly nodded. This is the first time I've heard of this. Me too. Seeing that the topic had strayed off course, Feng Dong got back on track. Whether it was the temporary addition of tests or the birth of the demon god Wind Wonder, the decline of wind-type professions was caused by these factors. This is not good news for either of you. Not only Feng Dong, but even Fate's expression was very serious. Fate had no intention of failing his courses, but he didn't want the soldiers he trained to leave summer camp. Feng Dong had clearly come up with a solution. The training plan must be adjusted. After training, you will stay and I will take you to a good place. Zhao Lin and Ye Bai nodded simultaneously, indicating that they understood, and then returned to their training. The birth of the new demon god has added even more pressure to Ye Bai's shoulders. Humanity has produced a supreme seed, and the abyss, not to be outdone, has given birth to a new demon god. It's likely that the frequency of demon gods being born will only increase in the future. The already tense situation on the front lines for the human race is now under increasing pressure. Ye Bai sighed inwardly. If second brother were more capable, he could just kill every single one that was born, saving us so much trouble. Unfortunately, such a good thing can only be dreamed of. The abyss plain. A gentle breeze swept by, a figure appeared, and the sword was sheathed. Wu Hin emerged from the wind, holding a wine cup in his left hand and a sword in his right, with a sword servant following closely behind him. Remember, after Wu Hin spoke, the sword slave took out a short sword and a bamboo tube. Holding the sword steadily, he aimed the tip of the sword at the bamboo tube, ready to record. Today, the Azura creates the laws, establishing a legacy for humanity that will last for eternity. For every word Wu Hin uttered, the sword slave would carve a word into the bamboo tube. Every stroke of the sword was imbued with sword energy, and even the slightest wisp of sword energy was enough to kill a war king. Wu Hin downed the remaining wine in his glass in one gulp, tossed it aside, and his sword robe billowed in the wind, exuding a carefree and elegant air. A sound, without a trace, drifted on the wind. I am a heavy drinker, and I am slightly tipsy. I have heard that demons are causing trouble, so I take up my cup, draw my sword, ride the wind, and slay the demons to celebrate the Azura. When Wu Hin finished speaking the last word, Jinnu also finished carving the entire passage. At the same instant, an enormous head also crashed to the ground, creating a storm of gashes. The cut was incredibly smooth, clearly indicating that it had been slain by a divine weapon. His head stared wide-eyed in disbelief, unable to comprehend why he had perished. Clearly he had just ascended this highest throne, and then everything ended. If I had known that becoming a demon god would mean death, I wouldn't have wanted to be one. In 2146, in the Abyss Plane, the 14th demon god, Feng Qi, was born. On the same day, the strongest leave no trace, drinking fine wine, treading on the gentle breeze, slaying demon gods and gods. Feng Qi celebrates the Azura. The 14th demon god of the Abyss died at the age of 32 minutes and 13 seconds. In his extremely short life, he left behind many world records, such as the fastest demon to be killed, the demon with the shortest lifespan, the demon with the most pathetic death, and the record for the strongest person to solo a demon race. To this day, no demon god has broken it. It is also a legend. Chapter 102 Lu Qingyan, taking a few steps even if he's not sick. Summer camp. Professor Lan's office. Sorry, the emergency meeting took a little longer. Professor Lan, who arrived late, explained to Lu Qingyan and the other person. I just received news that a new demon god has been born in the abyss. Don't worry, it's all taken care of. The two stood there, just like they did back in their student days. Lu Qingyan said respectfully, Mr. Lan, if you are busy, we can come another day. My problem isn't serious, no rush. It's all right, since you're already here. I can't let you come all this way for nothing. Professor Lan turned to look at Wuziki. Your name is Wuziki, right? Back in your year, you were the second to become the war king, if I remember correctly. Wuziki blushed and nodded, saying, Mr. Lan, you're not mistaken. It is an honor to have my name remembered by Mr. Lan. In fact, Mr. Lan could remember the name of every student. Wuziki covered up the character Wang King in front of him, feeling extremely ashamed. I've embarrassed myself in front of Elder Lan. They've been corrupted by that disrespectful old man, Lu Qingyan. Wuziki thought to himself, I should stay away from Lu Qingyan in the future. I always feel that this guy's brain isn't working properly right now, as if he's been beaten up. I've also studied your medical records from when you were injured. But my abilities, well, let's not even talk about them. I wasn't of much help, but thankfully I had the source of life. Old Lan sighed, a hint of relief in his voice. It seems that the source of life is working well. If you have the chance, you can get a full medical checkup. We are researching the after effects of the source of life and how to create it. Wuziki nodded repeatedly. Definitely, definitely. Qingyan's problem may be related to the soul, so you need to step aside. Good. Wuziki left the office, closing the door behind him. Professor Lan sat down and gestured for Lu Qingyan to sit as well. Please fill out this questionnaire first. After you finish, I have some questions to ask you. Lu Qingyan took the questionnaire, filled it out quickly, and returned it to Professor Lan. Professor Lan looked through the table while asking questions. Aside from headaches, are there any other symptoms? No. Professor Lan asked calmly. Have you heard about the side effects of memory seal? Lu Qingyan answered honestly, no. Memory seal? What is that? The side effects of the memory seal include decreased intelligence, mental confusion, difficulty concentrating, and memory decline. This is the first time I've ever heard of this. Lu Qingyan asked, puzzled. Old Lan, what does this have to do with me? Don't misunderstand. The diagnostic method of the soul system is the process of elimination, casting a wide net, like finding a needle in a haystack. Don't overthink it. I'm not saying that your memories have definitely been sealed. Even the god of war might not be able to seal the memories of a peak war king. Lu Qingyan nodded slowly. Professor Lan was right. Based on his own strength, there are very few people in the world who can seal his memories without him even noticing. Professor Lan confirmed again. You don't have any of the above side effects, right? Yes. Trying to organize his thoughts, Professor Lan tentatively asked, did you know that there is a forbidden spell that, once released, can automatically seal memories related to the side effects of the memory seal? What? This sentence is a bit convoluted, and Lu Qingyan didn't understand Professor Lan's meaning the first time he heard it. Professor Lan explained it several times before Lu Qingyan finally understood. Hiss. This is just too terrifying. In other words, people whose memories are sealed are unaware that they experienced any side effects, because those memories are also sealed. Right. After receiving Professor Lan's affirmative answer, Lu Qingyan sighed. People whose memories are sealed are truly pitiful. Old Lan, let's talk about the problem that's giving me a headache. The headache was not a side effect of the memory seal, and Lu Qingyan was very confident in himself. Professor Lan remained calm and nodded steadily. Okay. The two chatted for another 10 minutes or so. Professor Lan asked many questions related to the soul, and Lu Qingyan answered them truthfully. I have a general understanding of your situation. You may have recently suffered a severe blow to the head, resulting in intermittent concussion. Professor Lan took out a medical record, pointed to a piece of information on it, and said, this sign says you were injured on duty, so all related medical expenses are covered. Lu Qingyan looked somewhat embarrassed and was momentarily at a loss for words. This? I see. Professor Lan did not press further, but instead set all the materials aside. This isn't a problem that a soul-type expert can solve, and it really isn't a big problem. With Elder Lan's words, Lu Qingyan felt much more at ease. Professor Lan continued, if you're willing to change your environment, your headache will be relieved a lot, or even disappear. Lu Qingyan hesitated for a moment, then tentatively asked, so, that means I'm not sick, right? He doesn't plan to change his environment for the time being. Even if he wasn't keeping an eye on the little fox, he still had to look after his granddaughter. With the situation at the front lines tense, Lu Qingyan's combat strength is not yet at its peak, and he needs some time to recover. After a while, even if Lu Qingyan wanted to stay on Blue Star, he wouldn't have the chance anymore. Professor Lan used very precise language. You can understand it this way. You're not sick, and you don't need to take medicine. I'm relieved to hear that. I'm sorry for taking up your time. Lu Qingyan felt relieved and was about to get up to take his leave. Before he left, Professor Lan said lightly, if you don't plan to change your environment in the short term, I suggest you strengthen yourself as much as possible. Be prepared for battle at any time. After all, nowhere is safe now. A crisis could strike at any moment. Clear. Besides, Professor Lan hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Be kinder to the young people around you. They are the future of Earth. Yes. Only after Lu Qingyan's figure disappeared did Professor Lan begin to write his report. Multiple memory seals have a significant impact on the intelligence and comprehension abilities of peak battle kings. Intelligence may not follow a single downward trend. It will fluctuate within a small range, exhibiting exceptionally high peak intelligence in certain areas. The significant side effects may be due to the sudden and irregular nature of the memory seal. If the memory sealing is performed regularly according to a specific pattern, the side effects can be reduced or even eliminated. Further experiments and observations are needed. If one undergoes memory sealing multiple times, one may develop a certain resistance to soul-based skills. Training Hall. Having just finished a day of classes, Ye Bai and Zhao Lin followed behind Feng Dong. Senior, where are you taking us? You'll see when you get there. After twisting and turning, Feng Dong led the group to an iron gate. A sign was posted next to the iron gate, Mechanical Equipment Storage Vault. Arrive. Standing in front of the equipment storage depot, Feng Dong's eyes gleamed. Brother Bai, whether you can stay or not, whether I can fail the course or not, all depends on this guy. Pushing open the iron gate, hundreds of shelves appeared in front of the four people, filled with a dazzling array of mechanical equipment. Brother Bai, pick out a couple of weapons that you'll be comfortable with. We'll take them to the Eternal Tower to practice today. Feng Dong pointed to the machinery and equipment in the warehouse and said, according to the rules of combat, you can choose mechanical equipment for assistance, but you cannot carry energy ores, and there are some other restrictions. In short, with these guys' help, the chances of us staying will be much higher. As the group approached the warehouse, Zhao Lin began searching for suitable mechanical equipment. Ye Bai's gaze fell on a cannon. Very imposing, Ye Bai liked it very much. There's just one small problem. Won't the instructor be angry if I bring this thing to a combat training session? Chapter 103. Look at this pancake. It's so big and round. Mechanical Equipment Warehouse. As Zhao Lin and Ye Bai selected their equipment, Feng Dong explained to them. Brother Bai, the rules for the combat test are very complicated, and there are strict restrictions on the items that can be brought in. Puppetry, scrolls, and special items can only be carried in small quantities, and prior notification is required. Oh, and these mechanical equipment. Ye Bai pointed to the large fireworks on the shelf. Pistols, shotguns, submachine guns, rocket launchers. Everything was available, even artillery vehicles. Mechanical equipment does not need to be applied for or registered, but there are strict restrictions on the ammunition it carries, and the use of energy ores is not allowed. On the way to the summer camp, Ye Bai had heard Zhuo Lingxia introduce it to him. The equipment created by mechanics, if lent to others, will be less than 1/10 as powerful without energy ore. Ye Bai asked curiously, even if we can't use energy ore, bringing a cannon vehicle to the combat test should be enough to take down a classmate with one shot, right? Even 1/10 of its power is terrifying. This thing doesn't really require aiming. You can just fire a shot right in the face, and that's it. You're not planning to bring an artillery vehicle to the combat, are you? Feng Dong pointed to the artillery vehicle in the middle of the warehouse with a strange expression. Could a normal person do something like this? That's the kind of thing Brother Bai would do. Ye Bai countered. Is that not allowed? Cough cough. Brother Bai, calm down, calm down. Feng Dong explained. Although you don't need to register your machinery and equipment, you need to carry your own machinery and equipment with you throughout the entire process. If you bring a cannon, it means you have to carry it on your back or shoulder the whole time. Even during combat, it cannot be placed on the ground. Otherwise, it will be considered a loss. This rule was developed based on actual combat experience. If you can actually carry a cannon around and bombard everything on the battlefield, that's quite an achievement. Upon hearing Feng Dong's words, Fate walked to the side of the gun hull, stretched out a hand, and exerted a slight force. He lifted a gun carriage weighing tens of tons like a dumbbell, and could even do a few bicep curls. Fate turned to look at Feng Dong, expressionless, and asked with a puzzled expression, "Is it difficult?" Feng Dong, such a heavy load is not only a burden, but the recoil is also huge, so you can't use it. Feng Dong smiled wryly. Even if you can withstand it, you can also withstand the recoil from firing the cannon. You can only carry one shell, and you only have one chance. No matter how you look at it, bringing a cannon cart was an act of irrationality. Ye Bai reluctantly withdrew his gaze. He and Zhao Lin each selected several pieces of mechanical equipment, intending to take them to the Eternal Tower to practice their skills first. Brother Bai, just stop thinking about that cannon. Despite repeated reminders, Feng Dong still felt uneasy. Brother Bai is a ruthless and taciturn man. You never know what he might do. Back in my personal dormitory, Ing Jiu once again isolated everything around her and discussed matters related to the wind without distance skill book with Ye Bai. Kid, the top officials from all sides convened an emergency meeting earlier. The meeting decided that the skill book, Wind Without Distance, would be temporarily encrypted at the SS level and designated as a strategically controlled resource at the SS level. It must be kept strictly secret before it is officially used on the battlefield. This was also within Ye Bai's expectations. Wind without distance is different from ordinary SSS level skills. It is a skill that can truly change the times. Especially for top-tier combat forces, their first appearance can catch the enemy off guard. Such opportunities are rare, and the human race must seize them. High-ranking officials from all sides. Ye Bai was more interested in this term. Who are they? Ing Jiu rattled off 6 names in one breath. Legion Command Center, University Alliance, Wolf's Den, Sword Slave, Pavilion of All Things, Shadow. 3 visible and 3 hidden aspects. In general, matters on Earth, when the strongest being does not intervene, are resolved through negotiations among the 6 parties. The power of the 3 parties in the open is self-evident. As for the 3 dark ones, Shadow, created by Nightmare, is also the organization Ye Bai interacts with most. In a sense, aside from Nightmares, Ninth Master is the person in charge of the Shadow. Sword Slave, as the name suggests, should be the second brother's subordinate. Because he has been fighting in the Abyss Plane for many years and has been by his second brother's side, Ye Bai has never come into contact with a Sword Slave. As for the Pavilion of All Things, was the Pavilion of All Things founded by Xiaoyao? Ye Bai never expected that the Myriad Things Pavilion, which he had been dealing with in the trading secret realm, would have such a powerful background. I guess so. The Myriad Things Pavilion is nominally under Xiaoyao's control, but in reality, without Ing Jiu saying more, Ye Bai could already picture his third brother's attitude towards the Myriad Things Pavilion in his mind. Third brother mostly remained indifferent, saying calmly, boring. If Xiaoyao cared about these things, he wouldn't be Xiaoyao. Regarding wind without distance, after consultation among the 6 parties, its circulation in the free market will not be opened for the time being. Instead, it will be bought and sold through collective orders placed with you. Shadow 9 presented the plan that had been discussed at the meeting. We will provide the raw materials. The first order will be for 50,000 books, and delivery will be within 3 days. As for the payment method, if we were to pay in gold coins, we could certainly come up with enough gold coins. They might even sell you a gold coin manufacturing machine. You can manufacture as many as you want. Huh. Ye Bai had heard of printing money to buy things. I've never heard of someone using a printing press to buy things. The human race's high command also requested a large quantity, 50,000 skill books, enough to arm 3 or 4 elite legions. Just from this demand, Ye Bai could tell that the human race was really going to make a big move soon. Shadow 9 continued. Money becomes worthless when you have too much of it. You should understand that principle, right? Ye Bai nodded, agreeing that this was indeed the case. He's not short of money now, so leaving a bunch of gold coins to gather dust in the warehouse is meaningless to Ye Bai. But what payment method are you going to use for this order? Ye Bai could accept bartering. Shadow 9 produced a pre-prepared plan. The spoils of war. Spoils of war. Ye Bai frowned slightly. What spoils of war? A great battle will take place within a week, involving the level of demon gods. You must have noticed the signs by now, right? Ye Bai nodded. Anyone who isn't a fool can sense the oppressive atmosphere of an impending storm and feel the invisible tempest slowly gathering. In this great battle, all those who learn wind without distance will have 1/3 of the spoils they gain on the battlefield. Shadow 9 continued. Whether it's a general, a king, a god, or even myself, the strongest. Once you learn wind without distance, 1/3 of the spoils of this battle are yours. Hiss. Ye Bai's spirits lifted. He hadn't expected Ninth Master to be so generous. To some extent, the price offered by Shadow 9 is a huge pie in the sky. But this pie it's drawn so big and round, it's tempting enough. 1/3 of what the strongest player has gained. If a supreme expert were to slay a demon god, wouldn't that mean Ye Bai possesses 1/3 of a demon god's remains? Just thinking about it is incredibly exciting. Most importantly, both parties tacitly avoided mentioning the pricing of wind without distance. This is a very complicated matter. First of all, the skill book for wind without distance has a production cost, and it's not low. If skill books are priced too high, even generals simply cannot afford them, and even among war kings, only a small number can afford them. This also means that once all the war gods and peak war kings have learned wind without distance, Ye Bai's skill books will no longer be able to sell. Even with price reductions, the customer base won't expand much, the barrier to entry is too high. Unless Ye Bai sells directly at cost price, losing money to gain publicity. Shadow 9's proposal was much more reasonable, as they would bear the cost of producing the skill books and pay a more flexible price. 1/3 of the spoils of a major war. Furthermore, in this great battle, most demon gods will likely perish. Most importantly, the cause of this great battle was to protect the Azura, and the spearhead was aimed directly at the fourth demon god. Deploying 50,000 copies of Wind Without Distance onto the battlefield will be a key factor in turning the tide of battle and determining victory or defeat. It is very possible that what was originally a Pyrrhic victory will turn into a resounding triumph. Ye Bai didn't think for long before nodding in acceptance of the plan. Okay, I'm fine with it. After this great battle, I can sell Wind Without Distance in the market, right? That's right. By then you will be free to set your own prices, and we will also discuss new order collaborations. Ingzio hesitated for a moment, but still decided to remind Ye Bai. This is my personal suggestion, in my personal capacity. Listen carefully, it has nothing to do with the shadow. Ye Bai pricked up his ears, very curious about what Ingzio would say next. This is the first time I've seen Ninth Master so serious. Ye Bai could guess in his heart that it must be related to the strongest person. If we narrow down the target even further, it's most likely related to Xiaoyao. Ingzio said, word by word. You'd better not accept Xiaoyao's spoils. Chapter 104 Zhao Qian, Pavilion Master of the Myriad Things Pavilion. Ingzio's reminder echoed in Ye Bai's ears. You'd better not accept Xiaoyao's spoils. This is not a joke with Ye Bai. Ye Bai even sensed danger in this suggestion. It felt like a thorn in my side, making me restless and uneasy. Ingzio didn't say much. Both sides were intelligent people. Ye Bai is currently a mage who hasn't even completed his second-class advancement. In terms of pure damage output, Ye Bai is comparable to a war god, but in other aspects, he is simply not good enough. He's like a canoe equipped with a human cannon. His output is maxed out, but everything else is lackluster. The title of Supreme Power is far too far from Ye Bai's reach. Ye Bai nodded in agreement. I understand. Listen to advice, and you'll have a full meal. Ye Bai knew the principle that if you don't court death, you won't die. For Ye Bai, taking one less piece of the spoils from Xiaoyao was a blessing in disguise. The matter of Wind Without Distance has come to an end. Ye Bai glanced at the time. There was still more than an hour until 12 o'clock. Ninth Master, we've been mining for a day now. Who should we deliver the goods to? Shuemei. While there was still time, Ye Bai decided to earn some small money. Once it hits midnight, he still has 2 more job advancement dungeons to conquer. Ye Bai felt deeply ashamed for not achieving the goal he set yesterday and spent several seconds reflecting on himself. The 9th floor is going to be cleared with an SSS rating today. I told you, even Xiaoyao can't hold on to it. Take your goods to the trading secret realm, where people from the Myriad Things Pavilion will be waiting for you to trade. After he finished speaking, the surroundings returned to normal, and Shadow 9 fell silent once more. Okay. A white light flashed, the tower mark was activated, and Ye Bai's figure disappeared from the spot. Mysterious mine. The 2 mining machines roared deafeningly. The mine was bustling with activity, and everyone was working hard. Boss, you've arrived. The miners' leader arrived immediately, stayed by Ye Bai's side, and reported on the work. The drawing you made yesterday was amazing. I have never seen anyone draw every single detail underground in such detail. Thank you for the compliment. With his discerning eye, the mysterious mine was not mysterious at all to Ye Bai. Tell me about the output. Yes, we're currently operating in 3 shifts. People rest, but the machines don't. The mining core has enough manpower, and the mining equipment provided by Shadow 9 is the best among humans, so the required manpower is not too large. Even with 3 shifts and each person working 8 hours a day, there are still extra staff. Boss, I've roughly calculated that we've mined a total of 20,000 tons of raw ore. Hey, Shorty, come over here at the super furnace. The miners' leader gave a shout. All the dwarven craftsmen near the super powerful furnace stopped working at the same time and walked towards the 2. Ye Bai? The miners' leader quickly changed his tune. The shortest one. All the dwarf craftsmen turned around at the same time and returned to their workstations. The one with the longest beard, you. The The miners' leader, having finally found a dwarf, smiled apologetically at Ye Bai. Sorry, boss. They all look the same, dress similarly, and have really hard to pronounce names. Nonsense. Our names are both pleasant to hear and concise, boss. I am Goodmore Zero Goody Wooling. 200 words omitted. Okay, Xiaogu. Ye Bai nodded. You're the leader of the dwarves, right? Xiaogu was very pleased with the title of leader, his long braided beard twitching with joy. That's right, boss. A brother of mine wants to ask when the fine wine will be delivered. They'll be here today. Let's talk about production capacity first. When discussing professional topics, Xiaogu demonstrated exceptional professionalism. Boss, the super furnace is absolutely amazing. It's better than any other furnace I've ever seen. We just started the furnace and, after the temperature rose, smelted 10,000 tons of raw ore and extracted a total of 5,000 tons of grade B ore and 1,500 tons of grade A ore. Higher grade ores are all deep inside the mine, and they haven't been produced yet, but it won't be long. As he spoke, Xiaogu led Ye Bai to an open space where piles of metal blocks were stacked. The cooled and shaped ore was made into bricks that were 20 centimeters long, 10 centimeters wide, and 5 centimeters thick. Each brick felt heavy in the hand. Grade B ore is silver, looking like a mountain of silver ingots, while grade A ore is gold, making them easy to distinguish. 99.99% purity. Xiaogu was very proud. Although it was all thanks to the super furnace, it didn't stop him from being proud. You've done a great job. I'll bring back some wine and food next time I come. If you have any other requests, feel free to ask. Ye Bai stored all the ores in the prepared storage container, then inspected the mysterious mine to ensure everything was operating normally before leaving. The trading secrets. Fourth brother, it's been a long time. Ye Bai looked at the person receiving the goods and couldn't help but chuckle. Goblin underling. The familiar goblin underling seemed a little embarrassed and said with a forced smile, Fourth brother, please don't be offended. I'm working for that official. Without orders, I cannot easily reveal my identity. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Zhao Qian, the pavilion master of Wanwu Pavilion. I have just met Lord Shura. It's convenient to speak and act here. There's no need for any worries. From the first day Ye Bai entered the trading secret realm, the goblin underlings he dealt with were no ordinary people, but the master of the myriad things pavilion. Before coming, Ye Bai had already vaguely guessed what was going on. When the answer was revealed, it wasn't surprising at all. Why didn't the Eye of Insight reveal the goblin underling's true identity? Ye Bai increasingly felt that his SSS level talent was not up to par. You didn't ask. Can't they have a little initiative? Ye Bai felt he should take some time to give Eye of Insight a proper lesson. However, there was still one question that Ye Bai couldn't figure out. With so many people around that day, how did you find me? The trading secret realm is bustling with people, and everyone is trying to hide their identities, so finding Shura is by no means easy. Not long after Ye Bai arrived at the trading secret realm, his goblin underlings came knocking on his door. Their efficiency was incredibly high. Are you also a possessor of the same type of talent? It is clear that permission was obtained from Xiaoyao. The goblin brother readily revealed the answer to Ye Bai. Once the announcement of clearing the beginner dungeon with an SSS rating is made, only you will be able to enter the trading secret realm. Ye Bai's expression changed slightly, and he sincerely sighed. A big investment. Xiaoyao's research into the Eternal Tower is so profound that it far surpasses that of the other two supreme experts. Even those who can achieve this level of skill are no exception. Let's inspect the goods. 5,000 tons of grade B, 1,500 tons of grade A. Hiss. Even with some mental preparation, the goblin underling was still incredibly shocked when he saw so much ore. This is what the massive abyssal plain at the top produced in a year. Gurgle. As the head of the pavilion of all things, and a trusted follower of the supreme expert Xiaoyao, what storms hasn't the goblin underling seen? Even so, he was stunned for several dozen seconds before he came to his senses. Lord Shura, you should still call me Fourth Brother. Fourth Brother, is this the output for one day? Right. That's not right. After rummaging through the metal blocks for a while, the goblin henchman suddenly looked up at Ye Bai. No grade C or? No, we don't have that. Ye Bai searched his entire body and found only 30 kilograms of grade C raw ore, which he used to submit his assignment. You don't mean the worst ore in the mysterious mine is all grade B? The Goblin brother's voice was shrill, and he almost cracked. 75 million tons, grade B raw, or this output. He quickly came to his senses and apologized to Ye Bai. Goods inventory complete. Grade B, or market price 500,000 gold coins per ton. Grade A, or 1 million gold coins per ton. That's equivalent to 4 billion gold coins, which can be exchanged for 4,000 war god merit points. The goblin underling handed Ye Bai a black card and casually remarked, equivalent to the merit of beheading a demon god of war. Sigh, having a lot of money also has its troubles. I don't know how to spend it. Ye Bai pocketed the 4,000 merit points and asked earnestly, can this money be deposited in your Wanwu pavilion to earn interest? You're joking. It's nothing. I was just asking. I don't plan to save it for now. Next, Ye Bai purchased some miscellaneous items to prepare for his adventure in the job change secret realm today. Fire skill books for combat, 2 sets of level 60 equipment, commonly used scrolls, puppets, etc. The two had just completed a big deal worth 4 billion gold coins, and the goblin underling generously offered to pay for it for free. Tonight's expenses will be paid by young Master Zhao. How could I possibly accept this? As he spoke, Ye Bai pointed to the list of goods from the Myriad Things Pavilion and said, one more, please. Chapter 105 was full of bugs and so much fun. Ye Bai ultimately returned home with a full load. Back in the mysterious mine, Ye Bai put down tons of supplies and had the mine leader distribute them. Even the lizard has a beach skin, lying in the sandpit basking in the moonlight. Free things aren't necessarily the best, but they're definitely the most enjoyable. Ye Bai deeply understood this statement. After dividing the supplies into smaller portions, Ye Bai gave instructions. Don't drink while mining, and don't drink while mining. Got it. I've got it. The miners' leader and the dwarf Xiao Gudu assured Ye Bai that no one would be allowed to drink alcohol during work hours. In front of everyone, Ye Bai gave instructions to Brother Lizard. If you smell alcohol coming down into the mine, consider it an extra treat. Lizard, ABA, but I don't want to eat human flesh. I'll get you a barbecue grill later, so you can eat it cooked. With the lizard guy as the supervisor, there's an extra layer of security. No one would dare drink while working. When Ye Bai left, the dwarf craftsmen's faces were filled with a mixture of happy frustration. It was 12 o'clock. Ye Bai re-entered the Eternal Core City and headed straight for the 9th floor of the Eternal Tower. May you clear the Eternal Tower soon. Returning to familiar places. 3 elemental gates stood silently before Ye Bai, awaiting his choice. The wind element job change rift has been cleared. Ye Bai looked at the remaining 2 elemental gates. A door made of fire element could be felt burning intensely even without getting close. Another door crackled with lightning. Arcs of electricity leaped and crackled, and a booming sound emanated from the elemental gate. For output, I have ready to strike and thunder, while wind without distance combines output and movement into one. Ye Bai analyzed his current strength in all aspects. What I lack includes sustain, continuous damage, area of effect damage, and survivability. With 2 SSS level skills and 2 chances, Ye Bai had a general idea of what to do. Let's tackle the lightning element first. Ye Bai walked towards the gate of lightning. Lightning struck his skin, causing no harm, but instead sending a tingling sensation through him. He was then engulfed by the lightning and vanished from the spot. An hour later, Ye Bai emerged from the gate of lightning element, his face full of regret. How come lightning-type job change is so easy? I cleared the game with an SSS level skill without even realizing it. With the support of skills such as Ready to Strike, Lightning Blessing, and Heavenly Thunder, Ye Bai's entire job change process was as smooth as Dove chocolate. Finally, Ye Bai reset his SSS level skill. After resetting several times, I obtained the skills that met my needs. Thunder Spirit Transformation transforms the target into a Thunder Spirit form for 15 seconds. In Thunder Spirit form, one cannot perform physical attacks or be attacked, is immune to physical damage, and receives 30% more magic damage. If cast on oneself, One will be immune to lightning damage and can remove the lightning spirit state at any time. If used on an enemy, the enemy will receive an additional 50% lightning damage. Cost: 1,500. Cooldown: 60 seconds. The biggest advantage of Thunder Spirit intangibility is that it is immune to physical damage. With the anti-magic dispatch, Ye Bai is immune to physical damage and enjoys a high amount of magic damage reduction while in Thunder Spirit state, making him a veritable mobile damage turret. Of course, Ye Bai can also release Thunder Spirit intangibility on the enemy to trap them. In Thunder Spirit form, one cannot launch physical attacks and must withstand high amounts of magical damage. Of course, the duration of the Thunder Spirit state is also affected by resistance. These buff skills can usually be dispelled or cleansed by enemies. As a supplement to Ye Bai's trump card, it is at least acceptable. Unlike Wind Without Distance, skills like Thunder Spirit Etherealization are rarely crafted and sold as skill books. The reason why the skill book, Wind Without Distance, is being sold in large quantities is because its effect is so powerful that its widespread adoption can improve the strength of the entire human race. The fact that Lei Ling's weakness was Ye Bai's trump card, and that it was made into a skill book, meant that his trump card was being exposed. Once you know the effects of Thunder Spirit intangibility, it becomes very easy to counter it. Therefore, Ye Bai needs to ensure that everyone who has witnessed the Thunder Spirit incarnation cannot transmit information to the outside world alive, thus protecting his trump card. The use cases for Thunder Spirit Etherealization are very demanding, and it seems more like a skill customized for Ye Bai personally. Lightning Specialization increases the effect of lightning skills by 100% and reduces their cooldown by 50%. In other words, Ye Bai can use Thunder Spirit Etherealization for 30 seconds, and the cooldown time is also only 30 seconds. Unlimited refills. Until my armor is fully crafted, with the Thunder Spirit's Etherealization ability, I don't need to worry too much about physical damage. Ye Bai put away the skill descriptions and walked towards the last elemental gate, the Fire Elemental Gate. Blue flames surged up, leaping and cheering on his shoulders. When Ye Bai opened his eyes again, he found himself amidst countless active volcanoes. Each active volcano was belching black smoke and spewing out lava from time to time, with one fire elemental monster after another struggling to crawl out of the lava. Only fire-based skills are allowed in this secret realm. Having gained experience from the previous 2 successful attempts, Ye Bai quickly got into the zone. Ignite. Move, turn around and strike. Compared to the lightning element, the progress in the fire element job advancement dungeon is not as smooth. Ye Bai also had ideas about SSS level fire type skills. Burst damage is handled by the lightning element, while the skills created focus on sustained damage and area of effect damage. This is also why Ye Bai chose the fire element before. One by one, the elemental monsters fell with mournful cries, their bodies shattering into molten lava, leaving behind elemental cores. Generation Skill Fire's Delight, S-rank. Reset. Generated Skill Firestorm, SS-rank. Reset. After 3 or 4 hours of fierce fighting, Ye Bai finally reset his skills to SSS level. Generated Skill Burning Body, SSS-rank. Ye Bai glanced at it and realized that the skills didn't quite meet his needs. Burning in flames is a tactic that injures the enemy 1,000 while harming yourself 800. It burns a portion of your HP, but improves all your stats and grants you various powerful buffs. The more health you burn, the stronger you become. Very assertive, but not suitable for me. While hunting fire elemental monsters, Ye Bai reset his SSS level skills. The Eye of Insight has provided a hint. It's best to take some time off. There's a surprise after clearing the 3 job advancement dungeons. Ye Bai glanced at the time. There were still 90 minutes left. After resetting 3 more times, a good option appeared before Ye Bai. Generated Skill Flamestorm, SSS-rank. Flamestorm is a typical area of effect attack, dealing high amounts of fire damage within its range and inflicting continuous burning damage. High mana cost, short cooldown, and short casting time. It perfectly matches Ye Bai's initial vision and is a very good supplementary measure at this stage. But While the Blaze Storm is relatively balanced in all aspects, it also means that it doesn't have any particularly outstanding advantages. It's a very ordinary SSS level skill. It's probably only useful up to the War God rank. After that, it becomes pretty useless. Just make do with this. Ye Bai calmed himself down and comforted himself. Even after getting used to delicacies, it's good to eat some simple vegetables and radishes occasionally. Just like when you've been stuck on a bug in a game for a long time, experiencing the normal gameplay from time to time can be quite enjoyable. Just as Ye Bai was about to learn Flame Storm, a notification popped up from the skill's smelting device in his field of vision. Next skill reset, Spark. Ye Bai glanced at the skill description of Spark and was immediately captivated. Firestorm. We're really not close. Let's not contact each other anymore. I'm afraid Spark might misunderstand. Ye Bai once again plunged into a new battle, collecting elemental cores in preparation for resetting his skills. If you can exploit bugs, who the hell plays the game normally? It's fun to exploit a bug for a moment. It's so much fun exploiting bugs. Chapter 106 Ye Bai, hate cheaters the most in my life. The Eternal Tower, 9th floor. Fire-type job change secret realm. Ye Bai took the still warm fire element core and threw it all into the smelting machine. Reset. Generate skill Spark, learn it. Study. As soon as he acquired the skill, Ye Bai couldn't wait to open the skill description and read it again. Spark. Summons a fireball that hits an enemy, dealing 2000 plus 1.5 multiply by intelligence fire damage and applying 1 stack of Spark Mark to the target. Each stack of Starfire Mark will burn the target, dealing 1000 plus 2 multiply by intelligence fire damage for 10 seconds. During the duration of Starfire Mark, if the target dies, the number of Starfire Marks doubles and is randomly distributed to nearby enemy units. Any fire-type skill other than Spark can detonate Spark Mark, dealing 10,000 multiply by Mark stacks fire damage. Cost, 600 mana. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Powerful. As expected of an SSS level skill, Spark has only one effect, damage. Extreme damage. The damage is divided into 3 stages. Phase 1, hit damage plus burning damage. Ye Bai's intelligence attribute is now close to 2000. Roughly calculated, the hit damage is 5000 points, and the continuous burning damage is 5000 points per second, totaling 50,000 points in 10 seconds. Fire Mastery increases the effect of fire magic by 100%. After doubling, it deals 10,000 damage on hit, and has 2 stacks of Starfire Mark. Each stack burns for 10,000 points per second, for a total of 400,000 damage over 20 seconds. The damage is only in the first stage. Ignoring magic resistance, it can kill enemies with less than 410,000 health. There is also a second phase of damage. The greatest strength of Spark lies in the fission of Spark Mark. Enemies carrying the Starfire Mark will have their stack count doubled upon being defeated. 2 floors become 4 floors, 4 floors become 8 floors. Ready to go. Nobody understands exponential growth better than me. The number of Starfire Marks will keep doubling as you kill enemies marked with them. When an enemy dies, it will pass on double the Starfire Mark to even more enemies. Like a snowball rolling downhill, the Starfire Marks keep piling up and won't stop until all the enemies are killed. Final. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Even if an enemy can withstand the burning damage of Starfire Mark, Ye Bai can still use Heavenly Thunder to target and kill them. Furthermore, the spark has a 3rd stage, detonation. Once all the minions are dead, the Starfire Marks will concentrate on the boss. Ye Bai can easily detonate all the Starfire Marks with his Ignite skill. Each stack of Starfire Mark deals 10,000 burst fire damage. Deadly Ignition. Putting away the skill descriptions, Ye Bai pondered in his heart. In terms of single target damage, Spark is quite ordinary. Its best battle scene is a super powerful boss leading a group of minions. The minions can provide enough fuel for Spark to split into more Spark Marks. The moment the Starfire Mark was finally detonated, the damage exploded. Even without detonating, the extremely high levels of Starfire Mark will deal enough burning damage to the boss to give it a hard time. Thinking about this, Ye Bai couldn't help but shake his head. Unfortunately, such a scene is rare and hard to come by. On the battlefield, Spark is an absolute godsend in group battles. This fills the gap in Ye Bai's area of effect damage and also adds a burst damage option. This is why Ye Bai completely abandoned Flame Storm the moment he saw Spark. After Ye Bai learned the Spark technique, all fire elemental monsters turned into lava and returned to the volcano. Skywrath Mage Fire type, class changed, dungeon cleared. After a burst of fire, Ye Bai returned to the boulder. The giant rock floated in the void, with only 3 elemental gates that had been cleared standing upright in place. Wind, thunder, fire. Following the order in which Ye Bai cleared the levels, the elemental gates began to show unusual activity one by one. The 3 elements are actually starting to fuse. Ye Bai's eyelids twitched, sensing that something terrible was about to happen. The violent elemental power was sweeping everything, and a terrifying monster was taking shape. Young man, I advise you to think carefully before you act. Without any hesitation, Ye Bai immediately unleashed a 2-hit combo. Wind Fury. Ready to go. No matter what terrifying boss we are about to face, it's always a good idea to build up your strength and prepare for the next move. When in doubt, stack buffs first. As Ye Bai faced a formidable enemy, his Eye of Insight provided a new clue. Fun fact, the boss possesses all the skills you created in the job change dungeon. Ye Bai, brother, are you selling this? I'll trade you my Eye of Insight. I asked, and it told you to get lost. After being humiliated by the boss, Ye Bai was furious. In my life, Ye Bai has the utmost contempt for 2 kinds of people, those who use cheat codes and those who prevent me from using cheat codes. Of the 3 job change dungeons, the lightning and fire elements were relatively easy to deal with, as Ye Bai didn't actually reset too many skills. Wind element Ye Bai has been resetting his skills like crazy, and he has at least a dozen SSS level skills. They shot themselves in the foot. That's a classic case of lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. As Ye Bai rapidly built up his power and prepared to unleash it, the boss gradually revealed its true form. Boss, Lord of the Wind, Thunder, and Fire Secret Realm. Level, 60. Health, 90 million. Shield, 120 million. Skills, Wind Without Distance, Lightning Spirit Intangibility, Spark of Fire. Defeat the boss, reward, plus 10% affinity with all 3 elemental types. Note, the Lord of the Wind, Thunder, and Fire Realms has a 100% increase in skill effects, no cost, no casting time, and cannot be silenced. The Master of the Wind, Thunder, and Fire Realm can only be damaged by wind, thunder, and fire elements, and receives 80% less damage in return. Ye Bai, thank you, I already know it's a wall hanging. Stop talking, I want to be alone. Please select the quiet time you wish to have. Ye Bai's vision blurred as countless images flashed by, and it seemed as if cars were driving by. Did the young adult mode get triggered unexpectedly? Let me elaborate. 5 minutes later, the moment the boss appeared in full before Ye Bai made his move instantly. Wall climbing? I'll beat up wall climbing. Blessing of Lightning. Heavenly Thunder. A terrifying bolt of lightning descended from the sky, piercing through the boss's shield and about to strike the Lord of the Secret Realm. Thunder Spirit Incarnation. The figure of the Master of the Wind, Thunder, and Fire Secret Realm blurred. Immune to lightning damage. Ye Bai's face darkened. He had created this skill for himself. Who knew that the Lord of the Secret Realm would use this opportunity to turn the tables on them? No martial ethics. Wind Without Distance. The water flow has stopped. Ye Bai's figure transformed into a figure that lunged forward, dealing wind-type damage to the boss during the lunge. The damage method of Wind Without Distance is that an invisible wind blade is shot out at high speed and directly strikes the target to cause damage. The flowing water technique struck the Lord of the Secret Realm, dealing a high amount of damage, 0. The Lord of the Mystic Realm is immune to damage except from wind, fire, and lightning. With the Thunder Spirit Illusion ability, it becomes immune to lightning damage. What Ye Bai wanted wasn't damage, but the healing preventing effect of the water-severing flow. Many of the wind-type skills that Ye Bai created previously had healing and shielding effects. The fact that the boss could release them without casting a spell would give Ye Bai a lot of headaches. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Ignite. In the Job Change dungeon, the battle between the 2 overpowered characters continues. Wind Fury. Wind without distance. Amidst the howling wind, Ye Bai's roar echoed. Today, only one cheater will survive and leave the job-changed dungeon. Lord of the Wind, Thunder, and Fire Secret Realm. I was never going to get out anyway. Chapter 107 SSS-rank clear of the 9th floor. The Eternal Tower, 9th floor. Job change Secret Realm. The strength of the Master of the Wind, Thunder, and Fire Secret Realm exceeded Ye Bai's expectations. The main reason is Ye Bai has reset far too many skills. With the blessing of Thunder Spirit Illusion, both the Lord of the Secret Realm and Ye Bai are immune to lightning damage. This battle is a battle of wind and fire. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Wind Fury. Wind without distance. As wind without distance is used repeatedly, the distance of each dash increases, and the damage also increases. The Lord of the Secret Realm was equally unwilling to be outdone. Wind without distance. The magic-suppressing disc in Ye Bai's arms trembled slightly, shielding Ye Bai from the damage. Magic damage below 10 million will be blocked. Both sides are stacking the damage from wind without distance. However, Ye Bai has Wind Fury and Wind Specialization 50% CD. The stacking speed is more than twice as fast as that of the Lord of the Secret Realm. Brush. The two figures passed each other once again. The anti-magic disc absorbed the damage, while the Lord of the Mystic Realm's health dropped slightly. The battle continues. Wolf's Den. Shuiming had just finished his task and had some free time, so he looked up at the time. It's 5:50. That kid Shura is still stuck on the 9th floor. After thinking it over carefully, Shuiming quickly understood. That guy cultivates wind, fire, and thunder, so he must have SSS-level skills in each of them. One elemental gate takes 1 day, so the 9th level will take 3 days. Shuiming picked up his phone and opened Tushio, a Chinese news and information platform. The top trending news item immediately catches the eye. On nights without an SSS rank clear, I miss him. It's definitely not going to work today. Shuiming stretched, preparing to clock out, and called out towards the office door. If Shura clears the game at SSS level today, I'll pay the bill. A commotion broke out outside, with various voices cheering for Shura, rising one after another. Shuiming opened a bottle of beer, crossed his legs, and relaxed leisurely. Shura, you need to stand up straight. The Eternal Tower, 99 stories high. The middle-aged Taoist priest sat cross-legged on the bluestone bricks, with an hourglass in front of him. There's not much sand left in the hourglass. It will run out in about 10 minutes. The Taoist priest glanced down at the tower, made a calculation with his fingers, and then slightly raised his right hand. The hourglass started flowing backwards until the sand inside doubled in volume, at which point it stopped and began flowing normally again. Having done all this, the middle-aged Taoist priest no longer looked at the hourglass, nor at the foot of the tower. He stood up, walked to the edge of the tower, and took a step, landing on the white clouds. White clouds drifted lazily by, carrying the voice of a Taoist priest. Boring. I'm going to be disconnected in 10 minutes. Ye Bai glanced at the time. It was 5:50. He had previously reset a wind-type SSS level skill, which gave the Lord of the Secret Realm several extra lives. 10 minutes is a bit of a rush, and Ye Bai can't guarantee he can kill the enemy. If the Master of the Secret Realm pulls out another life-saving skill, Ye Bai will run out of time. There were so many reset skills that Ye Bai himself couldn't remember which skills he had. Countdown, 19 minutes and 46 seconds. Did you miscalculate? Ye Bai was taken aback. How come there were 10 extra minutes? Thanks to the strongest player for the extra 10 minutes. Although the Eye of Insight dared not mention the name of the strongest being. However, Ye Bai knew very well what was going on. Only one person can do this. Be carefree. Ye Bai couldn't help but sigh. The Eternal Tower is just like the one run by the Carefree family. Wandering freely, that's brilliant. Seamless, hard. Nightmare, tall and hard. Ye Bai wielded the power of nature, looking at the Master of the Secret Realm with full fighting spirit. I've paid my renewal fee. What about you, little brother? Lord of the Secret Realm, I'm reporting someone for cheating. The administrator Xiaoyao rejected your report and banned you from speaking for 365 days. Wind Fury. Wind without distance. 9th floor, break it for me. 5 hours, 59 minutes, and 30 seconds. Xueming looked at the time on the wall. Even if this kid clears the game at SSS level, he won't have a chance to freeload. I must tell him tomorrow, so he knows what he missed. Xueming could almost see Shura's furious expression. That kid has always had the personality of, it's a loss if I don't get the benefit. Xueming thought to himself with a smug smile. I need to prepare several cameras to record this moment. 5 hours 59 minutes and 45 seconds. Wind without distance. A figure traversed the void, unleashing wind blades at incredible speed, seemingly capable of severing time itself. Boom. Amidst a series of deafening roars, the Lord of the Secret Realm collapsed, his body beginning to disintegrate. It lost. After glancing at the time, Ye Bai said coldly, even if you haven't renewed your subscription, I'll still kill you. Ye, did not use any cheats. 5 hours 59 minutes and 50 seconds. Suddenly, sound came from above the white clouds. His voice carried a rare hint of surprise. The Taoist priest raised his hand again, wanting to restore the sand in the hourglass. His hand hovered in the air for a moment before he withdrew it. You're just asking for trouble. The next second, a server-wide announcement rang out from the Eternal Tower. Player Shura cleared the 9th floor with an SSS rating and was rewarded with the class master buff for all human races in the Eternal Tower. Limited time buff lightness of the wind. Increases the effectiveness of human wind-type skills in the Eternal Tower by 25% for a limited time of 6 hours. Limited time buff Roar of Thunder. Increases the effectiveness of human lightning skills in the Eternal Tower by 25% for a limited time of 6 hours. Limited time buff Fire's Delight. Increases the effectiveness of human fire skills in the Eternal Tower by 25% for a limited time of 6 hours. Professional Expert. Automatically gain 15% progress each time you enter the job change dungeon. The long-awaited SSS-rank clear is finally here. Shura did not disappoint. We offer services to boost SSS level ratings, with 100% positive feedback. Cheers filled the entire wolf den, including Xueming's. Holy crap, this kid actually did it. He actually cleared all 3 job change dungeons in just 2 days. And they're all the highest SSS level. Xueming was genuinely happy for Shura and cheered along with the crowd. At the same time, he was also very fortunate. There's no time left. Even if that kid clears the game with an SSS level, there's nothing we can do. Just as Xueming was thinking this, someone in the crowd exclaimed, interrupting his thoughts. It's 6 o'clock. My watch is broken. It's 6 o'clock. No forced exit. I'm still in the Eternal Tower. What's going on? Did they clear the Shura SSS rank too many times? You can stay in the Eternal Tower if it's past 6 o'clock. This is the first time for everyone. While Xueming was excited, an ominous premonition arose in his heart. That kid just finished the game. He'll probably need to sort through his loot. He shouldn't be going back to the wolf's den so soon, right? With the extra time, no one rushed to explore the Eternal Tower, since they didn't know how long it would take. So they decided to use it to celebrate. Congratulations to the Azura. Countless lone wolves poured into the wolf den to join the carnival. Among the crowd, a low-profile Starry Sky lone wolf passed by and squeezed his way to the front of the bar. Butterfly Dream served a glass of chilled beer, kindly reminding her. 4th brother, Xueming said before that if Shura can clear the game at SSS level tonight, he will pay the bill. Snap. 4th brother slammed a storage ring onto the table with overwhelming force. Daiming was very sensible. 4th brother, 5,000 single-person meals. No, it's for storing wine. How much to pack? Daiming was momentarily stunned as she held the storage ring with its enormous capacity. Ye Bai picked up his beer and downed it in one gulp, then naturally uttered 2 words. Fill it up. Chapter 108 Second Job Change, Heavenly Wrath Mage. Wolf's Den. Hey Mengzi, give me a smile. Ye Bai looked at Xueming, who was dumbfounded, and waved his hand in front of him. There was no response. Xueming, your card is also out of money. Daiming tossed a card back and pointed to the bill on the tablet. What about the rest of the bill? Tonight's expenses were considerable, and everyone spent the extra time partying. Xueming said in an extremely weak voice. Remember, what are you writing down? Speak louder, I can't hear you. Ming gritted his teeth and said, "Put it on my father's tab." Ming tapped a few times on the tablet, and the bill was instantly cleared. Ye Bai's eyebrows twitched, and he asked curiously, "Is your father that rich?" Ye Bai was very curious. When Ming's father finds out that Wolf Din has confiscated so much money, will he hang Ming up and beat him up? The kind that hangs upside down. Ahem, let's not talk about Dad today. As Ming spoke, he took a step, intending to run away. This time, it was Ye Bai's turn to take the lead. "Come on, come inside with me." Ye Bai urged Ming to return to his office. "Quick, get the things out." "What?" Ming was still so engrossed in the clown act that he couldn't keep up with Ye Bai's pace. "Are there any more SSS-grade materials?" Oh, the Cerberus King set just arrived today, a complete set." With that, Ming handed the remaining skeleton to Ye Bai. One of the leg bones still bears the marks of charcoal grilling and carries the aroma of cumin. "Ye Bai?" "Hiss. Who grilled and ate this?" Ye Bai shook his head. "Anyway, it's not me using it, it's Nightmare Shadow that's eating it, so it doesn't matter." Shadow of Nightmare. After accepting the skeleton, the two hadn't even had a chance to chat for long before it was time to leave. 6:10. Everyone was forced out of the Eternal Tower, a full 10 minutes later than usual. Soon after, the State Flood Control and Drought Relief Headquarters issued a public announcement. Due to Shura triggering the SSS level rating multiple times, the Eternal Tower's time limit has been permanently increased by 10 minutes. The crowd, having just finished a night of revelry, was once again enveloped in joy. 10 minutes. For the past century, the Eternal Tower has maintained a time of 6 hours, not a minute more or less. Until the appearance of Shura. Ye Bai liked all the comments praising him before putting down his phone, shaking his head with a wry smile. "Ninth Master, why did that person do this?" True power lies in the actions of those who are truly capable. Fake SSS level clear, providing various time-limited buffs to the human race. A true SSS level clear, 10 extra minutes of playtime every day. You ask me? Who should I ask? Ing Jiu snorted coldly, not really wanting to pay attention to Ye Bai. In the shadows, a whisper escaped Ye Bai's lips. "Has it come to this?" Shadow 9. Has it really come to this? Ye Bai raised an eyebrow. Is it really okay to eavesdrop on other people's conversations like this? Very good. Clearly, even Ninth Master hadn't expected that Xiaoyao would possess such abilities. Thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. Among the 3 supreme experts, Xiaoyao is the most mysterious, and he also makes the fewest moves, while spending the most time in the Eternal Tower. Ye Bai even suspected that this guy completely ignored the time limit of the Eternal Tower and was online all day long. Knock knock knock. "Brother Bai, don't forget there's a combat test today." Feng Dong was very concerned about the combat test, and knocked on Ye Bai's door early in the morning. "Brother Bai, the morning's academic class is cancelled and replaced with one-on-one training. The combat test will be conducted this afternoon." Feng Dong brings the latest news. "I have a bold idea." Ye Bai shared his thoughts with Feng Dong, whose expression immediately turned strange. "Isn't that a bad idea? What's wrong with it? Do you want to fail the course or not?" Ye Bai's reasons were quite valid, and after a moment's thought, Feng Dong realized it was indeed a good idea. With a determined effort, Feng Dong went all out. "Okay, I'll do as you say. I believe in you." Feng Dong dashed off to find Zwilingxia. This is something he really can't handle by himself. Ye Bai also took some time to study the personal rewards for clearing the SSS level this time. After completing the second job advancement, Ye Bai advanced from Heavenly Wrath Mage to Heavenly Wrath Archmage. He still only had mastery of 3 elements, but all his attributes were greatly improved. Eternal ID, Shura. Talent, Eye of Insight SSS rank. Level, 60. Class, Sky Wrath Mage Wind, Fire, Lightning. HP, 56200/56200. MP, 112600/112600. Strength, 1205 plus 800. Intelligence, 2917 plus 480. Spirit, 2671 plus 390. Agility, 891 plus 246. Constitution, 951 plus 500. Luck, 12. Equipment, Force of Nature plus 4, Nightmare's Shadow, Flame Leap, Heavenly King's Sword. Skills, Wind Without Distance, Spark of Fire, Lightning Spirit Etherealization, Water Severing Flow, etc. Status, Lightning Affinity, Lightning Mastery, Fire Mastery, Wind Mastery. The foundation of the SSS level class template is indeed formidable. Ye Bai's current base stats are already stronger than many warriors. The biggest gain was the evolution of 3 professional skills. After Wind Fury advances, it increases from releasing 2 attacks/spells consecutively to 3 times. After Heavenly Thunder is upgraded, if it kills an enemy, it will automatically jump to the next target and deal 50% damage. After being upgraded, the damage is changed to true damage, and while gaining vision of the enemy, there is a 50% chance to blind the enemy. I wish we could have another one someday. Through his second job change, Ye Bai realized that the difficulty of cultivating all 3 systems simultaneously increases exponentially. For ordinary people, even those who cultivate both systems simultaneously, progress is extremely difficult. The job change dungeon is their biggest obstacle. They simply can't get through it. Only a very few geniuses can do it. Ye Bai felt that 3 systems weren't enough and wanted to increase the difficulty for himself. In the morning, Ye Bai trained while also busy copying the Wind Without Distance skill book. Wuhan recalled all the wind elemental experts from the front lines to manufacture raw materials for Ye Bai. Completing 50,000 copies of the Wind Without Distance skill book in 3 days is no small feat. The joyful morning passed quickly. After lunch, the combat test will begin in the afternoon. Feng Dong, Fight, and Zhuo Lingxie gathered together first. So, are you confident you can repeat the year? Zhuo Lingxie asked. Anyway, Lu Sueki will definitely be able to stay. Feng Dong rolled his eyes helplessly. Who doesn't know that she's awakened her S-level talent a second time? Fate, I don't know. The conversation died down instantly. Fate spoke again. Zhao Lin, you can stay. As Zhao Lin's mentor, he was well aware of Zhao Lin's abilities. Some people are like sponges, some are like springs, and Zhao Lin is like a glutton. Just by eating, this kid is already far ahead of his peers. The two spoke one after the other, and the pressure fell on Feng Dong. Brother Bai I can't really say, but I feel that Brother Bai has a charm that can turn the rotten into the magical. Feng Dong grabbed his hair, turning it into a mess. He will definitely stay, but the process may be beyond all of our imagination. They're here. Fate raised an eyebrow, feeling the ground tremble slightly. A slender figure appeared at the entrance of the training hall. You're here. I've been looking for you for ages. After saying that, Ye Bai carried the cannon cart and walked towards the 3 of them. Inside the training hall, all the students around him immediately turned their gaze to Ye Bai. It's that thug from class 2. He's the one who eliminated Jiang Yan. The CCF group from Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School. I think their surname is Yi. What is he doing carrying an artillery vehicle? Seeing someone carrying a gun weighing tens of tons on their shoulder, all the students participating in the combat test felt a chill run down their spines. This guy is not going to carry an artillery vehicle during the test, is he? Chapter 109 You Underestimate Me, Ye Bai. Summer Camp Area C, Training Hall. The person who arrived carrying the artillery became a striking sight and the focus of everyone's attention. Fate frowned, somewhat puzzled, and looked at Feng Dong, asking, why is Ye Bai able to carry things that you can't? Keep swearing. Feng Dong got anxious. It's just a few dozen tons of artillery. I'll go carry one out and show you. With that, Feng Dong walked outside. Zhuo Lingxie knew some inside information and explained. Look closely. This artillery vehicle has removed many of its mounting brackets, leaving only the main body of the gun barrel. Even so, the weight of the cannon is no less than 20 tons, which is definitely not something that Ye Bai, a mere mage, can lift. Fate looked at the left spirit machine, signaling her to continue. This morning, Feng Dong approached me and asked me to modify the artillery vehicle. During disassembly, some areas were hollowed out, leaving space for engraving runes. Zhuo Lingxie, as expected of a top student in the mechanical engineering department, noticed quite a few clues with just a glance at the cannon carriage on Ye Bai's shoulder. After inscribing the wind elemental magic array, Ye Bai only needs to inject wind elemental energy to activate the array. Feng Dong then added the rest of the remarks. The airflow generated by the magic array supports the cannon through the pre-drilled area, thus sharing the weight with Ye Bai. Simply put, the artillery vehicle Ye Bai is currently carrying only weighs a few tons. It's not that exaggerated. Listening to their explanations, Fate nodded slowly. I didn't understand. But that doesn't prevent Fate from seeing one thing clearly. No matter what method Ye Bai used, this wind mage lifted a 20-ton cannon. Fate turned to look at Zhao Lin. Next time you do a combat test, you'll be carrying the cannon. Oh. Zhao Lin looked puzzled. How does this have to do with me? Fate's thought process is very simple. You are a warrior, he is a mage. In terms of strength, a warrior cannot lose to a mage. Zhao Lin tried to salvage the situation, explaining, but the Great White isn't a cannon vehicle built purely by brute force. Fate said in a deep voice, being able to use your brain is also a kind of strength. Everyone turned to look at Fate with surprise. This taciturn, burly man actually possesses such wisdom. Zhao Lin was persuaded by Fate and tacitly agreed to the matter that he would also carry a cannon weighing tens of tons in the next fight. For Zhao Lin, the most important thing right now is to pass this combat test first. Everything else can wait. As Coach Lin appeared in the training hall, a sharp whistle blew. Gather. All the students, fully equipped, lined up in front of Lin Jiao. Among them, the one at the back of the line was the most eye-catching, with the artillery vehicle on his shoulder particularly striking. Ye Bai stepped forward. Lin Jiao directly called out Ye Bai's name, while his gaze swept across the students in the queue. There are 500 promising talents in Zone C, coming from different regions, and they don't interact much on a regular basis. Lin Jiao clearly had some objections to Ye Bai's practice of carrying a cannon cart into combat. He spoke again. Who currently has the highest score in Zone C? The assistant instructor immediately reported. Tianhai No. 1 Middle School, S-level talent. Wang Zheng, level 43 Thunderstrike Warrior, Tier 3 Combat Soldier, points 1900. Tier 3 Combat Soldier, gained 300 points. This week's task completion status. Clear the Eternal Tower floors 3, 4, 5, and 6 with an S-rank rating and earn 400 points. Submit a piece of S-grade or 1.2 kilograms and earn 1,200 points. Upon hearing this information, many people present gasped in shock. That's incredible. Everyone has been at the summer camp for a while now and has a general understanding of the special training. First, the geniuses with SS-level talent have already been selected to participate in higher-level special training. It was called something like Project Dawn. The Dawn Project involves a huge investment of resources, and these talented individuals who received special training at the summer camp have only had a small taste of the program before they are already feeling overwhelmed. Those with SS-level talent, the most monstrous geniuses, are the ones who receive the most resources. There are no monstrous talents with SS-level talent, which means that Wang Zheng's S-level talent is already among the top in the C zone. Secondly, Wang Zheng's own leveling speed is also terrifying. He has already reached level 43 in such a short time. Most importantly, Wang Zheng is not only powerful on paper, but he is also rated as a Tier 3 warrior, with extraordinary combat strength. Even Lu Sueki was somewhat shocked upon hearing this information. They're only 8 levels lower than me, and I've only just been ranked as a Tier 5 warrior. Lu Sueki was surprised, but couldn't help feeling a little worried. Instructor Lin asked Ye Bai to step forward and then asked for Wang Zheng's information. Could it be that he intends to? Oh no. Feng Dong's face was scrunched up, like a piece of toilet paper that had just dried. My brother Bai has fallen. They were very familiar with each other's working style. Wang Zheng stepped forward. At Lin Jiao's command, a burly, honest-looking boy stepped forward. His armor hummed with a faint, thunderous sound, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. The first battle is between Wang Zheng and Ye Bai. Hearing Lin Jiao's words, Feng Dong looked dejected and silently walked to a corner. Brother Bai, GG. The disadvantage is too great. This round is over. Keep it up, young man carrying the artillery. Zhuo Lingxia, always eager for a good show, even cheered Ye Bai on from the sidelines. I spent the whole morning modifying your artillery vehicle. Don't let me waste my time. Under Lin's arrangement, all the students stepped back, giving the entire training hall space to the two of them. This is the first fight of the day, and it's also the fight personally selected by Coach Lin. Are you familiar with the rules of combat? Lin, acting as the referee, said coldly. If you can't kill him, beat him to death. With the god of war watching, if any of you can kill the other, then you'll be considered capable. Ye Bai. Such a good thing. You said that people from China don't lie to people from China. Joking aside, Ye Bai would never actually kill Wang Zheng. Ye Bai does occasionally do some decent things. We're all classmates. It's just a fight. There's no need to take it so seriously. While Ye Bai was sizing up his opponent, Wang Zheng was also sizing up Ye Bai. Ye Bai absolutely cannot lose this fight. Otherwise, there is a high probability that he will be kicked out of the summer camp. But here's the trouble. If they really went all out, let alone Wang Zheng. Even if you call Wang Zheng's War King grandfather here, he still wouldn't be a match for Ye Bai. Ye Bai's dilemma is, we must win, and win reasonably. But a student with C-level talent defeated someone with S-level talent. This is simply not reasonable. Ye Bai glanced at the cannon on his shoulder out of the corner of his eye. If he wanted to win, he could only rely on the cannon. Try it on Wang Zheng using the method I've already come up with. The two were not far apart when Ye Bai stepped forward and offered his hand. Hello, this is Ye Bai from Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School. Wang Zheng was also very polite, introducing himself as he shook hands. I've long admired your name. Wang Zheng from Tianhai No. 1 Middle School. The two were now very close to each other. Ye Bai asked, can we begin? This distance. Wang Zheng hesitated for a moment. You are a mage, and I am a warrior. According to the rules of combat, you can request a distance of 1 kilometer. As he spoke, Wang Zheng looked at the artillery carriage on Ye Bai's shoulder. Or are you planning to use this thing to blast me at close range? At this distance, Ye Bai doesn't need to aim at all. The increased distance actually gave Wang Zheng more room to hide. You underestimate me, Ye Bai. I am not that kind of despicable person. Ye Bai said seriously. There are no shells in this gun carriage. Believe it or not. Seeing how sincere his words were, Wang Zheng also wavered a little. Could it be that I really misunderstood the other person? Regardless of the circumstances, if a mage takes the initiative to engage a warrior in close combat, the warrior can't afford to be at a disadvantage. And this artillery vehicle, to be honest, Wang Zheng wasn't too worried. Regardless of Ye Bai's true intentions, Wang Zheng would be at a greater advantage in close combat. Therefore, Wang Zheng nodded in response to Ye Bai's question. The moment he nodded, a powerful force came from his palm. Wang Zheng forgot that the two of them were still holding hands while they were talking. Ye Bai pulled hard, and Wang Zheng, caught off guard, leaned forward and almost lost his balance. But, that's it. A cold glint flashed in Wang Zheng's eyes. He snorted and instantly analyzed the battle situation thoroughly in his mind. His armor is fully capable of withstanding close-range artillery fire. This type of artillery is extremely cumbersome to load and cannot use energy ores. After one shot, it is no different from scrap metal. At that time, when warriors fight mages at such close range, the mages will still have to carry 20 tons of scrap iron. I can't possibly lose. The outcome is decided. The next second, Ye Bai's actions completely overturned Wang Zheng's understanding. Ye Bai did not fire the cannon, but instead threw the cannon carriage he was carrying on his shoulder forward. The artillery vehicle crashed right into Wang Zheng's arms. Wang Zheng's body was already tilted, and the impact of the artillery vehicle into his arms immediately shattered the balance he was struggling to maintain. At the same time, Ye Bai stopped inputting wind elements, and all wind-type magic arrays instantly went out. The weight of the artillery piece pressed down hard. Wang Zheng was right about one thing. A cannon carriage that cannot fire is indeed scrap metal. But it was more than 20 tons of scrap iron. When 20 tons of scrap metal fell from the sky and stumbled into my arms. A level 43 warrior has only one fate, to be knocked away. In the instant he lost his balance, Wang Zheng felt a gentle breeze brush past him, binding his hands and feet. Meanwhile, the cannon in his arms clung to Wang Zheng like a piece of chewing gum. Boom! A loud bang sent up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, the The scene before them left everyone speechless, completely bewildered as to what had just happened. In the very center of the training hall, a 20-ton artillery piece stands quietly. Under the cannon, Wang Zheng was crushed, spitting blood continuously. His limbs were spread out, pinned down by the cannon, and he was unable to get up. With various buffs, Wang Zheng might have a chance to barely lift the 20-ton weight. But now, with his limbs spread out and suppressed by the artillery, he has no way to exert force. Even if he has 1,000 pounds of strength, he can hardly exert 1/10 of it. A shadow appeared in Wang Zheng's blurred vision. Ye Bai looked down at Wang Zheng and said seriously, "You lost." Chapter 110, I remembered something happy. You lost. Ye Bai's voice wasn't loud, but it echoed throughout the training hall. The entire training hall was eerily quiet. Everyone's mind was racing, trying to understand what was happening. Many students didn't see it clearly at all. In the blink of an eye, Wang Zheng was smashed under the cannon, completely powerless to fight back. Who would have thought that Ye Bai would carry a 20-ton cannon truck not to bombard people, but to smash them? Is this something a human being could do? The victor is Ye Bai. Lin Jiao stepped forward, his voice completely calm, and announced the results of the combat test. Given that many people didn't understand what happened, and considering the educational value of this fight, many details are worth studying. Lin Jiao gave a brief explanation. You are misled by the appearance and function of the artillery, and are extra wary of its bombardment, but you have forgotten the weight of the artillery itself. After Ye Bai slammed the cannon at Wang Zheng, he not only dispelled the magic array, but also used wind magic to disrupt Wang Zheng's balance. The countless specks of dust you see are the effect of the wind blowing up the sand that Ye Bai threw out of his storage space. As he spoke, Lin Jiao frowned slightly, as if he could see lime in the sand. This kid's shamelessness has exceeded expectations. After analyzing the fighting style, Coach Lin changed the subject. Wang Zheng, do you know where you went wrong? Pressed down by the artillery vehicle, Wang Zheng's face flushed red and then turned pale, unable to utter a single word. Lin Jiao was asking Wang Zheng, but also everyone present. If your opponent is Ye Bai, can you really be stronger than Wang Zheng? First, we underestimated our opponent. He even shook hands with his opponent before the fight. Haha, how do your seniors usually teach? Are you playing house? Lin Jiao spoke coldly, enunciating each word clearly. Fighting is combat, and combat is a fight to the death. On a real battlefield, there is no grace, no morality, and no referee. Only the living and the dead. As he spoke, Instructor Lin glanced at Ye Bai and said lightly, in this respect, Ye Bai did a very good job. Everything he did throughout the battle was paving the way for victory. If this were a real battlefield, Wang Zheng, you would already be dead. Ye Bai, I have a feeling this isn't a nice thing to say. Is it possible that you're calling me shameless? Feng Dong, you've taught well. Upon hearing Lin Jiao's praise, Feng Dong's lips twitched, and his expression became slightly awkward. Lin Jiao, you've got a huge misunderstanding. I didn't teach him any of this. Brother Bai learned it all on his own. If shamelessness has a talent, Feng Dong thinks Bai Gu is at least S level. Lin Jiao pointed out incisively. Wang Zheng, underestimating your opponent was only one of the reasons for your defeat, but not the root cause. The study of fighting rules, the grasp of the enemy's psychology, and the understanding of one's own strengths and weaknesses. In every aspect, Ye Bai is better than you. Even if you could try again, your chances of winning wouldn't be high. Being pinned under the cannon and subjected to a scolding from Lin Jiao, Wang Zheng suffered both mental and material blows, leaving him momentarily dazed. He didn't feel ashamed to lose to Ye Bai, who had a C-level talent. Xue Meng, the number 1 9th-tier war god back then, was once punched by a classmate. Victory and defeat are common occurrences. No one can be invincible, except for the strongest. Wang Zheng just never expected the battle would be like this. That's unbelievable. In less than half a minute, Ye Bai opened a door to a new world for Wang Zheng. Whether he will embark on this path of no return and firmly grasp the key to becoming a strong person remains to be seen. All right. Having said everything he needed to say, Instructor Lin gave Ye Bai a cold glance. Carry your artillery and return to your unit. Ye Bai took 3 steps in 2 and arrived at Wang Zheng's side. using wind element to reactivate the magic array. Wang Zheng immediately felt a significant lightening of his body weight. Hey bro, give it your all. This thing's a bit heavy to carry. Urged by Ye Bai, Wang Zheng helped him carry the cannon back onto his shoulder. Thanks, treat me to dinner another day. It's settled then. After saying that, Ye Bai carried the artillery cart back to the team, leaving Wang Zheng completely bewildered. Is something wrong? After defeating Wang Zheng, who possessed S-level talent, Ye Bai found it much easier. Even Lin Jiao, who greatly admired Ye Bai, admitted that Ye Bai's theoretical strength was inferior to Wang Zheng's. However, Ye Bai was able to unleash his full potential and utilize every advantage in the battle, which led to his ultimate victory. This understanding is exactly what Ye Bai wanted. They won, but not completely. The pace of the subsequent combat tests was much faster. Ye Bai's second opponent was an archer with a level talent. After the two sides created some distance, Ye Bai fired a shot that sent his opponent flying. You say you didn't bring any shells? The opponent, covered in charred soot, lost in a completely bewildering way. Ye Bai said matter-of-factly, "Oh, I was lying to Wang Zheng. The victor is Ye Bai." Feng Dong and his group spent the entire afternoon observing the combat test. Big oaf, I have a bad feeling. Feng Dong, still with a mournful face, pointed at the crowd below the field. Isn't brother Bai a bit too fierce? At this rate, forget about failing my courses, I'll be able to get a scholarship. Ye Bai, who transforms into a gunner, emphasizes the unity of man and cannon. He can swing the cannon wildly when close and smash things when far away. With a clear strategy for both advancing and retreating, one can achieve success in everything. That's actually quite possible. Zhuolingxia, always eager for a good show, said, I've heard that a senior figure thinks highly of Ye Bai. Disaster. Fate shook her head and stated her opinion. The gap widens as time goes on. Today, Ye Bai was able to suppress Wang Zheng with a 20-ton artillery piece and easily win. In another half-month, let alone 20 tons, even if 200 tons were to come down, Wang Zheng would have ways to deal with it. In the face of absolute power, everything else is insignificant. Indeed, the talent gap is too large, and as we progress, the gap in strength will also widen. Feng Dong felt a little relieved. The probability of him failing the course was still very high. What a pity, if Brother Bai had S-level talent. No, even a level talent his brain alone wouldn't be any worse than an S-level 1. Who said Ye Bai is now inferior to S-rank talent? Zhuolingxia pointed down. The strongest person among S-level talents just lost to Ye Bai. It must be said that Wang Zheng's abilities are indeed superior to those of his classmates. After losing to Ye Bai, Wang Zheng won all the remaining combat tests. Clean and efficient, without any unnecessary delays. The short whistle blew again. Gather. The results of this combat test will now be announced. First place Ye Bai. 22nd place, Wang Zheng. 341st place, Zhao Lin. 8 fighters achieved a clean sweep in today's fight. With an undefeated record, the ranking is based on talent, with those having less talent ranking higher. Therefore, among the 8 undefeated individuals, Ye Bai stands out as the most outstanding. After announcing the test results, Instructor Lin spoke again. The day after tomorrow, there will be an exchange battle between Area C and Area A. The participants for the exchange battle were selected from the top 50 and bottom 50 ranked players today, for a total of 100 people. The bottom 50 players who fail to achieve 3 wins in the exchange battle will be eliminated. Lin gave a brief introduction to this exchange battle. Summer camp resources are limited. How they will be allocated in the future is up to you to fight for. If you win, you get more and more. If you lose, you give up your share. Disband. Summer Camp Area A. The same combat test has just ended. In the corner, teacher Xiao Xiaola also finished instructing her students. 2 more days. Xiao Xiaola counted on her fingers. The exchange battle ends in 2 days, and then I can go to the Abyss Dimension with the team. At that time, the sea will be wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky will be high enough for birds to fly. There's nothing to be afraid of. Thinking of this, he couldn't stop smiling. A colleague noticed Xiao Xiaola's smile and casually asked a question. Old Xiao, why are you laughing so happily? Xiao Xiaola's smile faded. Her her face hardening as she explained. I remembered some happy things. Chapter 111, The Little Matter That My Nephew is a War God. The combat test has come to an end. To celebrate the successful completion of all members of the CCF group, they had a meal together in the cafeteria. Zhao Lin sat at a table by himself. Fate somehow acquired a crocodile and instructed the cafeteria to prepare it in 3 different ways for Zhao Lin. During the meal, Feng Dong said in a low voice, "Brother Bai, after dinner, someone wants to see you. Can I not see you?" Ye Bai looked slightly troubled. "I've been quite busy lately." Ye Bai has only completed less than a third of the 50,000 skill books for the wind without distance skill. There are only 2 days left, and the task ahead is arduous and the road is long. It would be best if you met him. It would be good for you. Feng Dong was being mysterious and didn't directly tell Ye Bai who he was. Zhuolingxia, who was standing to the side, spoke up directly. "Ye Bai, are you interested in applying to Imperial University?" Before Ye Bai could reply, Zhuolingxia continued. "Because of the demon god Feng Qi, the future of wind-type professions is currently uncertain. If you are willing to sign an application agreement with Taito University is willing to help you change your major. Furthermore, all your treatment after enrollment will be based on your A+ level talent." Ye Bai's performance today was exceptionally impressive, naturally attracting a lot of attention. Being near the water gives you an advantage. Ye Bai hadn't expected someone to send him an olive branch so readily. Ye Bai appears to have only a C-level talent, yet he enjoys the top-tier treatment of an A-level talent, demonstrating the sincerity of Imperial University. This gift is truly immense. Of course, Zhuolingxia also played a part in this. After spending time together, she has a very clear understanding of things. The CCF group may seem to have a casual relationship, but in reality, Ye Bai is the center of their relationship. If Ye Bai could be admitted to Imperial University, Lu Sueki would practically come knocking on her door. Buying a C-level talent and getting an S-level talent for free is like buying gasoline and getting a car for free. According to Zhuolingxia's initial idea, they should strive to get Ye Bai S-level treatment. Unfortunately, it didn't work. After all, Ye Bai's performance in one fight was quite impressive. His actual talent was still too poor. After Zhuolingxia finished speaking, Feng Dong became anxious. Why are they starting to poach our employees? If these senior students who provide one-on-one tutoring discover promising students, they will definitely bring them back to their alma mater as soon as possible. Zhuolingxia is from Imperial University, while Feng Dong is from Shanghai University. If Ye Bai is poached, Feng Dong will have no way to explain himself within the school. Fide nodded. "Spirit Machine, you did something wrong." As he spoke, Fate looked at Ye Bai and stated his terms. "Come to Shanghai University, and Professor Lan will be willing to take you as his apprentice." Ye Bai? "Ninth Master, something terrible has happened. The Prophet has revealed his identity." "Fate, you're kidding me." Left spirit weapon couldn't stand it any longer and exposed Fate's trick. Any student with talent below grade B can study under Elder Lan at Shanghai University. Is this the same thing? Zhao Lin, who was gnawing on a crocodile nearby, suddenly brightened up. "Senior, I want to go to Shanghai University too." "Quiet, we're talking about serious matters." Zhao Lin, why is there such a big difference in treatment between people with the same C-level talent? Thinking of this, grief welled up within me, an overwhelming and inescapable sorrow. I channeled my grief and anger into my appetite and ate. Ye Bai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Zhuolingxia retorted sharply. "We can provide Ye Bai with the best resources." Fate said in a deep voice, "We have Old Man Lan. After graduation, Ye Bai can work in the command center, starting with the gear of a combat general. We have Old Lan. Taito University. We have Old Lan." Regardless of what Zhuolingxia said, Fate remained unchanged in the face of all changes. "We have Mr. Lan. All right, it's still early. Whether I can stay at summer camp is another matter." Ye Bai intervened and stopped the farce from continuing. "Let's focus on the immediate future and think about the exchange battle 2 days from now." Speaking of communication battles, Bai, have you heard about them? Zhao Lin, supporting his round belly, squeezed down next to Ye Bai and sat down. That kid Zhang Yun got the highest overall score in number 3 middle school and beat everyone in number 3 middle school. I just heard about it. If Xiao Lin didn't mention Jiang Yun, Ye Bai would almost forget about him. That unlucky guy, if he hadn't brought this on himself, should have been at summer camp. After the first batch of summer camp seeds left, Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School didn't have any strong seeds, so it was expected that Jiang Yun could sweep them all. Why did Xiao Lin bring him up? That guy went to Nanjiang No. 2 Middle School again and swept through the seed candidates that No. 2 Middle School had just selected. He's very popular in Nanjiang City now. After Xiao Lin finished speaking, he glanced at Ye Bai. "Ye Bai, everyone in the 3rd Middle School is saying that he's coming to take revenge on you." Obviously, after losing to Ye Bai, Jiang Yun was greatly affected and even gave up the opportunity to attend the summer camp. When Jiang Yun sees Ye Bai again, the scene will definitely be very exciting. It's no big deal. Ye Bai didn't care at all and said calmly, "Let him fight Wang Zheng first. You can challenge me after you've defeated Wang Zheng." Everyone. High EQ. Can you do some human things? Low emotional intelligence. Ye Bai has a lot of room for improvement in terms of interpersonal skills. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Feng Dong took Ye Bai away and headed towards the hospital. Along the way, Feng Dong made thorough assessments. There are at least 5 guards at the War King level. This made Ye Bai quite curious. Who is this person that Feng Dong is taking me to meet? Someone with such a powerful background? "Brother Bai, we've arrived." Outside a high-end hospital ward, Feng Dong whispered, "When you see my nephew later, Brother Bai, please be polite. Although he's seriously injured, he's still a war god." Nephew? God of war? Ye Bai couldn't connect these words together for a moment. Ahem, my parents had me late in life, so I'm a little older than them. Never mind all that for now, come with me. Feng Dong pushed open the door, entered the ward, and greeted the other person warmly. "Nephew, I've missed you so much." On the hospital bed, a pale-faced middle-aged man sat half upright, holding a skill book in his hands, looking at it with great affection. Hearing Feng Dong's voice, he finally looked away and turned to look at the newcomer. "Second uncle, you're here." "Yes, let me introduce you. This is my brother Bai." "Xiao Yi, right? Sit down. I've heard a lot about you from my second uncle, cough cough." Before he could finish speaking, the middle-aged man started coughing, the sound like a bellows being pulled incessantly, clearly indicating that his injury was quite serious. After Ye Bai sat down, Feng Dong introduced the middle-aged man's identity. Su Qingfeng, the former commander of the Fenghuan Legion, is now the deputy commander of the Nightmare Legion. He has just returned from the front lines. Hearing this, Ye Bai raised an eyebrow. "It was what you said before." "That's right, it's the strongest war god in the Wind Battle Technique School." When this matter was mentioned, Feng Dong was quite proud of himself. In his view, since Brother Bai had chosen the path of the Wind Battle Technique, and his nephew Su Qingfeng was the strongest in the Wind Battle Technique, it was a good opportunity. Su Qingfeng is naturally Bai Ji's idol. Rounding up, Feng Dong is Bai Ji's idol uncle. "Second uncle, don't say that again. Xiao Yi needs to find a new idol." Su Qingfeng sat on the hospital bed. Although he looked extremely weak, even a heavily injured war god was still a war god. His eyes gleamed, and his voice even trembled with excitement. The Wind Combat Technique School has produced a true prodigy. Su Qingfeng's words immediately piqued Feng Dong's interest. "Nephew, tell me more." Su Qingfeng shook his head. "I can't tell you too much, but you should know in 2 days." As he spoke, he lowered his head, his gaze burning as he looked at the skill book in his hand. At that time, the wind magic path will become the most powerful among all wind mages. No, among all mages. His words were incredibly firm. For a war god to utter such words was no exaggeration. Feng Dong became even more curious, scratching his head in frustration. "Nephew, can we stop being a riddle? Has someone created a core skill that fits the wind battle technique?" As a prodigy in the wind element, Feng Dong knew that the wind combat style lacked damage output. As long as there are devastating skills, the ecological environment can be completely changed. "I can't say." Su Qingfeng pointed to his head and warned. "If I tell you that you can't leave this door, someone will come and seal your memories. They might even take you away and release you only after everything is over, and I would be punished for that too." "That's serious?" Feng Dong then realized the seriousness of the matter and became even more curious about the legendary skill. Ye Bai's gaze also fell on the skill book in Su Qingfeng's hand. Wind Without Distance. Creator, Shura. Chapter 112, Let You Run 3 million miles first. In the hospital ward, Feng Dong and his nephew, the god of war, chatted happily, discussing many things about the abyss plane. Ye Bai mostly acted as an observer, listening to their idle chatter. It's clear that Su Qingfeng and Feng Dong have a good relationship. He generally doesn't hide anything from Feng Dong that he can talk about. Besides introducing Ye Bai to Su Qingfeng, Feng Dong had another purpose for this meeting to inquire about the demon god Feng Qi. As the deputy commander of the Nightmare Legion, Su Qingfeng would not leave the front line even with minor injuries and would never easily leave the abyss plane. The reason I was able to be sent back to Earth to heal was because of the demon god Feng Qi. Feng Qigong had just appeared in the world when he was bumped into by Su Qingfeng. Caught completely off guard, Su Qingfeng suffered a great loss and almost lost his life. It is precisely because the demon god wind spirit is too effective against wind-type classes that the supreme expert, Wuhan, simply sent all the wind elemental experts back. If it were someone else, making a mountain out of a molehill like this would definitely draw all sorts of criticism. Ku Wuhan's domineering and unexplained actions always give people a sense of entitlement. Yes, that's seamless. Feng Dong himself is also involved in the wind-related field, so he is naturally very concerned about the prospects of his career. You mean the demon god Feng Qi? A strange smile appeared on Su Qingfeng's face as he said meaningfully, "Let's just pray that we're not on the same battlefield as him." Feng Dong protested, "Nephew, we can't let the demon god's morale rise while diminishing our own." Ye Bai looked at Su Qingfeng, and various thoughts came to mind. Su Qingfeng, LV 979, title Assassination Wind. Wind theme, space theme. SS tier talent endless. When fighting a single target, damage dealt increases by 10% for every 10 seconds of combat. Beep beep beep. Ye Bai felt that he had detected a cheat code. SS level talent, is this strong? I have insight. You'd better be ready. 99 ways to kill Su Qingfeng. Reveal your identity, and having Jiu kill you to silence you. Listen to this. Is this even human language? Ye Bai couldn't bear to look. Alright, it's getting late. The Eternal Tower will be opening soon. Cough cough. As he spoke, Su Qingfeng began to cough violently, coughing up blood, which stained his hospital gown with crimson. Even so, the first thing he did before coughing was to lift the wind without distance skill book in his hand to avoid getting it dirty with blood. Holy crap, where's the doctor? Feng Dong hadn't expected his nephew's injuries to be so severe. Before he could go out to call for help, a doctor rushed into the ward to help stabilize Su Qingfeng's condition. Gentlemen, please return first. Deputy Commander Su's injuries have relapsed. Accompanied by a priest, the two walked outside. As he was about to leave, Ye Bai glanced back at Su Qingfeng and the group. Perfect treatment. Take 16 drops of the demon god Feng Qi's blood, mix it with bone ash, and apply it evenly to the wound. After getting the information he wanted, Ye Bai turned and left. This is a bit tricky, this treatment method. Ye Bai felt a headache coming on. Feng Qi was a demon god after all, and this was done with ashes and blood. They weren't giving him any face at all. You should at least show some respect to demons. Judging from this, the only way to heal Su Qingfeng's injuries is through his second brother. The two returned the way they came. Feng Dong escorted Ye Bai back to his dormitory and then left as well. When alone, Ye Bai coughed lightly. Ninth Master? Put. If that's your attitude, Ninth Master, then I don't think we need to talk anymore. After all, healing a 9th tier war god isn't a big deal. Ye Bai, without pausing, naturally changed the subject halfway through his sentence. But I'm soft-hearted and can't bear to see someone seriously injured and not fully healed. Su Qingfeng's treatment requires. After explaining the treatment method, Ye Bai gave a warm smile. Ninth Master, can you put the knife down? Why are you holding this thing up all the time? Aren't you tired? A pitch-black knife was suddenly placed against Ye Bai's neck. You're smart to know what's good for you. Look at what you're saying. You're treating me like an outsider. Only at this moment did Ye Bai understand. What did it really mean that Lian Lianqin was cleaved in two by a single blow? Ninth Master's knife is terrifying. Just by gently placing it on Ye Bai's neck, he felt an endless sense of oppression. far exceeding the time when he faced the projection of the demon god directly. I've noted down the treatment methods. Someone will verify the credit with you. Ninth Master seemed unusually irritable today. Kid, something big is going to happen in 2 days. You know that, right? Is there anything I can do for you? Live on. Ingzio's voice was hoarse, with a slight tremor audible. At that time, I will not be able to be by your side, as I have my own things to do. No war god will bother you, but you'll definitely encounter a war king. All you have to do is one thing. Survive by any means necessary. Ingzio's words were unusually serious, and Ye Bai knew it wasn't a joke, so he nodded gently. No. Also, when I'm not around, don't be alone with Xiaoyao. Good. This wasn't the first time Ingzio had warned Ye Bai. He seemed to be on guard against something. As Xiaoyao's master, he must have his reasons for saying that. Although Ye Bai didn't understand the situation, he simply did as instructed. However, Ninth Master, you draw your sword at the slightest provocation. In preparation for the great battle 2 days from now, I've used a secret technique. My combat power will increase significantly, and I'll also become more bloodthirsty. As he spoke, Ingzio's voice gradually faded away. Ye Bai's eyelids twitched, and he felt a chill run through his body. Is Ninth Master some kind of assassin unleashing his full power to mow down enemies? Even more bloodthirsty. Would Ninth Master get emotional and stab Ye Bai a couple of times for no reason? Try it, and you'll die? Ye Bai was very confident in his abilities. If he dares to cut, Ye Bai will dare to die in front of him. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time passed second by second, and Ye Bai waited for 12 o'clock to arrive so that the Eternal Tower could open. The Eternal Forest. Xuanmeng, who was resting, was disturbed by a phone call. Who, Uncle Nine? Have you eaten? Xuanmeng spoke with exceptional respect over the phone, nodding repeatedly. A hoarse, aged voice came from the other end of the phone. I found a secret recipe in an ancient book that can cure Su Qingfeng's injuries. Please write it down. All right, I'll do as you say right away. After hanging up the phone, Xuanmeng hurried off to the Abyss Plain, counting on his fingers along the way. This trip should earn me a good amount of travel expenses, enough to pay off some of my debts. A dignified 9th-tier war god, the #1 lone wolf on the star ranking, is actually struggling to make a living. I wonder who he offended. Not long after, Xuanmeng returned from the Abyss Plain, carrying with him a secret recipe for healing. He kicked open the door to Su Qingfeng's emergency room and shoved the attending pastor aside. Let me see where you're hurt. A wound that's only 2 or 3 centimeters long. It's taken so long to heal. As he spoke, Xuanmeng poured a bottle of medicine down his throat. Su Qingfeng's teeth chattered in pain, and he writhed on the bed like a maggot. He let out a roar from deep in his throat. What the hell did you splash? Medicine. Xuanmeng glanced down at the small bottle and saw that the label read, Chili oil for torture, War King rank. You used it wrong. Cough cough. Your serious illness requires strong medicine. That was for disinfection. As he spoke, Xuanmeng took out another bottle of medicine. This time I was more careful and only applied it to the other person after confirming that it was correct. Hiss. The wound that had been slow to heal has actually begun to heal. The medicine cured the disease instantly. The priests standing nearby were all incredibly surprised. Su Qingfeng had been injured by a demon god, and the situation was extremely difficult to handle. He was actually cured by a small bottle of medicine. Before he could express his gratitude, Su Qingfeng caught a glimpse of the medicine bottle in Xuanmeng's hand out of the corner of his eye. Chili oil. Looking down at the red oil on the wound and smelling a fragrance. On that day, everyone at the summer camp heard a roar. Xuanmeng, I'll let you run 3 million miles first. Chapter 113 Departure. The 10th floor of the Eternal Tower. 12 o'clock sharp. Welcome to the Eternal Core City. Ye Bai didn't rush to challenge the Eternal Tower, but instead went to the Wolf's Den first. An SS-level privilege room, a glass of rum. Holding the key to room SS-004, Ye Bai entered his own private space. There are a lot of things to sort out. Let's take it one step at a time. Ye Bai spent too much time on the 9th floor of the Eternal Tower yesterday and didn't have time to tidy up. In terms of equipment alone, there are 3 items to sort out. Gluttonous Claw, Nature's Power +4, and Nightmare Wind. First, Ye Bai took out the Gluttonous Claw. The reward for clearing the 8th floor with an SSS rating. I've been busy with other things lately, and it's just been gathering dust in my backpack. Equipment: Gluttonous Claw LV.60. Rank S. Attribute: Strength plus 450. Physical attack: 800. Entry: Miser. After dealing damage to an enemy, the enemy will not gain currency or items. The corresponding currency and items will automatically drop. Bloodthirst. When using the Gluttonous Claw, gain 15% lifesteal. Internecine Mutual Destruction. Deals plus 100% bonus damage when dealing damage to dragon-type creatures. Advanced terms. The Glutton's Treasure. Defeating the boss will reward you with S-grade or higher equipment. Number of attempts allowed: 8. Number of times advanced: 0. Functional weapons. Lifesteal is quite common, and the damage bonus against dragon-type creatures is also average. Do I, Ye Bai, look like someone who lacks damage? Of the 3 terms, Miser is the most useful. This kind of functional equipment can play an unexpected role in certain special scenarios. If we consider it solely as a reward for an SSS level rating, the Gluttonous Claw is absolutely unacceptable. A fully upgraded 8 times Taotai Claw might become an SS grade equipment, the kind used by the Heavenly War God. It is indeed very powerful. However, what Ye Bai had in his hand wasn't even a semi-finished product. At most, it was a fertilized egg. In other words, the rewards for an SSS level rating are mostly distributed as buffs to the entire human race. On the contrary, the quality of the rewards I personally received decreased. If we really break it down, Ye Bai definitely makes a profit. Humans protect the Azurus. These words are not just empty words. When Lu Qingyan returned from the Abyss Plane, he was injured, but he was still the first to charge forward when facing the Abyss Sacrifice Array. Li Xiaoping spent all her savings to have Ye Bai appraise her, and the next day she went to the Abyss Plane to fight. Even Su Qingfeng, whom Ye Bai had just met, was a 9th-tier war god. As long as he didn't offend any of the top big shots of any clan, he was a force to be reckoned with wherever he went. He would still be seriously wounded on the battlefield, lying in a hospital bed, unable to even stand up. Individuals and events, like drops of water forming a river. Let's continuously refine the value of this statement through our actions. Humans protect the Azurus. You treat me like a national hero, and I will repay you with the same respect. Ye Bai was naturally willing to allocate the SSS level rating reward to the human race buff. It's not like you have a choice. Shut up. I'm just trying to comfort myself. Ye Bai rolled his eyes. Although I didn't lose out, I still feel like something's missing, and I didn't really get any advantage. Ye Bai made up his mind. This matter cannot be left unresolved. We need to get Xuanming to treat us to meals a few more times. Setting aside the Taotia's claw, Ye Bai took out the skeleton of Cerberus. After obtaining Ye Bai's permission, the Nightmare Wind rushed over and devoured the skeleton completely. Equipment: Nightmare Wind LV.60. Rank SSS. Durability: 2.841%. Attributes: Agility plus 2,841, Strength plus 2,841, Constitution plus 2,841. Physical/magical defense: 2841. Entry: I'm broken. Please fix me. I really miss being perfectly fine. Picky Eater. Consuming too many SSS grade materials of the same kind will gradually weaken the repair effect of the corresponding material. Try Element Mastery. Choose any 3 elemental schools. All spell effects plus 28.41%. Shadow of Cerberus. Summons a Cerberus Shadow LV.60 to fight for you. After it is defeated, it needs to rest for 30 minutes before it can fight again. Ye Bai hadn't expected that this equipment would be so picky. If a child is a picky eater and doesn't eat well, it's mostly because they're spoiled. A good spanking will fix it. As Ye Bai's only SSS level equipment, although it is a battle-damaged version, Nightmare Wind's effects far surpass those of SS grade equipment. Of course, this is also related to the fact that other equipment has not been fully upgraded. Equipped with the repaired Nightmare Wind, Ye Bai's strength attribute increased dramatically, becoming the highest base attribute and far surpassing his intelligence attribute. He's embarrassed the monks again. Ye Bai tried to summon the shadow of Cerberus. Call. A gust of wind swept through, carrying the aroma of cumin, and the vicious dog made its appearance. A woo. The current Cerberus is comparable to a warrior in terms of strength. As Ye Bai's level increases, so does the nightmare wind, and Cerberus's strength will also rise accordingly. When Ye Bai reaches level 1000, perhaps releasing a single dog will be enough to kill the demon god. Ye Bai is becoming more and more affectionate towards dogs, and he feels like he can connect with them. Perhaps it is because dogs are man's best friend, aren't they? Return. The dog's shadow shattered into countless fragments, instantly flying back to the cloak behind Ye Bai. After the nightmare wind was repaired, Ye Bai took another moment to look at the force of nature. There's no way around it. Having too much good equipment can sometimes be a real headache. The troubles of an Azura are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. After the second job change, the power of nature has completed another advancement. In addition to the improvements to various entries, a new entry has been added. Mage's Staff, affinity to all 3 elemental types, plus 5%. This also unlocks new advancement conditions. Return to nature. Collect 9 seeds and plant them in the power of nature. Clearly, the higher the grade of the seeds Ye Bai planted, the stronger the power of nature. The power of nature has now advanced 4 times, with 8 more advancement opportunities remaining. It has also evolved from grade A to grade S. If the 5th evolution fails to reach the SS grade level, the future potential of the power of nature will be limited. Given the available options, Ye Bai naturally wants the best seeds. After I clear the 10th floor at SSS level today, I'll take some time to go to the trading secret realm. Move the bricks over there, and while you're at it, see if there are any good seeds. Ye Bai today is a completely different person from before. He now possesses 4,000 war god merits, and is incredibly powerful. Of course, free alcohol is always the best. After sorting through his loot, Ye Bai put away all the equipment and looked at the map of the 10th floor. On the 10th floor, players can choose between 2 factions and play as the corresponding faction. Werewolf or vampire. Choose either side. Defeat the opposing faction's players and NPCs to complete quests, and you'll accumulate exploration points. Role-playing? According to the setting of the 10th floor of the Eternal Tower, the werewolf and the vampire will attend a masquerade ball. This masquerade ball is held to celebrate the awakening of a vampire elder, and the sacrifice is a werewolf leader with noble blood. Players in the vampire faction must ensure the elder's survival while trying to find and kill any disguised werewolves. Players in the werewolf faction must find a way to rescue the werewolf leader and escape the castle before the party ends. The party lasts for 3 hours and is held twice a day. After becoming familiar with the basic information and the story background, Ye Bai had a general plan in mind. The Eternal Core Crystal was summoned, and Ye Bai placed his palm on it, selecting level 10. The familiar notification sound rang in my ears again. Wishing you a speedy completion of the Eternal Tower. Chapter 114. Second brother is really a torturer. The dungeon. The stench of decay mingled with the aroma of wine, creating a strange flavor. It's like sitting next to a stinky tofu stall, having a candlelight dinner, and drinking 1982 Sprite mixed with Lafite. A white light flashed, and Ye Bai's figure appeared. Before he could even see his surroundings clearly, a sharp voice rang in his ears. You new little guys, cheer up. Line up, it's almost time to receive the embrace. A young man dressed in tattered clothes, putting on airs, and with a red glint in his eyes, shouted fiercely at Ye Bai. The first embrace? Ye Bai looked around and found that there were 9 other players in the basement besides himself, 4 men and 5 women. Friend, which faction are you planning to choose? Upon seeing Ye Bai's arrival, someone immediately came forward to greet him and kindly introduced him. We'll go in groups of 10. We've already agreed on 4 werewolves and 5 vampires. Upon entering the 10th level of Eternity, everyone automatically wears a mask, covering the upper half of their face. This makes it difficult for people to directly identify each other, and also prepares for the costume party later. Then I'll round it up to a werewolf. Ye Bai casually brushed it off. He hasn't decided what to choose yet. If you choose to be a vampire, then receive the embrace and join the costume party. If you refuse the embrace, you will be thrown into the depths of the dungeon, where you will acquire werewolf blood. None of them seem like good choices. The information that appeared before Ye Bai's eyes was: current werewolf faction exploration progress, 0%. Current human faction exploration progress, 0%. Current vampire faction exploration progress, 0%. Etc. It seems like there's something strange mixed in. Human faction? Ye Bai noticed that this level didn't have 2 factions, but 3. Why isn't this mentioned in the guide? Has no one noticed this in the past 100 years? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The trigger mechanism for the hidden levels in the beginner dungeons that Ye Bai once experienced was too absurd. Each person only has one chance to attempt the beginner dungeon. As a result, no one has been able to discover the hidden level for the past century. The 10th floor, which has been studied by the human race for an unknown period of time, could not possibly have overlooked the 3rd faction. The clues provided by the Eye of Insight confirmed Ye Bai's conjecture. Historical achievements. 1 human player achieved SSS-rank completion. 1 human player achieved SS-rank completion. 1 werewolf player achieved SSS-rank completion. Wait, someone cleared the game at SSS-rank with the human faction, but didn't release the strategy guide? The whole thing is getting more and more complicated. Ye Bai went through it all again. On the 10th floor, only 2 people in history have achieved SSS level clearance, and both of them are supreme powerhouses. According to the information I've been reviewing recently, the rise of the supreme expert Xiaoyao was quite sudden. When he appeared on the front lines, he already possessed the combat power of a war god. Aside from beginner dungeons, he almost never clears them with an SSS rank. He always falls just short. Combined with the message board I saw on the 3rd floor earlier, Ye Bai even suspected that Xiaoyao did this on purpose. He will voluntarily give up before achieving an SSS level rating and proceed directly to the settlement. Xiaoyao has his own reasons for doing this. Of the 3 supreme experts, 1 is eliminated, leaving only Wuhan and Nightmare. There's nothing to say about that. You can't expect Nightmare to find hidden lineups. This guy is an iron werewolf. Ye Bai immediately identified the correct answer. Without a trace, I achieved an SSS rating by clearing the game as a human player. Xiaoyao is an SS level character in the human faction. Nightmare is rated SSS for werewolf. If that's the case, then it mostly makes sense. The only 2 people found were from the human faction. The second brother is aloof and probably too lazy to tell anyone. Leisurely don't say anymore. I understand, boring. Looking at the result he had deduced, Ye Bai scratched his head, somewhat troubled. Should I clear the game with an SSS rank as the vampire faction and maintain the formation? Just as Ye Bai was pondering, a curse came from outside the dungeon, accompanied by the crisp sound of a whip cracking in the air. Hurry up, stop dawdling, you little guys, move faster. Squeak. The dungeon door opened, and the pale-faced young man reappeared, urging everyone to move forward. Hurry up, hurry up. The Earl has bestowed his life essence upon you lot, completing your embrace. What a precious opportunity, and you're still dawdling here. You should be thrown out as food, not receive the embrace. Hearing this, the 10 people began to slowly move forward. To complete the embrace with blood? Ye Bai recalled an interesting anecdote from the documents. The 10th layer, the original way of the first embrace, is biting the neck. Later, when Wuhan came to the 10th floor, the method of the embrace became much more civilized. Place a drop of blood in the palm of your hand, and the first embrace will be complete. Ye Bai was very curious about how his second brother persuaded the group of vampires to behave more civilly. If you refuse the embrace, it's the same as choosing to be a werewolf. Ye Bai doesn't want to be a vampire for the time being, and plans to go deep into the dungeon to take a look. But the Earl's life essence can't be wasted. If I don't take something for free, am I even human? The moment Ye Bai's essence and blood come into contact with his skin, they will immediately transform him into a vampire. Ye Bai's attempt to fleece the vampires is extremely difficult. A bold idea popped into Ye Bai's mind. The shadow of Cerberus. The dog appeared at Ye Bai's feet, very quietly. Ye Bai whispered to each other, "If I hit you and you don't die, I'll treat you to barbecue later. Is that fair? If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes." The shadow of Cerberus. Being with such a dog's owner gives you the illusion of returning to the dog pack. After discussing with Cerberus, Ye Bai removed his other equipment, equipped the gluttonous claw, and lightly attacked Cerberus. Bang! Cerberus's health has dropped significantly. The only good news is that it's not dead yet. Ye Bai looked at Cerberus. Status: Miser. It can be done. In the Miser state, you cannot acquire any new items or currency. With the shadow of Cerberus gaining the Miser status, Ye Bai only needs to wrap the shadow in his palm to form a natural firewall. When the Earl's essence blood falls, it cannot change the bloodline of Ye Bai or Cerberus. Ye Bai will find another opportunity to collect the essence blood. That way, you can successfully take advantage of the promotion. As the group continued to move forward, the surrounding environment gradually improved. The air no longer had that rotten smell. Instead, it carried a slightly sweet fragrance. Everyone stopped and reached the finish line, standing in front of a huge, luxurious coffin. When Ye Bai saw the Earl's face clearly, the problem that had been troubling him was solved. How did the second brother persuade these vampires to behave more civilly? Is it possible that the scar on the vampire count's face, the coffin broken in two at his feet, etc., are the answer? Ye Bai sighed sincerely. Second brother, that's really torture. Chapter 115 is gone, not a single drop remains. Inside the understated yet luxurious coffin hall, a hoarse voice rang out. Come forward. The previous 9 people had either completed the embrace or been imprisoned in the dungeon, leaving him alone. Ye Bai stepped forward and stood in front of the Earl. The Count had a horrifying scar on his aged face. The scar started on the upper right and spread all the way to the left corner of his mouth, shattering his originally handsome features. Without even thinking, it's obvious who did it. Extend your hand. The Count opened his mouth again, and Ye Bai noticed that the guy's teeth were flat. Unlike those depicted in movies and TV shows, it doesn't have 4 sharp canines used for sucking blood. Instead, it looks like it has been ground smooth by an angle grinder, with no sharp teeth whatsoever. With these teeth, I can only drink porridge now. Even gnawing on vegetables is a struggle. Following the other party's instructions, Ye Bai extended his palm, which was pitch black. The Count frowned, not immediately offering his essence blood, but instead asking, "Why is it so dark? Didn't you wash your hands?" "A birthmark, it's a birthmark," Ye Bai explained confidently. The old Count's suspicious gaze swept back and forth across Ye Bai's face. He couldn't understand how the other party could utter such a clumsy lie. The old Count said irritably, "Change to the other hand." Ye Bai stretched out his left hand, which was even darker. "It's quite symmetrical, isn't it?" The old Count gave Ye Bai a cold look and suddenly asked, "You think you're funny?" Ye Bai's fist hardened. Before Ye Bai could launch an attack, the old Count dripped a drop of bright red blood, muttering to himself, "If it weren't for that guy, I could have just taken a bite. It would have been so easy." Blood dripped onto the shadowy figure, then fell into a small bottle that Ye Bai had prepared beforehand, and vanished instantly. A drop of Vampire Count's blood essence, obtained. The old Count stared intently at Ye Bai, trying to discern something from his expression. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. About half a minute later, the old Count spoke again. "Why haven't you completed the embrace yet? Perhaps my skin is too thick, and 1 drop isn't enough?" "Indeed, there are some special individuals among your human race." The old Count accepted this explanation, and while bleeding again, he recalled. Back then, there was a Taoist priest. Taoist priest. Element detection. Ye Bai was completely focused, waiting for the next part to continue. "Damn it, brat. I've already used 18 drops of my essence blood. How come you still haven't completed the embrace?" The old Count screamed, his face much paler than before, his eyes sunken, staring intently at Ye Bai. "Ahem, really? I didn't notice." Ye Bai touched his nose sheepishly, pretending nothing had happened, and casually tossed the bottle containing 19 drops of the Earl's blood essence into his backpack. The old Count withdrew his hand and said in a sinister tone, "Kid, you have 2 choices. Be thrown into a stinky dungeon and keep company with those dog-like creatures. Or..." The old Count looked behind him, then around the room, making sure no one was eavesdropping, before lowering his voice to speak. "I will introduce you to His Excellency the Duke." who will bestow upon you his life essence to grant you the embrace. I don't know what tricks you used, but the blood essence you got from the Duke is 90 out of 10. Good heavens! Ye Bai exclaimed. Good heavens! They're taking kickbacks here. Vampires are indeed vampires, but he misunderstood one thing. Ye Bai is not that kind of person. 70/30th split. 82. 7-3. 7-3 is 7-3. Before the count could finish speaking, Ye Bai interrupted again. 70% of it is mine. You brat, don't push your luck. Then I'll leave. 30%. A glint of greed flashed in the old count's eyes. Even a single drop of the Duke's essence blood would be a great tonic for him. The two quickly reached a deal, and Ye Bai spoke again. The Taoist priest you mentioned earlier? I will tell you the rest of the story when you return with the Duke's blood essence. The old count wasn't stupid. There was no guarantee in their deal. Since Ye Bai was interested in the Taoist story, the old count still had some leverage. The old count pressed down on the armrest, and immediately someone entered the hall, leading Ye Bai deeper into the hall. Kid, remember to come back even if you die? No problem, you old codger, just don't die first. The two expressed their friendly wishes to each other. Anyone who didn't know better would think they had a very good relationship. Before leaving the coffin hall, Ye Bai took one last look at the old count. The former vampire prince, the owner of this Neverland castle, and once the most powerful being in the entire castle. Until one day, he encountered a sword. His second brother went too far. The story of the 10th floor of the Eternal Tower is actually an infinite loop of a certain day. The traces left by regular players will be reset in the next cycle. Only a select few can completely alter and influence this instance. Clearly, Wu Hin is one of those people. Ye Bai withdrew his gaze. The time he had just spent gathering information was enough. The seemingly ordinary old count actually has such a background. The Eye of Insight also gave Ye Bai a hint. Slaying the old Earl increases human exploration progress by 50%. According to this algorithm, Ye Bai only needs to kill the leaders of both the vampire and werewolf factions to achieve 100% exploration progress for the human faction. However, there is a small problem. Why are the exploration progresses of the three factions being displayed? Ye Bai looked at the notification in the lower right corner and fell into thought. After collecting 19 drops of the Count's blood essence, the vampire faction's exploration progress has increased by 19%. The exploration progress of the other two factions did not disappear, and they even gave me hints about how to obtain exploration progress for the human race. Therefore, there is only one truth. All three factions can achieve 100% exploration completion. Thinking of this, Ye Bai couldn't help but feel excited. A faction achieving 100% exploration completion earns an SSS rating. Wu Hin and Meng Yan have already demonstrated this to Ye Bai. If all three factions simultaneously achieve 100% exploration completion, then the rating would be SSSS. Adding Eternal Blessing on top of that will raise the rating to another level. Ye Bai was startled by his own thoughts. 5S pass. Can this bug be exploited? Let's give it a try. Ye Bai won't lose out anyway. Led by a maid, Ye Bai walked into an even more luxurious hall. Like the previous hall, this place had also been hacked. Ye Bai looked away, deliberately avoiding the cracks, pretending nothing had happened. The Duke was dressed in magnificent clothes, but his face was hidden behind a golden mask, making it impossible to see his features. As with the previous procedure, the Duke dripped his blood onto Ye Bai's palm, attempting to complete his first embrace. Unsurprisingly, it failed again. After collecting 9 drops of the Duke's blood essence, Ye Bai planned to put them in another bottle. The Duke withdrew his hand and said coldly, "There's none left, not a single drop." 9 drops of Duke's blood essence increased Ye Bai's vampire faction exploration progress by 27%. Vampire faction exploration progress, 46%. The Duke refused to continue providing his essence blood, and Ye Bai, unwilling to give up, pressed him for an answer. "Are there any stronger vampires here, like a prince? I really want to receive the embrace. Really, I'm not here to steal your life essence." The Duke snorted coldly. "Yes, do you want to be sent to be eaten?" "It's not impossible. Just out of curiosity, his health points aren't over 1 trillion, are they?" Ye Bai felt a little more at ease looking at his 30th floor, which was poised to launch an attack. If Ye Bai were to actually encounter the vampire prince, he would definitely strike first. You still couldn't complete the embrace with so much essence and blood. Your bloodline must be very powerful. Beneath the golden mask, the Duke spoke to himself. You still smell like a dog, an unpleasant odor. If you keep swearing. The Duke looked at Ye Bai and spoke again. I'm willing to give you a chance to infiltrate those slaves and find out exactly what they're planning to do tonight. Accept the quest Dancing with Wolves? Upon completion, the vampire faction's exploration progress will increase by 50%. Accept. Ye Bai already has 46% exploration progress. Completing the undercover mission will add another 50%. The remaining 4% can be raised by asking the old count for some blood. Based on this calculation, it seems like achieving 100% exploration progress for all three factions is really possible. After Ye Bai accepted the mission, someone immediately stepped forward, wanting to put shackles on him. No need. His scent will make the slaves think he's one of their own. Take him to the deepest part of the dungeon. The castle that never sleeps. The dungeon, the deepest part. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy footsteps sounded, and Ye Bai's figure appeared at the end of the corridor. A group of ragged, unkempt prisoners, shackled and imprisoned here. Go in. As Ye Bai entered the dungeon, many people looked at him with their eyes gleaming green. Behave yourselves, or you'll all be dead. The guard threw down a vicious remark and turned to leave. Soft sobs could be heard from the dark dungeon. Ye Bai looked around, but still couldn't find the werewolf leader. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from the darkness. Ye Bai almost struck down with a bolt of lightning. The clanging of countless chains echoed as a dark figure knelt at Ye Bai's feet, head tilted back, staring intently at Ye Bai's cloak, his voice trembling. I knew you would keep your promise. You definitely will. For the past 100 years, we have been silently waiting for your arrival. Oh. Ye Bai really wanted to ask, do we know each other? The next moment, the shadowy figure's words made Ye Bai's body tremble. You were sent by Lord Nightmare, weren't you? Chapter 116, Is there a problem with my second brother killing you? The Eternal Tower, 10th floor. The ancient castle that never sleeps, deep within the dungeon. Splash, splash. The chains clanged together repeatedly, and a dark figure lay prostrate at Ye Bai's feet, its body trembling. You were sent by Lord Nightmare, weren't you? Ye Bai squatted down, helped the other person up, and asked curiously, do you know my older brother? Lord Nightmare is your elder brother. That's wonderful, that's wonderful. The shadowy figure raised its head, and Ye Bai was able to see the other person's face clearly. The Western middle-aged man's face was sharply defined, with an angular appearance. His bright blue pupils were bloodshot, and he looked to be in poor mental condition. He spoke again, his voice pleading. Do you have a way to get us out of here? Before I came, cough cough, my brother didn't explain things very clearly. He just told me to come here. Ye Bai coughed twice, wanting the other party to explain more clearly. Nightmare Ye Bai had never even seen one. I've privately recognized Nightmare as my older brother. Won't my second brother be angry? Ye Bai was quite certain that third brother had no objections. Hearing Ye Bai's words, the dark figure nodded tremblingly, about to say something. A young werewolf nearby suddenly spoke up, his voice laced with sarcasm. Ignore that old geezer, he's insane. As soon as these words were spoken, many people responded. That's right, he's been acting strange since this morning, constantly muttering, Lord Nightmare, Lord Nightmare. If you ask me, nightmares are utter nonsense. No, not even. What followed was abruptly interrupted. Because a staff pierced his throat, pinning his entire body to the ground, and blood slowly seeped from the wound, taking his life away bit by bit. The owner of the staff stood beside the corpse, expressionless and indifferent. The eyes of a werewolf killer cannot be hidden. Brush. Most of the werewolves began to retreat, distancing themselves from Ye Bai, while threatening growls emanated from their throats and sharp claws appeared, as if facing a formidable enemy. On the contrary, a small group of werewolves surrounded Ye Bai in the center, forming a circle around him. They are not werewolf NPCs, but players from the human race, who simply chose the werewolf faction. They had witnessed everything that had just happened, and they had naturally heard the conversation between Ye Bai and the shadowy werewolf. He addressed the supreme expert nightmare as Big Brother, and today appeared on the 10th floor, instantly killing the werewolf who dared to speak disrespectfully. All these factors combined lead to only one answer: Shura. They encountered Shura. However, due to the special nature of the 10th floor, everyone here wears a mask, and all their voices, body shapes, and physical characteristics are slightly altered. Even if they encountered the true form of Azura, they would not be able to recognize Azura's true identity in the real world. After figuring this out, they all made the same choice: to protect Shura. Earlier, a werewolf offended Nightmare with his words, and Shura took action directly, which meant he made an enemy of all the werewolves present. In an instant, the battlefield became clearly divided, and the situation became extremely tense. Only the strong smell of blood permeated the air. Clean up the filth. I'm a coward and can't stand the sight of blood. Ye Bai raised his foot and kicked the shadow of Cerberus. Gurgle. The three-headed hellhound swallowed the werewolf's corpse whole, then licked up the bloodstains on the ground as well. The smell of blood instantly faded considerably, replaced by a faint human aroma. Where were we? Oh, right, what's your name? Ignoring the tense situation, Ye Bai turned his head and asked. The shadowy werewolf said tremblingly, My name is Jack. Shao Jia, can you tell me what exactly happened here? Ignoring the enraged werewolf NPCs, Ye Bai focused on talking to Jack. 100 years ago, Lord Nightmare arrived at the castle. He was among the castle's first guests, and also the beginning of all the nightmares. Through Jack's narration, Ye Bai roughly learned the ins and outs of the story. 100 years ago, the Eternal Tower descended. With the Nightmare awakening SSS level talent, the clearing speed is also the fastest, reaching the 10th floor first. Just as Ye Bai had expected, Nightmare chose the werewolf faction, achieved an SSS level rating, and then left. That's where the problem lies. The storyline of the 10th floor is an infinite loop of one day, during which everything is reset. After the Nightmare left, one of the werewolves went mad. Shadow Wolf Jack. Resetting his memories is ineffective. Each time Jack dies and comes back to life, he retains his memories, starting a new cycle. This is by no means a blessing, but a curse. Even today, Jack recognized Ye Bai by his cloak. So, what did my older brother promise back then? This is the issue that Ye Bai cares about most, even more important than passing the 5S level. A 5S rating completion only gives you a small reward. Nothing is more important than a nightmare-inducing dark history. Nightmare's dark past is something that can get 9th Master to handle. Ye Bai knew which was more important. Lord Nightmare said. Shadow Wolf Jack had already memorized this passage and could recite it without any difficulty. In the future, a young man will help you break free from this endless cycle. The moment you see him, you will know that he has arrived. Ye Bai frowned. This was too charlatan-like. Is the Nightmare a great prophet? The Nightmare seemed to have revealed a lot of information, but in reality, it said nothing at all. The 10th floor, located at the front of the Eternal Tower, is definitely frequented by young people. Helping to break out of a loop is more like a big pie. You can only look at it, not eat it. The entire sentence that follows is utter nonsense. Do you think I need to listen to your nonsense? Brother, can you be a little more reliable? Ye Bai rubbed his temples, still clueless for a moment. He asked again, have you seen anyone carrying a sword? Ye Bai tried a different approach. The arrival of the three supreme experts should have left traces. Jack shook his head and explained. More than 60 years ago, right after a reset, I was killed by a new werewolf. When I was resurrected, the entire castle had undergone a complete transformation. It was covered in sword marks. They will have no memory, but they are terrified of the sword marks. It seems that Jack and his second brother just missed each other. Ye Bai was still unwilling to give up and wanted to ask about Xiaoyao. So far, there are 2 individuals in Ye Bai's entire cycle whose memories will not be reset. They retain the memory of a century-old cycle, where every day is a new beginning. Jack the Shadow Wolf, Earl of the Old Coin. Shadow Wolf Jack was killed because of the nightmare of the Supreme Being, while the Earl was killed by his second brother. There should be a third person involved, a third person influenced by Xiaoyao. Ye Bai was making plans in his heart. You guys ruined a perfectly good dungeon, and now I have to clean up the mess. Nobody even left me a guide. You bastards, you want more money. Splash. The clanging of chains rang out once again, but this time, it was completely different from the previous ones. When the dull clanging of chains sounded, all the werewolf NPCs became as docile as lambs. They huddled against the corner of the wall, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Thump! Thump! In the darkness, a massive shadow slowly emerged, each step causing the entire dungeon to tremble and countless stones to fall. A colossal creature, 5 meters tall, slowly revealed its true form. Its body was covered in wounds, its wolf fur was an unusual white, and its pupils were also white. It exuded a terrifying aura, and its body was bound with countless iron chains, radiating a dangerous aura. Someone immediately whispered an introduction. Lord Shura, the White Wolf King, is a being comparable to the War King. He is someone we must not provoke in this level. The White Wolf King ignored everything around him, his eyes only on Ye Bai. Are you looking for someone who wields a sword? Clearly, he had overheard Ye Bai and Jack's conversation. Yes, you also retained your memories? I don't believe Mad Jack's nonsense. This cycle has been going on for 100 years. How is that possible? Jack is behaving very strangely today. The White Wolf King exhaled. However, I have a question for you. As he spoke, the White Wolf King raised his right hand and crushed the iron chain on his chest, revealing a terrifying scar on his silver fur. The White Wolf King asked in a deep voice, "What exactly is this sword mark?" He woke up this morning and found the scar on his body, but had no memory of it. Seeing the familiar sword marks, Ye Bai nodded and said, "My second brother did it. Is there a problem?" Chapter 117, the first annual trolling contest. My second brother did it. Is there a problem? Faced with Ye Bai's questioning, the White Wolf King shook his head. No problem. Hiss. Ye Bai couldn't help but look at the White Wolf King with newfound respect. He'd certainly found a wider path. The White Wolf King said in a deep voice, "Even just looking at this wound terrifies me. It's hard to imagine how one could possibly survive under that sword. To correct you, you didn't survive." Ye Bai believed that Wuhan, at level 60, definitely had the strength to kill the White Wolf King. I still find it hard to accept what Mad Wolf Jack said. The White Wolf King sat cross-legged on the ground, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Jack and Ye Bai. At least, he expressed his friendliness and willingness to cooperate. The White Wolf King spoke again. Jack, are you willing to swear by the soul of the wolf ancestor that what you say is true? No, it can't. Jack's answer surprised everyone present. His next words made the White Wolf King's expression turn somewhat serious. Ever since I met Lord Nightmare, I no longer worship the wolf ancestor. Swearing an oath in the name of the wolf ancestor's soul means nothing to me. Jack raised his head slightly, his body trembling, the hair on his limbs growing wildly, almost completely turning him into a wolf. Now, I follow Lord Nightmare and can only swear an oath in Lord Nightmare's name. You have betrayed your faith. The White Wolf King's roar was almost a stern rebuke, and many werewolves were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, their limbs twitching. Under such pressure, Jack was naturally in no better shape, curling up and struggling against the pressure with all his might. A dark figure stood in front of him, relieving him of much of the pressure. A woo. The shadow of Cerberus bared its teeth at the White Wolf King, showing no sign of weakness. The White Wolf King looked down at Cerberus. Interesting. Hades seems to have a dog like this too. Apart from having a big head, it's useless. Hearing the White Wolf King's evaluation, Ye Bai narrowed his eyes slightly. He remembered a small thing. The vampire count we met earlier was originally a prince. The ranks of vampires, from highest to lowest, are progenitor, prince, duke, marquis, earl. In other words, the vampire prince was struck by his second brother's sword and fell 3 big steps in one go. The White Wolf King before them now possesses combat power comparable to that of a war king. Just how terrifying was his strength before he was killed by his second brother? The adult Cerberus King possesses godlike strength, yet it is insignificant in the eyes of the White Wolf King. Even more terrifying is that this powerful White Wolf King could be easily cut down by the level 60 second brother. When my second brother created the water-breaking flow technique, He said that this move could kill even a war king, and that was no exaggeration. Ye Bai thought to himself, second brother's skills seem to be no worse than mine. Gathering his thoughts, Ye Bai focused his attention once again on the White Wolf King. Shadow Wolf Jack, in the name of the Nightmare followers, swears that what he says is true. I will not blindly believe oaths. I have seen too many treacherous people, even werewolves. The White Wolf King's stance will not change easily. But if it's really as you say, every day is a cycle, then life or death makes no difference to me. Tell me your plans, how you intend to break this damn cycle. I suspect that with my help, your plans will go more smoothly. The White Wolf King is a typical example of someone who won't act until he sees a clear benefit. Jack turned his gaze to Ye Bai, and the entire audience once again focused on him. A plan? Well, I do have such a thing. Ye Bai glanced at the current exploration progress and the hints given by the Eye of Insight. I need to gain the friendship of werewolves. You must join the werewolf faction to accumulate werewolf exploration points. The White Wolf King extended a finger, its sharp claws gleaming coldly, and lightly tapped the ground. You already have it. Gain the friendship of the White Wolf King, and the exploration progress of the werewolf faction will increase by 10%. Ye Bai continued. Tonight is the night of the full moon. I need to help 9 werewolves escape from the Nightless City Castle. Okay, I'll pick out the 8 most promising kids, plus Jack. Is that enough? The White Wolf King cooperated surprisingly well. Ye Bai felt that his second brother deserved a lot of credit for this. Aren't you leaving? Ye Bai was somewhat surprised. Based on Ye Bai's understanding of the Eternal Tower, if he really completes 100% exploration of all 3 factions, the 10th floor will definitely change. Just like the 3rd level before, the plot will have new changes. Staying in the never-sleeping castle will most likely not end well. In other words, escaping means survival. I can't leave. The White Wolf King raised an arm, displaying the countless chains wrapped around it. This castle was built to suppress me, that damned Prince Dracula. Ye Bai corrected. Count, he is now Count Dracula. Count. The White Wolf King was taken aback for a moment, then burst into a series of loud laughs, causing the entire castle to shake. That pale-faced old fool, he's finally met his end. This is the best news I've heard today, if the news is true. Having dealt with the White Wolf King, Ye Bai only needs to take away 9 werewolves to achieve 100% exploration progress for the werewolf faction. 5S clear, 1/3 complete. Well, I also need to know your original escape plan. Ye Bai needs to complete the Dancing with Wolves mission to increase his exploration progress in the vampire faction. No problem, if everything isn't a cycle of reincarnation. Nothing we do can change fate. We can only place our hopes on you and your nightmare master. Even the strongest wolf cannot lift itself off the ground by the scruff of its neck. Actually, it's possible, mistress, give him a performance. Ye Bai lightly kicked the shadow of Cerberus. The 3-headed hellhound cooperated perfectly, one head grabbing the scruff of the neck of another, while the remaining head exhaled at the ground, causing the entire shadow to float up. White Wolf King. It's a dog, not a wolf. You are all canines, we are one family. The White Wolf King insisted. It's a dog, not a wolf. When I get back, I'll rename them Hell's 3-headed wolves, and while I'm at it, I'll rename you White Dog King. Would that make you happier? In the end, Ye Bai won this battle of trolls. After the 2 sides reached an agreement, Ye Bai completed his mission and prepared to leave the dungeon. Good luck. The White Wolf King was dragged back into the shadows by chains. He pointed to his heart, where the invisible sword wound lay. If your second brother really exists, please tell him that his sword is incredibly fast. Does my second brother need you to praise him? Ye Bai disagreed. Are you questioning me? Wuhan's #1 praise fan. Accompanied by his guards, Ye Bai walked towards the hall above the castle, while also checking how to achieve 100% exploration progress for the human race faction. Defeat Count Dracula, human faction exploration progress, plus 50%. Destroying the Nightless City Castle increases the human faction's exploration progress by 50%. Chapter 118. Don't get close to Xiaoyao, or you'll become unfortunate. On the way back, Ye Bai didn't rest either, thinking about the precautions for passing the level. Today, although his bloodline is still human, He has exploration progress in 3 factions. Something's not right. Since there's a human faction here, there should at least be human people in the castle, right? Ye Bai has been active in the castle for so long, but he hasn't seen any human NPCs. There are no NPCs, yet a human faction exists. This is illogical. Ye Bai was taken back to the hall where he had been waiting. A maidservant rushed out, looking flustered, and said quickly, "His Excellency the Duke said he would meet with you after the banquet begins. I have something very important to report to His Excellency the Duke." With that, Ye Bai strode into the hall. Those who disobey orders will be killed. In an instant, the gargoyles on the wall came to life, flapping their wings and stirring up a whirlwind. The empty armor on both sides creaked and raised its weapons. The maids and guards' pupils narrowed, their eyes glowing red, as they stared intently at Ye Bai's neck. This guy is a human, and he exudes a sweet and alluring scent. They've been patient for a long time. If it weren't for the Duke's orders, they would have devoured Ye Bai completely. Now that Ye Bai has brought this upon himself, perfect. Ye Bai raised his staff slightly, casting spells with incredible speed, and casually threw out 2 skills. Wind Fury. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Sparks flew from a gargoyle's body, and before it could make any further moves, its health bar was emptied, and it exploded into countless fragments. And those scattered sparks spread out like waves, just like the autumn wind blowing down a wheat field. Boom, boom. Ye Bai walked rhythmically into the hall where the Duke was. Behind him, a series of explosions rang out, and the castle's most elite guards perished in the flames. The handsome man never looked back at the explosions. No one survived. They weren't even human to begin with. That's all right then. When Ye Bai burst into the hall, the scene before him still surprised him, even though he was somewhat prepared. The Duke, wearing a golden mask, lay unconscious beside the throne. The Duke had a hole in his neck, and Count Dracula was sucking blood through the hole with a straw, which looked quite comical. Ye Bai coughed lightly twice. Cough, cough, you old codger, don't you think this is a disgrace to vampires? Look at other vampires, aloof, cunning, elegant. Then look at Dracula, sucking blood with a straw. Doesn't he feel ashamed of being a vampire? This dungeon was truly ruined by 3 supreme experts. Kid, you're back. Count Dracula. No, he should be called Marquis Dracula now. It's much faster than I expected. That idiot White Wolf didn't kill you. Clearly, the idea of sending Ye Bai to the dungeon came from Dracula. He was the original owner of this castle, and even if his rank declined, he could still control everything. If we could use the White Wolf King to kill Ye Bai directly, that would be ideal. Even if that wasn't possible, Dracula had a backup plan, to knock the Duke down and suck his blood. Blood is the best supplement for them. Having consumed the Duke's blood, Dracula's strength was rapidly recovering. Although his rank is only Marquis, his actual combat strength is far greater than that. Even so, Dracula did not let his guard down when facing Ye Bai. We can continue to work together, can't we? Dracula wiped his mouth clean and began to speak. When did I start having memories? Let me think. Oh, it was when that man barged into the castle with a sword. He was the most rude guest I've ever met. When the word sword was mentioned, Ye Bai noticed that Dracula's body visibly trembled. Clearly, his second brother left him with a very deep psychological scar. I can't forget that sword light. It only took a moment. He only made 1 strike, but I felt like I was cut countless times. Fear flashed in Dracula's eyes, and he curled up, trembling on his throne. Pitiful, weak, and helpless. Ye Bai was very curious about what kind of memories would be left if he struck him with a bolt of lightning. Suppressing his urge to attack, Ye Bai waited patiently for what was to come. Dracula was clearly lost in his memories. I should have died after being slain by the sword light, but who knew I would come back to life the next day? No one around me has any memory of it. The entire castle is covered with sword marks, yet they know nothing about it from that day on. My nightmare has only just begun. Dracula looked at Ye Bai again. I heard that a slave has also gone mad, constantly muttering things like, the same day over and over, Lord Nightmare. I once interrogated him, but he refused to say anything. Just as Ye Bai had guessed, Dracula was influenced by Wuhan. Until more than 30 years ago, I met that Taoist priest. Dracula paused abruptly, looked at Ye Bai, and extended his aged hand. Give me the Duke's blood essence, and I'll tell you what really happened. Ye Bai was furious. With your lousy storytelling skills, you dare to charge others? With that, Ye Bai raised his staff, ready to slay the ghost. All you dogs, go to hell. Wait. Everything can be discussed. Dracula was surprisingly cowardly, as if he could foresee the danger. Clearly, that sword from over 60 years ago changed him too much. He transformed from a cold, aloof, and powerful vampire prince into the person he is now. That Taoist priest said something to me. At this point, Ye Bai noticed that Dracula's eyes began to lose their luster, becoming utterly empty. He seemed like a walking corpse, mechanically repeating. He said, "Maybe you are a pig." Ye Bai's eyes widened in disbelief at what was happening before his eyes. Just as Dracula repeated the words of free and easy, Dracula's body began to change. His body shrank little by little, while his pointed ears grew larger and rounder, and his nose flipped upwards and protruded forward. Simply put, Dracula turned into a pig. A veteran vampire with the rank of Marquis and combat power approaching that of a war king has been turned into a pig. Shocking. The supreme expert Xiaoyao actually did such a thing to a 1,000-year-old elder. Holy crap. I don't understand. Ye Bai felt a chill run up the back of his head. Ye Bai suddenly had a new understanding of the words that Ninth Master had repeatedly told him. Don't be alone with Xiaoyao when Ninth Master isn't around. If Xiaoyao were to see Ye Bai, and his first words were, "Maybe you're a dog," Ye Bai might really turn into a dog. Don't get close to Xiaoyao, or you'll become unhappy. Dracula the blood-sucking boar, humph. Ye Bai couldn't understand pig noises, but luckily he had a universal translator with him. The story is over. Dracula can understand human speech, so Ye Bai doesn't need to learn to squeal like a pig. To be honest, bro, I'm starting to feel sorry for you. Enough talk. Give me your essence blood. Wait a minute, this guy still has some blood left. Don't waste it. Ye Bai stepped forward, kicked the pig away to avoid being ambushed, and began to bleed the unconscious vampire duke. After collecting a few more drops of the duke's blood essence, the vampire duke's blood volume was depleted, and he withered away, his body completely hollowed out. Having done all this, Ye Bai refused to stop and tried to acquire even more spoils. The golden mask looks like a valuable item. It shouldn't be wasted. Why does this mask stick to my face so perfectly? In the end, Ye Bai had no choice but to cut off his entire head, along with the mask, and put it into his storage space. With the Duke's blood essence and the completion of the Dance with Wolves quest, the exploration progress of the vampire faction has reached 100%. Alright, as we agreed before, I will give you 30% of the Duke's blood essence. Ye Bai looked at Dracula and said sincerely, I, Shura, walk the eternal tower, and I value integrity above all else. The pig's eyes were full of doubt, as if asking, Are you really human? This is 30% of my essence and blood. Ye Bai placed the small bottle containing essence blood on the ground, gesturing for Dracula to come forward and take it. Dracula approached cautiously. Then, a pair of hands suddenly grabbed his ears and lifted him off the ground, ignoring his violent struggles. What could he do? He was just a pig. Now you are my prisoner. According to the rules, everything belonging to the prisoners is my spoils of war. With that, Ye Bai put the small bottle back into his pocket. There's no reason to vomit up what you've already eaten. As for you, looking at the Dracula pig in front of him, Ye Bai was unsure what to do for a moment. Keep it with you for now, and kill it before you clear the game. Dracula the pig, kill me now. Be quiet, or I'll throw you into the pigsty. After being threatened by Ye Bai, Dracula immediately became obedient. Without the Duke and Earl in charge, the entire castle descended into chaos, filled with confusion and panic. Quick! Ye Bai rushed into the depths of the dungeon, where chaos had already broken out as many werewolves took the opportunity to break free of their shackles and flee outwards. Jack, along with 8 werewolves, obediently squatted in the corner, waiting for Ye Bai's arrival. Grown-ups. Upon seeing Ye Bai return, Jack was about to go forward to greet him. Get out of the way. Without pausing, Ye Bai rushed straight to the deepest part of the dungeon. The White Wolf King is still imprisoned here. If possible, Ye Bai wouldn't mind taking the White Wolf King with him. Even severely injured, he would still be a war king level being. Isn't this much better than Cerberus? Kid, you're useless. The White Wolf King sat in the darkness, the iron chains binding him as if they were alive, tightly binding him with no room to break free. Back when he was at the peak of his power, these iron chains could have trapped him here. With only the power of a war king, there's no way he can break free now. Shut up. In the blink of an eye, Ye Bai rushed to the White Wolf King's side. A sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed down fiercely. Heavenly King's sword. Water supply interrupted. Bang! The sword struck the White Wolf King. The sword wound on his chest began to heat up, as if something was about to burst out. Moreover, all the sword marks in the entire castle underwent a strange change at this moment, as if they had been awakened. Boom! Countless sword beams were unleashed, causing the entire castle to shake and tremble violently, and it was precisely divided into countless pieces. The chains on the White Wolf King snapped in response, and it all stemmed from the sword mark left by Wuhan back then. The White Wolf King was utterly shocked, completely bewildered by what had happened. Since second brother has already attacked this castle once, it should have been destroyed long ago. All that's missing is a trigger. Ye Bai held the Heavenly King's sword and let out a cold snort. No one understands my second brother's sword better than me. Chapter 119 SSS rating clear. Never Sleeping Castle. The dungeon, the deepest part. With a single sword strike, Ye Bai caused the entire castle to crumble, and the chains binding the White Wolf King snapped one by one. Bang! Its massive body burst out of the darkness, and the bright moonlight shone down, making its blood-stained silver hair particularly eye-catching. The White Wolf King let out a howl, and the werewolf bloodline of the entire castle went out of control, transforming into wolf forms and fleeing for their lives. Walk! The castle was severed by the sword light that left no trace. Leaving it here would only mean its demise. The White Wolf King led the way, with Jack and the other werewolves following closely behind. Ye Bai remained calm and unhurried, even having the leisure to interrogate the Dracula pig beside him. You old codger, is there any treasure in the castle? If you don't tell me now, you'll miss your chance. Dracula, I am the most valuable treasure. You're a pig now, so please correct your attitude. I have a friend who can eat a whole pig in 3 bites. Would you like to meet him? As Ye Bai pressed Dracula for answers, his gaze swept back across the castle. It's all gone, nothing at all. Just as Dracula said, he is the most valuable thing here. Figures kept rushing out of the collapsing castle and reaching the safe area at the edge of the cliff. Phew, I escaped a disaster. Ye Bai carried the pig in his left hand and the magic staff in his right, narrowly escaping danger. Werewolf Faction Exploration Progress, 100%. Vampire Faction Exploration Progress, 100%. Human Faction Exploration Progress, 50%. Only one last step remains. Ye Bai looked down at the pig in his hand. Defeating Dracula grants 50% human exploration progress. Why not kill them and keep them for the new year? Dracula, just kill me already. From the moment you turned into a pig, you've been constantly seeking death. Ye Bai said coldly. If I'm not mistaken, you old geezer, you have a way to revive, right? This resurrection can also help you get out of your current predicament. This probably isn't the first time you've been turned into a pig. Dracula, who had been making a ruckus, suddenly quieted down, and a glint of wisdom appeared in his cloudy eyes. He even spoke directly, using plain language. Kid, don't even think about threatening me. Everything here will be reset after you leave. As long as the cycle of reincarnation is not broken, Dracula can return to his previous form. Ye Bai chuckled. I have a feeling this time will be a little different. Are you willing to bet? Dracula turned his head away, refusing to meet Ye Bai's gaze. He answered Ye Bai with his actions he dared not. Show enough sincerity, and I might consider helping you out. Ye Bai said very sincerely. I swear in the name of Azura. No. Dracula didn't even listen to the contents of the deal and rejected Ye Bai's offer outright. You have no credibility whatsoever. You're even more of a vampire than a vampire. Thank you for the compliment. Dracula retorted angrily. I'm insulting you. Oh. Ye Bai unleashed the power of nature, wanting to teach this loose-tongued little pig a lesson. Etc. Dracula knew all too well that vampire pigs had no choice but to bow their heads under someone's roof. If you swear in the names of your eldest and second eldest brothers, I will believe you. Ahem. Ye Bai looked embarrassed. Isn't that inappropriate? I knew you were going to break your promise. Dracula's ears perked up in anger, and the whole pig began to tremble uncontrollably. How can this person be so malicious? Ye Bai continued to work on Dracula's mindset. In that case, I have a respected senior named Shadow 9. How about I swear in his name? No. After several rounds of bargaining, the two sides finally reached an agreement. Ye Bai swore in the name of his second brother that he would protect Dracula within his power and kill him only once. Dracula swore an oath in the name of the blood ancestor, signed a servant contract, and voluntarily followed Shura, while offering materials of no less than SSS grade. There's a reason he's willing to make such a big concession. Ye Bai told Dracula that the White Wolf King was nearby. The feud between the two cannot be explained in a few words. It is no exaggeration to call it a blood feud. If Dracula in his pig form were given to the White Wolf King, no one knows what would happen. Some wolves have a wide range of interests. Under Ye Bai's influence, Dracula quickly understood the pros and cons and said sincerely, I volunteer to follow Lord Shura. Both sides pledged to reach an agreement. Dracula opened his mouth and spat out a false tooth. The most valuable thing in this castle is the drop of the prince's blood that is sealed inside the denture. So dirty. Ye Bai had Cerberus rub the dentures on Dracula's body to clean them, washing them several times before finally taking them into his hands. Prince-level blood essence, left behind by Dracula in his prime, a good thing. After putting away the dentures, Ye Bai said he would keep his promise, and then chopped off Dracula's pig head with a single sword stroke. Slaying Count Dracula grants a 50% increase to the human faction's exploration progress. At this point, Ye Bai has achieved 100% exploration of all three factions. The corpse of Dracula, killed by Ye Bai, flew out as a bloody shadow towards the moon, instantly staining the bright moon with a layer of blood. Then, countless bat-like shadows descended from the sky, coalescing into a new human form, Count Dracula. Elegant and composed. Hiss. He finally managed to regain his marquis rank, but after his death, he used a secret method to revive himself and fell back down. Count Dracula glanced at Ye Bai from afar, then reluctantly approached and bowed. My master, Dracula III, is at your service. Work hard. You have a bright future following me. Ye Bai patted Dracula on the shoulder and said seriously, I have not only the blood essence of earls and dukes here, but even the blood essence of princes. I will not treat you unfairly. Dracula, even if I know you never do anything decent, couldn't you at least try to cover it up? Looking at the three-headed hellhound beside him, Dracula felt that he might have chosen the wrong path. Cheer up, whether we can meet again is another matter. With that, Ye Bai summoned the eternal core crystal, preparing to settle the level. A sad smile appeared on Dracula's face. If only they could never see each other again. By the way, the flowers and plants around your castle are planted quite well. Perhaps you will become a qualified gardener in the future. After saying that, Ye Bai placed his palm on the crystal and began to calculate the result. He himself wasn't sure if he could successfully exploit the bug. After all, this was the first time Ye Bai had ever achieved a 5S clear. One can only say, 3 parts are destined by fate, 7 parts depend on carefree living. A flash of white light, and Ye Bai's figure disappeared from the spot. Dracula was left standing there, looking around in confusion. Flowers and plants. When did my castle get these things? He's never grown flowers or plants before. Looking at the flowers, trees and shrubs surrounding the ruins of the ancient castle, Dracula's body began to tremble uncontrollably, his eyes filled with terror. Where did these things come from? Ye Bai had just left. An uninvited guest arrived on the 10th floor. The Taoist priest stood on the ruins of the ancient castle, looking at the piles of bricks and stones, with flowers, grass and trees swaying in the evening breeze behind him. As he strolled through the ruins, he remarked casually, humans are not plants or trees. The plants and trees began to slowly change, and they actually transformed into people. As soon as they appeared, they immediately knelt down and dared not raise their heads. Grown-ups. The old man kneeling at the very front had a hoarse voice. Thank you, Lord Xie, for saving us from the suffering of reincarnation. For more than 30 years, these flowers, trees and shrubs have remained outside the castle undisturbed. 30 years is like a blink of an eye for them. They did not experience killing, battle, or the vicissitudes of time, but instead, like plants, they silently watched the stars shift and the seasons change, day after day. The human NPC that Ye Bai had been searching for was actually here. Inside the castle, Dracula and Jack, who were suffering the torment of reincarnation, were tortured beyond recognition, while the human NPCs were not suffering the torment of reincarnation. It has nothing to do with me. The Taoist priest walked across the ruins with his back to the crowd, looking down at the remaining sword energy. I was entrusted with this task, so I simply did my duty to him. Wherever he went, the sword energy receded and disappeared into the Taoist's body. Having traversed every corner and gathered all his sword energy, the Taoist stood still, shook his head, and said with a self-deprecating tone, "Boring." The white clouds drift lazily by, never speaking of sorrow. The Taoist returned to the 99th floor and sat cross-legged on the futon. After resting with his eyes closed for a while, he opened them again, his brows showing signs of fatigue. A white wolf hair bamboo brush came into the Taoist's hands, and the tip of the brush was dipped in cinnabar, making it incomparably bright red. The Taoist's hand was steady. He turned the brush and added an extra stroke to a line of characters, S. The ink was not yet dry. The next second, the entire human race in the Eternal Tower received a notification. Congratulations to player Shura for achieving a SSS rating on the 10th floor. Chapter 120 The Legend of the Supreme Warrior Xiaoyao. Congratulations to player Shura for achieving a SSS rating on the 10th floor. Ye Bai was drinking at the Wolf's Den when the announcement came out. Ye Bai's wine glass, which he had just picked up, stopped in mid-air as he looked at Dai Ming. Dai Ming immediately said, "This drink is on me. I couldn't possibly accept that." Gurgle gurgle. Ye Bai held his empty wine glass and looked around to see who else was planning to treat him. Unfortunately, everyone was busy attacking the Eternal Tower at this time, and few people were wandering around the Wolf's Den. Well, Ye Bai sighed and silently pushed the wine glass back. "A glass of water, please." Ye Bai has finally achieved a 5S level clear. The problem is, the scores are out, but what about the rewards? Neither individual nor human race-wide rewards were seen. Could it be that the bigger one is at the back? Ye Bai didn't have to wait long before a sucker rushed into the Wolf's Den in a great hurry. "Come on, come inside with me." Xueming strode towards the innermost office. "It's inconvenient to talk outside." After the two left, the receptionists at Wolf's Den whispered among themselves. "Sister Ming, is fourth brother that one?" Being so close to Xueming, it must be that person. They all speculated about Ye Bai's true identity, whether he was Shura or not. Dai Ming shook her head and chuckled softly. "What are you young girls thinking? Didn't you see fourth brother drinking here during the announcement?" "That's true." Everyone nodded. There was no mistake that the Star Wolf, a warrior-level character, was drinking when Shura cleared the level. Butterfly Dream spoke again. "I know fourth brother personally. He has some connection with the Supreme Expert Nightmare because of the birth of Shura." Her explanation made sense both logically and emotionally, so no one thought much of it. "All right, deliver 2 cases of beer to Xueming's office door and put it on my tab." Inside Xueming's office. "Kid, are you planning to cause a major upheaval?" Xueming was panting heavily. His body was still injured, and his breathing was unsteady. Ye Bai was more concerned about something else. "Why did you call me here? You can't just be talking about this, can you? The old Taoist priest asked me to pass on a message to you." Xueming said irritably. He said, "Don't do this kind of thing again." "Oh." Ye Bai seemed to understand, but not quite. "So, you mean we can continue doing it?" Xueming was shocked by Ye Bai's understanding. "Get to the point." His exact words were that there should be at least 10 floors between them. "You can decide for yourself." Xueming delivered the message. As for what to do next, that's up to Shura. "Got it. You can clear the 10th floor in 5 seconds. Anything else?" "Xueming." The old Taoist priest said, "Don't go into the Eternal Tower today. Just stay in the Eternal Core City, or something bad might happen. Also, the rewards for achieving a 5S rating will take a little longer." Understand. Ye Bai was very aware of exploiting bugs. Although GM Xiaoyao is protecting me, if I act too recklessly, I might get banned by the Eternal Tower. You have to act innocent when you get a good deal. Also, you must never be alone with the eccentric old Taoist priest. Xueming warned. You have no idea what that guy is thinking. Strange. Ninth Master warned me the same thing. Why don't you make your point clearer? Ye Bai had always wanted to know what exactly happened to the supreme expert, Xiaoyao. From the perspective of ordinary people, all three supreme experts are mysterious. However, Xiaoyao is exceptionally mysterious. That strange old Taoist priest, how should I put it? He always seems to be pondering some odd questions. Xueming didn't mince words and spoke frankly. The first time I met him, the strange old Taoist asked me if I might be a horse. As a result, I turned into a wild horse and galloped across the grasslands all night. Ye Bai? A friend of mine is very interested in the running incident. Could you elaborate on it? That's it. Ye Bai had a hunch that although Ninth Master and Xueming were warning each other about the same thing, their motivations were completely different. If it were just about turning into an animal, it wouldn't be a big deal for Ye Bai. Yingjiu didn't need to remind herself in such a serious tone. As far as Ye Bai knew, Yingjiu was the master of Xiaoyao, and in some ways, one of the people who understood Xiaoyao the most. That's not all. The old Taoist priest is very strange. Just as Xueming was about to say something, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Ye Bai offered. I'll go open the door. Xueming was very satisfied with Shura's attitude, feeling that he finally had the air of a war god. Ye Bai opened the door and saw 2 cases of beer on the ground. He casually picked up 2 bottles, put the rest into his storage space, and turned back, saying naturally, Sister Ming is treating us to drinks. Ye Bai opened the beer, 1 bottle for each person, which was fair. Go on. The old Taoist priest is very old, and he is actually from the same generation as my uncle. Xueming took a swig of beer and started talking about Xi and me from back then. The big dad, Xueming mentioned, is none other than the supreme expert Nightmare, the first supreme expert. Xiaoyao was actually from the same era as him. Ye Bai frowned. This was the first time he had ever heard of such a thing. The old Taoist priest awakened his talent very late, while he was lying in the ICU. It even made the news back then. He was the oldest person to awaken their talent. Xueming continued. Old Lan told my second father in private that if he hadn't been nearing the end of his life, the old eccentric Taoist would never have entered the Eternal Tower. Hearing this, Ye Bai became even more silent. There are too many illogical things about what Xiaoyao does. Since he was a contemporary of Nightmare, he never set foot in the Tower of Eternity in the first few decades of his life. Only when his time was almost up did Xiaoyao reluctantly enter the Tower of Eternity. Then, Xiaoyao casually awakened an SSS-level talent, casually found Yingjiu as his master, casually broke through to the 99th floor, casually killed a demon god, forged the position of the strongest, and became the 3rd strongest person of the human race. This isn't the protagonist's script in a wish fulfillment novel anymore. This is the script of the Son of the Tower, isn't it? Ye Bai felt speechless. Xueming finished the beer in the bottle, then shrugged. That's all I know about the eccentric old Taoist priest. Many people don't understand the strange old Taoist. After becoming the strongest being, he rarely left the Eternal Tower. Most matters concerning the human race are resolved through the 6-party talks. Even if the intervention of a supreme being is required, it is my great father and second great father who intervene. Also, besides Uncle Nine, the strongest monsters in the shadows all have great respect for the old Taoist priest. Xueming hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to speak his mind. However, I suggest that if you have the opportunity, you should learn more about the supreme expert, Xiaoyao. Oh, what's the explanation? Ye Bai believed that Xueming, with his intelligence, would never say such a thing for no reason. He must have his reasons for saying that. Actually, I heard about this from my second father in private. Don't tell anyone. I've only ever mentioned this to you. Xueming lowered his voice. There is actually a kind of inheritance between each supreme expert and the previous supreme expert. In other words, it's more like a relationship between fellow disciples? That's my guess, since I only overheard my second father talking about it, and I didn't listen too closely. When it comes to messing with his father, Xuanming is really good at it. Ye Bai raised an eyebrow. According to this saying, nightmares bring tracelessness, and tracelessness brings freedom. Xiaoyao with Shura? Ye Bai imagined in his mind the scene when he would meet the supreme expert Xiaoyao on the 99th floor. When the two met, one was incredibly handsome and charming, while the other possessed a refined and otherworldly air, like a celestial being. Then, at this historic moment, Xiaoyao spoke calmly. Is it possible that you are a dog? Ye Bai? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chapter 121 The Clever Ye Bai. Wolf's Den. Xuanming's office. With Xiaoyao's warning, Ye Bai can no longer continue his adventures in the Eternal Tower. He decided to start reviewing his experience on the 10th floor. Ye Bai had limited information, and he had already analyzed it all himself, so he might as well ask others. Big Mingzi, what rating did you get when you cleared the 10th level? SS-rank. Xuanming spoke with great confidence, but then he thought about it and realized that a 5S level clearer was sitting in front of him, and he suddenly felt bored. Did you encounter the White Wolf King? You mean that monster deep in the dungeon? Why would I provoke it? Where is Dracula? Never heard of him before. Does such a person even exist? Xuanming briefly recounted his experience of passing the 10th level. I refused the Earl's embrace, then was thrown into the dungeon, fought with the werewolves, and gained their approval. Later, at the costume party, we together killed the weakened Marquis and escaped the castle through a secret passage with the remaining werewolves. Ye Bai immediately realized that something was wrong. With the help of the Eye of Insight, he pieced together the clues left by the previous Supreme Warriors and finally cleared the game perfectly. Compared to Xuanming, Ye Bai's experiences likely involve a deeper story. The storyline of the Never-Sleeping Castle is divided into one explicit and one implicit narrative. The main storyline involves a masquerade party and the feud between a marquis and a low-ranking werewolf. The subplot involves Dracula and the White Wolf King. Dracula III built the castle of Nightless City to suppress the White Wolf King. The human faction's 100% exploration progress requires Ye Bai to kill Dracula and destroy the Nightless City castle. Before me, my second brother actually achieved an SSS-rank clear, destroyed the castle, and also killed Dracula. A flash of inspiration struck Ye Bai, and he immediately realized where the problem lay. There's a hidden condition in the plot. Rescue the White Wolf King. That makes sense. Second brother cleared the human faction with an SSS rank. According to the rules of the Eternal Tower, the Nightless Castle dungeon should be reset, just like when I was on the 3rd floor. Ye Bai clenched his right fist and slammed it into his left palm, clearly excited. The problem is that second brother didn't hold back and killed the White Wolf King too. Thus, although the second brother achieved an SSS rank clear, the White Wolf King couldn't be rescued, and the dungeon couldn't be reset. The White Wolf King, the White Wolf King. Ye Bai murmured the name, thrilled by his discovery. But what makes the White Wolf King so special? According to the known information, the White Wolf King is very powerful, and he doesn't even put the adult Cerberus King in his eyes. He also seems to know the legendary Hades, the god of the underworld. Ye Bai always felt that his clues were only fragmented, and he couldn't piece together any truth. It's like walking halfway down a road, and suddenly it ends. Or charging halfway through a battle, only to have the network freeze. Or calculating the derivative halfway through, only to run out of ink. There must be some detail I missed. I saw Ye Bai pondering the plot of the 10th level. Xuanming also helped think of things, saying whatever came to mind. I just remembered something. My dad and the others had some speculations about it. The storylines for all levels in the Eternal Tower that are multiples of May 10th be interconnected. Ye Bai was shocked. What? 10 floors, 20 floors, all the levels that are multiples of 10 have the same storyline. If that's the case, the White Wolf King might be related to the 20th floor. The first thing Ye Bai thought of was 100 floors. It is known that all the strongest beings are stuck on the 99th floor. If all the storylines are connected, the 100th floor is also among them. Then Ye Bai thought of something else. Something only he knows. Level 0. In the hidden level of the beginner dungeon, he encountered the bronze door he had seen before, and beneath that bronze door sealed a terrifying being. 0 is also a multiple of 10. This information may be more valuable than Ye Bai imagined. Ye Bai remained calm and asked, Demengzi, can you get in touch with your dad? You can contact both of them. What? Do you want me to convey a message? Xuanmeng perked up. One word conveys a message. 100,000 gold coins. Yeah, why don't you just rob someone? I'm robbing it right now. Ye Bai did not respond. Since this concerns the 0th floor, even if someone needs to deliver a message, Ninth Master would be more suitable. Ye Bai asked tentatively, Can I meet the Nightmare Supreme? Nightmare, the strongest being guarding Blue Star, should be the easiest to meet. Given Ye Bai's current contributions to the human race, it wouldn't be difficult for him to meet a supreme expert. Xuanmeng shook his head. No. My great father fought against the most powerful demon god, and ever since then, his condition has not been very good. After the rise of the second uncle, the eldest uncle never made a move again, and his whereabouts became even more elusive. We can pass on messages, but we can't find out Big Uncle's exact location. This kind of secret, which relates to the state of the strongest, is something that even a 9th-tier war god does not have the authority to know. Xuanmeng's main advantage was his special status, which allowed him to know more inside information than others. Ye Bai was still unwilling to give up. Second brother, where is your second father? My second father has always been on the front line of the Abyss Plane. To reach that place directly through the teleportation array, the weakest person would need to be at least a war god level. Without a direct route, it would take at least a week to travel. Xuanmeng shrugged. This path was blocked. You're not the god of war, is that my fault? Ye Bai rubbed his temples and said with a troubled expression. So, if I want to see the strongest expert, I can only see Xiao Yao. He really didn't want to become a dog. No, you won't see any of them. Xuanmeng's expression was strange. The old Taoist priest told me to pass on a message that he would not see you before the end of the great battle in 2 days. What's wrong with this old Taoist priest? The prophet has figured out how to play the game. Ye Bai frowned, sensing another layer of meaning. So, the supreme expert Xiao Yao wants to see me after the battle? That's one way to understand it. Ye Bai took out another bottle of beer from his bag, filled his glass, and sighed. There are still so many mysteries I don't understand. Let's talk about the ones I do understand now. Whether it's the 10th level, the 0th level, or the supreme being's carefree existence, Ye Bai's overthinking only leads to mental exhaustion. It would be better to focus our energy on more practical things. What information do you know about this major battle? The big battle 2 days later was already a foregone conclusion. Ye Bai needs more information in order to survive. The demon god also came prepared. After fighting each other for so many years, everyone knows each other's strength and will not take risks easily. As far as I know, at least 2 demon gods are involved in this great battle. Xuanmeng counted on his fingers. The 4th demon god and the 6th demon god. At this point, Xuanmeng slapped his forehead. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. The 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 6th demonic sects have all been eradicated. Uncle Nine and I acted together, leaving no loose ends. Hiss. Upon hearing this latest news, Ye Bai gasped. Judging from this glimpse, the strongest beings are playing a much bigger game this time. It's probably not just about 2 demon gods. In this great battle, Ye Bai's most important task was to survive. Clearly, Xuanmeng was aware of this as well. After a period of silence and fermentation, both sides are now poised to act. Once the Great War begins, all of humanity's existing forces will be mobilized, leaving no room for maneuver. Shura, this is no joke. Once the Great War begins, the Eternal Forest will once again become the front line of the battlefield. In fact, the demon race was accumulating power in order to invade Earth. Xuanmeng said in a deep voice, We will keep all enemies above the level of War God outside Blue Star, and those below the level of War God in the worst-case scenario. You may have to rely on yourself. No one knows Shura's true identity. The enemy didn't know, neither did their own people, not even Xuanmeng knew. There was one thing Xuanmeng didn't say, and both sides tacitly avoided discussing it. The situation has reached this point, with a major war imminent. Ultimately, it all comes down to the birth of one person, the supreme seed, Shura. This great battle was both the human race protecting the Azuras, and the Azuras being the enemy's sole target. Wherever Ye Bai is, that is the battlefield. There's no escaping it. An enemy at the War King level. Ye Bai pursed his lips and whispered, "If I kill the Demon King at level 60, won't my second brother lose face?" Wuhan first made a move in front of the world when he was level 200 and killed the Demon King. Level 60 Shura equals level 200 Traceless. Shura almost equals 3 Traceless. Traceless equals Supreme Power. Shura equals 3 Supreme Warriors equals Nightmare plus Wuhan plus Xiaoyao. Yi is absolutely accurate in math. Is there a problem with this equivalent substitution? Absolutely no problem. Rewards for clearing Chapter 122 with a 5S rating. Wolf's Den. Unable to enter the Eternal Tower for the time being, and with nothing else to do, Ye Bai began to organize the spoils of his trip. The essence of vampire blood. 19 drops for the Count, 12 drops for the Duke, and 1 drop for the Prince. Prince's essence blood is an SSS grade material, Duke's is SS grade, and Earl's is a grade. A false tooth appeared in Ye Bai's hand, sealed with the essence blood that Dracula had preserved at his peak. This is good stuff. Xueming glanced at it, and took the initiative to introduce himself. Vampire blood can be used to enchant equipment. Enchanting weapons grants a life-stealing effect. Enchanting other equipment gives them self-healing abilities. Ye Bai nodded, having made up his mind. Giving this directly to Nightmare Wind is a bit of a waste. Nightmare Wind eats with great care. A single drop isn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. The blood essence of Earls and Dukes can be sold, and the blood essence of Princes can be used to enchant the power of nature. Besides the vampire's essence blood, the White Wolf King also gave Ye Bai 2 wolf fangs, which were SSS grade materials, before he left. Turning wolf fangs into knives cough. No. Ye Bai dismissed this bold idea. As agreed with Wuhan, the demonic blacksmith was to forge a piece of equipment for Ye Bai. Since it's free to craft, naturally the higher the quality of the materials, the better. As long as you don't kill them, keep pushing them to the limit. Besides the blood essence of the vampires and the teeth of the White Wolf King, Ye Bai also had the head of a vampire duke and a golden mask. After finishing the inventory, Ye Bai got up, preparing to move the ore bricks to sell. I'm going to sell some more. Buy me a drink when I get back. Xueming. Even if you're rich, you still need me to treat you to drinks? Am I rich? I only have 2 supreme godfathers. Before Xueming could refuse, Ye Bai had already left for the mysterious mine. Beside the mysterious mine, the lizard was still basking in the moonlight. As instructed by Ye Bai, its food intake had been reduced by 1/3 recently. If anyone goes down into the mine drinking alcohol, the lizard will get an extra meal. Boss. The miner's leader and the dwarf leader, Xiao Gu, came forward simultaneously to report on their work. Produced 15,000 tons of grade B ore, 12,000 tons of grade A ore, and 1,000 tons of grade S ore. We prioritized refining high-grade raw ore, with 800 tons of S-grade ore and 8,000 tons of A-grade ore. We currently have no B-grade ore to produce because we don't have the manpower or furnaces available. As instructed by Ye Bai, priority was given to producing higher-grade ores, which is what the human race currently lacks. Listening to their reports, Ye Bai nodded slowly. I know the manpower problem is easy to solve. As for the stoves, the super furnace is a reward for completing the Eternal Tower, and it is extremely efficient at smelting ores. If Ye Bai needs to start another operation, it will actually waste some of the ore. However, if we don't do this, production capacity cannot be expanded and daily output will be limited. Most importantly, it costs money to build another stove. Ye Bai said through gritted teeth, I will find a way to solve this. Grade S finished minerals are rhomboid transparent crystals the size of a baby's fist, each weighing 1 ton and feeling quite heavy in your hand. After storing all the ores in his storage space, Ye Bai prepared to go to the trading secret realm to find the goblin underlings. Boss, the dwarf leader, Xiao Gu, hurriedly called out to Ye Bai. What's wrong? Are you out of wine? No, the wine was given by that kind man named Xueming. We couldn't finish it in a year. He's such a good person. Xiao Gu rubbed his thick palms together, a little embarrassed. Boss, we dwarves are not only masters of metallurgy, but also excellent forgers. So many good ores are making my hands itch. Ye Bai raised an eyebrow, realizing he had forgotten about it. and asked in return, "Can you forge SSS-grade equipment?" "Cannot. SS-rank." Xiao Gu's face flushed red, but in the end she shook her head. "No." After saying that, he quickly added, "S-rank is acceptable." "Okay, I understand. I'll make the arrangements." Even if Ye Bai himself doesn't need S-grade equipment, he can still sell it for a good price at the Myriad Things Pavilion. The more times Ye Bai processes a product, the greater his profit will be. This is a simple concept. After leaving the mysterious mine, in the trading secret realm, goblin minions are at your beck and call. Congratulations, fourth brother. As the pavilion master of Wanwu Pavilion, Zhao Qian is naturally qualified to know more inside information. Clearing the 5S level is by no means a trivial matter. To some extent, it took the 4 strongest human warriors 100 years to achieve the 5S breakthrough at the 10th level. Congratulations, let's take a look at the goods. Grade A or costs 1 million gold coins per ton, while Grade S or costs 5 million. The goblin minions were already numb to the terrifying loot from the mysterious mine. Grade A or costs 8 billion gold coins. Grade S or costs 4 billion, totaling 12 billion gold coins, equivalent to 12,000 war god merit points. In just one day, Ye Bai gained merit equivalent to slaying 3 demon war gods. Adding the previous 4,000 war god merit points, the total is 16,000 points. You want to enchant your weapon with vampire blood? Upon hearing Shura's request, the goblin henchman slowly nodded. It is possible. 1 drop of a prince's blood essence requires 10 war god merit points. Ye Bai didn't hesitate. Drain it. I may not have much else, but my family owns a mine, and I'm loaded with money. Give me a good beating. Don't worry about the money. Ahem, there's no need for that. The goblin underling looked somewhat embarrassed. Draining him dry had been a bit too aggressive. Could you show me the weapon you need enchanted? Ye Bai took out the power of nature +4 and handed it to the goblin underling. The Heavenly King's sword is Ye Bai's trump card, so it's best not to reveal it to the outside world. Furthermore, as an SS-grade weapon, the Heavenly King's sword cannot accept this kind of enchantment. They've already advanced 4 times. Even though he was mentally prepared, the goblin underling couldn't hide his shock when he saw the power of nature. After adjusting his mindset, he immediately began his introduction. It can be combined with 1 drop of Blood Ancestor's Essence Blood and 36 drops of Prince's Essence Blood, which can increase the blood-sucking effect to over 80%. Any more, and the grade of natural power would be unable to withstand it. The Blood Ancestor's Essence Blood requires 500 war god merit points, for a total cost of 860 merit points. The enchanting cost is directly included in the materials cost. No problem, as soon as possible. Ye Bai spent 860 million gold coins without even blinking. Also, make a list of life-saving items, and I'll see what I might need. Ye Bai spared no expense in preparation for the upcoming battle. If you don't spend the money you have, it's the same as not having any money at all. Only by transforming money into resources and enhancing one's own strength can money have value. Just as Ye Bai was selecting life-saving items and equipment, an announcement arrived belatedly. Player Shura cleared the 10th floor with a 5S rating and was rewarded with the Supreme Realm buff for all human races in the Eternal Tower. Permanent buff Friend of the Werewolves. Humans in the Eternal Tower gain favor with werewolves, and werewolves will not attack humans unless provoked. Permanent buff Friend of the Vampire. Humans gain favor with vampires in the Eternal Tower, and vampires will not attack humans without provocation. Permanent buff Non-Human Race. Humans in the Eternal Tower deal 30% more damage to other races. Perfect Realm. When calculating the Eternal Tower score, if the exploration progress is not higher than 80%, then the exploration progress will be increased by 10%. For buffs, all permanent. The friendship between werewolves and vampires is only useful in special levels, but it can be used as a permanent buff. What's there to complain about if you get it for free? The key points are those who are not of our kind, and the ultimate state. The former improves the overall damage output of the human race. Most of the monsters in the level are non-human, and the 30% extra damage is enough to change the outcome of a battle. It's a permanent buff. As for the ultimate realm, it's an absolute god-tier buff. The plus 10% exploration bonus for everyone is of immeasurable significance to the human race. Ye Bai remained relatively calm. The Supreme Realm was essentially meaningless to him. Below 80% exploration level? Sorry, I'm not familiar with it. If Ye Bai didn't clear the game with a 4S rating, he would be doing a disservice to his eternal blessing. The goblin underlings could no longer remain calm. They even started gesticulating wildly and talking incoherently. This is really. The Supreme Realm buff alone gives him the opportunity to reach higher levels. And the one who deserves all of this is none other than the fourth brother right in front of us. Overjoyed, the goblin henchman blurted out, "Fourth brother, I'll pay for tonight's expenses." Snap. Ye Bai checked off all the items on the previous list and placed them in front of the goblin underling. "I'm not choosing anymore. I'll take them all." That's exactly what I've been waiting to hear. Chapter 123, Personal Rewards for Clearing the Shura level. Ye Bai ripped off the goblin underlings, filling his pockets to the brim. Although Goblin Brother appears as a goblin in the trading secret realm, his true form is a real human. He became famous even earlier than the supreme expert Xiaoyao, and was already a 9th-tier war god at a very early age. After Xiaoyao rose to prominence, he chose to follow Xiaoyao and join the Wuan Pavilion as its leader. His position in the Pavilion of all things is like Ying Jiao in the Shadow or Xuanmeng in the Wolf's Den. However, since the Wanwu Pavilion is more focused on economic development, it's reasonable that Pavilion Master Zhao Qian has a few 100 million more money than Xuanmeng. Even though you took a lot of things for free, it was just a drop in the ocean for the goblin underlings. Thinking about this, Ye Bai couldn't help but ask himself, why can't I control myself? Why not take more? Is it because there isn't enough storage space, or because you think you have too much money? I spent 860 war god merit points to enchant the power of nature with the Pavilion of all things. Advancing the power of nature requires transplanting seeds. Please keep an eye out for seed resources on the market. Ye Bai hadn't forgotten about advancing his rank. He pointed to his card, which still contained 15,140 war god merit points. Money is no object. Understood. The goblin underling knew all too well about his fourth brother's financial situation. As long as the family's 75 million tons of mine are not exhausted, fourth brother will receive thousands or even tens of thousands of war god merits every day he opens his eyes. The joy of mining is unimaginable to most people. After bidding farewell to his goblin underlings, Ye Bai left the trading secret realm and returned to the Wolf's Den. Instead of going to Xuanmeng's office at the very back, he found a corner and sat down casually. "A glass of water, please." For the sake of his health, Ye Bai gave up drinking. Men should not indulge in the numbing effects of alcohol. They must be masters of their own consciousness. To celebrate the completion of the Shura 5S level, the Myriad Things Pavilion sends its congratulations. Tonight's expenses will all be paid by young Master Zhao. The water was just brought up. The receptionist stood in front of the fourth brother, caught in a dilemma. Ye Bai said quite naturally, "Take this water to Xuanmeng, and while you're at it, bring me a case of beer, half chilled and half room temperature. Thanks. Do you have grilled skewers here? A friend of mine wants to try some." Soon, a barbecue family-style meal and a case of beer were served to Ye Bai. Ye Bai gave 2 of them to the Shadow of Cerberus, keeping his promise. He then enjoyed some skewers and drinks while waiting for his personal reward to be distributed, and at the same time, he reviewed his journey to the 10th floor. You can get stuck on level 10 once. The next time you get stuck on level 5S, it will be level 20. Clearing the game at 5S rank provides a powerful group reward, but I rarely use it, which is a headache. Take the human reward guardian angel on the 1st floor as an example. It gives everyone a layer of resurrection armor in the Eternal Tower, which is indeed powerful. But over all these days, Ye Bai has never died once. What is a resurrection item, and is it useful? Sigh, sometimes being too strong isn't necessarily a good thing. Ye Bai could only hope that the 5S level personal reward would be more generous to make up for his losses. Time passed by, and the number of people in the Wolf's Den increased. Ye Bai even saw a familiar figure appear at the entrance of the Wolf's Den. So this is the Wolf's Den? Zhao Lin craned his neck to look into the Wolf's Den hall, but did not go in. He has just completed the Tier 1 combat soldier test, chosen the Allied Legion faction, and is now considered a reserve member. With Zhao Lin's talent, it's a bit too much of a stretch for him to be a lone wolf. His senior, Fate, was also in the Allied Legion camp, which would be perfect for guiding Zhao Lin. The two might even fight side by side in the same legion in the future. After taking a curious look at the wolf den, Zhao Lin prepared to leave. Without the lone wolf medal, one cannot enter the wolf's den without authorization. A dark figure behind him strode past Zhao Lin and walked to the front desk of the wolf's den. Fate said in a deep voice, "I'll help Feng Dong get his share of food." His expression was indifferent, and his tone was calm, clearly indicating that this was not the first time he had done this. "Ye Bai? This works. I've learned it. Oh, I already knew it, never mind." In front of Ye Bai, Fate carried away 3 black goats from the front desk of the wolf's den, keeping his merits hidden. After a brief incident, Ye Bai finally received his long-awaited personal reward. Cleared the 10th floor with a 5S rating and received the reward Never Sleeping Castle multiplied by 1. Cleared the 10th floor with a 5S rating and received the reward Vampire Guard multiply by 1. Cleared the 10th floor with a 5S rating and received the reward Werewolf Guard Team multiply by 1. It's here. Ye Bai never expected that the entire castle would become his reward. As for what the 10th floor dungeon will look like, that remains to be seen. As part of Ye Bai's private space, the Nevernight Castle is connected to the mysterious mine. Ye Bai's personal space is also getting bigger and bigger. Let's go take a look. Ye Bai finished the last bottle of wine, slowly got up, returned to room SS-004, and entered his private space. He had a feeling that Dracula the Boar was probably also in the Vampire Guard. It must be a special kind of fate. Humming a little tune, Ye Bai appeared in front of the Nevernight Castle and walked into the castle. The capital city. The artificial mountain scenic spot is said to be the burial place of the human race's god of war. A man dressed in black paced back and forth outside the artificial hill, looking anxious. Does passing this 5S level rating count as causing a major upheaval? He hesitated. After receiving the message that he had cleared the Shura level to 5S, he rushed to this place, but did not immediately awaken the ancestor in the black coffin. Only 4 days have passed since the other person was last awakened. Awakening the old man in the black coffin again would be a considerable burden. Most importantly, if the phone wakes up every few seconds, why not keep it constantly lit? The same principle applies to the elderly. If you wake up every few days, you might as well not sleep at all, since you won't sleep well anyway. Let's wait for the reward announcement before deciding. The man in black stood guard outside the artificial hill, waiting for the announcement from the Eternal Tower. They're here. This. Upon receiving the reward notification, the man in black did not hesitate and rushed inside. This is a matter of great importance and must be reported. I burn incense, bow again, and offer my greetings. After the entire process was completed, the black coffin slowly rose from the ground, and the old man's voice was clearly filled with dissatisfaction. "I feel like I just took a nap and you're back. This time, even if Azura rips the sky apart, I will not be surprised in the slightest." Aside from a couple of initial complaints, the old man's voice was calm and unhurried, carrying a mysterious confidence. "Tell me, what happened this time?" The man in black bowed, lowered his eyes, and spoke respectfully. "Shura just cleared the 10th floor at 5S rank. The reward is..." He briefly recounted what Shura had done. After he finished speaking, the air fell into a deathly silence once again. The man in black thought to himself, "Our ancestor's mental fortitude is truly remarkable. He remained so calm even upon hearing this kind of news. Last time, the commotion Shura caused was so great that even the coffin lid couldn't hold it down. Look, this is the demeanor of a powerful war god who can adjust his mental expectations extremely quickly. No matter what happens, our ancestors were always calm and composed, knowing when to advance and when to retreat. Even if you clear the game in 5S." The man in black remained bowed, awaiting instructions from the old man in the black coffin. "Half a minute, 1 minute, 3 minutes. Isn't this taking way too long?" The man in black looked somewhat surprised, wondering if something had gone wrong. Could our ancestors have fallen asleep? Thinking of this, the man in black slightly raised his head and looked at the black coffin. Just one glance was enough to nearly scare the god of war out of his wits. The black coffin was lifted up just a crack. A withered hand gripped the edge of the coffin. It's about to come back to life. Chapter 124 Dracula, I Might Be a Pig. Beside the black coffin, a withered hand clung desperately, leaving half a handprint. The sword marks on the coffin lid emitted sword energy again, but they failed to subdue it. Ignoring his fear, the man in black gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Roll! The old man inside the black coffin let out a low roar, and the man in black was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground like a kite with a broken string. The coffin was shaking at an extremely high frequency, and the gaps were getting bigger and bigger, and it looked like it was about to be unable to suppress the pressure. Go and invite Meng. Before the old man could finish speaking, a sigh interrupted him. Well, a typical middle-aged man's voice rang out. Why bother? A figure appeared beside the black coffin at some unknown time, standing there quietly, ignoring the terrifying pressure. Even the god of war cannot easily approach the black coffin. He, however, could move about at will. The true identity of the figure is self-evident. The strongest, a nightmare. Nightmare stood beside the black coffin and casually said, "Take a nap." In an instant, the world fell silent. The black coffin stopped shaking, the gap that had been raised slowly closed, and the withered hand retracted, leaving only an incomplete handprint. Even faint snoring could be heard coming from the black coffin. The man in black struggled to his feet and bowed respectfully to the nightmare's retreating figure. "Thank you, Lord Nightmare, for saving us." The nightmare's figure became somewhat ethereal as it continued speaking. He can continue to lie down during the big battle 2 days from now. He doesn't need to participate. Yes. After the great battle, Xiaolan will go to the Abyss Plane, and Xiao Jiao will go with her. Nightmare's words made the man in black's eyelids twitch. Will Elder Lan go to the Abyss Plane? And Shadow 9 too. If anything were to happen to any of them, it would be an unbearable pain for the human race. The most crucial thing is, if Lord Shadow 9 is going, doesn't that mean Shura is going too? Why is Lord Nightmare saying this to me? The man in black clasped his hands in a fist salute again and said in a deep voice, "Please enlighten me, Lord Nightmare." After they set off, carry this coffin to the eternal forest. Sweat beaded on the black-clad man's forehead. Had the human race's situation really come to this? The old man in the black coffin was half mad and half crazy. His true combat strength was comparable to that of the god of war, but it was hard to say how he would perform in a real battle. Moreover, fighting unrestrainedly would only worsen the old man's injuries and push him toward destruction. The black coffin will not be moved unless absolutely necessary. Finally, the man in black gritted his teeth and agreed. Yes, sir. When I looked up again, it was as if I had just woken up from a dream. There was no sign of the nightmare master. Only the snoring from inside the black coffin provided accompaniment. The old man had a dream in which he returned to the past, and he spoke in his sleep in a broken and intermittent manner. Wan Tianxi, I'm telling you this one last time. I can fight monsters at the War King level. The time I almost got killed was a thing of the past. A boy named Shui Yixing and a girl named Shui Yin? These names won't do. Listen to me. Boy, let's name the boy Shui Meng and the girl Shui Meng. They sound so much better. Ninth brother, you want to slash your father, huh? Don't stop me. I'm going to show you who the #1 war god of the human race is today. Be gentle when applying the medicine. Old Ninth doesn't know his own strength. Is it necessary to use such a heavy hand in a friendly spar? The man waiting beside the black coffin listened to these delirious ramblings, gave a bitter smile, and shook his head. All that is gone. The gates of the never-sleeping castle opened. 2 groups of people stood on either side of the worn-out red carpet. On one side were the werewolves, led by Jack, who were numerous, aggressive, and had the upper hand. On the other side was Count Dracula, his face grim, with several vampires standing behind him. Although Dracula was weaker in terms of momentum, he was the strongest among those present, which made the werewolves hesitant to make any rash moves. Everyone's here. Have you eaten? Ye Bai's appearance immediately ended this tedious standoff. Jack pressed his right fist against his chest, and, along with his many werewolves, knelt on one knee. My lord, the werewolf clan will never forget your kindness. Dracula glanced at them coldly. These wolf cubs really knew how to flatter. They have absolutely no idea what the word restraint means. Dracula stepped forward, his voice trembling slightly. Lord Shura, your loyal servant Dracula, believing he had lost your guidance, nearly perished in the darkness. Your reappearance has brought new light to this hopeless world. As he spoke, Dracula began to choke up, almost bursting into tears. Stop being disgusting. I just ate barbecue, and I'm going to throw up. Ye Bai waved his hand. Even if you turn into a white pig, your heart is still black, so stop pretending. Dracula chuckled ingratiatingly. You're joking. My heart is red. I'll show you if you don't believe me. Enough with the nonsense. Stand up and let me see. Ye Bai glanced around. 24 werewolves and 7 vampires. Werewolves and vampires are mostly below level 200. In their racial concept, they are considered minors. Only Jack LV.246 and Dracula LV.299 are barely passable. Ye Bai chatted with Jack for a few minutes and learned that he had signed a soul contract with these werewolves and vampires. They had no choice but to follow Ye Bai. All right, take the brothers out of the castle and go to the mine to see if they need any help. Everyone followed Ye Bai, who provided them with food and lodging, and even invested resources to help them level up. Similarly, every gain requires a sacrifice. Mining is tiring and dirty, but not dangerous. Werewolves are much stronger than ordinary people, making mining much easier. Jack nodded and left with his werewolf companions. As for you, Ye Bai looked at the scattered vampires. Besides sucking blood, what else can you do? A young vampire said with a hint of pride. Wine tasting, makeup, attending banquets. Idiot. Dracula delivered a powerful punch to the young vampire's face, knocking out many of his teeth, and the vampire crashed heavily to the ground. The question Master Shura is asking is, what is our value? Dracula got into the zone quickly, speaking like a butler. Master, we can fight, gather intelligence, brew wine, and inscribe equipment runes. Dracula said a lot, but very little of it was useful. Whether it's fighting or gathering intelligence, Ye Bai doesn't need a group of vampires who are even inferior to generals. Perhaps Dracula himself still has some potential, but as for the others, that remains to be seen. Master, we are fearless warriors, or rather, truly immortal. Dracula's eyes gleamed red. He knew very well that the most valuable things should be saved for last. As long as the Nightless City Castle still exists, we can be resurrected by paying only a small price with our life essence. That's interesting. Ye Bai nodded. A vampire warrior with infinite resurrections, that sounded pretty good. Clearly, the never-sleeping castle in front of him is special, with many more functions waiting for Ye Bai to explore. However, Ye Bai had a bold idea in his mind that he wanted to test. Now, I want to conduct an experiment. Ye Bai dismissed the others, leaving Count Dracula alone. The atmosphere became awkward. Fear flashed in Dracula's eyes, and he retreated several steps backward. What kind of experiment? You wouldn't like it, would you? Obedient. Ye Bai let out a low roar, intimidating Dracula, and then spoke. Is it possible that you're a pig? After speaking, Ye Bai stepped back, holding the camera in his hand and pointing it at Dracula, carefully observing him and not missing any details. In front of the camera, the elegant and noble Count Dracula performed a spectacular magic trick. Ye Bai named it, the Great Transformation into a Live Pig. Dracula the Pig, humph. Please change me back. Really, the words of the Supreme Master Xiaoyao have always had an impact on Dracula. The phrase, you're a pig, is the switch that triggers everything. Ye Bai couldn't help but gasp, and made up his mind that he would never see Xiaoyao again. If I hear the word dog, it will trigger the transformation. A dignified Azura, a dragon among men, whose lifelong reputation was ruined in an instant. Ye Bai, embarrassed by the successful experiment, said, I'm sorry, I only guessed the spell that transformed you. I don't know how to undo this state. As he spoke, Ye Bai raised the Heavenly King's sword in his hand and tentatively asked, How about I kill you again? Didn't you say before that you could be resurrected? Let's agree beforehand. The cost of resurrection will be deducted from your salary. Dracula, please, do something decent. Chapter 125, the temperamental older brother version of Ninth Master. Never Sleeping Castle. After settling the werewolf, Jack was called back by Ye Bai. Pick up the pig. Ye Bai pointed to the ground, where a little white pig was standing. Following Ye Bai's instructions, Jack picked it up. The Dracula pig in Jack's arms struggled violently, trying to resist. Unfortunately, he was just a pig. Jack pinched his nose and said with disgust, "It smells like bats, sir. This guy might be Dracula's pet." "I guess so, keep up." Ye Bai walked ahead, inspecting his own castle. The castle has 4 floors in total, and the sword marks do not count as battle damage. The lowest level, which is the dungeon. There are 8 cells in total, which can hold warrior-level beings. If resources are invested to upgrade them, they can become even stronger. Ye Bai looked around and was quite satisfied with the dungeon's environment. In the future, we can keep some artificially bred vampires here to provide them with sperm and blood. Jack felt the pig in his arms twitch. Perhaps they were frightened. Next to the dungeon, there are 2 more rooms. One is a cellar for storing wine. In another room, a coffin lay quietly in a circular pool. Blood pool. After placing essence or blood, injured vampires can heal their wounds here. Ye Bai nodded. The Nevernight Castle was designed by the vampires, so it wasn't surprising that it contained such a thing. After exploring the bottom floor, Ye Bai returned to the lobby on the first floor. The first floor of the castle is more functional, with a reception hall, stables, and so on. There's nothing special about it. The second floor contains various rooms, banquet halls, etc., which can be glanced over quickly. With his discerning eye, Ye Bai didn't need to worry about misjudging anyone. No secret could escape his notice. Third floor. The 2 people and the pig reached the top floor and stopped. The enchanting room, the forging room, and the damaged teleportation array. Teleportation array damaged. Leads to the 10th floor of the Eternal Tower. That's interesting. There's no need for Ye Bai to go back to the 10th floor. His time is precious. He needs to focus on achieving SSS level ratings. If the teleportation array can be repaired, Ye Bai can send Dracula and other vampires back to gather resources and intelligence. Learning more about the background story of the 10th floor is important for Ye Bai to explore the subsequent 20th, 30th, and other levels. Repair materials, 300 kilograms SS grade, or 200. Ye Bai wrote down a list of repairs. Ores and other items can be produced by the super furnace, while other materials can be purchased from the All Things Pavilion. As for the craftsmen who repaired the magic circle, the dwarves were among the best. After touring the entire castle, Ye Bai had a general idea in mind. "Jack, write this down." Ye Bai spoke slowly. "Have the miners who are resting spare some manpower to convert the first and second floors of the castle into dormitories. Miners and dwarves will be prioritized for accommodation, followed by werewolves, and lastly vampires. Here, although Ye Bai provides food and lodging, he also differentiates between those he is close to and those he is distant from, and it is impossible for him to treat everyone completely equally. Those who are capable and willing to work naturally deserve better treatment. Moreover, the miners were among the first to follow Ye Bai, and Ye Bai made a fortune just from mining." The Dracula pig in Jack's arms let out a weak grunt. The castle he meticulously built is going to become the residence of a group of short-lived species. Ye Bai seemed to have guessed his thoughts and tapped the pig's head with the power of nature. "If you keep whining, we'll have roast suckling pig tonight." Dracula. Also, have them come up with a points system based on working hours and output. Those with high points can apply to buy whatever they want, in addition to their daily needs. Ye Bai then mentioned a few more points to note, which Jack noted down one by one. With more people, management becomes more complicated. Fortunately, Ye Bai prefers to focus on the big picture and let go of the small details. If the overall direction is good, and he entrusts it to trustworthy people and invests enough resources, the result won't be too bad. If Ye Bai had to do everything himself, he would have been exhausted long ago with his hundreds of employees. "Sir, what do those stinky bats need to do?" After writing everything down, Jack asked, puzzled. Ye Bai arranged tasks for everyone, but conspicuously omitted any work for the vampires. "Let him rest for a couple of days first. I'm a very fair person. I never force anyone to work." Ye Bai knew that, unlike werewolves, those young vampires hadn't yet adjusted their mindset. Of the vampires, only Dracula has higher emotional intelligence and is able to recognize his current situation. Ye Bai said calmly. They are only provided with the water and food they need to live on. If they want more, they have to work for it. I guess it won't be long before they take the initiative to participate in labor and put down their high and mighty aristocratic airs. Voluntary is always better than forced. After saying that, Ye Bai's gaze fell on the pig. Dracula's ears perked up immediately, indicating that he was listening. If a vampire cannot control his blood-sucking urges and attempts to harm any person or lizard, Ye Bai's voice remained calm, without any lewdness. There is a technology on Earth that can help animals undergo sex reassignment surgery. Trust me, you'll be very popular in the boar pen, you know what I mean? Dracula nodded frantically, even squealing like a pig. Understood. He believed that his new master was capable of such a heinous act. Being killed is not terrible. Death is just the beginning of a new life. What's terrifying is that Ye Bai has 1,000 ways to torment Dracula. Death is the most insignificant thing. Having seen the entire castle, it was indeed a great reward. A private space, servants of werewolves and vampires, with limitless potential. However, as a 5S level reward, it's still a bit lacking. Ye Bai's gaze naturally fell on Dracula. This pig is the biggest reward. Dracula, the former vampire prince, a war god level powerhouse, was on par with the White Wolf King, putting aside their own potential. He also found a breakthrough by exploring the background story. The problem is that Ye Bai can only pry open Dracula's mouth step by step. This matter should be handled with caution rather than hasty. Ye Bai glanced at the time. It was almost 6 o'clock. He stretched. All right, that's enough for today. You all get moving. I'm going back to school too. Jack and Dracula go to school. Their new master, the inhuman and ruthless Lord Shura, is actually going to school? For a moment, they were completely bewildered by what was happening to the world. Ye Bai transformed into a streak of white light and vanished from the spot, leaving a wolf and a pig dumbfounded. Summer Camp, Zone C. When Ye Bai returned to his dormitory, a figure had been waiting for him for a long time. Ninth Master is always reliable in his work. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. Ye Bai asked tentatively, Ninth Master, are you there? Roll. Sure enough, it's still the hot-tempered old man version of Ninth Master. This secret technique has a powerful after effect. Ye Bai should try to persuade Ninth Master to use it less often in the future. Ninth Master, I cleared the game at 5S level. Ninth Master, now I not only own a mine, but also a house, a vampire-style duplex, tens of thousands of square meters, with permanent ownership. Ninth Master, I have a prince-level vampire pig pet. No matter what Ye Bai said, Ingzio remained unmoved and ignored him. Ninth Master, I met Shadow Wolf Jack. He said he saw Nightmare back then. Brush. The black mist instantly filled the entire dormitory, isolating this space. Ingzio's hoarse voice came from the black mist. Jack, is he still alive? Chapter 126, Final Preparations Before the Great Battle. Yes, Jack is still alive. Upon hearing Ye Bai's words, the figure in the black mist fell silent for a moment. If he's alive, then he's alive. You've saved him, which means you've fulfilled your promise from back then. Ye Bai raised an eyebrow. Did Ninth Master know about this? The matter between Ninth Master and Nightmare has become quite interesting. As an SSS level talent, Nightmare's speed in clearing levels is already ridiculously fast. Although he can't achieve a 4S rating like Ye Bai, he basically clears each level with a 3S rating every day. Ninth Master, he's been following Nightmare the whole time? As a thigh accessory? Ye Bai shook his head, denying the conjecture. Even if Ye Bai exposed his identity and brought Zhao Lin along to the challenge, he still wouldn't be able to keep their progress in sync. The Eternal Tower contains numerous single-player instances. Of the first 10 levels, only levels 1, 7, 8, and 10 are public instances. The remaining 6 are single-player instances. I can't even wear a leg accessory. Under these circumstances, Ninth Master actually ventured into the 10th floor with Nightmare, which speaks volumes about his talent and strength. Old Lon, who was from the same era as them, was probably still stuck at the 2nd level of job advancement. Aside from the initial loss of emotional control, the black mist slowly gathered and sank back into the shadow on the ground. Clearly, Ninth Master didn't have much to say about this topic. as he had known Jack back in the day. Ye Bai seized the opportunity to continue communicating with the hot-tempered older brother. Ninth Master, when does the great battle begin tomorrow? Please let me know. The moment the Great War begins, you know the Great War has begun. Ye Bai, Nine Master, we still need you to write your nonsense literature. Is there anything I can do? Ninth Master, you know my talent, cough cough. If I can't think of any words to praise me, I can praise myself. If you don't want to praise me, you don't have to. Ye Bai's meaning was very clear. His SSS level talent was Eye of Insight, a support-type talent. Others may be kept in the dark about this matter, but those at the highest level know some of the details. Otherwise, they wouldn't be targeting the fourth demon god, whose true form is a demon eye. Ye Bai could use the Eye of Insight to do what he could. The shadow was silent for a moment, then spoke again. It's too dangerous. It would expose my identity. Ninth Master, there is no such thing as absolute safety. Besides, don't you still have me by my side? Ye Bai counted on his fingers. The Eternal Forest is considered the nightmare territory of the strongest beings, and the esteemed Supreme Being, Lord Xiaoyao, resides in the nearby Eternal Tower. Moreover, I have someone as powerful as Ninth Master protecting me. If I, Ye Bai, can die even with guards of this caliber, then I truly deserve to die. From the 1st to the 31st of each month, please burn extra paper money at my grave. Ye Bai spread his hands and explained. Besides, I'm not jumping out to threaten to self-destruct. All I need to do is hide in the shadows and observe a few more times. Jio remained silent for a long while. Yes, but it's unnecessary. I insist. Ye Bai's attitude was very firm, and it was rare for him to disagree with Jio. Let me take a few more glances. Putting aside catching the mole, even just helping everyone improve their strength, like a second awakening of their talents. After the great battle, I had even more spoils in my pocket. As previously agreed, Ye Bai owns 1/3 of the spoils from the great battle of all those who learn wind without distance, which is used to pay for the skill books. Whenever money is mentioned, Ye Bai always displays a reckless, almost suicidal, energy. No matter how much money he has, Ye Bai never misses an opportunity to make money. Shadow 9 was eventually persuaded. How should we arrange this? You've got a lot of clever ideas. Tell me your thoughts. Ye Bai had already prepared his speech and told it all in detail. Good. After speaking, Jio fell silent again. Ye Bai's plan is indeed feasible. Jio will arrange the specific procedures. Knock knock knock. Brother Bai, the plan has changed. Feng Dong carried 2 breakfasts and knocked on Ye Bai's dormitory door. Let's eat and chat. Feng Dong, munching on a steamed bun, casually remarked. Brother Bai, you ordered a few goats to improve our meals, but some guy took them for me without my permission. Just then, Fate passed by carrying 3 black goats, his expression unchanged and his breathing steady. Ye Bai? He wrote this down. Zhao Lin owes him a sheep from the grassland. Brother Bai, today's teaching plan has been cancelled. Feng Dong got back to business and shared intelligence with Ye Bai. There might be some big moves coming up soon. Let us observe the Legion's rotation process and get a feel for the battlefield atmosphere in advance. Ye Bai raised an eyebrow. So, does that mean I can slack off today? Brother Bai, don't smile so obviously. There's no way I'm going to slack off. Feng Dong laughed and said, since it's about experiencing the atmosphere, everyone should write down their personal feelings in no less than 8,000 words. As he spoke, Feng Dong pointed to himself. We have to write too. I'm okay, but Fate is in big trouble. 8,000 characters. I think even 8 characters would be difficult. The two chatted idly until they arrived at a newly set up exhibition booth. The teachers and students of Zone C all gathered here. It is said that this event will last for a day and may involve visiting all the human legions left on Earth. Feng Dong exclaimed, that's a big investment. Yes, that's a big investment. Ye Bai echoed. Some people say things like, it's not good, or it's not suitable. When it comes to actually taking action, they wish they could skin themselves alive, pull out their tendons, scrape their bones, and grind themselves into powder. You're really ruthless, Ninth Master. The CCF group quickly assembled, though it has since been renamed the CCS group. Thanks to someone, Lu Sueki's S-level talent could not be hidden at all. After the 6 people gathered, Zhuolingxia immediately assembled a typewriter. I made an automatic typing software in my spare time, and I'm just testing it out. There's such a thing? Zhao Lin asked curiously. If this is widely promoted, won't all those authors lose their jobs? Besides the left-hand spirit weapon, Fate was also on high alert. He laid out the white paper and carefully wrote a single character with a fountain pen. Good. Then, he stood there, unsure of what to write next. Zhao Lin was the most excited, leaning halfway out to look around. It's about to begin. Ye Bai took a deep breath, gripped the ballpoint pen, and pressed the nib against the white paper. According to the plan he and Ying Jiao had agreed upon. On the one hand, Ye Bai wrote down the important information he could see. On the other hand, Ying Jiao would conceal the contents of Ye Bai's paper and transmit the information. Here we go. Brush. Brush. Rows and rows of soldiers, generals, and even kings appeared before the crowd, marching in perfect unison. An atmosphere of impending doom instantly filled every space. Zhao Lin recognized them by their flags and medals. Lin Haijun Regiment. Legion Commander Lin Wangchao is a war god of the Wood and Water Elemental Knight class. As a reserve member of the Legion, Zhao Lin had thoroughly studied this subject and knew quite a bit about it. Ye Bai glanced at it, flicked his wrist, and the brush moved like a dragon and a snake. Lin Haijun, treatment for Lin Wangchao's injuries. Take 200 strands of Lin's hair. Ye Bai paused here and glanced at Legion Commander Lin Wangchao again. This guy is bald. Never mind, I'll finish writing first. The pen tip leaves lines of text on the white paper, black words on white paper. With each glance, Ye Bai would write down hundreds of words on the paper. The legions below were moving very slowly. Ye Bai wrote very quickly above. Lin Haijun, Lu Dazhuang has 6 hidden injuries. Lin Haijun, Li Hu, a follower of the 8th demonic cult, a 6th-tier warrior with true combat strength. Lin Haijun, Wang Pangpang, 2nd awakening of talent. Chapter 127. Do you understand the true value of major scientific research contributions? Summer Camp, Zone C. Next up is the Montenegrin Legion. Ye Bai yawned, rubbed his eyes, and felt a little soreness in his wrists. He didn't stop all day. They grab a sheep and fleece it relentlessly. The more reserved 9th Master was before, the more unrestrained he became now. During the break, Ye Bai looked up at the others. Zhuolingxia wrote his review using intelligent typing software. Lu Sueki's handwriting was delicate and meticulous, while Feng Dong's was somewhat sloppy, writing down whatever came to mind. The worst off were Zhao Lin and Fate. The combined writings of the two of them don't even amount to 800 words. Zhao Lin let out a wail, looking at the setting sun, and said helplessly, "Senior, we're not going to earn these credits. How about we think about what to eat tonight?" Fate silently shook her head. "Is this when I want to eat it?" Suddenly, as if his meridians had been opened, he began to write furiously. The commotion attracted the attention of everyone around, who crowded around to get a better look. Then, Fitty wrote, "It is suggested that all legions have an extra meal tonight. Steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roast duck, and roast chicken." Are you reciting a menu here? Zhao Lin immediately followed suit and contributed to the legion's dinner. After a busy day, Ye Bai had used several bottles of eye drops. He was also singled out and praised by the instructors as a model student in Zone C, who said that Ye Bai was extremely engaged in the atmosphere and had a positive attitude, and hoped that everyone would learn from him. Several legions were even willing to give Ye Bai the opportunity to intern and experience things firsthand. Ye Bai? I had mixed feelings and didn't know how to express them. The rest area of Booth C. Instructors and teachers gathered here. Birds of a feather flocked together. The relationships between classmates, comrades in arms, and so on are intertwined. Most people have their own circles and chat with acquaintances. In one corner, most people would deliberately avoid them, keeping their distance so as not to bother them. Call. Wu Ziki exhaled a smoke ring, looking quite content. Being the War King is so awesome. Instructor Lin was sitting to Wu Ziki's right, and Lu Qingyan was to his left. The three were classmates in the same year and later served in the same army corps, so they had a close relationship. Instructor Lin was very displeased with Wu Ziki's boasting. This is the second time today. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Qingyan interrupted him. Speaking of second, my granddaughter. Stop. We all know her talent has awakened a second time. Now, not only do we know, but the entire Abyss Plane probably knows too. Wu Ziki and Lin Jiao formed a united front to stop Lu Qingyan's repetitive behavior. Look at you all, so shallow. Lu Qingyan snorted coldly, offering no explanation. He originally planned to show off that his granddaughter had undergone a second job advancement and achieved an SS level rating, and that she could now summon pets from 2 different dimensions. Originally, given Lu Sueki's strength, achieving an SS level rating for her second job advancement would have been quite difficult. Who knew it would be such a coincidence? I cleared Shura with a 5S rating. Lu Sueki's exploration progress was originally 80%, but with the help of the Supreme Realm, it was directly upgraded to SS level. That's equivalent to upgrading to a higher level. Lu Qingyan warned himself. I should leave some room for that girl to hide. I can't flaunt everything to the outside world. Lin put down the orange juice and began to speak. The Ye Bai that old Lu favored is indeed quite capable. It was worth the trip I made that day. During the advanced test in Zone C, Instructor Lin came to the scene and even specifically requested that Ye Bai and Wang Zheng face off. The main reason behind this is Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan became interested and pressed for more details. Oh, I heard that little fox beat up old Wang's grandson. It wasn't a beating, it was just a one-sided crushing defeat. Lin Jiao recounted in detail what had happened during the previous combat test to the two of them. This kid is still holding back. He definitely hasn't shown his true strength yet. After listening, Lu Qingyan tapped the small table with his finger and said confidently, he used to be at Nanjiang No. 3 middle school, and he beat a kid with a level talent. What was his name again? Anyway, Ye Bai won very easily. Wu Ziki immediately found it amusing as well. You mean, a kid with C-level talent defeated opponents with a level and S-level talent in succession? Yes, what do you want to say? Let's rule out the possibility that he is an Azura first. Wu Ziki lowered his voice and said, in the SS level talent training camp, there are several very strong lightning-type talents, one of whom happens to be proficient in all 3 elements, lightning, wind, and fire. Really? Previously, when Shura cleared the job advancement dungeon at SSS level, the entire human race in the Eternal Tower received a buff and also learned about Shura's current situation. Cultivate all 3 elements, lightning, wind, and fire. What a monster. It's true, someone saw Shadow 2's whereabouts near that genius seed. Shadow 2. Second tier Shadow level. Most people are unaware of the specific division of labor among the Shadow's high-level combat forces. Even a war god could not fully understand the Shadow's operational mechanisms. Subconsciously, it is assumed that the higher the Shadow's ranking, the stronger the character. The stronger the Shadow, the more extraordinary the genius it protects. Just like Shadow 7, when he first challenged for the position of Shadow 7, he had no idea that Shadow 7 was the guardian of the Eternal Forest. Otherwise, he would rather die than become Shadow 7. Shadow 1 is said to be on the front lines, so it wouldn't be unreasonable for Shadow 2 to appear beside Shura. These kinds of rumors are best kept to themselves and discussed privately. All 3 held high positions, and they were well aware of the human race's true attitude towards the supreme seed, Shura. If you ask me, there's absolutely no need for Shura to show his face before he possesses the strength of a 9th-tier war god. Lin Jiao was the strongest person present, and he stood on his superior position, pointing and gesturing. SSS level talent, with the potential to break through the limit, that's the most important thing. The human race of today is not the same as the human race of decades ago. Back then, only the strongest seed could fight and turn the tide. Now, we can completely support Shura and let them develop properly. Wu Ziki, however, did not back down at all. I don't see it that way. A towering tree can't grow in a greenhouse. Which of our human race's strongest warriors didn't emerge from seas of blood and mountains of corpses? To be honest, it's all nonsense. Lu Qingyan scoffed. What you two think and believe is your business. Shura can do whatever he wants. It's none of your business to tell him what to do. Even if he wants to marry a demon god as a concubine, it's none of your business. Just as the 3 were arguing, all of their phones rang at the same time. Bite. My salary has been deposited into my account. Money can settle all disputes. Wu Ziki took out his phone and was very satisfied with the numbers in the text message. The War King's salary is awesome. I get paid like a god of war. Have you seen me brag about it? As a war god, Instructor Lin naturally received the highest salary. Old Lu, how much did you take? When it comes to receiving a salary, it depends not only on yourself, but also on your colleagues. Happiness arises from comparison. Wu Ziki glanced at Lu Qingyan's phone, then froze on the spot, dumbfounded. Holy crap, how did you get so much? Old Lu, did you apply to join the suicide squad? No way. I didn't hear that the Death Will camp was open this time. Lin Jiao also came closer, and after seeing the numbers, his face was filled with disbelief. You must have paid the wrong salary. Why does it have one more digit than mine? Give me half, or I'll report you to the finance department. The salary of a top-tier war king is 10 times higher than that of a war god. Could it be that Lu Qingyan has been hiding his true strength? The two men started touching Lu Qingyan inappropriately. Lin Jiao was responsible for holding Lu Qingyan down, while Wu Ziki took the opportunity to pick up his phone and check his payslip details. Basic salary is normal, benefits are normal. Lao Lu, where did you get your research bonus? Wu Ziki pointed to a column on his payslip where the extra money came from. Research project leader, Lan Tianqi. Lin Jiao also found it strange. You've joined Professor Lan's research group? Only Lu Qingyan looked confused. Really? Did I get in? Since Elder Lan said it's in, then it must be in. That must be it. You two bumpkins don't know anything. Lu Qingyan tilted his head back, his nostrils flaring, tapped the table, and said disdainfully, Didn't you see what's written above? I'm someone who has made significant scientific research contributions, and this funding is awarded as a reward. Do you even understand the true value of scientific contributions? Suddenly, a top student appears among a group of underachievers. It's hard not to be arrogant. Lu Qingyan is determined to show off today. Old Lu, you're more like someone who's been studied. Wu Ziki's face turned cold, and he tentatively asked, Tell me yourself, what research contributions can you make? Cough, cough. Lu Qingyan coughed twice to cover his embarrassment. I signed a confidentiality agreement, you know what I mean. Yes, it's a confidentiality agreement. It's absolutely confidential. Having said that, the conversation basically died out. Instructor Lin didn't think much of it. He had been quite busy lately and hadn't had much contact with Lu Qingyan. On the contrary, Wu Ziki had a strange expression, as if he had guessed the truth. Wu Ziki patted Lu Qingyan on the shoulder and said naturally, Old Lu, you've worked hard. You deserve this money. Eat more brain-boosting foods lately. There's one near the second cafeteria. Lu Qingyan's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to speak. Speaking of you, Lin Jiao and Wu Ziki said in unison. Shut up. Chapter 128, I'll buy you a drink. Summer Camp, Zone C. Finally finished. Ye Bai had an ice pack wrapped around his wrist and was feeling unwell. After things came to a close, the group gathered in the cafeteria for a late-night snack. Brother Bai, you have received a reward of 2,000 points for your outstanding performance in this observation. Feng Dong exclaimed in surprise, not expecting the organizers to be so generous. 1 point from the summer camp can be exchanged for 10 eternal gold coins, which is 20,000 gold coins. Feng Dong gasped. He wasn't surprised by the points, but by what he discovered. Bai Ji's summer camp points quietly rose to the top tier. In the combat test, Brother Bai got first place in Zone C and was awarded 2,000 points, bringing his total to 4,000 points. Don't forget, Ye Bai hasn't submitted his task for this week yet. Without registering any bonus points, he went from 0 points to 4,000 points in just 2 days. Feng Dong had a bad feeling. Hey Big Oaf, do you think Brother Bai is going to take first place in summer camp? Feng Dong was still hoping that Brother Bai would help him fail his exam. Disaster. Fate stuffed most of the chicken into her mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed it. The summer camp's overall ranking will take into account the top students with SS level talent. Ye Bai is very strong, but it's impossible for him to be number 1. You also think Brother Bai is very strong, right? Feng Dong scratched his head and said with a troubled expression, But this is really strange. Aside from being handsome, Brother Bai is quite ordinary, yet very confident. Fate filled in the rest of the sentence for Feng Dong. Ye Bai has never been afraid. Zwilingxia nodded, agreeing with Fate's point of view. That's right. When they were practicing, even Lu Sueki would be nervous when facing the followers of the demonic cult, but Ye Bai was completely unfazed. Hey. Ye Bai patted the table and emphasized. I'm right here. Can't you guys talk about this behind my back? Feng Dong ruffled his hair into a mess, stared at Ye Bai with a suspicious look, and asked, Brother Bai, tell me the truth, have you experienced a second awakening of your talent? Ye Bai answered crisply and decisively. No. I swear on Zhao Lin's life that I do not have the talent for a second awakening. Zhao Lin. You guys were having a perfectly normal chat, and I always get dragged into this. By the way, Zhao Lin, how many points do you have? Ye Bai was somewhat curious. Zhao Lin's progress is currently mediocre, falling into the lower tier of the summer camp. With his C-level talent, it's no easy feat for him to have reached this point. 648 points. Zhao Lin just passed the Tier 1 combat soldier test yesterday and received an extra 100 points. Big White, I was just about to tell you about this. These points are almost 7 million now, and the IOU I gave you before. Without the skill book for Zhao Lin definitely wouldn't be able to get into summer camp. Those 648 points naturally wouldn't be in his hands either. Zhao Lin's meaning was simple. He wanted to repay what he owed Ye Bai, at least part of it. You can use it yourself first. Didn't you hear what Senior Feng Dong just said? I have 4,000 points, and I don't even know how to spend them. Ye Bai said very frankly. 4,000 points is equivalent to 40,000 gold coins and 0.04 War God merit. He still had over 10,000 War God merit points left unused. There's just more money than you can spend. Of course, besides Ye Bai being able to earn money himself, there is another very important reason. He is frugal and good at managing his household. Zhao Lin wanted to say something, but Ye Bai cut him off first. Invest these points in yourself first. Your 10 million debt is just a matter of 1,000 points. If you stay in summer camp, how many points can't you earn? You only have this one chance in your life. Do you really expect to encounter the birth of an ultimate seed again in the future? Alright, that's settled then. Ye Bai patted Zhao Lin on the shoulder. If you pay me back later, I'll charge more interest. I know exactly what I'm doing. Zhao Lin. Is something wrong? After having a late-night snack, the group walked towards the dormitory area and noticed that everyone along the way seemed to be in a hurry. Senior, what happened again? Of all the people, Feng Dong was the most well-informed. Having a nephew who is a war god is truly remarkable. Feng Dong said in a low voice. They're catching moles. You know what, it's really amazing. I heard they caught quite a few moles today, over 1,000. After reviewing a batch, there's no need to throw them in jail. Just take them straight to the eternal forest. Wow, is that really true? Ye Bai, who was cooperating with the performance, was very cooperative. It seems there's a mastermind behind this. No, there's a mastermind behind it all. Go back now. Something big is going to happen tomorrow. Get a good rest tonight and recharge. Feng Dong didn't actually know much about what would happen tomorrow. Such a large-scale troop movement, supply transport, and personnel exchange, with ever-increasing levels of secrecy. Anyone with a modicum of sense could see that something big was about to happen. Transporting so much, or to the front lines, surely it's not just for the demons to celebrate with fireworks? This is preparation for a fierce battle with the Abyss Dimension. The front lines have tightened their defenses in the past few days, and the demons have also slowed their offensive, which is unusual for them. Both sides are accumulating strength, brewing a storm, and silently waiting for the outbreak of a major battle. Most people are still in the dark about how this spark will ignite the explosive barrel, including Leaf White. Ninth Master, I might have suffered a work injury. Sitting on a chair in the dormitory, Ye Bai rubbed his wrist, wanting to ask how to get compensation in this situation. Where does it hurt? The hot-tempered older brother version of Ninth Master is ruthless and doesn't talk much. Chop it off, and it won't hurt anymore. He looks like a well-trained doctor. In my decades of medical practice, not a single patient has died from illness. The secret is simple. As long as Ninth Master kills the patient first, the patient won't be considered to have been killed by the disease. I was just kidding. Ye Bai put his hands behind his back, his expression unchanged, and continued asking. Ninth Master, Shall we start the war tomorrow? Right. Couldn't we be a little more flexible about our time management? Let's finish this earlier and leave work earlier. Ye Bai believed that a sneak attack should be launched when the opportunity arises. In war, who moves machine guns according to telegram instructions and rigidly adheres to dogma? Moreover, Ye Bai's understanding of these supreme experts was limited. They seem to be the same kind of people as Ninth Master. When it's time to be shameless, we will never hesitate. The time is not yet ripe. Ing Jiao probably felt that this statement wasn't convincing enough, so she added a sentence. If we act now, the results will be much smaller. Clear. Ye Bai glanced at the time. It was 12 o'clock. Ninth Master is done chatting. I'm going to check my 4S rating. Wait for my good news. Roll. Eternal Core City. Ye Bai did not go directly to the Eternal Tower. He wasn't sure if he could get in now and needed to confirm with Xuanmeng. Upon arriving at the Wolf's Den, Ye Bai let out a slightly surprised sound. Why are there so many people? In the past, the Wolf's Den was only full during times of revelry. But today, more than 10,000 people have gathered at the Wolf's Den, and the number is still growing. Kid newbie, huh? A fat man wearing a lone wolf mask stood next to Ye Bai and pointed to the sign above the wolf den. Can you see the difference? Where's the wolf its shadow? Ye Bai immediately discovered the problem. The fat man said boastfully, a lone wolf walks alone, but its shadow follows it. When the shadow disappears, it signifies the start of a major battle. The shadow can no longer protect the lone wolf and must go to the battlefield. Judging from the fat man's tone, this wasn't the first time he'd experienced something like this. The shadows have all gone. How can we sit still? Only by waiting here for the right position can we be qualified to go to the battlefield. In large-scale Legion battles, lone wolves are not allowed to exist. Therefore, before the Great War begins, the Legion Command Center will establish a temporary legion to absorb lone wolves and integrate all forces. As the two were talking, a person wearing the insignia of the Wind and Cloud Legion strode into the Wolf's Den, holding a stack of application forms in his hand, and shouted loudly. The Wind and Cloud Legion consists of 300 members, starting with 4th-tier warriors, with priority given to wine-type warriors. 1 call and 100 responses. Even the fat man next to Ye Bai squeezed into the crowd. While squeezing through the crowd, he didn't forget to turn back and shout to Ye Bai. Young man, I'm off to attend to some important business. If you have any questions, ask someone else for help. Thanks. I'll treat you to a drink when you get back. TCH, you're just a soldier, holy crap, Star Wolf? The fat man let out a strange cry. Star Wolf wants to buy me a drink. His shout drew everyone's attention to Ye Bai, while the fat man took the opportunity to squeeze to the front, snatch a registration form, and quickly fill in his personal information. After filling out the application form, the fat man turned around and gave Ye Bai an embarrassed smile. It would be awkward for any normal person to be stared at by so many people. To the fat man's utter surprise, Ye Bai not only wasn't embarrassed, but even triggered his social arrogance. Starry Sky Lone Wolf, a 9th-tier warrior, a newcomer. In fact, anyone with a brain could guess Ye Bai's true identity. Beneath the mask lies the lone wolf, Shura. He is also the future Wolf King. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Ye Bai waved his hand in response to the gazes and said with a smile, I'll treat you to drinks when you get back. A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. Is Shura going to treat them to drinks? Okay, it's a deal. It's a deal. Chapter 129 Spring Rain Seeds, Blood Feast Gems. Legion members kept entering and leaving the Wolf's Den, each time taking away hundreds of people. Basically, as soon as you shouted out, countless people flocked to fill the spots quickly. Ye Bai watched for a moment before being pulled into the house by someone. I heard you're going to treat us to drinks. Xuanmeng scrutinized Ye Bai repeatedly with a suspicious look. Let me make this clear. My account at Wolf's Den is frozen. Ye Bai looked bewildered. What are you talking about? I don't understand. I'm telling you, stop playing that you treat. I pay trick. Xuanmeng's expression was very serious, and he spoke with utmost earnestness. I'm already bankrupt. All the expenses before this battle were paid for with my dad's credit card. Don't drag me down with you. Even if you're a menace, find someone else to cause trouble. Ye Bai was indignant. Look at your pathetic self. Do you think I, Shura, am that kind of person? Yes. Ye Bai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Xuanming, the lone wolf of the stars and a ninth-tier war god, must have gotten his status through connections and connections, right? When someone else treats you, swipe my card. Xuanming treats us. I'll swipe my dad's card. Others shopping, pinduoduo. Xuanming's shopping, relying on his father's wealth. All right, I'm done chatting with you. I have a mission to complete. Xuanming waved his hand and said seriously. The old Taoist priest said not to enter the eternal tower before 12:30. Wait a little longer. Just as Xuanming was about to leave, he remembered something, took out a staff, and handed it to Ye Bai. By the way, your staff is enchanted. This kind of enchantment has a limited number of uses, and it will disappear completely after about 1 million uses. Ye Bai took the staff, and the power of nature increased his life absorption by 80%. If Ye Bai stacks 30 layers of power and prepares to unleash a single heavenly thunder, his health will be instantly restored to full. Xuanming looked at the staff and asked, I heard from Uncle Zhao that you're collecting seeds? Ye Bai nodded. Yes, you have it. Yes, it's something my dad acquired on the battlefield. He originally intended to leave it to me as a family heirloom, but lately we're a bit short on cash. As he spoke, Xuanming took out a transparent jade box containing a seed made of a special material, encased in amber. Seed, spring rain. Material, SS grade. Transplantation effect. Increases the upper limit of the quality that can be accommodated by natural forces, but decreases the number that can be accommodated. Name your price, I'll take it. With over 10,000 war god merits in his pocket, Ye Bai spoke with great confidence. The only effect of spring rain is to help improve the quality of the natural forces' capacity to contain them. Nature's power is only an S-rank staff, unlike Nightmare Wind, which doesn't have such a large appetite. Nightmare Wind accepts anything, even materials below SSS grade. It won't even bother to glance at. The power of nature, on the other hand, can only watch enviously as the SSS grade materials are used, unable to consume them. With spring rain, this problem can be solved. Xuanming tentatively quoted a price, 15 war god merit points. 15 million gold coins for a single SS grade material isn't cheap. However, the spring rain is indeed special. It is probably only possessed by Xuanming among the entire human race. The final price will depend on how the two parties negotiate. Ye Bai waved his hand and said, Look at you, so stingy. I'll give you a number. 2 points. After some haggling, spring rain was sold for 10 war god merit points. Ye Bai immediately took out the spring rain and placed it on top of the power of nature. The withered tree grew and sprouted tender buds that completely enveloped the spring rain. Current number of transplantable seeds, 4. Transplantable seed grade, SSS. Quality has improved, but quantity has actually decreased. Ye Bai shook his head. No matter what, this deal was definitely profitable. Xuanming still had a mission to complete, so he bid farewell to Ye Bai. 20 minutes left. Ye Bai calculated the time. The cost of achieving a 5S rating is indeed considerable. Xiaoyao, the #1 hardcore player in the Eternal Tower, has been busy for 24 hours and still hasn't finished helping Ye Bai. Let's take care of some miscellaneous tasks first. Ye Bai returned to his private space, where a bustling scene unfolded beside the mysterious mine, with werewolves and miners transporting the mind or back and forth. Dracula has actually reverted to his vampire form. Owner, boss. Upon seeing Ye Bai appear, the four immediately gathered around him. The miners' leader, the dwarf Jack Dracula. Each person briefly introduced their job in a few sentences. Dracula was the most hardworking among them. Master, I have modified the furnace in the castle, and now it can also help smelt B grade or with minimal losses. Even though Xiao Gu disliked this vampire, she had to nod in agreement. Indeed, but those sissies are really too incompetent. They can't even lift a few tons of ore. Obviously, Dracula enjoys extremely high prestige among vampires. To avoid becoming a blood-sucking pig, he had to demonstrate sufficient value, which made life much harder for the vampires under his command. Dracula was a master at being a lackey, and his skill in enslaving his lackeys was unparalleled. Well done, give him an extra chicken leg for dinner. Dracula's lips twitched. I'm a vampire, and you're giving me an extra chicken leg. What do I take you for, a weasel? Ye Bai checked yesterday's output, put it all into his storage space, and left only after confirming that everything was in order. The trading secrets. The goblin underling skillfully counted the minerals. He was no longer surprised. Some even felt numb. 1,200 tons of S grade, or 7,000 tons of A grade, or 5,000 tons of B grade, or a total of 15,500 war god merits. Ye Bai had a total of 16,000 merit points. He spent 860 on the vampire blood enchantment and 10th on the spring rain item. With these 15,500 points, he still had 30,630 war god merit points left. Oh, right, there are some other things I want to buy. Ye Bai seized the opportunity to ask. After being enchanted with nature's force, I get a lot of life steal. Is there any way to convert the excess life steal into a shield? To be fair, Ye Bai is currently somewhat lacking in the ability to protect himself. You need to build up your health and shields to feel safe. Forbidden spells or high-level skills are probably not suitable for your current situation, fourth brother. The goblin underling was clearly prepared and took out a red gem. When applied directly to equipment, it can convert 12% of the excess lifesteal into a shield, up to a maximum of 10 billion shield values. The shield lasts for a maximum of 5 minutes. Each Blood Feast gem will break after generating 10 billion shields. It's a small item that War King level players tend to use. After introducing the Blood Feast gem, the goblin henchman quoted the price. 350,000 gold coins per coin, discounted price. Ye Bai considered it and realized that he did indeed need this thing, and the demand was quite large. How about 3 God of War medals? Okay, 600 coins first. This number startled the goblin minions. 600 pieces? 200 war god merit points have been spent just like that. Although Ye Bai is not short of money, this purchasing demand is too exaggerated. The goblin underling quickly understood the reason. The conversion limit for Blood Feast gems is 10 billion. Azura should have extremely high burst damage, which would cause the Blood Feast gems to become unusable after a few uses, hence the need for 600 gems. Why do all of Shura's transactions go through the goblin underlings? That's why. Purchase records can reveal a great deal of information, and a discerning person can easily deduce the truth from the smallest clues. Payment successful. Balance. 30430 war god merits. After accepting 600 blood banquet gems, Ye Bai glanced at the time. It was 12:30. We'll talk later. I'm off to check my 4S rating. As he spoke, Ye Bai's figure transformed into a white light and disappeared from the spot, leaving behind a goblin underling, disheveled in the wind. Boost 4S rating. Is this something a human being could say? Chapter 130, A Crazy Night. May you clear the Eternal Tower soon. The Eternal Tower, 11th floor. 12:30. A flash of white light, and Ye Bai appeared in the forest. The moment he appeared, a fireball hurtled towards him at incredible speed, but Ye Bai easily dodged it. As the fireball landed in empty space, a notification sounded in Ye Bai's ear. Dodge the basic fireball spell, kill the lower-tier fire elemental, and gain 2,500 experience points. After the fireball, a variety of skill attacks followed one after another, dazzling the eye. Level 11. You cannot damage monsters by attacking them. You can only dodge their skill attacks. After successfully dodging, the monster will take damage based on the skill's mana cost. It will die once its health bar is depleted, and you will gain experience. Complete the level without taking damage to obtain 100% exploration progress. Simply put, this level is a free roaming parkour game where you can only run and not fight. An advanced version of the neural reaction test and the combat soldier test. No matter how strong the output capability is, it's useless on the 11th floor. In fact, when developing the combat soldier test program, the content of the Eternal Tower level is taken into account to achieve targeted training and enhancement. Because climbing higher in the Eternal Tower requires a greater range of comprehensive abilities. People who excel in a particular area may find themselves stuck at seemingly insignificant hurdles, unable to move forward. Once you get stuck, your level and class will be affected, which will limit your combat power. You can't be biased towards one subject. Ye Bai doesn't have many movement skills: wind slash, dance with fire, and wind without distance. Fighting, Running away basically, it's all about these 3 moves. Fortunately, Ye Bai's agility is high enough, and with the extremely high bonus from Nightmare Wind, he is not at all like someone who should be level 60. Even without using movement skills, Ye Bai can clear the level without taking any damage. Boom! After Ye Bai dodged several rounds of attacks, the ground began to shake violently. A gigantic flying centipede emerged from the ground, frantically chasing Ye Bai, unleashing powerful skills with each of its legs as it moved forward. In an instant, countless orbs of light rushed toward Ye Bai, as dazzling as fireworks. Boss, Flying Jade Dragon, LV.75, current HP 2 million, estimated to die after 8,495,135 spell casts. It looks like Ye Bai needs to dodge more than 8 million skills, which will definitely take a long time. In reality, the flying centipede has 1,000 legs, and each step it takes is equivalent to casting 1,000 spells. While it attacks frantically, its own health also drops rapidly. Come and chase me. Ye Bai's figure transformed into a gentle breeze and disappeared into the distance. The boss on the 11th floor can be killed faster if Ye Bai runs fast enough. The boss will catch up faster, cast spells more frequently, and die faster. The premise is that Ye Bai is not killed by the boss's attack. LOL, you can't hit it at all. One person and one boss, one chasing and the other running. They were having a great time, and the scene was very harmonious. While leading the boss across most of the map, a notification popped up in front of Ye Bai's eyes. Current exploration progress is 80%. Wish to proceed and clear the level. The moment the prompt appeared, everything around seemed to pause, waiting for Ye Bai to make a decision. This isn't a hint from the Eye of Insight. It's something that comes with the Eternal Tower itself. Ye Bai nodded slightly, thinking to himself, that's quite humane. In this way, the effect of stacking the 80% exploration progress with the Supreme Realm will be directly increased to 90%. That is, to advance from an S level rating to an SS level rating. The rewards have been increased significantly. At the same time, there will be no situation where 80.1% exploration level is worse than 80% exploration level. Of course, Ye Bai was also aware of this. Some geniuses will aim for 95% or even 100% exploration. Although historical experience suggests they are likely to fail, it does not deter their determination to try. No, Ye Bai refused to complete the level with 80% exploration progress. Who do you think you are? If I don't clear Shuro with a 4S rating, am I even human? The flying centipede behind him roared once more, entering its final berserk state. Its 1,000 legs swung faster, and it unleashed its skills more frequently. 5 minutes later, 12:58, all humans in the Eternal Tower received a sudden announcement. Player Shura cleared the 11th floor with an SSS rating and was rewarded with the full human race buff in the Eternal Tower, Parkour Master. Limited time buff agile movement. Human movement speed in the Eternal Tower increases by 30% for a limited time of 6 hours. Limited time buff sweeping away weakness. Humans who die in the Eternal Tower will not enter a weakened state upon returning to the Eternal Core City. This buff is valid for 6 hours only. Limited time buff experience boost. Humans in the Eternal Tower gain plus 25% experience for 3 hours only. Parkour Master. After being hit by a normal attack or skill, there is a 15% chance to dodge. Limited time offer, 6 hours. For S clearance. They arrived especially quickly this time, taking only an hour. In fact, if we exclude the half hour that Ye Bai wasted at the beginning, he only spent less than 30 minutes to clear the level with a 4S rating. Compared to his attribute panel and skills, the difficulty of the 11th floor was not enough, and he easily cleared it with a 100% success rate. As a personal reward for achieving a 4S clear on the 11th floor, Ye Bai received a permanent buff. 100% accuracy. The 100th spell slash attack will have a 100% hit rate. This buff is added to Ye Bai's status bar, meaning it will be effective even if he takes the Eternal Tower out of the tower. Literally speaking, 100% accuracy isn't actually that powerful, since it can only be used once after accumulating 99 attempts. However, in actual combat, The 100% accuracy effect is absolutely top-notch. Especially when facing wind-type enemies with high evasion, Ye Bai has the ability to outlast them. Even if the opponent dodges 99 shots, Ye Bai can calmly stack up his power and prepare to unleash a heavenly thunder. Are you there? Have you eaten? If not, I'll eat my fill of jelly all day. After retracting his status description and flashing white light, Ye Bai returned to the Eternal Core City. In the previous battle on the 11th floor, he leveled up from 60 to 76, with a slight increase in attributes and a corresponding increase in equipment level. The equipment Flame Rhythm Leap also advanced due to fulfilling the advancement conditions. However, the advanced Flame Rhythm Leap was only level 40, which was too far below Ye Bai's level, so its effect was naturally much smaller. While the effect of Flame Rush is indeed powerful among those of the same tier, it cannot make up for the difference in level. Ye Bai plans to grind through the Eternal Tower today, aiming for a 4S rating and leveling up without exploiting any bugs. After clearing the level, Ye Bai will purchase new equipment and items based on his level. Ye Bai glanced at the attribute panel and found nothing noteworthy. He had a lot to do tonight, so he summoned the Eternal Core Crystal again. Objective, the 12th floor. May you clear the Eternal Tower soon. 48 minutes later. 1:47. The humans inside the Eternal Tower, amidst their shock, received a new announcement. Player Shura cleared the 12th floor with an SSS-rank reward. All human races in the Eternal Tower. 2 4S level clearances in just 2 hours. They've gone mad. They've all gone mad. Countless social media platforms went wild, and people didn't even discuss the rewards for completing the 4S level. They were only curious about one thing. How many times is Shura going to try for a 4S rank clear on this crazy night? Chapter 131, the 13th floor of the Eternal Tower. Player Shura cleared the 12th floor with an SSS rating, rewarded with the full human race buff in the Eternal Tower, speed clear. Limited time buff crazy scratching. Human attack speed in Eternal Tower plus 30%, limited to 6 hours. Limited time buff sweeping away weakness. Humans who die in the Eternal Tower will not enter a weakened state upon returning to the Eternal Core City. This buff is valid for 6 hours only. Limited time buff experience enhancement. Combines all previous experience boosting buffs, increasing experience gain by 60% for 3 hours only. Speed run. For the first 45 minutes before entering a level, exploration progress gain efficiency is increased by 15%, limited to 90 minutes. As a 4S reward for level 12, experience sublimation directly integrates the previous experience buff, providing an even greater bonus. It's hard to say whether this is a profit or a loss. If Ye Bai continues to replenish the experience boost, the human race will definitely profit. Because you can enjoy a high experience bonus, your leveling and clearing efficiency will be greatly improved. Of course, this improvement will only be significant in the early stages, and will become relatively less effective in the later stages. Some levels are stuck on a boss or a certain scene, and the upgrade requirements also change in the later stages, so experience bonuses are ineffective for them. It's more of a bonus than a lifeline. The speed clear buff is appearing for the first time, and its powerful effects are beyond imagination. Increased efficiency in exploration. This kind of improvement won't raise the player's skill ceiling. Instead, it will save them time. Take eating as an example. Your appetite hasn't changed. You just eat faster, get full in less time, and then face the intense 996 work culture with greater ease. It doesn't seem like a good thing either. For Ye Bai, the speed clearance skill is very useful. He plans to clear the game at least 4 times with a 4S rating during the 6 hours of exploration time tonight. 2 hours have passed, and the task is half completed. Good progress. Cleared level 12 with a 4S rating and received the reward Potential Unleashed. Unleash Potential. Upon leveling up, gain 100% bonus to attribute points and free attribute points. This bonus can be enjoyed up to 50 times. After clearing the 11th floor, Ye Bai's level increased from 60 to 76. After reaching the 12th floor, Ye Bai transformed and became level 94. Eternal ID, Shura. Talent, Eye of Insight SSS rank. Level, 94. Class, Sky Wrath Mage Wind, Fire, Lightning. HP, 102500/102500. MP, 349400/349400. Strength, 2105 plus 3156. Intelligence, 5002 plus 610. Spirit, 4616 plus 520. Agility, 1437 plus 3073. Constitution, 1608 plus 2971. Luck, 12. Equipment, Natural Force plus 4, Nightmare Wind, Heavenly King's Sword, etc. Skills, Wind Without Distance, Spark of Fire, Lightning Spirit Etherealization, Water Severing Flow, etc. Status, Unleashed Potential, Perfect Accuracy, Lightning Fast Level Completion, etc. In addition to the power of nature and the Wind of Nightmares, Ye Bai also has some miscellaneous equipment pieces that provide a small amount of bonus to the 5-dimensional attributes. Of course, the biggest boost comes from Nightmare Wind, which provides a significant bonus to 3 attributes: agility, strength, and constitution. It's absurd that Ye Bai, a mage, has an intelligence attribute that's almost equal to his strength attribute. With an intelligence attribute of over 5,000, Ye Bai's output ability has reached a new level. To date, Ye Bai's main offensive methods have been lightning-based. It is said that the abyssal demons had already begun stacking lightning resistance, and after learning that the Azura possessed extremely high burst damage, they stacked it even more insanely. Ye Bai believed that those cowardly guys might even have developed lightning immunity. In this situation, fire and wind-type attacks become particularly important, and when combined with a high intelligence attribute, the output is especially impressive. With the potential unleashed ability active, Ye Bai's attributes will be greatly enhanced in the next 50 levels. As an SSS level class template, Ye Bai's leveling up is equivalent to others leveling up several levels, or even more than 10 levels. Double the joy. After closing his attribute panel, Ye Bai didn't waste too much time and chose to enter the Eternal Tower again. May you clear the Eternal Tower soon. The 13th floor. Ye Bai appeared on a boundless wasteland, where a fierce wind whipped up sand and stones that stung his face. How to gain exploration progress for the 13th floor. Help the Wandering Mushroom Clan establish a tribe and successfully defend against the enemy's attack. First, you need to find traces of the Mushroom Clan. For other players, just searching for traces of the Mushroom Clan in the wasteland can take a considerable amount of time. Ye Bai, however, did not need to. With the Eye of Insight, finding things was never a problem. Even setting aside the Eye of Insight, Ye Bai also possesses the high-speed movement technique of Wind Without Distance, which allows him to quickly locate the Mushroom Clan. Brush. Amidst the raging wind, Ye Bai's figure appeared, and several ragged dwarfs stood before him. They were even shorter than dwarfs, not even reaching Ye Bai's knees, and they liked to wear colorful, umbrella-shaped hats, making them look like walking mushrooms from above. A member of the Mushroom Clan, his face covered in grime, mustered his courage and stepped forward, speaking with a slight tremor. "Hello, lone wanderer of the wasteland. It may be presumptuous of me to say this, but could you please help us? In return, besides the friendship of the Mushroom Clan, you will also receive our most precious treasures." No problem. Ye Bai accepted the task from the other party. First, we need to find the lost members of the Mushroom Clan, who are scattered throughout the wasteland. We need to gather at least half of them before we can begin building the Mushroom Clan tribe. The mistress. At Ye Bai's summons, the shadow of Cerberus appeared, looking at its master with wary eyes. It's as if it's saying, "What kind of despicable thing are you planning to do now? Let's split up. You go here, and then there is this place." Ye Bai gave the Cerberus shadow 3 coordinates, instructing it to gather all the Mushroom Clan members it encountered along the way. Cerberus was momentarily stunned. 3 coordinates, 3 trips? Is one dog being exploited like 3? Is this appropriate? Soon, it truly understood what Ye Bai meant. The shadow split into 3, each head carrying a part of the shadow's body, and set off towards the target. They truly split up and acted separately. With the full assistance of Cerberus, The entire Mogu tribe was quickly gathered. Next comes the construction of the tribal village. The Eye of Insight can provide perfect design drawings. The problem is that the mushroom people are too short and lack strength. Even with the design plan in front of him, Ye Bai still had to spend a lot of time just collecting the materials. Sigh, if only I could call some people to help. Ye Bai tried to see if he could bring someone into the 13th floor from his private space. Who should I summon? If I summon the wrong one, I might die. I should be careful. Ye Bai finally set his sights on one goal, Dracula. Anyway, as a vampire, this guy can resurrect indefinitely. As long as Nightless City Castle exists, he will not die. With great power comes great responsibility. Ye Bai's mind stirred. A richly dressed, elegant vampire, holding a wine glass in his left hand and a large chicken leg in his right, appeared before him, looking somewhat flustered. Owner. Dracula looked around in surprise. Where am I? It's a great place to work overtime. After succeeding, Ye Bai continued to summon. Dwarves, miners, werewolves, vampires, and even lizard men were all brought to the 13th floor by Ye Bai to help build the Mushroom Clan's tribe. As the overseer, Dracula held a small leather whip, watching the vampires work while trying to get closer to Ye Bai. When he learned the number of floors, his face turned pale. 13 floors. My esteemed master, that's not a good number. 13 is an unlucky number, the birthplace of demons, the origin of all misfortune and disaster. As he spoke, Dracula's voice gradually softened. The way he looked at Ye Bai was somewhat strange, and he muttered to himself. Why does the 13th floor sound like the home of Azurus? A new notification popped up in front of Ye Bai's eyes. Dracula's inner monologue. Why does the 13th floor sound like Shura's hometown? Chapter 132, 100% exploration cleared, 13th floor. The Eternal Tower, 13th floor. Ye Bai directed the group to build a new tribe. Add a pig pen here, and design the pig feed trough and pig manure pit together. The Mushroom Clan members were somewhat puzzled. Kind person, we don't raise pigs. Pigs are too dangerous for us. This open space was originally designed as a septic tank, although they didn't even know what a septic tank was. Ye Bai provided a reasonable explanation for the concerns of the Mushroom Clan. It's okay, I have a pet that I sometimes board here. Dracula, danger. Because the soul contract was controlled, Dracula was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper in front of Ye Bai. Dwarves are natural builders. Besides forging and smelting, they are also adept at building structures. Some of the stones on the wasteland were of such poor quality that, with Ye Bai's permission, the dwarves even hauled a bunch of waste materials from the mysterious mine to help build the tribe. An hour later, the task was completed. 30-meter-high city walls, a 5-meter-deep moat, watchtowers, commercial areas, residential areas. Ye Bai looked at the building that had sprung up from the ground and was speechless for a moment. This isn't building a village, it's building a city. Even a signboard has been hung up, Mushroom Ancient City. The main reason is that the werewolves and dwarves are too strong. Stones that would take more than a dozen people to move are like building blocks in their hands. With Ye Bai supervising the work, everyone worked even harder. Ahem, well done. The ancient city of Mogu has everything, even modern amenities. It has running water and electricity, powered by wind turbines, purely natural and pollution-free. Since the Mogu people are generally short, these buildings were designed directly according to the architectural style of dwarves, which made them quick and easy to construct. Not long after the ancient city of mushrooms was built, the wind outside grew even noisier. Amidst the sandstorm, monstrous figures emerged, roaring terrifyingly as they charged towards the city before them. Having just emerged from the sandstorm, they stared in disbelief at the majestic city before them. Shock flashed in each other's eyes, and they stood frozen in place, communicating in their own unique language. Have we come to the wrong place? This is the city of the Mushroom Clan. How could those little kids build such high walls? These are all illusions, don't be afraid, as long as we charge in. Before he could finish speaking, a mage appeared on the city wall. Everyone, look over here. I have something to announce. Ye Bai waved his arms at the monsters, and all the monsters looked at his handsome face at the same time, thinking that this person was too arrogant. Goodbye. Wind fury. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Hundreds of monsters stood firm before the sandstorm, still trying to figure out what was going on. Flames erupted from a monster's body, and the fire, carried by the wind, engulfed it completely, reducing it to ashes. It's not over yet. When a monster is killed by spark, the spark mark doubles and is transferred to nearby monsters. A grand bonfire feast has officially begun. A single spark can start a prairie fire. On the city wall, Ye Bai nearly wiped out the first wave of monsters with just one spark. The onlookers were dumbfounded. The Mushroom Clan was all right, but Dracula was the most shocked. Dracula was once the strongest and had the broadest vision. He saw at a glance the most terrifying aspect of the spark. The infinitely stacked starfire mark will eventually deal extremely high damage to the strongest. Dracula couldn't help but sigh. Master, your power is beyond the limits of our imagination. You are a blazing sun that we cannot look directly at. Dracula's inner monologue. This guy is so strong. Am I really going to be his servant for life? No. The background music for A Spray of Plum Blossoms begins. Ye Bai nodded. Very good. The pigsty wasn't built in vain. Ye Bai already knew that Dracula wasn't as honest and loyal as he appeared. Expecting a vampire who is thousands or even tens of thousands of years old, a powerful figure who was once a prince, to be completely obedient because of a soul contract? That's like Zhao Lin eating your brain. But it's okay. Ye Bai has other things to do lately, so for now he can only help Dracula repair the pigsty. After the battle ends, Ye Bai will make his move. Only then will Dracula know what true cruelty is. On the surface, the servant Dracula was still showering her with compliments, showing off the fancy words he had dug out of the dictionary. Spark wiped out all the monsters outside the city, and the monsters that rushed out from the sandstorm afterwards were like adding fuel to the fire. It bursts through the sandstorm, burns to ashes, and scatters its ash across the world. Ye Bai pointed to the ashes scattered on the ground and said earnestly, "That land will be very fertile. You can consider starting to cultivate it there." Everyone, is this really something a human being could say? Build your city and defeat the monsters. It was accomplished almost without bloodshed. Kind person, the Mushroom Clan is grateful for everything you have done. I can feel that we will meet again in the near future. The chieftain of the Mushroom Clan walked up to Ye Bai, holding a large hat. According to the information Ye Bai had previously consulted, the 13th floor is a single-player instance. After helping the Mushroom Clan build their tribe, the two sides will meet again on the 18th floor. From this perspective, the clan chief was right. As previously agreed, I present to you the most precious treasure of the Mushroom Clan, the Mushroom Hat. Also, we have a promising young explorer in our tribe who would like to embark on a journey with you. Behind the chieftain, a slightly thin Mushroom Clan member stepped out, wearing a red hat. Unlike the others, his hat had goggles on it, and he carried a small backpack, looking very energetic. Lord Shura, Mushroombeck is at your service. Ye Bai crouched down and realized he still needed to look down at Mushroombeck, so he casually tapped Cerberus. Cerberus, being quite sensible, carried Mushroombeck on its back. Ye Bai asked curiously, "Little guy, what can you do?" "I am fluent in various languages, including lizard language, werewolf language, vampire language, and so on. My greatest talent is exploration. I can identify the components and toxicity of various mushrooms. Oh, and I can even grow mushrooms." As he spoke, Mobeck straightened his back, as if afraid that Ye Bai wouldn't take him away. "All right, you're accepted. Welcome to my expedition team." Upon hearing Ye Bai's affirmation, Mobeck jumped up excitedly, almost falling, but fortunately he quickly regained his balance. Ye Bai signed an employment agreement with Mushroombeck, under which Mushroombeck would serve Ye Bai for 3 years. Ye Bai would pay 100 gold coins per year as an employment fee and provide 5,000 gold coins as exploration expenses. In return, all of Mobeck's discoveries would belong to Ye Bai. Yes, that's fair. Ye Bai readily paid 5,100 gold coins, while examining the hat he had just received. Equipment: Mushroom Hat LV.100. Rank SS. Attribute: Intelligence plus 1,000. Legal Strength: 1,200. Entry: Mushroom. If you stand still for 10 seconds, you will transform into the shape of a mushroom. You will return to your original shape after being attacked. Mushroom Lover. When using mushrooms, the effect is increased by 100%. Red Pole. When dealing damage with wood-type spells, deal 50% additional damage. White Pole. When healing with wood-based spells, deals 50% additional damage. Hemp Stick. When using wood-based spells to generate debuffs, the effect is increased by 50%. The Mushroom Hat has no advanced affixes, but as an SS-grade equipment, its attributes and affixes are very powerful. Of course, this equipment is best suited for wood-type mages, so it would be a waste for Ye Bai to use it. Ye Bai could only console himself. It's okay, there will be a wood element sooner or later. It will happen, it will all happen. According to the previous guide, the reward equipment obtained on the 13th floor can be enhanced once after meeting the Mushroom Clan again on the 18th floor. After carefully putting away the Mushroom Hat, Ye Bai sent all his subordinates back to their private spaces, including Mushroom Baker. After waving goodbye to the Mushroom Clan, Ye Bai summoned the Eternal Core Crystal. Settle. Player Shura cleared the 13th floor with an SSS-rank. Reward. All human races in the Eternal Tower. The crowd waiting outside cheered again as they saw the updated announcement. Tonight, Shura has already achieved 3 4S ratings. Time, 3:26. Countdown, 2 hours 44 minutes. How many more 4S ratings can Shura rack up? Nobody knows the answer. All they knew was that tonight would be another night of witnessing miracles. Rewards for clearing Chapter 133 at SSS rank. Player Shura cleared the 13th floor with an SSS rating, rewarding all human races in the Eternal Tower with the 100 battles mushroom buff. Limited time buff. You're taller, so what? Humans in the Eternal Tower deal 50% extra damage to creatures taller than themselves, for a limited time of 6 hours. Limited time buff. You're so short. Hee. Humans in the Eternal Tower deal 100% extra damage to creatures shorter than themselves, for a limited time of 6 hours. Limited time buff. Brave Mushroom. Humans in the Eternal Tower can ignore debuffs such as damage and confusion when consuming mushrooms, for a limited time of 6 hours. Battle Strong Mushroom. Increases the effect of consuming mushrooms by 100%, limited to 6 hours. The Eternal Tower, 8th floor. Zhao Lin, who was fighting hard against the monster, was delighted when he heard the announcement. Senior is right. Previously, during the Azura Challenge, the Eternal Tower provided a buff to the entire human race. Based on these buffs, it's not hard to summarize a pattern. The buffs awarded for clearing a level with a 4S rating are related to the content of that level. For example, the 3 element buffs that come with the Azura class after a successful job change have led many to deduce that the Azura is now proficient in all 3 elements: wind, fire, and lightning. The buffs from avoiding level rewards were also related to movement. Based on this pattern, Fett deduced a conclusion and privately passed it on to Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin can clearly recall the scene at that time. Fate looked very serious. He rarely spoke such a long sentence in one breath. Zhao Lin, you have too little talent. Besides working harder than others, you must be smarter than them. I can do without thinking, but you can't. Zhao Lin had mixed feelings, feeling that his senior had scolded him twice. One lack of talent, one lack of thinking. Fate continued. You must seize every opportunity to move up, and your opportunity lies on the 13th floor. To be precise, your chance will come when you clear the 13th floor of the Shura 4S level. Then, open this storage ring. Zhao Lin asked instinctively, what if Shura doesn't get a 4S rating in the end? Fate gave Zhao Lin a meaningful look and slowly said, then you can go home next week. Holy crap, that's ruthless. Now, the opportunity that Senior Fate mentioned has arrived. Zhao Lin couldn't wait to open his storage ring, and a pile of items appeared in front of him. To be precise, it's a bunch of mushrooms. Fate also labeled the corresponding effect next to each mushroom. This mushroom makes you grow bigger, this one makes you smaller, and this one gives you more strength. The colorful mushrooms dazzled Zhao Lin, leaving him momentarily bewildered. These mushrooms are very rare. Most of them were obtained by Fate through deception and trickery from laboratories at various universities. Aside from the Pavilion of All Things, you'd never find so many strange and unusual mushrooms anywhere else. Most of the mushrooms transplanted from the Eternal Tower have strong side effects and are used as poison on the battlefield. Research is mainly focused on this area. The mushrooms that Fate helped Zhao Lin collect have significant positive effects. Once you ignore the debuffs they bring, they will immediately become the most powerful food. Only at this moment did Zhao Lin truly understand what Senior Fate meant. This is my chance. Without any hesitation, Zhao Lin stuffed the raw mushroom directly into his mouth, carrying the earthy smell of the soil. Big, big, big. Zhao Lin's body grew to more than 10 times its original size. The monsters that were originally extremely troublesome were no match for him at all in the face of 100% extra damage. As his level soared, Zhao Lin was also pushing towards level 60. With the help of the powerful buffs tonight and the mushrooms, he not only wants to reach level 60, but also wants to challenge for a second job advancement. Zhao Lin's heart began to stir with restlessness. Maybe I can get an S-rank job change. Thinking of this, he looked around and found that there was no one around. He took a second knife out of his backpack, held it in his left hand, and took a deep breath. Cut. The fierce wind swept through, leaving no trace of life. The 29th floor of the Eternal Tower. Fate sat on the ground. A small pot was placed over the campfire, and the aroma wafted for miles. Mushroom soup was simmering in the pot. The more brightly colored a mushroom is, the more likely it is to be poisonous. Such mushrooms must be thoroughly cooked before consumption. You big oaf, you were absolutely right. Feng Dong and Zhuo Lingxie stood on either side of Fate, protecting her from the relentless attacks of the surrounding monsters. Zhuo Lingxie roared as he piloted his mech, countless flames spitting from its gun barrel. With this mushroom soup, we can get past the 29th floor. Feng Dong nodded. They had all just received the notice. Yes, even if Xiaoping doesn't come back, we can still make it to the 30th floor. These mushrooms were prepared by Fate in advance. Hey big oaf, are you done yet? Feng Dong roared. The monster was putting a lot of pressure on him. If he persists, he will have to reveal some of his trump cards. This is one of the things Feng Dong least wants to do, because he knows that the two guys beside him also have quite a few trump cards up their sleeves. Puff. Fate, who was focused on cooking mushroom soup, suddenly burst out laughing. Fate, what are you laughing at? It was quite a rare sight to see a smile appear on Fate's usually stern face. Zhuo Lingxie and Feng Dong both looked at Fate, waiting for her reply. Fate looked up at the sky and said softly, I bet Zhao Lin is eating raw mushrooms. The two. I can picture it now. It sounds like something Zhao Lin would do. A smile appeared on their faces at the same time. Zhao Lin, that silly kid, dares to put anything in his mouth. As he laughed, Zhuo Lingxie's smile suddenly froze, and he asked blankly, didn't the previous announcement say that the mushroom's debuff would be removed? If the debuff is removed, why would they cook mushroom soup? Isn't eating it raw the same? It might even save you some time. Hiss. The clown was actually themselves. The three of them reacted almost simultaneously, grabbing the mushrooms. A few seconds later, the three of them grew 10 times larger, making all the monsters seem tiny in comparison. The equipment is sensible and will automatically adjust its size. You can't be so immature. Rush! With Feng Dong's roar, the three charged towards the monster horde, sweeping away everything in their path with unstoppable force. Even if Azura comes today, he can't stop me from entering the 30th floor. Cleared level 13 with a 4S rating and received the reward Mushroom Forest. Mushroom Forest, a forest full of unknowns and dangers. You can send out an exploration team to explore it. If they never return, don't be surprised. Unknown. Dangerous? Since awakening the Eye of Insight, Ye Bai has had no idea what the word unknown means. The mushroom forest borders Ye Bai's private space, more than doubling its size. Ye Bai needs to improve his 4S rating right now and doesn't have time to deal with the mushroom forest issue. He made a special trip back to give Dracula some instructions. Keep an eye on everyone and don't let them enter the mushroom forest. If I come back and find fewer people, wash yourself clean and let the cloak eat you. Ye Bai's threat was simple, yet effective. Nightmare Wind can consume SSS-grade materials, even living ones. Dracula, who was once a prince, was indeed a good candidate for the role in some respects. Even if Nightmare Wind is a picky eater, Ye Bai has a way to persuade it to eat Dracula. Ye Bai believed that Dracula, having been swallowed by the Nightmare Wind, would most likely not be able to be resurrected. Ye Bai was willing to gamble, since he wouldn't lose either way. Dracula is dead, and the Nightmare Wind's repair progress has been accelerated. Dracula didn't die, and Ye Bai achieved a double win. Win twice. Would Dracula dare to gamble? Dracula, I bet your cloak has indigestion. It'll poop me out the same way it swallowed me. Ahem, let's skip that. After receiving Ye Bai's instructions, Dracula's expression became extremely serious, finally resembling the former vampire prince. Any bastard who dares to step into the mushroom forest, I swear in the name of Lord Shura, before I die, I will make him regret ever having been born. Ye Bai? Something feels off, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Time is precious, and Ye Bai has no time to waste on such trivial matters. Ye Bai summoned the eternal core crystal, which was then engulfed by a white light. The 14th floor. May you clear the eternal tower soon. Chapter 134, Examining the Sword. The Eternal Tower, 14th floor. A white light flashed, and Ye Bai's figure appeared. This is a public copy. A large crowd gathered around Ye Bai, many of whom had consumed the mushrooms, resulting in increased size and greater enthusiasm. Frowning slightly, Ye Bai muttered to himself, "This is a bit troublesome." Just now on the 13th floor, when Ye Bai was helping the Mushroom Clan defend the city, he killed a lot of monsters. Ye Bai's own level also increased from level 94 to level 108. That's where the problem lies. Previously, Ye Bai had used an item that could conceal his eternal ID, but it could only conceal IDs below level 100. The ribbons, distributed throughout the school and given to every student, were made by the Supreme Being, Nightmare. Throughout Ye Bai's journey, the eternal ID concealment has provided him with numerous conveniences, especially in public instances. Sigh, leveling up too fast can be a headache sometimes. Ye Bai's worst fears had come true. As soon as he appeared, bearing the words Shura, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. It's a Shura. He came to the 14th floor to boost his 4S rating. Quick, take a picture for me. I want to take a picture with Shura. Quick, quick, quick. As more and more people gathered around him, Ye Bai immediately used the wind slash and disappeared into the distance. You give it to Luda? How to gain exploration points for the 14th level. Challenge the killing projection. Defeating it will grant you exploration points. Killing projection, the shadows left behind by human players who have passed through this level. Only the top 10,000 strongest players remain. After shaking off the crowd behind him, Ye Bai arrived at a secluded corner and found a killing obelisk. The killing obelisk is only 2 meters tall, resembling a sharp sword stuck upside down in the ground, exuding a faint murderous aura. People with a weaker constitution will feel a chill run down their spine if they look at it for too long. The inscription features rubbings of images of players who successfully completed the challenge, along with corresponding descriptions. The projection left on the killing obelisk prevents the use of player talents, but grants a 100% attribute bonus. Ye Bai reads from top to bottom. Challenge Nightmare LV.107. Gain 33% exploration progress. Challenge Traceless LV.105. Gain 33% exploration progress. Challenge Xiaoyao LV.99 to gain 30% exploration progress. The names of the 3 strongest individuals are naturally ranked in the top 3, corresponding to 2 SSS level clears and 1 SS level clear. First, eliminate 1 incorrect option Xiaoyao. Even if you beat Ye Bai to death, he would never choose to challenge Xiaoyao. Is it not happy to be a human being? You have 5 chances to challenge the killing monument. You need to win 3 of them to get a score. To achieve an S rank rating, you must defeat any one of the top 100 players. To achieve an SS rating, you must defeat any one of the top 10 players. To achieve an SSS rating, you must defeat any one of the top 3. Not everyone will leave a projection on the killing obelisk. Only the projections of the first 10,000 people will be left. The fact that killing projection cannot use talents is good news for me. Ye Bai nodded slightly. Anyway, my talent isn't very useful in actual combat. Say that again. With 5 challenge opportunities, Ye Bai must challenge either Traceless or Nightmare to achieve a 4S rating. It's so hard to choose. How about we consider both? Instead of seeking trouble with the Supreme Expert, Ye Bai looked down to see if there were any acquaintances. Ye Bai was an expert at taking advantage of people he knew. Xueming, ranked 18th. That's impressive, Mengzi. Challenge Xueming LV.104 to gain 25% exploration progress. Xueming is truly unique in using his real name as his permanent ID. After watching the first 100 projections, Ye Bai found a few more acquaintances. Challenge Grant Me a Gentle Breeze LV.98 to gain 25% exploration progress. Challenge Mountains and Rivers Meet Again LV.103, gain 24% exploration progress. Challenge Great Wisdom LV.100 to gain 23% exploration progress. Su Qing Feng, an SS level talent, the Face of the Wind battle technique, a 9th tier war god, ranked 20th on the Slaughtering Steel, only slightly inferior to Xueming. What truly surprised Ye Bai were the two people behind him. Mountains and Rivers May Meet Again, Feng Dong, ranked 26th. The Great Wisdom, Fate, ranked 31st. Although I knew these two were hiding their strength, how could they be this strong? It's important to know that the rankings for the Slaughtering Spire are based on statistics from all human players who have completed the challenge. Rankings, to some extent, are linked to potential. Around level 100 is enough to unlock a portion of a person's potential and convert it into strength. Feng Dong's place in the top 30 of human history and Fate's place in the top 31 are already incredibly impressive figures. Those who are among the top 50 inscribed on the Killing Steel, if they can grow smoothly, none of them achieve anything less than a 9th tier war god. Looking at the rankings, Ye Bai nodded slightly. Looking at it this way, Feng Dong assigning me to be a senior student seems like a coincidence, but in reality, someone was manipulating things behind the scenes. With Feng Dong's true strength, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he could be recruited into the SS level talent training camp and become a senior student for those monstrous geniuses. What a coincidence that two heavyweight contenders, Feng Dong and Fate, were assigned to two C-level talents. Ye Bai scanned the top 100 Eternal IDs again and found something strange. Why can't we find 9th Master? Those within the shadows will not leave a projection on the Killing Obelisk. Alright, I'd like to experience 9th Master's swordsmanship firsthand. Ye Bai spoke with absolute certainty. If 9th Master were on the Killing Obelisk, he wouldn't choose it even if you killed him. Let's start with an easy challenge. Ye Bai's gaze shifted, and he finally locked onto one target. Xueming. You're the one, Big Mingzi. As Ye Bai's fingertips touched Xueming's Eternal ID, a suction force pulled him into it. Standing in the pure white, boundless space, a blurry figure slowly materialized before Ye Bai. The ultimate Godfather catcher, the master of troublemaking, the bankrupt 9th tier war god Xueming. Xueming carried a heavy sword on his shoulder, looking fierce and powerful. After he appeared, a smile curved his lips, and he pointed to himself with his right thumb. Am I fierce or not? Can I leave a message? The projection clearly lacked sentience, displaying only panel data, skills, and the message Xueming had left behind. After exchanging greetings, you can get started. Ye Bai was still eager to fight the strongest expert. I've already stacked up 30 layers and am ready to unleash my power. It would be a disservice to myself not to use my buffs to attack people. Heavenly Thunder. Boom. I got up. He was killed in one move. What's there to say? Looking at Xueming's afterimage, shattered into countless fragments by the heavenly lightning, Ye Bai seemed to be lost in thought and sighed. I'm really awesome. Upon exiting the white space, a notification popped up in front of Ye Bai's eyes. Defeat Xueming to gain 25% exploration progress. Ye Bai looked at another name, Shiwa Chigfeng. Try Su Qing Feng, my devoted fan and war god. After creating the Wind Without Distance, Shura became Su Qingfeng's idol. Su Qingfeng would be very happy to be given a chance to challenge his idol. They are still neatly stacked and ready to launch the challenge. Su Qingfeng's projection appeared in front of Ye Bai, and he asked softly, have you ever been cut by the wind? Ye Bai did not start with Heavenly Thunder. Out of respect for Su Qingfeng and to test his own wind element, he preferred to use wind-type skills. Wind Fury. Wind Without Distance. A minute later, Su Qingfeng's figure was torn to pieces by the gale and disappeared into the wind. Defeat Su Waching Feng to gain 25% exploration progress. Having defeated 2 opponents in a row, Ye Bai gained 50% of the exploration progress and had had enough fun. My gaze fell on the 2 names at the very front. Nightmare, without a trace. Challenge, both. Which one should I challenge first? Ye Bai hesitated for a moment, but still felt that it was better to deal with his second brother first, just to be on the safe side. Being familiar with something always gives you a better sense of direction. I absolutely do not mean to look down on my second brother. Ye Bai's fingertips touched the words, no trace, and he even felt a faint stinging sensation as he was drawn back into the challenge space. The sword arrives before the man. A sharp sword aura slashed towards Ye Bai. Thunder Spirit Incarnation. The sword energy passed right through him without causing any harm. But even so, Ye Bai was still shaken. Well, they actually launched a sneak attack. After the sword energy subsided, the figure of the second brother appeared in front of Ye Bai. In an instant, sword energy surged and soared into the sky. Wu Hin held a 3-foot-long sword and softly shouted, "Take this." Chapter 135. Tell me, do you have nightmares? Heavenly Thunder. Ye Bai had no reason to hesitate about his second brother. Just chop it up. Before entering, Ye Bai had already stacked 30 layers of preparation power and cast a lightning blessing on himself. The lightning strike, imbued with an extremely high bonus, was cast exactly 100 times, activating the shot success skill. It's guaranteed to hit. The lightning struck my second brother, and the pain was felt in Ye Bai's heart. I suggest increasing the intensity. The more painful, the better. Boom. No one survived the lightning strike. The killing obelisk has a fatal flaw: projections cannot use talents. For the strongest, SSS level talent is the greatest trump card. Even though Ye Bai often complained about his Eye of Insight, he had to admit that it was indeed powerful. The usual banter is mainly for building rapport. Without an SSS level talent, even with a 100% increase in attributes, a projection's combat power will be significantly reduced. Ye Bai had once fought against the projection of Wu Hin. That was in the combat power testing hall, where Shadow 9 activated the projections left behind by the strongest beings. That time, facing Ye Bai's fully charged and ready to be unleashed heavenly lightning, Wu Hin used his talent to negate the damage, but his own energy was also exhausted, and he dissipated. This time, the seamless projection has lost its innate ability. This means that he must face the damage from the heavenly lightning and the 100% accurate lock-on, with no way to avoid it. The lightning instantly engulfed the figure without a trace, causing massive damage. Ye Bai stared intently at the lightning, watching his second brother's health bar plummet until HP 1. Locking in blood. You're cheating, aren't you? Ye Bai felt his blood pressure starting to rise. He's still alive. Ye Bai raised his hand, preparing to deliver a finishing blow to his second brother with a heavenly thunder, wind without distance, or spark of fire. When facing your second brother, you can never be too cautious. A normal boss might only need 2 hits to finish it off, but an opponent of Wu Hin's caliber would require 20 minutes to finish off. Before Ye Bai could even make a move, Wu Hin lightly flicked the sword with his finger, producing a sound like a dragon's roar, accompanied by his gentle voice. At level 100, I mastered a sword technique that can save the world from collapse. There are actually 2 voice messages from my second brother? Ye Bai raised an eyebrow. Why was his second brother practicing swordsmanship every day? Once you reach level 50 and master the severing water flow technique, you can slay a war king. At level 100, he also mastered the skill saving the sky. Although I don't know exactly what it's used for, it sounds amazing. Skills with fancy names usually hit really hard. Ye Bai didn't have time to be surprised. Even though he was in the thunder spirit intangible state, his second brother's sword still posed a great threat to him. This sword strike could very well be dealing true damage. Save the world from collapse. Without a trace, he drew his sword and slashed forward. Wow, so fast. The sword, seemingly transcending time and space and ignoring the distance, struck directly in front of Ye Bai. From behind Ye Bai, a dark shadow darted out from the nightmare wind, crashing headlong into the sword light and instantly torn to shreds. Cerberus. Even so, it couldn't stop the sword light in the slightest. Faced with the terrifying sword light, the deadly threat, and the suffocating oppression. Ye Bai not only didn't dodge, but instead crashed head-on into him. A real man faces a sword that leaves no trace. Come on, kill me and you win. Boom. The Heaven Saves attack struck Ye Bai, causing massive damage, yet Ye Bai's health bar remained completely unaffected. Ye Bai has a shield with a value of over 10 billion. Before challenging Wu Hin, Ye Bai practiced on Xue Ming and Su Qingfeng. It wasn't that Ye Bai was idle. It was for the sake of shield value, for this very moment. In the previous two battles, less than 5 minutes apart, Ye Bai used 2 Blood Feast gems to fully stack his shield. The shield value of over 10 billion came in handy at this moment, protecting Ye Bai from this extremely high damage attack. Boom. The shield value is dropping rapidly, but it remains strong. The damage from Saving the Sky failed to penetrate Ye Bai's shield. Ye Bai's series of attacks landed on Wu Hin, emptying the last bit of his health bar, and the projection slowly dissipated like a bubble. Fortunately, I was one step ahead. Facing the direction in which his second brother's projection dissipated, Ye Bai bowed slightly to show his respect. If both sides are of equal level and possess talent, the outcome is still uncertain. The probability of you losing is 99.99%. Shut up. Not long after the projection dissipated, Ye Bai naturally disappeared from the challenge space as well. Call. Returning to the slaughtering obelisk, Ye Bai let out a long breath. It was a close call, but no real danger. He quickly came to his senses. Save the Sky, this move is powerful. How can I, senior brother Duan Shui Lu, not learn it? Ye Bai made up his mind to find a way to learn this move from his second brother. The skill book that Wu Hin gave to Ye Bai did not include the move, turning the sky down. It'll probably be difficult to get another skill book from my second brother. We need to find a way to break through. For some reason, Xue Ming's image popped into Ye Bai's mind. That's not appropriate. Ye Bai felt like there were two little people arguing in his head. A little guy said, use Xue Ming as a breakthrough point, and learn how to save the world from collapse. Another little person. Okay, that's settled then. Defeat Traceless and gain 33% exploration progress. The moment Ye Bai won, the words Traceless flashed simultaneously on all the slaughter monuments. Those near the killing obelisk immediately noticed this detail. What happened? Someone has defeated the projection of the Supreme Being, Wu Hin. Azura, it's Azura. Don't be surprised. The projection has no innate abilities and is much weaker to begin with. Someone once defeated the projection of the Supreme Expert Traceless and discovered a pattern. As long as you can withstand the damage from heaven shattering, you can win. You try carrying one, and you'll die. Historically, a total of 6 people have defeated the Traceless projection. Even Xue Ming defeated Wu Hin. The real challenges are Nightmare and Freedom. The two figures have remained undefeated ever since their projections were engraved on the killing obelisk. Even if Xue Ming wins against Wu Hin, his ranking will still be relatively low. That's because Xue Ming didn't choose to stop in time and went to challenge Nightmare again. A crushing defeat lowered his rating. Now, the same problem is facing Ye Bai. Shall we continue? Having defeated Xue Ming, Su Qingfeng, and Wu Hin in succession, Ye Bai accumulated 83% of the exploration points. He only needs to randomly choose 2 projections to fight to easily obtain 100% exploration progress. And finally, with the blessing of eternity, he can obtain a 4S rating. But it just feels like something's missing. Ye Bai looked at the names of the remaining 2 supreme experts and was momentarily caught in a dilemma. Since we're already here, it wouldn't be right not to give them a beating. Ye Bai would absolutely not consider a carefree life. Nightmare. Because of Ninth Master, Ye Bai had a natural affinity for this powerful figure he had never met before. Now that the projection of the Nightmare is in front of Ye Bai, he can't help but want to try it out. Besides, what if some nightmare or dark history is discovered in the projection? Ninth Master's chance to make a move +1. With the top-notch henchman, Ninth Master, Ye Bai has absolutely no resistance to the dark history of nightmares. Give it a try. Ye Bai took a deep breath and randomly challenged one of the top 10 people, stacking his shield value to tens of billions again. When facing the strongest opponent, you can never be too cautious. 30 floors are poised to launch, all done. 100% accuracy, ready to go. After making complete preparations, Ye Bai raised his right hand, his fingers touching the name at the very top. Nightmare. Brush. The familiar suction force drew Ye Bai in. This time, however, he entered a completely black space. A chilling voice rang in my ears. Tell me, do you have nightmares? Chapter 136. I, Jio, am an upright and honorable person. Tell me, do you have nightmares? As the sound rang out, the space in front of Ye Bai began to change, as if some kind of illusion was about to appear. If Ye Bai wasn't mistaken, Nightmare's attack methods should lean towards illusions and dreams. Nightmare's talent may also be related to this. With such talent and ability, those who are slightly less able to defend themselves will inevitably be defeated once they fall into this trap. Only, Nightmare encountered Ye Bai, who possessed the Eye of Insight, like a nail hitting a hammer. If your major is a perfect match, then you're the one who'll get screwed. Activate Teen Mode. Demons and monsters, leave quickly. What illusions or dreams can fool my sharp eyes, old Bai? That's great. I love listening to this. Please say more. Everything that had been distorted before Ye Bai's eyes began to return to normal. The surrounding blackness receded like the tide, returning to a pure white space. There was only an ordinary young man standing in front of Ye Bai. Ye Bai had done a lot of research on the supreme expert, Nightmare. This was the first time Ye Bai had ever seen the true form of the Nightmare. At this point, the Nightmare that left its projection was only around level 100 and didn't have any SSS level talents, so the sense of oppression it brought wasn't very strong. It even has a touch of friendliness. The young man in front of him didn't continue attacking Ye Bai. Instead, he spoke as if they were having a casual chat. Ahem, if this thing can leave comments, is it that amazing? I'm actually the first one. He's a master of rambling. With a camera in his left hand and a cell phone in his right, Ye Bai captured every detail from the moment the Nightmare opened its mouth. He even remotely controlled a drone to film the Nightmare projection from every angle. Ye Bai is a professional at documenting nightmares and dark histories. Nightmare's message was unexpectedly long. As the first projection left on the killing obelisk, it may not be subject to time limits. By the way, my projection is meant to fight against those who come later, right? Actually, I only know that one move. If I can break that move, I'll lose. The Nightmare paused, its gaze lowering slightly, as if looking at something. Is there anything else you would like to say to those who come after you? I want to say this tower is truly amazing, and we will explore more areas as soon as possible. Xiaolan told me a couple of days ago that the things in this tower can solve all the problems in human history. Poverty, hunger, pain, and even death. In short, I hope things will get better and better in the future. Nightmare's smile froze on his face, and his message finished playing. Upon hearing this, Ye Bai fell silent. The Nightmare from 100 years ago has only recently entered the Eternal Tower. Judging from the speed at which the strongest players cleared the level, the Eternal Tower should have only been down for about 10 days. At that time, the Abyss Plane had not yet opened, and the Blood War had not yet broken out. Everything is hidden beneath the illusion of peace and tranquility. Looking back now, looking at Nightmare's optimism and anticipation for the future, compared to the cruelty of 30 years of bloody war, one can't help but feel somewhat heavy-hearted. In fact, Ye Bai noticed a detail. Nightmare's smile seemed somewhat forced in the last few lines of his comment. It's like that feeling of deceiving yourself. Nightmare doesn't believe what it's saying. Lan Tianxi is optimistic about everything related to the Eternal Tower. This is also related to Elder Land's own strength. He probably hasn't successfully changed jobs yet. As Nightmare was an SSS-level talent, the first human to explore the Eternal Tower at the time naturally had the most information about it. Nightmare may have sensed something bad and has some concerns, but it cannot confirm them. I can only comfort myself that the worst outcome won't happen. On the other hand, we must also accelerate our exploration of the Eternal Tower to gain the power to protect ourselves. In any case, Ye Bai should be the first to receive this message that spans a century. Senior, life is indeed getting better and better. As he spoke, Ye Bai stepped forward and high-fived Nightmare's raised hand, and the projection disappeared. A Nightmare with over 100 levels only knows one move? This was the first time Ye Bai had heard this information. Is it true that one trick can make you successful in anything? There's more useless information now. Ye Bai's figure disappeared from the white challenge space. 5 challenges completed. Settling customs clearance score. Soon, the Eternal Tower announcement went viral again. Player Shura cleared the 14th floor with an SSS rating, rewarding all human races in the Eternal Tower with the slaughter projection buff. Limited time buff Roaring Thunder increases the effectiveness of all human lightning-based skills in the Eternal Tower by 50%, lasting 6 seconds. Limited time buff Sweet Dreams. Humans in the Eternal Tower gain plus 50% resistance to illusion-type skills for a limited time of 6 hours. Limited time buff Saving the World. The human race in the Eternal Tower gains 1 opportunity to unleash Saving the World. Turning the Tide. After being hit by a fatal attack, the user's health is locked at 1, and they simultaneously slash forward, dealing extremely high damage. Slaughter Projection randomly summons a projection from the Slaughter Obelisk to fight. The projection's level is the same as the summoner's, inheriting 80% of the attributes and skills it had at that level. Battle Duration, 15 minutes. Summoning Attempts, 3 times. Note: you can specify a projection that you have previously defeated to fight. It's not hard to see a pattern among the 4 buffs. Killing Projection is related to the content of the 14th floor itself, summoning projections to fight. This buff is the most powerful one among all the buffs available this time. And even today, if you fail to pass the 14th floor, you will be randomly summoned. If you can summon projections of characters like Traceless and Nightmare, then you've hit the jackpot. For those who have passed the 14th level, some of the projections they defeated were also incredibly powerful. Take Xuanmeng for example. He once defeated Wuhan. If we could summon a level 980 seamless projection. Hiss. The scene is too beautiful to imagine. Of course, this summoning can only be performed within the Eternal Tower and cannot be taken outside. As for the other 3 buffs, Roaring Thunder, Good Dreams, and Turning the Tide, they are obviously related to the top 3 buffs on the Slaughtering Obelisk. Azura, Nightmare, without a trace. So this is how the Heaven Saves effect works. This explains the fight with his second brother. The reason why the second brother was able to survive the damage from the heavenly lightning was because of the invincibility effect of Saving the Sky. This move is very powerful. Even if you die, you can take a few more people down with you. Ye Bai made up his mind that he definitely had to learn this move. Let Xuanmeng suffer a little longer. The individual rewards for achieving a 4S level clear on the 14th floor have not yet been distributed. Ye Bai had also gotten used to the occasional delay in receiving rewards. After all, he's already achieved 4 4S level ratings tonight. Even the Wolf's Den is offering free meals. Ye Bai still had many things to deal with. Going to the Wolf's Den to buy the next batch of food, setting up the projection voice message on the 14th floor, and striving for the 4S rating on the 15th floor. Only, Ye Bai put all these things aside. He had more important things to do. After returning to the Eternal Core City, Ye Bai took the initiative to activate the Eternal Mark. Exit the Eternal Tower. A white light flashed. Ye Bai's figure appeared in his dormitory, his shadow still at his feet. Ninth Master's voice carried a hint of doubt. You're back early. Did you run into another bug? What are you saying, Ninth Master? Do you think I'm someone who exploits bugs? Ye Bai was indignant. How could someone make false accusations? Without wasting any time, Ye Bai took a video camera out of his pocket and placed it on the table. There is a message left by Nightmare on the 14th floor here. Don't peek when I'm not around. I'm still waiting to use it to get Ninth Master to help me out once, so please don't peek. I'm not telling you the password is 810,975. A disdainful snort came from the shadows. Peeping? You underestimate me too much. I am an upright and honest man. You can go without worry, I won't peek. Ye Bai's figure disappeared from the spot once again. Only the video recorder lay quietly on the table. The dormitory was quiet for a moment. Click. The lights were turned on, and the light illuminated every corner. A hand reached out from the black mist, picked up the video recorder, entered the password, unlocked it, and played the video. The movements were skillful and executed in one smooth motion. A self-righteous voice came from the shadows. I have always looked at things openly and honestly. The lights are on. Chapter 137. Only the sword of Wuhan and the blade of Ingzhou are worthy of being on par with me. Eternal Core City. After leaving the video with Ninth Master, Ye Bai returned to the Wolf's Den and ordered a meal for 10,000 people. Because of the 4-4S level clears, Wolf's Den is free tonight. Ye Bai swore that he absolutely did not get the 4S rating for free. The 15th floor is a bit tricky. Ye Bai looked at the information on the next level and felt a headache coming on. The 15th, 16th, and 17th floors are interconnected, just like 3, 4, 5, and 6. If Ye Bai wants to get a 4S rating, he must complete all 15 floors in one go. This means that it takes a considerable amount of time to achieve 100% exploration progress on the 15th floor. After achieving 4 4S ratings, Ye Bai didn't have much time left. That's all for today. Ye Bai turned his attention back to the 14th floor. After he completed the 4S test, he still hadn't set up voice messages. What settings should I use? Ye Bai was caught in a dilemma. Shout, thunder, when using lightning. The fire spell shouted, fire. The wind magician shouted, the wind is rising. No, that's too low class. Ye Bai disdained to engage in such behavior as Shueming's. The Eternal Core Crystal shows that Ye Bai has 3 opportunities to leave a message as a 4S level clearer. Of course, most people only hear the first message. Because Ye Bai checked the projection of the crystal record, which showed Ye Bai's strongest combat state on the 14th floor. In other words, billions of shield points, 30 layers ready to unleash their power, a perfect, unerring aim, doubled attributes. The only weakening effect Ye Bai's projection suffered was the inability to use his talents. Is this a weakening? This is an epic buff. With such a monstrous projection, Ye Bai found it hard to imagine who could win. The first sentence must be sophisticated. After all, 100% of people will only hear Ye Bai's first sentence. The playback order of the 3 sentences is as follows. Upon entering, the projector will play the first audio message. If the opponent withstands the first heavenly lightning strike from Ye Bai's projection, they will hear the second voice message. If the opponent can defeat Ye Bai's projection, you can hear the third voice line. Lay lie. Ye Bai shook his head. This taste wasn't right. A sword would be more suitable. No matter what laws you have in this world, I will shatter them all with a single thunderbolt. It still doesn't taste right. After much deliberation, Ye Bai finally settled on a sentence and recorded it onto the projector. Ye Bai's lone wolf mask has a voice-changing function, so there's no need to worry about his true identity being exposed because of his voice. After recording the first line, Ye Bai wasn't so concerned about his image anymore for the next 2 lines. Ye Bai recorded the second sentence very quickly. Having seen the whole world, only Wuhan's sword and Ingzhou's blade are worthy of being on par with me. Very good, very Shura. Since very few people could hear him, Ye Bai gradually grew bolder. Second brother's sword is truly fast. Legend has it that Ninth Master's knife could even kill Shueming. Comparing these two to themselves wouldn't be an understatement. Moreover, putting the second brother and the Ninth Master together, to some extent, elevates the Ninth Master's status. This is a win-win situation. Ninth Master wins once, and Ye Bai wins once. Second brother lost so much money he was numb. To hear the second sentence, one must withstand the first thunderbolt. The damage was so terrifying that even Ye Bai himself couldn't withstand it. Regarding the trivial matter of me being unable to beat my own projection. For his third sentence, Ye Bai didn't prepare a draft. He just said whatever came to mind. This world is interesting, dangerous, and warm. I won't make any grand promises. I'll just do my part within my capabilities. Things are good now, and I believe the future will be even better. It definitely will be better. Let's encourage each other. This third sentence can only be heard by defeating Ye Bai's projection. After Ye Bai finished recording, his 3 sentences were projected onto the screen. Because Ye Bai wore the lone wolf mask when he was clearing the levels, he wouldn't have any facial expressions, so there was no need for facial capture. After recording the voice message, at the very top of the slaughtering obelisk, a new name has appeared. Azura. Challenge Shura LV.108 to gain 50% exploration progress. This news instantly went viral, becoming a hot topic of discussion and generating the highest traffic across the entire internet. Of the 50 trending search terms, Almost 60 were discussing Azura. Tonight was absolutely insane. I managed to clear 4 SSS-rank stages in a row. Most importantly, Shura was on the 14th level, first defeating Wuhan, then defeating Mingyan. This is a true miracle. Shura proved with his actions that he is not only a master at racking up points, but also incredibly fierce in a fight. Shura's projection has refreshed. Quickly go to the 14th floor and see what Shura's voice is. Look at your pathetic self. I am a war king. Even if I am suppressed to level 108 by the slaughtering monument, it is not unreasonable for me to last 10 seconds against an Azura. Am I a 9th tier war god, and do you think I'm proud? Upstairs +1. In short, due to the refresh of the Shura projection, those who were more relaxed at this moment flocked to the 14th floor to fight Shura. This type of layer can be explored repeatedly. However, upon entering the slaughtering spire, there will be corresponding suppressions in terms of level and attributes. Furthermore, you cannot gain exploration points or new completion rewards after winning. Returning to fight the projection was more about nostalgia and witnessing the legendary Azura. Feng Dong and the other two were also included in this group. Awesome. We're finally almost at the 30th floor. All three had happy expressions on their faces. Even Fate, who was usually quiet and reserved, had a slight upturn at the corners of her mouth. The 29th floor is extremely difficult. Even with multiple buffs, the three of them could not clear it without revealing their trump cards. Now, thanks to the mushrooms buff, I can successfully complete the game, which is perfect. Taking advantage of this free time, let's see the projection of Azura. Maybe I can beat Shura. Feng Dong was very excited. When I become classmates with Shura, I'll tell him that I once defeated his projection. Fate scoffed. Dream on. The three stood before the slaughtering obelisk, looking at the name at the very top. Shura. I'll go first. With that, Zhuolingxia placed his palm on the name Shura and disappeared. 1 second later, Zhuolingxia returned to his original position, his face extremely pale. What happened? Fate and Feng Dong both looked over curiously, wanting to know how the battle went. I got killed instantly. Left Spirit's eyes still held fear as she stammered. Thunder, that's terrifying. Did he just dazzle the person who was hit? Fate didn't believe in superstition. He grabbed Feng Dong's hand and pressed it towards the name Shura, drawing Feng Dong into the challenge space. 2 seconds later, Feng Dong returned to his original spot, his face still showing signs of shock. Fuck. The Azuras call that thing lightning. Feng Dong was swearing wildly, jumping around and exhibiting signs of atavism. Clearly, the battle with Shura left him with considerable psychological trauma. Looking at her two companions, Fate hesitated for a moment, unsure whether she should continue. Why not give it a try? You won't lose anything anyway. Feng Dong calmed down a bit, took a deep breath of fresh air, and emerged from the shadows. Fate carefully raised her hand and placed it on Shura's name. Brush. I was drawn into a white space. A figure appeared opposite Fate, wearing a lone wolf mask. 9th tier warrior, Star Wolf. Azura. A voice rang in Fate's ear. Do you know what Xuanlei is? Boom. A terrifying red lightning bolt descended from the sky, cleansing every cell in Fate's body and completely engulfing him. 10 seconds later, Fate appeared outside the killing obelisk, her expression numb and her gaze blank. Feng Dong and Zhuolingxia surrounded him and hurriedly asked, how did you manage to hold on for so long? This is the issue that both of them are most concerned about. They died in 1 second and 2 seconds respectively, both struck by the first bolt of lightning. Fate's ability to withstand the attack for 10 seconds made them lose face. Faced with their questioning, Fate had no choice but to tell the truth. My lightning resistance is fully stacked, which gives me temporary immunity to lightning damage. He had to expose his secret tutoring and the fact that he was privately competing with others. Well, you're quite the guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Feng Dong was furious and pressed for an answer. What did Shura say in his second voice line? If it can withstand 10 seconds, it means that Fate will definitely be able to hear the second voice message. Fate's expression tightened, and she repeated each word carefully. Having seen the whole world, only Wuhan's sword and Angio's blade are worthy of being on par with me. After saying that, he asked curiously, is Shadow 9's sword very fast? The strongest leave no trace. Everyone knows that. As the seed of ultimate strength, Shura is also considered by everyone to be the future strongest. Adding Shadow 9 in the middle makes it seem incongruous and something just feels off. Upon hearing the name Shadow 9, Feng Dong's expression changed, and his voice trembled slightly. That's Sir. He didn't even dare to calling Jiao by his name. Fate. All you need to know is that after my nephew Su Qingfeng advanced to the 9th tier war god, he challenged that person in the Eternal Core City. Feng Dong paused, took a deep breath, and seemed to need great courage to say what he was about to say. Su Qingfeng, the 9th tier wind elemental war god, was killed by that lord with a single strike. The two fell silent at the same time. This was the first time they had ever heard such a secret. However, my nephew went back and reflected deeply on his mistakes, constantly improving his strength, and has now made great progress. Feng Dong smiled wryly. Su Qingfeng said that it won't be so easy for that person to kill him now. At least 2 strikes are needed. Fate, left spirit machine. He is quite proud. Chapter 138 today will surely be the day the demon god falls. Eternal Core City. After setting up the voice prompts on his projected image, Ye Bai stopped worrying about the Eternal Tower. There's no time to grind for a 4S rating on the 15th floor yet. After tonight, the great battle will begin. Seizing this last opportunity, Ye Bai must become as strong as possible. He went to the trading secret realm again, and the goblin minions were still online. Fourth brother. Upon meeting, the goblin underling didn't waste any words and took out 2 items. This is the skeleton of the Black Lotus Cloud Tiger. Shueming asked someone to send it to us. Ye Bai can use an SSS grade material to repair Nightmare Wind. Ye Bai had already paid the relevant fees. The goblin underling held a mahogany box in his right hand. The box was opened a crack, and lightning flashed out. The seeds inside the wooden box are called Awakening of Insects, an SSS grade material, lightning type, priced at 150 war god merits. Awakening of Insects transplant effect. When releasing a lightning-type damage skill, there is a 30% chance to inflict the Intimidate effect on the enemy, while also reducing the enemy's health regeneration by 50% for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 300 seconds. For each SSS level seed transplanted, the cooldown time is reduced by 50 seconds. Make a deal. Ye Bai didn't waste his breath haggling. Since we all know each other so well, the price the goblin henchman could offer was already the lowest possible price. Moreover, good SSS-grade materials are extremely rare and hard to come by. Awakening of Insects is compatible with Ye Bai's lightning element. If you encounter someone who can't be killed by lightning, you can try your luck with the intimidation effect. After swiping his card, picking up the goods, and completing the transaction, Ye Bai bought some life-saving items. Scapegoat puppets, these are good, give me a dozen. The immunity lethal amulet can only be worn once every 24 hours, so let's take 10. A forbidden spell scroll of the God of War level, let me see. I've already bought more than 100. Don't buy too many, I'll take all of these. In addition to life-saving items, Ye Bai also changed his equipment. The robes, boots, arm guards, gloves, and earrings were replaced with a level 100 set, the Dark Soul set 5 pieces. Once all pieces are collected, the Dark Soul set effect is triggered. Soul defense plus 1,500, soul skill effects 15%. As for the rings, Ye Bai originally planned to wear at least 20. After all, he has 10 fingers and 10 toes, so wearing 20 rings is reasonable, right? The goblin henchman reminded Ye Bai that the rings could repel and interfere with each other, so he couldn't wear too many. Trying to cover your entire hand with rings will only render them ineffective. Just like robes, gloves, and other equipment. If it were possible to stack armor, then everyone could just wear 100 pieces of armor when they went out, guaranteeing maximum defense. In the end, Ye Bai had no choice but to compromise. Each hand and foot wore 1 ring, reducing the total from 20 to 4. Let me think about what's missing. Ye Bai was very concerned about the upcoming battle. Survival is the top priority. Do you have earplugs, braces, or similar equipment? Ye Bai gestured. Developing this kind of thing into equipment should have some effect, right? Yes, there are. The goblin henchman took out a few items. Earplugs can slightly increase defense while reducing the effects of dizziness and fear. Braces are a type of weapon used for offense, mimicking the teeth of vampires and werewolves, and possessing considerable armor-piercing capabilities. Another type of braces, when used to clench your teeth, can increase your magical defense. I'll take them all. Truly armed to the teeth. Ye Bai bought a bunch of miscellaneous things and spent another 300 war god merits. After deducting 450 war god merit points, Ye Bai's balance plummeted, leaving him with only 29,980 war god merit points, not even enough to reach the round number 30,000. Ye Bai felt like he was about to go bankrupt like Shui Ming. At least I feel a little safer. After saying that, Ye Bai left the trading secret realm and returned to the Eternal Core City, leaving behind a goblin underling, bewildered in the wind. A little sense of security? Based on the things Shura bought before and after. A soldier? No, an ordinary person. As long as they don't do anything reckless, they can survive in the abyss plane with these things. For Shura, is it just about gaining a little more security? In terms of survival, Shura had them completely under his control. Return to the Eternal Core City. Ye Bai applied for a private space again at the Wolf's Den reception desk. He is Starry Sky Lone Wolf, possessing SS-level privileges. Each time he applies for a private space, it is randomly assigned with a different number. However, absolute confidentiality can be guaranteed. Your room number is SS-009. This is your room number. Upon entering SS-009, Ye Bai laid the skeleton of the Black Lotus Cloud Tiger flat on the ground. With Ye Bai's permission, Nightmare Wind pounced on it and devoured the skeleton completely. Equipment: Nightmare Wind LV.108. Rank: SSS. Durability: 5.716%. Attributes: Agility plus 5,716, Strength plus 5,716, Constitution plus 5,716. Physical/magical defense: 5716. Entry: I'm broken. Please fix me. I really miss being perfectly fine. Picky Eater: consuming too many SSS grade materials of the same kind will gradually weaken the repair effect of the corresponding material. Try Element Mastery. Choose any 3 elemental schools. All spell effects plus 57.16%. Black Heart skill. Each time a spell is cast, there is a 5% chance to trigger the Black Heart effect. Shadow of Cerberus. Summons a Shadow of Cerberus LV.108 to fight for you. After it is defeated, it needs to rest for 25 minutes before it can fight again. Shadow of the Black Lotus Cloud Tiger. Summons a Shadow of the Black Lotus Cloud Tiger LV.108 to fight for you. After it is defeated, it needs to rest for 25 minutes before it can fight again. After devouring an entire skeleton, Nightmare Wind's repair progress doubled. In addition to adding the Black Lotus Cloud Tiger's Shadow attribute, a new Black Heart skill attribute has also been added. The Black Heart effect has 4 types, which appear randomly. 1. The enemy's next healing skill will have its effect converted into damage. 2. The enemy's next damaging skill will have its effect changed to healing. 3. The next instance of physical damage the enemy receives is converted into magical damage. 4. The enemy's next magic damage is converted into physical damage. It's really heartless. Looking at the Black Heart skill, Ye Bai felt a strange sense of resonance, as if this skill could resonate with his soul. Is my heart black? Impossible, absolutely impossible. After the Nightmare Wind was strengthened again, Ye Bai's attributes surged. His current attribute panel is as follows. Eternal ID, Shura. Talent, Eye of Insight SSS-rank. Level, 108. Class, Sky Wrath Mage Wind, Fire, Lightning. HP, 284600/284600. MP, 516800/516800. Strength, 2,671 plus 6,291. Intelligence, 6,846 plus 2,260. Spirit, 5,437 plus 1,680. Agility, 2,168 plus 6,034. Constitution, 2,204 plus 6,187. Luck, 12. Equipment, Force of Nature plus 4, Nightmare Wind, Heavenly King's Sword, Dark Soul Set, etc. Skills, Wind Without Distance, Spark of Fire, Lightning Spirit Etherealization, Water Severing Flow, etc. Status, Unleashed Potential, Perfect Accuracy, Lightning Fast Level Completion, etc. Ye Bai's intelligence and strength attributes are now approaching 10,000, which is equivalent to the level of a high-level warrior. However, the level of a warrior is generally higher. Once you complete 3 job advancements, your attribute panel will receive another boost, and the attribute increases will be even greater with each level you go. The further you go, the greater the increase in strength. The minimum attribute requirement for the War King rank is level 600, with all 5 attributes exceeding 100,000. Because at level 600, players have just completed their 5th job advancement, ushering in another qualitative leap. An SS grade job template can easily break 1 million in attribute panels at level 600. Ye Bai possesses an SSS level class template, so his attributes will only be higher. Ye Bai closed the attribute panel and summoned the Black Lotus Cloud Tiger. Meow. Ye Bai summoned a dark-skinned feline. Cerberus also took the opportunity to slip away. Taking the opportunity, Ye Bai reprimanded. Next time, I'll tell you to go first, then you go. What's the point of rushing out on your own? Cerberus seemed to understand, but not quite. I feel a little unfamiliar with such a human-like owner. Ye Bai continued. When I really need to use you as a human shield, I won't hesitate. What kind of nonsense is it to rush in and give away your prize for nothing? Cerberus. Yes, that's so true, bro. This tastes just right. It's a familiar feeling. The level 108 Cerberus and Black Lotus Cloud Tiger are quite strong and can easily fight against high-ranking generals. However, when faced with a true king-level opponent, they will still be forced to retreat. Let the 2 shadows return to the nightmarish wind. Ye Bai then experimented with various skills and the newly purchased equipment and items. During this time, he received his personal reward for completing the 4S challenge. Cleared level 13 with a 4S rating and received the reward Shadow of Slaughter. Shadow of Slaughter. The beings you kill will leave behind a shadow that you can control. The shadow has 5% of the original body's attribute panel and lasts for 10 minutes. As a permanent buff, Shadow of Slaughter can also be active outside the Eternal Tower. Ye Bai himself also figured out the pattern. A 4S level clear grants all human characters 4 buffs, while Ye Bai receives 1 reward. If Ye Bai's reward involves permanent buffs, then it's highly likely that the human race's overall reward will not include permanent buffs. The overall level of rewards remains in dynamic equilibrium. It's 610. Ye Bai stretched and let the white light engulf him before returning to his dormitory. Good morning, Ninth Master. Ye Bai rolled his eyes as he looked at the motionless video recorder on his desk. Is the old man so cautious? Ye Bai didn't believe that Ninth Master could resist watching. Kid, do I need to remind you what's going to happen today? Ye Bai, use it. Shadow 9. Ye Bai always manages to push the boundaries and bring new surprises. From the shadows came Ing Jio's hoarse voice. Today will surely be the day the demon god falls. Chapter 139. Let's fight. Since we've already started chatting, let's say a few more words. Ing Jio gave Ye Bai some instructions. The moment the great battle begins, I'll have someone to chop me up. You'd better pray for yourself. Ye Bai rolled his eyes and nodded perfunctorily. After using the secret technique, the hot-tempered older brother version of Ninth Master spoke as if his mouth was coated with honey. By the way, Ninth Master. Ye Bai took out an envelope and handed it to Shadow. In case, in case something happens to me. There are some things I still want to say here. It sounds strange, kind of like a will. Ye Bai understood very well that this battle was no small matter. Although he will only face enemies at the level of War King, a slight mistake could still lead to his death. Ye Bai even used his Eye of Insight to test his chances of survival. The probability of surviving with full health is less than 85%. Ye Bai had also made preparations in advance in case the worst-case scenario occurred. That's always been his personality. Be cautious yet prudent yet steady. Be reckless when necessary, and timid when appropriate. Why did you write this unlucky stuff? Ninth Master's anger level had clearly risen. You like writing wills, huh? How about I make your will effective right now? Calm down, calm down. Things are unpredictable. It's always good to be prepared. Ye Bai quickly waved his hand and said seriously, the main thing is to help me delete all my browsing history and such, so that I can leave a clean record in the world. Shadow 9. Ye Bai sat in the chair, somewhat rambling, counting on his fingers. I doubt I'll be able to keep my own private space. As for money, I only have less than 30,000 War God merit points. You and Xueming can split it in half. As for Zhao Lin, find a way to send him a copy of The Wind Without Distance. He doesn't need to pay back the 16 million yuan he owes me. Just burn it for me. If you're able, please help take care of them. Living a simple, peaceful life is perfectly fine too. Ye Bai's demeanor was exactly like that of a miser counting his inheritance, meticulously calculating every single penny. Towards the end, he unusually swore. Damn this abyss dimension. I've only just started to have a little money, and there's already a 4.52% chance of me dying. How am I supposed to live like this? Shadow 9's sword could no longer be restrained. He wants to kill this kid right now. There's no need to wait for the demons of the abyss to make a move. Ingjiu said coldly. Don't worry, as long as Xiaoyao is still in the Eternal Tower, your life will not be in danger. Strictly speaking, Shadow 9 has protected 2 supreme experts with a 100% success rate. When it comes to Ye Bai, there will most likely be no surprises. The two fell silent, and the atmosphere became somewhat heavy. Knock knock knock. Brother Bai, there are mutton buns this morning. I just got them from the wolf den, they're still warm. Outside the door, Feng Dong was carrying a large bag of food and had a steamed bun in his mouth. The door opened, revealing a relaxed-looking Ye Bai, who naturally took the bag of steamed buns. Isn't this inappropriate? Ye Bai seemed to feel that it wasn't a good thing to take things for free. This is nothing. Yesterday, someone ordered a meal for 10,000 people. Isn't that even more outrageous than what I did? Ye Bai? Feng Dong couldn't wait to share the interesting stories from last night with Ye Bai. Brother Bai, I saw Shura last night. Real? Seriously, I challenged Shura 5 times, and I was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through his shield. Feng Dong devoured a steamed bun in 2 bites, his face beaming as he spoke. Once you reach the 14th floor, Brother Bai, and clear the level, you must go and fight Shura. A true genius who cultivates wind, fire, and lightning simultaneously is at least 30% stronger than me. Ye Bai seemed to be deep in thought, and then spoke. I probably can't beat the Azura projection. It's okay, nobody can win anyway, haha. The two gradually drifted apart. After breakfast, what should have been Professor Land's class was changed to a history class, recounting the 30-year bloody war. During the break, Zhao Lin pulled Ye Bai to a corner. Big White, something terrible has happened. What important matter? Zhao Lin lowered his voice and said, I reached level 60 last night and entered the job change secret realm. I just cleared the 14th floor of Shura 4S, and there was a chance to summon a projection, right? I was about to lose, so I summoned one. At this point, Zhao Lin swallowed hard, still shaken. Guess who I summoned? Ye Bai boldly guessed, Shura? No, a truly formidable man named Xueming. He's genuinely formidable. Ye Bai really? I don't believe it. He was in a sorry state when he was struck by lightning. He was even more embarrassed when he couldn't pay the bill. Zhao Lin gestured with his hands, imitating Xueming's sword-drawing movements. With 2 swift sword strikes, Xueming killed the Wind Elemental Emperor, and in no time at all, he raised my class change exploration progress to 80%. So you got an SS rank job advancement? This was something Ye Bai hadn't expected. Zhao Lin's luck is quite something. Thanks to Xueming, the exploration progress was increased to 80%, and with the blessing of the Supreme Realm, it reached 90%, which is equivalent to an SS level rating. Yes, I have a question first. Zhao Lin stammered. After my SS level job advancement, I gained an additional class, which is more soul-based. Zhao Lin told Ye Bai this secret without any reservation. Big White, I'm hesitating about something right now. Do you think I should report it? Of course I want to. Ye Bai said without hesitation. The tallest tree in the forest will be favored by the wind. You can only acquire more resources and become stronger faster by demonstrating greater potential, right? Can. Zhao Lin scratched his head, looking troubled. I heard from Senior Feng Dong that you should always keep something in reserve. They are them, and you are you. Look at Lu Sueki. Why does her grandfather always tell everyone about her S-level talent? It's all to help her secure resources. Even those from the War King's family don't hide it. Ye Bai patiently explained. Feng Dong and his group already have plenty of resources. Their family background, talent, and profession are all top-notch. Only at this level can one have the resources to conceal their trump cards, allowing them to launch a surprise attack on the enemy. Ye Bai countered with a question. What do you have to hide? Your train ticket home next week. Zhao Lin stood there, stunned. Ye Bai is right. If you're hiding something and end up hiding yourself all the way home, what kind of mess is that? You're right. Zhao Lin nodded, no longer hesitating, and ran to Fate's side, whispering something to her. Ye Bai turned his head to look out the window. The sky was clear and blue. A white cloud drifts by, untouched by sorrow. Teaching Area C. Lu Qingyan, Wu Ziki, and Lin Jiao were chatting when someone suddenly knocked on the door and barged in. The newcomer was merely a first-tier soldier, dressed in a black uniform with a fiery cloud embroidered on his epaulets. He stood before the three, saluted, and asked, Lu Qingyan from Nanjiang City, Legion ID NJ, 1986 LQY0057, Meritorious War King. Is the information correct? Lu Qingyan stood up, ramrod straight, and returned the greeting with a serious expression. Yes. By order of the Legion Command Center, effective immediately, your leave is over. You are recalled to the Skyfire Legion. Assemble at the designated coordinates within the specified time. No mistakes allowed. Yes, sir. The heavenly fire will never be extinguished. The heavenly fire will never be extinguished. They came in a hurry, and they left in a hurry. The first-tier soldiers of the Skyfire Legion have other tasks to attend to. Lu Qingyan didn't even say goodbye to his old friend before leaving with him. Before the other two could even sit down, more people knocked on the door and entered. Lin Guanchao, you are hereby recalled by the Lin Navy Corps, effective immediately. Yes, sir. Wu Ziki, you have been recruited by the Wind and Storm Legion as the 3rd Reserve Deputy Legion Commander, effective immediately. Proceed to the Abyss Teleportation Gate to assemble. Yes, sir. The same thing keeps happening throughout the summer camp training base. No, even throughout the entire planet Earth, in various places. Orders were issued from the Legion's command center and were swiftly executed and implemented, all in service of the ultimate strategic objective. The human race, like a beast that has been dormant for more than 30 years, has been recuperating and conserving its strength. For 30 years, it has never shown its sharp teeth and claws, nor fought a life or death battle. Only at this moment, when the wind rises, is it truly awakened. Wu Ziki stepped out of the building and felt the gentle breeze blowing in his face. It was oppressive and dull. It's as if an emotion is slowly brewing, compressing, and condensing until it explodes at the very peak. Wu Ziki lowered his head and whispered, then raised his head and strode towards the designated meeting point. Let those words remain in the whispers of the wind. The wind is picking up. Can the downpour be far behind? In this battle, the human race was united as one, undaunted by wind and rain. Let's fight. Chapter 140, I glanced at you in the crowd. After the morning classes ended, the group gathered together for lunch. Feng Dong and his 2 companions had just passed the 29th floor, which was considered a breakthrough, so they naturally had to celebrate. If you can pass the 29th floor, it's equivalent to having 1 foot already in the 9th-tier warrior realm. Zhao Lin asked, puzzled, when will you step with the other foot? Fate said in a deep voice, the other script is inside. Zhao Lin. Fate has already reported Zhao Lin's SS level promotion to his superiors. The relevant authorities reacted quickly, temporarily allocating 1,000 points as a reward to Zhao Lin. Once verified, Zhao Lin will receive even more resources. This is what Ye Bai said before. A tree that stands out in the forest will surely be aided by the wind. Zhao Lin kept it hidden, which not only prevented him from developing, but also meant that he would never have access to these resources. The first thing Zhao Lin did after receiving the points was to return the money, but Ye Bai once again ruthlessly refused. Ye Bai waved his hand. You can pay me back the 16.5 million you owe me later. It's okay. I'm not short of money. Now when I go out, people are eager to treat me to meals and drinks. 16.5 million? Countless question marks appeared above Zhao Lin's head. He already owed 10 million. So where did the extra 6.5 million come from? Is something wrong? Brother Bai, the next batch of new recruits has arrived. You'll be leading the team for the combat test this afternoon. Don't forget. As Feng Dong spoke, he expressed his relief. Brother Bai is still the most reliable. Zhao Lin was able to achieve SS-level job advancement, which exceeded fate's expectations. Brother Bai never gives me this kind of shock. When it comes to C-level talent, you still have to look to Brother Bai. As long as Brother Bai follows the plan step by step, he can keep things hanging at summer camp. It's practically certain that Feng Dong will fail his exam. Leading the team? Ye Bai instinctively wanted to refuse. A major battle was about to break out, but he didn't yet know what the trigger would be. The only thing that can be confirmed is, once the Great War begins, the place where Ye Bai is will definitely become the center of the battlefield. It's best for Ye Bai to avoid crowds. At the very least, avoid crowds. That would be harming others. Brother Bai, don't even think about running away. Feng Dong reminded him. Your leadership is Lin Jiao's responsibility. Running away will result in disqualification from the summer camp. Isn't this underestimating me, Ye Bai? Do you think I'm the kind of person who runs away? Ye Bai rolled his eyes and retorted. He then thought that, given Ninth Master and his men's style of doing things, they never fought unprepared battles. Once war breaks out, we cannot allow these promising talents to be lost in vain. Let's go then. After the war starts, Ye Bai will find an excuse to slip away. Anyway, with Ninth Master still by his side for the time being, Ye Bai felt very safe. After lunch, everyone went to the training hall. Ye Bai noticed that something was off about the atmosphere today. The instructors and tutors we used to see are basically nowhere to be found. Along the way, there wasn't a single War King level being, and even war generals were rarely seen. The order at the training hall was also maintained by the senior students. Most importantly, what did you guys do? Ye Bai looked at the line in front of him and felt a headache coming on. According to the previous rules, the top 50 and bottom 50 in the combat test must participate in the battle, with Ye Bai serving as the team leader. Of the 99 people standing in front of Ye Bai, more than half of them carried a cannon cart on their shoulders. Wang Zheng, who had been defeated by Ye Bai, did the most outrageous thing. He carried 2 cannon carriages. That's absolutely outrageous. They don't act like students at all. Ye Bai reprimanded him with a righteous indignation. Are you going to fight, or to throw firecrackers? Day after day, instead of learning good things, they only learn crooked and evil ways. They should put their minds to the right path. Here, Ye Bai unleashed his full power, spraying 99% per spray. On the other side, Zhao Lin asked in a low voice. Wasn't it Big White who first used artillery vehicles? Feng Dong nodded slowly. That's why he's exceptionally shameless. Zhao Lin. One person has distorted the atmosphere of the entire sea area. Ye Bai gave them a severe lesson, and finally sighed helplessly. Never mind, as long as we win. Walk. A large group of people headed towards Area A. Even students who don't participate in the afternoon fights will go along with their seniors to watch. Among all the teams participating in the fight, the team in Zone C carrying the cannon truck was the most eye-catching, attracting the attention of many people. Why are all the people in Sector C carrying artillery vehicles? Haven't you heard? Ye Bai from Zone C only has C-level talent, yet he defeated Wang Zheng, who has S-level talent, using his artillery fighting skills. Who is Ye Bai? Is there even a question? It must be the guy carrying those 2 cannons. Who else could be so shameless? Wang Zheng. Ye Bai spread his hands, looking quite innocent. Is it my fault that I didn't carry the artillery vehicle? According to Lin Jiao's arrangement, Area C and Area A will face off. This fight not only determines the elimination spots, but also involves the future resource allocation between the 2 districts. That's why both sides are putting in their best efforts to outdo each other. Area C, carrying artillery vehicles, was clearly well prepared. They had the upper hand in terms of sheer momentum. Regardless of whether this thing is practical or not, it looks intimidating. Zhao Lin whispered to Ye Bai. Zhang Yun is here too, with people from Nanjiang No. 2 Middle School, in Area A. It's okay, don't be afraid. Ye Bai had already prepared a countermeasure. If he wants to challenge me, he should beat Wang Zheng first. Zhang Yunlai, Wang Zhengdang. When the leader of the demonic sect arrived, Xuan Ming blocked his way. When the demon god comes, Ninth Master will stop him. Xiaoyao is coming. Ye Bai took off running. Ye Bai had calculated this very clearly. Wang Zheng turned his head and looked at Ye Bai with a helpless expression. Hey bro, I'm still here. Is it really appropriate to say that to my face? You don't know Zhang Yun yet, right? That guy is pretty good. It took me more than 10 moves to beat him back then. Ye Bai said seriously. If you beat Zhang Yun, we can have another match. Wang Zheng raised an eyebrow, immediately carried 2 artillery pieces forward, looked at the troops in Area A, and said in a deep voice, Who is Zhang Yun? His carrying of the artillery vehicle was already eye-catching, and his shouting towards Area A naturally drew everyone's attention. Of course, many people also looked at another person, Zhang Yun. Compared to a week ago, Zhang Yun looks stronger and seems to have grown a bit taller. When Wang Zheng spoke, he was chatting with a teacher. This teacher is from Area A and works at Nanjiang No. 2 Middle School. He is humorous, loves to joke, is knowledgeable, and is very popular with the students. The teacher's surname is Xiao, and his given name is Xiaolu. Ye Bai looked at Zhang Yun and also saw Xiao Xiaola. At the same time that Ye Bai saw Xiao Xiaola, Xiao Xiaola also happened to be looking at Ye Bai. Their eyes met. It was a moment that would go down in history. Xiao Xiaola smiled at Ye Bai and nodded slightly, seemingly conveying goodwill. Ye Bai smiled too. Numerous notes popped up above Xiao Xiaola's head. A look back at the former leaders of the 4th demonic cult. Reborn as a member of a demonic cult, one should now display their true abilities. Currently serving as the leader of the 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 6th demonic cults simultaneously, a commander without troops. LV.899, class. Chosen arcane title Archmage, title, the incredibly lucky reborn. Ye Bai once asked Ninth Master, when will the great battle begin? Shadow 9 replied, the moment the great battle begins, you will know that the great battle has begun. Ye Bai always thought this was a pointless statement. It wasn't until this moment that Ye Bai truly understood the meaning of those words. Ye Bai glanced at Xiao Xiaola again in the crowd. Ye Bai saw Xiao Xiaola, and Ningjiu naturally saw her too. Xiao Xiaola saw Ye Bai, and the 4th demon god naturally saw him as well. Like a thunderclap in the silence, a towering building suddenly rises from the ground. To meet is to part ways by life and death. Your death is our life. A great battle has begun. Chapter 141, Do you dare to come out and fight? I saw you. A giant demonic eye emerged from behind Xiao Xiaola, its deathly rays shining towards Ye Bai. He and Ye Bai, along with many other classmates, were all within the attack range of this ray. Wind without distance. A gentle breeze swept by, and before anyone could figure out what had happened, a furious roar rang out. Withdraw. Ye Bai instantly rushed in front of Xiao Xiaola, preparing to intercept the beam while letting the others escape. At this point, they no longer cared about their identities being exposed. Saving lives is the priority. Ye Bai is essentially carrying dozens of lives. Even if the 4th demon god only glances at him, he will only lose 1 life. If everyone else is dead, then they are truly dead. Boom. Before the Black Death ray could even be fired, it was pressed down by a withered hand and forced back in. Stand behind me, kid. A dark shadow floated in front of Ye Bai, shielding him from the 4th demon god's gaze, and Ninth Master's hoarse voice rang out. Let's do it. Without Ingjiu's prompting, the white clouds that had been floating in the sky suddenly sank down, instantly enveloping the entire training hall. Besides Xiao Xiaola, Ye Bai, and Ingjiu. The moment the white clouds enveloped the other people in the training hall, they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. An unfamiliar voice rang out from among the white clouds. 10 minutes. A beast-like roar came from the black mist. Good. They were master and apprentice, and their cooperation was perfect. They could understand each other's meaning with just a few words. The black mist suddenly contracted, condensing into a human-shaped form with a long sword at his waist. Then, The blade flashed like snow. Countless blades of light slashed out from the shadows, landing on the demonic eye and creating cracks. Another strike. Countless blades formed a prison, tightly confining the projection of the fourth demon god's demonic eye within. Taking advantage of the lull in the battle between Ninth Master and the projection of the fourth demon god, Ye Bai retreated rapidly. Since none of the students were in mortal danger, Ninth Master and Xiaoyao took turns making their moves, and the fourth demon god also manifested his projection. Ye Bai had nothing to do with this battlefield. The remaining person in the room made the same judgment as Ye Bai at the same time. Xiaoxiao retreated rapidly in the opposite direction from Ye Bai, instantly arriving at the edge shrouded in white clouds. His face turned pale. "We can't get out." As the chessboard reached this point, Xiaoxiao felt a surge of emotions the instant the demon eye appeared. The fourth demonic cult's headquarters was destroyed, but the cult leader was wounded but did not die. He wandered the world and, after many twists and turns, finally arrived here. It was all a setup from the start. Please step into the trap. In this game of chess, the fourth demon god is playing against Xiaoyao, while the rest are just pieces. For some reason, the fourth demon god was extremely wary of the existence of Azura and wished he could get rid of it as soon as possible. Coincidentally, the human race thinks the same way. I am both the fishhook and the bait. Xiaoxiao's face was deathly pale, devoid of any color. I'm fucking stupid. I should have realized it sooner. Something must have gone wrong. Something has gone wrong. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoxiao's thoughts were incredibly swift. He was an extremely intelligent person, and he looked back on all the details of his journey of rebirth. No problem. He took each step steadily and without any issues. Rebirth is the biggest problem. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans slid down Xiaoxiao's forehead, his pupils slightly dilated, as if he had seen the most terrifying scene. Before Xiaoxiao's eyes, a gaunt and sinister face seemed to appear, the very face he had before his rebirth, Lian Khan. The aged face cackled, as if mocking Xiaoxiao. "Fool, I have never had any mastery of the soul, so how could I have come up with the trick of faking death? You were able to fool Lord Shadow 9. Don't you think everything went too smoothly? If it weren't for that supreme expert manipulating everything behind the scenes, do you really think you could be reborn? You fool, if you possessed even a tenth of my intelligence, would you have died such an inexplicable death?" As one of the after effects of her rebirth, Xiaoxiao suffers from schizophrenia and hallucinations. Clearly, this is not the right time to develop schizophrenia. Xiaoxiao growled, "Get out." Force the aged face to disappear from your sight. In fact, what Lian Liankan said was just an idea in Xiaoxiao's mind. He was simply using the other person to express his deepest fears. Now everything is clear. This rebirth was completed under Xiaoyao's guidance. Whether it's a matching game or a fun game, these two identities serve only one purpose: to connect with the fourth demon god behind the scenes. To catch fish, they must first be able to see the bait. With the help of Xiaoxiao, the fourth demon god did indeed see an irresistible bait. So the fourth demon god made his move. He descended with his projection, but before he could do anything, he was controlled by Angjio and Xiaoyao. What Xiaoyao intended to do with the projection of the fourth demon god remains unknown. In short, it's definitely not a good thing. Xiaoxiao's teeth chattered uncontrollably, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Upon learning the truth, he nearly burst into tears. This is so cruel. If I'm not mistaken, it's bait that can lure the fourth demon god. Xiaoxiao raised her head, her gaze fixed on the student opposite the training hall. The ultimate seed, Azura. Xiaoxiao forced a sinister smile, took a deep breath. Or rather, Ye Bai? When his identity was exposed, Ye Bai showed no panic, nor did he retaliate. All he wants to do right now is run away. When gods fight, mortals suffer. The farther away you are from the projection of the fourth demon god, the better. Ye Bai didn't know what role Xiaoxiao played in this situation. Xiaoxiao is a peak battle king at level 899 with astonishing combat power. His explosive combat power in the face of life and death is even comparable to some battle gods. It's unlikely that a single lightning strike could truly kill Xiaoxiao instantly. Ye Bai was certain of one thing. Xiaoxiao and he were the same kind of people. People who are fighting with all their might to survive. I surrender. Xiao Xiaola raised her hands, staring intently at Ye Bai. I will accept any punishment, even if it means killing me. Good. Unexpectedly, Ye Bai readily agreed to Xiao Xiaola's surrender. A notification appeared above Xiao Xiaola's head. Defeating this person will weaken the fourth demon god's projection. Killing him would be of help to Ninth Master. However, Ninth Master was simply too busy to deal with Xiao Xiaola. Ye Bai lied. In the name of Azura, I sentence you to death. Heavenly thunder. 30 layers are poised to strike, blessed by lightning, and thunderbolts are about to fall. Boom. The crimson sea of lightning engulfed Xiao Xiaola's figure, tearing him into countless pieces. Thunder swept through, extinguishing all life. When everything calmed down, Xiao Xiaola reappeared in the same spot. Looking at Xiao Xiaola, who had come back from the dead, Ye Bai chuckled lightly. I'm not surprised at all. Nonsense. I wrote that he can be resurrected. Xiao Xiaola wore a smug smile and pointed around. Those three fought amongst themselves, leaving the two of us to fend for ourselves. A golden light shield appeared around Xiao Xiaola, and he even spoke up. I guess Ye Bai should be able to understand the function of this cover. After all, your talent should be related to your eyes. He truly is a ruthless and ambitious figure, able to deduce the truth with only a limited amount of information. A notification from the light shield appeared before Ye Bai's eyes. Return from hell. After being resurrected, you enter a 10-minute invincible state, unable to cause or be harmed by the outside world, unless you actively leave the area of light. This is Xiao Xiaola's source of confidence. It takes 10 minutes for the strongest being and the demon god to determine a winner, and half a minute has already passed. Xiao Xiaola sat on the ground. What can you do to me as long as I don't leave this circle? Well said. Ye Bai clapped his hands gently, applauding Xiao Xiaola's performance. Have you ever considered that since I knew you had this resurrection ability, and I still killed you, does that mean I have a way to get you out of the light's range? If Ye Bai wants to help Ninth Master and the others, he needs to get rid of Xiao Xiaola, this troublesome person. What a joke. Are you saying you have a way to send me to my death? Xiao Xiaola shook her head like a rattle drum. Absolutely not. I'll give up. Do whatever you want. He didn't believe that Ye Bai was bluffing. Trying to scare people? You're still a bit too inexperienced. The next moment, when Xiao Xiaola saw the item in Ye Bai's palm, his face changed drastically, and he roared hysterically. Where did you get this? Ye Bai held a broken staff in his hand. This is the staff that once belonged to Lin Lianqin. It should remain in the safe house in Nanjiang City, next to Lin Lianqin's son. After Lian Zheng was killed, he was taken away by the enemy, who killed his son. The staff is in Shura's hands. Doesn't that mean? Xiao Xiaola's eyes reddened slightly, as she considered a possibility. Then, Shura's voice seemed to possess a magical power, drilling into Xiao Xiaola's mind. Ye Bai repeated each word carefully. No matter who you are, you killed my son, I swear to kill you. Even if I fall into the deepest hell, I will take you down with me. Remember this. This is the oath of the god of war, sworn with his life. This is what Lin Lianqin once said to the enemy who killed his son. Not a single word was different. Even the tone and intonation were exactly the same. It's you. Xiao Xiaola stood up, her eyes bloodshot, and took a step forward while growling. You killed my own child. You're the one who caused my death. You're the one who lured me into this mess. He stood at the edge of the aperture, just one step away from stepping out of it. New and old grudges surged into his heart, tearing him apart and filling him with uncontrollable rage. It's me. Ye Bai casually tossed the broken staff aside, beckoned to Xiao Xiaola with his index finger, and sneered. I'm right here. Do you dare to come out and fight? Chapter 142 The Strongest do not emphasize martial morality. Standing at the very edge of the aperture, Xiao Xiaola was like an enraged beast, her hair disheveled, her eyes bloodshot, staring intently at Ye Bai. He suddenly burst out laughing. What does it have to do with me, Xiao Xiaola, that you killed Lin Lianqin's son? After saying that, Xiao Xiaola took a few steps back to the center of the light circle and sat down cross-legged again. Let me guess, Ye Bai, you must have some kind of buff, which is why you have such high damage in the lightning element. Xiao Xiaola's eyes flashed red, Her hands were crossed, her fingers were tightly clasped together, and her knuckles were white. This buff definitely has a time limit. If I don't go out now, your buff should be gone soon. The fact that Shura could instantly kill a peak battle king of level 899 is truly astonishing. However, considering that the other party is the strongest seed, it seems quite normal that they could do such a thing. Xiao Xiaola's predecessor, Lian Lianqin, knew many secrets and was very familiar with the stories of the rise of the strongest. At least, during the same period, Wuhan could do the same thing as Shura. Having been instantly killed once, Xiao Xiaola resurrected using the Return from Hell skill, but she paid a heavy price. The level dropped by 100, the character entered a weakened state, and all attributes were greatly reduced. Now that he's out of the light, Xiao Xiaola might be able to trade 1-for-1 with Shura, but that's about it. He still has 1 life left. Who knows how many lives Shura has left? Anyone with a little common sense knows that going out there is just asking for trouble. Listening to Xiao Xiaola's analysis, Ye Bai looked at the more than 10 layers of energy that were ready to be unleashed. Ye Bai, wonderful. Xiao Xiaola's idea was indeed correct. The lightning blessing on Ye Bai's body would soon disappear, meaning that Ye Bai would no longer be able to instantly kill Xiao Xiaola. But, with the stacking of Wind Fury, Lightning Specialization, etc., the power of attack is quickly fully stacked. If Xiao Xiaola continues to drag things out, it will only benefit Ye Bai. I will absolutely not leave this aperture. Xiao Xiaola pointed to the edge of the halo and said, for someone like me who is afraid of death, every extra 10 minutes of life is a precious opportunity. The battle between Xiaoyao, Ingjiu, and the 4th demon god will take 10 minutes to determine a winner. The invincibility effect of Return from Hell can only last for 10 minutes. Xiao Xiaola even took out a bottle of red wine and savored the last rays of her life. After the provocation, Ye Bai deliberately distanced himself from Xiao Xiaola. Since the other party refused to come out, Ye Bai decided to settle for second best and ensure his own safety. Killing Xiao Xiaola would be the best outcome, even if we can't kill him. If Ninth Master and Xiaoyao join forces to fight the 4th demon god, their chances of winning are very high. Xiao Xiaola sipped his red wine, shaking his head slightly, looking carefree and unrestrained. In fact, the old face appeared before his eyes again. Lian Lianqin roared in fury, veins bulging on his sinister face like venomous snakes crawling across it. Kill him! Kill him! My son died at his hands, and I died because of him. Now that your mortal enemy is right in front of you, what are you still hesitating for? Kill! 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 He's only level 108. Even though you're a level 799 piece of trash, killing him is more than enough. One of the disadvantages of mental illness is, while the brain can make rational judgments, it doesn't mean that every personality can be rational. Clearly, the persistent ghost had taken a liking to the other party's clumsy attempt to provoke him, and was now shouting that he wanted to go out and give away his prize for free. Xiao Xiaola, annoyed by the constant chatter, growled in a low voice. Shut up, you old geezer. Brush. 3 pairs of eyes fell on Xiao Xiaola. Xiaoyao, Ingjiu, and the 4th demon god. Try saying that again. To be able to offend 3 powerful figures present with a single sentence, Ye Bai himself was ashamed of his own level of sarcasm. Xiao Xiaola was completely unaware and continued talking to herself. How dare you mention your good-for-nothing son? Back then, he only needed a single sentence to turn you, a meritorious war king, into a member of a demonic cult with no way back. Being a decorated war king is an honor. Besides accumulating merits, there are many other stringent conditions. Ye Bai was somewhat curious. What exactly did Lian Zheng say that caused Lian Lianqin to fall into the abyss? After I was reborn, I discovered that I was a member of a demonic cult. Do you know how desperate I was? I fucking want to be a good person too, because only good people can survive. Did you even give me a chance? Xiao Xiaola spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm and cursed viciously. You want me to risk my life to avenge your son? Dream on. If your son shows up in front of me, I'll be the first to kill him. In Xiao Xiaola's view, he was cursing at Lian Lianqin. In Ye Bai's view, Xiao Xiaola was going crazy. Is this what they mean by someone who goes crazy and even curses themselves? Ye Bai kept a safe distance, with all his life-saving items in a semi-activated state, ready to be used at any time. However, Ye Bai looked thoughtfully at Xiao Xiaola inside the circle of light. This person's will to live was in no way inferior to Ye Bai's. No matter who wins, Xiao Xiaola, who stays behind, will not have a good outcome. For the fourth demon god, Xiao Xiaola, a traitor, is dispensable. There's absolutely no need to go to great lengths to take him away from here. He'll most likely just be left here to fend for himself. When Ing Jioding made his move, the first thing he did was to kill Xiao Xiaola. Ninth Master always believed that failing to kill Lian Lianqin with a single blow was a disgrace to him. This nearly cost Xue Ming his life. If given the chance, Ninth Master wouldn't mind cutting Xiao Xiaola 100 more times. However, Xiao Xiaola in front of Ye Bai was not yet in a state of utter despair, her face ashen. In other words, Xiao Xiaola believed deep down that he still had a glimmer of hope. In a hopeless situation, how can there be any chance of survival? A name surfaced in Ye Bai's mind. Free and unrestrained. Xiao Xiaola actually placed her hope of survival on Xiaoyao, the strongest human being. Although this idea is absurd, it is the only explanation. Ye Bai glanced at the time. There are 8 minutes left, and the outcome will be decided over there. Everyone present heard Xiaoyao's earlier remark about 10 minutes, including Ye Bai. However, upon hearing these 3 words, Ye Bai seemed to ponder something and considered a certain possibility. Xiao Xiaola savored the red wine, awaiting the final judgment. Whether one lives or dies depends on what Xiaoyao thinks. Xiao Xiaola knew very well that no one could truly understand what the supreme expert Xiaoyao was thinking. Even Xiaoyao's master, Ing Jiao, didn't know. If Xiaoyao were replaced by any other supreme expert, Xiao Xiaola knew very well that he would have absolutely no hope of survival. It's okay, there are still more than 7 minutes left. Just as Xiao Xiaola was counting down the days until the end of her life, the white clouds suddenly gathered, completely enveloping the demonic eye in the very center. The thin black mist also stopped its attack and stood aside, panting heavily. What's going on? Xiao Xiaola was dumbfounded, unable to understand the changes happening on the field. Didn't we agree on 10 minutes? How come it's over so quickly? Idiot. Standing at the furthest distance, Ye Bai was not surprised at all by how the situation had developed. He even had the leisure to make sarcastic remarks. You actually believed me after just 10 minutes? Are you that trustworthy? Xiao Xiaola. Grass. The strongest do not adhere to martial ethics. Chapter 143. When a person dies, their soul vanishes and all is lost. The strongest do not adhere to martial ethics. They came to deceive him, to ambush Xiao Xiaola. The lifespan was already reduced to 10 minutes, and the cooldown was reduced by 70%. That's it, we're doomed. Hee. To Xiao Xiaola's left was Bai Yun Xiaoyao, to his right was He Wuing Jiao, and directly opposite him was Shura. He was ready to give his last words. If you give him a chance. To Ye Bai's surprise, Xiao Xiaola actually stepped out of the light barrier and left the invincible area. Before the strongest, no one dares to claim invincibility. Xiao Xiaola gave herself a way out, to save face. He bowed towards the black mist. The criminal, Lian Liankan, greets, Lord Ninth. He then faced the white clouds and bowed again. This humble one, Xiao Xiaola, has met the supreme expert, Xiaoyao. Call. Xiao Xiaola breathed a sigh of relief, feeling much more relaxed. He finally revealed the name of the strongest expert. At least he didn't back down. Among the members of the demonic cult, he was the most courageous. After doing all this, Xiao Xiaola looked straight ahead and smiled easily. Ye Bai is still here? Have you eaten? Ye Bai? Isn't this disparity in treatment a bit too great? Xiao Xiaola actually spoke from 3 different identities in those 3 sentences. You are a sinner, a villain teacher. Xiao Xiaola clapped her hands. Now that I've seen it all, it's time for me to die. At this moment, he truly sought death. With the projection of the 4th demon god, now under Xiaoyao's control, the human race's plan is half complete. When the first move. If Xiao Xiaola were alone with Xiaoyao, he felt he might still have a chance of surviving. But Ing Jiao was present, and especially felt the extremely strong killing intent emanating from him. Ing Jiao and Xiaoyao, a master and apprentice, were a pair from over 30 years ago. Whoever Ing Jiao wants to kill, Xiaoyao always acts swiftly and decisively, never showing any mercy. Xiao Xiala knew he had no chance of survival. Ingzhou spoke again, seemingly ignoring Xiao Xiala, and looked at Bai Yun. You'll clean up the mess? Good. The white clouds dispersed again, enveloping everyone before quickly receding. Part of their memories were erased, and everyone's bodies rose from the ground, returning to their previous postures. When they wake up again, they will not notice anything unusual or even the few minutes that have passed. It was like taking a nap. No one will remember what happened, and Shura's true identity will remain a secret. Nothing happened. After Xiaoyao finished doing all this, Ingzhou spoke again. 4. 3. Good. Their conversation was like a riddle, but that didn't stop Ye Bai from understanding. This great battle actually involves 3 demon gods. Ye Bai quickly calculated in his mind. Judging from Xiao Xiala's concurrent position, the 3rd, 4th, and 6th demon gods are all part of the scheme. I wonder how many will ultimately perish. The projection of the 4th demon god has already fallen into Xiaoyao's hands. As for what he will do with this projection later, there is no need to report to Ye Bai. After a brief chat, Ingzhou looked at Xiao Xiala again. Was it useful? Xiaoyao, it's useless. Kill them. Ingzhou's voice grew colder. Ninth Master never holds grudges. He always settles scores on the spot. Good. 8 words in a conversation sealed Xiao Xiala's fate. Bai Yun faced Xiao Xiala and said calmly, You still have one chance to say one more word. After saying this, Bai Yun, with her sealed demonic eye, drifted away. Ye Bai looked at Ninth Master curiously, his eyes asking, What does this mean? Ingzhou shook her head. If he could fully understand what Xiaoyao was thinking, then the strongest person should be Ingzhou. Xiao Xiala didn't think much of it, and simply interpreted it literally. Leave a final message. That's so humane. Is there anything more compassionate than allowing someone to leave a will before cremation? What should I say? Xiao Xiala was supposed to be decisive and ruthless. On his deathbed, he became surprisingly sentimental. He desperately wanted to ask himself, if he didn't say those words aloud, would he never die? Xiao Xiala was willing to remain silent for the rest of her life and be a mute for life. Isn't living a good life wonderful? 10. A thoughtful countdown sounded in Xiao Xiala's ears. Obviously, not everyone can exploit bugs. Countless thoughts flashed through Xiao Xiala's mind, her short life rushing by like a revolving lantern. In a sense, he is not a match 3 game, but a brand new soul, a lucky one who has been in the world for less than a week. Oh no, you unlucky bastard. Should he angrily curse and rage at everything that has happened to him? Liankan's face reappeared in Xiao Xiala's mind. That aged, sinister face sneered at him, coldly watching Xiao Xiala's desperate situation. Although that old face said nothing, it seemed to say everything. Xiao Xiala shook her head. He disdained such a blatant act of collusion. 5. In the blink of an eye, 5 seconds had passed. Half of one's life is wasted on one's past life. That old man is still causing trouble even after he's gone. Xiao Xiala's usually incredibly sharp mind was now as sluggish and creaking as a rusty machine. He felt that no matter what he said, it was as if he hadn't said anything at all. For a fleeting moment, he felt an intense resentment toward Xiaoyao. Why not just kill me directly? Why go through all that trouble? It's like taking off your pants to fart. Why do I have to leave a last message? He quickly felt relieved. At least I have the chance to leave a will, which is better than having nothing at all. Think about those villains. They often die from talking too much. He himself died because he didn't talk much. 1. In the last second, Xiao Xiala looked at the person closest to her. Coincidentally, it was one of the freshmen he had been chatting with earlier. Jiang Yun, from Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School, possesses an A-level talent. After the white clouds dissipated, everyone's memories of the previous events were altered, and they awoke from their coma. Just then, Jiang Yun opened her eyes and saw Teacher Xiao give her a smile. Teacher Xiao's lips moved and slowly opened. This simple movement seemed to drain all his strength, and a weak sound came from his throat, even with a tremor. He said, word by word, study hard and be a good person. Xiao Xiala's final words were not hysterical, not furious, not self-destructive, and not filled with remorse. There was nothing there. With a hint of relief in his voice, he gave his students advice like a true teacher would. Although he had only known this student for less than 30 minutes. Although he only served as a teacher for a few days. Study hard and be a good person. These were his last words. Neither Lien Liancon nor Xiao Xiaola truly accomplished either of these two things. However, it was passed down as his last words. After saying that, Teacher Zhao's figure began to fade, gradually disappearing from the world without leaving any trace. Whether it was Lien Liancon, the leader of the fourth demonic sect in his previous life, or Xiao Xiaola, the current leader of the four great demonic sects, or Teacher Xiao on his deathbed. Regardless of identity, body, or soul, at this moment, all are utterly dead. When a person dies, their soul vanishes, and all traces of their soul dissipate. Chapter 144 I, Shadow 7, shall fight alongside you. Study hard and be a good person. Jiang Yun only heard an unfamiliar voice in her ear, and a face in front of her gradually blurred. Who is he? Do I know him? What does this sentence mean? Too many questions swirled in Jiang Yun's mind, like a tangled mess, leaving him completely bewildered. Soon, a sharp alarm sounded, interrupting Jiang Yun's thoughts. Beep beep. The urgent, yet rhythmic sound of sirens. The moment they heard that voice, Feng Dong and the others' expressions changed drastically. Highest level emergency response. They had heard this alarm several times during the exercises. When the highest level emergency alarm sounds, it means one thing. The demons of the abyss have once again set foot on the land of Earth. All the senior students took action immediately. Feng Dong rushed to Ye Bai's side, shielding Ye Bai behind him, and roared, "Brother Bai, be on alert." As he spoke, he tossed Ye Bai a teleportation scroll. Once torn open, it can appear tens of millions of miles away. "Brother Bai, use it as you see fit. Don't worry about me. I have plenty of this." As he spoke, he looked around warily, as if facing a formidable enemy. Fate picked Zhao Lin up like a chick. Petrified armor emerged from Zhao Lin's left arm, forming a special protective shield that completely protected Zhao Lin. A huge mech appeared beneath Zwelingxia's feet. Before Lu Sueki could react, she was thrown into the cockpit. The mech entered pre-ignition mode. With just one command from Zweling, it could launch and propel Lu Sueki into the air, allowing her to escape. Similar situations occurred in every corner of the training hall. Jiang Yun looked around in confusion, completely bewildered and unable to figure out what was going on. What exactly happened? The highest level of emergency alert has been issued, which means that the enemy is very close. A teacher gathered all the newcomers together, activating the teleportation array while explaining. "We'll be at a safe place soon. Don't panic, keep order." "Teacher, why did those senior students react so strongly?" Someone voiced the question that had been nagging at Jiang Yun. Upon hearing the alarm, the upperclassmen reacted remarkably in unison, doing their best to protect their respective juniors. This is the content of the exercises they received, and it is also the life or death contract they signed during this special training. The teacher glanced outside, his expression slightly stern. When the highest level of alarm is sounded, they must protect the junior students they are mentoring. Everyone here could be a demon. Even assuming the vast majority of people can't be demons, the strong still have a responsibility to protect the weak, don't they? As he spoke, the teacher looked out of the training hall. The teachers weren't idle either, activating the teleportation array as much as possible. The summer camp's contingency plan takes into account various situations, and it has a comprehensive response plan for emergency evacuation. However, no one expected that the plan would actually be implemented one day. The alarm continued to sound. Ye Bai stood behind Feng Dong, his expression unchanged. No one present knew anything about the fourth demon god, or Xiao Xiaola, except for him. The supreme expert Xiaoyao left, and ninth master also left, heading straight for the abyss battlefield. Ye Bai knew very well that no matter where he was, he would become the center of the battlefield. In other words, Ye Bai was outwardly required to cooperate with the main force in their retreat. In reality, Ye Bai planned to secretly return to the Eternal Forest and quietly amaze everyone. The teleportation array is ready. Students from universities in Beijing and Shanghai were already familiar with each other and quickly formed a temporary team, with a few being implicitly identified as leaders. Feng Dong and Fit are among them. "I'll go first." With that, Fate jumped into the teleportation array, entering first to determine if there were any risks. 10 seconds later, Fate returned from the teleportation array. The petrification on her left arm had been lifted, but Zhao Lin was nowhere to be seen. Safety. After Fate, 2 more people entered the teleportation array to check its safety. Only after everything was confirmed to be correct were the remaining 1/3 of the people present teleported away. The same process was repeated twice, and in less than 3 minutes, all students in Zones A and C were transferred. Those who remained were only senior students like Feng Dong. Ye Bai was among the last to leave. Before he left, he asked, "Brother Dong, aren't you leaving?" "I do want to leave." Feng Dong still had that same carefree attitude, spreading his hands out. "To make matters worse, I just passed the 9th level warrior certification. The highest level of emergency requires all warriors to respond unconditionally." Having said that, Feng Dong waved his hand, interrupting Ye Bai, who was about to speak. "Brother Bai, you go ahead. Your brother Dong is incredibly powerful. Even the War King might not be able to kill me. Besides, Fate is there to shield us." The teleportation array flickered, carrying Ye Bai's last batch of students away. Evacuation of Area A is complete. Evacuation of Zone C is complete. In accordance with the established plan, initiate the self-destruct procedure for the teleportation arrays in Areas A and C. Amidst the continuous explosions, Feng Dong's gaze swept over the 1,000 people before him, and he said in a deep voice, "Everyone, immediately integrate into the Academy Legion and await orders from the command center." Promise. Feng Dong and his group were the strongest in their grade, and what they said was in line with the emergency response manual, so there was no objection. Soon, orders from the command center were transmitted to everyone's wristwatches. All senior students in Areas A and C, after destroying the corresponding teleportation arrays, please proceed to the designated coordinates within the specified time to participate in the defense of the Eternal Forest. We are about to face a wave of monsters of general-level strength. Set up fortifications and defenses on the spot. Group teleportation. At Feng Dong's command, lights immediately appeared in several directions, teleporting 1,000 people to the designated coordinates. This is still the prelude to a major war, and they can still use teleportation magic. Once a real war breaks out, the use of teleportation magic will be restricted across the entire planet, and only the super-large magic arrays that have been built will be able to operate. This is done to prevent monsters from rushing to Earth and immediately teleporting away to cause destruction in major cities. When teleportation is prohibited, every inch of soil will be repeatedly contested by both sides, at the cost of blood and lives. War is always cruel. Brush. A flash of white light, and Ye Bai and the others were teleported to a safe house. The facilities here can stop ordinary warriors, and under normal circumstances it is absolutely safe. As long as Ye Bai doesn't stay here. Standing in the corner, Ye Bai took out a puppet. Substitute doll. Ye Bai, with a blank expression and looking drowsy, leaned against the wall as if he were asleep. The real Ye Bai, however, tore open the teleportation scroll that had been prepared beforehand and left the safe house without anyone noticing. The arrangements that 9th Master mentioned before. Ye Bai and Ing Jiu reached a consensus on Ye Bai's decision to go to the battlefield. If Ye Bai hides in the rear, the Abyss Plane might bypass the Eternal Forest and invade Blue Star through other channels, making humanity even more passive. Ye Bai must appear in the Eternal Forest and roam the battlefield. But the question is, in what capacity? Lone Wolf. In order to qualify for battle, lone wolves in the den must join the Legion. Ye Bai's solo operation was simply too conspicuous. Disguise your identity and join the Legion? It's too difficult to handle, and it's hard to guarantee Ye Bai's safety. Finally, 9th Master provided a perfect solution. One of the shadows disguised as a member. You can do this with your Nightmare Wind skill. I'll put you in the Shadow Conquest Squad and make you the vice captain. Is that all right? That's what 9th Master said. When Ye Bai arrived at the rendezvous point, he discovered that the so-called expeditionary team consisted of only 2 people, captain and vice captain. A purple figure had clearly been waiting for a long time. Enveloped by the winds of nightmares, Ye Bai resembled a dark shadow. Ziying asked irritably, "Shadow, general level, for 1,399. Right. Ye Bai presented the corresponding token, which matched the other party's token. The voice from the purple shadow was incredibly weathered, with a hint of hoarseness, clearly indicating someone who had experienced much of the world. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Ye Bai looked at Ziying, whose face was delicate and clean, with short, sharp hair and a sharp look in her eyes, making her look somewhat like a tomboy. She popped up one note after another. Shadow 7, Zhao Ziyan, LV.985. 26 years old, single, never been in a relationship, female, likes men, imagined rival, Shura. Mastered skills, wind without distance, wind shadow kill. Ye Bai? Is something wrong? The self-proclaimed old man, Shadow 7, is actually a 26-year-old young lady? Shadow 7 spoke again, continuing to cultivate his image as a profound and unfathomable old strong man. Now that you're here, let's fight to our heart's content. It's been a long time since we've had a proper battle. What's with these damn cringeworthy lines? Chapter 145. You're so arrogant. Did you even ask my sword? At the edge of the eternal forest, Ye Bai stared at the purple smoke before him and fell silent. I have a feeling that something is wrong. Shadow General 4399. This name is too hard to pronounce. Ing Chi frowned and said in a deliberately mature manner, how about I call you Little 99? Puff. Ye Bai nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What kind of weird name is this? Lord Shadow 7, I am also known as Death Song. You can just call me Death Song. Karthus okay? Ing Chi suddenly asked. Is it because you sing terribly that you're being called that? Before Ye Bai could answer, Ing Chi hurriedly explained. I have a friend who sings terribly. He's been called the Death-Voiced. Young man, you remind me of an old friend from over 50 years ago. Ah, what a nostalgic time of war. Ye Bai, more than 50 years ago, you weren't even a protein. The friend you're talking about, could it be yourself? Ye Bai forced himself to speak. Lord Shadow 7, shouldn't we carry out our mission first? No rush. This is just the beginning. There's still some time before the real battle. Shadow 7 said quite naturally. You don't need to be so reserved. Everyone in the shadows calls each other brothers and sisters. If you don't mind, you can call me 7th Master. 7th Master? You can wait a bit. Look at my 9th Master. He takes down Xuan Ming with a single strike, and can even withstand the projection of the 4th demon god. This level of skill is what makes a real man. Ye Bai was quick to respond. Hello, 7th brother. Hee hee. Shadow 7 burst into a villainous laugh, and said seriously, boy, if you want to call me 7th brother, you'd better be at least at the shadow level. You're only a general now. You're still a long way from being a true warrior. By the way, I'm not just curious, how old are you this year? Ye Bai suppressed the urge to complain and said seriously, I'm not even 19 yet. In fact, he had just turned 18 not long ago. So young. Shadow 7 couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. If Karthus wasn't lying, at less than 19 years old, his Shadow General ranking of 4,399 basically puts him in the 9th tier War General category, and he's only one step away from becoming a War King. Even Liang Sigi wouldn't dare lie to the God of War. In fact, Karthus's profile shows that he is skilled in lightning and wind skills, and his lightning burst damage is comparable to that of War King. Zhao Ziyan recalled those days. When she was 19, she had SS level talent, meaning she was proficient in wind, space, blood, and killing elements, making her combat power comparable to a peak battle king. An ordinary assassin. Karthus is only 2 levels below his former self. Ingchi composed herself and said calmly, if I'm not mistaken, your talent should be above S rank, right? Ye Bai answered honestly, yes. He is very honest and never lies. It's a pity that he joined the shadow at such a young age. Ahem, I have a close friend's granddaughter, who's only in her early 20s. If you have time after the big battle, you could get to know her and perhaps even have a friendly spar. Ye Bai, your close friend's granddaughter, are you referring to yourself? Saying you're in your early 20s when you're 26? You're something else, 7th brother. Ye Bai had to remind him again. 7th brother, we still have a mission to complete. I told you not to rush, young man. You can't be impatient. Seeing that Karthus was anxious, Shadow 7 offered a few more explanations. We are responsible for guarding the eternal forest. Logically speaking, There should be no abyssal monsters here. She pointed to the very center of the forest. After the battle began on the front lines, all legions in the large abyss plain were stationed there. At the same time, the lack of guards in the smaller abyssal plains allowed monsters to escape and rush into the eternal forest. Ultimately, it was because the human race lacked sufficient military strength, leading to a situation where they had to attend to one thing at a time. To start a major war, all forces must be concentrated on defense or offense, and some insignificant abyssal plains must be abandoned. Ye Bai keenly caught a word. Fully stationed? Yes, you're still young. It's normal that you don't know. Ingqi's face was full of excitement, eager to try. Over the years, as a newcomer, she has been taught countless pieces of common knowledge by the veterans. Today, Ingqi has finally made it big and can finally say to a newbie, "You're still young. It's normal that you don't know." Look at the other children. Ye Bai raised an eyebrow. He didn't know? You're looking down on my SSS level talent. I have insight, aren't you? To be honest, I'm just a passerby, not trying to start a fight, but if I were in their shoes, I definitely wouldn't have been able to stand it. Lines of information appeared before Ye Bai's eyes. On the day the bloody war ended, Nightmare, the strongest human, signed a pact with the supreme demon god of the abyss. In a large abyssal plain, the human race can only station a maximum of 3 legions. Each legion can be configured with a maximum of 3 war gods and 12 war kings. The human race's supreme war god is forbidden from entering the abyss dimension without due cause. In exchange, the demon god is forbidden from attacking the human army, and the strongest human beings are forbidden from attacking ordinary demons. Looking at the information before him, Ye Bai pondered. 3 legions, 9 war gods, and 36 war kings. There are 13 large abyssal plains in total, requiring 117 war gods and 468 war kings. The human race can definitely gather enough of that number. Within the shadow alone, there are 100 warriors at the level of war gods. The problem is that, due to the limited number of slots, the human race will definitely send out their 117 strongest war gods. At the same time, it is also necessary to consider various factors such as command of legion operations, class counter relationships, reserve forces, etc. Through precise calculations by experts at the Legion Command Center, 117 war gods were ultimately identified to guard the large abyss plain. Among these 117 war gods, there are top experts such as Xuan Meng, Ying Yi, and Su Qingfeng, who are among the most outstanding 9th-tier war gods. However, the weakest one was only a 6th-tier war god. This alone reveals the true extent of the human race's resources. They couldn't even muster 117 9th-tier war gods. In addition, there are various key locations that require the god of war to guard, and the Combat Command Center also needs the god of war to protect it in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Humans have limited resources. They are good at defense, but when it comes to launching an attack, they are stretched thin. To perform a grand ceremony in a snail shell, this is the best example of this. Ye Bai frowned, realizing something else. The agreement only states that the demon god cannot attack the human army. In other words, demons can attack the strongest beings. The great battle has begun. Won't the second brother of the abyss plane face an attack from several demon gods? I'm so worried about my second brother. Ye Bai frowned, revealing a mournful expression. I'm so worried that my second brother didn't get enough of killing. What should I do? Urgent, waiting online. The third abyss plane, also known as the tongue-pulling abyss. Today, we welcomed an uninvited guest. The white-clad swordsman entered the third abyss, followed by a sword slave carrying a sword box. As soon as he appeared, all human legions began to retreat. Countless people brushed past the white-clad swordsman, their faces filled with fervor, their emotions running high. A deafening roar erupted from the ranks. No trace. No trace. No trace. The strongest leave no trace. With 9 sword slaves by his side, he reigns supreme over the third abyss. For the past 60 years, whenever Wuhan appeared in any abyss, the human legions of that plane would retreat to rotate and regroup. The responsibility of guarding this plane has been taken over by the sword slave. The 9 sword slaves are all 9th-tier war gods, capable of withstanding thousands of troops. No monster could break through their defenses. Standing on a hillside, a gentle breeze lifted a few strands of hair and stirred the seamless sword robe, making it appear as if white clouds were drifting by. Wuhan raised his hand and lightly flicked his sword. The sound of swords clashing echoed throughout heaven and earth. Wuhan asked softly, "A guest has arrived. Where's the host?" At the bottom of the abyss, an indescribable, terrifying being seemed to awaken, roaring furiously. "Wuhan, you've gone too far in defying the demons. Do you really think we dare not break out of the abyss and fight your human race to the death?" Wuhan lowered his head and casually unleashed a billion sword beams. Boom. Between heaven and earth, countless sword energies crisscrossed, and the sky suddenly sank, as if it had been cleaved away out of thin air. The entire plane began to shake violently. "You're so arrogant. Did you even ask for my sword's permission?" Chapter 146. Ye Bai, you must be thrifty and manage your household well. The outskirts of the eternal forest. At Ye Bai's feet lay the corpses of several demons, each sliced into 1.08 million pieces. The deceased was in a stable mood and even gave Shadow 7 a thumbs up. He and Shadow 7 were chatting when these monsters suddenly rushed out. Shadow 7, who had been insisting that there would be no monsters at this time, felt that he had been slapped in the face and became furious. So he casually chopped a few more times. Ye Bai looked at the corpse and said in a low voice, "This is a monster from the Golden Bone Abyss Plane." "Impossible," Ingchi instinctively retorted, then stepped forward to examine the area more closely. "It really is the Golden Bone Abyss. Strange." "Seventh brother, what's strange?" As someone who wants to show off his knowledge, Shadow 7 wouldn't miss any opportunity to give Karthus a lesson. "You're still young. It's normal that you don't know." Ingchi cleared her throat. "The Golden Bone Abyss Plane is of great value, specializing in C-grade ores, although it's only a small plane. Ye Bai, grade C or deserves to be called a specialty product?" According to Tenji Inki, the Golden Bone Abyss Plane has considerable strategic value and is the kind of place where legions are usually stationed. Even after the Great War begins, the human race will not give up easily. After all, the production of ore is of vital importance to the human race. Judging from this, the Golden Bone Abyss Plane seems to have been abandoned. Shadow 7 whispered. She didn't understand why this change had happened. "Ye Bai, if you don't understand, ask me. I know." Clearly, with Ye Bai's supply of high quality ore, the human races or needs have changed. The once incredibly important Golden Bone Abyss Plane has become extremely useless, its strategic value plummeting. It is also reasonable to withdraw the stationed troops. Jing Gushin Yuan. "So, love will disappear, right? Look closely." Shadow 7 pointed to the slices of the monster's corpse and explained. "Their bones contain a trace of silver. These substances, when refined, become grade C ore." Ye Bai glanced at it, not very interested, and said, "Oh, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and scrape the bone." Shadow 7 asked curiously, "Don't you usually collect loot when you kill enemies?" "Oh, this isn't appropriate, is it?" Ye Bai always felt that things like scraping bones and peeling skin didn't suit his temperament. He never does such a thing. It's best to have someone else do it. Doing it yourself is too much trouble. You're still too young. Ing Chi, feigning maturity, began to lecture Ye Bai. "The higher your cultivation level, the greater your daily expenses will be, and the more places you will need to spend money, but the ways to earn money are limited." "Are there limited ways to make money?" Ye Bai couldn't understand. Isn't making money just about waking up one morning to find thousands of War God merit points in your account? Could it be that you don't have a mine at home? Shadow 7 even used herself as an example. "Some time ago, I hunted down the Cerberus King and the Black Lotus Cloud Tiger in the abyss of hell, and only then did I earn a few hundred War God merits. Karthus, your strength is even lower now, so you should be more careful with your spending and practice thrift." Ye Bai, "It sounds like I've heard something incredible." He suddenly remembered that the Cerberus skeleton he had received had a cumin flavor. "So it was you, kid. As expected of seventh brother, hundreds of War God merits. How much money is that?" Ye Bai sighed. Karthus, your vision is too narrow, isn't it?" Shadow 7 chuckled. "The biggest expense is that it took me, an old man, to hunt down a war god level monster and extract its SSS grade materials. Ye Bai nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's hard to imagine how much money one would need to do that. After saying all that, I, a dignified 9th level war god, have to work myself to death for a few hundred war god merits. Why don't you just focus on collecting the spoils of war? Under Ingqi's supervision, Ye Bai reluctantly began scraping his bones. He hadn't even scratched a few strokes when Shadow 7 interrupted him again. Your work is too rough. Disliking Ye Bai's low collection efficiency, Ingqi took matters into her own hands and instantly scraped away all the bone powder from the several demons. This bone meal can probably be smelted into 2 kilograms of grade C ore. Kid, it's yours. Ye Bai accepted it somewhat embarrassedly and asked curiously, 7th brother, is this really a good idea? What's wrong with it? Shadow 7 snorted coldly. I have to hand over 30% of the spoils from this battle, rather than let Shura benefit from them. It would be better to give your kid more spoils. I find you more pleasing to the eye, unlike that Shura fellow. Ingqi muttered to himself, seemingly wanting to say something bad about Shura, but not daring to say it directly. After muttering to herself, she suddenly remembered something and asked, Karthus, you've never used the Windless skill book before, have you? Ye Bai replied sincerely, no. He had never used a single skill book. However, Ye Bai did produce more than 50,000 copies. He swore that everything he said until he spoke with Shadow 7 was true, and that he had not lied to Shadow 7 at all. That's good. Cough cough, I meant. Shadow 7 organized her thoughts. This is a good thing. If you have the chance after the war, you must learn how to use it. Karthus also practices wind magic, and his Windless Strike is arguably a god-tier skill for wind magic. Ye Bai nodded. Okay. Another monster is coming. Shadow 7 raised an eyebrow, not expecting the monsters to come so frequently. Instantly, her expression changed. A war god level monster wants to challenge the level. Clearly, things were progressing faster than she had expected. Strangely enough, there seemed to be an unusually large number of monsters in the area she's in charge of. Kars, you guard this spot, and don't let any monsters pass through. Shadow 7 quickly explained. Behind you is the defensive line organized by those kids from summer camp. If there's a War King level monster you can't handle, send out a distress signal, and other shadows will come to your aid. As he spoke, Ingqi rushed forward, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Ye Bai called out, 7th brother, what about you? I'm going to kill a war god. I'll be right back. Ye Bai? Damn it, she got away with it. For these god-level monsters that want to break through the level, it's best to strike first and rush into the abyss plane to kill them. After Ingqi left, the heavy responsibility of guarding fell on Ye Bai. If it's revealed that I'm Shura, Shadow 7 will die on the spot. He'll definitely kill me. Even if they don't kill him, they'll be half dead. Ye Bai counted on his fingers. Thunder and wind without distance cannot be used, nor can Cerberus or the Black Tiger be summoned. Cerberus, yea? Just as he was figuring out how to conceal his identity, a group of demons stormed up in front of Ye Bai, looking menacing. The leading monster has a blood-red gem embedded between its eyebrows, a symbol of a first-tier battle king. The War King demon roared, charge out, and you'll be richly rewarded. Kill. The shouts of killing were deafening and irritating. Ye Bai glanced up at them, then casually waved his hand, channeling the power of nature. Lightning Storm. With 30 layers ready to unleash their power, combined with the Lightning Storm skill that Ye Bai learned to deal with group battles, they instantly dealt hundreds of billions of damage. Under the raging thunder, all turned to ashes. Even a monster at the War King level was instantly killed. Rumble. A thunderous roar came from ahead, and Feng Dong's expression tightened. Attention, all personnel. Prepare for battle. This commotion must be at least a forbidden spell, could it? Is the War King guarding the area ahead? Zhuo Lingxian nodded in agreement. It would be difficult for anyone other than a War King to cause such a commotion. According to the deployment map, the Shadow is in charge of the front. Feng Dong's face lit up with an eager expression. Shall we go say hello and see which esteemed person it is? I have several classmates who are now in the Shadows, and I've heard they've all reached the rank of general. Okay, go and say hello. Phyllis nodded and said in a deep voice, try it and you'll die. Chapter 147 This Wave of Ye Bai in the Atmosphere. The Eternal Forest, Outskirts. After Shadow 7 left, Ye Bai encountered several waves of monsters, all of which he easily dealt with. Of course, Ye Bai did not let his guard down or lower his guard because of this. This great battle was started by Shura, and its scope and impact exceeded Ye Bai's expectations. Now he is only facing some low-level War King monsters, so the difficulty will be much lower. Even if these monsters have ways to protect themselves, they are extremely limited. In fact, most of the monsters that rushed into the Eternal Forest at this time were just cannon fodder. Shadow 7's previous assessment was correct. Humanity initiated the war, so how could the Abyss Plane not have a response? Both sides are accumulating energy and preparing to unleash their ultimate moves. There's no reason to throw out the trump card before we've even finished the appetizers. Ye Bai, who was left on the outskirts of the Eternal Forest, inspected his assigned area of responsibility. He first set up many traps and formations along the way, and at the same time communicated with Shadow 7 through his wristwatch to avoid accidentally harming his own people. After doing all this, Ye Bai placed a substitute doll in a conspicuous place. The substitute doll can mimic Ye Bai's movements, making it look as if Ye Bai is casting a spell. Even with it drawing fire, Ye Bai was still not at ease, so he set up a hidden substitute doll in the shadows. This substitute doll is even more realistic, with a set of level 100 equipment on its body, like an old coin hiding in the shadows. It is a substitute doll for a substitute doll. Is this leaf white on the third layer? No. Ye Bai then set up several more decoys, some overt and some covert, to confuse the enemy. Finally, Ye Bai summoned Cerberus and the shadow of the Black Tiger. You too. Change your appearance first. A dog shouldn't act like a dog, and a cat shouldn't act like a cat. Cerberus barked softly. A dog can't be like a dog, so what can it be like? Like you? Black Tiger was seeing such an unfamiliar side of Ye Bai for the first time and didn't know what to do for a moment. Finally, under Ye Bai's guidance, Cerberus hid one of its heads, transforming it into the appearance of a two-headed wolf. Black Tiger then transformed into a frail sparrow. Very good, very good. Ye Bai nodded, very satisfied with his subordinate's understanding. You guys are in charge of guarding this stand-in doll. If you act realistically, you'll get a chicken leg for dinner. Ye Bai assigned 2 phantoms to guard the most lifelike doll, making it seem quite serious. As a result, Ye Bai felt that his sense of security had finally improved a little. After finishing his security work, Ye Bai's early warning array immediately alerted him that a considerable number of monsters had appeared in the Eternal Forest and were rushing towards him. Unlike the previous monsters, this is the first time that a complete group of monsters has appeared. Their armor was engraved with special emblems. The 6th demon god, the Bloodstained Legion. Ye Bai recognized the other party's origin at a glance. Hundreds of minotaurs, forming a scout-like squad, came charging in, their eyes red and their breath ragged. The outermost array that Ye Bai had set up was destroyed by their charge and did not slow down the speed at all. Wind Fury, Lightning Storm. Ye Bai didn't tolerate them either, and immediately unleashed a barrage of damage, turning over 100 minotaurs into dust in the sea of lightning. Just as Ye Bai killed the Minotaur scout team, not far away, several powerful demons were closely watching the battlefield. The monsters present showed no emotion as they watched the Minotaur perish in the sea of thunder. Nobody sympathizes with the Minotaur. Cannon fodder is used for this purpose. One of the Minotaurs, whose forehead was studded with 9 gems, spoke in a deep, resonant voice. According to intelligence, who is guarding this area? The bat-like monster, whose aura was comparable to his, was also a 9th-tier battle king. It coldly replied, "It should have been Shadow 7 a week ago, but I don't know now." The Minotaur king complained, "We're like blind people, we know nothing. All the demonic sects have been eradicated. Those human bastards had long anticipated this day." A woman's voice rang out, and just hearing the voice was enough to make one feel incredibly alluring. "All right, now that we're here, let's figure out a way to break out. Don't worry about casualties, there are plenty of those kids back home. If they die, they die. As for us after this battle, as long as we achieve enough merit, our Lord will resurrect us using the source. There is no need to worry." There were 4 ninth-tier battle kings present. They led their subordinates through gaps in the human race's defenses via some small and medium-sized planes and quietly arrived at the Eternal Forest. Once they break through the defenses of the unknown powerful figure ahead, their mission will be accomplished. Do we absolutely have to break through from this side? Bat King spoke again. I have a vague feeling of unease. Changing direction might make things easier. If you think you haven't died fast enough, you can try. Shadow 7 is the weakest guardian of the Eternal Forest. The Minotaur Warrior King and the Bat Warrior King are locked in a fierce battle. The two monsters clearly didn't get along. They serve different demon gods, and there are conflicts and frictions between their factions. They were only paired together because of this major battle. Alright, sending any more monsters below the level of War King will only waste time. Through the previous rounds of probing, they had a general idea of the strength of the guardians of this area. We just received intelligence that Shadow 7 has appeared in the Golden Bone Abyss and is currently fighting the god of war. The one currently in charge of guarding the area should be the War King within the Shadow faction. Even if he is very strong, he is still outnumbered and outmatched. This is our only chance. A white ape War King, its white fur streaked with gold, held a long spear and spoke in a deep voice. Stop hiding anything, or when Shadow 7 returns, we'll all be doomed. If you fail to achieve any merit in battle, it's as if you died in vain. I don't need to emphasize that, do I? The 4 abyssal monsters, each with a different temperament, are all intelligent. The demons quickly reached an agreement. Find the guard and kill him. Break free of the Eternal Forest and build a passage to the abyss. The Eternal Forest is a special area. Teleportation is impossible, and new abyssal passages cannot be built. Achieving either of these 2 goals would be considered a success. They knew perfectly well what their fate would be. Since the 30-year bloody war, no monster that has set foot in the Eternal Forest has ever returned alive. However, the demons can resurrect them by paying a certain price, using the essence they left behind in the abyss plane. After their resurrection, they may even be able to break through to a higher realm. This is also why the 4 ninth-tier demon kings were willing to appear on the front lines. Certainly, there are prerequisites for resurrection. You must have made meritorious contributions in battle. Go straight to the battlefield and get killed instantly, then expect to be resurrected? The demon god is not a philanthropist. He is more like the inventor of blessings. To be resurrected, one of 2 conditions must be met. 1. To construct a complete abyssal passage, which is also their most important task on this trip. 2. Kill a human War King level expert, or one of the 10 genius seeds. The 4 War Kings discussed the matter briefly and immediately came up with a plan. The next wave of attack will be led by 10 War Kings and nearly 100 warriors charging forward. The assault team is mainly composed of the White Ape and Minotaur's henchmen. Meanwhile, the other demons' minions are lurking in the shadows, searching for the guard's location, waiting for an opportunity to assassinate them. As for the 4 ninth-tier battle kings, they will make their move at the appropriate time based on their own judgment. There's no time to lose. Kill. Hundreds of figures charged forward once again, and many of the demons had light blue shields appearing on their bodies. When the Sea of Lightning reappears, these pale blue shields block the lightning and deflect the damage onto other monsters. Rush. In the Sea of Lightning, the 10 War King demons were unharmed, and led the remaining 20-odd generals into the many traps set by Ye Bai. Lightning immunity. Ye Bai, who was hiding in the shadows, also tensed up. Ye Bai was not surprised by Ye Bai's immunity to lightning. Rather, it was within reason. Under the observation of the Eye of Insight, no secret can be kept from Ye Bai. Not only were dozens of demons charging in the open, but 2 other groups of demons were also concealing themselves and advancing at an extremely fast speed. They're not the cannon fodder they used before. The enemy is trying to break through the defenses in one fell swoop. Behind Ye Bai was a defensive line formed by the summer camp seniors. We can handle the general level monsters, since there are many of them and their strength is not bad. If we miss a monster of the War King level, even if we manage to defend it, we will suffer heavy casualties. Ye Bai drew his Heavenly King's sword, his eyes turning slightly cold as he looked at the demons around him. Not even a war king can leave the eternal forest alive. Chapter 148 Slay. The Bat Demon King. Faced with the encirclement and suppression of war kings and war generals, Ye Bai knew very well that he had no right to hold back any trump cards. Wind Fury. 30 layers were quickly stacked, ready to be unleashed. Ye Bai pointed at the Battle King, who resembled a bat in the darkness. Heavenly Thunder. Boom. The crimson lightning struck out instantly, hitting the third-tier Battle King and turning him into dust. It's not over yet. After the second job advancement, Thunder God gains an advanced effect. When using Thunder Strike to kill an enemy, it will automatically bounce to the next target, dealing 50% damage. Ye Bai's Heavenly Lightning dealt nearly 100,000 damage, and with the addition of the 30 layers of Ready to Strike, the damage reached a terrifying trillion. Even if it's weakened by 50%, it still has at least 50 trillion, enough to instantly kill the War King. The red lightning bolt seeks its next target. Unsurprisingly, it sold out in seconds. Boom. The lightning bolts leaped continuously, instantly killing 7 or 8 bat-like monsters. The massacre only ended when a white ape bravely stepped forward and withstood the heavenly lightning with its magic immunity shield. Damn it! The Bat Demon King, a 9th-tier Battle King, suffered heavy losses in just one encounter. With the War King almost completely wiped out, it means that he can only reap limited rewards in the future. The Bat Demon King was instantly enraged. A dark shadow swept past, emitting a sharp sonic wave, and immediately used an area of effect skill. Bang! Several of the substitute dolls that Ye Bai had set up could not withstand the damage and exploded. The other substitute dolls escaped death temporarily thanks to the life-saving items placed by Ye Bai. Even so, their locations were mostly exposed, making them the target of the demon's concentrated fire. Ye Bai glanced at it, and his own shield also plummeted rapidly, dropping by a full 20 billion in one go. Less than 40 billion left. Having unleashed his attack, the Bat Demon King was clearly also quite weakened, his spirits low. The Eternal Forest, specially designed by Nightmare, has a suppressive effect on the demon race. A full output can only be utilized at less than 10% here. Skills within range are severely suppressed. A skill with a diameter of 100 meters is reduced to a range of 1 meter. Otherwise, the Bat Demon King, a 9th-tier Battle King, could have instantly killed all beings below the Battle King level in the entire Eternal Forest with just that one strike. Meanwhile, the demon's detection skills are ineffective in the Eternal Forest, forcing them to use their demonic life force to explore. This is, after all, the human race's home ground, so it's reasonable to have many restrictions. Basketball and soccer games are divided into home and away games. It would be a joke to let these monsters roam freely in the Eternal Forest. Of course, such an attack not only greatly depleted the Bat Demon King's resources, but also significantly impacted his teammates. Many monsters suffered ruptured eardrums, oozing dark red blood. Devastate my allies. These guys hadn't really worked together much before, but when they teamed up, they were like culinary geniuses. Ye Bai seized the opportunity and launched a powerful attack. Wind without distance. Wind Fury. A single spark can start a prairie fire. In the instant he transformed into a gentle breeze, Ye Bai threw a spark of fire at a bull demon general. Sparks lit up on the bull demon general, the weakest demon in the arena, and Ye Bai's carefully chosen target. Oh! The Minotaur let out a mournful cry. I'm dead. In an instant, they were burned to ashes, and in the graceful moment when the ashes flew away, the spark mark was passed on to other Tauren. As if the previous scene were repeating itself, the firelight passed between the bull demon and the white ape. Once killed by spark, the spark mark will spread double. The fire burned ever brighter. The 9th-tier Battle King, the white ape demon king, roared in anger. Put out this fire quickly. But here's the trouble. Once the spark is ignited, the weakest person will be the breakthrough point. Once the starfire marks are stacked up, the kill threshold becomes even higher. Moreover, a human war king is secretly watching, ready to strike and reap lives at any moment. The current situation is extremely difficult. The leading demon lords made a decisive decision. Kill these useless cowards. In an instant, Among the subordinates of the four demon kings, those whose strength was lower than that of the war king were all killed. Just to stop the spread of the spark. Isolate all fuels. The fire just won't ignite. Ye Bai's expression changed. So ruthless. Monsters certainly have many weaknesses, such as being disunited and prone to infighting. This is precisely why they have a strong sense of class rule and can arbitrarily dispose of their subordinates in battle. Without the space to stack, the Starfire mark could no longer directly kill a low-level war king and gradually faded away. After exchanging blows for several rounds, Ye Bai made his move, and the demon kings countered each move. All the generals died for various reasons. More than half of the warrior kings under the White Ape Demon King and the Minotaur Demon King were killed or wounded, and the remaining warriors were also greatly weakened. The Bat Demon King suffered the most. Ye Bai's single heavenly thunder strike essentially killed most of the Bat War Kings. Afterwards, he killed his own generals, and now he only has one Bat King left. Of the four Demon Kings, only Shadow Fox Demon King has preserved his strength completely, while Shadow Fox is hiding in the darkness and has not yet shown himself. While paying a considerable price, the Demon Kings also achieved remarkable results. They've covered half the distance. If they keep going, they'll be able to break out of the eternal forest. Most importantly, the four Demon Kings' own strength was not diminished in the slightest. Perhaps there is one last line of defense ahead. However, there's nothing to fear. Just as they were advancing at full speed, a bright light suddenly burst from beneath the feet of a White Ape War King. He stumbled into a trap set by Ye Bai, triggering 10 scrolls created by the god of war in succession. A burst of light that burned everything instantly engulfed everyone's vision, and many monsters' eyes burst open. My titanium alloy 3 million bat eyes. Before one of the bat warriors could even cry out in pain, a gentle breeze swept by, and the sword light fell. Wind without distance. The water flow has stopped. Hit and run. Ye Bai felt really excited. The series of traps set by Ye Bai, once triggered, should have been able to kill all the war kings present. Even the four leading demon kings were doomed. The moment the scroll took effect, a green bead appeared in the Shadow Fox Demon King's hand, which she promptly crushed. Their initial plan was to force their way through the defensive line where Shadow 7 was located. How could four demon kings be completely unprepared? Each of them carries, to varying degrees, treasures bestowed by the demon god, as well as powerful items accumulated over the years. After the green bead shattered, a green light enveloped all the monsters, protecting them from damage and restoring their health. Their health is like a roller coaster, going up and down, and even if they fall to the bottom, it will be fully restored. Only one Bat King had its health plummet to 0. The interruption of the water flow prevented him from recovering, and the damage directly filled him up, taking his life. The green light restored health, but it couldn't remove various debuffs, causing all monsters to move at an extremely slow speed. Ye Bai glanced quickly at the four demon kings in the arena. Shadow Fox is the most troublesome, so kill it last. The bats paid a heavy price for unleashing the forbidden spell. They are the most mobile and pose the greatest threat to me. Ye Bai quickly locked onto his target, the Bat Demon King. Of course, there is another important reason. All four Demon Kings possess lightning immunity, with Shadow Fox possessing permanent lightning immunity. The White Ape and the Minotaur are immune to lightning damage for 3 hours. Only the Bat Demon King possesses lightning immunity based on the number of uses. It can withstand 50 instances of lightning damage. Ye Bai hid in the shadows and remotely controlled a substitute doll to cast a spell. Lightning 5 Strike Whip. For this ambush, Ye Bai learned many skills from the 3 elements, but the effects were generally mediocre, and he mostly used them to fill in the gaps. Lightning 5 Strike combo deals very little damage. It only has one effect: a high number of hits. Since the opponent is immune to lightning attacks anyway, I might as well just scrape them. Arcs of electricity repeatedly leaped across the Bat Demon King, depleting his lightning immunity count. Anxiety appeared on his ugly bat-like face, clearly indicating that once his lightning immunity was exhausted, he would be in grave danger. It flapped its wings, trying to leap forward in the air, but it seemed to have fallen into a quagmire and could not move forward at all. The slowing buff from the Scroll of War, combined with the suppression from the Eternal Forest, completely restricted him. The Bat Demon King, settling for second best, fled backward, trying to escape back to the Abyss Plane. "You stinking bat, if you dare to run away, I'll kill you first thing after I'm resurrected." The White Ape Demon King was furious and roared repeatedly. The Bat Demon King, however, ignored the warnings and persisted in his own way. His immunity to lightning magic has been used up. If he doesn't escape now, he'll be waiting to die. Strangely, even though there were still a few more chances to break through his immunity, the War King, who was secretly hiding, stopped. There's no time to worry about that now. Once the Bat Demon King escapes the range of the slowing buff, he'll push his speed to the limit. Crackling and popping. The lightning fast 5-strike whip is back. This time, Ye Bai came prepared. After accumulating numerous layers of power, Ye Bai unleashed a lightning blessing, preparing to kill the Bat Demon King in one fell swoop. Number of lightning immunities, 0. A number appeared on the Bat Demon King's body. Just then, Ye Bai stacked the 100-shot accuracy effect for the 100th time. It's guaranteed to hit. Heavenly thunder. Red lightning reappeared on the battlefield. In an instant, everything lost its color. Only the lightning remained eternal. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, the Bat Demon King, who was extremely panicked, suddenly changed his expression the moment the red lightning struck him. A sinister smile crept across his lips. "You've taken the bait, you fool." The red lightning engulfed the Bat Demon King. The damage was so terrifying that even with his numerous survival skills, he could not survive. While enduring billions of damage, a layer of thorns also appeared on the surface of the Bat Demon King. He had been acting all along, all for this moment. Thorn Gem reflects 100% of damage. The type of damage depends on the damage received. "Let's perish together by your proudest lightning damage." The Bat Demon King roared in his heart. He remained completely calm and even felt a little amused. This opponent is too inexperienced. There's absolutely no challenge. The Bat Demon King could easily be resurrected using the power of the Demon God. The merits from killing his opponents would be more than enough for him to be resurrected. And this terrifying damage, once it rebounds, will be absolutely unbearable for the opponent. Boom. A streak of red lightning, streaked with thorns, bounced back at Ye Bai, dealing massive damage. 0. I have Thunder Spirit intangibility, which makes me immune to lightning damage. Ye Bai's figure vanished from the spot, coldly watching the Bat Demon King turn to ashes in resentment. "Stunned now, aren't you?" Ye Bai had already seen through the opponent's trump card, so he naturally had a way to deal with it. After much difficulty, the Bat Demon King was finally defeated. Ye Bai looked at the arena again, pursed his lips, and suppressed the excitement within him. There are 3 left. Chapter 149 Fire Dances. After the Bat Demon King died, the bat race that had invaded the Eternal Forest was completely wiped out. His dying wish to exchange one for another was like a mirage, vanishing into nothingness. Ye Bai hid in the shadows, continuing to watch his prey. 3 9th-tier Battle Kings, 6 mid-tier Battle Kings, and 14 low-tier Battle Kings. There are still 23 War Kings left in the arena. Some of the Shadow Fox Demon Clan's War Kings remained in the distance, not having joined the battle. Even so, it was a very tricky situation for Ye Bai to handle. The destructive power of the War God Scroll had subsided, and the green light on the demons slowly faded. However, the slow effect still applies, and the many War Kings advance as if in slow motion, like in a movie. "You conceited, stinking bat." The Minotaur King grinned and cursed, with a hint of schadenfreude. The Bat Demon King was killed without accomplishing anything. This also means that he has no chance of being resurrected. The rabbit mourns the fox's death. The remaining 3 Demon Kings couldn't help but think of themselves. If they also meet a tragic end like the Bat Demon King, the outcome won't be much better. Stop wasting time. Have you all had enough fun? 2 white steam billowed from the nostrils of the Minotaur, resembling long dragons. Do you really want to be picked off one by one here? The longer it drags on, the more dangerous it becomes. Once Shadow 7 returns from the Golden Bone Abyss, we're doomed. Their breakout was actually a coordinated effort. First, Send out a war god-level monster in the Golden Bone Abyss Plane to launch a feint attack, attracting Shadow 7's attention and luring him away from the mountain. Afterwards, the 4 demon kings led their subordinates to break through the encirclement. The only drawback was that they underestimated the fighting power within the Shadow organization. An unknown war king held back the 4 demon kings and even killed one of them. I still have a question. The Shadow Fox Demon King muttered to himself. Is the one stopping us really the War King? She comes from the Shadow Fox clan and should be incredibly effective at dealing with people in the shadows. However, since they started fighting, he has been at a disadvantage in every aspect and can only passively take hits. It definitely can't be the god of war. The White Ape Demon King said in a deep voice. The eternal forest set up by the nightmare imposes many restrictions on us demons and also limits human powerhouses in many ways. That is why shadows are most suitable for guarding the eternal forest. Ordinary human war gods would only cause trouble if they entered the eternal forest. The Shadow Fox Demon King shook her head. That wasn't what she meant. She had a bold idea in her mind, which, if true, would be absolutely insane. Forget it. Let's just take it one step at a time. The Shadow Fox Demon King shook his head, temporarily setting aside that crazy conjecture. She herself found it absurd. The hope for the revival of humanity, the supreme seed of Shura, could he really be assigned to such a dangerous battlefield? That's far too frivolous. Right now, their most important task is to break out of the eternal forest, regardless of who the hidden enemy is. Judging from the methods the opponent has revealed so far, they possess extremely high damage output from lightning, which would be difficult even for a 9th-tier Battle King to withstand. Most of the monsters present possessed immunity to lightning magic, effectively rendering the opponent's strongest attack useless. Thinking of this, the Shadow Fox Demon King looked at the 2 demons, who were not immune to lightning. You two, stay here and wait to die. The White Ape Demon King stated bluntly that without immunity to lightning magic, there was absolutely no chance of surviving. And it turned out just as he had guessed. Before the demons could take more than a few steps, lightning struck again, killing 2 of the War King-level demons. Despite being immune to lightning magic, they were still somewhat terrified. The offensive power was terrifying. The key is that they are hiding in the shadows, occasionally pulling a sneaky trick. Don't be afraid. We can ignore lightning damage. There's nothing to be afraid of. The Minotaur King cheered himself up. He only has fire skills left, and they're not stacked, so the damage is simply not enough. In the previous battles, they had also gotten a pretty good idea of the strength of the hidden human powerhouses. Brave Nyo-Nyo, unafraid of difficulties. A group of monsters struggled to move forward. The good news is that the slowing buff from the War God Scroll is about to expire, and they will soon be able to speed up. Bad news, no bad news. Huh. A White Ape War King looked down, puzzled, at his feet. Where did the ants come from? The ants were fiery red, and looked very much like a type of fire ant from the abyss. In fact, this is a special breed cultivated by Blue Star University, with the original intention of developing a way to control fire poison ants. Unexpectedly, a monster ant was created, called the fire extinguishing ant. The fire ant looks similar to the fire poison ant, but has only one characteristic. It takes 100% more fire damage. The fire ants not only failed to control the fire poison ants, but were instead completely controlled by them. Simply put, this project is a failure. It was worthless. Billions of dollars in research funding went down the drain. Just 2 days ago, the project team, which was preparing to disband, received an order to purchase 100 million ants in batches. Of the first batch of 1 million units delivered, one was located right at the feet of the White Ape War King. Ant nest. More and more ants emerged from the ground, and the 3 demon kings, who had not come, began to panic, their inner warning growing stronger. It seems that a great terror and great danger are about to befall us. Where did things go wrong? They frantically calculated and examined their own situation in their minds. The fact that they were still immune to lightning magic reassured them a lot. But this sense of reassurance is clearly unnecessary. When they saw the first ant on fire, they immediately understood what had happened. Run! A roar shattered the silence above the eternal forest. It's too late. Boom. Like a miniature volcanic eruption, the ant nest buried underground exploded, and countless sparks flew into the sky, as if a fire rain had fallen. Fireworks lit up the trees. Demons were slaughtered like flies. The fire ants were clearly marked with the starfire mark. These millions of ants, with 100% extra fire damage, are the best fuel for spark. It was as if dry grass doused with gasoline was instantly ignited, bursting into a raging fire. Crackling sound. The fire ants were roasted one after another, and a strange aroma even filled the air, the unique smell of burning protein. This scene became a nightmare for all the monsters present. These ants are part of the trap Ye Bai set up. Previously, the monsters had already experienced the consequences of the spark attack. At that moment, they acted decisively to stop the damage, killing all their general-level subordinates before finally extinguishing the fire. But the monsters didn't consider one thing. Their deliberate isolation of the fuel supply does not mean that Ye Bai did not prepare fuel. Ye Bai already knew that the abyssal demons were stacking their lightning magic resistance. He naturally also considered that the enemies he encountered this time were most likely immune to lightning damage. Always consider the worst-case scenario. In this situation, Ye Bai checked his options and realized that he only had one method left to kill the War King Spark. Ye Bai devised numerous tactics around the concept of a single spark. Since I've decided to roast you to death, I'll definitely bring my own fuel. Fire ants are one of Ye Bai's trump cards. Ye Bai is a professional when it comes to cremation. The spark imprint spreads exponentially among millions of fire ants, from 1 to 2, from 2 to 4. When these fireballs exploded in front of the monsters, they were already doomed. A single spark has ignited a prairie fire. Boom. Surrounded by rings of fire, some War King-level monsters were engulfed in flames. Their health bars emptied, and they melted instantly. In the distance, in the shadows, Ye Bai watched as the many demons melted away in the raging flames, and even the health of the 3 demon kings was rapidly declining. His pupils reflected the raging flames. Leap, flash, dance, burst, burn, and finally turn to ashes. Fire, it's dancing. Chapter 150, not even a mosquito can fly over there. Amidst the raging flames, the demon kings were the first to succumb and fall one after another. Only 3 demon kings are still holding on, relying on the various life-saving methods they possess. Ye Bai went on a shopping spree at the Wanwu Pavilion, maximizing his chances of survival. These demon kings, who have fought for many years, are only one step away from becoming war gods, and they certainly have more than one life. While being scorched by the raging fire, the 3 demon kings continuously attacked, killing all the ants that hadn't yet caught fire, preventing the fire from spreading. However, it was too late. Even after being burned to a skeleton, the White Ape Demon King was still unwilling to give up and used various secret techniques and tools to try to prolong his life for a while. However, the damage from Spark has already accumulated, and no matter how many tricks he uses, he will not escape death. Roar. The White Ape Demon King let out a miserable and furious roar. Help me. The other 2 Demon Kings remained unmoved and even deliberately distanced themselves from the White Ape Demon King. The meaning is very clear. Go away and die somewhere else. Don't drag us down with you. If I die, none of you will have an easy time. In the final moments of his life, the White Ape Demon King descended into madness. If we're going to die, we'll all die together. He shattered his own arm bone, and the bone dust flew everywhere, transforming into one little monkey after another. These little monkeys have little offensive capabilities, but they move very quickly, making them essentially useless. However, in the current situation, the little monkeys can serve as fuel. Die, all of you. The 2 skull holes in the White Ape Demon King's skull emitted a red light, trying to pull everyone into the water. His ruthlessness was certainly not solely motivated by a desire to harm the other 2 Demon Kings. Instead, if these little monkeys are used to spread this damned fire, it will also be a killing blow to the human race. An ordinary battle king couldn't withstand a single blow. If he's lucky enough to kill a few more human geniuses, he might have a chance to be resurrected. The bones shattered and transformed into countless tiny monkeys, which incinerated the White Ape Demon King. The Minotaur Demon King roared and began to run wildly. He was at the end of his life. If he could break out of the eternal forest, he would still have a chance to survive. Under the observation of the Eye of Insight, Ye Bai could see very clearly that the Minotaur Demon King no longer had any means to save his life. Ignite! Ye Bai made his move at just the right moment. Deadly Ignition. Creatures carrying the Starfire mark will detonate all Starfire marks when they take additional fire damage, causing extremely high burst damage. Bang! The Minotaur's upper body exploded instantly, sending roasted beef flying everywhere, as if it were free. Meanwhile, his lower body, propelled by inertia, continued to gallop wildly. He actually managed to escape. However, the Starfire mark on his body was cleared, and the remains in the state of roasted whole cow were already fully cooked and posed no threat. Ye Bai then let the half-bull leave. He still has a mess to clean up. The Shadow Fox Demon King persisted the longest, and at the same time used a secret technique. She herself suffered damage from the Starfire mark, yet her health remained healthy, while nearby, the Shadow Fox clan's war kings continued to die and be wounded. The damage was transferred? Not only that, the Shadow Fox Demon King even teleported to one of his subordinates, letting the other die in his place. More than 20 Demon War Kings were killed or wounded, with only the Shadow Fox Demon King, barely clinging to life, escaping. It started from an anthill, a spark that began to spread, and eventually led to 3 Demon Kings, 2 of whom died and 1 escaped. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The whole thing should take no more than 30 seconds. Ye Bai's meticulously laid death trap was used to its fullest potential, yielding substantial profits. At the same time, Ye Bai also faces a thorny problem. The White Ape Demon King, on his deathbed, manifested countless monkeys and their offspring in an attempt to spread the fire. If you set fire to the mountain, you won't get a meal. Ye Bai looked at the sky full of monkeys and their offspring, opened the box he had prepared beforehand, and countless mosquitoes flew out of it. These mosquitoes are also a superior product bred by universities. They are not afraid of the cold or heat, and have extremely strong resistance to cold and high temperatures. They can bite people and reproduce in spring, summer, autumn, and winter. When Ye Bai first saw the information about mosquitoes at the Wuhan Pavilion, his blood pressure instantly spiked. Who would have the time and energy to give mosquitoes this kind of buff? Soon, Ye Bai found it really appealing. These mosquitoes have no other function, but they are excellent at blocking sparks. The mosquitoes released by Ye Bai at this moment are immune to fire damage, and any spark that lands on them will be extinguished very quickly. He is always meticulous in his work. Since the idea of using spark to kill the enemy has been conceived, it's natural to also consider how to deal with the possibility of the enemy turning the tables on you. Like the White Ape Demon King, spreading fire will always cause some damage. Even if it doesn't kill anyone, burning the flowers and plants is still bad. Swarms of mosquitoes surrounded the monkeys and their offspring, and the spark mark was continuously transferred to the mosquitoes before being extinguished. The great fire that the White Ape Demon King had anticipated was extinguished before it even started. The remaining unlit monkey offspring were also taken away by Ye Bai's lightning bolt. That's it for today. Looking at the mess and the remains left by the monsters, Ye Bai, hiding in the shadows, felt a great sense of accomplishment, but did not clean up the spoils of war immediately. Instead, they began to rearrange the substitute dolls and replace the life-saving props. There are countless ways to fight, but the most important thing is to save your life. Ye Bai was busy and having a great time. With each additional layer of decoration, he felt a little safer. Well, Ye Bai couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I miss Ninth Master during the 46 minutes and 53 seconds he's not around. I feel like I've forgotten something. Let me think. Ye Bai thought it over and over, but he couldn't think he had overlooked anything. The survival index is currently quite stable. Ye Bai didn't plan to pursue the fleeing Shadow Fox Demon King. Do not pursue a desperate enemy, especially one as vicious as this. On his own turf, Ye Bai even dared to engage in a battle of wits with the War King from afar. Hunting down the War King? Forget about it. After reviewing the entire battle, Ye Bai was certain that he had not overlooked anything. Until he saw a dark cloud drifting behind him. The mosquitoes he used to extinguish the fire were mosquitoes that were not afraid of high temperatures or extreme cold. It flew away, flying towards the defense line where the summer camp seniors were located. Ye Bai? Ahem, they should have insecticide on hand, right? Yes, I think so. Ye Bai turned his head away, focusing his gaze on his nose, then his mouth, and finally his heart. Nothing happened. The defensive line built by Feng Dong and others is now beginning to take shape. Feng Dong even made a boastful claim. Don't worry, not even a mosquito could fly over there. No abyssal monsters have ever ventured out of the eternal forest. They dared not let their guard down and remained on high alert at all times. They're here. Fate, who had been pressing his ear to the ground, suddenly stood up. A War King level monster, very soon. As he spoke, he swallowed hard. It smells very good. Soon, Feng Dong was able to understand those two words. It smells good? What does that mean? Before long, half a whole roasted cow appeared in everyone's sight, and Feng Dong suddenly realized what was going on. Some people are still in shock, while others have already prepared their knives and forks. Follow me. Fate led a group of men straight ahead and intercepted the roasted half-bull. They kept chasing after it and gnawing on it. This is the flesh of a War King level demon, which is itself a highly nutritious food. They were even thoughtfully grilled beforehand. It would be a waste not to eat them. Fate deeply understands the good intentions of the human ancestors in the eternal forest and will never let them down. Just as Feng Dong was looking exasperated, Fate rushed back carrying a cow's hind leg and said in a deep voice, "Is it really true that not even a mosquito can fly over there?" Of course, Feng Dong had great confidence in the defensive line set up by Zhuo Lingxia, and he kept his word. Good. Pfeiffer nodded and pointed behind him. 8 billion mosquitoes have arrived. That dark cloud, buzzing and shrouding the sky, stretched out in a vast and mighty expanse. For a moment, Feng Dong felt a sense of despair. Where did these mosquitoes come from? Chapter 151 Learning to Meow. The outskirts of the eternal forest. Hiding in the shadows, Ye Bai finally felt a little more at ease, as if his life was safe. Ye Bai didn't bother to clean up the mess left on the battlefield. It would be dangerous if I picked up something dirty that I shouldn't have. Be confident, picking it up will definitely cost you several lives. Who do you think you are? Does Ye Bai look like someone who's short of life? Oh, it's missing? That's all right then. Those demon war kings are truly inhuman, even more so than Ye Bai. Many of the remaining items contained insidious schemes intended to drag people down with them. If you kill one person to take the fall, you can make up your losses by killing 2 others. If Ye Bai were to be killed in the explosion, they would be resurrected in the abyss and champagne would be served. They would advance to the rank of war god on the same day, and even the supreme demon god would award them medals weighing several tons. Ignoring the spoils of war, Ye Bai used several war god scrolls in succession to either modify or erase the traces of the battle. This was custom made at the Wanwu Pavilion, and it cost the goblin underlings quite a bit of money. Since this great battle is inevitable, due to his own circumstances, Ye Bai had to participate in the war again. Every action leaves a trace. First, use the scroll made by the god of war to cover things up as much as possible, and then help Ye Bai clean up the mess completely after Ninth Master returns. After finishing all this, Ye Bai looked towards the direction of the summer camp's defense line, where it seemed to be quite lively. Feel sorry for the stranger for a second. Ye Bai sighed. Consider the half-ox a gift as an apology. The mosquitoes that Ye Bai released were harmless except for their extremely painful bites. As a product of the laboratory, it was designed with the prevention of biological hazards in mind from the very beginning. Therefore, these mosquitoes only live for 3 days and are incapable of reproduction. The escaped Shadow Fox Demon King. Ye Bai looked into the depths of the eternal forest, his brows furrowing slightly. That guy seems pretty smart. He might be able to figure it out. Ye Bai's current status is Shadow General level 4399. Even if this disguise is discovered, Ye Bai's true identity will not be exposed. At most, I'll just abandon this pseudonym and never use it again. However, it would be even better if a kind-hearted person could kill the Shadow Fox Demon King. Ye Bai clasped his hands together and muttered incantations. Waiting online for a kind person. In the eternal forest, a dark figure fled in panic. It's Azura. It must be Azura. The Shadow Fox Demon King was terrified and had no intention of fighting back. All she wants to do right now is escape. She escaped back to the first abyss plane and presented Shura's information to the first demon god. The reward she received was enough to elevate her to the god of war. To put it another way, all she needs to do is send the message back. Even a few words would be enough for the first demon god to resurrect her. But that's exactly where the problem lies. Damn it! Why can't I send a message? Damn it, damn it! Clearly, someone is interfering behind the scenes, but who it is? It might be an entity that protects the Azuras. Why doesn't the other party just show up and kill me to end it all? How could the Shadow Fox Demon King know so much? She was just a fox who had cultivated for 1,000 years, pitiful, weak, and helpless. How could they possibly understand the intricate schemes and twists of the human race's powerful warriors? Enraged, the Shadow Fox Demon King pushed his speed to the limit. She knew that no monster had ever left the eternal forest alive, but she wanted to try and see if she could create a miracle. The wind gave her the answer. Brush. A cold glint flashed, instantly severing the 7 precious orbs on the Shadow Fox Demon King's body. A 9th-tier battle king, his life force cut off, killed in one move. The short blade behind Shadow 7 was never drawn from the beginning. Someone as trash as the War King isn't even worthy of her using a knife. From within the shadow of the Shadow Fox Demon King, the figure of a frail woman emerged, speaking softly. Don't you feel pain when you chop someone with your bare hands? Ing-Chi's lips twitched, and she did not directly answer her eldest sister's question. Being handsome is a lifelong thing. A mere fracture of the hand is nothing to worry about. Big sister, what are you doing here? Ing-Chi quickly changed the subject, and even hid the demon head she was carrying behind her back, not wanting her eldest sister to see it. Ingi chuckled softly. I heard that you rushed into the Golden Bone Abyss, Shao-Chi. I was worried that some demons might escape, so I went to check it out. Hiss is Karthus all right. Shadow 7 then realized that she had a little follower on this mission. He was so busy killing that if a demon king broke out of the eternal forest, Karthus would be in big trouble. Death song. Ingi was taken aback at first, then chuckled twice and casually said, He's very good at saving his life, and he's also very cunning, but he's fine. Shadow 7 breathed a sigh of relief. That's good no. I mean, when we fight the enemy, we should be fearless and have the heart to sacrifice ourselves for righteousness. When I get back, I'm going to give Karthus a good talking to. Yes, yes, yes. Ing nodded in agreement. So back then you were clamoring to perish together with the demon god of war, but you ended up with nothing to show for it. As expected of you, Shao-Chi. Big sister. Ing-Chi panicked. We agreed not to mention this. This is her dark history. She gets furious with anyone who mentions it. Within the shadows, there are no more than 5 people who would dare to joke about this with Shadow 7. Coincidentally, Shadow 1 is among them. Alright, don't go to the front lines and cause trouble. Just guard the eternal forest. Shadow 1's expression turned serious. He stopped teasing Shadow 7 and said solemnly, This battle is no small matter, except for the Abyss 1, 3, 4, and 6. Other abyssal planes are also stirring, harboring their own schemes. Hearing this, Ing-Chi frowned. The human race is already struggling to fight against 4 abyssal planes at the same time. The last time the shadows came out in full force was more than 30 years ago. If other abyssal planes also join this great war, the situation will be even more unfavorable for humanity. That Lord has arranged a negotiation with demons from other planes. The demons specifically requested that Elder Lon be included in the negotiation team. Judging by the time, it's time to prepare for departure. Shadow 1's figure slowly faded away. The moment the negotiations end will be the start of the final offensive. This is also the time when the defense of Eternal Forest is under the greatest pressure, so be careful. If you dare to self-destruct again, even Ninth Master can't save you. After saying that, she disappeared completely, leaving Ing-Chi alone on the spot. That person was referring to nightmares, of course. Why did the demons specifically name Elder Lon? Ing-Chi was a little confused for a moment. Mr. Lon is getting old now, and his successor has long been chosen. He has also explored most of the fields he can research. His daily work now consists mostly of teaching and occasionally writing papers. If Professor Lon were still undertaking important tasks, he wouldn't spend his time teaching students at all. Speaking of which, Professor Lon recently published a paper on memory sealing, which has become quite popular. The powerful figures around Ingchi were all reading it, and Ingchi also tried it. I recognize each character in the paper, but I can't understand it at all when they're put together. Judging from the tone of her voice, she is definitely going to travel with the negotiation team and stay by Old Master Land's side. Shadow 7 gathered his scattered thoughts and moved through the eternal forest. Never mind, let's go back and check on that Karthus kid first. Soon, Shadow 7 returned to the devastated battlefield. The battlefield was filled with smoke and countless ashes, but Shadow 7 was not surprised at all. When those demon war kings rushed out, my eldest sister must have intervened to stop them. Otherwise, Karthus alone wouldn't have been able to stop these demon lords at all. Shadow 7 didn't think much of it. Honestly, even I, at 19, couldn't have done that. The battlefield is not a place for one-on-one battles or knightly duels. The demon kings and generals, working together, were extremely troublesome. If it were an arena duel, even in a series of battles, 19-year-old Shadow 7 can win cleanly and decisively. But this is a battlefield, a place where you can gang up on someone rather than fight one-on-one. Soon, Shadow 7 found Karthus's true form. The young man hid it quite well. Shadow 7 crept silently to Karthus's side, deliberately cleared his throat, and coughed lightly twice. Cough, cough. Upon hearing the sound, Karthus turned its head, its eyes flashing red, revealing a highly realistic stand-in doll. The doll's face clearly showed. Self-destruct sequence activated. Not only are the symbols in human script, but they are also accompanied by more than a dozen abyssal scripts, which is very thoughtful. Countdown. 10. With 10 seconds left, Shadow 7 has more than enough time to dodge. Ingchi's lips curled slightly, wanting to see what tricks the other party could come up with. Bang! The substitute doll exploded. There was number 10-second countdown at all. The substitute doll exploded less than half a second after it was activated. Amidst the black smoke, Ingchi stood there, bewildered, questioning the meaning of life. An explosion of this magnitude could not possibly harm Ingchi in the slightest. But she couldn't understand it. What kind of person could set such a devastating trap? Just how sneaky is this person? If it were any other low-level war king, they would most likely be dead after being hit by such an explosion. Even a 9th-tier battle king can suffer a silent loss if he's not careful. As the black smoke dissipated, Ingchi looked down and found a small dog at his feet. You've mistaken it for a wolf, it's not a dog. The explosion shattered the black tiger's shadow. The shadow of Cerberus, having followed Ye Bai for a longer period, used the black tiger to shield itself from some of the damage. Even so, of the original 3 heads, only 1.5 remain. Karthus summoned creature? Shadow 7's gaze fell upon the broken wolf, and he felt that it looked somewhat familiar. It looks like it was chopped somewhere. The aroma of cumin still lingered in the air. I'm more familiar with it now. Hellhound 1.5 saw Shadow 7 looking thoughtful. He immediately recalled Ye Bai's previous instructions. A dog shouldn't act like a dog, and a cat shouldn't act like a cat. It must be to keep it from the person in front of me, right? In a moment of inspiration, the 1.5-headed hellhound raised its head and roared at the top of its lungs. Meow. Shadow 7. Is this thing a cat? Chapter 152, Is there a possibility? Meow. With a meow, Karthus stepped out from the side, watching the bizarre scene unfold. Shadow 7, billowing black smoke, and a 1.5-headed dog with its neck raised, together form a world-famous painting. Learn to meow. 7th brother. Ye Bai suppressed his laughter and didn't laugh out loud. He was rigorously trained so that he wouldn't laugh no matter how funny it was. Unless you can't help it. Ye Bai had clearly sent a message to Ingchi, informing him that he had set up a diversion. From another perspective, Ye Bai's plan worked quite well. Even Ingchi was fooled. Karthus cough cough. Shadow 7 shifted her gaze from the 1.5 cats, cleared her throat. I've tested your trap for you. It's not bad. It's quite good against monsters of the Battle King rank. Shadow 7 subconsciously overlooked one thing. The fact that Death Song is only a war general and could set up a trap to kill a war king is absurd. Even Shadow 7 couldn't have outperformed Karthus at the same tier. In this battle, I slew one demon war god and killed countless others. Shadow 7 let out a hearty laugh. I've finally rediscovered some of the feeling of fighting back then. A mere demon war god is just right for warming up. Ye Bai? Warm up for killing the god of war. You're something else, Shadow 7. When will I be as good as you? After saying that, Ingchi threw the 2 items on the ground. This head and this tail are yours. The tail is the tail of Shadow Fox War King. The head is the head of the demon god of war. These 2 items are the most valuable materials on them, namely SS grade and SSS grade. I can't accept a reward without merit, so let's decline. Although Ye Bai occasionally cheats and swindles, he still knows the meaning of shame. He'd feel guilty taking a young lady's loot. Shui Meng has 2 extremely powerful adoptive fathers, and his goblin brother is also the master of the Myriad Things Pavilion. Ye Bai felt more comfortable spending their money. I'll give it to you, so take it. Shadow 7 said irritably. Even if we throw it to a dog, it's better than letting Shura benefit from it. 1.5-headed dog. Is it too late to become a dog now? Ye Bai, I feel like I've been scolded 2 or 3 times. All right then, as compensation for the materials used in the trap, I'll take this tail. Ye Bai accepted the Shadow Fox's tail, but did not touch the demon god of war's head. 7th brother, could you help me pack up the spoils in the arena? I feel like there might be danger. Shadow 7 glanced around the arena, nodded, and said, You're smart enough to take these things without thinking, or you might lose your life. A shadowy figure flashed, and Shadow 7 gathered all the spoils of war and piled them in front of Ye Bai. Logically speaking, the eldest sister should also have a share of these things. In Ingchi's eyes, many of the traces on the battlefield were left by her eldest sister. It is absolutely true, and there is absolutely no possibility of it being faked. Most of this spoils should actually belong to Shadow 1. How about this? I'll hand it over for you and exchange it for shadow points. If my sister doesn't want any of it, I'll transfer it all to your account. How about that? The solution proposed by Ingchi was flawless, and Ye Bai nodded in agreement. Since the traces of the attack were disguised, paying a disguise fee is quite reasonable. As for this head, you can keep it. Shadow 7 taught earnestly. After this great battle, the skill book for Wind Without Distance will appear on the market. You'd better buy one. You'll get enough points from exchanging this SSS grade material. Although Shadow 7 internally considers Shura as an imaginary enemy. But this does not prevent her from praising Wind Without Distance. Even if you're not a wind elemental powerhouse, you should still learn from them. Ye Bai blinked and asked curiously, Is this skill really that powerful? It's not a matter of whether it's powerful or not. It's just that kind of. Ingchi racked his brains, but couldn't find a suitable adjective. It's the kind of skill you absolutely must learn. Ye Bai originally intended to hear Ingchi praise him a few more times. Unfortunately, Shadow 7 is uncultured and can get by with a single, meaningless remark. Even though Ingchi said that, Ye Bai was unwilling to accept it and tried to argue. What if Wind Without Distance is sold cheaply, like Wind Slash? Cheap? Shadow 7 snorted coldly. I have a close friend who is very close to Shura. It's not that I'm gossiping behind his back. Ye Bai, be confident, you didn't talk about it behind my back. You're saying this to my face. That's exactly what my best friend said. Ingchi cleared his throat and imitated a certain fierce guy, saying, That guy is such a miser, he's incredibly stingy. He's sucking my blood and eating my flesh. I work so hard outside, like a son to someone, and the little pocket money I managed to save is all gone. The victim was very agitated and didn't utter a single polite word. He was just swearing and cursing. Ye Bai narrowed his eyes slightly. You, Shui Meng, just because I drank 2 bottles of your wine, you dare to ruin my reputation behind my back. I've noted this down. After imitating Shui Meng, Ingchi sneered repeatedly and asserted, Given that person's stingy nature, the price of this skill book won't be cheap. Ye Bai, really? I don't believe it. Ye Bai put the head of the war god demon into his storage space, and said as he did so, I'm so sorry, I didn't do anything, and I've been eating and taking things. If there's anything I can do to help, just let me know. Before Ye Bai could finish speaking, Ingchi raised an eyebrow. No way. There really is. I was just kidding, miss. You are a dignified 9th-tier war god, while I am merely an SSS level talent. How can I possibly help you? Ahem, let me test you. Ingqi had prepared her explanation and spoke slowly. What research have you done on the soul system? Ye Bai humbly replied. I know a little bit. Ingqi raised an eyebrow. Have you ever heard of the secret technique of memory sealing? Ye Bai nodded more frequently. I know a little bit about it. Yes, he often sees people whose memories are sealed. For example, Lu Qingyan. On his way to summer camp last time, he was ambushed by members of the demonic cult, and old Lu's memories were sealed by Ninth Master. But why is Shadow 7 asking this? Perfect timing. I have nothing to do right now. Ingqi took out a stack of white paper, which was printed with densely packed small characters. This is the latest research result of Professor Lan Tianqi from Shanghai University. It is the first issue and has not yet been officially published. It is only circulating in a small circle. Even after receiving the paper, Ye Bai remained confused. Why are you giving me this? Take a look first. Ingqi pretended to be mature and said, after you finish reading it, write a review of no less than 3,000 words so that I can see how well you understand the soul system. If you write well, I can introduce you to Elder Lan. Perhaps you can learn from Elder Lan for a period of time. Ingqi painted a rosy picture for Ye Bai. Ye Bai's eyelids kept twitching. Writing this 3,000-word book review is your own task. Good heavens, they've outsourced this. If it were anything else, Ye Bai might really have some trouble. Write a book review? With the insightful eye at hand. I, Ye Bai, am not targeting anyone in particular, but I am saying that everyone here is trash. Ye Bai found a dark spot to sit down and looked down at Elder Lan's paper. First author, Ingjiu Lantianqi. Ninth Master's use of an alias is quite impressive. Ye Bai didn't think much of it at the moment and continued reading. When Ye Bai saw the data from the human experiments, his eyes flickered. The further Ye Bai looked, the more strange his expression became, and his lips twitched incessantly. Even without the Eye of Insight's prompting, Ye Bai realized what had happened. Is there a possibility that the experimental materials in the paper, were they from Lu Qingyan? Chapter 153 transformed into flames, brilliant as flowers. Page after page of papers and reports were turned. Ye Bai shook his head. According to this paper, old Fox Lu's memories were sealed at least 3 times. 4 times. Is it that bad? Ye Bai couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. How could there be 4 times? He focused his attention on the line. The experimental sample has been subjected to memory sealing multiple times. More information is emerging. The first time, 37 years ago, Lu Qingyan narrowly missed the chance to become the strongest seed. Hiss. This was something Ye Bai hadn't expected. According to the Eye of Insight, the memory sealing was actually initiated by Xiaoyao at the time, and Ingjiu took action. As a result, after Xiaoyao became the strongest, both of them forgot about this matter, and no one helped Lao Lu remove the memory seal. Can you be a little more reliable, Ninth Master? Upon seeing this, Ye Bai suddenly realized something. He had met Elder Lan before and had read about Elder Lan. As the Supreme Seed Captor, Elder Lan has interacted with 4 Supreme Seeds. Each time, Ingjiu would pretend to seal away Lan Lao's memories. Old Man Lan, whose memories have been sealed, will soon realize that his memories have been sealed. So, on a dark and stormy night, he secretly tried to unlock the seal on his memories. What Mr. Lan will never know is that, when he attempted to break the seal on his memories, at least 3 Kage-level soul-type powerhouses were silently watching him. Occasionally, he would even give Ingjiu a live broadcast so that Ninth Master could watch remotely. After all, Elder Lan was only level 60, which was not even a fraction of the level of these war gods. No matter how high your theoretical level is, your practical skills will only be at a level 60. In case anything goes wrong, everyone can take remedial action in time, so that old Lan doesn't really make himself stupid. According to Ninth Master's usual practice, he will take action to unseal the seal once the strongest seed rises. Ye Bai frowned and muttered to himself, why hasn't Lu Qingyan's memory been unlocked after more than 30 years? That's where the problem lies. There must be a reason why Ingjiu didn't lift the seal. After this great battle is over, Ye Bai will find an opportunity to ask Ninth Master. Ye Bai took it to heart because it was related to Xiaoyao. According to what Xuan Meng told Ye Bai in private, there is a tradition of succession among the strongest. The more Ye Bai learns about Xiaoyao, the more it will benefit him, and the less it will harm him. Except for turning into a dog. So far, Ye Bai has had several encounters with the supreme expert, Xiaoyao. Ye Bai added a poem to the monument to the deceased in the eternal forest. The morning bell rang, and the heavenly king's sword was handed to Ye Bai, even though Ninth Master was always by his side during the summer camp. Wherever Ye Bai is, there is always a white cloud not far away. That white cloud is like the king's white cloud. The white clouds are visible only to handsome and intelligent people. Simply put, only two people can see you during the entire summer camp, Ye Bai and Ingjiu. Ninth Master is that clever man. Ye Bai is that handsome and intelligent person. Old Master Lu's experience left Ye Bai with mixed feelings. 75% of the reason for Old Master Lu's declining intelligence lies with Ye Bai. No wonder Ninth Master said before that Lu Qingyin wasn't very bright. It turns out the culprit is you, Ninth Master. Ye Bai couldn't help but roll his eyes. After reading the entire paper, Ye Bai had an idea in mind, took out paper and pen, and began to write. Did you understand? Shadow 7 approached with a hint of doubt, casually tossing aside the head of a demon king. Ye Bai didn't even look up, and replied, I know a little. Ingqi looked at the white paper, on which several lines of questions were written. On the negative effects and treatment of repeated memory sealing. On the improvement of memory sealing technique. Covering or guiding. Exploring the principles of memory sealing techniques. In the blink of an eye, Ye Bai had already written 10 questions on the paper. Shadow 7 coughed lightly. So, you choose one of the 10 topics to write a book report? Both of them look very intimidating. It should be fine for handling my older sister's task. As for Karthus's academic level, Shadow 7 is not worried about that at all. Anyway, he's better than her. Something is better than nothing. Besides, just looking at the titles that Death Song wrote, he's already way ahead of Shadow 7. Choose one. Ye Bai raised his head, looking at Ingqi with a confused expression. Why choose this option? Can't I write them all? The series of questions caught Ingqi off guard, leaving him stunned for a moment. Hiss! She gasped. Is this the legendary academic superstar? Terrifying. What I mean is, you can give it a try. While chatting, Ingqi casually threw out a few stones, killing a team of demon generals. Ye Bai, there's really no need for that. Let's put our thoughts on the movie aside for now. There's no rush. Shadow 7 pointed towards the depths of the eternal forest, his expression also somewhat solemn. Monsters are appearing more and more frequently, so there are some things I need to tell you in advance. Originally, Ingqi estimated that there would be some time to rest before giving this paper to Ye Bai, who knew that monsters would keep pouring out of the eternal forest. Moreover, more than 50% of the monsters rushed towards the direction where the two were. Ingqi was so angry she wanted to grind her teeth. These guys think I'm easy to bully. Ye Bai remained silent, muttering to himself. It has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me. Shadow 7 steered the conversation back on track. You know that a war god level monster previously tried to break through the barrier, right? Ye Bai nodded. I know, you chopped me down, seventh brother. Not a demon god of war. Shadow 7 recalled that battle and spoke slowly. I only went to the Golden Bone Abyss on my own initiative because I received orders from my third brother. When I arrived, I was surprised to find the sixth Abyss plane has actually deployed 2 full-strength legions to the Golden Bone Abyss. The demon race's legion structure is not much different from that of the human race, consisting of 3 war gods and 12 war kings. The Golden Bone Abyss is a small plane, and the number of war god-level powerhouses it can accommodate is limited. If there are too many, the plane will become unstable and easily collapse. The human army's decision to abandon the Golden Bone Abyss caught the demons off guard. Only a very small number of high-ranking members of the human race knew that they had a stable supply of high-quality ore. The Golden Bone Abyss is actually dispensable. Against this backdrop, the human army withdrew, and the demon army took advantage of the situation to seize the Golden Bone Abyss. Even if a small plane is known for its C-grade ores, the demons don't really care. It's not worth having 2 legions stationed there. But they can use the Golden Bone Abyss as a springboard to directly attack Earth. If the 2 demon legions could appear in the Eternal Forest and charge out in one fell swoop, they would surely inflict huge casualties on the human race. Listening to Ing Chi's description, Ye Bai asked in a cooperative manner. 2 full-strength demon legions have been discovered. So what? Since Shadow 7 returned unharmed, and no demon army appeared in the Eternal Forest, the result is self-evident. At this point, Ing Chi paused for a rare moment. Clearly, she was also frightened by the crazy actions of some people, and even now she is still shaken. Ing Chi spoke slowly and deliberately. Third brother blew up the Golden Bone Abyss. Deep within the mine, the human race had long since laid out various plans, with Shadow 3 lurking among them, waiting for his chance to strike. Combined with the characteristics of the Golden Bone Abyss, the entire plane eventually transformed into an ultimate firework display. Bang! After a deafening roar, the entire Golden Bone Abyss exploded. 2 full-strength demon legions transformed into fireworks, dazzling as flowers. Chapter 154. The Teacher Taught Me. Amazing, amazing. Ye Bai clapped his hands in response. Shadow King made a grand gesture, directly blowing up the Golden Bone Abyss and bringing about the annihilation of the demon army. Of course, an explosion of this magnitude poses a fatal threat to beings below the War King level. War King and War God level monsters can survive by relying on their own strength. That's why Shadow 7 was called over. At the same time as the explosion, he made a ruthless move, killing a demon war god and reaping considerable rewards. Listening to Ing Chi's description, Ye Bai couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The annihilation of the 2 legions was merely the appetizer of the entire Great War. What grand scene will unfold when the main course is served? It's unimaginable. My eldest sister went to negotiate with Elder Lon and the others. Shadow 7 said casually. Upon hearing this, Ye Bai raised an eyebrow. Negotiation? Ing Chi patiently explained. A battle of this magnitude will be fought every time the strongest seed appears in the world. This time it just came exceptionally quickly. If the war escalates further, it will evolve into a life-or-death struggle between the 2 races. Neither side wanted a decisive battle at this juncture. Fighting while negotiating was the norm. Why are the Abyss Planes fighting amongst themselves? Ye Bai was very curious and voiced his question. The monsters are definitely intelligent. You could even say they are very smart. Over the past century, even if there were foolish demon gods, they should have been eliminated long ago. Why don't they unite at a time like this? Good question. I asked Elder Lon the same question back then. Shadow 7 nodded with satisfaction, feeling that she had found her kindred spirit. Those whose IQ is at a low point. Since there's already a ready-made answer, Ing Chi only needs to repeat it, and she began to speak. To find the answer to this question, we must first know one thing. There are 2 kinds of demons. Ye Bai was puzzled. 2 kinds. Right. Ing Chi nodded. The first type of demon god, the chosen demon god, is a demon god that is formed by the continuous breakthrough and advancement of demons in the Abyss Plane, or directly shaped by the laws of the Abyss Plane. To help Ye Bai understand, Ing Chi gave an example. The demon god Feng Chi is the representative of the chosen demon god. As long as the Abyss Plane exists, the chosen demon gods will be born endlessly. Ye Bai nodded thoughtfully, signaling 7th brother to continue. The second type of demon god is what we call the original demon god. They fled from the Eternal Tower to the Abyss Plane and are now part of the Supreme Demon God. The original demon god was actually a part of the Supreme Demon God. Ye Bai's expression turned serious, and he immediately guessed a certain possibility. The 4th demon god, that demonic eye, was originally the eye of the Supreme Demon God. Even a single eye can transform into a demon god-level monster. How terrifying must the power of the Supreme Demon God be? Ing Chi, oblivious to Ye Bai's unusual behavior, continued speaking. These primal demon gods will fight each other. As long as I can successfully kill my opponent and absorb their source power, I will become stronger. This is easy to understand. Original demon gods are essentially of the same origin and share the same source, emerging from one entity. Their forces originate from the same source, and the winner takes all. Ye Bai asked in confusion. Does that mean that the original demon gods devour each other? Will the final winner resurrect the Supreme Demon God of yesteryear? Ing Chi shook her head, denying it. No, because half of the Supreme Demon God's origin is still dormant in the Abyss Plane. Even if all the original demon gods in the outside world were to merge into one, it would only be half of the supreme demon god's origin. To resurrect the supreme demon god, they must wage war against each other. Having heard this far, Ye Bai already had a clear picture of power in his mind. The entire Abyss faction should be divided into three forces: original demon god, chosen demon god, sleeping supreme demon god 50%. The original demon gods are mortal enemies, and they will never hesitate to kill each other if given the chance. Because they share the same origin and fight and devour each other, they can advance to a higher realm. At the same time, the primal demon god is the one who least wants the supreme demon god to awaken. Once the supreme demon god awakens, the first thing he will do is devour all the primal demon gods and restore his own peak strength. The chosen demon god is more like a fence-sitter caught between the supreme demon god and the primal demon god. They bend whichever way the wind blows. At the same time, based on their different stances, the two types of demon gods, namely the chosen ones and the original ones, have different attitudes towards the human race. For the chosen demon god, it's best to avoid provoking the human race if possible. The human race of today is not the same as the human race of 100 years ago, a piece of fat meat that anyone could take a bite out of. 3 supreme experts emerged in succession, each of whom stirred up bloodshed in the abyss. Of the 18 demon gods, only 13 remained after being brutally killed. If we attack humans now, we risk losing all our teeth if we're not careful. Of the 3 factions in the abyss, the one that humans fear the most is the supreme demon god, who is in a deep slumber. If the opponent awakens and restores their strength to its peak, for the human race, it would be an absolute catastrophe, even with the protection of the strongest beings. As for the primal demon god, Shadow 7 hesitated for a moment, unsure whether she should tell Death Song this information. Anyway, it's not some mystery. You'll find out when you reach the War King level. There are rumors that if one can return to the Eternal Tower, the supreme mark on the primordial demons can be washed away. I'm not entirely sure what it's used for. Third Brother would know more. That concludes Shadow 7's mini-lesson. The Abyss is divided into 3 major factions, each with different demands and interests. Uniting them together is by no means easy. If they had united 100 years ago, they would have wiped out humanity long ago, and there would have been no bloody war afterwards. What couldn't be done 100 years ago still can't be done 100 years later. In this battle, the human race fought against 4 abyssal planes in one fell swoop. This is not only the limit of human potential, but also the limit of the demon race's ability to unite. Thinking of this, Ye Bai couldn't help but shake his head. It won't be that simple. Other abyssal planes, even if they don't participate in the war, will never obediently stand by and watch the fire from the sidelines, content to be mere spectators. To fish in troubled waters, they reap the benefits without lifting a finger. Ye Bai understood these simple truths, and so did the demons. In other words, the pressure faced by the human negotiating team also exceeded expectations. Thump. Just as Ing Chi and Ye Bai were talking, the sound of bells rang out. The bells toll from the upper levels of the Eternal Tower. Ye Bai and Ing Chi looked up at the same time, but the top of the Eternal Tower was obscured by clouds and mist and could not be seen clearly. Unless you happen to have the SSS level talent eye of insight. Ye Bai saw. Above a white cloud, Old Man Lon sat cross-legged, conversing with someone across the distance. Professor Lon looked outside and asked curiously, "This is the 99th floor?" The Taoist's voice came out, "Yes. Would you like to come in and have a look?" Xiaoyao spoke in a very casual tone, as if he were inviting someone to sit in his own home. "Please make yourself at home and sit wherever you like." "No, thank you." Professor Lon waved his hand. "Once my talent awakens a second time, I'll climb up and see for myself. The view will be even better. If you think it's boring, just say so. Don't hold it in." Professor Lon was very casual, even rolling up his sleeves as if trying to catch a white cloud. Xiaoyao spoke again. "Have you answered the questions I asked you earlier?" For this round of negotiations, Abyss specifically requested that Blue Sky participate. Professor Lon went along with the idea that after the negotiations, he could go to the front lines to find the supreme expert Wuhan and try out his talent's second awakening. I've looked into the problem you mentioned when I got back. Professor Lon repeated the question. Ye Bai, in the eternal forest, clearly saw Professor Lan's words. Are there any beings in this world who are born with knowledge? This is a question that Xiaoyao once asked Professor Lon. In an instant, Ye Bai's pupils contracted, as if he were being pricked by thorns. Those born with knowledge. Could it be referring to a time traveler? Aside from his SSS level talent, time travel is Ye Bai's biggest secret. With his heart in his throat, Ye Bai waited for Elder Lon to continue. Above the white clouds, Professor Lon and Xiaoyao's conversation continued. I thought about it for a long time before I came up with this answer. Professor Lon nodded slowly. There are those in the world who are born with knowledge. The white clouds are silent. After a while, accompanied by the sound of his loose Taoist robe swaying, he seemed to bow to Professor Lon. Xiaoyao's voice rang out again. The teacher taught me. Chapter 155, Who says the world is the most boring place? The teacher taught me. The supreme expert, Xiaoyao, didn't put on any airs in front of Lan Tianqi. To discuss this issue, we must first clarify the definition. Professor Lon had nothing to hide and slowly revealed his thoughts. The concept of being born with knowledge is very complex to define. For example, being born knowing everything, being omniscient and omnipotent. I don't think even the one sleeping at the bottom of the abyss could do that. Xiaoyao agreed with this statement. Yes, there is no one in the world who knows everything. The supreme demon god is not, nor is the carefree one. Okay, let's continue along this line of thought. Professor Lon speaks very slowly. He's over 100 years old. If he speaks too fast, he might get out of breath. The innate knowledge we are discussing belongs to. From the moment of birth, a person possesses memories of the world. This phenomenon is more often seen in the fantasy world of literary works, where it is referred to as time travel or rebirth. When Lao Jiu was young, he liked watching these kinds of things, and he always chose to watch the free ones. As he spoke, Professor Lon looked at Bai Yun, his gaze seemingly unwavering. Old Nine is looking at these things to kill time. But you are different. You find the world utterly boring, and you haven't even figured out if you are a butterfly. You won't have the time to think about that. Therefore, Lan Tianqi emphasized those two words, because he knew that what he was about to say might touch upon Xiaoyao's deepest secret. As everyone knows, the human race has three supreme beings. Nightmare, Traceless, Carefree. In the public's perception, Nightmare is undoubtedly the strongest among the strongest. Because of his special status, Lan Tianqi knows most of the inside information. Nightmare and Wuhan have both fought against the most powerful demon god. The result of the match. If Nightmare doesn't step into the abyss plane again, Wuhan will be unable to leave the abyss plane. Both of these supreme experts paid a heavy price. In return, the supreme demon god continued to slumber, and humanity enjoyed a brief period of peace. In other words, among the three strongest humans, he is the one whose combat strength has been best preserved. On the contrary, it was Xiaoyao who made the fewest moves. Professor Lon spoke slowly and deliberately. When you start thinking about this problem, there are only two possibilities. First, you met someone who was born with knowledge. Second, you are one of those who are born with knowledge. Or both, otherwise you would never consider this question. The white clouds fell silent once again. After a long pause, he said softly, Maybe. A sigh of carefree joy. I made a fool of myself. Xiaoyao has asked all the questions he wanted to ask, but he did not get the answer he wanted. Professor Lon did not get up, but continued to ask questions. What's your opinion on Shura? The white clouds rolled silently. There will always be creatures on earth that dare to eavesdrop on the conversations of the strongest beings. Ye Bai craned his neck, not blinking an eye, as if afraid of missing any detail. The discussion about those who are born with knowledge really frightened Ye Bai. But when Ye Bai saw the words Shura, the dialogue box suddenly became blurry. Ye Bai grew anxious. Give it your all. I'm really into an exciting part of the story. How can I not be able to cache it? It's just as frustrating as a certain blue download software getting stuck at 99.99%. The Supreme Warrior, Free Spirit, initiates encrypted calls. You can view the call here for information on the 9th level of Talent Awakening. Ye Bai? That's asking too much of people. Fine, I won't look. I'm not curious. As he spoke, Ye Bai turned his attention back to the task at hand, watching waves of monsters rush out of the eternal forest. What's your opinion on Shura? Xiaoyao asked Professor Lan a question, and Professor Lan asked a question in return. The white clouds churned for a moment, then a carefree voice drifted over. How does Wuhan view Xiaoyao? How does Xiaoyao view Shura? I see. Professor Lan slowly stood up. This movement seemed very strenuous, making him look much older, as if his energy and spirit had dissipated. With the appearance of the Supreme Seed, the Supreme Demon God will surely awaken, you. Professor Lan stopped mid-sentence. He stood there silently, a faint sadness on the old man's face, every wrinkle telling a story. Soon, Professor Lan's previous gloom and unhappiness vanished. He even flashed a warm smile and spoke across the eternal tower. Don't lock yourself in the tower all day long. Don't you get bored? If it were me, I would have ripped the top off this dilapidated tower long ago. Professor Lan said with a smile. Zhang Xiaoyao, come out for a walk more often when you have time. As Lan Tianqi spoke, he straightened his collar and sleeves, and then waved goodbye. They're gone. White clouds drifted away, bidding him farewell. Travel to the abyss plane and negotiate with the demon god. If things don't go smoothly at all, the two sides might start fighting. Even with the protection of numerous war gods, it would be difficult to keep him safe from the 60-level blue sky. This matter was extremely dangerous and had a very low chance of survival. Even if the negotiations go smoothly and the war ends, Lan Tianqi still needs to rush to the front line to find the supreme expert Wuhan and find a way to awaken his talent a second time. It was another brush with death. From a probabilistic point of view, there is a 10% chance of survival each time, and the impact occurs twice in a row. The chances of Lan Tianqi surviving and leaving the abyss plane are only 1%. For Lan Tianqi, this trip was truly a journey of facing death and living. The negotiation team, which had been prepared long ago, was just waiting for Elder Lan. As the white clouds descended, the portal to the abyss dimension slowly opened. On the other side of the portal, the consciousnesses of 9 demon gods had been waiting for a long time. Even if the portal only opens a crack, the pressure surging out is unbearable. Within the negotiation team, apart from Professor Lan, even the weakest member was a 7th-tier war god, yet he couldn't help but turn pale in the face of this oppressive aura. Before the negotiations even began, the other party gave us a hard time. Thump! The bells rang melodiously. A pale yellow barrier was erected in front of the negotiating team to shield them from the oppressive atmosphere. The moment the Supreme Being made his move, all the demon gods also moved in perfect unison and slowly withdrew their attacks. We're here to negotiate, not to court disaster. Xiaoyao dislikes taking action and dislikes leaving the Eternal Tower. That doesn't mean he can't walk through the abyss. Before the Supreme Demon God awakens, I casually kill a few demon gods. Behind Professor Lan, bells rang out one after another from the upper levels of the Eternal Tower, to bid farewell to an old friend, sending off a clock, attending to someone in their final moments. Most people would consider it unlucky. Lan Tianqi, however, understood very well. The one who lives atop the Eternal Tower, though dressed in a Taoist robe, never believes in ghosts or gods. Whether it's auspicious or inauspicious, get out of here. As long as it's easy to use, that's fine. The portal was completed, the passage between the two worlds was opened, and a dark figure traveled back and forth to confirm that it was safe. The seemingly frail woman leading the group said in a deep voice, "Set off. Even a 9th-tier war god must be fully focused, otherwise he might die." The negotiation team of more than a dozen people entered the portal one by one. Professor Lan is the weakest. He needs someone else to arrive and build a life support system for him before he can enter the abyss. Therefore, he was ranked last. While waiting, Lan Tianqi turned around to look. At this moment, the sun was setting, and the evening glow was brilliant. The abyss portal was once again suspended in midair. Blue sky, feet touching white clouds, bathed in the glow of sunset. At first glance, the old man seemed to be as tall as the sky. In the old man's eyes, all he saw was the beautiful land of the human race. A century has passed, and the landscape remains unchanged, as do the people. I never tire of watching it, and it fills me with joy. Withdrawing his gaze, Lan Tianqi turned around gracefully, took a step forward, and resolutely stepped into the abyss portal. Only a soft laugh remained between heaven and earth. Who says life is the most boring thing? Chapter 156. Quickly use your invincible second brother to think of a solution. On this day, Blue Sky and its head plunged into the abyss, where they met with the 9 demon gods. Outside the eternal forest, the setting sun bleeds like blood. Ye Bai withdrew his gaze, somewhat puzzled, and asked, "Seventh brother, you said you were negotiating with the demon god, such a dangerous thing. Why did you call on Elder Lan? I find this matter strange as well." Ingqi's voice came from above Ye Bai's head, and Ye Bai glanced at it in surprise. "You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you." Ingqi stood on a small hill, squatting down to talk to Ye Bai. This small hill was made entirely of the corpses of monsters. Unbeknownst to her, she had actually killed so many demons. Ye Bai couldn't help but gasp. "This woman is terrifying. We absolutely cannot offend her." "Seventh brother, isn't it cold standing up there?" Ye Bai asked. "Do you want me to burn the body for you?" "Burn? Why burn it? Ingqi is strange. She always kills, but doesn't care about burying the dead. Just cut it down." Ye Bai said seriously. "Burning the body is equivalent to erasing the traces of your actions, so the enemy will have no way to deduce your usual methods from the corpse." That seems to make some sense. Shadow 7 remembered something her older sister had said. Karth is very good at saving his life, but he also has a lot of bad intentions. Based on his performance while reading Lan Lao's paper, Karthus is clearly more than 5% smarter than him. Ingqi nodded. "That's a good idea. Besides burning the body to cover up the traces, do you have any other suggestions?" As she spoke, she quickly drew her knife, separating all the valuable materials, while simultaneously listening attentively. Ingqi's question was indeed within Ye Bai's area of expertise. When making a move, one can conceal the abilities of a certain element and launch a surprise attack at a crucial moment. Ye Bai, drawing on his own experience, spoke quickly. "Make sure every monster that has seen my hidden ability dies, and I can keep my trump card hidden forever. But I've been famous for many years, and I no longer have any trump cards." At this point, Ingqi became a little embarrassed. Only after Karthus said that did she realize that she seemed to have no trump cards at all. When he occasionally goes out on missions, the enemy always manages to escape after discovering Shadow 7's whereabouts. Playing cards with her is always an open game. There's no challenge at all. Ye Bai couldn't help but roll his eyes. He would bet that 96.7% of the top 10, no, top 30 shadow-level powerhouses have their own trump cards. The remaining 3.3% is Shadow 7. It doesn't matter. Shadow 7 quickly shook off his frustration and rallied his spirits. "I'll practice one more skill set these next 2 days to use as a trump card." "Ye Bai, listen to this. Is this what a human being says?" In the following time, Ye Bai briefly introduced the following to Ingqi. Old coins. From beginner to end of life. 108 ways to go from killing the enemy to scattering ashes. My hidden cards are billions. Shadow 7 sighed sincerely. "You really do have a lot of bad intentions." Many of the things Karthus talked about were things she had never heard of before. Of course, these things weren't very helpful to her. They were more of a reference. When it comes to actual combat, Shadow 7 will still follow his own habits and instincts. However, Karthus provides Shadow 7 with a perspective to consider. What should I do if the enemy is as sneaky as Karthus? Thinking about this, Ingqi felt a headache coming on. She quickly felt relieved. There are very few characters as evil as Karthus in the Abyss. He's a rare occurrence. Shadow 7 even patted Karthus on the shoulder and remarked, "Luckily, Shura isn't as shameless as you. Otherwise I'd have a real headache." "Ye Bai?" She definitely yelled at me twice. Ye Bai really wanted to lay his cards on the table. "I'm not pretending anymore. I'm Shura. A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. Go ahead and kill me if you dare." Ye Bai shook his head as he looked at the short blade at Ingqi's waist. "No, I don't want to." While the two chatted, the eternal forest fell silent, and no more monsters continued to flee. It looks like negotiations have begun. Shadow 7 perked up and pulled out a small black box. "Luckily, my eldest sister went. so I can also take a look at the negotiation scene. Ye Bai, is there really such a good thing? Karth song, cough cough, those below the shadow level are not allowed to watch this kind of live stream. As Ying-Chi opened the small box, she looked at Ye Bai. However, I find you rather pleasing to the eye. You may observe and learn a thing or two, but do not let this slip to outsiders, otherwise. Shadow 7 chuckled. You'll have a chance to try out the memory sealing technique in that paper. You should act innocent when you've gained an advantage. Ye Bai nodded in agreement and moved closer to Ying-Chi. The small box, resembling a holographic projector, reveals a corner of the magnificent hall. The second abyss, the Demon Emperor's palace. The second demon god, the strongest demon god among the chosen demon gods. There isn't much information about the second demon god. Ye Bai focused more on the overall situation. The human negotiation team consisted of 12 people. Shadow 1, Shadow 8, and Shadow 11 are 3 war gods from the shadows, the weakest of whom is a 9th-tier war god. Gods of war from the Legion Command Center, Wolf's Den, and other locations. Ye Bai glanced around, but didn't see the figure of his old acquaintance, Xuanming. Su Qingfeng was among them. He was pale and weak, looking as if he had not yet recovered from serious injuries. The positioning of the negotiating team was very important. Everyone spread out, with Professor Lan standing in the very center, the frail woman Ying-Yi to his left, and Su Qingfeng to his right. Unfortunately, you can only see the picture in the live stream, but you can't hear the sound. Shadow 7 sighed. Ye Bai remained silent, quietly watching the screen. However, his video was accompanied by subtitles. Su Qingfeng, Elder Lan, as previously arranged, if anything happens, I will take you away. Professor Lan nodded without saying anything more and obeyed the arrangement. He knew very well that the current situation was beyond the reach of someone at level 60. As for why he himself was here, others may not know, but Professor Lan had a guess in his heart. Those guys found out. They know that I have the talent to awaken a second time, and they want to kill me. Deep within the Demon Emperor's palace, the projections of 8 demon gods, and the true form of the second demon god. The human negotiating team has arrived, but the 2 sides have not started negotiations immediately. The demons have some differing opinions and are discussing them privately. These discussions were beyond the reach of even Shadow 1. Even through the live stream, Ye Bai could see the discussion about the demon god. The 12th demon god. I will not interfere in this war as long as the human race withdraws its legions. The 7th demon god. Now is not the time to talk about this. The 7th demon god. This great battle is not important. What matters is that Lan Tianxi is here. The 13th demon god. I thought we were discussing the threat of Azura. When there are too many people, meetings can easily become chaotic. Soon, someone stepped forward to maintain order at the meeting. The second demon god slightly opened his eyes and spoke. The human race has produced 3 supreme experts in succession. Even if there is one more, it will just mean that life will be a little more difficult. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. No demon god present refuted this statement. In fact, the strongest human beings pose little threat to the demon god. If they want to escape, they always find a way. Except for disgraceful scoundrels like Feng Qi. The chosen demon god faction has expelled him from the list of demon gods and publicly declared that he is actually the original demon god. The original demon god faction says that Feng Qi is a complete idiot. The strongest among humans can be left to the supreme demon god to worry about. Let him handle it. The second demon god spoke again. If we let the sky grow together, it won't just be the sky collapsing, it will be the earth sinking, and no one will benefit from it. He's over 100 years old. How can he grow? Some demons were puzzled, thinking that Lan Tianxi was definitely not the next Xiaoyao. F-rank talent, 100% authentic. If he could have grown up, he would have grown up long ago. We have spent a great deal of effort to predict that a great calamity is about to befall Lan Tianxi. The second demon god said in a deep voice. He may experience a second awakening soon. At that time, a great calamity will befall. There is no need for the second demon god to emphasize. All the demons present knew what was about to happen. Lan Tianxi's stance is beyond question, and if he grows up, his methods for dealing with the abyss are predictable. The prophecy was orchestrated by the second demon god and the 11th demon god. It was not fabricated. The 9 demon gods fell silent. The intent to kill has already arisen. At the same time of silence, Ye Bai, who was watching through the projection, broke out in a cold sweat. So that's why they called Elder Lon over. They didn't want to negotiate. They wanted to kill. The true intentions were revealed at the last moment, and a critical situation arose. Old Lon, danger. Where's ninth master? Where's second brother? Please help. Ye Bai stared intently at the screen, muttering to himself. Quickly, use your invincible second brother to think of a solution. Chapter 157. One day, I will reach the supreme realm. On the live stream, 8 demon god projections and 1 demon god himself all locked their killing intent onto Lan Tianqi. The demons reached a consensus. Kill Lan Tianqi first, then we'll talk. If the humans are unwilling to talk, then we won't talk. There was nothing to talk about to begin with. Before they could even make a move, the demon emperor's palace suddenly began to tremble. A sword aura slashed inward. Ye Bai, who was watching the live stream, was delighted. The invincible second brother has made a move. Clearly, this sword energy did not come from the second brother. A figure in white stormed into the demon emperor's palace and unleashed 2 sword strikes. 2 sword energies crisscrossed, carving a character on the ground. Ing Chi couldn't wait to explain to Ye Bai. The sword slave never speaks. He always expresses his meaning through his sword. Ye Bai nodded. Yes, that's very much like second brother, very much like Xing. What does writing 10 mean? Ye Bai pretended not to understand, giving Ing Chi room to maneuver. Shadow 7's smile widened, feeling that the gap between his IQ and Karthus's had widened to 4%. It means that if these demon gods dare to make a move against Elder Lon, the strongest one will randomly assign 10 swords to the lucky ones. Oh, I see. Ye Bai suddenly realized. On the screen, the appearance of the sword slave caused many demon god projections to retreat. He abandoned his intention to kill Lan Tianqi and returned to his original spot. Snort. The second demon god sneered. No trace, yet he can unleash 10 sword strikes. Clearly, he did not take the threat of the traceless one to heart. Anyway, they can't defeat him. It's the other demons who will die. Just then, Xue Meng, carrying a giant hammer, strode into the demon emperor's palace as if he were returning home. Ing Chi introduced him to Ye Bai. This is a close friend of mine. He is an honest and generous man with a wealthy family background. He is also very fierce in killing demons. Ye Bai nodded and echoed. Impressive, impressive. He is an open and honest person, generous with his money, and a fierce demon slayer. Ye Bai believed all 3 points. But are they really that wealthy? Xue Meng's family is so poor that all they have left are his 2 fathers. Boom. He casually tossed the giant hammer to the ground, glanced around, and completely disregarded the consciousness of the 9 demon gods. Are demon gods so great? He has a complete set of demon god remains in his house. Has he ever shown them off? Xue Meng cleared his throat and looked at the second demon god. My dad said that if anyone dares to touch Xiaolon today, he will make an exception and go to the abyss plane to have a heart-to-heart talk with his old friends and see how everyone's sleep quality has been lately. The demons and gods remained silent. After a moment of silence, the second demon god asked a question he already knew the answer to. Which father do you have? Big Daddy. Xue Meng spoke with great confidence. With a supreme being as his godfather, he could stand tall. Nightmare. The nightmare of all veteran demon gods, the chosen demon gods of the new generation, will never understand what those 2 words mean. Only the original demon gods and the older generation of chosen demon gods have a profound understanding of these 2 words. 3 of the strongest humans. Nightmare, the pioneer who forges new frontiers. Without leaving a trace, yet revealing its brilliance, it is a restorer of the dynasty. Xiaoyao, a person who cultivates life, rests, and preserves what is available. Of the 3, the things that Nightmare does are the most difficult. Neither Wuhan nor Xiaoyao could do better than Nightmare. When the words, Big Daddy, were uttered, the temperature in the entire Demon Emperor's palace seemed to drop a few degrees. The projection of the 5th demon god suddenly collapsed from its original position. Thousands of miles away. The 5th abyss plane. The fifth demon god belongs to the category of primordial demon gods. The enormous and terrifying body fell from the throne. The fifth demon god clutched his head tightly with both hands, his expression twisted in agony, rolling on the ground and banging his head against everything. All sorts of nonsense came out of his mouth. He's back. He's back. Nightmare. I've been having this nightmare for 70 years. Why can't I wake up from this damn dream? Kill me. Kill me. Let me return to my supreme existence. Let me die. The demon's head slammed wildly against the earth, causing the entire palace to shake, accompanied by heart-wrenching screams, some even tinged with sobs. The demon guards on watch in the distance had extremely grim expressions. Clearly, this is not the first time something like this has happened. God, I'm having another nightmare. The second abyss dimension, the Demon Emperor's palace. Xuanming arrived at the crucial moment, carrying his big father's words, and almost reversed the situation. All the demonic projections retreated, unwilling to anger the two supreme beings. Except for the second demon god. His true form remained seated on the throne, his killing intent still locked onto Lan Tianqi. This negotiation was an agreement between him and the human race, and it was held on his territory. All for the sake of Lan Tianqi. The threat from the two supreme beings was not enough to quell the second demon god's killing intent. Those two clay bodhisattvas crossing the river are barely able to save themselves. The so-called threat was nothing but a bluff in the eyes of the second demon god. If the sword without a trace could truly catch up with the second demon god, he would have died long ago. The same principle applies. If Nightmare could enter the abyss dimension, it would have entered long ago. The nightmare that the second demon god knew never hesitated to kill demon gods. The strongest are too far away, while the blue sky is too close. There was no choice but to become the second demon god. No demon god knows better than him just how terrifying Lan Tianqi is. Once Lan Tianqi's talent awakens a second time, even if it's only AB level talent, humans can also spare no resources to turn him into a 9th-tier war god. Lan Tianqi, at level 60, is someone whose assassination is worth sending a war god to kill. What about level 980? The second demon god will not be able to sleep or eat in peace until this person is eliminated. My killing intent is set. Just as the second demon god was about to make his move, and Su Qingfeng was preparing to escape with Elder Lan, it was a critical moment. The Demon Emperor's palace welcomed two more uninvited guests. Are you ever going to stop? The second demon god sneered. What do you think this place is, where I can come and go as I please? The two people who came were not working together. Standing at the entrance of the Demon Emperor's palace, a refined and easygoing middle-aged man and a burly man covered in bone weapons politely deferred to each other. After you. You go first. The middle-aged man bowed slightly, a smile plastered on his face. I dare not compete with you, sir. The burly man, covered in bone weapons, shook his head. Ninth Master said that the final act is the heavyweight. The middle-aged man explained. The last one to perform is the second to last, so you should go first. The burly man pulled out a spiked club, raised it high, and aimed it at the middle-aged man's head. If you don't go in now, you won't be coming in at all. Hiss. The middle-aged man gave a wry smile and walked into the Demon Emperor's palace. I am Zhao Qian, the pavilion master of Wanwu Pavilion. Greetings to all the bosses. Zhao Qian. Upon seeing him appear, Ye Bai, who had been watching the live stream, raised an eyebrow. What was Zhao Qian doing here? Help Xiaoyao make harsh remarks? The two previous supreme experts didn't come in person, but they brought their messages. Only, Ye Bai couldn't think of anything Xiaoyao could say for a moment. Say to all the demons, is it possible that you are a bunch of pigs? The scene was too beautiful for Ye Bai to imagine. After Zhao Qian finished bowing, he spoke again. Dear bosses, my boss has something to say to you all. Oh. On the throne, the second demon god leaned forward slightly, a mixture of curiosity and wariness on his face. He doesn't care about things like tracelessness or nightmares. A carefree life won't work. That is something that could potentially kill him. Moreover, the mystery surrounding Xiaoyao is not only unfamiliar to the human race, but also to the abyss plane, where this supreme being is quite unknown. The only thing that is certain is that he is incredibly powerful. The second demon god, like Ye Bai, was curious about what Xiaoyao would say. My boss said. Zhao Qian cleared his throat, mimicking Xiaoyao's tone, and said coldly, "Don't make things boring for yourself." In short, the killing intent in the second demon god's heart was reduced by 50%. He hesitated. If Xiaoyao were to break into the abyss plane and kill him at this time, the second demon god would surely die. However, Xiaoyao also had to pay a heavy price. The sleeping supreme demon god is not so friendly. He will seize every opportunity to kill the strongest human. Did the second demon god exchange his life with Xiaoyao? If successful, the most powerful demon god will also be resurrected. Just as he hesitated, a new voice rang out in the temple. Wind chimes? No, it's a bone bell. With a clattering sound, a burly man adorned with white bone ornaments entered the main hall and casually tossed Zhao Qian into a corner. Ninth Master suspected you had ill intentions, so he sent me to. The second demon god's anger was almost at its maximum, and he directly interrupted the burly man's words. So, the human powerhouses only know how to relay messages? Let them come and talk to me themselves. Are you sure? The burly man looked at the second demon god, and a small black box appeared in his palm. I'll invite Ninth Master over right away. The second demon god. They don't play by the rules. I was just saying it casually. Why did you take it so seriously? Put that little thing down. Who are you trying to scare? The second demon god's eyes were dark and unfathomable as he uttered a sentence through clenched teeth. Go on, Ninth Master said. If Lan Tianqi loses even a single hair. The burly man's mouth stretched into an exaggerated, inhuman grin, reaching all the way to his ears, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth as he repeated Ninth Master's words. Ingjiu said, when I reach the highest level, I will not sheath my blade in the Nine Nights Abyss. Chapter 158. Are you trying to scam me here? When I reach the highest level of power, I will not sheath my sword even in the deepest abyss. With just one sentence, Ingjiu completely dispelled the second demon god's murderous intent. It's a very simple principle. He couldn't kill Shadow 9. Shadow 9 truly has a chance to reach the ultimate realm. Once Shadow 9 becomes the strongest, that madman is truly willing to risk his life. The three supreme experts, along with the information brought by Shadow 9, turned the tide and Professor Lan was out of danger. Just as the negotiations were about to continue. Facing the burly man covered in bone weapons, Shadow 3 Lan Tianqi spoke up. You say the people of China don't lie to the people of China. Everyone. Shadow 3 was also completely baffled for a moment. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, Lan Tianqi gritted his teeth and resolutely plucked out a single hair from his own head. All the demons. Are you trying to scam me here? Inhuman. A centenarian actually did this to a demon. Shocking. To kill the demon god, he painfully sacrificed his treasured possessions of many years. Is this a sign of moral decay or a distortion of human nature? This is outrageous. That's going too far. Let's not talk about knives today. Both the human and demon races ignored Lan Tianqi's actions and officially began negotiations. There are 9 demon gods in total. Their bargaining chip was simple, not to participate in the war. Since the human race has set its sights on the 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 6th abyssal planes. Let them fight it out. Let them fight until they're bloodied and battered. Other demons may choose not to participate in the war, provided that the human race makes certain concessions. The conditions for each demon god are different. Starting with the 13th demon god, they spoke in turn. The 13th demon god put forward his conditions. Shura swears in the name of his eternal ID that he will not enter the 13th abyss within 100 years. Ye Bai, observing from the sidelines. What does it have to do with me? He was just watching a show, getting really into it, when he suddenly found himself turned into a bargaining chip on the table. We will not fall into the 13th abyss within a century. Does this mean that the 13th demon god is safe forever as long as he stays in his hometown? Ye Bai was furious. Who do you think you are? Does my not going to your house have anything to do with whether I kill you or not? It's okay. Before Ye Bai could even agree, Xue Ming, inside the demon emperor's palace, nodded. Good. He agreed on behalf of his good friend. Xue Ming pondered in his heart. From now on, The special products of the 13th Abyss will be sold to Shura at a 50% markup. No, a 100% markup. This is a win-win situation. Every time the human race wins, Xuanming wins. Shura lost. Ye Bai rolled his eyes helplessly. Damn it, at least respect my opinion. Shadow 7 rolled her eyes and said dejectedly, what are they talking about? There's only visuals, no sound. Really? Ye Bai nodded. The lack of sound is very annoying. After he finished speaking, he continued reading the subtitles. The 12th Demon God. The human army withdrew from the 12th Abyssal Plane, and the two sides agreed to a 30-year non-aggression pact. Faced with his conditions, the sword slave shook his head. Not allowed. In the Abyss Plane, all matters concerning the Legion are handled entirely by Wuhan. What the sword slave conveyed was the will of Wuhan. Even the Legion Command Center mostly just cooperates with Wuhan, having the right to make suggestions, but not the right to make decisions. The 12th Demon God remained silent for a moment, then spoke again. The territories occupied by the human race will be preserved, and a 10-year truce will be observed. Sword Slave shook his head again. With nowhere left to retreat, the 12th Demon God revealed his bottom line. A 3-year truce is permitted, during which time the human race may send out warriors below the God of War rank to fight, but both sides are prohibited from mobilizing groups of up to 100 people. The swordsman unleashed a single sword strike. 1 year is fine. Now that the strongest seed has been born, the winds of change are blowing. For the 12th Demon God, the chance to survive for another year was of paramount importance. As long as humanity ceases its conquest of the Abyss Plane, the output of its demon kings and war god-level monsters will greatly increase, and its own strength will also improve somewhat. It was precisely because of this that the two sides were locked in a tug of war over time, with the 12th Demon God retreating again and again. From the initial 30 years, it was shrunk to the final year. The agreement with the 12th Demon God was reached, and the 11th Demon God stepped forward. My terms will be discussed privately. You must send people to the 11th Abyss Plane. Good. All eyes naturally fell on Xuanming. Demengzi nodded. I'll do it. He's used to it. As the second adopted son of the Supreme Power, Xuanming possesses numerous titles and buffs. The most powerful buff, the Invincibility Shield. No demon god dared to attack Xuanming. While Lan Tianxi is undoubtedly important to the human race, the strongest beings can make bold statements one after another and then carry them out without hesitation. Xuanming may not be that important to the human race. But Xuanming is very important to Nightmare, and without trace. That's enough. The projection of the 11th Demon God landed at Xuanming's feet, taking him away to negotiate in the 11th Abyss Plane. Ye Bai, who had been watching from the sidelines, shook his head in disappointment. The only one who brought joy to the whole event. How could he just leave like that? He also wanted to see what kind of terrible things Xuanming could do. The 10th Demon God. I want half of Feng Qi's remains. Ye Bai? Feng Qi is dead. One achievement after another popped up before Ye Bai's eyes. All records left by Feng Qi. Ye Bai couldn't help but sigh. Second brother, punishment. As expected of the fastest man and the fastest demon god, putting the two together achieves the fastest kill record. Su Qingfeng spoke up. The remains are gone, scattered. I want your ashes too. The negotiation process was harmonious, and both sides exchanged views frankly and amicably. The demon god was reasonable and dared to propose any conditions, demanding exorbitant prices. The human race argued that they didn't want to agree to any conditions and were determined to get something for nothing. What left the deepest impression on Ye Bai was the condition of the 5th demon god. Kill me within 10 years. The projection of the 5th demon god was somewhat hysterical, spewing out all sorts of demonic profanities. The frail woman, Yingyi, had a soft heart and could not bear to see killing. She stretched out the time frame. 1,000 years. 15 years. That's the limit I can accept. The 5th demon god stared intently at Yingyi. Otherwise, go find Wuhan and seek death. Let's see how many swords he can slash me. The negotiation with the 5th demon god took place so quickly that it was hard to keep up. He was determined to die. The humans, on the contrary, felt compassion and were unwilling to kill him. Ye Bai, who was observing from the sidelines, slowly nodded, having figured out what was going on. The fifth demon god is the primordial demon god. Killing him would instead allow the origin to revert to the supreme demon god, increasing the number of supreme demon gods. For the strongest beings, demon gods are not a concern. The most powerful demon gods are the real threat. They would rather let the fifth demon god live than let the supreme demon god become stronger. The negotiations are progressing faster than Ye Bai had anticipated. In fact, the demons of the abyss came prepared, each with their own desires. Ye Bai gradually began to see through the situation and couldn't help but complain. These demons are here to rip us off. Ye Bai, having come to terms with reality, was speechless. No demon god was willing to be the first to step forward. They had no intention of participating in the Great War at all. They even rejoice at seeing other demons suffer significant losses, allowing them to seize the opportunity to devour their territories and resources. This negotiation was a matter of mutual consent between the two parties. The negotiations quickly came to an end. The second demon god, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke again. Is the Supreme Protocol still valid? The nightmare of the Supreme being once made a pact with the Supreme Demon God. Both the Abyss Plane and the human race have been operating within the framework of the agreement for the past few decades. The human powerhouses nodded almost simultaneously. Efficient. This was the instruction they received, and also the will of the three supreme beings. They have no intention of breaking the agreement for the time being. Certainly, even if they were to tear it apart, they wouldn't inform the Abyss Plane beforehand. After receiving a positive reply, the second demon god snorted coldly. Good. Today, I'm going to take a good look. How could you humans destroy the Abyss Plane with just 3 legions? Chapter 159 Wind. According to the Supreme Agreement, the human race can deploy a maximum of 3 legions in each abyssal plane. There are extremely strict limits on the number of strong individuals in each legion. The great battle has begun. After more than 30 years of recuperation, the human race once again drew its sword, its forces aimed directly at the 4 abyssal planes. Their ambitions are laid bare. This battle is not only aimed at the demon god, but also at the abyss plane on which the demons depend for survival. If the demon god is simply killed, a new chosen demon god will soon be born in the abyss plane. Even in the abyss plane occupied by the original demon god, this is the case. Only by killing all the monsters, completely purifying the abyss plane, and destroying it can we solve the problem once and for all. However, due to the constraints of the Supreme Protocol, it is difficult for the human race to do such a thing. There were once 18 abyssal planes. Over the past century, humanity has completely purified 5 of them, and they were all ranked very low. The rankings within the abyss plane are themselves a reflection of strength. And this time, the target of the human race's war is 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 6th abysses. They are all ranked in the top 10, and their strength should not be underestimated. Putting aside the demon gods, it would be incredibly difficult for the human race to conquer these planes with its military strength alone. We are indeed very curious about what trump cards your human race has hidden. Without the Supreme Seed, and without the Supreme War God, do the 3 legions think they can destroy the abyss plane? A fool's dream. The 9 demon gods present swore by their true names that they would not participate in this great battle. Humanity also had its own powerful figures step forward, swearing an oath with their eternal IDs to fulfill the agreement reached by both sides. After doing all this, the many powerful human warriors exchanged glances. Ing nodded. We can begin. Shadow has no objections. Zhao Qian strolled back from the corner and spoke up as well. The pavilion of all things has no objection. The sword slaves inside the arena drove their long swords into the ground. This means agreement. Shadow 7 seized every opportunity to explain and introduced it to Death Song. When a sword slave agrees to something, he will drive his sword into the ground. The two were watching the live stream the whole time, but since there was no sound, they could only guess at the general idea from body language. Ye Bai asked curiously, what if the sword slave disagrees and breaks the sword? Shadow 7 gestured. No, the sword slave will just cut you down. Ye Bai, Why are you so skilled at this? Tell your story. Seemingly realizing something was amiss, Shadow 7 quickly added. I only learned about this because my close friend is constantly being chased and attacked by sword slaves. In the live stream footage, Shadow, Sword Slave, Myriad Things Pavilion. The forces created by the three supreme beings also represent the will of the supreme beings. When the three parties reach an agreement, it basically represents the will of the human race. The main course of this great battle is about to be served. Su Qingfeng, this is none of your business. Ing Sen walked to Su Qingfeng's side and asked in a deep voice, Would you like me to give you a ride? Su Qingfeng, pale-faced, said with a wry smile, Please be gentle. Good. After saying that, Ing Sen punched Su Qingfeng in the stomach, and an unusual red appeared on his already pale face. A gigantic maw appeared behind Su Qingfeng and swallowed him whole in an instant. Before Ye Bai could even ask, Ing Chi took the initiative to introduce them. Shadow 3, also known as Third Brother, can help people move between the abyss plane, but his method is a bit simple and crude. This is almost killing someone, isn't it? Ye Bai saw it clearly. Su Qingfeng's health had dropped significantly. Any other war god could have been killed by that punch. Su Qingfeng was teleported to the fourth abyss plane. Fourth talent awakening unlocks the ability to watch live streams across abyss planes. What are you waiting for? Ye Bai rolled his eyes and ignored the prompt. However, judging from the attitudes of everyone in the room, Ye Bai understood perfectly well. The real battle is about to begin. Even though he was thousands of miles away, Ye Bai felt his blood boiling. Unfortunately, I can neither participate nor stand by and watch. Ye Bai sighed and shook his head resignedly. If I can't see it, I won't see it. The fourth abyss plane. A great banner flutters, the Wind and Mist Legion. Countless soldiers clad in cyan armor poured in, taking over the defenses of the fourth abyss plane. The vast majority of them are wind-type professions, and even those who are not wind-type possess high mobility. The leader shouted loudly, My unit is ordered to rotate shifts. Your unit will hand over all defense duties and withdraw to Blue Star. He confirmed. Handover complete. Victory is assured. Victory is assured in this battle. The Legion commander's lips curled into a smile as he spoke with utmost confidence. The three legions originally stationed in the fourth abyss quickly withdrew after receiving orders. The human race's vast territory was entirely defended by a single legion. The seemingly impregnable defenses suddenly appeared riddled with holes. Strangely, the monsters did not attack immediately despite the weakened defenses, nor did they launch even a small-scale harassment. Less than half an hour after the Wind and Cloud Legion took over the defensive line, an enormous black portal opened, from which countless black mists poured out. A tattered, battered flag was raised, with an ugly heart drawn on it. Nightmare Legion. The figures were indistinct in the black fog. A tall, slender man stepped out of the black mist and floated to the side of the Wind and Cloud Legion's commander. His voice was surprisingly a woman's, clear and melodious. Nightmare Legion, Vice Commander, Shadow 2. The commander of the Wind and Mist Legion nodded. Wait a moment. One more legion is needed. Before the man arrived, the sword came first. Space shattered into countless fragments, and countless sword energies flew out, forming a new portal. Elite soldiers clad in white armor continuously emerged on their swords, landing on the ground and forming neat square formations. The legion without a trace. A young man with black hair, double pupils, and a white robe, carrying a long sword, approached the two and spoke coldly. The Legion of No Trace, Vice Legion Commander, Lan Zhixian. Everyone's here. Nightmare Legion, Traceless Legion, Wind and Storm Legion. In order to completely purify the fourth abyss, the human race dispatched its strongest legion. With my spear, I will shatter your shield. A female voice rang out, and Shadow 2 asked, When will we make our move? Keep waiting. The three ninth-tier war gods stood there, waiting for the signal to make their move. Within the Wind and Cloud Legion, Wu Ziki looked around, feeling that his armor didn't fit him quite right. Have you gained weight? You should lose weight. Just as he was thinking this, a storage ring was thrown in front of him, and a messenger's voice rang out. Eat everything inside. Before a battle using cold weapons, the soldiers would be given a little something to eat to fill their stomachs. Fighting on an empty stomach will significantly lower morale. Most items in storage rings have continuous healing effects and can also be given various powerful buffs. Eat it now, and it will come in handy when the war starts. After being away from the battlefield for so long, their treatment has improved. As Wu Ziki ate, he took stock of the items in his storage ring, which alone were quite valuable. The food he ate was worth more than 3 years' salary for the War King. This battle might be another life or death struggle. Wu Ziki said self-deprecatingly. What a loss. We should have applied for the suicide squad. The compensation would have been much higher. In no time at all, he had eaten everything in the storage ring. Just then, the messenger walked up to him, tossed him a book, and said urgently, Introduction to Reading Skills, Learning Skills. This is... Wu Ziki looked at the 4 words on the cover. The wind without distance. This. Even after learning the skills, Wu Ziki was still in shock. Is this skill even something he can learn? Shouldn't the training be prioritized for those who are stronger, like the god of war? Unless they've all learned it. Wu Ziki gasped, a chill running through his body. What are we supposed to do? Is our human race truly about to prosper? While Wu Ziki was still in a daze, the messenger came several more times, bringing him several batches of supplies. These tools and scrolls are used during the advance, not to kill the enemy accurately, but to ensure our own safety first. Try changing these items. They'll reduce cooldowns and increase movement speed. The supplies you just received should be enough to keep your mana regeneration going. On the last trip, the messenger brought the battle orders. When the command "The Wind Rises" was heard, follow the flag, continuously unleash the wind without distance forward, avoid accidentally harming your comrades, and try your best not to fall behind. If you fall behind, immediately use a teleportation scroll to leave the battlefield. Do you all understand? Clear. A few minutes later, a giant mouth appeared in the sky and spat out Su Qingfeng. Despite his disheveled appearance, Su Qingfeng shook off his dejection and became like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath. A thunderous roar exploded in the sky. The wind rises. Brush. The Legion of No Trace, with over 10,000 elite swordsmen, drew their swords in unison. Hold your sword. Lan Zhishin took the lead and roared. Follow me to break the formation. In an instant, 10,000 sword lights streaked across the sky and appeared 10,000 meters away, and everyone seemed to turn into a gentle breeze. Under the sword light, countless demons shattered into pieces, not even knowing how they died. The Legion of No Trace, they passed by without leaving a trace. Boom. In one corner of the battlefield, black mist surged, and Shadow 2's voice took on a more feminine tone. Honey, you're about to have a nightmare. Not to mention the enemy. Even our own people got goosebumps all over. Call. The black mist instantly moved forward 10,000 meters, and the figure within the black mist immediately engaged in battle with the demon. The last to move was the Wind and Cloud Legion. Wu Ziki, in the midst of the formation, unleashed the wind without distance, roaring along with his companions. His long-dormant passion surged once more, as if he had returned to the days of his conquests. His blade was once again stained with the blood of the demons. The 3 human legions collectively used the wind without distance, rampaging across the battlefield with impunity, appearing and disappearing without a trace. General, King of War, even God of War. They are all destined to become souls lost to the relentless winds. Between heaven and earth, with the ever-present use of the wind without distance, the raging winds swept through, and no demon survived. All sounds of battle were silenced. It was as if only one voice remained, screaming madly. Wind, wind, wind. What does Chapter 160 have to do with me, Shadow 9 killing demon god? The second abyss dimension, the Demon Emperor's palace. After the demons and humans reached an agreement. Whatever happens next, the demons will simply stand by and watch. However, this did not prevent them from closely monitoring the course of the battle. The armrest of the second demon god's throne was originally carved with a jet black raven. The raven statue came to life, circled once above the throne, and then left. Call. The cawing of crows echoed through the air, carrying battle reports from the front lines of the Abyss. The Nightmare, Traceless, and Storm Legions are attacking the fourth Abyss dimension. Leaders, Su Qingfeng, Ing Er, Lan Zhixin. Many powerful human warriors remained inside the Demon Emperor's palace, awaiting the outcome of the great battle. Contrary to the expectations of the demons, this battle will be fought very quickly, faster than anyone expected. A swift and decisive victory is needed. It might end as soon as it begins. Ye Bai, who was watching the live stream, wished he could give the second demon god a 666, a Chinese internet slang term for awesome gift. Finally, we have a way to know the situation on the front lines. Regarding the seemingly trivial matter of Shura secretly watching the battle livestream during the negotiation. It's a double nesting doll. Ingqi scratched his head in frustration. The live broadcast of the negotiation was completely still, like a frozen image. The previous negotiations, at least, involved some facial expressions and body language, which could be considered a kind of silent performance. Now, it's even worse. It's been turned into a photograph. Shadow 7 glanced at Karthus beside her and found that Karthus was watching with great interest and was thoroughly enjoying himself. That's true. Everyone at the negotiation site is a big shot, a name that Karthus has heard of before. Shadow 7 quickly understood why Karthus could read it. Karthus also has a desire to become stronger. That's great. Shadow 7 didn't disturb Death Song, letting him continue observing these legendary figures. In Ye Bai's field of vision, battle reports were being transmitted one after another. 3 minutes and 16 seconds into the battle, the Traceless Legion defeats the Raging Legion. Blue Immortal slays the enraged Legion commander. At least 4 minutes and 8 seconds into the battle, the Nightmare Legion has defeated the Bone Legion. Shadow 2 and Su Qingfeng join forces to annihilate all members of the Bone Legion above the Battle King level. 6 minutes and 12 seconds into the battle, the Wind and Storm Legion broke through the Guard Legion. The atmosphere in the Demon Emperor's Hall of the Second Abyss was extremely oppressive. With each battle report brought back by the crows, the demons' faces grew more somber. You're such a jinx, not a single piece of good news. The Terran army is advancing too fast. It's like they're cheating. Less than 10 minutes into the battle, they had already decisively defeated 5 demon legions. This overwhelming advantage has occurred 3 times in history. Without exception, all 3 victories were achieved only because the strongest seed personally went to the battlefield. Ashura is on the battlefield? Some demons even exclaimed in surprise. It's only been a few days, and he actually dares to go to the Abyss battlefield? The 13th demon god said coldly. This time is different. I can feel it. This time, the strongest seed is different from the previous 3. What's different? The second demon god snorted coldly and said disdainfully. This is the fate of humanity, and also the destiny of humanity. No matter how many supreme seeds emerge, the outcome will be the same. After saying this, he looked outside and muttered to himself. Shura cannot go to the battlefield unless Xiaoyao wants him dead. Therefore, it should be the strongest human being plus an Ashura. One of them must have created some secret technique or skill to gain this advantage. Withdrawing his gaze, the second demon god no longer paid attention to the situation on the battlefield. There's no need to keep watching. It's a waste of time. The fourth abyss no longer exists. Some demons were still unwilling to accept reality and could not understand why the fourth abyss had been defeated so quickly. As long as the demon god lives, the abyss will never perish. The relationship between the abyss plane and the demon god cannot be explained in a few words. Simply put, after the demon god dies, a new demon god will soon be born in the abyss plane. As long as the demon god is alive, the abyss plane will never be purified or breached. By conquering the abyss plane and killing the demon god or severing the demon god's connection with the abyss plane, the abyss can be completely purified. The human army is indeed formidable, but that alone is not enough. Even if they plowed the fourth abyss 1,000 times, it would all be in vain if they didn't kill the fourth demon god. The fourth abyss will continue to spawn endless monsters. That is why the demons still harbored a sliver of hope. The fourth demon god is not dead yet. The fourth abyss will not be purified. A swarm of insects. The second demon god sat on his throne, too angry to speak. He often felt that he had been born into the wrong family, wondering how he could be of the same kind as such a bunch of brainless idiots. How can one possibly challenge for the supreme position while surrounded by these insects? He should have been reborn as a human to become the strongest seed. The human race has expended so much effort, yet they have almost breached the fourth abyss in less than 15 minutes. The second demon god sneered inwardly. Do you really think the human race will let the fourth demon god go? This brat is not fit to be trusted. The second demon god quickly calculated in his mind. The purpose of this battle was to clear the obstacles in the way of Shura. The third, fourth, and sixth demon gods are all primordial demon gods. The third is the tongue, the fourth is the eyes, and the sixth is the nose. Which talent does Shura correspond to? Please don't let it be the eyes. Just as the second demon god was deep in thought, new bad news arrived, and cheers erupted in the hall. Report. Lan Zhixian led the 3 legions to break through the fourth abyss, and the abyss plane has now returned to the Eternal Tower. Our clan has won a great victory. When the battle report arrived, the human powerhouses present celebrated wildly, and even Elderland's face was full of smiles. The second demon god, his face gloomy, slammed his hand on the armrest and roared. Enough! Someone come here. A squad of demon guards immediately appeared around the main hall. Are you all blind? The second demon god rebuked mercilessly. Can't you see that my dear friend, the human race, has just returned victorious? Why don't you quickly prepare a feast to celebrate for the human race? Anyway, it wasn't him who died today. The second demon god was not only not sad, but even somewhat happy, and was willing to sing a song. The conflict between the two races is a fundamental conflict. The second demon god has a broad and far-reaching vision, and can even tolerate a meal. Everyone. For a moment, they were completely bewildered. They celebrated the breaching of the fourth abyss, and the second demon god wanted to treat them to a meal. What kind of situation is this? Zhao Qian stepped forward and spoke with righteous indignation. What do you take my race for? We have strict regulations during our duty shifts, unlike you people who are so lax. As he spoke, he took out a set of rules and regulations, pointed to the clauses on it, and said, the standard of hospitality per person shall not exceed 3,800 yuan. Catering is allowed, but bathing is not allowed, and alcohol is not permitted. Second demon god. I understand. Zhao Qian added. Also, we serve meals separately. Why don't you just skip this and go back to where you came from? How can the second demon god go back on his word? Ye Bai, who was watching the live stream, had a strange expression on his face. The art style gradually became distorted. The fourth abyss dimension is still at war, and the second abyss dimension is already launching a full-scale war. At the banquet, everyone drank juice and chatted, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. There was none of the previous tension. Just a few dozen minutes ago, the atmosphere here was tense, and old Lan was almost killed. Now, Xuemeng has already toasted with the second demon god 3 times. Hearing that the banquet was free, Xuemeng rushed back and sat in the seat closest to the second demon god. The juice had a tingling sensation, and Xuemeng felt that free things always tasted better. He patted the second demon god on the shoulder. You're a pretty good devil. I can get along with you. I'll tell my dad later that he'll kill you later. After holding it in for a long time, the second demon god blurted out a sentence. Thank you. You're welcome. We're all on the same side. Come on, let's have another one. At the banquet, most of the war gods leisurely ate various foods. The food from the abyss dimension poses no threat to them, and the second demon god wouldn't stoop to tampering with such a matter. Professor Lan is different. There are some things that could kill him if he ate even a single bite. Therefore, he ate the food prepared by the human race, 3 dishes and 1 soup, 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish. After finishing his meal, Professor Lan turned to look at Shadow 3. He didn't touch the food in front of Shadow 3. I have a question. Shadow 3 bowed. Please ask. You said earlier that Old 9 asked you to pass on a message. When I reach the Supreme Realm, I will not sheath my sword in the 9 Nights Abyss, right? Right. The atmosphere inside the room cooled down, and everyone focused on the conversation. Even the second demon god narrowed his eyes, waiting for what would happen next. Professor Lon continued, "Where did he copy this from?" Shadow 3 answered honestly, "I paid an online novelist to write it, and after paying hush money, I sealed the author's memory." "I have one more question." Professor Lon blinked. "If I walk out of here unharmed, now that Lao Jiu has indeed reached the supreme realm, will he sheath his sword?" Shadow 3 grabbed a glass of juice, threw the glass and all into his mouth, chewed it up, and swallowed it. He grinned again. "Ninth Master knew you would ask that question," he said. Shadow 9's original words were as follows. "What does your life or death, Lan Tianxi, have to do with me? Ing Jiu Shao Mo's hen. No matter what, the knife will not be sealed.